In the Great Xia dynasty, the capital city's outskirts, on the farmland, a young man in tattered clothes completed his final boxing move and exhaled deeply before slowly ending his practice. I wonder how many years it will take to activate this martial god system. Dorian shook his head and sighed. He then put on his hoe and walked toward his poor thatched hut. He was originally from Huaxia but was transported to this world due to a car accident. The Great Xia dynasty bore an uncanny resemblance to the Ming dynasty of Huaxia. However, in this world, none of the historical figures Dorian knew from his previous life existed. The moment he was transported, Dorian awakened the martial god system, or rather, half-awakened. The martial god system needed to be activated, and there were two conditions to meet for activation. Fulfilling either one would suffice. The first condition, practice basic boxing techniques 10 million times. To meet this condition, Dorian had already practiced for 5 whole years. 5 years. Every day, apart from eating, sleeping, and doing farm work, he spent all his remaining time practicing boxing. Sadly, even so, he could only practice up to 20 times a day at most. At this rate, even if it were 50 or 500 years, Dorian would never awaken the system. However, the good news was that with each practice session, his proficiency increased, reducing the required practice time. Sometimes, a single session counted as 2 by the system. Thus, Dorian did not give up on practicing, even though he knew achieving the goal within his lifetime was incredibly difficult. As for the second condition to activate the system, it was simple yet extremely challenging. It involved getting into a relationship. Yes, as long as Dorian got into a relationship, even without marriage, just having such an opportunity would activate the martial god system. But his partner must come from an official family, have otherworldly beauty, and possess exceptional qualities beyond the ordinary. For Dorian, a mere villager, finding such a Gigi was next to impossible. Even for nobility, very few could hope to encounter such a person. So, while the second condition seemed simple, it was utterly unattainable for Dorian, who barely sustained himself by growing food. The first condition at least gave him a sense of possibility through hard work. As for the second, Dorian knew it was impossible. Having lived in the Great Xia dynasty for so many years, he deeply understood the strict hierarchy and class divisions of ancient society. Now, he was just a peasant among laborers, farmers, scholars, and merchants, not even a real farmer. How could someone considered lower than an ant by landlords ever marry such a Gigi? Back home, Dorian fetched a bucket of water, washed his face, and shook his head, pushing away thoughts of the distant second condition. Instead, he continued practicing. He also opened the system store in the beginner's gift package to check. Inside were rewards from the great military strategists of Huaxia, including everything learned by the progenitor of military strategy Dashanzia, Brock's wisdom and strategies, Jim Yu's unparalleled physique, and Darioge Augustiniang's timeless intelligence. Any one of these rewards over the past few years would have transformed Dorian into a martial arts grandmaster and a renowned strategist. The nation of Great Xia was newly established, with frequent unrest along the borders. Military prowess was highly valued. Anyone skilled enough to fight well could achieve glory and rise to high ranks. Who wouldn't want to charge into battle, conquer enemies, and establish their name in history? These rewards and self-drawn goals kept Dorian practicing diligently, day after day, year after year, without pause. Augustineving in Great Xia, Dorian had endured the lowly existence of the lowest rung of society. Now, he wanted nothing more than to grow stronger and rise step by step. Let's begin. Dorian took a deep breath, focused his gaze, and started the rest of his practice for the day. Meanwhile, in the capital city, a sensational piece of news spread throughout the capital instantly. Josue Joab severely defeated the northern Jin slaves and returned victorious. The northern Jin slaves, a barbaric tribe that had plagued the Great Xia dynasty and inflicted countless losses on its army, was finally dealt a heavy blow by Josue. Upon hearing this news, the citizens rejoiced and celebrated together. I heard that not only Josue but also his daughter, Natalie, led the campaign. Indeed, Princess Kirsty is said to have made significant contributions. A remarkable Gigi like her, outshining men. Such a rare gem, both ancient and modern. Public discussions about the campaign centered mostly on Princess Kirsty, the daughter of Josue. While women leading armies in the Great Xia dynasty didn't stir controversy, someone like Natalie, who not only led but also inflicted major defeats on the Jin slaves, was unprecedented. Instantly, Natalie's fame overshadowed Josue. No one expected the renowned scholar Princess Natalie to be an exceptional military leader, while public excitement raged on. Inside the resplendent residence of Josue, turmoil erupted. Lao Augustine, are you going to marry off your daughter? To a common farmer? Josue, have you gone mad? In the grand hall, several noble relatives stood stunned and dumbfounded. They had come to celebrate Joab's return, but found him announcing his daughter Natalie's wedding in front of them. If that were not shocking enough, the groom was not from royalty or aristocracy, but a farmer living outside the capital. Ridiculous. Absurd. Everyone thought Joab had lost his mind. A princess of a mighty duke, who had led a successful campaign against the Jin slaves, was marrying a common farmer? Such a story was too absurd to be believed. Sir, it's just an old agreement. We could pay him off and be done with it. Why should we push our daughter into misery? Joab's wife, standing beside him, tearfully pleaded, her face livid with displeasure. With Natalie currently at her peak and incomparably beautiful, she should marry a royal, not a rural nobody. Why should her husband? Because his parents once saved Joab during the war. Moreover, they were Joab's subordinates then. It was their duty, and Joab had no title back then when he promised the alliance. Now, circumstances had changed. Despite his friend's confusion and his wife's pleading, the battle-hardened Joab remained calm and resolved. If it weren't for that couple, there would be no triumphant Josue Joab today. I've made my decision. There's no need to persuade me further. Joab waved his hand, silencing everyone. Meanwhile, A group stealthily left Josue's residence and rode swiftly to Dorian's dilapidated hut. Sir, what are you doing? You're Dorian, right? Josue has summoned you. Follow us. Before Dorian could react, these stern-faced riders whisked him away. Terrified, Dorian panicked. What did these people want? Just as he felt faint and disoriented, the familiar system voice suddenly echoed in his ears. System alert. Host has met the second condition for activation. Martial God system activated. Chapter 2. The Overlord's Body. Strapped to a horse, Dorian heard the voices and was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, 3 warm currents surged into his body. Ring. Here's your starter gift. The Overlord's Body of Jim Yu. Expert level Sun Tzu's Art of War. Expert level Strategist's Tactics. Dorian closed his eyes, feeling as though he had been reborn. Not only had his thoughts become agile, instantly comprehending the ancient Chinese military knowledge, but his body also felt brimming with explosive power. Hold still. The cavalry soldier struck Dorian across the face when he saw him writhing. But Dorian suddenly opened his eyes, radiating an imposing aura that sent the battle-hardened cavalrymen trembling in fear. War horses that had survived countless battles stopped abruptly, neighing loudly with unmistakable fear in their eyes. This scene left the other soldiers utterly astonished. They couldn't understand why their seasoned war horses were suddenly disobeying them. Using the sharp instincts honed through years of warfare, they soon pinpointed the source of terror, the electrifying gaze and overwhelming presence of Dorian. When they saw this, the remaining soldiers felt as if they had been struck by lightning. In their eyes, standing before them was no longer a peasant, but a matchless overlord who had slaughtered countless enemies, even making Yama himself bow down in reverence. Now, let's talk about what's going on. With a swift move, Dorian sat upright on the horse. After sweeping a glance at everyone, he spoke in a calm but commanding tone, causing everyone to treat him with utmost respect. The group instinctively dismounted and offered a salute fit for a high-ranking general, explaining, Sir Eben, it's like this? Meanwhile, in the residence of the Duke of Jethraguo, the festive atmosphere following the victorious return was abruptly extinguished. An eerie silence now enveloped the place. No one expected Joab's decision to be so resolute. Even the numerous aristocrats' repeated pleas fell on deaf ears. Everyone's expression turned grim. There was both anger over Joab's foolishness and hatred toward Dorian. The Duke of Jethraguo had rebuilt his slaves and returned triumphantly, surely boosting the Augustine family's prestige. Especially Natalie, who had earned immense credit as the daughter of the Duke. With her distinguished background and exceptional talent, she was a prime candidate for a marriage alliance. Many aristocrats had come to celebrate not only the victory, but also to secure a marriage proposal. After all, who wouldn't want their child to marry a Gigi like Natalie? She could excel both in civil and military matters and was strikingly beautiful. But alas, she already had a prearranged marriage, and to a nameless, parentless peasant? Absurd. Too absurd. Some people's eyes flashed with malice. They were filled with murderous intent. By eliminating Dorian before the marriage, they could nullify the agreement. At all costs, Dorian must die. Grimes, commander of the Imperial Demetrian Guy, narrowed his eyes and already had a plan. He exchanged a covert glance with Joab's wife, receiving her affirmation, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Joab, however, was oblivious to this exchange. Having faced many battles, he understood the ebb and flow of human emotions. Seeing everyone's silence, he continued with another significant announcement. I've already arranged for Dorian to be brought here. We'll have the wedding soon. Please honor my daughter's wedding with your presence and join us for a few cups of wine. This statement rang like thunder among everyone present, including Joab's wife. All eyes turned to Joab, filled with shock and disbelief. Duke of Jethraguo, how can you be so rash about Kirsty's marriage? How can you marry off your daughter right after a battle? Joab, you're really ungrateful. Don't expect me to drink with you again. This is inappropriate, exclaimed various aristocrats. The guy showed blatant animosity, almost ready to rise from his seat. Joab remained silent, glancing around before shaking his head. He knew some truly cared for Kirsty, like British Duke Iolo, his lifelong friend. Others, however, harbored ulterior motives. He would catch these schemers eventually. Please, be quiet. This marriage was a promise between Dorian's parents and mine back then. It cannot be changed lightly. As a military commander, if I break such a vow, how can I lead men into battle? There's no need to say more. I have already submitted the wedding details to Kale and announced it in the city. This will not change. Back from the battlefield, Joab exuded authority, leaving everyone speechless. One by one, they took their leave. Joab politely saw them off, but kept the Duke of Ing under the pretense of further discussion. Why are you being so stubborn? Asked Iolo bluntly, seated opposite Joab in the bedroom, sharing a drink. Joab chuckled softly. Son, Dorian has a significant role. How so? Iolo leaned forward, intrigued. With Dorian as bait, we might catch bigger fish. Joab sipped his wine. The Emperor aims for reforms, but faces constraints. If I help him catch these fish, I'll have earned his trust. As for Dorian, well, bait is meant to be consumed by the fish. Iolo drained his cup, silent for a long while. On the other side, news of Natalie's upcoming marriage swept through the capital like a storm. When the public learned she was marrying a common peasant, there was uproar. People were still celebrating the Duke's triumphant return, and now this bombshell hit them hard. The capital, already buzzing, reached new heights of excitement. Amidst the turmoil, Dorian rode leisurely into the Jethraguo mansion, followed by several guards now docile as lambs. Upon entering, he was greeted by a stunning, red-robed Gigi, standing tall and graceful. Their eyes met. Startled, Dorian froze as the Gigi, seeing his simple attire and recognizing the guards, identified him as Dorian. Observing his leading position and the deference shown to him, She grew enraged upon remembering her father's announcement. Dorian is merely a poor relation to our Augustine family. As the guard serving my father, how dare you show such deference to someone like him? You disappoint me greatly. Natalie's fury blazed as her eyebrows furrowed. Chapter 3, Turbulent Times. Having said that, Natalie slammed the door shut as she stormed out. This left Dorian standing there dumbfounded, while the attendants could only offer bitter smiles, at a loss for words. Mr. Eben, this way please. The leader of the group awkwardly coughed and dismounted his horse to guide Dorian, while the others went back to report their mission accomplished. Seeing their sincere attitude, Dorian didn't say much. He followed the attendant into the mansion, where he was mesmerized by the opulence around him. Dorian, who had lived in rural areas, found it hard to take his eyes off the extravagant Jethraguel mansion, elaborate carvings and dazzling gold. Even as someone from the 21st century, accustomed to modern life, he was still struck by the grandeur of an ancient noble residence. Indeed, regardless of the era, the gap between the upper class and the lower class is greater than that between humans and dogs. Following the attendant, Dorian couldn't help but inwardly scoff. If no one guided him, he would likely get lost in this sprawling Jethraguel mansion today. However, as they continued through twists and turns, Dorian noticed that the area they were heading towards became increasingly remote, with simpler decorations and fewer servants. Finally, they stopped in front of a dilapidated, dusty shed at the northwest corner of the estate. Mr. Eben. This is the accommodation arranged by His Grace, the attendant stuttered, clearly nervous and avoiding eye contact with Dorian. On the journey, they had already felt the overpowering aura Dorian exuded. It was more terrifying than facing an enraged Maxim himself. Now, after walking through the splendid Jethraguel mansion, they had stopped before a mere storage shed. Dorian had every right to be angry. No matter, Dorian replied with a cold smile. It must have been quite a challenge for His Grace to pick such a humble abode amidst the splendor of the Jethraguel mansion. I should feel honored. The attendant's face burned with embarrassment upon hearing the hidden sarcasm in Dorian's tone. Normally, anyone who dared speak ill of Maxim would have received a slap. But this time, the attendant shuddered, unable to meet Dorian's piercing gaze. If Mr. Eben doesn't mind, I will take my leave now. Dorian nodded, and the attendant hurried off. Once alone, Dorian slowly released his imposing presence. He stood immovable like a mountain, towering and unyielding. So, this is what the tyrant's body feels like, and it's just tier 1. Closing his eyes, Dorian finally had the chance to experience the raw power of the tyrant's body. The formidable force surging through his veins made his body tremble. Without hesitation, he began practicing martial arts. This time, his punches carried immense power, generating wind with each strike. A single punch counted as 100 in the system's assessment. 1 against 100. This was the terrifying strength of the tyrant's body. And this was just tier 1. Dorian couldn't even imagine the might of tiers 2 and 3. Reviving the legend of the tyrant of Western Chu in this world wasn't far-fetched at all. More importantly, Dorian realized during this practice that the martial art taught by the system was not just for unlocking its features. It laid a solid foundation for him. Using this martial art as a guide, Dorian naturally executed other martial techniques inherent in the tyrant's body, with ease and fluidity, surprising even himself. Only now did he realize the years of diligent training hadn't been in vain. Each session was preparation for this moment when the system activated and unleashed his true potential. Taking a deep breath, Dorian finally let go of the frustration and hardship of years of fruitless training. Meanwhile, under Joab's instruction, the news of the upcoming wedding spread like wildfire. From the nobles to commoners, everyone heard about it. The reaction was universally shocked. Shock, shock, shock. A renowned general's daughter, the brave commander on the battlefield, marrying a village peasant? Unbelievable. That so-called Dorian must be using old favors to blackmail Maxim. He's banking on the Duke's honesty. Yes, Maxim's word is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. He's willing to marry off his daughter over a past promise. Truly commendable. Poor Princess Kirsty, with her talent and military achievements, ends up with a peasant? How tragic. This is like placing a flower on cow dung. No, that so-called Dorian isn't even fit for manure. At least manure can fertilize the soil. Ha 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 ha, right you are. Dorian is worse than cow dung, and Princess Kirsty is beyond comparison. Such discussions spread quickly among the people, with nearly everyone sympathizing with Princess Kirsty. They praised Maxim's integrity and faithfulness while condemning Dorian for his shamelessness. Unaware of becoming a public villain, Dorian continued practicing martial arts and reviewing military tactics in his mind. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Strength was the ultimate honor. By marrying Natalie, he would complete the first system task and earn substantial rewards, boosting his strength further. Time passed uneventfully after Dorian's arrival at the mansion. Apart from meal deliveries, no one visited him, highlighting Maxim's deliberate cold shoulder. But Dorian didn't mind. He only needed to wait. Sure enough, after a few days, the once quiet capital erupted again. Maxim's daughter, Natalie, was set to marry Dorian tomorrow. Suddenly, the tranquil city was buzzing once more. At the same time, Grimes at Nguagong's residence heard the news while drinking tea. His expression darkened as he threw down the teacup, making his decision. Prepare everything. On the wedding day, I want Dorian dead. Chapter 4, Meeting. The capital was in turmoil, with rumors spreading like wildfire. However, with the new emperor's decree approving the wedding, public opinion quickly shifted and aligned in a different direction. Criticism of Dorian diminished, replaced by admiration for Josue Joab's integrity in honoring his commitments. It was no wonder he could rebuild the Jiannu clan. Did you hear? This betrothal was established when Josue was still struggling. Yes, back then, Josue nearly died on the battlefield. It was Dorian's parents who risked their lives to save him. TSK, Josue truly deserves his name. If it were me, I would have just sent him gold and silver. Princess Kirsty, if she marries into another family, should at least marry into a duke's household. Pa, that's why you're not Josue, and not everyone has his magnanimity. Josue keeps his word, that's true martial virtue. We're fortunate to have him protect our great Xia. Similar comments filled tea houses and taverns throughout the city. Seated within his mansion, Josue Joab had ears everywhere and kept tabs on all the news from the capital. Dorian, you've truly brought fortune to me. In the grand hall, Joab listened to his subordinates' report on recent public sentiment with satisfaction. The new emperor placed great importance on ministers' reputations among the people. By fulfilling this marriage contract as a test of loyalty, Joab inadvertently improved his own standing. The thought of this double benefit only made him happier. Setting down his teacup, he suddenly realized he had yet to meet this son-in-law, since secretly bringing Dorian to the mansion. Bring my son-in-law here. Joab composed himself and instructed his adopted son, Adrian, calmly. Yes, father. Adrian responded respectfully, but once he turned away, his eyes blazed with envy and resentment. Having been raised by Joab, Adrian grew up alongside Natalie, almost like childhood sweethearts. With his own achievements and contributions to rebuilding the Jiannu clan, Adrian intended to propose to Joab, but never expected to be thwarted by Dorian. Walking with trembling steps, Adrian's jade pendants clinked against each other. Watching his back full of bitterness, Joab felt a hint of derision. Even if it wasn't for political reasons, his daughter was far beyond the reach of an adopted son. Shaking his head, Joab refocused on the household records detailing Dorian's actions in the storeroom over the past days. Dorian's behavior after learning about the marriage and friendship between his parents and Josue showed excitement and pride. Behavior fitting someone who believed he'd finally climbed the social ladder. Just let you enjoy this moment a bit longer, Joab thought as he closed the record and closed his eyes. Dorian, come out immediately. My father wants to see you. Adrian roared at the storeroom entrance, filled with rage. Since Josue invites me, I cannot be impolite. Dorian smiled and came out without showing any dissatisfaction with Adrian's rudeness. Seeing Dorian's smile, Adrian mistook it for arrogance, which infuriated him further. Augustinique smiling, huh? Watch me make you laugh. Observing Dorian's frail frame, Adrian kicked viciously. If a normal person received such a kick, they'd be bedridden for weeks. But facing the aggressive kick, Dorian remained unperturbed, his smile unwavering. He simply reached out and grabbed Adrian's foot. In the next instant, crack, a bone-shattering sound echoed. Sorry, I didn't realize my strength was so strong. Dorian grinned, revealing perfect teeth. On the opposite side, Adrian was on the verge of fainting from pain, veins popping as he stared at Dorian in terror. How could anyone crush bones like that? That was not merely breaking, it was crushing. Easily breaking a bone is one thing, but crushing it requires tenfold effort. And crushed? Thump! Adrian fell to his knees before Dorian. Gah! Ah! The excruciating pain left him speechless. Seeing this, Dorian patted him on the shoulder. Mr. Augustine seems injured. I'll inform the servants to call a doctor. If delayed, your leg might not be saved. Dorian spoke kindly and walked off. Doctors arrived quickly but first called for guards, convinced that no human could cause such injuries. Your humble subject Dorian pays respects to Josue. In the hall, Dorian bowed respectfully. Joab hurried to support him. Nephew, you've suffered too much over the years. Patting Dorian's shoulder, tears streamed down Joab's face. Dorian looked up. This is our first meeting, sir. Why do you say such things? Joab guided him back to his seat and recounted the story of his and Dorian's parents' camaraderie on the battlefield. From joining the military together to covering Joab's retreat until their tragic end. Joab wept while recounting the tale, moving even listeners to tears. Behind a screen, Natalie, intending to protest her marriage, froze in place, deeply moved. Such a story. Dorian sipped tea calmly, waiting for Joab to finish, then smiled serenely. His smile unsettled Joab, and what Dorian said next chilled the seasoned warrior to the bone. Chapter 5. The highest form of warfare is to attack the enemy's strategy. Capturing the heart is paramount. His Grace, as far as I know, my parents have never served in the military. Dorian put down his teacup and gave Joab a deep, meaningful look before speaking calmly. The moment he said this, Joab's scalp tingled, and his expression changed abruptly. A second ago, he was the kind-hearted, wealthy, elderly man having an amiable chat with his junior, but now he turned into a terrifying beast lurking in the woods, ready to pounce on its prey. Nephew, could it be that you've mistaken? Joab forced a smile and asked. Unexpectedly, Dorian seemed oblivious to Joab's piercing gaze and shook his head. I haven't. My parents not only never served in the military but have never even left the outskirts of the capital. They relied on farming the landlord's land to make ends meet each year, and they died during the winter when the late emperor ascended the throne. I remember all of these details clearly, Dorian replied coldly, staring back at Joab without any fear. Joab stared at him for a moment before finally averting his eyes, silent for a long while. Behind the screen, Natalie covered her mouth tightly, her eyes wide open in shock. What's going on? She had a betrothal with Dorian, didn't she? But according to what Dorian just said, his family had no connection with hers at all. Then why did her father insist on marrying her to him, under the pretext of their betrothal? Natalie felt disoriented. She had come here intending to confront Dorian, yet she found herself momentarily frozen. This duke says you are mistaken, so you are mistaken. Joab eventually spoke coldly after a long silence, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Dorian was someone he had carefully observed over time and chosen as the perfect pawn due to his humble background, family history, and perspective. He would not allow Dorian to have any ulterior motives. More importantly, he wouldn't tolerate any mistakes in the process of gaining favor from Kale. Indeed, your grace, I must have made a mistake, Dorian acquiesced, bowing as he rose. According to military strategy, the highest form of warfare is to attack the enemy's strategy. Capturing the heart is paramount. These past few days, Dorian had been practicing martial arts at home and constantly greeted by the household servants congratulating him on his sudden rise to prominence, praising the Mac who kept his promise as his father-in-law to be, and lauding his parents for providing him with a bright future. However, Dorian hadn't recalled these things until they were brought up. This body's original owner's parents had never left the capital's outskirts. How could they have served in the military? And how could they have saved the Mac and established a marriage contract? Thanks to the system's rewards, Dorian was no longer the same. Though he did not understand why the Mac chose him, a villager, as his pawn, doing so must benefit the Duke in some way. Logically, renouncing the marital alliance and marrying off his daughter to a commoner should disadvantage the Duke. Yet he chose to do it anyway, indicating there was a hidden benefit. Therefore, Dorian deduced that those losing out from this arrangement must be the families originally hoping to ally with the Duke. With this realization, Dorian deliberately provoked today. If the players were blinded by their situation, he would become the observer. "Nephew, you may go rest now," Joab dismissed Dorian with a cold look. Just as Dorian was about to leave, he suddenly asked, "How are the other dukes preparing?" This question made Joab flinch. Instantly, murderous intent surged within him, nearly driving him to draw his sword against Dorian. Seeing Dorian's harmless smile, however, Joab forcibly suppressed his anger. "Why do you ask such a thing, nephew?" "Oh, I was merely curious about how the other dukes are preparing their gifts for this noble wedding, since it's the first one I'm participating in, and I can't help but be curious," Dorian explained innocently. Relieved, Joab exhaled. "Damn, what does he know? I was scaring myself." "Ha ha ha, nephew, you're quite witty. You'll see soon enough. Rest now." They resumed their polite demeanor. As Dorian bowed and turned away, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by a cold and ruthless expression. Shortly after Dorian left, Natalie emerged and reported the doctor treating Adrian instead of questioning Dorian. "Just a country bumpkin, nothing to worry about," Joab remarked indifferently, watching the path Dorian had taken. In his eyes, Dorian was already dead. The hell, they really intend to sell me out. Back in the cottage, Dorian finally realized what was happening. His probing question had revealed everything. The price of this marriage might very well be his life. Given the interests of the dukes involved, someone would definitely try to prevent this union. How could they stop it? If they couldn't harm Princess Starlight, they could always kill him, a mere country bumpkin. Thinking this, killing intent flashed across Dorian's eyes. Indeed, strength is the foundation of everything. Dorian clenched his fists tightly. Without the overlord body, even if he possessed strategic brilliance and extraordinary wisdom, he would still die without knowing why. It remains to be seen who will be the bait and who the fish. After calming down, Dorian continued his martial arts practice. The next day, before the roosters crowed, the entire capital buzzed with excitement. It was an auspicious day, suitable for a wedding. Coincidentally, it was also the day of the Mac's daughter, Natalie's grand wedding. Beneath the bubbling undercurrents, the surface was filled with festive cheer and harmony. As a triumphant general blessed by the Andersons' decree, this marriage was destined to be extraordinary. Almost all officials from the highest advisor down to third-rank ministers visited. The procession was specially allowed to sprinkle clean water on the streets and spread yellow soil, emphasizing the grandeur of this wedding. Meanwhile, the groom Dorian was already being welcomed into a mansion on the western side of the capital. Dressed elaborately with embroidered patterns on his chest, combined with his naturally handsome appearance, he looked strikingly elegant and radiant. "New groom, get on the horse." Amidst loud drums and firecrackers, Dorian leaped onto the horse, a pure-blooded Arabian steed, accompanied by royal musicians and showered with silver coins along the route. Not coming. On horseback, Dorian scanned the surroundings, a smile hiding a storm of killing intent. At the same time, in the imperial palace, Chinching Palace, Joab, who should have been handling wedding arrangements at home, appeared here, kneeling respectfully before the current emperor. "Your Majesty, as you predicted, the Maximilian has secretly mobilized the inner guards to Horhate. As soon as Dorian is killed, I will immediately lead men in two directions, one to surround the Maximilian's residence, the other to capture the Horhate. At that point, with evidence in hand, the Maximilian's crime of privately mobilizing the inner guards will be indisputable. The Emperor's justice will finally be executed." Chapter 6, Assassination, Display of Power. "Indeed, the Marquis of Jethrog's move truly delights me. If this succeeds, all your conditions will be granted as promised." Bert smiled. This day had come after he had waited for so long. Certain people should yield some of their power. "To alleviate the Andersons' concerns is my duty," Joab said with unrestrained joy. "But after this incident, Taylor's reputation will suffer. Do you not care at all?" Bert looked at Joab with a half-smile. Great deeds do not concern themselves with trivial matters. Moreover, for the Andersons' grand ambitions, what does a little sacrifice matter? Good, good, good. With 3 consecutive goods, Bert was overjoyed and grew increasingly satisfied with Joab. On the bustling path, Dorian dared not relax for a moment. Where do these national dukes plan to make their move? This wedding procession was full of people from start to finish, exactly the effect Joab and Bert intended. Anyone who dared act would expose themselves in plain sight. Thus, an injuriation attempt on the Marquis of Jethrog's son-in-law would become public knowledge. No duke could withstand such a serious charge. As he pondered, Dorian's body tensed. A wave of murderous intent locked onto him. The body of Overlord enhanced his perception of danger. They've come. Dorian clenched his fists. The Marquis of Jethrog did not provide many guards. Only some maidservants and musicians accompanied him. He could only rely on himself. From the crowd, a black-clad figure darted out, wielding a blade that glittered under the sun. "There's an Jorge. Protect the groom." Help! Help! Several cries of alarm sounded, and the masked Jorge smirked. The dagger approached Dorian, but the next moment, the Jorge's smile vanished. A hand extended effortlessly, gripping his arm and immobilizing him. How is this possible? The Jorge stared at Dorian, clad in wedding attire, disbelief etched across his face. How could his full-strength attack be so easily thwarted? Dorian wasn't just any villager. Why did he react so quickly, and how could he exert such immobilizing strength? Before the Jorge could think further, Dorian applied pressure with his left hand, crushing the Jorge's wrist. Ah! Clang! A scream of agony rang out as the dagger clattered to the ground. Pain twisted the Jorge's features as he felt bones break. What kind of terrifying strength could crush bones like this? All he wanted to say now was that the intelligence was wrong. Dorian was no weakling. With such mediocre skills, you dare to attempt injuriation? With that, Dorian knocked the Jorge unconscious with a single punch. Publicly killing someone wouldn't be wise. Besides, his future father-in-law probably didn't want him dead. The crowd watched, mouths agape. When they saw the Jorge, many thought the groom was finished. They hadn't expected such an outcome. Who says he's just a country bumpkin? With those skills, he's probably no worse than a martial arts champion. How could the Marquis of Jethrock pick a useless son-in-law? Dorian must have something exceptional about him. You're right. I agree. Public opinion swayed quickly. Seeing Dorian's prowess, they immediately thought he was extraordinary. Dorian remained expressionless despite the chatter around him. This person dared to attempt injuriation in broad daylight. Arrest him immediately and bring him back for severe interrogation. At his words, several figures emerged from the crowd, quickly tying up the Jorge. These were naturally people Joab had arranged. Their task was to appear only after Dorian was dealt with and then apprehend the Jorge. They hadn't expected Dorian to handle it so easily. Even seasoned veterans couldn't match that speed. They started viewing Dorian with new respect, though their upcoming report to the Marquis would be tricky. They hoped other Jorges would be more competent. Dorian observed them, aware of their intentions. They were merely there to clean up after Joab's plan. Sadly, their wishes would go unfulfilled. After today, everyone in the capital will remember my name. Turning to the crowd, he said, "Fellow citizens, we might still face danger ahead. Please step back to avoid any harm." He rode his steed forward, leaving the stunned wedding procession behind. The citizens watching him ride off admired his bravery. Despite knowing the dangers ahead, he still dares to go forward. He's no ordinary man, remarked a young man in white from an inn upstairs. Such martial prowess, if we can recruit him, great things will surely follow. His companion, a man in black, expressed excitement. The Marquis of Jethrock's plans might not proceed as smoothly as planned. The white-robed man shook his head, enjoying the unfolding drama. After half an hour, inside Chinching Palace, Joab grew anxious. Why no news yet? If this failed, how would he face Bert? Bert's expression turned grim but remained silent. Suddenly, a eunuch entered hastily. "Your Majesty, the steward of the Marquis of Jethrock requests an audience." Joab and the Anderson perked up. "Let him in." A smile returned to Joab's face. "Your Majesty," though delayed, everything proceeded as planned. Ned nodded, eyes filled with anticipation. Soon, an elderly man with white hair stepped into the hall, looking troubled. "I pay my respects, Your Majesty." "You are excused." Joab added. "Tucker, please share the good news with Kale." Tucker hesitated. "My lord, there was an issue. As long as it doesn't affect the overall plan, it's fine." "My lord, Dorian did not die." The steward's troubled gaze fell on Joab. "What?" Joab exclaimed in disbelief. "Do not speak nonsense. How could a villager survive?" Joab couldn't believe it. The men sent by the guy should have handled Dorian. "I would never deceive Your Majesty or the Lord. Dorian survived unscathed and even captured the Jorges alive." Shock washed over Joab's face, while Bert's expression darkened significantly. Chapter 7. Anger. What Joab had planned for himself was not this outcome. Now, things have escalated into this situation. In this plan, Dorian absolutely could not live. If Dorian were to survive unharmed, Joab's actions would be restricted. Originally, he intended to take swift and decisive action, seizing the entire Franco kongfu first before searching for evidence. Now that Dorian is alive, Joab has no sufficient reason to act directly. Even the Terry cannot do much. "Maxim, didn't you tell me that he is merely a villager? Why does he possess such strength? Even the elite guards under Franco Gong are not his match? Even military experts would struggle to achieve such prowess." Joab instantly felt immense pressure, bitterly laughing. "Your Majesty, I can assure you that Dorian is indeed an ordinary person. I have observed him for a year, never seeing any extraordinary abilities from him. There must be some unexpected changes. Tucker, recount everything in detail, leaving out nothing." Joab was extremely anxious. This situation was highly unfavorable for him. After all, it had ruined the Andersons' plans. If the Anderson were to punish him, his title as Maxim would come to an end. He must find a way to remedy this. "Yes." Tucker quickly informed Joab and the Anderson about what happened on the road. Both men fell silent after listening. After a moment, the Anderson glanced at Joab. "Maxim, it seems you don't understand your new son-in-law very well. This? Humph, the situation isn't too dire yet. Resolve it quickly. If you delay my major affairs, you alone will be held accountable." Joab nodded repeatedly, thinking for a moment. A plan formed in his mind. "Your Majesty, please calm down. Since those Jorges are still alive, we can interrogate them. Once we extract information from them, it will be enough to deal with Franco Gong." Ned pondered for a moment and nodded. "Very well. This time, do not mess up again. Otherwise, you know the consequences." With that, he left the Chinching Palace, losing interest in continuing their conversation given the situation. "Your Majesty, farewell." Watching the Anderson leave, Joab turned to Tucker with a gloomy expression. What should we do now, Your Excellency? Tucker looked worried. Clearly, the Anderson was displeased. If this matter isn't handled properly, it would bring trouble to the Maximfu. First, lock up those Jorges and keep a strict watch. If anything goes wrong, you alone will be held responsible. Joab sneered, then quickly left the Qingqing palace, needing to rush back to handle the wedding arrangements. Originally, with Dorian dead, he wouldn't need to return. All he needed to do was to surround the Franco kongfu as if avenging his daughter. His daughter wouldn't need to marry Dorian, and he could earn a good reputation. In 2 years, once Dorian's matter faded, he could arrange a marriage with another prominent family, making his Maximfu even stronger. Unexpectedly, Dorian didn't die, causing his plans to fall apart. The only fortunate part was that Dorian didn't kill the Jorges, which gave him a chance to salvage the situation. However, he couldn't back out of this marriage. Everyone knew Dorian was his son-in-law to be, and Dorian had already entered the Maximfu. If he backed out, his reputation would plummet. He had no other choice. Damn it, you failed to notice his strength after observing him for a year. What do you eat your salary for? Joab glared at his steward. Normally, such matters were handled by him, and Joab could charge him with negligence. Tucker broke out in cold sweat and hurriedly replied. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. There is still room for maneuver. Eben Jimgong did not kill those Jorges, giving you some leeway. This shows that Eben Jimgong doesn't intend to openly confront you. Perhaps we can use him advantageously. Who knows, there might be unexpected gains. Joab nodded after hearing this. Dorian hadn't overstepped, making it acceptable. But Joab wasn't sure whether Dorian was genuinely smart or just strong physically. We need to investigate this guy further. Arrange it. Yes. Tucker nodded and immediately started organizing things. If he failed to handle this, Joab would lose more trust in him. Watching Tucker leave, Joab fell into deep thought. Was Dorian truly this intelligent, or was it just luck? Recalling the conversation with Dorian that day, Joab sensed something odd. I'll go back and probe this young man. Making up his mind, Joab quickly headed toward Maximfu. Inside the Maximfu, Dorian sat in the main hall sipping tea, quietly waiting for Joab's return. His arrival at the Maximfu was clearly unexpected. Besides a venue, there were no preparations for the wedding. Dorian remained composed and didn't say much. Lady Augustine sat in the main seat, looking somewhat awkward. In this predicament, she didn't know how to face Dorian. Although Joab hadn't mentioned much to her, he had told her that Dorian shouldn't enter the Maximfu. But now, Dorian boldly entered and was waiting for the wedding. This left Connie very unhappy. Her stunning daughter really had to marry this villager? While she had heard that he had successfully dealt with various Jorges, showcasing some skill, it was far from meeting her standards. However, with Joab absent, the wedding couldn't proceed, bringing ridicule upon the Maximfu. Why hasn't the wedding started? What are we waiting for? Why is there no news after waiting so long here? What does the Maximfu intend? Do they really look down on Eben Jimgong and thus unwilling to hold the wedding? Upon these words, many eyes turned to the speaker. While many had similar thoughts, saying it aloud would surely displease the Maximfu. Moreover, Joab had been cultivating his reputation, Lamari to believe that the Maximfu was actively promoting the marriage. The Maximfu has always strived for this match and would not act like this. There must be a reason. That's right. Maxim clearly supports this marriage. Our Daxia's Gong would not act dishonorably. The Daxia dynasty valued martial prowess, and the public always admired the Gongs who emerged from the military. As a rising star in recent years, Maxim enjoyed a good reputation, with many willing to support him. ##### Chapter 8. The Wedding. Dorian listened to these words and gave a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Josue was probably rushing back anxiously now, but Dorian had no interest in helping them explain the situation. By not killing the Jorges, Dorian wanted to ease tensions with Joab and make him recognize Dorian's value. If he wanted to develop his own influence, Josue could also be an excellent channel. On the other hand, carrying the burden of murder would inevitably impose restrictions on him. Indeed, I just received news that our esteemed Josue was investigating the Georgiation attempt on Prince Consort Eben in the street, said a middle-aged man with a smile in the crowd. So that's it. Josue would never betray trust or break faith. Our generals from the Great Xia army always keep their promises. Many people began praising Joab, and the conversation naturally shifted to the Georgiation attempt on Dorian. Who exactly are these people? To dare Jorge, a prince consort in broad daylight. If Prince Consort Eben didn't have some skills, he might already be dead. Yes, there must be someone intentionally targeting Josue's residence and our great heroes. An investigation is absolutely necessary. They must not let the mastermind escape unpunished. The middle-aged man continued, speaking with apparent righteousness. His words caught Dorian's attention. Dressed in a Confucian robe, exuding an intellectual aura, Dorian couldn't help but notice that this was no ordinary person. He clearly was a strategist close to Joab, as his words were subtly guiding everyone toward the direction they had planned. Such behavior was too easy to decipher. Feeling Dorian's gaze, the man in the Confucian robe nodded slightly at Dorian without concern for revealing his identity. Inside, he was surprised. This was the first time he had met Dorian. Capturing the Jorges earlier, then immediately recognizing him now, Dorian was indeed not as incapable as their general had described. This young man deserved serious attention. Perhaps he could be a great asset. Soon after, a travel-weary Joab returned to Josue's residence. Seeing his exhausted appearance, everyone believed the earlier explanation. Josue really cares about Dorian. Doing everything personally, he truly sets a good example for us all. Having Josue among us is a blessing for the Great Xia dynasty. Joab hadn't expected such goodwill. His tired look was genuinely caused by the rushed journey. But with these people misunderstanding the situation, he was quite pleased. Glancing around, he exchanged a subtle nod with the man in the Confucian robe before greeting everyone. My apologies to you all. Some matters delayed me, and I apologize for keeping you waiting. There's no need, Josue. We are all very concerned, and will certainly investigate to find the real culprit. Indeed, the fault lies with those behind the scenes, not with Josue. The commoners looked indignant, which only served to elevate Josue's reputation further, making him even more beloved by the people. Joab watched this scene and felt overjoyed, knowing how important public sentiment was. Well, Josue, hurry up and complete the wedding. Delaying the auspicious time would be bad for the newlyweds. Yes. In the hall, Joab's eyes met Dorian's. At this moment, Dorian seemed unfamiliar yet impressive enough to command Joab's respect. After a pause, Joab stepped forward and patted Dorian on the shoulder. Son-in-law, I deeply regret my failure. I did not anticipate these bandits would dare to act so recklessly. My arrangements fell short, nearly causing harm to you. Saying this, Joab wiped away tears, looking sincerely apologetic. Everyone watching found it touching, moved by his genuine display of emotion. Old fox, Dorian thought inwardly but smiled outwardly. Father-in-law, please don't be so upset. It's the fault of those bandits. How can we blame you? Besides, I'm unharmed. Please do not feel guilty. Good boy. Hearing this, Joab felt even guiltier, praising Dorian while wiping away more tears. Dorian comforted him on the side. Watching this father-in-law and son-in-law harmony, the commoners were elated. I said it, Josue cares deeply for Prince Consort Eben. Look at how remorseful he is. Such a heartwarming scene should be recorded and passed down for future generations. Truly moving. Nobles and officials, however, looked puzzled. Could Josue really be this satisfied with his new son-in-law? It seemed they needed to reconsider their attitude. Very well, I won't delay your ceremony anymore. Go ahead and become officially married. Joab patted Dorian's shoulder again, feeling truly satisfied. Dorian hadn't made things difficult for him and even saved face for him, so Joab's attitude. Thinking it through, Joab decided he still needed to handle matters properly. After the ceremony, he must ensure Dorian didn't die easily. Otherwise, his daughter's reputation would be ruined. Whether they had undergone the ceremony or not made a significant difference. With today's wedding unstoppable, he must protect Dorian. Yes, as father-in-law wishes. Seeing Dorian's respectful demeanor, Joab's mood improved, becoming increasingly satisfied with Dorian. Quickly, dressed in red, Natalie entered the hall, a red flower between her and Dorian as they stood together. Truly a match made in heaven. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the parents. Dorian held the red ribbon, bowing slightly to Joab and Connie alongside Natalie. Now, bow to each other. Standing opposite each other, they exchanged glances. Regardless of whether they liked each other or what they thought internally, after this bow, they would be inseparable. Great Xia's laws on marriage were strict. Separation required severe issues or death. After a brief pause, both bowed slightly. The ceremony is complete. Escort them into the bridal chamber. With the officiant's words, they left the hall slowly. Watching this scene, Connie and Joab wore complex expressions. No matter what, their daughter was now married. Whether they liked it or not, the two were bound together. Under these circumstances, they needed to reconsider their attitude toward Dorian. Lord. Tears welled in Connie's eyes as she looked at Joab, full of reluctance. Chapter 9. The bridal chamber conversation. This was her only daughter, now marrying and becoming someone else's wife. Especially to Dorian, whom she had always found unsatisfactory. If he were a descendant of nobility or from the royal family, she would have been much more content. An powerless man naturally held no value in the eyes of these high-ranking families. Which mother wouldn't hope for her daughter to marry well, especially given the significant social stratification now? This already felt like marrying down for their daughter. This led Connie to bitterly blame Joab for the failure of his plans. Joab could only look at his wife helplessly, as the situation was now irreversible. If Dorian were to die, it would greatly damage Natalie's reputation. In other words, he now needed to protect Dorian for a while. As for what would happen later, it all depended on Dorian's capabilities. If he showed no ability, Joab would not hesitate to abandon him. To Joab, the matters concerning the Max residence and the current situation were far more important. That's enough crying. Star Moon will still be with us at home. She won't leave us. As long as she's here, we'll ensure no harm comes to her. Joab consoled Connie, which slightly improved her mood. If Dorian mistreats her, we can take immediate action. As for Shao Conroy, from today's events, he does seem to have some skills. We'll keep observing him. At least at home, we will make sure our daughter isn't made to suffer. Hearing this, Connie gradually regained her composure. Joab watched her and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Of course, he cared deeply about his daughter too. Initially, he hadn't intended for his daughter to be with Dorian, but now, he had no choice. Well, let's prepare for the banquet. Regardless, we must entertain these guests properly, said Joab as he stood up. Though he hadn't prepared for this feast, the guests had already been invited, so appearances had to be maintained. Unexpectedly, they ended up using it. Since Dorian was now a son-in-law without any standing, he wasn't qualified to receive the guests. That responsibility fell squarely on Joab's shoulders. Connie also rose, for as the Duchess of Jethraguo, she also had to greet the guests. These weren't just ordinary guests. They represented the peak of power within the Great Xia dynasty. No one without a title could enter the Max mansion. In the bridal chamber, Dorian looked at Natalie, who sat on the bed, showing an unusual calmness that didn't quite fit her character. Over the past period, Dorian had come to understand Natalie's personality. She was quick to react against injustice, forthright, and direct with her likes and dislikes. Augustine listening to her description, she seemed like a heroine among women, fitting for a female general capable of leading troops to repel enemies. However, this didn't quite match her current demeanor. Normally, Natalie would probably be disdainfully eyeing him rather than sitting there silently. Princess Kirsty, Dorian spoke, wanting to ask about her plans going forward. Sharing the room was something Dorian hadn't even considered, at least not now. Yes. A cool voice responded, and Natalie seemed to stir slightly on the bed. Can we talk? Dorian asked tentatively, unsure of Natalie's thoughts. All right. Natalie nodded, lifting her veil to reveal star-like eyes looking directly at Dorian. His heart raced involuntarily. Natalie indeed matched the rumors. She was breathtakingly beautiful, undoubtedly the top beauty in the great Xia dynasty. Her cold demeanor paired with her striking eyes and military attire made her resemble a goddess of war. What do you want to discuss? Under Dorian's intense gaze, Natalie felt a mix of irritation and embarrassment. I want to know how Princess views this marriage. Or perhaps, what are your thoughts on the future? Dorian recovered and looked seriously at Natalie. This was an important matter for him. I don't know, Natalie replied, surprising Dorian. This didn't seem like the decisive female general. Currently, Natalie appeared more delicate and uncertain. I naturally dislike this arrangement, nor am I satisfied with you. My future husband should be a military hero, worthy of me. Though you have some skill, you aren't the type I imagined. Dorian nodded, understanding Natalie's perspective. She was a princess personally conferred by the Anderson of the Great Xia dynasty, with a prestigious background and incomparable beauty. As a courageous female general, it was natural for her to have high standards for her husband. While he possessed martial prowess, it certainly didn't meet Natalie's criteria. Seeing Dorian accept this calmly, Natalie grew curious. Earlier that afternoon, she had heard about Dorian surviving the ambush during the wedding procession. Capturing the Jorges unscathed didn't align with the profile of an ordinary villager. Furthermore, the Georgiation attempt on her fiancé raised many questions. Recalling the conversations between Dorian and her father over the past 2 days, Natalie began to deduce some truths. A leader of victorious armies wasn't some simple warrior. She was intelligent and strategic. She knew Dorian was a sacrifice, a pawn in her father's grand plans. This realization left Natalie somewhat disappointed in her father's actions. Though she didn't like Dorian, she did not wish an innocent life to be harmed. Therefore, learning Dorian was safe brought her a small sense of relief and curiosity. His performance over the last 2 days indicated he was not an incompetent man. My husband is somehow different, yet still far from satisfying. So, I cannot accept this marriage. But since the ceremony has been performed and our parents have agreed, you are my nominal husband. In the future, we may use the term husband and wife, but you must not interfere in my affairs. Natalie looked earnestly at Dorian, emphasizing the boundaries. Actually, such a marriage suited her as well. Her aspirations lay not in this domestic life. Though she imagined her ideal husband, she desired more a life on the battlefield. Her ultimate goal was always to be a general. Chapter 10. 3 agreements. Military life was what she truly desired. As for marriage, she could let that go. So having a nominal husband would shield her from many proposals and unnecessary troubles. In the future, she could fully devote herself to the battlefield and become a true general. This softened her attitude toward Dorian significantly. As a return, I won't interfere with your affairs or limit your freedom. However, you must not tarnish the Max household name. I will also maintain the image of a good wife, and will not have any improper relations with other men. Once you achieve something significant, if you wish to dissolve this marriage, we can negotiate it. Natalie's stance caught Dorian off guard. She wasn't as aggressive or hostile as he had imagined. Instead, she was calm, understanding, and considerate. This left Dorian unsure of what to say. Natalie gave him sufficient respect, so he naturally wouldn't push his luck. Agreed. Dorian nodded, indicating he had no objections. This time it was Natalie who was surprised. These conditions, while not insulting, were likely hard for any man in this era to accept. Yet, Dorian accepted them calmly. She had clearly underestimated him. Are you not angry? Natalie hesitated, but still asked this question. Not at all. Princess, you didn't treat me condescendingly. I'm quite pleased. At least you've made me feel respected. Respect is mutual. Since the princess respects me so much, I naturally will respect your decisions. Dorian smiled gently, looking seriously at Natalie. Except for their first meeting, when she had been somewhat rude to him, today she showed great respect for his wishes. But that day was also the first time Natalie had learned of his existence. Suddenly finding herself with a husband, it was natural for her to be less than cordial. Reflecting on it now, the princess was mostly very reasonable. Respect is mutual. Natalie murmured to herself, then suddenly looked at Dorian closely. Do you really come from the countryside? These words did not sound like those of an ordinary villager. Natalie felt there was more about him she didn't know. One's character has nothing to do with their background. It's late, princess, you should rest early. There's a separate room outside. I'll rest there. Dorian said this, then stood up and left the room. Watching Dorian leave, Natalie felt even more surprised. This marriage might not be so bad after all. Lying in bed, Dorian couldn't sleep, lost in thought over the events of the day. His crisis seemed temporarily resolved, but in reality, his situation was far from safe. The other dukes might not spare him. Losing the Max support was unacceptable to them. Shifting their anger onto him was only natural. His death wouldn't change Natalie's status, but could sway Joab's position. Dorian wanted to avoid further trouble and needed to develop his own strength as a foundation. Now, with the Xia dynasty facing constant external threats, it was an excellent opportunity to establish himself. Max's residence would be his starting point. He'd need to communicate more with his father-in-law tomorrow. The next morning, when Dorian woke up, several maidservants had already entered the room. Inside, Natalie was already dressed, looking at Dorian. Get dressed. We need to pay respects to father and Natalie. All right. Dorian nodded and swung out of bed. Used to sleeping nude, his upper body was bare. Natalie glanced at him, briefly stunned, then blushed. Pervert. Natalie hurriedly walked out, unable to meet Dorian's eyes. Although a military person, she was a general whom soldiers always treated with utmost respect. No one dared to appear half-naked before her. Outside, Natalie calmed down. Recalling Dorian's muscular physique, she involuntarily slapped her cheeks. This guy really has a nice body. Natalie couldn't help but comment. Over the years, Dorian had continuously practiced martial arts, keeping his body in shape. After acquiring the tyrant body from Jimyu, his physique was nearly perfect and brimming with power, not just muscle for show. He seems pretty strong. I should test his abilities someday. Natalie's eyes sparkled with interest. Being warlike herself, she found Dorian's potential combat skills intriguing. Watching Natalie leave, Dorian felt a bit embarrassed but soon composed himself. Several maidservants surrounded him, staring at him with bright eyes. Your Highness, we'll assist you in dressing. Dorian nodded, and they began dressing him. During this process, he felt uncomfortable as these servants seemed overly bold, touching him freely. He felt hands stroking his waist. I'll dress myself. Dorian quickly stopped them, fleeing to dress himself. Seeing the groom's reaction, the maidservants smiled. They had never encountered a man like Dorian. Normally, the nobles they served tried to take advantage of them. Groom, you're so shy. Different from those foul men, Groom is a real gentleman. But Groom has an amazing body. One servant blushed deeply. Women in the Daxia dynasty were relatively open-minded and dared to speak frankly. Hearing the servants teasing, Dorian felt a shiver run down his spine. Why did he feel like the weak and helpless lamb? Quickly dressed, Dorian stepped out of the room. Ready? Natalie turned back, slightly startled. Dorian's white robe accentuated his well-built frame, even revealing his muscles faintly. After some grooming, his demeanor was also impeccable. Chapter 11. Mutual probing. Dorian, who had just entered the Jethraguel mansion, seemed somewhat different. The saying clothes make the man was certainly true in this case. Dorian's naturally handsome appearance became even more outstanding in formal attire. What's wrong, princess? Seeing Natalie freeze momentarily, Dorian asked, weren't they supposed to quickly offer tea? He had to adhere to these rules carefully. Still not bad. Natalie offered a brief evaluation before saying, let's go. All right. Following Natalie, they arrived at the main hall of the Jethraguel mansion, where Joab and Connie were already waiting. Connie glared at Joab, discontentedly saying, look at what time it is. He still hasn't come to pay respects, and we've been waiting for him. What is this all about? She was already dissatisfied with Dorian, and waiting this long only increased her displeasure. Be patient. After all, this is Dorian's first visit to Jethraguel mansion, and no one has taught him these rules yet. He's naturally unfamiliar. Joab took a sip of tea, having returned to his usual calm demeanor. His mood was tolerable. Yesterday's events had been quite productive. Though Dorian hadn't died as he had hoped, the main objective had been partially achieved. The Jorges, however, were incredibly stubborn, making it difficult to extract information from them. Still, once he got what he needed, he could continue his plans. Why are you suddenly so lenient towards him today? Connie looked at Joab suspiciously, sensing something off. Didn't he also disapprove of Dorian? Though Joab hadn't told her everything, Connie wasn't naive. As the lady of Jethraguel mansion, she was capable and insightful. She knew very well that Joab disapproved of Dorian. Now, this sudden change seemed odd. Just speaking the truth. There's nothing wrong with that. These rules need time for him to learn. Setting too many expectations on him now won't do much good. Joab shook his head slightly, some things he couldn't explain yet. Not everything was clear regarding Dorian's capabilities or luck. If Dorian proved himself useful, Joab wouldn't mind cultivating him into a valuable asset for the Jethraguel mansion. That doesn't feel right. Are you hiding something from me? Connie pressed again, her intuition sharp. She sensed something was amiss. Joab responded helplessly, Kirsty isn't here yet either. She knows these rules. Don't worry. Moreover, it's not time yet. Suddenly, Joab glanced outside, then said, look, they're here. As Joab spoke, Dorian and Natalie slowly entered. At the moment they walked in, Joab felt a momentary daze. For some reason, he found Dorian different. This observation surprised Joab greatly. This boy, it seems we misjudged him, Joab muttered, shaking his head. When Dorian entered, Joab noticed a significant change in his demeanor. He was no longer the simple villager from before. Such a transformation didn't escape the keen eye of the seasoned military man like Joab. It seems our selection process produced an unexpected result. Dorian bowed respectfully, addressing Joab and Connie. Greetings, father-in-law, Natalie-in-law. Then, they respectfully handed tea to Connie and Joab. Good. Joab smiled warmly, accepting the tea without any pretense. Although Connie was unsatisfied with Dorian, her upbringing prevented her from showing her displeasure at that moment. After drinking the tea, Joab prepared to get to the point. Dorian, after joining our Jethraguel mansion, you should be aware of some rules. I understand you grew up in a village and might be unfamiliar with these customs. Therefore, I will invite someone proficient in these matters to teach you. I hope you can learn diligently. Joab spoke in a kindly manner, assuming the role of a caring father-in-law. Understood, father-in-law. Dorian nodded obediently, appearing understanding. Joab, looking at Dorian, felt uncertain. He couldn't gauge Dorian's true nature just yet. His act was impeccable, not inferior to Joab's own. This little fox. Joab coughed, continuing. What are your future plans? Feel free to share with me. Our Jethraguel mansion has considerable resources to help you achieve great things. Natalie looked at her father in surprise. Such a side of him was unfamiliar. Hearing Joab's direct inquiry, Dorian paused to think. What to do? Business or politics were clearly not his choice. In a military family like theirs, his options seemed straightforward. Father-in-law, I wish to join the army. Dorian looked firmly at Joab, determined. Only by enlisting in the military would he find his true path. Join the army? All three of them exchanged strange glances, scrutinizing Dorian. Joab's eyes filled with affirmation. Indeed, it wasn't surprising. After hearing reports from his subordinates, Joab had realized Dorian's martial prowess. A person with such talent would naturally aspire to serve in the military. And the army indeed needed young men with good martial skills. If Dorian grew into a general, commanding troops, it would elevate the status of the Jethraguel mansion. Thus, Dorian's value was substantial, leading Joab to feel optimistic. This move seemed promising. Though they lost a small opportunity, gaining such a talented individual made it worthwhile. Natalie, however, was taken aback by Dorian's decision. She hadn't expected him to choose the military. In their Jethraguel mansion, Dorian could have achieved success in any endeavor. Joining the military was undoubtedly the worst choice. The Great Xia army was known for its strict discipline, leaving no room for favoritism. To gain a position in the army, one must earn it through military achievements. Even the Jethraguel mansion couldn't offer much help in this aspect. Choosing this route was a poor decision. So why did Dorian make this choice? Natalie was puzzled, but refrained from asking directly with her parents present. Chapter 12. Reasons for stirring. Connie looked at Dorian even more in surprise. She was also taken aback that this unremarkable-looking little Conroy would make such a choice. Initially, Connie thought Dorian would choose to live aimlessly within the Jethraguel residence, relying on their wealth and status. After all, the opulence of their household was likely something this poor Conroy had never experienced in his entire life. Yet, he opted for the arduous path of enlisting in the military. Having witnessed Joab's growth firsthand, Connie understood well the dangers involved. Regardless of little Conroy's motivations, this decision certainly earned him respect in Connie's eyes. Very well, your martial skills are commendable, and joining the military is indeed an excellent choice. The Great Xia's external situation isn't stable now, with wars breaking out frequently. For the country, it's a disaster, but for soldiers, it's an opportunity. The Great Xia army values military merit above all else. Without merit, you won't get anywhere. This can be a rare opportunity for you. Joab nodded approvingly. Given the current circumstances, as long as there were wars, Dorian could gain some military merit. While he wouldn't rise instantly, he wouldn't remain just a common soldier either. With Dorian's martial skills, being a vanguard commander was easily within reach. As for becoming a general, mastering military strategy was necessary. That could be addressed later. Then Joab shifted his tone. However, could you tell me why you chose this path? Joab stared intently at Dorian. Upon hearing this, Natalie also turned her gaze towards Dorian, her eyes revealing a mix of emotions. Dorian was caught off guard. He hadn't expected Joab to ask this. He couldn't simply tell Joab that his system task included golden words instructing him. Task 1. Join the Great Xia army and become an honorable soldier. Task reward. A mysterious gift package. This made Dorian very eager. Besides, with his martial prowess and the military strategies stored in his mind, seeking advancement could only be achieved through such a choice. However, explaining it this way would definitely not satisfy Joab. After a moment's contemplation, Dorian had an idea. Suddenly, Dorian's expression turned solemn. Naturally, I wish to share the worries of the Great Xia and serve Kale in battle. Protecting our homeland is every man's aspiration. Hearing this, Joab took Dorian more seriously. Indeed, Dorian's words struck right at his heart. His own reasons for joining the military were similar. His current actions aimed to gain the Emperor's support to facilitate warfare against external threats. His core intentions hadn't changed much. Some matters simply required a different approach. Now, listening to Dorian, something inside him stirred again, causing him to view Dorian more favorably. Seeing Joab's reaction, Dorian knew he had hit the right note. But this wasn't enough. It only altered Joab's perception slightly. What Dorian needed was Joab's support. There's also... Dorian turned his gaze towards Natalie, his eyes softening. No matter what, I am Starlight's husband. How can a husband stand idly by while his wife fights on the battlefield? I also want to train in battle and gain the strength to protect Starlight. These simple words deeply moved Joab. Good. Joab looked at Dorian with approval, unable to resist patting him on the shoulder. Very well done. Really very well done. Joab sighed, acknowledging he might have underestimated Dorian. He hoped little Conroy could indeed live up to these promises. If so, supporting Dorian wouldn't be an issue. Still, the trials weren't over yet. Beside them, Natalie's beautiful eyes gleamed with a hint of emotion. Hearing Dorian's words, she was touched as well. This man isn't as incapable as she initially thought. At least from those words, Natalie sensed Dorian's sincerity. At this moment, her heart was somewhat disordered, a strange feeling brewing within her. Next to her, Connie hummed softly, clearly satisfied. Though little Conroy still had room for improvement, his genuine sentiment was evident. The seriousness in his tone and demeanor didn't seem feigned. But joining the military is easy. Achieving success is difficult. You will need to learn many things over time. Will you endure the hardships? I can. Dorian's expression was resolute. All right, rest now. You must have been tired yesterday. Stay indoors lately, as things outside may be unstable. Joab patted Dorian's shoulder again. Dorian felt the weight on his shoulder and realized how formidable his father-in-law truly was. Of course, a vigorous middle-aged general wouldn't lack strength. Thank you for your reminder, father-in-law. Dorian replied earnestly. Joab's willingness to remind him signified that he was starting to recognize him. Indeed, only with strength could one command respect. Go back now. As Dorian and Natalie left, Joab turned to Connie. What do you think? Still quite promising. His sincerity is noteworthy, but we'll see how far he can go, Connie said nonchalantly. Words were easy, but actions mattered most. Connie wasn't naive. 2 heartfelt sentences wouldn't sway her views. Joab chuckled and left the hall to address the Jorge incident. Dorian and Natalie walked silently together. After hesitating for some time, Natalie finally spoke. Dorian, were your words sincere just now? Dorian nodded without hesitation. Those words came from the heart. For him, it was understandable that Natalie disliked him. He harbored no deep feelings for her either. But as they were married now, whether nominally or otherwise, he should protect Natalie. Not for anything else, but out of responsibility. Only then could his martial pursuits continue. Satisfied with Dorian's answer, Natalie nodded and remained silent, now sensing Dorian's genuine intentions. Shortly after returning, Natalie prepared to practice martial arts. Skills required constant training to prevent rustiness. Just as she was about to leave, she glanced at Dorian. Would you like to join me at the training ground? Caught off guard, Dorian immediately agreed, sure. Note, Conroy has been translated to its English equivalent, maintaining pinion accuracy. Chapter 13. Spear Technique. He had no other thoughts. He simply needed to go to the training ground to hone his martial skills. Even with the system, he could not afford to slack off. He must frequently train himself. Seeing Dorian's decisive attitude, Natalie nodded and led the way. She liked straightforward men, and Dorian's reaction was quite to her liking. As she walked ahead, he couldn't help but admire Natalie's graceful figure. It was undeniable that years of martial practice had given her an explosive beauty combined with a face that could topple kingdoms, making it hard for anyone not to be drawn to her. Upon arriving at the training ground, Natalie began practicing with her long spear while Dorian performed the Overlord Fist before watching her spear exercises. He had also been pondering which weapon he should use. On this matter, he still felt a bit lost. At present, he only knew one set of fist techniques, and he had yet to touch many weapons, requiring more time to learn. As he watched, a small thought flickered in Dorian's mind, as if a little figure were deducing the spear technique within his brain. Task triggered. Imitate Natalie's spear technique and earn her praise. Task reward. Overlord Spear Technique. Dorian's eyes lit up upon seeing the task. It was like a pillow being delivered when one is drowsy. He truly loved this system. Thus, Dorian watched Natalie's spear technique even more intently, engraving it deeply in his memory. After finishing her routine, Natalie paused and inadvertently caught Dorian's intense gaze. Her face stiffened, thinking Dorian was staring at her figure. While her physique was indeed remarkable, it sometimes felt like a burden to her. Feeling Dorian's gaze, Natalie suddenly felt shy and cleared her throat to cover her embarrassment. Lecture. Not focusing on your practice, what are you doing? Natalie glared at Dorian, feigning anger. Startled by her tone, Dorian quickly replied, no, I was just observing your spear technique. I meant no disrespect. Natalie was taken aback by his response, not expecting him to say that. So, what did you learn? She asked, her gaze fixed on him, curious to hear his answer. I learned some. Would you like me to demonstrate for Princess? Dorian was waiting for precisely this moment, and immediately looked at Natalie earnestly. Sure, she agreed with a nod. If Dorian said so, she wouldn't refuse. She didn't believe he could have learned anything in such a short time. While she knew she was very attractive, she disliked dishonest people. Such people always made her skeptical. Then come forward. Natalie handed her spear to Dorian. Upon receiving it, Dorian's expression grew serious as he recalled the spear technique Natalie had demonstrated. Soon, his eyes focused, and he began to perform the movements. At first, Natalie watched indifferently, but soon her gaze turned serious. Dorian was indeed performing the spear technique, exactly the set she had just shown. Though there were some awkward moments and flaws, his performance left her slightly surprised. Could Dorian have memorized most of her technique in such a short time? His memory was quite impressive. After all, he had only seen it once, yet managed to replicate much of it, indicating he had talent. This observation sparked thoughts in Natalie's mind. However, there were still many flaws. First, Dorian was clearly a beginner in spear techniques, not adept at handling the weapon. Also, he lacked understanding of its nuances, merely imitating her moves, which wasn't enough. After finishing his demonstration, Dorian eagerly looked at Natalie and asked, how was it? Feeling his expectant gaze, Natalie coldly remarked, not bad, but there are still significant flaws. This is your first time practicing with a spear, right? Yes, it's my first time. There are many things I don't understand yet. Dorian scratched his head while hearing the system's prompt. Ding. Task completed. Reward issued. Please check, host. But Dorian had no time to check as Natalie approached him. I'll teach you how to practice with a spear, she said seriously. Dorian looked at her, somewhat flustered, wondering why she offered. Princess this? Don't refuse. If you wish to join the military, you must know how to use weapons. You can't fight barehanded. Spear is the most common weapon. Mastering it is essential. My father certainly has no time to teach you, but my spear technique isn't bad, so teaching you shouldn't be a problem. Natalie was sincere. If Dorian wanted to join the military, these skills were indispensable. Regardless of the reasons, she didn't want him to die on the battlefield. Seeing Natalie's seriousness, Dorian naturally accepted her offer. Alright, thank you, Princess. No need for formalities. First, let's cover the basics of spear techniques. Thrusting, stabbing, sweeping, deflecting, blocking, seizing, twisting, lifting, pressing, splitting, collapsing, and spinning. These are the foundational moves. Each one is crucial, never to be skipped. Natalie demonstrated each move for Dorian to aid his learning. Dorian watched attentively, committing everything to memory. Secondly, I noticed your grip on the spear has issues. Find the posture that suits you best, not just mimicking mine. Additionally, your strength isn't weak, and your foundation is solid. You won't have balance issues, so focus on these basic moves. They will be your next direction for practice. Once you master them, any technique will be easy to grasp. Stopping, Natalie handed the spear back to Dorian, signaling him to begin. Dorian nodded, took a deep breath, and started practicing the foundational moves while simultaneously absorbing the information about the Overlord Spear technique. The Overlord Spear technique, made famous by Jimyu, is fierce and can only be learned by those possessing the Overlord Constitution. It consists of 13 moves. Do you accept? Yes. After Dorian chose, a warm current flowed into his body. Soon, he felt a deeper understanding of spear techniques. While receiving the Overlord Spear technique, he reinforced his understanding of the basic moves. Chapter 14. Astonishing Talent. This made Dorian handle the spear in his hand with much greater ease. His spear techniques became smoother, transitioning from initially having a semblance of form to now flowing effortlessly. He could feel that his control over the spear was gradually improving. Given some more time, he was confident he would master this weapon. The Overlord Spear technique offered Dorian a very unique experience, and under such circumstances, he couldn't help but want to give it a try. However, Natalie was watching from the side. If he directly performed a complete set of mature spear techniques, it might easily raise suspicion. He had just claimed that he had never handled a spear before. Performing even a single technique could mislead Natalie. Therefore, he continued practicing these basic moves diligently. Natalie, however, noticed that Dorian's movements were becoming increasingly adept. No matter which basic move he practiced, he performed them effortlessly, leading her to doubt her own judgment. It hadn't been that long, just half an hour since she began instructing him. How had Dorian become so proficient already? Even though there were still some flaws, these could be attributed to practice time. At least in broad strokes, Dorian was doing fine. Could he be one of those once-in-a-millennium geniuses born for martial arts? Natalie muttered to herself, realizing that Dorian truly had exceptional talent in martial arts. In just half an hour, he had mastered the basics of the spear techniques so fluently. When she was acclaimed as a martial prodigy, it took her more than half a month to reach such proficiency. This Dorian. Natalie didn't know how to describe it, but indeed needed to reassess her husband. Perhaps the military really suits him. After another 15 minutes, Dorian stopped practicing and looked at Natalie. Very good. Your talent is something I've never seen before in my life. You are indeed well suited for the military, Natalie said admiringly. Thank you for your praise, Dorian smiled, appreciating Natalie's compliments. Beauty attracts admiration. If possible, Dorian would also want to win over his wife. You must continue practicing your spear techniques. The set I taught you may not be suitable for you, so I'll try to find a set that fits you better, Natalie said earnestly. Sure, thank you, princess. Dorian appreciated Natalie's goodwill. Learning new spear techniques wouldn't be bad, and using his new techniques later could be explained as self-developed. That's fine. Let me teach you what I've taught you today. Learning more can only be beneficial. Natalie remained somewhat aloof, but her actions surprised Dorian. In the morning, Dorian's rapid progress stunned Natalie several times. At this rate, he could soon catch up to some military commanders. Have you really never handled a spear before? Natalie asked again, still finding it hard to believe. Today is my first time. Having seen spear techniques before didn't count, did it? Natalie nodded, leaving the training ground without further comment. Dorian, intrigued by the weapons, tried out various ones. Once no one was around, he began practicing the Overlord spear technique. By the end, he was drenched in sweat. The technique was indeed energy-consuming. He needed to improve his stamina. Otherwise, on the battlefield, he wouldn't have much time to recover strength. Phew, this mysterious gift package is really exciting. However, joining the military would probably take time, especially with matters involving the princes and Kyoto unresolved. For now, he could only wait in Jethraguo Palace. During lunch, both Joab and Connie treated him differently. After the meal, Joab casually asked Natalie, I heard you two were practicing spear techniques in the training ground today? Natalie nodded. Father, Dorian has outstanding martial talent. I believe he is a natural-born general. Oh, why do you say that? Joab perked up. His daughter had high standards, so Dorian must be extraordinary to earn such praise. This morning, Natalie recounted the events. Joab fell silent after listening. A person who had never touched a spear could learn the 13 basic moves in just half an hour. A remarkable talent indeed. I think we should find him a suitable spear technique to practice intensively. On the battlefield, he will surely achieve great things, Natalie said seriously. Joab pondered for a moment before nodding. I underestimated him. Hopefully, he will accomplish something great. Then, Joab left it unsaid, but the implication was clear. That afternoon, Natalie brought Dorian a new set of spear techniques. This set is called Breaking Array Spear Technique. It's a private technique of Jethraguo Palace, obtained from an enemy by my father years ago. It's perfect for battle and should suit you. Natalie appeared tired. The Jethraguo Palace library was vast, and Joab had misplaced the technique. Natalie spent her entire noon searching for it. Seeing her state, Dorian felt touched. He appreciated her effort. Thank you, princess. No need for formalities. Call me by my name. Natalie waved and sat down to watch Dorian study the new technique. Dorian opened the manual and began studying it. With his excellent memory, he quickly grasped the moves and started practicing. With prior experience, Dorian learned the breaking array technique quickly. Soon, he was executing it with impressive power. Outside the training ground, Joab watched approvingly. Starlight didn't exaggerate. Dorian's martial talent is indeed remarkable. He's definitely capable of achieving great things. Joab thought about letting Dorian join the military sooner. He could take him to see real battles next time to establish military achievements faster. Joab pondered and decided to start making arrangements. Chapter 15. The Imperial Study. An hour later, in the Imperial Study of the palace, Joab stood respectfully to one side, watching Anderson Adele go through the memorials. The entire Imperial Study was silent, with only the occasional sound of him reviewing the documents. How are things progressing? After a long while, Adele finally spoke, his gaze turning toward Joab. He was somewhat disappointed with Joab's performance this time, but forgave the failure, considering Joab was his most trusted minister. The Jorges are all under interrogation, but they're stubborn and won't talk. It will take some time to break them, Joab replied respectfully. As for the guy, everything is quiet. There has been no movement from his side. Is he really that calm? Adele was surprised. Given the situation, could Grimes remain seated so calmly? His men had failed entirely, Dorian had emerged unscathed and successfully married, and his interest would suffer considerable losses. And now that the Jorges were captured, even if Grimes didn't fully understand the specifics, he should realize that he was being targeted by the Emperor and the Duke of Jethrog. In such a situation, Grimes remained composed. It seemed Adele had underestimated the so-called guy. These old veterans still had their ways. Outsmarting them indeed required thorough planning. He's the guy after all. Now that he's realized the problem, he naturally won't act rashly. He must be planning something at home. Joab shook his head slightly. He was wary of Grimes as an opponent. This had been the perfect opportunity to catch Grimes off guard when anger clouded his judgment. They had a chance to outmaneuver him, but unfortunately, the plan failed. This made Grimes aware of the threat, and naturally, he would be on his guard. Moving forward, dealing with Grimes would require more time and effort. But this world is still mine. If I want him dead, he must die, Adele said coolly, looking at Joab. His meaning was clear. He must die. For your majesty's grand cause, he has no choice, Joab quickly responded, understanding the implied warning. This wasn't just about stating facts. It was also a reminder that ultimate authority rested with Adele. If the ruler commanded death, the subject had no option but to comply. Interrogate them using any means necessary. Just make them talk. I must strike. Otherwise, those old foxes will mock me, Adele said, his eyes narrowing with resolve. To him, this was entirely his plan, and failure would damage his reputation, especially since those veterans were closely watching him. His position was never secure. Yes, your majesty. Joab nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the task. Your son-in-law, how is he? If you're unsatisfied, I can issue an order to annul the marriage, Adele inquired after Joab, turning to personal matters. Adele cared deeply about Natalie, a female general. She was no less remarkable than the legendary military geniuses of the past, and he couldn't afford her getting into trouble. In future wars, Natalie would be indispensable. Since it's settled, I won't retract my word. Besides, it wouldn't be good for Kirsty's reputation. An imperial order might also stir controversy, so there's no need for that, your majesty, Joab replied, skillfully avoiding discussing Dorian too much. There was still uncertainty, and overhyping Dorian could lead to unintended thoughts from Adele. In that case, let the Duke of Jethrog decide. Adele left it at that, but he already sensed that Dorian possessed some capabilities. Only someone capable would have changed Joab's mind. According to yesterday's report, Dorian seemed quite skilled in martial arts. He'd consider assigning Dorian to the army to see how he performed. Adele didn't rely solely on Joab's reports. He had spies investigating further. What are Dorian's aspirations? If he wants a position, I can grant him one. After all, I never neglect rewarding loyal subjects, Adele asked. Joab hesitated, then said, I've asked him, and he says he wants to join the military and serve your majesty. Is that so? I remember he's quite adept in martial arts. Let him join the army. Surely the Duke of Jethrog won't mind? Adele became interested. Knowing the emperor well, Joab knew that serving personally impressed Adele far more than mere loyalty to the state. Control over the military was always a sensitive issue for him. As emperor, controlling the military was paramount. Due to past struggles, much of the army fell into the hands of aristocrats. Only the capital's imperial Dimitris were firmly under Adele's control. The rest retained ties to aristocratic families, especially the several dukes who controlled significant forces. Their recent plans aimed to seize control of the military, starting with the guy. With Joab now aligned with him, Adele didn't mind involving more of Joab's people as long as they lacked aristocratic backgrounds. Joab saw an opportunity and said, Of course, I'm willing. Shao Conroy shows great martial talent. As a vanguard, he would do well. Next time Kirsty goes on campaign, I want him to accompany her. 1. It's a good experience, and 2. He can look after Kirsty. Hingran looked at Joab with surprise, now understanding the significance. It seems the Duke of Jethrog values Dorian greatly. If so, I won't neglect him. If he can establish military merit, I'll reward him. But remember, the merit must be genuine. You know how I despise deceit. Of course I wouldn't dare. However, Joab wore a hesitant expression, seemingly troubled by something. What's troubling you? Adele probed. The recruitment period is over. Even if I wanted him to join the army, it's difficult without invoking favors, which might displease your majesty. Moreover, the guy and others are watchful. I fear they won't let it pass easily. Chapter 16. A group of useless individuals. If they attempt to whore again, they might employ even more formidable Jorges. As a son-in-law of the imperial family, I am also in danger. Joab said helplessly. He could arrange for Dorian to join the army, but this decision would certainly displease Bert. He had been considering how to propose it when unexpectedly, Kale asked about it today, giving him the perfect opportunity to request it smoothly. Bert paused for a moment, and suddenly he understood Joab's intent. You are indeed clever, wanting me to issue an edict personally. Your subject knew there was no way to hide anything from your majesty. Joab immediately flattered, which pleased Bert greatly. Very well, I will personally issue an edict for him to enter the military. This can be considered a safeguard for him. But whether he can make good use of this safeguard depends on his own abilities. And whether you can obtain any information this time depends on you. Bert stared at Joab. To gain benefits, one must pay the corresponding price. Now that Dorian held no value, his intentions naturally fell on Joab. If Joab could handle the matter concerning Daryl, everything would be simple. After all, only Daryl was involved in the Georgiation of Dorian. Other dukes were still watching. Or perhaps they saw something and did not dare act rashly. Only Daryl, with his explosive temper, was provoked into making the wrong choice and probably regrets it now. Your subject understands and will certainly handle this matter properly, Joab said solemnly. Even if Dorian became just a common soldier by imperial edict, it was enough and more legitimate than Joab assigning him himself. Very well, dismissed. Your subject takes his leave. After Joab left, a white-haired elder appeared beside Bert. Your Majesty, Josue has his own calculations. Bert smiled faintly. Of course, everyone has their desires. If he didn't have his own plans, I wouldn't dare use him. But he is quite smart and loyal to me. It's necessary to give such talents some benefits. As Bert, he naturally understood these matters. However, benefits and loyalty must be interconnected. If he gave nothing to Joab, how could Joab remain loyal? Compared to old-timers like Daryl, he still valued Joab highly. As long as Joab did not betray him, he would not mistreat him. He wasn't the type of emperor who abandons his ministers once their utility ends. It's good that your majesty has calculated this. Do I need to keep an eye on Josue's residence? Not necessary. Josue is now one of ours. We must trust him to accomplish big things. After leaving the study, Joab sighed with relief. The problem was solved. Next, he needed to get the Jorges to talk. Half an hour later, in the prison, Joab angrily smashed a cup and coldly said, "Useless. All of you are useless. You can't even handle such a small task. After a whole day, you haven't extracted a single word. What's the point of having you around?" Joab was seething. These incompetent fools couldn't extract any useful information after so long. Kale wouldn't give him much time. Once too much time passed, Daryl would be prepared, making things harder for Joab. If Kale's plan failed, he would also suffer consequences. Thinking of this, Joab broke out in a cold sweat and then said coldly, "I'll give you one more night. Tomorrow, I expect results. Otherwise, you won't leave here alive." These interrogators broke out in a cold sweat at his words. Joab wasn't joking. They really needed to work faster. "My lord, these men are extremely stubborn. We've tried every method of torture, but it's useless. They're like rocks, extremely hard-mouthed." One of them lamented. "We've used every method, even folk interrogation techniques, but to no avail. These fellows are incredibly stubborn. These guys are unprecedented in our years of experience. Do whatever it takes to get them to talk. Only then can you save yourselves. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Joab didn't bother saying more. He could only give them this ultimatum. Then, he returned to Josue's residence. Meanwhile, at Daryl's residence, Grimes was anxiously waiting for news, looking grim. He realized that this was a trap set against him, aimed to take action against him by the Anderson. Now he wanted to know how to handle the situation. Whatever it took, he must prevent the Anderson from targeting him. "Joab, you really set a trap for this, Duke. This isn't over yet," Grimes muttered, but knew he must resolve the immediate trouble first. The door opened, and a young man who looked somewhat like Grimes entered. It was his son, Otto, currently a Middle Conroy commander. He reached this position with Grimes's assistance, but proved his capabilities. Among the triumphant returnees, he was one of them. Grimes always wanted to marry Otto to Natalie, hoping to stabilize their Duke residence with the support of Josue's new power. But Joab surprisingly married Natalie to a villager. More importantly, it was part of a scheme against Daryl. Not only did he fall for it, but the Georgiation also failed, leading to a humiliating defeat. For your plans, you even married your daughter to a villager. That's quite a sacrifice, Grimes reflected. Realizing this was unexpected for Joab as well. Initially, Joab cursed his people for incompetence. If not for Dorian's performance, Joab would find it hard to accept this. "Father," Otto respectfully looked at Grimes, a hint of gloom in his eyes. For him, it was also a challenging time. Regardless of Daryl's sake, Otto truly loved Natalie. On the battlefield, Otto was captivated by Natalie's elegance, swearing to marry her. Chapter 16. A group of useless people. If they attempt to whore again, they might send even more formidable Jorges. As a prince's son-in-law, I may also be in danger. Joab spoke helplessly. He could arrange for Dorian to join the military, but it would surely upset Jethrogogon. He was considering how to bring up the topic when the emperor asked about it today, allowing him to make his request under this pretext. At such a time, Kale would surely not refuse. That is indeed a problem," said Jethrogogon, who then suddenly understood Joab's intention after a moment's thought. "You are quite clever, wanting me to issue an imperial edict personally, right? Your subject knew he couldn't hide anything from your majesty," Joab immediately flattered, much to Jethrogogon's satisfaction. "Very well, I will issue an edict for him to join the military, providing some protection. However, whether he can make good use of this protection depends on his own ability, and it also depends on what you find out this time." Jethrogogon stared at Joab, knowing that receiving favors came at a cost. Now, since Dorian had little value, he planned to leverage Joab. If Joab successfully handled the Guy Country affair, everything would be much easier. After all, only the Guy Country was involved in Dorian's Georgiation. The other dukes were merely watching, or didn't dare act upon what they suspected. Only the short-tempered guy acted rashly, and now regrets it immensely. "I understand. I will handle this matter properly," Joab said solemnly. Even with the imperial decree, Dorian would just be a common soldier, but this arrangement seemed fairer than transferring him privately. "All right, you may leave. Your subject takes my leave." After Joab left, an elderly man with white hair appeared beside Jethrogogon. "Your Majesty, Josue has his own calculations." Jethrogogon smiled faintly. "That's normal. Everyone has desires. If he didn't have his own schemes, I wouldn't dare use him. He is smart enough and loyal to me. It's necessary to give such talent some benefits." Jethrogogon was clear about these matters, but loyalty and benefits must go hand in hand. If he offered nothing to Joab, why would Joab remain loyal? Thus, compared to those old men like the guy, Jethrogogon valued Joab more. As long as Joab did not betray him, he would not let Joab down. He wasn't an emperor who discarded his ministers once their usefulness ended. "It's good that your majesty understands. Do you still need me to keep an eye on Josue's residence?" "There's no need. Now Josue is our ally, and we must trust him if we want to achieve great things." Relieved, Joab left the imperial study hall. Finally resolving this issue, he turned his attention to getting information from the Jorges. Half an hour later, in the prison cell, Joab angrily smashed a cup, coldly saying, "Worthless. You're all a bunch of worthless people. You can't handle such a small task. You've wasted a whole day without extracting any information. What good are you?" Enraged, Joab felt pressured. If he delayed too long, the guy would prepare better defenses, making it harder for him to counteract. The emperor's plan failing would also mean dire consequences for him. Thinking this, Joab broke into a cold sweat and coldly commanded, "I'll give you one last night. Tomorrow, I must know something, or else you won't walk out alive either." The interrogators trembled in fear. Joab was serious. They had to work faster. "Your Excellency, these guys are stubborn. We've tried every punishment method known to us, but none worked. They're as obstinate as stones," an interrogator added dejectedly. They'd used every possible torture method, including those used in the commoners' courts, yet achieved nothing. Such hardened individuals were rare, even to experienced torturers. Do whatever it takes to make them talk. Only by doing so can you save yourselves. Otherwise, you know the consequences, Joab stated curtly, having no real solution except issuing strict orders. Returning to his residence, Joab pondered further steps. Meanwhile, at the guy's mansion, Grimes waited anxiously, looking grim. Realizing this was a trap set by the Emperor, Grimes sought ways to protect himself. Mr. Joab, you really set up a trap for me. This isn't over, Grimes muttered, knowing he had to prevent the Emperor from using him as a scapegoat. The door opened, and his son Otto walked in, a promising young commander whose rise was partly due to his father's influence. However, Otto showed genuine talent, proven in his recent victory. Grimes hoped Otto's marriage to Natalie would strengthen their family ties with the new power base, the Jethragon family. Unbelievably, Joab had arranged for Natalie to marry a villager, which was part of a scheme targeting the Yin family. For your own scheme, you sacrificed your daughter by marrying her off to a villager. You're willing to pay a heavy price, Grimes thought, feeling blindsided. Father. Otto addressed him respectfully, a shadow crossing his eyes. For Otto, this period had been challenging. Regardless of the Yin family's fate, he loved Natalie deeply, captivated by her on the battlefield. He vowed never to marry anyone but her. Chapter 17. Uninvited guests. In his mind, he was already a middle commander. Although Natalie was a lower Yanko, the position was not far from his reach. With the support of the Xylan's household, it was certain that he could achieve this goal, perhaps even become an upper Yanko. He was confident in his own talents. Furthermore, both families were prestigious, making them well-matched. A union between such accomplished individuals would seem destined by heaven. After returning, Natalie's reputation had reached its zenith, making her an even more desirable match. This was not just his wish, but the desire of the entire Xylan's household. Marrying Natalie would bring him immense benefits, combining the strengths of the two Duke households and securing his future. Plus, he genuinely liked Natalie and intended to have his father propose on his behalf. Gil was more than willing. The Xylan's household had seen some decline over the years, and an alliance with the Duke of Jethragon State's household promised countless advantages. Unexpectedly, Joab suddenly married off his daughter to a rustic villager and swiftly completed the wedding, catching everyone off guard. Initially, Gil believed Joab's claim about wanting his daughter to repay a kindness. However, upon reflection, Gil felt something was amiss. This did not align with Joab's character, hinting at a deeper scheme. Perhaps Joab wanted to remain neutral and avoid their disputes, leading to this drastic action. Gil initially hesitated to take action against Dorian, but finally consented after much pleading from Otto. Considering the benefits and seeing no harm in maintaining neutrality, Gil agreed. However, the Georgiation attempt failed, with all Jorges captured. More troubling, Gil learned that Joab spent the day of the grand wedding inside the Chinching Palace. Even if he reacted slower, the situation was still clear. This wasn't Joab marrying off his daughter. It was a trap, targeting the Xylan's household in a grand conspiracy. Realizing this, Gil broke out in cold sweat, aware of the serious consequences. With the Jorges captured alive, any confession would end his career. Though the men were loyal, there was no guarantee they wouldn't break under interrogation. What did you find out? Gil asked. Otto had been sent to gather information while Gil remained hidden. Nothing major yet. The captives are tight-lipped, but it's only a matter of time, Otto replied cautiously. That's fine. As long as they haven't confessed, we still have a chance to prepare. Blame it on Joab's misjudgment. Gil's eyes flashed with determination. He planned to eliminate the Jorges, ensuring they couldn't speak. Dead men tell no tales. What do you plan to do, father? Otto asked, seething inwardly. Losing Natalie to a villager was unbearable. Despite being married, he refused to give up hope. You don't need to worry. Go visit the Duke of Jethragon State's household to buy us time. I will handle this end. Gil shook his head, not disclosing his full plan. It was crucial that he personally oversee this critical task. Understood. Otto nodded, never questioning Gil's decisions. Preparing a lavish gift, he headed for the Duke of Jethragon State's household. En route, he felt conflicted but thought Natalie would surely not treat Dorian kindly due to her cold demeanor. If only Dorian died, maybe there was still hope. Otto is here, announced the servant. Everyone, including Connie, looked puzzled but intrigued. Connie, who favored Otto, instructed to welcome him despite feeling somewhat regretful. Joab glanced at Dorian before speaking. Dorian, remember to maintain your composure. Otto is the Xylan's son. Understanding the implicit warning, Dorian realized the Xylan might be behind the attacks on him. Otto's visit was anything but innocent. Meanwhile, Blasio, Natalie's trusted maid, whispered to Dorian. Otto is a relentless admirer. He often visits the house like a stubborn sticker plaster, but Miss doesn't like him. She just can't outright refuse him, Blasio added. Hearing this, Dorian pondered if Natalie had instructed Blasio, or if she shared these sentiments independently. Either way, it deepened his curiosity. Before he could think further, Otto entered. Observing him, Dorian noted his refined appearance and military poise. Otto, pay my respects to the Duke of Jethragon State and Lady Morong. Otto, what brings you here? Joab asked casually, hiding any suspicion. Just dropping by to see Sister Star Moon and deliver some gifts, Otto replied politely. However, this statement sounded different to Dorian. After all, Dorian and Natalie were already officially married, and this fact was widely known. ####Chapter 18, Confrontation. Logically and emotionally, Otto should not have spoken such words, as they could easily lead to misunderstandings. Especially with the way he addressed things and spoke of friendship, it was clear he did not intend to let this go. Moreover, ever since entering, Otto had deliberately ignored Dorian, not mentioning Dorian's marriage to Natalie at all. Normally, if he were here, it would only be to congratulate them on the wedding. Trouble is brewing, Dorian's eyes narrowed, instantly understanding Otto's intentions. Joab didn't react. He wanted to see how Dorian would handle this. Before Dorian could speak, Otto approached Natalie, ignoring Dorian, and looked at Natalie with tender affection, saying, "Kirsty sister, this is a gold hairpin I bought from a merchant." As he spoke, Otto opened the box in his hand, revealing an exquisitely crafted gold hairpin inside. The craftsmanship was top-notch, even surpassing some hairpins worn by concubines in the imperial palace. However, giving a married Gigi a gold hairpin, this action alone made Dorian want to take immediate action. He gave Otto a cold stare, clearly seeing it as a blatant provocation. Natalie remained unperturbed, neither accepting nor rejecting the gift, leaving Otto hanging. Dorian suddenly understood Natalie and Joab's intentions. This was a test, and it had come quickly. "The hairpin is nice, Nellie, come here." As Dorian spoke, Otto was startled to find that the gold hairpin in the box had vanished. Turning around, he saw Dorian holding it. Otto was puzzled by how fast Dorian had moved, but then realized Dorian was counterattacking. "Prince Consort, what do you need me for?" Nellie walked over respectfully, a playful smile on her face, guessing what Dorian intended. "Here, it's yours. The craftsmanship is indeed exceptional." Dorian handed the hairpin to Nellie with a smile. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting Dorian to be so direct. Natalie found Dorian's actions intriguing. Joab watched with interest, finding the scene amusing. Muru Akil looked displeased, feeling Dorian was disrespectful for daring to confront Otto directly. "Do you dare?" Otto, realizing this, immediately glared at Dorian and Nellie. Nellie glanced at Dorian, then at Natalie, and smiled. "Thank you, Prince Consort." With that, she reached out to take the hairpin, boldly challenging Otto. Otto was shocked that this servant girl dared to accept the hairpin, openly humiliating him. Thinking about it, Otto tried to snatch it back, but another hand firmly grabbed his wrist, immobilizing him. "You?" Otto stared at Dorian, knowing Dorian was skilled, but being completely restrained like this was unexpected. "Let go," Otto said coldly, watching the hairpin reach Nellie's hands, which made him increasingly anxious. "Why? The son of Lord Franco, are you going back on your word?" "What word? Didn't you give the hairpin yourself? Now you want it back?" "This was for Kirsty's sister. What right do you have to give it to someone else? Besides, she's just a servant girl. Why should she deserve it?" Otto nearly blurted out something unpleasant, but stopped to maintain a good impression on Natalie. "Now, don't you agree? If you gave it to Kirsty, isn't it now mine? I naturally have the right to decide its fate, don't you think?" Dorian smirked, applying slight pressure without letting go. "Besides, Nellie is Kirsty's personal maid. They're close like sisters. What's wrong with giving her a hairpin?" Hearing this, Nellie nodded, siding with Dorian. Seeing this, Otto became furious. He'd never encountered such shameless behavior, making him seethe with anger, wishing he could strangle Dorian. But Dorian's strength left him helpless. Joab, watching this, smiled more broadly, amused by Otto's poor handling of the situation without any interference from Dorian. Natalie watched silently, showing no visible emotion. "Even if it's for Kirsty's sister, what gives you the right to dispose of it? Who are you anyway? What's your standing here?" Otto's face turned pale, his anger bubbling up. "I'm Kirsty's husband, don't you think, Nellie?" "Of course, the prince consort is the princess's husband. Didn't you know, Mr. Otto?" Nellie played along, feigning surprise. Dorian liked Nellie's assistance and smiled, appreciating her support. Well, Otto was speechless. He had almost forgotten Dorian was Natalie's husband. He'd subconsciously avoided facing this fact, but it remained true. This realization silenced Otto for a moment, even forgetting the pain in his wrist. Muru Akil frowned, sensing something off about Otto. She found him different and somewhat repulsive, noticing his pretense of gentility, which was not genuine. Previously, Muru Akil had liked Otto, but now she was skeptical. She finally intervened. "Dorian, please release Mr. Otto. This is unbecoming." "Yes, mother-in-law," Dorian complied, letting go of Otto. Muru Akil appeared satisfied, appreciating Dorian's respect, improving her attitude toward him. Realizing this, Otto ignored his aching wrist and focused on Natalie, seeking her stance. He needed her to voice her thoughts. By any standard of sentiment and reason, Otto should not have said such things. It was easy to be misunderstood. Especially with his particular way of addressing and expressing affection, it was clear he had no intention of letting the matter drop. Moreover, from the moment he entered, Otto deliberately ignored Dorian and made no mention of Dorian and Natalie's wedding. In theory, if he came here now, it could only be to congratulate them on their marriage. The visitor does not bear good intentions. Dorian's eyes narrowed as he instantly understood Otto's intent. Joab, hearing this, did not prepare to speak up. He wanted to see how Dorian would handle the situation. Before Dorian could say anything, Otto approached Natalie, ignoring Dorian and gazing at her with tender affection, saying, "Kirsty's sister, this is a golden hairpin I purchased from a merchant." As he spoke, Otto opened the box in his hand, revealing a beautifully crafted golden hairpin inside. Such exquisite craftsmanship was undoubtedly top-notch, even surpassing some of the hairpins worn by imperial consorts. However, giving a married Gigi a golden hairpin, this act alone could provoke Dorian to take action directly. Dorian shot Otto a cold glance. This was outright provocation. Natalie remained composed, neither accepting nor rejecting the gift but leaving Otto hanging. Dorian sensed something. He began to understand Natalie and Joab's intent. This was a test, and it had come quickly. "Nice hairpin. Adley, come over," Dorian said. As his voice fell, Otto realized the hairpin in the box had vanished. Turning around, he saw it was already in Dorian's hand. When did this happen? Otto was taken aback by Dorian's speed, so fast that he hadn't even noticed. But then he realized, this was Dorian's counterattack. "Prince Consort, what can I do for you?" Blazy bowed respectfully, a hint of mischief on her face. She had a rough idea of what this Prince Consort planned to do. "I'll give it to you. The craftsmanship is indeed excellent." Dorian handed the hairpin to Blazy with a smile. Everyone froze, not expecting Dorian to be so direct. Natalie's eyes twinkled, finding Dorian's actions more interesting. Joab, though silent, watched with keen interest, finding the scene intriguing. He couldn't wait to see how Dorian would continue. Meanwhile, Connie watched, disapproving. She thought Dorian ungrateful, daring to challenge Otto. You dare? Otto reacted sharply, coldly barking out, his eyes darting between Dorian and Blaze. Blaze glanced at Dorian, then at Natalie, before smiling. Thank you, Prince Consort, she said, reaching out to grab the hairpin. Otto was stunned. He hadn't expected this little maid to actually accept the hairpin. It was a blatant slap in the face. His items were not so easily obtained. With that thought, Otto immediately tried to snatch it back, but his hand was tightly gripped by another, rendering him immobile. You? Otto looked at Dorian. He knew Dorian was skilled, but to grip him so tightly and prevent him from moving was unusual. Let go, Otto demanded coldly, growing more anxious as he saw the hairpin slipping into Blaze's possession. What? The son of Lord Franco, planning to go back on his word? Go back on my word about what? Otto didn't quite grasp Dorian's meaning. Aren't you trying to take back the hairpin you just gave? This is for Kirsty's sister. On what grounds are you giving it to someone else? Moreover, she's just a lowly maid. What merit or ability does she possess? Otto nearly let slip some harsh words but stopped himself, hoping to leave a good impression on Natalie. Well then, since you gave it to Kirsty, isn't it mine to dispose of? Don't you think so? Dorian looked at Otto, smirking slightly while maintaining a firm grip. Besides, Blaze is Kirsty's personal maid. They're close like sisters. Giving her a hairpin, what's wrong with that? Blaze nodded in agreement, clearly siding with Dorian. Seeing this, Otto was furious. He had never met such a shameless individual. This made him extremely angry, wishing to eliminate Dorian right then. But Dorian's strength held him firmly, preventing any retaliation. Beside him, Joab's smile widened. Otto's incompetence was glaringly obvious. Dorian hadn't used any tricks, yet Otto was already at a disadvantage. Natalie watched quietly, her expression unchanged. Even if it's given to Kirsty's sister, what right do you have to dispose of it? Who are you? What authority do you have? Otto's face turned pale with rage, revealing his true colors. Naturally, I'm Kirsty's husband. What do you think, Blaze? Of course, Prince Consort is Princess Kirsty's husband. Did Jaren Otto not know? Blaze played along, looking astonished at Otto. Dorian was pleased. He liked this maid. Her support was genuine. Smiling, he continued. This? Otto fell silent, realizing he had almost forgotten Dorian was indeed Natalie's husband. His reluctance to acknowledge this fact had made him overlook it, but now reality hit him hard. This left Otto momentarily forgetful of the pain in his hand. Connie, watching all this, frowned. She felt Otto was vastly different from before. His current behavior repulsed her. She wasn't stupid. She could tell Otto was putting on an act of being refined and gentlemanly. He wasn't truly so, and she had liked him for his character before. Now. Still, Connie said, Dorian, release Jaren Otto. This behavior is inappropriate. Yes, Natalie-in-law. Dorian complied, loosening his grip on Otto. Connie's expression softened. Dorian respected her enough to comply, which improved her attitude toward him. Such a son-in-law, she liked. At that moment, Otto regained his senses. Ignoring the pain in his wrist, he looked at Natalie. What mattered most was Natalie's stance. He needed her to verbalize her thoughts. Chapter 19. Loss of composure. Only then would Otto be temporarily disheartened. Kirsty, I know you don't want to marry him, right? You like me, don't you? Otto eagerly looked at Natalie, anxiously awaiting her response. Before he came, he had told himself to stay calm and to buy time while leaving a good impression on Joab and Connie. However, upon arriving and seeing Dorian also present, he could not remain composed. To Otto, this was a matter akin to the loss of his beloved, an enmity irreconcilable. It was already admirable that he didn't lash out at Dorian immediately. But Dorian's provocation, especially in such an egregious manner, pushed him to his limits. Yet now, he needed to ascertain Natalie's true feelings. Upon hearing those words, Dorian raised an eyebrow but remained silent, eager to hear Natalie's reply. According to Kiera, Otto and Natalie had faced life and death together on the battlefield, which suggested they might have developed some kind of relationship. But remembering what Natalie had told him, he felt that she wouldn't give Otto any favors. Or perhaps, it was just one-sided longing from Otto. Nevertheless, he wanted to hear Natalie confirm it herself. As husband and wife, Natalie should support him before outsiders. Noble Sir Ning, Dorian and I are married. He is my husband. There is no question about it. You can take back that hairpin, Natalie said indifferently, her eyes showing no trace of emotion. She had never had any affection for Otto. Their battlefield companionship was due to military orders. She wondered why he harbored delusions of her liking him and persistently pursued her, causing much inconvenience to Natalie. This situation presented an opportunity to reject Otto via Dorian, forcing him to give up. Dorian's earlier reaction amused her, so she chose not to intervene. Hearing Natalie's cold voice, Otto felt his heart shatter. He stumbled back a few steps, his eyes fixed on Natalie. Sister Kirsty, what? We aren't familiar enough for such terms. Please call me by my name, Noble Sir Ning, to avoid misunderstandings from my husband. As she spoke, Natalie moved closer to Dorian, making her stance clear. Otto's face turned pale. Knowing Natalie's character, if she disliked someone, she certainly wouldn't do this. Could it be that she really liked Dorian? What did this villager have that was better than him? What did he lack compared to this man? Why hadn't Joab and Connie treated him with disdain? He always believed Joab and Connie wouldn't like Dorian. After all, this affair targeted their mansion. But if he were with Natalie, Joab wouldn't need to target Franco mansion. Otto held this belief firmly, thus never truly considered Dorian. Today, after coming here, he realized things weren't as simple. While Joab and Connie didn't show excessive warmth towards Dorian, they also weren't particularly cold. They seemed to accept Dorian's presence implicitly. This made Otto feel threatened. Now, Natalie actually liked him too? Otto couldn't accept this. His pained gaze shifted between Dorian and Natalie. In what way am I inferior to this villager? How does he match up to you, Kirsty? Why demean yourself like this? Have your standards fallen so low? Not only Dorian but also Joab and Connie wore grim expressions upon hearing these words. Natalie's voice turned icy. Noble Sir Ning, please respect us. He is now my prince consort, not to be insulted casually. If you continue like this, don't blame me for disregarding our wartime bond. Noble nephew Ning, are you here to visit or interrogate us? This behavior shows a disregard for our Jethraguo mansion. Joab coldly snorted, maintaining an unkind expression. Regardless, Dorian was now part of their Jethraguo mansion and could not be insulted like this. Moreover, Otto was essentially an enemy. Joab was certain Natalie could marry anyone but definitely not Otto. Franco Mansion was doomed to fall, and they would eventually face inevitable ruin. He couldn't let his daughter enter such a dire situation. Additionally, Otto proved to be much worse than expected, entirely different from his initial demeanor. Clearly, he was nothing more than a fraud with no real talent. Thinking this, Joab shook his head. Even without direct action, Franco Mansion would decline under Otto's leadership. Hearing Joab's words, Otto's face tightened. Yes, this wasn't Franco Mansion, but Jethraguo Mansion. If he acted arrogantly, Joab could easily retaliate against him. Apologies, uncle and aunt. Otto lost composure. You two know how much I love Sister Kirsty. That's why I reacted this way. I didn't mean to offend. Joab and Connie's expression softened slightly, refraining from further comment. Choosing who is my own freedom. In my opinion, he indeed is better than you. Natalie's cool statement left Otto speechless. I was out of line. Please forgive me. Uncle and aunt, I must take my leave. I'll visit again another day. I'll come see you another day, Kirsty. With that, Otto turned to leave. Dorian coldly said, just like that? Do you want something else? Otto suppressed his anger, looking directly at Dorian. As your prince consort, I shouldn't be treated this dismissively, surely. Is that all the decorum Noble Sir Ning has? Dorian deliberately challenged him, wanting to prevent Otto from leaving too easily. Otherwise, it would make him seem too submissive. What does Prince Consort Eben desire? Otto sneered, asking slowly. He wanted to see what Dorian planned. Apologize to me. The demand stunned everyone. Given his status, Otto, being a nobleman of Franco Mansion, outweighed Dorian's position as Prince Consort. Asking for an apology was a significant affront to someone obsessed with face. Natalie couldn't grasp Dorian's intentions, finding his actions hard to fathom. Meanwhile, Joab grew intrigued, watching both intently. Chapter 20. Otto's apology. To Joab, Dorian's actions were a clear display of attitude. He knew their enemy would be the Coulter's Manor, and he was firmly aligned with the Jethraguo National Duke's Manor. Moreover, Dorian was also proving to Joab that he wasn't inferior to Otto. In fact, he could even make Otto suffer. Their choice had been correct. Thinking about these matters, Joab couldn't help but smile. No matter what, he suddenly felt that this son-in-law might not have been a bad choice after all. At least for now, Dorian wasn't inferior to Otto in any way. His intelligence and sarcastic wit were formidable enough to stand on his own. Even Otto had been thoroughly infuriated by Dorian. When they had fought earlier, Joab had seen that Dorian could easily capture Otto. In terms of strength, Dorian was clearly superior. Thus, Otto truly didn't measure up to Dorian. Especially since Dorian came from a less impressive background compared to Otto, which made Dorian's prowess even more commendable. Perhaps, he can indeed change some things. Joab couldn't resist looking at Dorian with great interest. Connie, however, felt that Dorian was somewhat overbearing, making her feel uncomfortable. Still, she said nothing. She hadn't liked Otto's behavior either. After all, Dorian was part of the Jethraguo National Duke's Manor. As a result, Connie slightly favored Dorian but still felt similarly about both men. Natalie's eyes flashed with surprise. Dorian's sudden assertiveness left her unprepared. What exactly was her husband hiding? Let me apologize to you? Otto sneered coldly, looking at Dorian. He thought this man really didn't know his place. I am the eldest son of the Coulter's Manor. You, a mere prince consort, cannot compare with me in status. On what grounds do you ask for my apology? What qualifications do you have? Otto no longer cared about his image. Facing Dorian, he couldn't remain calm. Do you forget your manners, young Jeraning? The new laws established in the first year of the Emperor's reign decree that assaulting another man's wife is a serious offense. Dorian remained composed, causing Otto's pupils to constrict. This law was indeed real, and as the son of the Coulter's Manor, he was well aware of it. The current emperor implemented many policies to protect women and elevate their status, especially detesting wealthy and arrogant young nobles. Naturally, this law was created to curb such behavior. Natalie and the others were momentarily stunned before revealing a hint of smiles, understanding Dorian's strategy. With this law, Otto was clearly in the wrong. If Natalie and Dorian pursued legal action, Otto would indeed be imprisoned. Given the emperor's animosity towards the Coulter's Manor and his disdain for the sons of aristocracy, Otto's fate was predictable. Joab's smile widened. He understood the emperor well. The emperor once said, "The worst people in the world are these arrogant rich boys. Without them, the Daxia dynasty wouldn't have suffered so much. Therefore, if they commit offenses, they must be punished severely, making the aristocrats pay the price." And indeed, the emperor did just that, enforcing strict discipline on the royal princes, ensuring none of them became frivolous youths. Connie glanced at Otto, then at Dorian, suddenly finding her son-in-law quite interesting. Knowing the law too, she realized that if Dorian reported this, Otto would end up in jail for a while, affecting his future military career and development profoundly. Naturally, Otto did not want this to happen. His face darkened as he looked at Dorian. I was merely reminiscing with Sister Kirsty. How can that be considered harassment? Regaining composure, Otto knew he had to resolve this issue. Otherwise, it would bring greater trouble to the Coulter's Manor, disappointing his father. As Kirsty's husband, My words carry weight. Why don't we settle this at the magistrate's office? Besides, there are witnesses here. Dorian looked at Natalie and Blaze E. Natalie rolled her eyes but stayed silent. According to her nature, she wouldn't lie. Otto's actions indeed constituted this crime. If Dorian pursued it, she would speak the truth, supporting him as she should. Joab was delighted. If this went public, it would benefit him. However, it wouldn't significantly harm the Coulter's manor, so he merely observed. Seeing Dorian's smug smile, Otto seethed. What do you want? Otto relented. If this escalated, the consequences would be too severe for him to bear. An apology. Dorian sat leisurely, acting arrogantly. After a few moments of silence, Otto gritted his teeth. I'm sorry, Prince Consort Eben. I, Otto, was wrong. That's better. Pay attention to your manners. A distinguished son of the National Duke's manor should not lack upbringing. Otherwise, you're no better than a commoner. Hearing this blatant mockery, Otto's chest heaved with anger. He realized Dorian had done this intentionally. Very well. Excellent. I will remember this. Just wait for me. Otto knew that by saying this, they had completely severed ties. But he could no longer tolerate being humiliated like this. You can count on it. Take your time leaving. Watching Otto leave, Joab coughed and said, Dorian. Yes, father-in-law. Dorian immediately changed his expression to look at Joab. While I understand your intentions to protect Kirsty, be cautious when dealing with these people. They are all descendants of noble families. Understanding the implications, Dorian nodded and replied, Father-in-law, I believe Otto's visit today was not without ulterior motives. Oh, what do you mean? Joab was surprised and asked curiously, not having noticed any specific intentions from Otto. Chapter 21. Just in time. Could Dorian have realized something? Did you forget what happened yesterday, father-in-law? Dorian's words struck Joab like a thunderbolt, awakening him to an awareness of something important. I see. With that, Joab rushed out of the hall, skipping his meal altogether. Dorian had indeed reminded him of something significant. The guy's residence would not sit idle, so Otto's visit must have some deeper purpose. It was likely due to the Jorges from the previous day. Grimes intended to deal with them while using Otto as a distraction. If not for Dorian's reminder, he might not have noticed this. Originally, Joab planned to teach Dorian some things, but it seemed Dorian had real ability. Seeing Joab leave hastily, Natalie appeared puzzled. She wasn't quite familiar with these court struggles yet. Connie pondered for a moment before coughing lightly and saying, Let's eat. All right, Dorian nodded, and they all began their meal. However, Dorian had gained respect for his mother-in-law. She understood many things but never overstepped. She knew her place well. Such a mother-in-law was formidable indeed. This household certainly harbored no simple characters. After dinner, Dorian and Natalie left the hall in silence on their way back to their room. Dorian struggled to find the right words, while Natalie was lost in thought about the day's events. Approaching their room, Natalie couldn't help but ask, Why did father leave so urgently? What does Otto want? Dorian didn't think Natalie would be curious since she often seemed like an icy goddess. But since she asked, he answered truthfully. Given that she had taught him spear techniques, he trusted her. Besides, this concerned the major affairs of the Duke of Jethrog's residence. Those Jorges from yesterday were likely sent by the guy. They don't want us to marry successfully, Dorian said calmly, glancing at Natalie. Why them? How are you sure? Natalie furrowed her brows. She could guess, but she wanted to know how Dorian was certain. Other dukes could also be suspects. After all, it's not just the guy who opposes this. I wasn't sure initially, but today only Otto came here. The other dukes know they should avoid suspicion at such times. So, Otto is suspicious. No matter what, I alerted father-in-law to be cautious. Dorian explained slowly. Only after seeing Otto did he realize which Duke Joab was dealing with and who wanted him dead. He hadn't fully grasped the situation in the capital beforehand. All right. Natalie nodded slowly, understanding more. Thus, the guy will target those Jorges. Yes, only the dead keep secrets. Hearing this, Natalie started worrying about her father. Father-in-law is clever. He should be fine. Dorian reassured her, confident in Joab. Natalie nodded. Meanwhile, in the prison, Joab arrived in a rush. The guards looked puzzled. What's wrong, sir? A guard quickly asked, not understanding why the nobleman rushed over. How are the Jorges? Joab immediately inquired, fearing bad news. Those Jorges were critical now. Any mishap would disrupt the emperor's plans and worsen his own predicament. They're locked up. No interrogation has taken place yet. We plan to continue tomorrow. The guard, though confused, respectfully answered. Relieved, Joab regained his composure and commanded, Take me to see them. Yes, sir. In the cell, confirming the Jorges were alive, Joab nodded. The guards, seeing his concern, became even more serious. They couldn't afford to mess up. Open the opposite cell, Joab suddenly said, puzzling the guard, who complied. Then, they saw Joab walk into the cell and sit down. Sir, what are you doing? The guard was alarmed, wondering if the Duke had lost his mind. Why sit in prison? These nobles dislike such environments the most. Don't question me. Do your job, and ensure no one knows I'm here. Joab's stern gaze scanned them. Yes, sir. The guard quickly replied. He couldn't comprehend the thoughts of these nobles, but didn't dare question either. Sitting in the cell, Joab stared across, unbothered by the environment. Thanks to Dorian's warning, Joab realized the guy had reacted. They wouldn't directly target him, but would go after the Jorges. If the Jorges died, there'd be no proof. Thus, the guy would be safe. Joab couldn't allow that. Tonight was the only chance for Grimes. Thankfully, Dorian had warned him. Grimes, let's see how you'll handle this. As Joab pondered, a guard entered with a food box. His eyes narrowed but remained silent. The guard intercepted and asked, What's going on? To deliver food to the prisoners. The guard tried to proceed. Just a moment, we need to check these first. Chapter 22, Grimes's Methods. The guard's expression clearly changed at this statement, and he asked in confusion, This procedure wasn't around before, was it? The prison was of utmost importance, so the meals for the prisoners were always prepared by a designated person, someone appointed from within the palace. Naturally, this process was very strict, and once inside the prison, these meals were generally not inspected. For years, there had been no issues. Today's sudden action left the guard puzzled. Stop wasting time. Set it down for inspection. The jailer did not care about the confusion and knew well that Duke Joab must have learned something significant. It was possible someone was trying to harm these Jorges. He understood the importance of the Jorges and dared not be careless. Losing his head was the last thing he wanted, especially with Joab present. He needed to show proper diligence. Without further ado, the guard put down the 2 meal boxes, ready for inspection. Seeing the guard's cooperation, the jailer felt momentarily bewildered. Had he overreacted? If there was mischief afoot, the guard wouldn't dare act so compliantly. Yet, he still needed to remain vigilant. Naturally, they had silver needles on hand for poison testing. The meal was quickly cleared of any toxins, and the jailer stepped aside. Joab watched this scene closely, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint it. The guard did not see Joab as he entered. Joab sat in the shadows, intently watching him. The best way for Grimes to act would be poisoning, not direct murder, which was too obvious. So, there must be something wrong with this guard. The jailer at the door didn't constantly monitor this either. He simply didn't think like Joab. Seeing that the jailer wasn't paying attention, the guard slipped some white powder into the topmost rice dish. At this sight, Joab instantly understood. "Wake up, time for your meal," the guard said as he was about to deliver the food when a strong hand grabbed his shoulder. His face turned rigid as he turned around, only to find it was Josué. His hand trembled, nearly dropping the bowl. Witnessing this, Joab's suspicion solidified. He then asked calmly, "What are you doing?" "Bringing food, yes, it's for the prisoner. I just made it and brought it over." The guard forced a smile, knowing Joab likely suspected something. This could mean serious trouble for him. "Do you really think this duke is a fool?" Joab retorted coldly, seeing the culprit caught red-handed. Upon hearing the commotion, several jailers rushed over, one glaring menacingly at the guard. Had the poisoning succeeded, it would have spelled disaster for them all. Fortunately, Josué was supervising, preventing any mishap. "Your Grace, I don't understand what you're saying." As the guard spoke, he pulled out a dagger from his sleeve and lunged at Joab. "Your Grace, watch out." The jailers reacted in alarm but couldn't stop the attack in time. Joab sneered, catching the guard's wrist with his other hand and kicking him in the leg, making him stumble. Then Joab seized the dagger and said coldly, "You dare attack me? You truly seek death." Joab's martial prowess, as commander-in-chief, was formidable. The guard's attempt was suicidal. The jailers immediately restrained the guard, relieved that Joab was unharmed. Had anything happened to Josué, they would all have faced decapitation. Fortunately, Josué was highly capable himself. "Now tell me, who sent you? Or who bribed you?" Joab stared at the guard, who clammed up. He hadn't expected Josué to personally surveil the area. This was indeed an unforeseen event, sealing his fate. Noticing his silence, Joab turned to the jailer, hoping he recognized the man. "Your Grace, this guy is a familiar face. He has always delivered meals here." Bought off by Grimes?" Hearing this, the jailers' faces changed. Wasn't Grimes Ungwagong, Daryl? This incident indeed involved the imperial court, possibly even the emperor himself. They immediately pretended not to hear anything. Knowing too much about such secrets could lead to their demise. "Your Grace, I concede defeat. Do as you wish, you'll never get any information from me." The guard shook his head, prepared for failure. "What did they offer you, or threaten you with? Why serve them so faithfully?" Joab questioned, baffled by their resilience. "Some things cannot be spoken, Your Grace. Please understand." The guard refused to speak, deepening Joab's frustration. "Lock him up. We'll interrogate tomorrow. They won't stay silent under my scrutiny." "Yes, Your Grace." The jailers locked up the guard, while Joab glanced at the tightly bound Jorges, sneering. "Dimitri, this plays well tonight. Any misstep, and you'll join them. Your Grace can rest assured. Nothing will go wrong." They reassured him with nods. Satisfied, Joab nodded slightly and left the prison. Back at Daryl's residence, Grimes anxiously awaited news. Chapter 23. Hung Conroy sneers coldly. After all, the prison matter was now the most crucial thing for him. If it succeeded, things would be much simpler. In theory, his arrangements should have been flawless. He had deployed many resources for this matter, incurring considerable losses. If he failed, the situation on his side would only deteriorate. Suddenly, the door swung open, startling Grimes. But upon seeing it was his son Otto, he sat back down. "How did things go at the Mac's mansion?" "I managed to delay the Mac for a while. He didn't expect us to act against these Jorges," Otto replied respectfully. When he left, Joab hadn't come out, so presumably, nothing went wrong. "That's good." Grimes sighed in relief. Without Joab's meddling, their chances of success were still significant. "Father, what is the Mac's attitude toward us?" Hearing this question, Grimes shook his head slightly. "I'm not sure what Joab intends, but dealing with us seems to be the Emperor's idea. Joab is merely a tool for Kale." "The Emperor?" Otto's expression changed. He wasn't aware of this before. If that was true, the situation was even more complicated. Yes, it could very well be the Emperor. "Our power has become too great, displeasing Kale." Grimes sighed. This wasn't something they could resolve by compromising. They had to find a way to resist and make the Emperor reconsider. Doing nothing would only lead to their faster downfall. Remember, this empire belongs to the Emperor. If he wishes to target someone, he will do so. But no matter what, I must protect the Maximilian's residence. It cannot fall during my time. "If the Emperor insists, what should we do?" Otto asked. If Hung Conroy wouldn't let them off, they weren't just heading for a dead end. Without evidence, the Emperor won't act recklessly. He also has concerns. For now, we must be cautious and not give the Emperor any leverage. "Understood." Just as the father and son were discussing, the steward of the Maximilian's residence burst in, panic-stricken. This disarray is improper. Grimes scolded, looking at his steward. After serving him for so long, how could the steward not know the rules? Lord Duke, something's wrong. The steward ignored formalities and immediately reported. What happened? Grimes stared at the steward, sensing a bad omen. Whatever made him this panicked must be serious. Grimes didn't bother being upset. Just received news, the poisoning attempt failed. The jailer was caught on the spot, now detained. The entire prison is under heavy guard, and no one can enter. This was undoubtedly arranged by Joab to show Grimes that such small tactics were futile. Grimes's face turned pale. He understood the implications. Why did it fail? Heard the Mac was personally guarding and caught the jailer. Hearing this, Grimes's gaze fixed on Otto, who looked utterly bewildered. Didn't you say Joab didn't leave? Grimes's voice was icy. Even to his own son, he showed no leniency. When I left, the Mac indeed hadn't moved, but Otto was also stunned, not understanding the situation. This Joab, Grimes knew Joab had anticipated and foiled the plan. Old fox. Both father and son didn't know what to say. This development meant increased pressure on them. Father, what should we do next? We wait. We can't take further action now since our plans are already exposed. Joab was clearly prepared for our trap. Any more moves might expose more flaws. Focus on preserving the Maximilian's residence. Grimes was exhausted, knowing the situation was irreversible. Thankfully, those involved were steadfast and wouldn't easily talk. In this state, their residence was relatively safe. They'll break eventually, and the Emperor won't let up if he wants to target us. We don't know what tricks they might use. Regardless, we'll deal with whatever comes. Grimes shook his head, then looked at the steward. You may go now. Yes. After the steward left, the father and son resumed their discussion. The next morning, Joab entered the palace early to meet with Hung Conroy. Your Majesty, last night? Joab quickly recounted the events of the night. Hung Conroy pondered for a moment and said, You did well and avoided a major mishap. Now Grimes will be more subdued. But without evidence, we can't act against him. Hung Conroy sneered, showing his concern over the matter. The interrogations will speed up, but these fellows are stubborn. Joab seemed helpless, unsure how to proceed. Very well. Your effort is commendable. The Emperor rewards and punishes fairly, but you must extract the information. I trust you and gave you this task. Joab straightened and replied, Understood, Your Majesty. I will do my best. Perhaps it's time to remind Grimes who rules the Dacia dynasty. Hung Conroy continued to sneer, growing more dissatisfied with Grimes's overreach. Extending his influence into the Ministry of Justice's prison, a forbidden territory even for the imperial family, was an audacious move. An investigation shall be conducted by the Ministry of Justice. Let's see how many agents they've planted inside. Joab was startled by the decree, knowing this would cause turmoil, but it had little impact on the Max household, whose network lay within the military. In other areas, Joab maintained a low profile, taking no actions. Also, arranged surveillance on the Maximilian's residence to prevent any treasonous acts. Chapter 24, Internal Energy. I will obey Your Majesty's command. Joab respectfully responded, feeling fortunate that he never overstepped his boundaries in conducting his duties. Otherwise, it would have displeased Anderson Hung Conroy. Fine, go and interrogate these fellows immediately. Time is of the essence. Now that Grimes has shown signs of impatience, there's a high likelihood he will take further action soon. Whatever happens, you must ensure this matter does not go awry. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable. Anderson Hung Conroy spoke earnestly, with an exceptionally serious expression. To him, this was of utmost importance, far surpassing any other affairs. In such a situation, Joab's task was to interrogate those individuals. Yes. After leaving, Joab felt somewhat helpless. Interrogating these people proved to be extraordinarily difficult, significantly increasing the complexity of his job. Sigh, what a headache. Returning to the Max residence, he strolled towards the training ground, drawn by the rhythmic clash of weapons inside. Joab's face revealed curiosity. Standing at the entrance, Joab saw Dorian and Natalie sparring intensely with their long spears. Initially, Joab thought Natalie was merely helping Dorian practice. It would still take Dorian some time to reach Natalie's level. After all, Natalie had trained under his watchful eye, her strength impressive and her spear skills reaching perfection. In the entire army, few could match her. But after watching for a while, Joab sensed something unusual. Dorian's proficiency with the spear was on par with Natalie. In terms of spear skills and raw power, Dorian could now compete evenly with Natalie. This young man is truly formidable. Joab couldn't help but marvel. Although he had seen martial geniuses before, Dorian stood out uniquely. Despite the short time, his spear skill mastery rivaled that of his daughter, a testament to his exceptional talent. With more time, Dorian was bound to become a formidable warrior. But he missed the best period to cultivate internal energy. Who knows how far he can go? Internal energy is quite crucial. Joab shook his head slightly. Though practicing martial arts was never too late, cultivating internal energy would always be challenging. In the future, I should also teach him internal energy. Otherwise, he'll be at a disadvantage on the battlefield, Joab mused. Natalie also noticed Dorian's rapid progress. In just a short time, without using internal energy, she had to exert 80% of her strength to match him. If not for Dorian's lesser experience and less refined spear skills, she might have had to resort to using internal energy. Even so, Dorian's growth was already terrifying. However, there were noticeable flaws. After separating, Natalie said slowly, Your strength and spear skills are nearly perfect, but on the battlefield, that's not enough. You lack the ruthlessness and sharpness. Augustine listening to Natalie, Dorian showed a thoughtful expression. He understood what she meant. Not having real combat experience or killing anyone, he always subconsciously held back during attacks, avoiding lethal moves. Though sparring with Natalie played a part, it was also partly psychological. He needed to toughen up mentally. I understand. Suddenly, they heard applause. Turning around, they saw Joab clapping and observing them. Father-in-law. Father. Very impressive, Dorian. To master spear skills to this extent in just a few days shows your innate talent as a warrior. Joab smiled, appreciating Dorian even more. As for what Star Moon mentioned, you'll understand once you experience actual combat. No need to rush. The only regret is that you haven't cultivated internal energy. On the battlefield, this puts you at a slight disadvantage. Joab sighed softly. Internal energy? Dorian looked at them in surprise, intrigued by this concept. Could this world have cultivators? Curious, Dorian awaited their explanation. Natalie explained. Internal energy is cultivated by every martial artist. Often, battlefield contests hinge on the depth of internal energy. The deeper your internal energy, the longer you can sustain combat. Internal energy enhances strength and speed, which explains why some warriors can fight 100 foes. Hearing this, Dorian's eyes lit up, realizing this was indeed a remarkable thing. Looking at Natalie and Joab, they likely cultivated internal energy too. If I used my internal energy, I could probably shock you with one strike, making your hand throb with pain. Natalie admitted indirectly. So powerful? I want to try it. Excited, Dorian looked at Natalie, eager to experience the power of internal energy. Seeing his enthusiasm, Natalie's face turned strange. Was Dorian a masochist? The sensation wouldn't be pleasant. Most people would first ask if they could cultivate it. Why did Dorian react like this? Glancing at Joab, Natalie felt exasperated. Since Dorian insists, let Star Moon demonstrate. Okay. Natalie nodded, gesturing for Dorian to pick up the spear. Be prepared to block. Don't underestimate the enhancement from internal energy. Joab watched Dorian sternly. Understanding the severity, Dorian braced himself. As Natalie shouted, her spear struck his. Bang. Shaken, Dorian retreated several steps before stopping, staring at Natalie in shock. He finally felt the gap. Internal energy was indeed terrifying. Dorian suspected Natalie didn't use full strength. Otherwise, he might have been gravely injured. Having witnessed the power of internal energy, Dorian felt anticipation. Would the system reward him with improvements in this area? He certainly didn't want to miss out on anything beneficial. How do you feel? Joab asked. Very powerful. 2 strikes like that, and I'd definitely lose. Taking a deep breath, Dorian replied, feeling a lingering ache in his wrists. Natalie approached, looking at Dorian's red, sore hands, shaking her head. Now you know the consequences, right? Chapter 25. I can help. Natalie felt somewhat helpless. If it weren't for her ability to control her strength, Dorian would likely have been injured. How curious. Now that you've experienced its power, you probably want to practice even more. Dorian smiled slightly, not really minding the pain. When he started practicing martial arts, his condition was even worse than now. However, he persisted, and this level of discomfort truly wasn't much to worry about. Seeing Dorian's demeanor, Natalie paused, glancing at Joab. This decision still had to be made by Joab. Although she felt it should be taught to Dorian and wanted to do so, reason prevailed. Feeling Natalie's gaze, Joab nodded slightly and said, after we finish with these matters in a couple of days, I'll teach you how to cultivate internal energy. Thank you, father-in-law. Dorian was overjoyed. Although the system might eventually reward him, it could be unpredictable. Time was running short before he had to go into battle, and he needed to prepare as quickly as possible. A battlefield was no place for sparring like he did with Natalie. Real lives were at stake there. Without improving diligently, let alone achieving any military accomplishments, his survival would be questionable, not to mention protecting Natalie. Don't be formal. Clean up and let's eat. All right. Watching them leave, Joab smiled. Dorian was indeed a promising candidate. When Natalie used her internal strength just now, he only took a few steps back and his hands turned red. A normal warrior without internal energy would have already fallen to the ground. For Dorian, this situation showed great potential. Thus, Joab increasingly looked forward to Dorian's development. Back in his room, while washing his hands, Dorian noticed the redness and swelling had not yet subsided. He sighed inwardly. He had underestimated the force, but was relieved there was no longer pain. Natalie saw this and shook her head, then handed him a bottle of trauma ointment. Apply this, you'll recover quickly. Thank you. You're welcome. Natalie smiled lightly, waiting by the door. Seeing Natalie like this, Dorian felt a warm sensation in his heart. After applying the ointment, he felt significantly better. This trauma ointment is amazing. It works wonders. Dorian marveled at the ointment in his hand. Even modern medicine couldn't match its effectiveness. It must be quite valuable, and Natalie must care deeply about him. Let's go. Natalie nodded. As they walked out, she glanced at Dorian's hands, confirming there were no serious issues and sighing in relief. During dinner, Joab remembered the Jorges who were still refusing to talk. He sighed, feeling powerless. How could they make them confess? What's wrong, father? Natalie, hearing her father's sigh, asked curiously. The Jorges won't say a word. Kale ordered me to expedite their interrogation, but there's been no progress. Soon, Kale will grow angry. It will be very troublesome. Joab realized the most difficult part of this whole affair was interrogating the Jorges. If they couldn't get any information, things would get complicated. Thinking about this, he became increasingly worried. He had hoped there would be a solution. Hearing Joab's words, Natalie frowned, recognizing the trouble. In this society, anything involving the Anderson demanded their best effort. Failure would worsen their situation. Ned would certainly punish them if nothing came from the interrogations. Dorian, observing the worried expressions on Joab and Natalie's faces, had an idea. They were good at fighting and warfare but lacked skills in interrogation. I think I can help with the interrogations. Joab was taken aback and stared at Dorian in surprise. Could this inexperienced youth really conduct an interrogation? He didn't believe Dorian had such skills despite showing exceptional martial talent. Don't joke. Interrogation isn't a game. You don't know anything. What use would you be? Connie scolded. She understood the gravity of the matter, and Dorian's offer seemed presumptuous. Joab remained silent, sharing the same sentiment. He doubted Dorian could contribute effectively. Have you studied interrogation techniques? Natalie asked calmly. She believed Dorian wouldn't speak without confidence. From their interactions, she knew Dorian didn't act recklessly. After entering the Jethraguo mansion, she observed that Dorian never complained or wasted time, focusing solely on his tasks. Whether displaying martial talent or dealing with Jorges, he showed no mistakes, indicating his meticulous nature. Since Dorian offered, she gave him a chance to prove himself. Not formally, but I have some ideas. Similar to warfare. As Dorian elaborated, Natalie and Joab listened intently, stunned by his insights. Dorian spoke about military strategy accurately, leaving them speechless. After Dorian finished, both stared at him, astonished. Connie looked at her son-in-law in disbelief. Chapter 26. Interrogation. She had the eerie feeling that she was seeing a ghost, as if she didn't recognize her son-in-law at all. It was hard to imagine Dorian having such capabilities. Although she was unfamiliar with these matters, she could tell that Dorian was very competent. His words made a lot of sense. She glanced surreptitiously at Natalie and Joab, noticing their shock as well. Connie realized she had underestimated Dorian. Though he hadn't yet put his ideas into practice, something in her told her he could succeed. Joab pondered for a moment, wanting to speak, but unable to bring himself to do so. He cast a glance at Natalie instead. Natalie immediately understood. They had fought side by side for 2 years and were highly in sync. Even just a look conveyed her father's thoughts. Have you studied military tactics before? Natalie asked, her eyes fixed on Dorian. She was curious about this too. Could it be that Dorian really had studied military tactics? This development was quite unexpected, as Dorian certainly didn't appear like someone who had learned military tactics. Augustine listening to Natalie's question, Dorian suddenly realized he might have overstepped. This could easily raise suspicions. After all, he was just a minor figure, and suddenly showcasing martial prowess was already questionable. Now, revealing so much more would only make it worse. Though he was the son-in-law of the Marquis of Jethraguo, suspicion could still lead to complications. After a brief pause, Dorian replied, when I was young, I came across a book on military strategy which I read carefully. The content was profound. And your son-in-law has not been idle. I am, after all, a scholar, Dorian said earnestly. Scholar? Read military books? Joab found this explanation somewhat plausible. If Dorian had suddenly revealed such talent, it would definitely be suspicious. But if he had been exceptional from childhood, then it meant Dorian was good at hiding his abilities, which would alleviate suspicions. Sure enough, Natalie and Joab harbored no doubts. This also explained why Dorian wanted to show his worth here. He certainly did not want to die. So he would showcase his abilities to secure his survival. Considering this, Joab regarded Dorian more seriously. Such a person would be crucial to the Marquis of Jethraguo household. Ha ha ha, indeed. Our house picked up a fine son-in-law. Why don't you come with me to the Ministry of Punishment's prison this afternoon and interrogate them? We might actually learn something valuable, Joab said, affirming Dorian's potential. Natalie watched Dorian intently, sensing that he hid many things. Whether they were now apparent or still hidden, these aspects deserved attention. Joab wasn't overly concerned whether Dorian could extract information. However, nurturing such talent was essential. The tactical insights Dorian displayed earlier were novel and intriguing, and as an experienced general, Joab quickly discerned that Dorian's ideas were sound, sometimes surpassing his own understanding. Thank you, father-in-law. Seeing Dorian's talent and respect, Joab felt even better. After lunch, Joab took Dorian to the prison of the Ministry of Punishments. The guards looked uneasy as Joab approached, knowing he was there to interrogate the Jorges. Despite using every method, they had gained nothing. My lord, a guard bowed respectfully, then glanced at Joab, wondering who the young man was and what he was doing here. How is the interrogation going? Joab asked, looking at the jailer. Cold sweat dripped from the jailer's forehead as he stammered, Nothing. They are defiant. A bunch of fools, Joab muttered angrily, then turned to Dorian, unsure of his thoughts. Dorian observed the 5 Jorges, already horribly tortured but still showing resolve. And you've been interrogating them together? Dorian asked, looking at the interrogators and the jailer. Of course, we always do it this way. Seeing each other suffer might break their resolve. The jailer confidently explained, adding that it usually worked, except this time. Dorian nodded, understanding that while this method was effective on ordinary people, it was useless on fanatics who could endure torture. Do you have a plan? Joab couldn't help but ask, eager to know Dorian's thoughts. Yes, leave it to me. Dorian smiled, confident he knew how to handle these people. Oh, then it's yours to take care of. Joab nodded, eager to see Dorian's capabilities. If he succeeded, it would be a significant achievement. If not, they'd have to accept their fate. Regardless, cultivating Dorian's potential was crucial. Everyone, cooperate with Dorian's interrogation. Follow his instructions. Hearing this, the jailer bristled, sizing up Dorian before looking at Joab. My lord, what use is a greenhorn when we can't even get results? Let's not let him cause trouble. He naturally doubted Dorian could achieve anything, suspecting he merely wanted to impress the Marquis. In this serious place, not anyone should be allowed. Your methods are flawed. This approach won't work on these fanatics. Dorian bluntly remarked, enraging the jailer. Who are you? We've been conducting interrogations for years. Do you think you can say otherwise? The jailer retorted indignantly. Who did this young man think he was? Joab waved a hand. This is my son-in-law. With Joab backing him, the jailer had no further objections. Chapter 27. A different interrogation. After all, this was his son-in-law, and it was not an issue for him to participate in the questioning. Besides, his son-in-law was not someone to be bullied casually. Oh. The prison warden was taken aback, his gaze shifting to Dorian, staring at this person in shock. He had never imagined that this person would be Joab's son-in-law. They were also well aware of recent events, with Dorian being very famous among them. After all, he married Natalie, whom they all revered as the most beautiful Gigi in the capital and many people's goddess. Now, she was married to Dorian, which came as a great surprise to them. So you are the prince consort? My apologies. My words earlier were inappropriate. Please forgive me, the prison warden hastily spoke, realizing he must treat this matter seriously if Dorian was Maya's prince consort. It's fine, but I need your cooperation on this matter. It is also very important for the Mac Manor, Dorian replied. Hearing this, the prison warden and Joab looked at Dorian with approval. This showed that Dorian truly regarded the Mac Manor as his home, which was beneficial to Joab, allowing him to cultivate Dorian more confidently. No problem. Knowing Dorian was Maya's prince consort changed their tone significantly. Regardless of how others viewed this marriage, everyone respected Natalie for repelling the enemy and protecting the great Xia dynasty. Therefore, they hoped Natalie would be happy. Moreover, since Natalie did not oppose, they treated Dorian with more courtesy. Furthermore, Dorian seemed different from the rumors, and his actions on the road had improved his reputation. With Joab bringing Dorian today, the Mac Manor clearly did not mind blessing this union. Father-in-law, I need a bit of your help. Of course. Joab nodded, ready to see what Dorian intended to do. Soon, Dorian separated the prisoners into 5 cells, each positioned far apart so they couldn't see each other. Dorian then entered the first cell with the prison warden, a jailer, and Joab. Once inside, Dorian did not rush to torture the prisoner but sat down and asked, "Brother, may I ask your name?" This Jorge was the one who first attempted to Jorge Dorian. Seeing Dorian here and speaking to him, he appeared bewildered, unsure of what Dorian wanted, yet remained silent. "Even if you don't wish to speak, I can ask, brother. Do you have no family?" Hearing this, the Jorge's eyes flickered, staring at Dorian but remaining mute. Joab and the prison warden were baffled by Dorian's strategy but watched silently to see what he would do next. "You don't really think we can't find your family just because you stay silent, do you?" Dorian said calmly. The Jorge's expression changed, glaring fiercely at Dorian in anger. This was the first emotional response he'd shown due to Dorian's few words. However, these methods had been used before without any success, leading the warden to give up. "Why now? To be honest, finding your family would be simple. I understand sometimes you're forced into difficult situations, but why carry the blame for others? I believe you know those people won't help you, and if you want to live, you should listen to me." The Jorge still didn't speak, though his emotions clearly fluctuated. Unhurried, Dorian continued, "You only get one chance. If you confess, I can release you and arrange for you and your family to leave. Rest assured, once you confess, the masterminds will have no way to retaliate against you. I guarantee it." The Jorge's eyes moved again, visibly tempted but still hesitating, internally struggling over whether to trust Dorian. Reason told him not to trust, yet thinking of his family, he found it hard to contain his desires. No one wanted to die, especially someone with a family. Watching the Jorge's reaction, Dorian knew he had judged correctly. This man was not a suicide agent, but an Jorge hired by the Ungwa Duke Manor, or a blackmailed person controlled by the Ungwa Duke. It wouldn't be easy for the Ungwa Duke to cultivate suicide agents, considering the huge investment required. Sending 5 suicide agents to Jorge him was unlikely for the Ungwa Duke. He couldn't afford such losses. Having observed this man, Dorian made his move. "And you'll receive a substantial sum to ensure your livelihood. Of course, this is a one-time offer. Because you won't really think others won't confess, will you? Now, you have a few breaths left until I leave." With that, Dorian stood and left without giving him time to consider. Joab admired Dorian's tactic, understanding his plan fully. It was indeed a clever move. The prison warden looked at Dorian in awe, impressed by this prince consort's abilities. They noticed the Jorge was wavering, clearly tempted and likely to confess soon. Dorian's interrogation method was eye-opening. If it weren't for the situation, the warden would definitely ask Dorian for advice. He thought Dorian missing out on an interrogator role was a pity. "Do you keep your word?" The Jorge finally spoke as Dorian prepared to leave, driven by survival instincts. "Or can I trust you? Since you tried to Jorge me, you should know my identity. As the prince consort of Maya, my word is my bond. Moreover, my father-in-law is here. If you don't trust me, he can assure you." With that, Dorian winked slightly at Joab. Joab immediately understood and said, "That's right. If you confess, I, the Duke, can assure you will not be harmed and fulfill all your requests, ensuring your safe departure." Chapter 28. The Admiring Prison Warden. These Jorges, of course, were not important. It was also acceptable to let them go if they were willing to confess. Joab spoke in a way that naturally put the Jorges at ease. Looking at Dorian, he immediately said, "I confess." Upon hearing this, Joab smiled. Excellent. Finally, they confessed, so he could report back to Kale. Looking at Dorian with increasing satisfaction, Joab realized that without him, none of this would have been possible. Thankfully, Dorian was unharmed. Otherwise, even if they had found the Jorges, they wouldn't have learned anything. At this thought, Joab felt relieved. "Prison warden, it's up to you now." Dorian looked at the prison warden. Naturally, the task of documenting and confirming the confession fell to someone else. "No problem." The prison warden immediately responded, becoming increasingly respectful towards Dorian. Not because of Joab or Natalie, but out of genuine admiration for Dorian. They had used all sorts of torture methods over 2 days, but still couldn't extract a confession as effectively as Dorian did with just a few words. Such a person was definitely not ordinary. In the future, they would definitely look up to this imperial son-in-law. The prison warden promptly arranged to write down the confession and get fingerprints. After completing this, he respectfully handed it to Joab. "Excellent, excellent." Joab laughed heartily, feeling pleased. The Jorge glanced at Dorian and said, "You must keep your word." "Of course." Dorian nodded, assuring him that he would not renege on his promise. After leaving the cell, the prison warden couldn't help but ask, "Son-in-law, how did you do it?" "We also questioned him earlier, but he wouldn't speak. Why did he talk to you? Dorian smiled and replied. When you question them together, they wouldn't confess because revealing the information would mean Lord Franco would know who betrayed them. For these people, that's very dangerous. Lord Franco might make them pay before his downfall or harm their families. But once separated, they lost that fear. Who doesn't want to live? As military strategy says, attacking the mind is paramount. Augustine listening to Dorian's explanation. Both the prison warden and Joab were enlightened. Joab looked at Dorian with even more satisfaction, confirming that Dorian indeed studied military books seriously. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so clear on these matters. Seeing Dorian heading to the next cell, the prison warden hesitated and asked, Son-in-law, what else do you plan to do? One person's testimony isn't enough to bring down Lord Franco. We should gather more evidence to give Kale a solid reason. Dorian smiled. He saw that this prison warden was clearly loyal to the Emperor since he wasn't surprised by Lord Franco's name. Therefore, Dorian didn't need to worry about the prison warden betraying them. The prison warden immediately showed respect. Dorian's thorough consideration impressed him. Joab nodded, agreeing with the move. With multiple pieces of evidence, any doubts from Kale would be minimal. Dorian's careful planning proved he was indeed a worthy son-in-law. Soon, Dorian applied the same method and got the second Jorge to confess. However, the third Jorge was clearly a true martyr with no family and didn't care about Dorian's inducements. Dorian changed tactics. The others have already confessed and will live. You don't add much, and your absence isn't crucial. If they survive while you are executed, wouldn't you feel unhappy? Augustine F is precious. Is there really no need to cling to it? A few words penetrated the martyr's defenses, leading to a full confession. The prison warden respected Dorian even more. This man was born for interrogation. As they listened, they also learned. Dorian did not hold back, teaching them diligently. This further warmed the prison warden's attitude towards Dorian. Smart, knows how to win hearts. Shao Conroy can surely find a place in court even if he doesn't join the military, Joab mused internally. Despite the prison warden's low rank, his direct service to the Emperor made him useful. Moreover, the departmental jail might need the prison warden one day, and cultivating this relationship was valuable. Soon, Joab held 6 confessions in hand, including that of the poisoner. They uncovered more than just the Georgiation plot against Dorian. Some filthy deeds in Thatcher were revealed as well. These details are enough to punish Thatcher. Dorian did an excellent job. I'll petition for your commendation with Kale. Joab was very pleased and unexpectedly satisfied with Dorian's performance. It's my duty to relieve my father-in-law, Dorian smiled modestly. This secured his position, and Joab wouldn't doubt him anymore. Joab quickly left the prison, eager to present everything to Anderson Cody. Dorian continued sharing his insights, captivating the prison staff. If anyone came to the prison now, they'd see a young man lecturing the guards and the prison warden, who listened attentively. On the other side, Joab presented all the confessions and additional information to Anderson Cody. Cody's delight was evident after reviewing the documents. Good. Very good. The Marquis of Jethraguo has done excellently. Unexpectedly, you extracted so much. Cody laughed heartily. With this information, they could move against Lord Franco without needing concessions from other marquises. I should assist Kale. Joab smiled, feeling very pleased. However, I'm curious how you managed it. Previously, nothing could be extracted. That, Your Majesty, was thanks to my son-in-law, Dorian. Joab mentioned Dorian without hesitation, never claiming credit for others' achievements. Chapter 29, Cody's excitement. Moreover, Dorian was not just anyone. He was his son-in-law, the imperial groom. With his position already at its peak, taking credit for this achievement would serve no practical purpose. Even if it wasn't Dorian's, he still needed to find a way to give him the credit, let alone the fact that Dorian had worked hard to earn it. While it might not grant Dorian any particular status, it would certainly make Cody view him in a new light. Bringing Dorian into Cody's attention could only benefit Dorian. Sure enough, when Joab spoke, Cody showed great interest. Oh, Dorian? What did he do? Cody knew Joab very well. If there weren't substantial reasons, Joab would never speak lightly. He was always measured and never claimed undue credit or exaggerated achievements, especially not for those on his side. This was precisely why Cody had always relied heavily on Joab. Talents like him were invaluable. Your Majesty, all the results of this interrogation were obtained by your servant's son-in-law, Dorian, Joab replied. Facing an impasse in the interrogation, he volunteered and managed to get the Jorges to talk, proving himself worthy of your Majesty's trust. What you say makes me even more curious. Quickly, tell me how he conducted the interrogation. Cody looked at Joab. The entire Ministry of Justice had been stumped, unable to extract any information, yet Dorian succeeded. It seemed Dorian indeed possessed some abilities, but exactly how he achieved this was intriguing. This method of interrogation could also be valuable to the Ministry of Justice, potentially reducing wrongful convictions. Cody had always craved talent. Joab then detailed Dorian's interrogation process. When he heard the phrase, military strategy prioritizes psychological warfare, Cody's eyes lit up. Excellent. Truly excellent. Psychological warfare is the key. Minister Augustine, your son-in-law is quite remarkable. He shows promise as a military strategist. Cody didn't hide his admiration. After listening, he realized that Dorian was more than just a capable general. He was a true strategist. A general required martial prowess, while a strategist needed proficiency in military tactics, strategic planning, troop deployment, and formidable strength. Dorian's insight with just one sentence earned Cody's high praise. Joab was surprised by such high praise from Cody, initially thinking the Emperor would merely acknowledge Dorian's name. Clearly, this statement carried significant weight. Your Majesty flatters him. He has a long way to go. Joab responded quickly, knowing Cody disliked arrogant people. It's fine. No one is born a perfect strategist, but your son-in-law shows great potential and should be nurtured. Cody spoke sincerely, always generous to those he valued. I foresee that within half a year, a major battle will unfold, and your son-in-law must join the battlefield. Train him well during this time. Who knows? Our great Xia may produce 3 brilliant strategists from one family. Cody laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased. If these strategists belonged to another family, he might have been wary, but Joab's family posed no threat. Moreover, they had clean backgrounds, which the great Xia dynasty desperately needed. I understand. I will train him diligently during this period. Joab nodded. With Cody's words, Dorian's military contributions would ensure ample rewards upon his return. But this time, I cannot bestow immediate rewards, so please explain this to him. Cody continued seriously. While Dorian deserved recognition, doing so openly might be inconvenient given the nature of the incident, necessitating a discreet approach. Fear not, I will not neglect those who serve well. Once he establishes further military merit, I will reward him accordingly. Being able to alleviate the Emperor's worries is our honor. Joab respectfully agreed. Very well. With these matters resolved, tomorrow's court will be much smoother. Confront Grimes directly and hold him accountable. Cody felt elated. With these preparations, he could bring down Franco-Duke's mansion the next morning. Your Majesty, though we strike first, it might not be enough to topple the Franco-Duke's mansion. That's fine. They need only understand my intentions. However, caution must be exercised regarding Grimes. Cody understood. These measures alone wouldn't completely dismantle the Franco-Duke's power, built over many years. Many would petition on their behalf, forming the biggest obstacle for Cody. Political struggles were never simple. In this instance, reclaiming part of the military authority will suffice. Once you and others achieve remarkable feats, these men will become restless. Then, I will make them pay. Cody's eyes gleamed. His plan was long-term but worth it. The Franco and Parkers had grown too powerful, limiting even imperial power. Their influence spread far and wide, controlling numerous regions and key authorities, including critical military powers. The Great Xia faced threats from external forces as well. During the previous Zhou invasion, attempts to retaliate were thwarted due to benefits received by these two families. Respect for the dynasty from these families had long faded, posing a severe threat to the Great Xia. Could the Great Xia still belong to the Xia family under these conditions? Cody couldn't accept it. Removing these threats was a matter of resolve, but it wouldn't happen overnight. If not for Joab's victory exposing the An and Ning Duke schemes, Cody's authority would be worse off. Chapter 30. Resolve. This further weakened the imperial authority. Under such circumstances, Cody grew increasingly dissatisfied with the two Grand Dukes' residences. This time, he leveraged Joab's prestige to strike at the Grand Guy's residence, aiming to weaken them significantly and consolidate his imperial power. This led to a series of plans that now seem to have been successful. Dorian also gave Cody some hope. The Great Xia dynasty needed talents like him. If it weren't for the damage suffered by the Grand Guy's residence over these years, I truly wouldn't know how to proceed, Cody sneered. The balance between the two Grand Dukes' residences was now unstable. The Grand Guy's residence had suffered due to some mishaps in their support for the heir to the throne. Their chosen prince was sidelined by Cody, leading to significant losses. This presented Cody with another chance to further cripple the Grand Guy's residence. As for the Grand Tomas's residence, there was little that could be done about it at present. Your Majesty is wise and valiant. You will certainly end the monopoly of the two Grand Dukes and restore the bright sky of our Great Xia dynasty, Joab said immediately, naturally well-versed in such flattery. Anderson's always enjoyed hearing praise, and even as one of Cody's most trusted ministers, Joab knew how to please him. Having your family around, I feel very reassured. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow will be another day wasted on arguments with those old men, Cody harumphed, revealing his displeasure. Lately, attending court had been a torment for him. The Grand Dukes competed for interests, undermining royal authority, which made Cody lose face. This time, it was finally his turn to regain honor. Yes. Joab nodded. Tomorrow's court session would likely be intense, and he needed to make other preparations as well. After Joab left, an elderly man reappeared from the shadows beside Cody. Your Majesty, Dorian has suddenly emerged, showing great promise. Is there any problem? Should we investigate him? The elder expressed some suspicion towards Dorian's sudden appearance. After all, it was too sudden. A young man under 25 with excellent martial skills, outstanding talent, and now well-read in military strategy, who could read others' intentions, such a young person seemed somewhat eerie. Most importantly, why did he suddenly emerge now when he never showed promise before? The elder believed that a thorough investigation was necessary. Cody waved his hand. No need. There's nothing wrong with him. Your Majesty, you must still be cautious. We can't let our guard down, the elder persisted. Old Akil, I understand your concerns, but did the Zhou Empire ever suspect its commander of Jinyuan? Did they ever doubt the unmatched young chancellor of Qianzhou? Why can other nations have such young geniuses, but not our great Xia? Cody's words left Henley speechless. We are well aware of Dorian's background and origins. Joab has conducted a meticulous investigation. There's absolutely no issue. As for his recent emergence, he simply didn't have opportunities to showcase his abilities before. Cody spoke earnestly. He was always clear that once appointed, trust must be complete. Although Dorian's sudden appearance puzzled him, Cody understood the dynamics in the Great Xia dynasty, where hereditary nobles held most of the power. Commoners found it exceedingly difficult to rise to prominence because they lacked opportunities to prove themselves. Important positions were controlled by the aristocracy, leaving commoners either assimilated or marginalized, without a voice. Cody had seen this firsthand. As a previously overlooked prince, his patience earned him the throne. Therefore, he was more willing to give opportunities to commoners like Dorian, making him a model example. With proper cultivation, the Great Xia dynasty could produce a young prodigy. The Great Xia wasn't inferior to any other dynasty, but first, these cancerous elements needed to be eradicated. In the past, the ancestors of these hereditary nobles were meritorious officials, but now they were cancers eroding the Great Xia dynasty, slowly devouring it. One day, the Great Xia might fall because of them. Cody couldn't allow this to happen and had to find a way to prevent it. This was his first step. Augustine listening to Cody, Henley fell silent before nodding slightly. Your Majesty speaks wisely. We shouldn't keep doubting everything. It's not easy for our great Xia to nurture a capable general, and I will arrange for people to protect him. Henley had come to see Cody's logic clearly. The great Xia needed fresh blood, not these useless hereditary nobles. Thus, Dorian's importance was evident. The great Xia dynasty needs change. This time, it's a high-stakes gamble on my part. It must succeed, or it cannot fail. I want them to know that the lion of the great Xia still stands. Cody's eyes gleamed with unprecedented resolve and determination. At one point, the great Xia dynasty was the strongest on this continent. Back then, neighboring kingdoms paid tribute regularly, humbling themselves before the great Xia. Now, however, everyone saw the great Xia as a piece of rich meat to be carved up, especially given its vast territory. These people naturally wanted to conquer it, but Cody would not let them succeed. Securing military power was the first step. Only with military control could the great Xia act freely, and only as emperor did he have the authority to order such actions. He intended to secure Grimes's military command this time, at all costs. Moved by Cody's ambitions, Henley also looked serious, willing to relieve your Majesty's worries. There's something else. Find a top-notch cultivation technique for inner strength. Dorian must be properly nurtured. Cody showed his firm resolve. This was his first major investment in Dorian and the most crucial one. Normally, he would give Dorian time to grow naturally without interference, but now the great Xia was in peril, and he needed to help Dorian rise quickly. It was a high-stakes gamble and a show of trust. Your Majesty needn't worry. I happen to have a suitable cultivation technique for someone like Dorian. Good. Cody nodded. Have Joab deliver it to Dorian tomorrow? Truly, the great Xia dynasty doesn't have the time to waste. Cody sighed, knowing that everything needed to accelerate without delay. Chapter 31. Joab's change. This time, they really caught Grimes and his men off guard. Otherwise, dealing with these fellows wouldn't be that easy, let alone the fact that hardly any cost was incurred. Thinking of Dorian, Cody shook his head and remarked, this time, it truly seems that the Jethro Gwagong has picked a great son-in-law. As he spoke, there was a hint of envy in Cody's voice. Initially, Joab merely saw Dorian as a tool, quite dissatisfied and indifferent to him. However, within just 3 short days, Joab's perception had completely changed. Cody could see that Joab was now very pleased with this son-in-law. Such a transformation could only mean one thing. Dorian must truly be exceptional to win over someone as discerning as Joab. Upon hearing that statement, for a moment, Cody even felt the urge to snatch Dorian away and make him his own son-in-law. After all, although Joab was a trusted minister, he was still an outsider, making Dorian only a subordinate. If Dorian could become family, it would certainly facilitate many matters. Pity that such a brilliant talent wasn't discovered by me first. Now the Jethro Gwagong gets all the credit, said Henley, shaking his head as well. It was undeniable that Joab's luck had been excellent indeed. Not only was he accomplished himself, but his daughter also excelled. Choosing a scapegoat as a son-in-law turned out to be someone whom even Cody admired. Jethro Gwagong is truly on the rise. Henley was sure of this. Perhaps this was fate. Since Jethro Gwagong is working so hard, I can't afford to idle either. Cody stood up, his expression becoming increasingly resolute. Akil Lao. Yes, Your Majesty. Have the items I asked you to collect been prepared? They are ready. Are you planning to use them now, Your Majesty? Henley looked at Cody in surprise. Over the past 2 years, Cody had never waited idly by, continuously gathering evidence against the Franco-Gong and Ernst estates. However, the Ernst estate had always been cautious, hindering their efforts. Meanwhile, the current Duke of Franco-Gong was incompetent, leaving many things exposed before Cody. This was why they chose to strike at the Franco-Gong estate. Grimes was not a competent duke. Despite holding the position, he lacked the capability. Under his leadership, the Franco-Gong estate had declined significantly, which provided Cody with a good opportunity. Of course, but those pieces of evidence aren't enough to make the old man Grimes yield. Moreover, we still have Ernst to deal with. He is clever and won't let anything happen easily to the Franco-Gong estate. So, we must strike a fatal blow, forcing Grimes to hand over his military authority in exchange for his life. Cody's eyes were determined, exuding the imperial majesty befitting a ruler. No matter what, he was the Anderson of the great Xia dynasty, and imperial authority, even if weakened, remained supreme. But doing so will alert Ernst, making it more difficult to deal with him later. Cody sighed. The court was like that, giving and taking. To better address the Franco-Gong estate this time, they would be somewhat helpless against Ernst. In the end, Ernst might not intervene in this matter, but in return, Cody couldn't attack Ernst for the time being. With these old foxes having crisis awareness, who knows what outrageous actions they might take. For now, we just need to endure. With Dorian, this new rising star, do you think we cannot handle them? You're right. With Dorian around, we just need to wait until he grows up. Military achievements aren't easy though. Let's hope he can really pull through. Although Cody was optimistic, he understood that military success was always uncertain and not easily achieved. Truly wanting to rise wasn't simple. However, Your Majesty, I believe bringing Dorian into the court is a good thing. Really? What do you think, Akil Lao? Cody placed great trust and value on this close protector, who had fought alongside his father. His experience was invaluable, and Cody often sought advice from him. Dorian excels in military strategy and understanding human nature. He must also be adept at court politics. He may not only be gifted in martial arts. He might be proficient in literature too. After all, not everyone can understand military books, and his ability to read them indicates remarkable talent. Henley spoke seriously, now believing Dorian to be a talent. Although he had previously doubted Dorian, it didn't mean he didn't see potential in him. You're right. Cody's eyes lit up, realizing he might have overlooked something about Dorian. As a wise ruler, he should uncover Dorian's other talents. But bringing him into the court now is too early. We'll talk about this later. Let's focus on immediate matters first. Calmly reconsidering, Cody believed that showcasing Dorian too prominently could lead to unforeseen problems, which he wished to avoid. This matter needs careful deliberation. Let's observe Dorian's future performance. Yes, Your Majesty. After returning home, Joab was in high spirits. Resolving this issue finally lifted the burden from his heart. Once Grimes handed over his military authority, Cody would control it, allowing Joab to set out for battle with peace of mind. Joab disliked political intrigue and preferred the battlefield, where he belonged. Thinking of this, Joab grew even more fond of Dorian, feeling he hadn't lost anything by choosing this son-in-law. Seeing Joab so happy, Connie rolled her eyes and said, "Is everything settled? You're so cheerful. Aren't you afraid the Anderson will blame you? There's a problem with what you're saying. I'm the Anderson's confidant. He wouldn't bear to punish me." Indeed, even if this mission failed, Cody wouldn't do anything to Joab, though neither of them wanted to lose this opportunity. But if they did, there was nothing much they could do. After all, some things couldn't be forced. Sure. So, now that you're so happy, have the Jorges confessed? Connie asked. She wasn't a mere ornament. Joab's rise to power was partly due to her support. Though sometimes she could be haughty, her administrative skills were top-notch. Chapter 32. A Spousal Conversation. For a long time, Connie has been Joab's supportive partner. Yet, she's always had a bit of an arrogant streak. Initially, she wasn't very fond of Dorian, but now she can accept him. As Dorian displayed his capabilities and Joab vouched for him, she gradually became more satisfied with Dorian. However, as a somewhat proud mother-in-law, she naturally wouldn't show this directly. She only exhibited her arrogant side. Of course, all the Jorges have confessed. This duke is indeed quite formidable, Joab said smugly, in high spirits after resolving the biggest trouble on his mind. If not for maintaining the dignity of being a duke, he would have started dancing right there. Don't be too proud. I know your capabilities all too well, Connie retorted. Knowing Joab's abilities inside out, he could manage troops reasonably well but lacked the ability to interrogate effectively. Thinking about how Joab successfully extracted information today with Dorian, could it be Dorian's doing? Considering this, Connie asked directly, was it Dorian who got the confession? There was no reserve between them. Indeed, my dear, you're sharp. Joab stroked his beard, looking delighted. Even if Dorian did the questioning, Joab still took pride in it as Dorian's father-in-law-to-be. Does he really have such capability? Connie was somewhat surprised, beyond her expectations. Indeed, Little Rue has always been keeping his skills under wraps. He even fooled me. Had he not shown his true colors, this duke might have missed out on a good son-in-law. Joab chuckled as if the person who initially wanted to scheme against Dorian wasn't him. You didn't say that before. Connie snorted, harboring some grievances over Joab's actions. Now is different from before. Don't you find him satisfactory? His background is clean, he knows how to behave, and he's quite capable. Isn't he better than those second-generation heirs? And he's marrying into our Jethraguo mansion, binding us tightly together. Joab patted Connie's shoulder, trying to alleviate her resentment towards Dorian. Do you really think I'm unsatisfied? Connie rarely swore, looking at Joab with disdain. So, what does this mean? Joab was taken aback. He knew Connie didn't approve of Dorian. I'm not unhappy with Dorian. I just feel guilty towards Kirsty. Sighing, Connie explained. Dorian may be fine, but does Kirsty like him? That's what concerns me most. Connie looked seriously at Joab. To her, regardless of what kind of son-in-law it was, the crucial point was whether Kirsty liked him. She felt greatly indebted to her daughter, who had been fighting outside all along. She was worried sick about Natalie's safety during this battle, fearing she might never see her precious daughter again. Now, getting married because of her father's issues, marrying someone she doesn't love. Even though Dorian treated Natalie well, which Connie noticed, a relationship without genuine affection wouldn't last. Hearing this, Joab fell silent, realizing this was indeed his issue. Guilt welled up within him. Dorian is indeed a good boy, but does Kirsty truly like him? You know Kirsty's personality. She agreed probably for your sake. Poor thing, she's my only daughter. After pondering, Joab suddenly realized something and quickly replied, My dear, I believe Kirsty isn't entirely devoid of feelings for Dorian. Kirsty won't compromise easily. Look at how she treats Dorian these days. She seems quite decent to him, indicating she has some liking for him. Feelings can be nurtured over time. Besides, Kirsty doesn't have any romantic interests yet. Dorian's appearance might be a blessing. Joab nearly forgot this point. If Natalie disliked Dorian, she wouldn't give him any pleasant looks, perhaps outward politeness, but definitely not privately. In the past few days, observing carefully, Joab saw that Natalie treated Dorian pretty well, even teaching him spear techniques. This hinted at some positive feelings. Moreover, growing closer through daily interactions could be great. Connie was slightly stunned by this reasoning, finding Joab's words logical. Each generation will find their own happiness. Let them figure things out. Maybe in a few years, they'll bring us a chubby grandson. Then we can enjoy our twilight years. Joab smiled warmly, seemingly looking forward to that scene. Connie's expression softened. Indeed, Natalie hadn't seemed to hate Dorian lately, making it a good match, a beautiful pair. But be cautious. They will be heading to the battlefield soon. Suddenly thinking about this, Connie's mood sank. She knew Natalie loved commanding troops but feared the danger involved, worrying primarily about her safety. Don't worry. Kirsty is already one of the top experts. Dorian is also improving. When they face battles together, they'll likely be unbeatable. Our army of the Great Xia dynasty is formidable. Besides, Dorian is smart and resourceful. He'll protect Kirsty well. Joab comforted Connie, trying to reassure her. Although he was also worried, as the head of the family, he mustn't express such sentiments, needing to keep the family stable while also having high hopes for Dorian. During dinner, Dorian noticed Joab and Connie were noticeably more amiable, giving the meal a more homely feel. Though puzzled by the change, Dorian enjoyed the warm atmosphere. Kirsty, come with me for a moment. After dinner, Just as they were about to leave, Connie called out. Sure. Natalie, though surprised, followed Connie. Dorian stayed, sensing that his father-in-law had something to discuss with him. Sure enough, Joab cleared his throat. Dorian. Yes, father-in-law. Dorian looked at Joab, unsure what was coming next. No need to be so formal. This is your home now. Chapter 33. The curtain rises. At home, you can relax a bit. Once outside, we must not tarnish the Jethro Gwagong Manor's reputation, Joab said with a warm smile, his demeanor incredibly genuine. This time, Dorian could sense that it was heartfelt and not feigned. Moreover, by referring to Dorian as part of the family, Joab had truly acknowledged him, which made Dorian feel more at ease. He now felt stable and no longer harbored resentment over being used by Joab earlier. He understood that Joab had been in a difficult position then, and without Joab, he wouldn't have completed the Wu Shan system activation task. In a way, Joab had helped him, so it wasn't a big deal anymore. Sure, father-in-law. Dorian smiled, visibly more relaxed. Staying tense all the time wasn't beneficial for him either. Sit down, let's chat. All right. Dorian sat opposite Joab, looking at him intently, knowing there were important matters to discuss. Today, after hearing about your achievements, Kale was very impressed. However, since you don't hold an official position yet, and this matter cannot be made public right now, we can't give you rewards just yet. But rest assured, Kale is not the type to withhold rewards from meritorious servants. After saying this, Joab observed Dorian's reaction. Seeing that Dorian remained unperturbed, he nodded. No problem. It's my duty to help alleviate worries for both Kale and father-in-law. Rewards are not necessary. Dorian initially thought something major might be up, but realized that he didn't care much about rewards. Any material gains at this point would be of little use. He figured it was better to wait until he earned military achievements. Joab nodded, approving Dorian's attitude. One thing I need to remind you. Whatever reward Kale gives you, you must accept without refusal. Dorian looked puzzled. Why is that? The things Kale bestows are non-negotiable. Otherwise, how will you uphold Kale's dignity? Joab explained, imparting some knowledge. I see. Dorian nodded, showing understanding. Then, Joab asked, what do you think of the Francogong Manor? It's rotten to the core, beyond redemption, Dorian said bluntly, sparing no sentiment. Why do you say that? Joab was intrigued, and wanted to hear Dorian's reasoning. If they hadn't declined, Kale wouldn't have chosen to take action. A direct hit, Joab couldn't help but nod. He then went on to explain many issues regarding the Francogong Manor and their plan with Cody. This time, our aim against the Francogong Manor is to strip them of their military power. You should know that many military commands in the Disya dynasty are held by nobles, which is disadvantageous to Kale and us. To mobilize troops, we have to seek their approval, which displeases Kale greatly. Joab's explanation left Dorian enlightened. Now he understood why they targeted the Francogong Manor for such reasons. Our goal this time is military command. Once we secure it, we'll reorganize and prepare for military campaigns. Be ready. Understood, father-in-law. Dorian nodded, calculating in his mind. With about half a year left, he hoped he could stand on his own soon. The lengthy discussion left Dorian with a newfound appreciation for Joab. Meanwhile, Natalie, listening to Connie's words, fell into deep thought. Upon returning to the room, she found Dorian already back. What did father talk to you about? As Dorian prepared to rest, Natalie suddenly spoke up. Dorian recounted everything truthfully. After listening, Natalie pondered. That explains why they're rushing back to the capital. Dorian showed curiosity, unsure what Natalie understood. Part of our expeditionary force belongs to Francogong, led by Otto. They are responsible for transporting supplies. Understanding dawned upon Dorian, who knew military tactics well. He immediately sensed that this was due to concerns about Francogong setting traps. These nobles are still up to no good even in such critical times. Dorian sighed in frustration. Things will improve after tomorrow. He knew Joab would confront Grimes soon. Given Joab and Cody's preparation, success seemed assured. Yes, rest early and focus on martial arts training. We'll be heading to war soon. Natalie's words made Dorian pause. Why were they so sure about impending warfare? No rumors suggested any dynasty plan to attack Disya. Could it be Dezhou or Deqian? These two powerful dynasties, besides Disya, seemed the only ones capable of such actions. The next morning, Joab, dressed in his Gwagong attire, entered the Han Yuan Hall for the morning court session. Cody, draped in imperial robes, sat majestically on the throne, glancing subtly at Joab. Grimes, standing nearby, nervously watched Joab, unaware of developments within the Ministry of Punishments. Their informants there had been neutralized, leaving them in the dark. Long live Kale. Everyone bowed reverently. Rise, my ministers. As usual, speak if you have petitions, or leave the court if not. Following the Grand Eunuch's announcement, ministers orderly reported minor affairs. With few significant issues, Cody felt slightly drowsy until thinking of the day's events invigorated him. My lords, anything else to report? After addressing the routine matters, Cody hinted at Joab. Joab straightened up and took a step forward. Your Majesty, I have a petition. Several dukes' expressions changed, sensing an impending event. Nearby, Francogong paled but remained composed, waiting for what was to come. Chapter 34. Stormy winds and heavy rains. He knew that he might face a storm next, but he had no way out. He must confront it. Only by handling this matter properly could he protect the guy's mansion. If not, there would only be one outcome. The Tomas, Robert, watched as Joab stood up and guessed some things. His eyes turned toward the Emperor. Clearly, Kale was preparing to make a move. However, the Tomas was unsure what evidence they possessed to confront the guy so directly. Bringing down a duke wouldn't be that easy. Other officials also showed excited expressions. For them, the conflict between imperial power and nobility was no longer a secret, even though the two had intricate connections. Yet they were not one family, which made conflicts inevitable. Especially now, it had reached a point where reconciliation seemed impossible. To these officials, the downfall of the nobility was a great opportunity. The nobility controlled most resources and positions, making their own advancement very difficult, forcing them to bow before the nobles. After Cody ascended the throne, the situation improved somewhat, but it wasn't ideal. Toppling a duke under such circumstances was immensely significant for them. In the past few days, discerning individuals understood what Cody intended to do, and now it seemed he was about to act. These officials were eagerly awaiting the downfall of the guy. Please continue, Josue. Cody smiled slightly. For dukes, especially those who sided with him like Josue Joab, he still showed a certain degree of respect. Seeing Cody's attitude, everyone understood that only Joab could receive such treatment. Josue was truly a winner in life, having even sacrificed his daughter's happiness for Cody's grand cause. However, rumors suggested that the imperial son-in-law had some martial prowess, though from their perspective, it wasn't enough. Therefore, Joab's immense sacrifice meant Cody would definitely treat him favorably. It was a pity for Princess Kirsty. Knowing what others thought, Joab might have laughed out loud. Dorian was truly an excellent son-in-law, far surpassing any of these scholars. Joab was very confident about this. Joab then said slowly, "What I wish to speak of is the Georgiation attempt on my son-in-law that day." Of course, Daryl, Grimes, felt a momentary blankness in his mind. They indeed had evidence, but he quickly regained composure. Despite being considered a failure, he was still Daryl and a wily old fox. He must handle today's matter carefully. Otherwise, the guy's mansion would face real trouble. Oh, this matter is known to the Anderson as well. Has it been resolved? Cody looked at Joab with solemnity, glancing around. This matter was indeed crucial. With Natalie being bestowed as a princess, it was a royal affair, involving the entire Great Xia dynasty. As an emperor, he must take it seriously for the dignity of the imperial family. Yes, all the Jorges have confessed, and here are their testimonies. Joab produced 6 documents, his expression full of anger, conveying to everyone the extent of his rage. Such emotions were natural. Almost losing his son-in-law was undoubtedly an insult to Josue's honor. Joab's furious reaction was part of their initial plan. If Dorian had died, Joab would have stormed the guy's mansion, and the whole mansion would fall into their hands. Even if someone impeached him later, Cody would protect him. Ultimately, it all hinged on Cody's word. Now, with testimony, they could use the most legitimate means against Grimes without risking anything more. Is that so? Let us see. A eunuch immediately brought the document to Cody. Meanwhile, Joab continued, "The mastermind behind this incident is Daryl Grimes. Please, your majesty, deliver justice for this old subject." This old subject has only one daughter, who nearly became a widow. Joab shed tears while looking at Cody. Everyone was moved by his sincerity, silently acknowledging the wisdom of experience. They waited anxiously to see how Grimes would respond, what actions he would take, and what the final outcome would be. This was the most concerning aspect for them. The other dukes remained quiet. They couldn't interfere or meddle in this matter. Except for the Ning and In mansions, other dukes didn't have significant conflicts with imperial power, and weakening the In mansion was beneficial, so no one rushed to help Grimes. The Tomas was relatively silent, not yet needing to act. This was the second time Cody read the testimonies, and soon his face filled with anger. He stared straight at Grimes. "Daryl, should you give the Anderson a reasonable explanation? Why did you try to whore-hate the son-in-law of Josue? You are showing contempt for the court and for me. I personally arranged the marriage, and you dare to obstruct it? Disobeying the imperial decree is treason." Cody, burning with fury, directly accused Grimes. Everyone agreed, considering that Cody personally sanctioned the marriage, making it an imperial decree. Grimes's behavior was indeed defiance, akin to rebellion. The nobility might be powerful, but the charge of treason was unassailable. Ministers grew even more excited. Clearly, Cody intended to launch a full-scale assault, making the guy pay a heavy price. The Tomas's face darkened, but there was still hope. "Your Majesty, this testimony may not be trustworthy. What if someone tried to frame Daryl? We should investigate this matter thoroughly." The Tomas stepped forward, calmly watching Cody. Both Cody and Joab were surprised. They hadn't expected him to act so swiftly. Daryl hadn't spoken yet, but he seemed too eager. In reality, the Tomas wanted to observe further, but hearing Cody accuse Grimes in this manner, he knew Cody wouldn't let it go easily. To preserve this alliance, he needed to intervene first. The alliance was crucial for the Tomas. Simultaneously, he felt helpless. Grimes should have consulted him first before taking such actions. Chapter 35. Admission. Now things have come to this, and he never even consulted me. He's really beyond redemption. Duke Raphael sighed inwardly. Grimes indeed lacked ability and was rather arrogant, not giving others the time of day. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare directly attempt injorgiation. Additionally, these years the Duke Raphael's mansion had become too powerful, causing Grimes some dissatisfaction with him. Relations between their two families were not as good as before. Especially Grimes never thought about discussing matters with them. Such a person is truly useless. But still, he needed to find a way to protect him. Grimes was equally surprised that Duke Raphael would suddenly step forward. However, he didn't believe this move was made with good intentions, and guessed that he wanted something from him. Their assessment of Grimes was not incorrect. He was arrogant, distrusted others, and believed he could handle everything himself. Why is Duke Raphael so hasty? Lord Daryl has not yet said anything. How do you know it's slander? Could it be that testimonies from our Ministry of Punishments are false? Or does Duke Raphael think we're framing Lord Daryl? Without waiting for Joab or Clarence to say anything, the Minister of Punishments took the lead, questioning Duke Raphael. As expected, the Minister of Punishments was on Clarence's side. Among the 6 ministries, only the Ministries of Rights and Punishments were completely under Clarence's control, and this incident involved both. Naturally, they had calculated everything beforehand. Of course not, but there are many doubts in this matter. I believe it should be investigated further. Given the gravity of the situation, mere confessions from Jorges prove little, Duke Raphael said calmly. His words made sense, but if pressed hard, the testimonies from the Ministry of Punishments were strong evidence. All he could do now was delay the proceedings. Hoping to reverse the situation with this alone was impossible. With the Jorges admissions, was more evidence really needed? Since I've accused Daryl, naturally I have evidence. Would Duke Raphael like to see it? Joab said coolly, his gaze fixed on Duke Raphael Abdur. Abdur frowned. Did they really have evidence? Just as he pondered this, Grimes stood up and knelt down. This old servant admits guilt. This matter was indeed orchestrated by the mansion of Daryl. Hearing this, Abdur was stunned. He didn't understand why Grimes would immediately confess when he was trying to stop all this. Now, with Grimes's confession, what was the point of him speaking any further? He's really a poor ally, Abdur thought, seething with anger inside but unable to show it, standing silently beside. He couldn't fathom why Grimes would just admit guilt. Could it be that Grimes knew what kind of evidence Joab had? Thinking about it, Abdur decided to observe the situation first. The other ministers and dukes also didn't understand why Grimes would directly confess. They thought the conflict would last longer. This turn of events was unexpected. Even Clarence and Joab were surprised, watching Grimes, unsure of his true intentions. Despite the surprise, Grimes remained calm. Although Duke Raphael was putting up a strong argument which might have some effect, if the truth came out, it would cause greater trouble. By admitting guilt now, he could ease some pressure. A point Grimes understood well. Since Daryl has admitted guilt, there's nothing more to say. Breaking the law, attempting to whore the imperial princess's consort, and defying the emperor's decree. Do you know what crimes these are? Clarence said slowly. Despite not knowing Grimes's intentions, he decided to end the matter swiftly to avoid complications. I know, replied Grimes. However, I must add a few more words. Please allow it, Your Majesty. Grimes lowered his tone, and Clarence couldn't refuse him, nodding instead. Your Majesty, although I am aware of this, these plans were not mine but those of my unworthy son, Otto. Hearing this, everyone was even more stunned. Was Grimes planning to sacrifice his son to save himself? It was even more unexpected. Although this was a smart move, wasn't sacrificing his son too severe? Wasn't his son important to him? Didn't he nurture him carefully? Could he just give up on him so easily? But soon, they realized Grimes had 3 sons. Losing one was no big deal compared to the potential destruction of the mansion of Daryl, which would be truly troublesome. This man is truly ruthless. We underestimated him, everyone thought. Indeed, they had underestimated this Grimes. The Daryl was not as incapable as rumored. Clarence and Joab exchanged glances. While this was somewhat unexpected, they still had their contingency plans ready. Why did Otto do this? Clarence asked symbolically. Because that ungrateful son loved Princess Kirsty deeply. Sadly, they were not meant to be together, and someone else suddenly proposed to Princess Kirsty. This displeased him, leading to this egregious act. I am heartbroken as well, Grimes responded. Joab understood what to do next. Humph, Daryl clearly knew of this, but did nothing to prevent it or inform Kale. Knowing and not reporting is no different from harboring a criminal. Joab seized the opportunity to attack Grimes. Indeed, Daryl has greatly disappointed me. You obviously don't hold me in high regard, Clarence said, playing into the scenario, unwilling to let go until their goals were met. The old servant admits guilt, Grimes said directly, presenting an attitude of submission. Him considering Daryl's relatively good attitude, you can escape capital punishment, but I must teach you a lesson. Otherwise, you'll forget your place, Clarence continued. Please accept your punishment. Grimes felt at peace. As long as Clarence's punishment was reasonable, he'd agree. In his view, this was merely an issue of interests. Preserving the mansion of Daryl was more critical, so compromise was necessary. Compared to escalating the situation through argument, this outcome was better. Firstly, for failing to educate your children properly, you will be confined to your mansion for 6 months for reflection. Chapter 36, Surrender of Military Authority. Failure to educate a child is the fault of the father. Do you have any objections, Daryl? Cody said slowly, and the ministers did not seem to care about this point, as it appeared unimportant. However, they knew Cody wouldn't let Duke Thatcher off so easily, and there must be deeper implications. The old minister has nothing to say and accepts the penalty, Thatcher nodded. Though he did not understand Cody's intentions, he could accept this. A 6-month period of self-reflection was just that. While he would lose a lot during these 6 months, it wouldn't be too extensive. The second point, the victims of this matter are Josue and his family. Naturally, you should provide some compensation. Speaking fairly, 100,000 taels of gold. Any objections? Thatcher's face darkened. 100,000 taels of gold was a huge sum for even a duke's household, affecting the very core of his wealth. Just as he was contemplating how to haggle, Cody added another sentence. I know that over the years, your household has been quite profitable, with businesses across the country earning handsomely. This shouldn't be a problem, right? Thatcher was stunned. Meeting Cody's gaze, he understood that Cody knew everything. Their schemes had been thoroughly investigated by this emperor, and refusing would lead to even greater losses, truly a Pyrrhic victory. No problem. Hearing such an outrageous demand, Thatcher still agreed, causing varied reactions among the ministers. What exactly is Thatcher planning? To agree to such demands without resistance? He isn't one to back down without a fight. What is he up to? Abdur frowned deeply, finding Thatcher increasingly incomprehensible. He wasn't a reliable ally and might drag him into disaster someday. We need to find others to collaborate. If Kel targets us, we're in trouble. We must be cautious. Abdur realized Thatcher was merely the first to fall, not the last. Cody wouldn't rest until Abdur himself was brought down. I am not like Thatcher, a fool. You best not provoke me. Abdur looked at Cody with disdain. He no longer held any respect for the emperor. Cody continued unaware of Abdur's thoughts. Additionally, Daryl will undergo reflection for 6 months, but the Black Armor Army still requires leadership and training. So, I asked Daryl to hand over the Tiger Tally. I will take temporary control. As the plot unfolded, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone knew this was Cody's true objective from the start. It was always about the military authority, with everything else being a ruse. Would Thatcher still comply? Surrendering military authority was no small matter. As a martial general and head of the Black Armor Army, it was the cornerstone of the Darrell family's power. Handing over the Tiger Tally to Cody would mean losing it forever. The Great Xia dynasty recognized only the Tiger Tally, not personal loyalty. Thatcher was torn. He saw through Cody's intentions, but it was too late. He found himself in an awkward position, where either action led to dire consequences. Refusing Cody would be defiance again, giving Cody the right to execute him. Agreeing meant losing his influence, making his position as Darrell nearly meaningless, leaving him powerless. Despite retaining a comfortable life, it was hard for Thatcher to accept losing power after holding it for so long. Others remained silent, awaiting Thatcher's response. Handing over military authority would be a significant victory for Cody. In this situation, what reason did he have not to comply? Cody had prepared well, leaving Thatcher no choice. Other dukes understood that Cody was only interested in military authority, whereas Thatcher hadn't realized this yet, thinking it was merely a warning. Joab sneered inwardly. Thatcher had no grounds to refuse. Abdur sighed, having foreseen the outcome but unable to assist Thatcher now that Cody had spoken. Well, is Darrell unwilling? Cody asked with a sardonic smile. Feeling Cody's gaze, Thatcher realized he had lost comprehensively. His choice was simple. Cody wanted only military authority and wouldn't destroy the Darrell household entirely. Giving up military power wasn't impossible. At least, it left a chance for survival. Defying the order would leave him with no hope. Of course not. It's just that this minister feels reluctant. However, I'm getting old, my health much diminished. It is indeed time for younger men to take over. The Great Xia faces external threats, and I wish to contribute my part. In the afternoon, this old minister will personally deliver the Tiger Tally to your majesty. Cody nodded approvingly, satisfied with Thatcher's performance. This man had wisely chosen to pledge allegiance, showing his loyalty. Without military power, other official positions were insufficient for a duke. But with Cody's backing, he could rest easy. Being a retired duke wasn't bad, though accepting it fully would take time. Joab regarded Thatcher with new respect. His current choice was wise. Abdur hoped Thatcher would resist, but that was merely his wishful thinking. Not seeing Cody as a threat anymore, he felt resistance was better. Yet, Thatcher clearly saw that opposing the Xia royal family was difficult. The Xia clan, ruling for centuries, possessed immense power. Moreover, would other dukes really support rebellion? Thatcher was more lucid than Abdur, understanding the gravity of the situation. Other dukes also understood that they should align with Cody, seeking a suitable time to pledge their loyalty. Ultimately, their natural inclination was towards Cody as the legitimate ruler. Chapter 37. Desolation and Hatred. Rebellion? Such a thought had never crossed their minds. After rebelling, could they really control the entire Great Xia? The Xia family is not without its army or foundation. The Tomas was being too simplistic in his thinking. A few people secretly glanced at Abdur. In recent years, Abdur had indeed acted very disrespectfully toward the royal family. After all, the House of Grayson was indeed far more powerful. However, such behavior undoubtedly revealed his stance. Everyone knew that Abdur might very well be planning a rebellion. His ambitions were too grand. Just was Cody really unprepared? It seemed unlikely. Everyone was fully aware that they absolutely could not engage in such acts of rebellion, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, the current Grayson showed no signs of backing down, which would likely lead to significant trouble later on. Very well, Darrell, it is extremely gratifying and delightful to see you have such thoughts. After all, with loyal officials like you, we form the backbone of our Great Xia. He truly hadn't expected Duke Thatcher to cooperate with him. This was the most surprising thing. He had been prepared to present even more evidence, but never thought Duke Thatcher would concede, which was quite unexpected. However, he roughly understood Duke Thatcher's thinking. With no other options left, it was better to directly submit to the Emperor and thereby preserve his lineage. After all, as long as the title of Duke remained intact, pledging allegiance to the Emperor posed no issue. Compared to the Emperor, Abdur stood no chance whatsoever. Duke Thatcher now saw that Cody was exceptionally capable, especially with Joab by his side. They were indeed formidable. Under these circumstances, the dukes would not follow Abdur and naturally knew how to make the right choice. Joab also wore a smile. The matter was now fully resolved, all thanks to Dorian. Otherwise, achieving this level of outcome would have been impossible. This truly made him feel like Dorian was a lucky star. I wonder what your majesty plans to do about my rebellious son, Otto? Duke Thatcher asked, looking towards Cody. This question momentarily silenced Cody. Indeed, this was an important issue. How should they deal with Otto now that Duke Thatcher had surrendered? Yet, given the open nature of the situation, they couldn't show favoritism. Even if Joab and Dorian were willing to forgive, laws were laws and could not be changed. Cody felt a sudden sense of difficulty. Duke Thatcher had truly given him a tough problem. Suddenly, he felt like lashing out. If Duke Thatcher had directly pledged loyalty to him, there wouldn't have been an issue. But now, it was too late, and he needed to find a way to resolve this predicament. Joab was equally at a loss, unsure of how to handle this situation. The others started to watch the unfolding drama, as this scenario was both intriguing and entertaining for them. How Cody would handle it became one of their greatest concerns. Poor handling could lead to a major embarrassment. Cold sweat trickled down Cody's forehead, unseen by others. Otherwise, he would have been in an awkward position. Minister of Punishments, what should be done? At this moment, Grayson suddenly stepped forward, fixing his gaze on the Minister of Punishments. Everyone was taken aback, wondering why Grayson was inserting himself into the situation at this point. Duke Thatcher stared at him intently, suddenly realizing something. Abdur clearly intended to stir up trouble. This guy must have planned this because Duke Thatcher had submitted to Cody, leading Abdur to throw him under the bus. If so, this would make matters even harder to handle. Ignoring this would only create further conflict. Realizing this, Duke Thatcher sighed inwardly, understanding that making a choice meant making enemies. Abdur didn't seem to respect Cody much at all. Although this was normal, it made everyone wary of Abdur, who was the most dangerous among them. What? Does what I say mean nothing? Abdur spoke coldly, confirming everyone's suspicions. He indeed intended to pile on. Allowing the matter to end here was not what he wanted. Now that Duke Thatcher had submitted to Cody, his value diminished, possibly creating some friction between Cody and Duke Thatcher. After all, Otto had died by Cody's hand. Regarding offending others, Abdur had no fear at all. As the Grayson, he feared neither Cody nor anyone else. Thinking of this, Abdur sneered and looked at Cody, curious about his decision. Cody was similarly enraged. Abdur was indeed troublesome, and now he had to compromise, devising a solution on the fly. Minister of Punishments, please speak. Hearing Cody's voice, the Minister of Punishments slightly relaxed and began. Otto has committed serious crimes, and he should receive the death penalty. Fine. If that's the case, let the Ministry of Punishments apprehend him. Abdur smiled. The answer seemed clear now. No one could save Otto, not even Cody. Everyone fell silent, unsure of how to proceed. Executing Otto would be a great humiliation, but under the current circumstances, it seemed no one could help him. Joab sighed, ready to offer some compensation to Duke Thatcher. Regardless, Duke Thatcher had now joined their side. The death of his son placed some responsibility on them. Cody also felt helpless, preparing to comfort Duke Thatcher, as he too lacked a proper solution. If Duke Thatcher had an exemption token, the problem could have been solved, but the House of Darilgo's token was long gone. Of those remaining with exemption tokens, one was Abdur, and another, Cody pondered. Exemption tokens could be gifted, but doing so would cost the owner a valuable asset, making it impractical. Moreover, the royal family had long hesitated to issue more tokens due to their potential misuse, exemplified by Abdur's audacity. Hold it. But was Cody completely unprepared? Probably not. Everyone was clear. Rebelling was out of the question. The consequences would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, the current Tomas showed no signs of backing down, which would certainly cause significant trouble later. Very well, it's truly heartening to see the guy has this sentiment. After all, you are the pillars of our great Xia. He hadn't expected Duke Thatcher to cooperate with him. This was the most surprising turn of events. He had prepared even more evidence, but now it seemed unnecessary as Thatcher had unexpectedly capitulated. However, he could also understand Thatcher's thoughts. With no other options left, surrendering directly to the Emperor might still preserve their estates. As long as they retained the title of Duke and pledged loyalty to the Emperor, everything would be fine. Compared to the Emperor, Abdur had no chance of winning. Thatcher now realized how capable Cody was, especially with Joab by his side. Their strength was formidable. Under these circumstances, the other dukes wouldn't follow Abdur. They knew what the best choice was. Joab also wore a smile. Everything was settled thanks to Dorian. Without him, this level of resolution wouldn't have been possible. Dorian was truly a lucky star. I wonder how Kale plans to deal with my rebellious son Otto, Thatcher asked, looking at Cody. This made Cody pause for a moment. It was indeed an important question. How should Otto be handled? Now that Thatcher had surrendered, it wasn't right to punish Otto. But since the issue was already public, personal biases couldn't interfere. Even if Joab and Dorian forgave him, the law couldn't be changed. Cody felt troubled. Thatcher had truly given him a difficult problem. Suddenly, he wanted to curse. If Thatcher had directly sworn allegiance, there wouldn't have been a problem. But it was too late now, and he needed to find a way to resolve the situation. Joab was also at a loss, unsure of what to do. This situation was giving him a headache. The others began watching the drama unfold. For them, this situation was quite amusing. They were keenly watching how Cody would handle it. Handling it poorly could lead to ridicule. Sweat dripped from Cody's forehead, but fortunately, no one saw it. Otherwise, he'd be in an awkward position. Criminal Minister, what do you think should be done? At this point, the Tomas suddenly stepped forward, looking at the Criminal Minister. Everyone was slightly taken aback. Why was the Tomas involving himself now? Thatcher glared at him, suddenly realizing something. Abdur clearly intended to make things worse. Because Thatcher had sided with Cody, Abdur wanted to take advantage of the situation. If so, handling this would become even harder. If everyone ignored it, some mediation could still happen. Thatcher sighed. Choosing sides inevitably alienated others. But Abdur really didn't respect Cody at all. Though this was common knowledge, it still made everyone wary of Abdur. This kind of person was the most dangerous. Why? Does the word of this duke carry no weight? Abdur coldly said. Just as everyone had guessed, Abdur intended to further complicate matters. Ending it like this wasn't what he wanted. Since Thatcher had submitted to Cody, he lost value. This might create friction between Thatcher and Cody. After all, Otto ultimately died because of Cody. Abdur didn't fear offending anyone. As the Tomas, he feared neither Cody nor anyone else. He smiled coldly, watching Cody, eager to see how he would decide. Cody was equally angry. Abdur was troublesome, forcing him into a corner. Criminal Minister, what do you think? Upon hearing Cody's voice, the Criminal Minister let out a sigh of relief and slowly replied, Otto's crimes are severe. Capital punishment is appropriate. Very well, then let the Criminal Ministry arrest him. Abdur smiled. It was now clear that no one could save Otto. Not even Cody had the power. Everyone fell silent, unsure of how to react. Killing Otto would be a disgrace, but under these circumstances, no one could help him. Joab sighed, preparing to offer some compensation to Thatcher. No matter what, Thatcher was now on their side. The death of his son was partially his responsibility. Cody was also helpless, preparing to console Thatcher. There were no good solutions. If Thatcher had a pardon medallion, it could solve the issue, but the pardon medallions of the guy were long gone. Of those who remained with a pardon medallion, one was Abdur, and the other, Cody pondered. Pardon medallions could be gifted, but doing so meant losing one, not entirely beneficial. Moreover, previously, the imperial family was hesitant to issue more due to the potential abuse, as exemplified by Abdur. Wait. Chapter 38, Resolution. Everyone was startled by the voice, especially Abdur, whose face changed dramatically. He found this voice all too familiar. What he least wanted was to hear this man's voice, the very same man who now possessed the immunity medallion, Duke of England, Iolo. Joab's eyes lit up upon hearing this voice. He remembered that his good friend, Duke of England Iolo, was the one who had the immunity medallion in the end. They were very close friends, but no matter how close they were, would Duke Iolo really step forward? That was a question. No one had the right to demand that Iolo hand over the immunity medallion, as it belonged to him. It couldn't be measured in terms of money. It was priceless. Such an item was invaluable for saving lives and was unmatched. They didn't speak because they didn't know what price to offer. Joab looked at Iolo with anticipation, already pondering how to compensate his good friend. Though their friendship was strong, something like this couldn't be casually given away. If Iolo did give it, he would certainly have to repay him. Cody wore a faint smile. It seemed that Iolo was ready to stand by his side. Despite Iolo's close relationship with Joab and association with Cody, making him hand over the immunity medallion under these circumstances was out of the question. Now, if Iolo did produce it, Cody would definitely offer some form of compensation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a fair emperor. Moreover, if Iolo handed over the immunity medallion, it meant he would fully stand by Cody, thus ensuring their side had sufficient strength. Grimes looked toward Duke Iolo of England. This was his lifeline. He hadn't anticipated that putting Otto forward would nearly put Otto in danger. If Iolo was willing to hand over the immunity medallion, Grimes vowed to doubly repay him. Abdur stared coldly at Iolo, disbelieving that Iolo would actually hand it over. The immunity medallion wasn't trash. Did Iolo have the resolve? If he did, Abdur wouldn't hold back. After all, handing it over now would offend him, and he wouldn't be courteous either. Thinking this, Abdur's expression grew even colder. Duke of England, think carefully. An immunity medallion is so precious. Would you not feel it a loss to give it to him? Abdur said coldly, very plainly. The atmosphere in the hall was peculiar. Everyone could tell that Cody did not wish for Otto to die. For Abdur to insist on Otto's death showed that he completely disregarded Cody, setting himself in direct opposition. Would Cody let Abdur off easily? This Abdur was indeed audacious. A few gazes turned towards him, feeling he lacked sense. Grayson, this matter does not need your concern. I will decide clearly, Iolo said, shaking his head slightly. Your Majesty, I have an immunity medallion. Otto is my nephew, and I have always liked him. Though he has committed a grave mistake, it's normal for young people to act rashly out of love. Though such acts may seem abnormal to us, we have been young once and understand these feelings. Isn't that right? I cannot just let him die here, so I am willing to give him the immunity medallion. Iolo spoke seriously, looking at Cody. So, Your Majesty, I remember this medallion can be transferred without issue, correct? It's fine. The Minister of Justice immediately confirmed, explaining that Iolo's statement held no problems. Cody nodded, stating that the law allowed the immunity medallion to be transferred. So, Iolo's actions are without fault. Grimes felt relieved. His son's life would be spared. He was extremely grateful to Iolo. Without him, things would have been far more troublesome. Cody and Joab exchanged glances. Matters had come to a successful conclusion. Abdur walked away with a grim expression, unable to say anything. This outcome dealt him a significant blow. I'll get you, Iolo and Joab. You will pay. Muttering this to himself, he couldn't do anything about Joab now. He would have to rethink his next moves after returning. Good, since there's nothing else, dismiss court. All ministers left Hanyuan Hall, discussing the day's events, which indeed challenged their perspectives. Thus, the current political situation was clear. The Duke of Establishment, Duke of Peace, Duke of England, and the Anderson were now aligned. As for Grayson, though he still had allies, none of them spoke up today. Only someone with an immunity medallion like Abdur dared to speak. Others wouldn't dare to act. After morning court, in the imperial study, Cody laughed heartily. Very well, this ending pleases me greatly. Cody smiled, feeling immensely content. With this resolution, the enemy now consisted only of Grayson. Congratulations, Your Majesty, as you wished. Joab smiled, nodding sincerely. Beside him, Iolo and Grimes also respectfully agreed. Although Grimes was initially reluctant, after Iolo handed over the immunity medallion, all his resentment dissipated. He realized he should support Cody, not Abdur. Abdur never showed any intention of using his medallion and even added insult to injury. This left Grimes highly displeased with Abdur. He would make him pay if he could. Grimes, why couldn't you see this earlier? Chapter 39, Agreement. Cody looked at Grimes with a slightly dissatisfied expression. Although Grimes had now pledged his allegiance, if it weren't for his previous stubbornness, they wouldn't be in this situation. Cody couldn't help but feel some resentment. After all, a life-saving token had been lost. This was no small loss, as the Xia family had raised the requirements for obtaining a life-saving token precisely to prevent them from becoming too common. Even Joab, despite his distinguished military achievements, did not meet these new standards. Now, losing one such token for Grimes' son, Otto, left Cody feeling quite reluctant, especially since Grimes himself had little remaining value. Otto would become an ordinary person. While he wouldn't lose all benefits forever, his current military honors would definitely be erased. A life-saving token only saves one's life, not absolve them of their crimes. In Cody's eyes, Otto held no practical use, and thus, wasting a valuable life-saving token on him was understandably frustrating. In the past, Cody had also tried to recruit Grimes, but Grimes had outright refused him, leading to the current situation. Augustine listening to Cody's words, Grimes gave a bitter laugh and replied, Indeed, it is my fault. Regarding the life-saving token, I am willing to provide some compensation. That's reasonable. The Wayland has made significant sacrifices, so you must compensate accordingly. Cody nodded. Since things had reached this point, he didn't intend to truly blame anyone. He was just venting his dissatisfaction. Driving away Grimes now would be counterproductive. He wasn't foolish or arrogant like Abdur. He understood how to handle subordinates and allies much better than Abdur, who thought he could manage everything alone and thus underestimated most people. Such arrogance clouded Abdur's judgment of his true capabilities. By the way, Duke of Franco, pause any matters in your hands. Don't think I don't know what's going on, Cody said, fixing Grimes with a stern gaze. He wanted Grimes to understand that serving under him meant refraining from any covert operations. Actions he detested. Yes, Grimes responded, startled. He immediately grasped what Cody was hinting at. Choosing to serve Cody was indeed the wisest decision. Otherwise, Cody could have easily stripped him of his title and even ended his life multiple times over. Blazekly, his choice had been both prompt and correct. I understand. Now, do you gentlemen have any thoughts? Cody surveyed the room. With the Duke of Franco dealt with, the next challenge was the Tomas Gua. However, Ningguo would not be easy to handle, especially given the evident lack of respect he now showed toward Cody. Cody wouldn't let him off easily. No matter what, Abdur has clearly lost all respect for Kale. This man is nothing but trouble. True, allowing him to continue would be very detrimental to our empire. But dealing with him won't be easy, Joab said with a slight shake of his head. Abdur wasn't entirely without talent. Today's brazen attitude wasn't purely arrogance. He had some genuine abilities. Humph, we'll take it step by step. Right now, I have a task for you. Cody knew that confronting Abdur wouldn't be simple. Patience was key. If Abdur ever rebelled, then it would be easier to deal with him. Fortunately, Abdur wasn't foolish enough to take such a drastic step. Your Majesty's orders. The group's expressions grew serious, sensing that something significant was about to happen. In a while, Daya will send representatives to discuss an alliance with us. Hearing this, the men were taken aback, surprised. They hadn't been aware of this development. Among neighboring kingdoms, Dayao was the weakest. Yet, it was now seeking an alliance with them. Moreover, Cody's demeanor suggested he had ulterior motives. This left them puzzled. Allying with Dayao seemed to offer no real advantages. Dayao was too weak, surviving only due to mutual checks and balances among other realms unwilling to let it be swallowed up and strengthened by another kingdom. Alliances with such a weak realm would invite ridicule, especially for a once great dynasty like theirs. The news might spread poorly, affecting their reputation with other empires, and possibly stirring internal dissent. Noticing their worried expressions, Cody waved a hand. I know what you're thinking. Dayao is indeed rather weak. The three men sensed there must be a twist. Otherwise, Cody wouldn't pursue this alliance. But what if Dayao discovered a rich deposit of black iron, or within its territory? Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed, becoming more attentive. Is this true, Your Majesty? Joab, the most surprised, stared intently at Cody. Certainly. Why would I lie to you? Cody nodded, confirming it. Excellent. Truly excellent. Joab and the others felt a wave of excitement. They now understood why Cody wanted to ally with Dayao. If it were only Dayao itself, there would be no need for an alliance, given their limited military strength and resources. Black iron ore, however, was highly valuable across the continent for crafting superior weaponry and armor. It could significantly boost an army's combat power, making it invaluable to any dynasty. While Daxia possessed some black iron, it was in short supply, creating a pressing issue. Moreover, the elite black armor army under Grimes' command owed its prowess to black iron weapons and armor crafted from this ore. Chapter 40. Alliance Matters. This was also the reason why Cody wanted control of Grimes' troops. The black armor army was truly a formidable force and must be kept under control. Currently, black iron veins were quite scarce on the entire continent. Whenever they appeared, they would attract the attention of various dynasties. Thus, with the discovery of black iron veins in Dakaran, it was easy to imagine its importance. Now, Dakaran is being watched closely by the barbarian tribes from outside, and other kingdoms as well. In the past, our great Xia and Dakaran had a fairly good relationship, Cody explained. So now that Dakaran has found black iron veins, they have expressed their willingness to ally with us and hand over 70% of the black iron for a 50-year peace treaty, and to sign mutual protection and assistance agreements. Upon hearing this, Joab and the others fell into deep thought. 70% of the black iron vein was indeed substantial, but a 50-year peace alliance seemed too long-term. This meant they needed to carefully consider since any issue in Dakaran would necessitate Great Xia's involvement. Given the current strength of Great Xia, which had declined somewhat from its peak years, agreeing could potentially burden the dynasty. Yet, 70% of the black iron veins held undeniable allure. Did they say anything else? Joab asked, unable to make a judgment based solely on this information. He needed to see if there were more details provided by the Dakaran dynasty. They will pay tribute annually to Great Xia while maintaining their autonomy. At other times, they will obey all our orders. Several national dukes realized that they had effectively forced the Dakaran dynasty into a corner. That situation wouldn't be pleasant, and the barbarians likely saw an opportunity. After all, autumn was approaching, and the environment in the barbaric regions would become harsher during winter, increasing their desire to seize resources. Iolo and Grimes still harbored some doubts, considering the pros and cons. Joab, however, made his decision quickly. Your Majesty, I think we should agree. Explain your thoughts, Minister Augustine. Cody smiled slightly, looking at Joab. Firstly, what Great Xia lacks are weapons and armor. The three nodded in agreement. Although the population and soldiers of Great Xia were numerous and well-trained, leading to strong military power, the equipment was inferior compared to the rest. Only one branch of the Black Armor Army existed in Great Xia, while both Dezhou and Deqian had two each, largely due to the lack of new black iron veins in recent years, which wasn't a positive sign for Great Xia. Though Great Xia was vast, resource-rich, and wealthy, black iron veins couldn't be bought. Presented with such a rare opportunity, Joab did not want to miss it. Re-equipping another black armor army could give Joab the confidence to challenge Dezhou and Deqian. They nodded again. Indeed, armor and weapons were what Great Xia lacked. In addition, though Dakaran is weak, it's still a dynasty with an army. Notably, despite its less capable military, Dakaran's economy is thriving. The audience then recalled that Dakaran's economic prowess matched Great Xia, with rich mineral resources within its borders. Several major kingdoms eyed Dakaran jealously but dared not risk exploiting it, hence allowing Dakaran to survive. Having such a subordinate force would also benefit us greatly. Indeed, that's how I feel. What do you two think? Cody had intended to involve everyone, but Trey's attitude displeased him immensely. Seizing this opportunity to strike back against Trey was essential, as he aimed to remind them that the Xia family was not to be bullied. A successful partnership with Dakaran would significantly enhance Great Xia's standing and reflect positively on Cody. Hence, he sought Joab's opinion to secure support. Cody had already decided on the alliance, but required Joab's backing. Knowing this, Iolo and Grimes understood that Cody favored this cooperation and only sought their endorsement. Considering the benefits for Great Xia, they could not refuse. All actions shall be as per your majesty's command. We will naturally support your majesty. Cody felt delighted. Very well, leave it to the ministers. I trust you can handle it well. Remember, this alliance must put Great Xia in the lead and ensure their sincerity. He spoke with an unyielding authority, insisting Great Xia lead the alliance. Confused, the three wondered why there might be any doubt about who led the alliance. You may not know, but when the envoys from Dakaran proposed this, they weren't particularly submissive. It seems changes within Dakaran have made them more confident. They will come here under the pretext of cultural exchanges. Realizing this wasn't simple, the others listened intently. There will be 3 rounds of exchanges, or rather, competitions. Only after these will the negotiations begin. You should understand the implications. Anderson Cody surveyed the room, his imperial dignity evident. Although Dakaran's approach was understandable, Great Xia could not let them succeed. Leading the alliance was non-negotiable, a matter of principle. Otherwise, it would harm Great Xia's reputation. Some negotiation terms will be decided only afterward. Chapter 41. The Yellow Anderson's Inner Canon. Upon hearing this, Joab and the other two understood that although Dakaran might not necessarily want to seize control, it was because Xia was too powerful. Wanting dominance would bring them no benefit. However, this situation allowed some flexibility in the negotiation content. For instance, reducing the share of black iron or making other changes were likely Dakaran's goals. Naturally, Xia wouldn't agree to such terms. Regardless of these conditions, they had to win this competition to make the people from Dakaran sincerely submit. Only then could they ensure serious cooperation with Dakaran. We understand, Your Majesty. The details will be known later. However, remember, the core is still cooperation with them. Don't harm harmony but emphasize the strength of our Xia and our great nation's dignity. Cody slowly spoke, stating their main goal was cooperation. As long as Dakaran was sincere, they wouldn't refuse. We shall not fail Your Majesty's expectations. The three responded in unison, considering this Cody's first task for them. You may return to prepare. Yes, Your Majesty. Just as Joab was about to leave with Grimes, he suddenly heard Cody's voice. Minister Augustine, please stay a moment. Grimes and Iolo exchanged glances tinged with melancholy, understanding that Joab was indeed Cody's most trusted confidant. This was understandable, given Joab's long-standing loyalty to Cody. Does Your Majesty have further instructions? Joab asked after Grimes and Iolo left. This is for you. Cody pointed to a blue book on the table. This is. Joab picked it up, his expression changing instantly. The Yellow Anderson's Inner Canon? Joab looked at Cody in shock, his hands trembling slightly. This wasn't an ordinary book but an internal cultivation technique, a manual for practicing martial arts. And it was one of the top-tier internal cultivation techniques, even surpassing the manuals of the Max residents. Legend had it that this was the technique practiced by the Yellow Anderson, who unified the entire continent. That Yellow Anderson was considered the pinnacle of internal martial art masters. After the dynasty fell, the Yellow Anderson's Inner Canon was lost. Until now, it surprisingly turned up in the Xia family's possession. What stunned Joab most was that Cody was willing to give the Yellow Anderson's Inner Canon to him. He didn't know how to describe his feeling except being deeply honored. This is for your son-in-law Dorian. Cody's unexpected statement made Joab more stunned. Giving it to him was one thing, but directly giving it to Dorian seemed overly generous. After all, this wasn't any ordinary cultivation technique, but the Yellow Anderson's Inner Canon. Your Majesty, isn't this too precious? Joab hesitated, hesitant to accept something so significant. If Cody could present this, it must be an imperial-level cultivation technique. No problem. I value Dorian greatly and hope you understand. He has potential as a strategic talent, and I don't want his martial prowess to diminish. Properly cultivated, Dorian can become a future hero of our Xia. In that case, Dorian will be our greatest asset. Cody was earnest, showing he was indeed an enlightened ruler. Other emperors couldn't match Cody's vision. Dorian, while currently promising, was far from deserving such investment. Both Minister Augustine and Princess Kirsty are excellent, but Minister Augustine is older, and Princess Kirsty is a lady. Xia needs a young man like Dorian to step forward. He remains part of your family, whom I trust. I hope you do not let me down. These words made Joab's face turn solemn. Thank you for your Majesty's trust. I will not fail Your Majesty. That's settled. Go back. Have Dorian practice soon. I foresee this competition may involve combat. I hope Dorian can demonstrate our country's strength. Cody watched Joab seriously. I understand. Dismissed. Yes, Your Majesty. Leaving with mixed emotions, Joab met Grimes and Iolo who hadn't yet departed. Do you have matters to discuss? Joab asked, knowing they didn't wait without reason. Yeah, Darogwa invites you to dinner. Please don't decline. Iolo chuckled. Now Grimes needed to build rapport with Joab, evident that he was central besides Cody. Naturally, I'll go. Past grievances are water under the bridge. Now we work for the same emperor. As for what happened before with Darylgwa, Ning brother, please don't hold it against me. Don't worry, it's fine. The trio parted amiably. Meanwhile, in the Darylgwa's mansion, someone reported everything to Abdur, whose expression turned icy. What a loyal subject Grimes has proven to be. Since you're challenging me, don't blame me for my actions. Cody, if you knew better, you'd keep your position longer. Otherwise. The events of the day sparked discussion among court officials, each pondering their stance. That evening, Dorian finished his martial training and prepared to rest when Joab approached. Father-in-law. Dorian greeted respectfully upon seeing Joab. Yes, Dorian, follow me. Joab said amicably, seemingly friendlier than usual. They entered a secret chamber, raising Dorian's curiosity about Joab's intentions. Father-in-law, this is... Here, take this. Joab handed over the yellow Anderson's inner cannon. Taking it, Dorian remained puzzled, unsure of its significance. It's an internal cultivation technique, Joab explained straightforwardly. Chapter 42. Teaching Internal Martial Arts. Internal martial arts technique? Dorian looked on in surprise, not expecting Joab to impart it so quickly. This was indeed quite unexpected. However, it seemed that today's events at court had brought Joab significant gains. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered this internal martial arts technique so soon. Dorian couldn't discern the details of the technique, but recognized the name Huangdi Neijing, Yellow Anderson's classic of medicine. Just hearing the title suggested, it wouldn't be anything ordinary. This is what Kale has bestowed upon you, Joab said earnestly, ensuring Dorian understood how much the Emperor valued him. The Emperor? Dorian was genuinely taken aback. He hadn't thought about it this way before. Indeed, what I'm about to tell you, Dorian, is very important. Seeing Joab's serious expression, Dorian also became more attentive. Father-in-law, please proceed. Do you know the origin of the Huangdi Neijing? No, I do not. Dorian shook his head slightly. Over the years, he'd only practiced boxing, and the military books were provided by the system. He had never heard of the Huangdi Neijing. But with Yellow Anderson mentioned, did it have any connection to the Yellow Anderson from his original world? Dorian pondered for a moment, preparing to hear Joab's explanation. The Huangdi Neijing is... It took Joab about 15 minutes to brief Dorian on its history. Not knowing about it didn't concern Joab much, as it was not something just anyone could learn about. After listening, Dorian drew in a sharp breath. He realized just how prestigious the Huangdi Neijing was. Moreover, it seemed that the Huangdi Neijing was supposed to be cultivated only by the Xia family. For Cody to bestow it upon him was not just an honor but a sign of trust and recognition. Dorian could feel Cody's intentions and had developed a greater appreciation for this emperor whom he had never met. An emperor who appreciated a young and inexperienced individual like himself was surely one of great character and worthy of loyalty. So, you should understand how much the emperor values you, Joab said. I understand, father-in-law, Dorian replied earnestly, unsure of how to respond to such high regard. Good. You must serve Kale well. He is a benevolent ruler and will become a wise sovereign. Joab held high hopes for Cody, believing he would become even greater. I understand, Dorian nodded, assuring Joab he would follow through. Now, let me teach you how to cultivate this art. Augustinus listened carefully, but remember, the Huangdi Neijing must remain a secret. Yes. Under Joab's guidance, Dorian immediately began his cultivation. Joab watched curiously, wondering how long it would take Dorian to generate his first strand of internal energy. It took Joab an hour and Natalie just half an hour. While speed wasn't everything, it did reveal something. Yet, Dorian opened his eyes less than 2 minutes later. You've succeeded already? Joab stared in disbelief. Given the short time, if Dorian had managed to cultivate internal energy, his talent must be extraordinary. Did I? Dorian waved his hand, and a golden stream of internal energy flowed within him. A quick glance confirmed to Joab that Dorian had indeed succeeded. In that moment, Joab felt a pang of sorrow. Dorian was truly a prodigy beyond comprehension. Suppressing his emotions, Joab said, Your talent is exceptional. Cultivate diligently. I look forward to your success. Joab turned and left after these words. Even though Joab was deeply curious about the Huangdi Neijing, he had never read it since it was meant only for Dorian, as per Cody's wishes. Besides, changing cultivation techniques after mastering internal energy could cause problems. Yes, I understand, Dorian nodded, immediately returning to his diligent practice. He already felt the benefits of internal energy, even with just a sliver of it. He sensed its immense power. As Dorian trained fervently, Otto stood despondent in Nguagong's mansion, facing his father, Grimes. Upon learning the final outcome, Otto struggled to accept his new reality. He was now just an ordinary son of Nguagong, far removed from his former position of influence. Climbing back up would be immensely challenging. Father, Otto looked at Grimes resentfully, unwilling to lose everything. He still dreamed of becoming a general or even commander-in-chief. How could he falter here? Moreover, Grimes told him they were now loyal to the Emperor and warned him against targeting Natalie. This made acceptance even harder. Seeing Otto's distress, Grimes sighed. I know this is hard for you to accept, but to protect Nguagong's lineage, this was necessary. And without Duke Iolo's intervention and the imperial pardon, your life would have been in peril. So, we must stand with Kale and ally with Joab. Do you understand? Grimes tried to convey the gravity of the situation. I understand, father, but why can't we get rid of Dorian? Otto asked bitterly. You know how much I love Princess Kirsty. If we were together, it would benefit us greatly. Now that Dorian has secured his place, he's no longer needed. Otto's face twisted with malice, focused solely on claiming Natalie. If we remove him, we can strengthen ties with Jethroguagong. Wouldn't that be better? Augustine listening to Otto, Grimes shook his head. I've spoken with Joab. He refused, stating he is satisfied with Dorian, and so is the Emperor. Upon learning this today, Grimes realized Dorian was no ordinary person. Joab's unwavering stance made it clear they couldn't challenge him. Why not just kill him then? He shouldn't exist anyway, Otto said coldly, eyes gleaming with malice. He couldn't fathom why Joab approved of someone seemingly insignificant. To him, Dorian appeared worthless, only good with words. Chapter 43, Brave Pursuit. A man like that isn't worthy of Natalie or the Max Mansion. Only he, himself, was fit for her. Shut up. Grimes slapped Otto hard across the face, coldly eyeing his son. At this point, haven't you understood yet? Dorian is someone even Kale approves of. Do you really think anyone can just lay a hand on him? Do you think things through before you act? Grimes looked at Otto with disdain and frustration. Otto's face froze. He could understand all of this but was unwilling to admit it. Besides, his own father had struck him so hard. He couldn't accept that at all. To hit him because of an outsider? This had never happened before. A seed of resentment began to grow in Otto's heart. I acknowledge my father's lesson, said Otto. However, he still quickly admitted his fault. Offending his father completely would certainly be bad for him if he wanted to rise again. He needed to depend on Grimes for that. Seeing Otto suddenly calm down, Grimes sighed. He indeed felt indebted to Otto for what had happened, but there was simply no other way out. Go and rest now. From here on out, you will take care of some businesses. As for the military, don't expect anything for the time being. He knew his son had always dreamed of becoming a general, but right now it was not possible. At least at the moment, Cody wouldn't dare to heavily use Otto again. It was inevitable. Yes. Otto nodded and left the room. For some reason, Grimes felt Otto was beginning to distance himself from him. Still, he didn't dwell on it too much. He believed Otto was only having a hard time accepting the situation at the moment. After all, a young person like him would find it difficult to withstand such a blow. Back in his room, Otto remained silent, a hateful expression on his face. Dorian. Meanwhile, Dorian was unaware that someone had him in their thoughts. After training all night, he felt exhausted and figured he should get some rest. When he returned to his room, however, he ran into Natalie who was just about to go out. Princess. Where were you last night? Macy suddenly asked. It made Dorian realize that he hadn't returned home the whole night. I went to practice the martial arts exercises given by my father-in-law. Dorian did not hide this fact. After all, Joab had only prohibited saying the name Yellow Anderson's inner canon. Oh, I see. Natalie finally understood. She also heard what had happened in court yesterday, and she knew it was thanks to Dorian that they were able to interrogate those Jorges. That aroused her curiosity as to how exactly Dorian managed to accomplish that. Yet, seeing Dorian's tired appearance, she didn't pursue it further. First-time practitioners often feel very excited while practicing martial arts and end up losing track of time. However, practicing martial arts does not equate to resting, and it leaves one feeling incredibly drained. Go rest. All right. Without hesitation, Dorian lied down on his bed and fell asleep instantly. He slept until afternoon, waking up refreshed. As soon as he got up, Kiera walked in. You're awake, Sir Eben. Would you like something to eat? Dorian patted his stomach and nodded. He was indeed a little hungry. Sir Eben, please wait. After Dorian finished washing up, Kiera served him some dishes. Did you prepare these earlier? Dorian looked at Kiera in surprise. These dishes were clearly prepared in advance. They weren't freshly cooked. Not at all. How could I have done that? It was all arranged by Miss Augustine. She knew you would be hungry when you woke up, so she specifically instructed us to prepare in advance, replied Kiera with a smile. She and the others knew about Dorian's relationship with Natalie. They found Dorian quite suitable as a son-in-law. Strong, handsome, and well-mannered. Of course, he was a good match for the lady. But she didn't say much about Natalie, instead choosing to encourage Dorian subtly. Nevertheless, these dishes were indeed prepared by Natalie. Dorian felt a warm sensation inside. No matter what, Natalie had been exceptionally kind to him. At least she gave him face that day in front of Otto. Where is the miss? Dorian asked. She's reading military strategy books outside. Kiera pointed towards a pavilion not far away. In white clothes, Natalie sat serenely, holding a scroll of military tactics. A gentle breeze blew past her face, lifting a lock of black hair. For a moment, Dorian stared at her, lost in her beauty. The term beauty that could topple a country perfectly described her. Lady Eben, stop staring and eat. Kiera's teasing voice snapped him back. Collecting his thoughts, Dorian started eating. Kiera continued playfully. Keep it up, Sir Eben. Win over the lady. Dorian chuckled. Whose side are you on anyway? Of course, the Mississippi. But Sir Eben, it's impossible for you two to separate. You can't possibly grow old alone, right? Kiera looked at Dorian seriously. Everyone knew that the marriage between Natalie and Dorian was indissoluble. They would spend their lives together and couldn't remain polite strangers forever. If Dorian wasn't up to it, Kiera wouldn't have said anything. But she had seen that he was quite good and hoped her lady could be happy. And during this time, she noticed that Natalie cared for Dorian, which showed that Natalie harbored some feelings for him. Apart from Joab, Natalie had never cared so much about any man before. It meant a lot. But Natalie, the Maya and a female general, wouldn't take the initiative. So, Dorian had to make the effort. That's why Kiera was encouraging him. Dorian nodded, acknowledging that it might indeed be hard for them to separate due to significant impacts. So, Sir Eben, be brave. Go and court the Mississippi. She's never been in love. You must succeed. Kiera kept cheering Dorian on as she glanced at Natalie. Dorian nodded, not speaking, but with a complex heart. Kiera was patient. Relationships developed slowly. They had time. Moreover, Dorian and Natalie would fight on the same battlefield, making it easier to build affection. Kiera couldn't help but look forward to it. ##### Chapter 44. Marcel. However, this matter can't be rushed. The two of them still need to proceed step by step. But son-in-law, you must work hard. Otherwise, you won't be able to protect Miss Augustine. Hearing this, Dorian smiled slightly and replied, Of course, I need to protect her. Adley's eyes lit up as she continued, Son-in-law, are you planning to become Miss Augustine's personal guard? Only a personal guard can stay by her side at all times. This made Dorian pause momentarily. He had almost forgotten this detail. Natalie was already a general, and even if she wasn't the commander-in-chief, she certainly wouldn't be a minor officer during another campaign. As for him, just entering the military, he would definitely start as a low-ranking soldier. Protecting Natalie wouldn't be so easy. Then son-in-law is surely aiming for glory on the battlefield. Dorian shook his head slightly. He still needed military achievements. If he were to be a personal guard, it would be difficult to earn any military credit. So, in many ways, Dorian still preferred starting as a common soldier. But then you can't protect Miss Augustine, right? Adley looked at Dorian with a smile, seemingly testing him. Why not? Even as a common soldier, if Natalie is in danger, I will be there to help immediately. Moreover, if I can directly repel the enemy, wouldn't that ensure her safety? Dorian shook his head again, expressing his thoughts. Don't worry. As long as I, Dorian, am alive, nothing will happen to her. She is my wife and naturally, I will do what I should. Anyone who tries to harm her will fail. Upon hearing this, Adley covered her mouth, her expression one of delight, then winked at Dorian. Dorian froze, suddenly feeling an inexplicable presence behind him. Twisting around, he saw Natalie standing there, her face expressionless as she stared at him. Dorian felt a headache coming on. It was clear that Adley had set him up. Natalie must have been behind him when these questions were asked. Recalling what he had said, it felt like he had practically declared his intentions. Even Dorian blushed slightly, unsure of how to face Natalie now. Adley. Dorian felt somewhat helpless. He had no choice but to deal with the situation. Adley was now watching Dorian with an amused expression, which indicated that she and Natalie had a very good relationship. Otherwise, she wouldn't be testing him like this or trying to pry into his words. And earlier, with his back to the door, he couldn't sense anything unusual, feeling too relaxed in Jethraguel Mansion. Princess, just now? Dorian wanted to explain himself, realizing his words had sounded too ambiguous. You should first protect yourself. With your current skills, you really wouldn't stand a chance on the battlefield. With that, Natalie turned and left. Dorian didn't notice that once she turned away, her face had flushed. Watching Natalie leave, Dorian felt a bit dazed and then asked, Is Miss upset? Recalling Natalie's demeanor, it did seem like she was slightly angry, but it also didn't seem entirely like anger. It appeared more like disdain for his strength, leaving Dorian confused. Adley giggled and said, No, Miss isn't easily angered. By my observation, she's shy. Shy? Dorian looked at Adley puzzled, truly not understanding women's thoughts. Yes, Miss has a proud nature, so when son-in-law speaks like that, she gets shy. But due to her pride, she doesn't show it. When you spend more time with Miss in the future, you'll understand. Adley said this with a warm smile. Dorian pondered for a moment and thought it made sense. However, putting things aside, Dorian's expression turned serious. Adley, you saw Miss enter, yet you still led me into saying those things. Isn't that going too far? Saying this, Dorian put on a fierce look, intending to scare Adley a little. Unexpectedly, Adley immediately took on an innocent look. What's son-in-law talking about? Adley would never do such a thing. You're overthinking it. I have some matters to attend to. I must go. With that, Adley quickly slipped away. Seeing Adley run off so abruptly, Dorian was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. Clearly, Jethraguel Mansion had no simple characters. Although he hadn't truly planned to do anything to Adley, her sudden burst of speed wasn't something a weak servant could possess. It seemed Adley also had martial arts training. He had underestimated Jethraguel Mansion again. For a maid to have such skill, serving under Natalie, it was indeed unexpected. But considering her close relationship with Natalie, it made sense she wasn't a simple character. Putting aside these stray thoughts, Dorian understood what he needed to do. Strength was crucial, and he must earnestly improve his own abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to protect Natalie. Dorian knew well what the battlefield demanded and never underestimated its dangers. After tidying up, Dorian headed straight to practice his spear techniques. Soon after, a servant came calling him to the main hall. This puzzled Dorian. Normally, no one would disturb him at this time. Clearly, something was up. Quickly arriving at the main hall, Dorian saw Natalie sitting on one side sipping tea, while Joab was chatting animatedly with a young man. Who is this person? I feel like I've met him before, but I can't quite place him. Dorian thought. If he had met him, it must have been at the wedding banquet, but there were too many people that day for him to recall clearly. However, judging from their interaction, they seemed to have a good relationship with Jethraguel Mansion. Joab's friendly demeanor and Natalie's less icy attitude suggested this might be her childhood friend. Dorian thought as he slowly entered the main hall. Father-in-law, Starlight. What did you call me for? Joab chuckled and said, Dorian, come here. Let me introduce you. This is Iolo's son from Ingwa Mansion, Marcel. Marcel, this is our Starlight's prince consort Dorian. At this, Dorian recalled something. Natalie had mentioned that Jethraguel Mansion and Ingwa Mansion had an excellent relationship. Because Joab and Iolo were sworn brothers, they treated Ingwa Mansion well, being allies. Chapter 45, the first time out. Thinking about this, Dorian realized what he should do, but he was still unsure of the purpose behind summoning him. Just to meet the son of the Duke of England? It probably isn't that simple. However, he maintained his composure as he looked at Marcel, observing the son of the Duke of England. It must be admitted, the sons of these national dukes were all quite distinguished, and Marcel radiated an aura of sunshine, with a very gentle smile. It seemed he wouldn't be too hard to get along with and probably wasn't Natalie's childhood friend either. Otherwise, his eyes wouldn't look so kind when seeing him. Just like that Otto, Dorian could immediately sense his disdain and hostility. None of that was present in Marcel. If Marcel weren't adept at pretending, then it meant he truly harbored no ill intentions. Considering Joab and Natalie's attitudes, Dorian leaned more toward the latter interpretation. So, you're Mr. Sunday. I've heard much about you, Dorian said instantly, his tone sincere. Marcel smiled lightly and said, Brother Eben, there's no need for such formalities. I'm only a few years older than you, so feel free to call me Brother Sun or you. Kirsty grew up under my watchful eye, and finding her a fine match like you makes me happy. At least not someone despicable like Otto. Otherwise, Kirsty would have had a tough time ahead. Marcel was straightforward. He actually thought quite highly of Dorian. After all, on that wedding day, he watched from the roadside for quite some time and saw Dorian's decisive and immediate actions. Those were the adjectives Marcel used to describe him. This piqued Marcel's curiosity about Dorian and made him think they could have a meaningful conversation. Moreover, he felt Dorian wouldn't turn out to be just another useless acquaintance. He might even rise to prominence. Besides, their household, the Duke of England's residence, always maintained good relations with the Duke of Jethrogg's household, which made him treat Dorian nicely. Especially after hearing the recent events, Marcel grew even more impressed with Dorian. Brother son, you jest? To marry someone as excellent as Kirsty is indeed an honor for me, Dorian replied with a smile. Indeed, Marcel was a straight shooter, easy to get along with. Dorian preferred interacting with people like him over someone like Otto, who was beneath him. After all, sly villains like Otto were simply unacceptable. In contrast, Marcel came across as a normal, open person whom Dorian found agreeable. Seemed like not all the young masters of the capital city were entirely worthless. At least Marcel was a decent one. Nephew, your words are off. The guy has now become our ally. Joab smiled slightly, explaining calmly. No matter what, the House of N was now allied with them, so they needed to treat it with courtesy. While he didn't think much of Otto, marrying his daughter to such a man was unimaginable. He was increasingly pleased with Dorian. It was indeed fortunate that he chose Dorian. An ally is the House of N, not Otto. To us, Otto is far inferior. Moreover, this guy is devious and may try something else. Marcel knew Otto well. Joab said nothing more. That the House of N was now an ally, a detail he hadn't told anyone, reminded Joab. Seeing Dorian's puzzled expression, he explained. I forgot to tell you, but now the guy is on our side. So, please don't hold any grudges over the Georgiation attempt. The House of N will also compensate us, which we'll pass on to you. Joab now valued Dorian greatly, and he believed Dorian deserved to know these things. All right, whatever you decide, father-in-law. It's not a big deal. Dorian nodded, thinking a supportive House of N was better than a crippled one. Thus, he wasn't surprised by Cody and Joab's choices. Joab nodded satisfactorily. Dorian showed him ample respect, which he appreciated. Seeing this, Marcel realized that his uncle, the Duke of Jethrog, genuinely approved of this son-in-law. Of course, Dorian's impressive behavior endeared him to the Duke of Jethrog. Well, this visit is to inform you that you can go out now. No one in the capital will dare harm you, Joab continued. Now in the capital, nobody dared to touch Dorian. The House of Anne's cautionary tale was fresh in everyone's minds, so naturally, Dorian was safe. Dorian was momentarily stunned. Can he go out now? He hadn't properly explored the capital since arriving. Feeling somewhat regretful, Dorian nodded eagerly. Thank you, father-in-law. No problem, it's trivial. This time, let Marcel take you around. You can ask him anything about the capital. But clearly, he was advising Dorian to be cautious afterward. The capital was filled with hidden dangers and strict rules. But there's no need to fear anything. The Dukes of Jethrog and England will always stand behind you. Joab smiled again, informing Dorian of his formidable backing, enough for Dorian to walk confidently throughout the capital. All right, let's head out. Marcel grinned, extending a polite gesture to Dorian. You first, brother, you. The two left the hall chatting happily. Watching them depart, Natalie looked at her father. Father, it's not exactly peaceful outside, right? Natalie understood that if Dorian were going out alone, there would be no need for Marcel to accompany him. Clearly, the capital city was not as tranquil as imagined. Of course, it won't be peaceful. There are many people eyeing our House of Jethrog jealously. You should understand this, Joab sighed. The capital had never been peaceful, always stormy. Especially now, despite neutralizing the House of N and bringing them to their side, their biggest threat remained the Tomas Abdur. Chapter 46. Is this really the capital? This man, who had been eyeing them like a ravenous tiger, now found no opportunities to act as Julian couldn't find any openings. He wouldn't believe that this man would really surrender without resistance. Even Cody wasn't in his eyes. How could he care about them? He must have started plotting against them already. However, it wouldn't be easy for him to make a move on Joab. Thus, their target must be Dorian, something Joab understood even more clearly. That was also why he allowed Dorian to go out, to test Grayson's reaction and see how he would respond. If Julian indeed intended to harm Dorian, Joab wouldn't hesitate. The three families plus Cody wouldn't fear Julian. They just had more pressing matters at hand and weren't willing to take action against Julian yet. Joab could see that Dorian longed for the outside world. He wasn't the type to stay content in one place. Hence, Joab summoned Marcel. 1. To protect Dorian when he went out, preventing Julian from making a move. 2. To probe Julian's intentions. 3. To fulfill Dorian's desire. An excellent choice all around. After hearing Joab's words, Natalie seemed to realize something and shook her head slightly. Actually, it might be better to let him stay here while I go out. Taking action against Dorian or against her was the same. If Julian really had intentions, he wouldn't hold back against anyone. Hearing this, Joab shook his head slightly and said, this is what he should do. Since he chose to protect you, these trivial matters can be handled by himself. There won't be any danger. If there really were danger, I wouldn't let him go. Joab knew in his heart that Julian wouldn't dare go too far, so based on Dorian's current strength, his safety was assured. Natalie nodded, not saying anything more, but still somewhat worried. Yet thinking of Dorian's capabilities, she sighed in relief. No matter how excessive Julian was, he wouldn't deploy overly powerful warriors against Dorian in the capital. Therefore, Dorian's safety was relatively guaranteed. After leaving the mansion of Jethrog Wagong, Dorian stretched lazily and looked around. For Dorian, this was truly his first time visiting the capital city. Brother Eben hasn't thoroughly explored the capital yet, right? Marcel slowly asked, starting to think about where to take Dorian. Yes, this is indeed my first time out. It makes me quite curious about this place, Dorian smiled and then said, Brother Yu, this time bringing you along with me probably means someone may try to harm me or us. My father-in-law is concerned about my safety, so he sent you to follow me. Hearing this, Marcel looked at Dorian in surprise. This Dorian was indeed very smart, figuring it out this way. Just now, Joab didn't elaborate much, merely hinting subtly, but Dorian understood immediately. He had underestimated Dorian. Not bad. I didn't expect Brother Eben to figure out so much. I underestimated you, Marcel said with a sigh, looking at Dorian. Dorian smiled. Of course, he could tell, or rather, upon hearing Joab's words, he instantly realized the situation outside wasn't peaceful and that enemies might be present. But back then, Dorian definitely wouldn't speak out directly. Now, being out, he needn't hold back anymore, and he also wanted to inquire about their enemy. That's correct. Uncle Augustine is worried about potential threats to you, but doesn't want to restrict your freedom. So, he arranged for me to come along with you, also showing you around. After all, some people don't find you intimidating, but with me, it's different. As a son of the Duke of Ingwa, these fellows will give me some face. Marcel was straightforward, seeing through Dorian's intelligence and clarity. Speaking openly wouldn't disappoint Dorian. I see. Thank you, Brother Yu. I really want to explore the capital. Coming here once, not thoroughly exploring it, would be such a waste. Hearing this, Marcel nodded, understanding Dorian's thoughts. Probably already someone noticed us. Who knows what they'll do? Marcel glanced into the distance, already seeing some suspicious figures slip away. It's fine. But Brother Yu, I want to know who our enemies are. We can't let me not know who they are. Dorian seriously asked, wanting to know who they were up against so he could prepare accordingly. Marcel pondered for a moment, then nodded. This wasn't a big issue. Thus, while walking, Marcel introduced Dorian to the situation. Our greatest enemy is Grayson Julian. He is the descendant of one of the 4 founding dukes, serving as a pillar of stability for the entire Great Xia dynasty. But after so many years of power accumulation, his descendants have become overbearing, especially this generation's Julian. Dorian listened attentively, keeping this name in mind. He had heard of Grayson before, never expecting they'd be dealing with him. No wonder Cody didn't act easily. The 4 founding dukes weren't positions to be shaken easily. Frankly, unless Julian committed treason, dealing with him would be difficult. As for Grayson, he no longer takes our emperor seriously, treating us even more arrogantly. Of course, the main reason is the immense power he holds and an imperial pardon medallion that emboldens him to act recklessly. Soon, Marcel told Dorian everything about Julian. Dorian listened, falling into deep thought. Dealing with Julian wouldn't be easy. Even if this guy had weaknesses, with the imperial pardon medallion, he could always turn things around. There are a few others we need to watch. Currently, within the entire Great Xia dynasty, there are 3 factions. Us and the Emperor, Julian and his confidants, and the faction led by the Chancellor. The Chancellor? Dorian showed a puzzled look, this being his first time hearing about it. Chapter 47. Encounter on the road. Indeed, Prime Minister Zwelling Akil. He is also the highest-ranking civil official in the entire Great Xia dynasty. As Marcel spoke, he revealed a trace of apprehension. When speaking of Abdur earlier, Marcel did not show such an expression, clearly indicating that this Prime Minister Zwelling Akil was even more dangerous. This person is a veteran of 2 reigns, and also a respected teacher of our current emperor. He holds considerable decision-making power over state affairs. His opinions are taken very seriously by our Anderson, and he comes from a humble background, a true scholar from a poor family. Hearing this, Dorian understood why Marcel was so wary of Zwelling Akil. In the Great Xia dynasty, aristocrats were everywhere. Besides these all-powerful national dukes, there were numerous nobles as well. The situation in the Great Xia dynasty was such that scholars from humble backgrounds found it extremely difficult to rise to prominence or achieve any great influence. Nobles often suppressed these scholars heavily, either by trying to co-opt them or crushing them if they couldn't be controlled. For someone like Zwelling Akil to rise through the ranks must mean he was exceptionally capable, which explained why Marcel, while still wary of Abdur, outright feared Zwelling Akil. Having said so much, you should now understand how much I fear this Zwelling Akil. Sure enough, seeing Dorian nod slightly, Marcel knew that Dorian was truly intelligent. He had already grasped the significance of Zwelling Akil just from his words. The reason he is our enemy is quite simple. This Prime Minister is deeply loyal to the Anderson but has no fondness for us nobles at all. Even though we belong to the Anderson's faction, it's very hard for us to get along with him. He seems to want to exterminate us completely. Marcel laughed bitterly. Zwelling Akil was indeed loyal to the Anderson, but his attitude towards them was far from favorable. Dorian suddenly realized the reason. There really was no way around the deep-seated animosity between scholars from humble backgrounds and the nobility, making it a very difficult issue to resolve. This is really not an easy problem. Has this person done anything notable? Dorian wanted to know about Zwelling Akil's past actions. Not really. Zwelling Akil rarely directly opposes us. More likely, he targets the Duke of Raphael. In some sense, we can be seen as one entity. However, if he gets the chance to strike us when we're down, he won't hesitate. Marcel laughed bitterly again. Dorian thought that perhaps Zwelling Akil didn't take direct action against them because it would cause too much upheaval in the court. Without absolute confidence, Zwelling Akil wouldn't dare to do so. Moreover, Cody still needed the support of nobles like Joab, so it was unlikely he would eliminate them entirely. But this person might be worth allying with. Zwelling Akil could be a significant asset. Suddenly, Dorian realized that the biggest noble adversary was none other than Abdur. If Zwelling Akil agreed to work with him against Abdur, their efforts would be significantly more effective. Who says not? This person and Abdur have a deadly enmity. Initially, due to Abdur's suppression, Zwelling Akil nearly missed out on becoming prime minister. However, no matter what, Zwelling Akil is the most famous figure in our Great Xia. At 21, he became prime minister. At 22, he became the leader of the civil officials. Dorian began to feel admiration. He genuinely wanted to meet this prime minister. This was a man worthy of his visit. As they talked, they had walked quite a distance. But the journey remained calm, without any incidents. It seems Abdur will not choose to make a move. We can explore safely. Oh, be careful with his son too. Abdur has 3 sons, but pay extra attention to his second son, buddy. Dorian nodded, indicating he understood. Suddenly, Dorian stopped walking, frowning as he looked toward a tavern. Marcel followed Dorian's gaze, puzzled. 2 young men in fine clothes were blocking a beautiful Gigi. From her attire, she seemed wealthy rather than common. Nearby, several servants blocked a young man who looked extremely anxious, trying to break through to save the Gigi. The young man was shouting something, but being far away, Dorian could only faintly hear. Let her go, or I'll report this to the authorities. Beside him, Marcel watched, unsure of Dorian's intentions. Was he going to intervene or merely observe? This piqued Marcel's curiosity. After all, such incidents were common in the capital city, despite the laws set by the Anderson. The rich and powerful protected each other, ensuring these situations never diminished. Cody wished to punish these people, but could only do so if the matter reached his attention. Otherwise, there was little he could do. Many incidents were resolved discreetly below, leaving Cody powerless. How would Dorian act? Seeing Dorian's expression, Marcel felt he probably wouldn't intervene, considering Dorian appeared quite rational. But as Marcel pondered, Dorian was already striding forward, and Marcel hurried to follow, even more curious. Getting closer, Dorian could clearly hear their conversation. Report to the authorities? To whom? To be honest, I am the son of the capital governor. Do you think reporting this will do any good? The young man paused, realizing it was the son of the capital governor. No wonder this person acted so arrogantly. He understood he couldn't easily handle this and rescuing his beloved would be tough. Yet, he refused to give up easily. I am Huang Zhisher from the Judicial Bureau. Regardless of who you are, we will not stand idly by. Huang Zhisher spoke earnestly. Though not as high-ranking as the capital governor, he was still an official, hoping his statement would make the governor's son cautious. Augustine listening to this, Dorian realized this was just another case of a spoiled aristocrat causing trouble. Judicial Bureau? A newly established institution challenging US? You're dreaming. To tell you the truth, it's an honor for your wife to catch my eye. Don't be ungrateful. Chapter 48. A Furious Move. The son of the governor sneered, showing no concern for Andonis. The judicial platform, while sounding powerful, was an institution established only after Cody rose to power, co-managing the capital security with the capital magistrate's office. This institution was created by Cody to balance the influence of the open gangs and the capital magistrate's office. However, it had been in existence for too short a time to gain any authority. Moreover, these gangs acted with impunity, and officials often covered for each other, making the judicial platform powerless against them. Most members of the judicial platform were from humble backgrounds and dared not offend these open gangs, as it could affect their careers. As a result, the judicial platform was virtually ineffective. Dorian had learned about this recently from Joab. The judicial platform, the capital magistrate's office, Teske. Another show is about to begin, Marcel remarked, joining Dorian and looking at the well-dressed young master with disdain. For people like them, the spoilt rich kids were nothing but societal cancers, hardly worth noticing. How so? Dorian asked. Marcel clearly knew a lot about these matters, so he directly asked him. The judicial platform is very important to Kale, serving as the best platform for his plans. However, the capital magistrate's office has been around for many years and handles general cases, while serious cases go to the Ministry of Justice. The judicial platform can do little. Essentially, Kale wants to clean up these spoilt children, but such matters are typically resolved by the capital magistrate's office, leaving the judicial platform powerless. Marcel shook his head helplessly. Kale still struggles with how to deal with the capital magistrate's office. Just as Dorian was about to ask more, he saw the governor's son slap Andonis to the ground. Beat him. Teach him a lesson. People from the judicial platform? Everyone else runs when they see me. Do you really think they can stand up for you? The young master laughed arrogantly, revealing his ugly nature. Servants immediately began beating Andonis, looking smugly satisfied. Onlookers, mostly commoners, dared not speak up against such powerful figures. Just as Marcel was about to say something, he saw Dorian rush forward. In an instant, Dorian tossed the servants who were surrounding and beating Andonis to the ground. Dealing with ordinary servants required no effort for Dorian, but he controlled his strength, only throwing them away. Who are you? You dare lay hands on my men? Do you know who I am? The governor's son said coldly, acting domineering. Do what's right. Kneel and apologize to me now, or suffer the consequences. Hearing this threat, Dorian frowned and coldly replied, in broad daylight, under the clear sky, do you fear no retribution for your actions? Seeing Dorian rush forward, Marcel hadn't expected him to intervene. To Marcel, Dorian was an outsider, even though he was the son-in-law of the Marquis Jethraguo. His status wasn't stable, and offending these powerful people in the capital wasn't wise, especially since it wasn't his business. Moreover, Dorian was intelligent, and should have understood that the capital magistrate's office was not simple. Yet, Dorian still acted decisively. Marcel showed a complex expression but felt more relieved. If Dorian had chosen to stay out of it, Marcel would have thought Dorian was a capable ally, one who could plan big things together. But he wouldn't have admired him as much, because Marcel himself, a passionate youth, detested such injustice. He usually intervened in such matters, which distinguished him from the open gangs. If Dorian hadn't acted, Marcel would have. Dorian's sudden move made him extremely happy. Now Dorian was not just an ally but a brother, a trusted comrade. Retribution? Who in this capital dares challenge me? The young master didn't care. His father was the governor, the top man in the capital magistrate's office. Even influential families needed his father's help at times, as they often caused trouble needing cleanup. Thus, many respected him in the capital, and he had never met anyone who scared him. Don't you know who I, Alaire, am? How dare you interfere in my affairs? Alaire sneered, glaring at Dorian. Despite Dorian's skills, they were useless in the capital. Why not? Right is in the hearts of people. Your actions will bring retribution. This isn't your personal capital or empire. Dorian spoke seriously, earning a nod from Marcel, who agreed with him. Too bad you overestimate yourself. In this capital, I still make the rules. You'll never understand what it means to be the governor of the capital magistrate's office. Lowborn like you only deserves to kneel before me. Apologize now, and if I'm in a good mood, I might spare you. Alaire spoke arrogantly, dismissing Dorian entirely. To him, Dorian wasn't worth caring about. You should apologize to this gentleman. Don't be too arrogant. There are more powerful nobles in this capital. Dorian stared coldly at Alaire, direct in his stance. He naturally had to intervene today. With a righteous heart, even in modern times, he couldn't stand by idly. Now, with the strength to act, why should he fear? Even if Alaire was a gang member, Dorian had never feared. Without courage, what use was practicing martial arts? Augustine listening to Dorian. Alaire suddenly burst into laughter. Hashtag chapter 49, confrontation. A noble more powerful than me? Sure, there are some in this capital city, but why would they care about my affairs? Carlo said with a smug expression. To tell you the truth, even the son of Grayson has to give me some face, let alone others. In such a situation, do you think many people would dare to intervene in my matters? I am a tyrant in this capital city. What can you do about it? Hearing his brazen and overbearing words, Dorian was somewhat taken aback. A governor's son could be so arrogant. The condition of the nobles in the Great Xia dynasty was worse than he had imagined. Marcel did not rush to step forward. He wanted to see how Dorian planned to handle the situation. While it wasn't particularly difficult to deal with, handling it well was another matter. Of course, someone will uphold justice. If no one else is willing, then I'll take care of it. Dorian spoke calmly, his gaze serious. Since things were like this, he decided to change the status quo. He couldn't let these people behave arrogantly to this extent, nor could he allow them to bully men and women. Xiao Conroy, you're indeed good at fighting, but just being good at fighting is useless here. In this capital city, what matters is background and connections, Carlo continued. As he spoke, a group of constables appeared around them, encircling Dorian and his companions. What's going on? Causing a scene on the streets of the capital? Aren't you afraid for your lives? A stern voice echoed through the air. Carlo smiled upon hearing it. Captain Ariv, it's me. Upon hearing this, Captain Ariv, a burly man with a full beard and an intimidating look, composed himself. Ah, it's young master of the governor's family. What brings you here? The ferocity vanished from Captain Ariv's face as he respectfully looked at Carlo. With him here, he knew exactly how to handle today's events. After all, he was the son of the governor. Anyone who dared to clash with the governor's son here was simply courting death. Well, I was about to invite this young lady for drinks when two people suddenly appeared to stop me and attacked my guards. Captain Ariv, you must stand up for me. These people bullied me. It's really too much. Augustine listening to Carlo's shameless lies. Ali's face turned pale with anger, while Dorian looked at him in disbelief. He didn't expect Carlo to be so shameless. But seeing their respectful demeanor, they were truly trapped. These constables obviously followed Carlo's orders, making it harder for Dorian to resolve the matter easily. However, since he stepped forward, he certainly had a plan. After hearing Marcel's advice, Dorian immediately realized this was an opportunity, a chance to give Cody a reason to take charge of this issue. Others might not have the clout to escalate matters, but Dorian could. As the son-in-law of the Marquis of Jethraguo and the prince consort of Princess Kirsty, he had the leverage. Now, Dorian's reputation was at its peak, making him a potent asset for Cody. Indeed, Joab's words had given him inspiration. Behind him stood not only the Marquis of Jethraguo, but also the Marquis of Ingwa. Therefore, his case could naturally be escalated to Cody, which presented an excellent opportunity. He wouldn't act rashly without careful planning. Yes, young Jarenbai, rest assured, we will handle everything properly today. You can count on it. Captain Ariv hastily replied. Since Carlo had spoken, he certainly wouldn't disappoint him. Who knew, perhaps Bai's favor could further his career. After all, Bai was his immediate superior's boss. Capture them. With a wave of his hand, Captain Ariv ordered the constables to arrest Dorian and company without further questions. Carlo had already given the command. There was no room for hesitation. Himph, are you arresting us without asking any questions? Dorian coldly remarked. Hearing this, Captain Ariv looked at Dorian as if he were an idiot. Why should I ask? The situation is clear. Do you think young Jarenbai would wrong you? Just save yourself the trouble and come with us, or we'll force you. Resisting law enforcement means certain death for you. Captain Ariv sneered, completely disregarding Dorian and his companions. To him, with Carlo present, they were no threat. Though Dorian's attire was impressive, it meant nothing to them. Dorian inwardly scoffed. As expected, these people acted with complete disregard for rules, assuming they held absolute power. And if I refuse? Another cold laugh from Dorian. He wouldn't go along with them so easily. The situation needed to escalate further to show that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Moreover, his primary goal was to inform Cody of his plight. No? Then prepare to die. Captain Ariv waved his hand indifferently, and the constables drew their swords. Marcel frowned. These people were indeed audacious, drawing weapons openly in the capital. Such occurrences were rare. This indirectly revealed how rampant the arrogance of those in power had become. Seeing this, Ali urgently interjected. Sir, please leave quickly. This matter doesn't concern you. I'll handle it myself. Ali knew well that imprisonment would mean severe punishment, if not death. Under these circumstances, he didn't want to drag Dorian into trouble. Even if he himself was targeted, he couldn't let his benefactor suffer. Young Jarenbai, this is my personal matter. I can go with you alone. It has nothing to do with him. Otherwise, escalating this won't benefit you either. Hearing this, Dorian smiled. He hadn't misjudged Ali, who proved to be a decent person, thinking of protecting him even now. This improved Dorian's opinion of Ali significantly. Thus, Dorian felt more inclined to protect Ali and ensure he didn't regret stepping in. Carlo, however, paid no heed. He didn't believe Dorian was innocent. Chapter 50. Takeaway. After all, Dorian had just attacked one of his people in broad daylight under everyone's watchful eyes. Under such circumstances, he absolutely could not let Dorian live. At the very least, Dorian must pay a price for this. If Dorian did not suffer the consequences, he would never be able to accept it. Now you want to wash your hands clean of this affair? That's impossible. So, stay right here, Alaire laughed loudly. He felt that Ali and the others were definitely panicked and terrified. He loved admiring such expressions on their faces. Jirenbai, I am Huang Jiyu from the Justice Platform. My superior is Canon, Ali suddenly said. Alaire's eyes narrowed instantly, while Captain Ariv was stunned. The man behind, Marcel, also grew serious. No wonder Ali sounds so familiar. He turned out to be under Canon. Marcel seemed to have realized some things now. No wonder Ali didn't care about Alaire and his group. He was extremely dissatisfied with the nobles. Being under Canon, it was perfectly reasonable. Speaking of which, Canon was a legendary character even within the Justice Platform, daring enough to go against the nobles. Of course, Canon wasn't without backing either. Behind him stood Sydney, who was none other than the Prime Minister at only 25 and regarded as the top civil official of the Great Xia dynasty. Such a person was naturally formidable, thus his subordinates were also exceptional. How would Alaire consider this now? Indeed, Alaire fell into deep thought. He was somewhat worried about Canon, who was no ordinary figure. Getting on his bad side would be quite problematic. However, Alaire also didn't want to let this incident slide. Doing so would indeed lose face. Captain Ariv dared not speak up, considering this to be a battle between immortals. After all, he was merely the head of bailiffs with no powerful backing whatsoever. A confrontation between the governor and Canon might land him in great trouble. Marcel halted his steps. He had been preparing to leave, but decided it was unnecessary now. You are under Jiren Fong? Alaire's eyes locked onto Ali with an intense gaze. Certainly. Jiren Fong is my teacher, Ali replied slowly, yet with reluctance. He never wanted to reveal his master for fear it would affect not just him, but also Canon. I see. Alaire pondered over how he should proceed. Meanwhile, Captain Ariv kept quiet. It was best to pretend he wasn't there to avoid significant repercussions, or losing his position. Let Alaire handle this. Now silent, Alaire struggled to make a decision. Soon after, however, he displayed arrogance once more. Canon alone wasn't anything to worry about. His background extended beyond his father. It included a strong support system. Being surnamed Bai, he represented the Raphael Duke residence, so nothing mattered to him in this situation. Just Canon? I, the young master, do not fear him. What can he do? Alaire sneered, eyeing Ali and Dorian with utmost hostility. Hearing Alaire's response, Ali's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Alaire to disregard his teacher's status completely and treat them with utter disdain. Marcel nodded slightly, seeing Alaire act true to form, typical of the Bai family. Dorian wasn't surprised either. From Marcel's earlier remarks, Dorian concluded that this Alaire was likely related to Abdur's Bai family. Otherwise, how could a mere magistrate's son behave so arrogantly? My benefactor, I'm truly sorry. I may not be able to help you. Ali smiled bitterly, looking at Dorian. He initially wanted Dorian to leave safely, but now that option was non-existent. Alaire's arrogant and bullying nature lived up to its reputation. That's all right. I'd like to see what they plan to do. Dorian spoke coldly, showing no signs of concern. By now, Mac's residents should have received news. What needed to be done had already been done. Take away. Captain Ariv, take them back for thorough interrogation. They're bound to have problems. Alaire grinned as he made his decision. Come along, Huang Jiyu. I wonder if you'll adapt to our dungeon. Captain Ariv smiled upon hearing Alaire assume responsibility, immediately preparing to take Dorian and the rest away. I can walk myself. Ali refused to let them touch him, maintaining his pride as a commoner scholar who rose through imperial examinations. If you don't cooperate, we'll disable you directly. Do you really think you're something? Alaire waved a hand, saying this boldly in front of everyone. Seeing the moment ripe, Marcel stepped forward. Oh, Jirenbai is being rather arrogant today. Upon hearing this voice, Alaire's expression changed. Turning around, he met the gaze of Marcel, son of the Duke of England, Iolo. Marcel, what are you doing here? Alaire had an uneasy feeling. Though arrogant, he wasn't part of the Bai family's core lineage. Facing someone like Marcel, a prince among openly noble sons, still caused him unease. Of course, I've come to witness how audacious our Alaire can be. Do you actually think this capital city belongs to your Bai family? Or perhaps you believe the entire Great Xia dynasty is under the Bai name? Marcel mocked coldly, now understanding Dorian's intentions, to escalate matters to provide an opportunity for Kale. Under such circumstances, Marcel knew exactly what to do, speaking loudly to ensure it was heard. Hearing this, Alaire's complexion changed as he quickly responded, Don't make wild claims. We never said that. This is slander. Slander? I see Jirenbai here behaving like a tyrant. This isn't slander. As the eldest son of the Duke of England, Marcel was no easy adversary. 2 sentences left Alaire flustered. What's it got to do with you? Although you're the Duke of England's son, the Bai family isn't afraid of you. I advise you not to meddle in matters that aren't your business. Translation by Caitlin Lee. Chapter 51. Renown? Baron hurriedly said. No matter what, he did not want to see Marcel here. Marcel's presence would certainly not be a good thing for him. If Marcel truly wanted to intervene in this matter, it would be very difficult for him to handle. Especially with Ali being backed by Canon, the situation would become even more complicated. How is this not my concern? Seeing you bully people here, this young master has to step in. The onlookers finally dared to speak up as they watched Marcel appear. That's right. Such arrogance indeed needs to be addressed. Speak softer. Do you want to be taken away too? People like him have small minds. Bravo, young Jiren of the British Duke. That's what a true gentleman does. Not like this despicable character. Though the voices were not loud, they made Baron very uncomfortable. Marcel, if you want to play the hero, go elsewhere. This isn't your business, don't make things worse. Baron was no fool. He knew that he must not escalate the situation. If he really dragged Cannon and the British Duke into this, it would only add to his troubles. He originally planned to wrap this up quickly. Even if Cannon came, what could he do? As long as Ollie confessed, everything would end there. But now, Marcel had appeared unexpectedly. He still feared the young master of the British Duke. Do you know who he is? Marcel sneered, preparing to stir up more trouble, pointing at Dorian. Who? Baron asked subconsciously. After all, from Marcel's words, it was clear this person had an important background. Otherwise, Marcel wouldn't act like this. Could he also be another renowned hero from a duke's household? No, it shouldn't be. He had never seen this person before. The notable heroes of the entire capital, he recognized at least some of them. How could this be someone newly emerged? A bastard son? That would be too absurd. He is Dorian, the husband of Princess Kirsty, our great Xia's first female general who just returned victorious. As Marcel's words fell, Baron's face changed dramatically, as did the faces of the constables. They knew they had run into an unyielding obstacle, a genuine one. Ollie also looked at Dorian with surprise. He hadn't expected this to be Princess Kirsty's husband. Before, he had been quite curious about Princess Kirsty's husband. Now seeing Dorian, Ollie suddenly felt this prince consort was quite exceptional. Just for standing up, he is different from others. Prince consort Dorian? It's Prince consort Dorian. The crowd became excited. If one were to name the three most renowned figures in the public eye, they would naturally be Joab, Natalie, and Dorian. The first two need no introduction, while Dorian's reputation started poorly but improved as he displayed his exceptional martial skills, making the common folk respect him. Plus, Joab had been subtly steering public opinion in Dorian's favor, praising him as a heroic youth, a martial prodigy, and even a great hero. Thus, Dorian was frequently discussed among the people. Today, Dorian confirmed this status. That's why I wondered who would dare to help. Now that it's the husband of Princess Kirsty, there's no problem. This is a true hero worthy of our princess. Yes, well done, Prince Consort Dorian. We support you. Everyone saw what happened. Hearing these words, Dorian smiled slightly but felt somewhat helpless. Why did he have to be Princess Kirsty's husband? Couldn't he be himself? No, he needed to prove his own worth someday. Of course, now wasn't the time for such thoughts. Baron's expression turned even grimmer. These people didn't dare speak earlier, but hearing Dorian's name, they became excited. Dorian's name was familiar to him. Learning that the capital's most beautiful Gigi married Dorian had made him envious. However, such matters were none of his concern. He could only feel jealous. In recent days, Dorian's reputation had spread widely, especially among their circle of official children. Reports of Dorian humbling Otto and uncovering evidence against him had garnered attention. It was unexpected that the person who tried to stop him earlier was Dorian. While he wasn't concerned about Dorian personally, the backing of the Maxim residence was formidable. The Maxim residence was currently at its peak. Carlo naturally didn't want to offend them. What do we do? Captain Arv and others were at a loss, completely stunned that this was Princess Kirsty's husband. Their faces turned pale. Baron took a deep breath and slowly said, "So, it's Prince Consort Eben. My apologies. Why didn't you mention this earlier? This feels like family turning against family." He had to find a way to defuse the situation. Admitting his mistake could resolve this. He couldn't believe Dorian would openly challenge him. Though he was indeed the husband of Princess Kirsty, he was confident enough to stand his ground. The crowd looked at Dorian, unsure how he would respond. If Dorian reconciled with Baron, they would be deeply disappointed. Who are you calling family? Dorian's blunt response made Baron freeze. Everyone cheered upon hearing Dorian's unyielding tone. This is the kind of prince consort we want to see. Prince consort Dorian is a real man, unlike these second-generation scoundrels. The people of Great Xia were somewhat bold, but without a leader, they dared not defy aristocrats like Baron. After all, the nobility symbolized fear in recent years. But now emboldened, they voiced their truth. You second-generation brat, Prince consort Dorian won't give you any leeway. Let's see what you can do to him today. Cold sweat trickled down Baron's face as panic set in. Chapter 52, brought to the magistrate's office. The situation had really escalated, and it was not something he could handle easily. Marcel and Ollie were surprised, never expecting Dorian to have such high standing among the common people. This was certainly no ordinary feat. Dorian, Marcel, what do you want? Hampton suddenly realized that these two must know each other and are working together. After all, the close ties between the Marquis of Jethrog's manor and the Duke of Ying's manor were common knowledge. He couldn't believe Dorian didn't recognize Marcel. Obviously, we can't tolerate your bullying and tyrannizing behavior. We're here to teach you a lesson, Dorian said coldly, his eyes fixed on Marcel. Marcel nodded slightly. He had already seen someone from the Marquis of Jethrog's manor go back to notify them. They could act without worry. Nothing would happen to them. You. Hampton's face turned extremely ugly. These matters have nothing to do with you. I can offer you some compensation if you leave this alone. Hampton lowered his voice, addressing Dorian. Impossible. You think bribing us to pretend this never happened will work? I, Dorian, will never agree. I, Marcel, also won't agree, they both said straightforwardly, shocking everyone. Hampton felt overwhelmed. These two were clearly here to cause trouble. Ollie looked at the duo and roughly understood their intentions. However, he was quite willing to cooperate, as these two had made a good impression on him, especially Dorian. He didn't hesitate to confront Hampton directly. Moreover, Dorian was his benefactor, so he was determined to help. Prince Consort Eben, young Jaren's son, please see justice is done for this official. I was merely walking around with my fiancée when this Hampton saw her beauty and tried to take her away by force. How can there be law in broad daylight? Ollie wailed, appearing very wronged. Seeing this, Dorian and Marcel couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. This guy was sharp and reacted quickly. It seemed they needed to seriously consider Ali further. But for now, Dorian immediately said, "Rest assured, Director Huang, we won't let Hampton get away with this. Indeed, this capital city isn't your personal domain, Hampton." Their words heightened the tension of the scene. Hampton was caught between a rock and a hard place, unsure how to proceed. At that moment, a stern voice rang out. "What are you doing?" Everyone turned to see a man in official attire walking over. It was Hampton's father, Hassan. Seeing this man, Marcel's expression tightened. "This guy isn't easy to deal with. Be careful." Dorian nodded. Anyone in such a position wouldn't be ordinary, but he wasn't worried at all. Hampton, however, breathed a sigh of relief. "Father, these people are causing a disturbance. We tried to stop them, but they wouldn't listen, so we've been arguing." Hampton obviously couldn't say more here. The public opinion was already against them. Seeing Hassan arrive, the people grew anxious. He was Hampton's father. He might favor his son. "Hold on. Are you going to abuse your power, Governor Bai?" Marcel said coldly. Being brought to the magistrate's office could lead to unforeseen consequences, and he wasn't willing to risk it. After all, that was Hassan's turf, and dealing with him wouldn't be as simple as with Hampton. Certainly not, but arguing in the streets is inappropriate. We have a proper system through our government officials who can handle this. Hassan calmly replied. Unlike Hampton, Hassan knew the gravity of the situation and wouldn't dare to resolve it casually. However, once inside the magistrate's office, things would be different. This was his territory. He didn't dare to act rashly against Marcel and Dorian, but if he could accuse Ali of a crime and make him confess, the problem would be solved. He had many ways to make Ali confess. Seeing through Hassan's plan, Ali and Marcel's expressions darkened. This old fox was indeed formidable. Just as they were about to protest, Dorian shook his head at Marcel slightly. Then, looking serious, he addressed Hassan. "Since Governor Bai has spoken, we naturally need to follow protocol and go to the magistrate's office. After all, we're not like some scum. We understand reason. We hope Governor Bai can provide a fair resolution." Everyone agrees, right? The surrounding crowd relaxed, trusting Dorian, and responded enthusiastically. "That's right. We saw what happened today. We'll go to the magistrate's office to testify and clear Prince Consort Eben's name." Although aware Hassan would favor Hampton, they didn't want anything to happen to Dorian. Those with a sense of justice decided to join. Hearing Dorian's words, Hassan felt uneasy. Dorian was a tough opponent. By saying this, he put Hassan in an awkward position. Involving so many civilians made the matter complicated. Plugging everyone's mouths wouldn't be easy. Thinking this, Hassan shot a glare at Hampton. This was turning into a headache. Hampton, still fearing his father, dared not speak. He understood that today's incident wouldn't end well. Naturally, this governor always upholds justice and will give you a fair trial. With so many people watching, Hassan had to make a statement. Dorian didn't believe this show, but he had a plan. "Ali, do you have any evidence for Rick to see?" "Yes." Ali got the hint and pulled out a black token. This was the judicial court's badge, inscribed with his name. Dorian nodded, took it, and approached a seemingly upright man. "Brother, I need your help." The man, excited that Dorian spoke to him, eagerly agreed. "Prince Consort Eben, just say what you need. I'll do it if I can. Take this token to Rick at the judicial court and ask him to come to the capital's magistrate's office." Dorian smiled. Rick was essential since the case required judicial involvement to progress. This translation maintains the original structure and tone while ensuring natural English phrasing and consistency. ####Chapter 53, The Setup. Hassan watched the scene unfold and immediately guessed what was happening. He said, "What does this mean? Are you trying to get help from someone?" "Let me tell you, I despise people like you who exploit connections." Before he could finish his sentence, Dorian interrupted him. "Not at all. This matter involves the Duke's mansion and the capital prefecture office, which naturally requires the involvement of the judicial platform as per the Andersons' decree." "How so? You, the esteemed prefect of the capital prefecture, wouldn't know less than a mere villager, would you? Or perhaps you're intentionally overlooking it?" Dorian looked at Hassan with a sly smile. This made Hassan's face stiffen. He instantly realized that this was a trap. "Of course not. As the prefect, I am well aware. Since this happened under my jurisdiction, it is naturally for me to handle. Rest assured, Eben Yumeo, justice will be served impartially." Hassan quickly regained his composure. After all, he was a seasoned politician who wouldn't be easily rattled by minor setbacks. "Is that so? But it seems perfectly reasonable for me to invite Rick here since the officials involved fall under his jurisdiction." Dorian's smile was forced but smug. Hassan knew that continuing to argue was futile. "Let's head to the office then. We can discuss everything there." Marcel and Ali sighed in relief, watching Dorian defuse the situation so effortlessly. They followed closely behind, confident that Hassan wouldn't dare do anything now that they were together. They soon arrived at the capital prefecture office. Dorian and others were detained, but due to the large crowd outside, Carlo was also locked up. Inside a room, Hassan met with the Kermit, who had been waiting for him. "Your Excellency." The Kermit respectfully greeted him. Here, the prefect held the highest authority, though the magistrate was also responsible for overseeing the interrogation. Naturally, he was a close ally of the prefect. "What happened?" Seeing Hassan's grim expression, the magistrate quickly asked. The situation escalated. That troublemaker managed to involve one of Cannon's subordinates, the young lord from the British Duke's residence, and even Princess Consort Joab. Hassan rubbed his temples, thinking about how to handle this mess. The magistrate listened in disbelief. Whoever this man was, he certainly knew how to cause trouble. "This is quite problematic, prefect." The Kermit realized the gravity of the situation. Dealing with one or two influential figures would have been manageable, but three at once was beyond their capabilities. "Yes, there are many onlookers outside, making this tricky, especially with Princess Consort Joab involved. I underestimated him." Hassan clenched his teeth. Initially, it wasn't too big of an issue, but Dorian's words had attracted a crowd, preventing him from acting rashly. "What should we do?" The magistrate was visibly flustered. Unlike Hassan, who had the backing of the Raphael Duke's mansion, he had no such support. We'll see what they want first. Hassan didn't want to escalate things further. Doing so wouldn't benefit him at all. His current position was precarious. All right. The two prepared to visit the prison where Dorian and the others were being held. Meanwhile, in the Max mansion, Joab, Natalie, and Connie listened intently to the report from Grady. Their expressions turned grave. Why did things spiral out of control as soon as they left? Connie frowned, slightly complaining about Dorian's lack of judgment. However, she added, Sir, we need to find a way to resolve this. Of course. We have strong grounds, so Hassan won't dare to do anything reckless. Joab assessed the situation. Dorian had handled it well, without escalating matters further. This simplified their task. Natalie interjected, Father, I think this is an opportunity. Oh. Joab looked at his daughter, unsure what she meant. Dorian wouldn't act without a plan. He must have something in mind. A plan? Joab recalled that Dorian wasn't impulsive. While today's events weren't overly reckless, they weren't entirely prudent either. If handled well, this could mark the end of Hassan's career and a blow to Baiwogo. Natalie's reminder made Joab realize that Dorian likely had a strategy. What could it be? After a moment of contemplation, Joab and Natalie spoke in unison, the judicial platform. It was clear they had reached the same conclusion. But Ali is one of Cannon's men. This could be a great opportunity. Ned has been looking for a chance to act against the Capital Prefecture Office. Joab smiled. Anderson Cody had long been dissatisfied with the Capital Prefecture Office. However, involving the judicial platform had always been challenging due to its deep-rooted influence in the capital. Now, Dorian's actions presented a significant opportunity. No matter what, Dorian and Ali were unimpeachable, leaving Carlo and Hassan vulnerable. Cannon should be the one to take action. Should we inform Cannon? Joab pondered. Although the judicial platform was loyal to Anderson Cody, Cannon worked under Sydney, an ally and adversary. Notifying Cannon directly wasn't appropriate. Natalie shook her head. No need. If Dorian thought of this, he would have made arrangements. Joab frowned, finding it unlikely given Dorian's unfamiliarity with Cannon. However, he let it go, realizing Dorian might have a plan. Connie remained silent, listening attentively to the discussion. Suddenly, another figure rushed in. My lord, we have new information. Speak. Joab grew anxious, unsure of the current situation. The previous messenger only reported Dorian and Carlo's conflict without subsequent details. Chapter 54. Actions from all sides. And they naturally did not just send one person. This time, when Dorian went out, Joab dispatched a team of his personal guards to secretly watch over him to prevent any unexpected incidents. One could imagine how much Joab valued Dorian. And in fact, his decision turned out to be correct. The capital city was filled with many hidden talents and dangers. Once outside, considering Dorian's character, conflicts were inevitable. Joab was well aware that Dorian wasn't a perfectly rational individual. He had his own weaknesses. However, when combined with Dorian's intelligence, these weaknesses seemed to transform into something unique. Soon, Joab heard about Dorian's arrangements and learned that Dorian had already sent someone to find Cannon. A smile appeared on Joab's face. Well done. Truly befitting my son-in-law. His thinking is exceptionally thorough. After all, such arrangements could be considered comprehensive, especially the move to invite Cannon. It left Hassan and others completely unprepared. In this matter, the Capital Prefecture Office least wanted to deal with Cannon. As left Halstongyun's student, Cannon treated the nobility with the same strictness as his teacher. Many second-generation heirs who fell into his hands suffered immensely, hence his nickname, Fangyama. Clearly, these young aristocrats feared him deeply. In this situation, Cannon indeed had room to intervene. Theoretically, the Capital Prefecture Office only handled matters among commoners, while the Judicial Tribunal dealt with crimes involving the nobility, which was Cody's original intention. But the Capital Prefecture Office was so powerful that the Judicial Tribunal couldn't function properly. Cody had no good reason to challenge the Capital Prefecture Office, so he put the matter aside. This time, it was arguably the best opportunity, and Cannon certainly wouldn't want to miss it. Thinking about this, Joab slowly said, Understood. You may leave. Yes. Once the two guards left, Natalie revealed a faint smile and said, He won't let us down. Indeed. With this, we don't need to rush. We can even make better plans now. Joab felt equally pleased. Dorian had already broken through, and now it was their turn to act. However, we cannot directly appear. Since it involves Cannon's subordinates, we should plan carefully. Natalie nodded in agreement. This was indeed the wisest choice. They absolutely couldn't waste the opportunity Dorian had created. Then, Joab summoned his steward. Go and invite Duke Ingwe here. Yes. At the Judicial Tribunal, having just finished a case, Cannon stepped out. He suddenly heard some commotion outside and frowned. The Judicial Tribunal was usually quiet. What was going on? Curious, he asked a nearby soldier. What's happening outside? One of your subjects wishes to see you but was stopped, Grady respectfully replied. Facing Cannon, who was known as Fangyama, he didn't dare to be careless. Even within the Judicial Tribunal, people called him by this name due to his reputation for being ruthless in judgment, catching numerous young aristocrats red-handed. See me? Cannon furrowed his brow. Not many people sought him out directly. He didn't mind the title Fangyama. It helped him deal with those second-generation heirs more effectively. Due to either left Halstongyun's influence or Cannon's mindset, he viewed the nobility uniformly, never letting them off easily. His relentless efforts had somewhat improved the situation, reducing the number of injustices over the past 2 years. However, Cannon remained unsatisfied, as he could only punish minor nobles. The real powerhouses and young aristocrats remained untouched. This caused him immense pain. In his eyes, Anderson and chancellors were entrusted him with this task because they trusted him. Yet, he had failed to live up to their expectations. The lack of manpower at the Judicial Tribunal made it difficult to monitor the nobility, let alone catch them in the act. Perhaps this person has come seeking justice? Cannon pondered, then walked out to see a man blocked by 2 soldiers. What are you doing? Release him immediately. Why are you stopping him? Canon said coldly. Sir Fong, this man tried to break into the judicial tribunal, so? Canon waved his hand, dismissing Gratis. Looking at the man, he asked, do you have something to say? I am Canon. Relieved, the man took out a token and handed it to Canon. Sir Fong, this is the token Prince Consort Eben asked me to give you. Prince Consort Eben? Canon was puzzled. Upon seeing the token, he realized it belonged to Ali, a promising subordinate whom Canon greatly admired. It was unprecedented for anyone to carry Ali's token. Could something have happened to Ali? That seemed likely. Recalling Prince Consort Eben, Canon quickly identified him, the Prince Consort from the Max residence. Could Ali have offended this person? The thought of Dorian as another unreasonable noble stirred Canon's resentment. He detested such individuals the most. Initially, he thought Dorian, an ordinary civilian, wouldn't be too bad, but now it seemed power corrupted everyone. How could such a person deserve Princess Kirsty? Though Canon disliked nobility, the Max family was different, given Joab and Natalie's excellent reputations, which even earned respect from Left Hallstonian. Now, their reputation might be tarnished by their Prince Consort. Shaking his head slightly, Canon asked, did Prince Consort Eben bully someone? The man was taken aback by this assumption, looking confused at Canon. Chapter 55, Threats and Temptations. Of course not. Eben Yu is having us invite Lord Fong to the capital magistrate's office to uphold justice. And someone as fine as Eben Yu could never abuse his power to bully others. The man immediately defended Eben Yu. In their eyes, Eben Yu's reputation was quite high. Such a righteous and courageous young man was rare and absolutely should not be slandered. Canon was taken aback by these words, realizing that it was quite different from what he had imagined. This made him feel somewhat surprised, so he quickly inquired, what happened? It's like this. The man organized his thoughts and began recounting the events to Canon. Although not entirely precise, Canon managed to grasp the general situation. In short, Ali had been targeted by Carlo, and Eben Yu and Marcel had stepped in to help. Now they were all brought to the capital magistrate's office together. This clarified many things. However, Canon was somewhat astonished. This Eben Yu seemed different from what he had expected. Just by his willingness to stand up for Ali and think to find him, it showed that Eben Yu indeed had some talent and wasn't just an unreasonable second-generation rich kid. I underestimated this person. It seems that those rumors about him might have some truth. Canon quickly recalled the recent stories circulating about Eben Yu, which made him believe some of them. No matter what, handling this situation well is also a great opportunity. At this thought, a sharp glint flashed in Canon's eyes. To him, this was indeed a good opportunity. Suddenly, he realized Eben Yu might have done this on purpose. Such behavior did not seem normal at all. After all, even if Eben Yu was genuinely filled with righteousness and wanted to help Ali, he could have directly informed him. There was no need for him to rush forward himself. This would likely cause unfavorable repercussions for him. Could Eben Yu have done this intentionally, knowing the predicament of the judicial tribunal and wanting to help? But what reason did he have to do something like this? Then, a sudden realization struck Canon. Raphael Duke's White Wugwa. Yes, they had a common enemy, the Duke of Raphael. If so, this would explain a lot. Thank you. This silver is your reward. Saying this, Canon took out one tael of silver and handed it to the man. Lord Fong, you insult me. How can I accept payment for a task entrusted by Prince Consort Eben? Unexpectedly, the man refused without even looking at the silver. To ordinary people, one tael of silver was quite valuable, enough to sustain them for a long time. This only increased Canon's curiosity about Eben Yu, as the man's rejection clearly implied that everything was due to Eben Yu's influence. Very well, thank you, brave sir. If you encounter any injustice in the future, come here and I will see it through to the end. Canon spoke earnestly. Whether the man accepted the reward was his business, but he couldn't allow anyone to suffer unfairly. Good. Lord Fong, please hurry to avoid any mishaps. Canon nodded, paused for a moment, then decided to go alone. Taking more people to the capital magistrate's office wouldn't be wise. Meanwhile, inside the capital magistrate's office, Marcel and Eben Yu were brought into a room. They exchanged a glance, both guessing what was about to happen. Upon entering, the room was empty. Moments later, Hassan walked in, his gaze fixed on them with a faint smile. Both nephews, I truly apologize for this inconvenience. Looking at the smiling Hassan, Eben Yu and Marcel could already tell what Hassan had in mind. Iolo spoke coolly, Governor Bai, we're not that familiar. What do you plan to do with today's matter? Seeing Marcel's directness, Hassan's face darkened briefly but quickly recovered. Now, everyone sees each other every day. Let's not make this too difficult. Why don't we compromise? You two can make some demands, and we'll pretend nothing happened. That way, it's better for both sides, isn't it? Hassan spoke slowly. No matter what, he wanted to resolve this peacefully. A conflict would be very disadvantageous for them. So, Governor Bai, you wish to sweep this under the rug? Marcel's look confirmed this was indeed Hassan's intention. Facing the mansion of Jethraguo and Ingwa, the best option was to smooth things over. Exactly. It's not a big deal to begin with. Escalating it wouldn't benefit either side. Moreover, it would be improper to create hostility now. Hassan was confident. After all, maintaining peace was still their priority at the moment. That does sound reasonable, but resolving it with just a few words doesn't seem possible. Hearing this, Hassan immediately understood. Marcel wanted benefits, naturally. Without offering anything, he couldn't resolve the issue. Thinking this, Hassan directly asked, what do you want? What are your plans? Eben Yu suddenly spoke, his gaze on Hassan. Prince Consort Eben, it's an honor to meet you. Your demands needn't concern you. There won't be any problems. I'll ensure you and young Jaren's son leave safely, as if nothing happened. To Hassan, Eben Yu would likely choose to settle matters quietly, not yet realizing that Eben Yu intended to scheme against him. Nor did he understand that Eben Yu sought more than mere satisfaction. What about Ali? Eben Yu frowned, his expression indicating he wasn't letting Ali off. Please, let the gentleman not worry about this. Someone has to take the fall. It can't be that everyone walks away scot-free. Hassan understood that someone needed to bear the blame. Not Carlo, not Marcel or Ep1. Thus, it had to be Ali. Therefore, he wouldn't let Ali off easily. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to account for it outside. He believed Ep1 and Marcel wouldn't care about Ali by now, since they'd already cultivated their image. No matter how it played out, their reputations remained intact. Wasn't that what they wanted? Hearing this, Ep1's expression darkened. Just as he suspected, Ali is Lord Fong's subordinate. Are you really prepared to move against him? Don't you fear Lord Fong coming after you with everything he has? Chapter 56, Torturous Interrogation. Dorian stared at Hassan, wondering what this man would do. According to Marcel, Canon was not an easy person to fool. As the Justice Lord of the Judicial Bureau, Canon would definitely take action. He couldn't just stand by and watch his disciple be manipulated. This matter doesn't require the two of you to worry. I will handle it. Hassan waved his hand, naturally worried about this situation, but he was clear that dealing with 3 people at once was different from dealing with only Canon. No matter how difficult Canon might be, it wouldn't compare to the pressure from the Jethraguel Marquis and Ingwa Marquis estates. This was why he wanted to reconcile with Dorian. They could act more cautiously in this situation, so he could focus on handling Canon without distractions. It seems Governor Bai is quite confident, but you cannot harm Ali. Dorian shook his head slightly, showing his stance. He certainly couldn't allow anything to happen to Ali. Why? Prince Consort Ep1, you and Ali are strangers. Why go through so much trouble for him? Hassan looked intently at Dorian, puzzled by his actions. Dorian had just arrived in Jingcheng and shouldn't know Ali. It was also impossible for him to fully understand the political landscape of Jingcheng so quickly. To everyone else, Dorian was merely a villager from the countryside with no capabilities or influence. Hassan never thought Dorian had any remarkable qualities. There's no reason. Since I'm involved in this, I'll see it through. Ali did nothing wrong, so why should he bear the consequences? Dorian continued coldly, moreover, I hope Governor Bai can handle this case impartially. Otherwise, this won't end easily. Dorian spoke resolutely, ensuring Ali wouldn't suffer. He hadn't intended to reconcile with Hassan from the start. Hearing Dorian's words, Hassan seemed to realize something. Do you plan to go down together? Hassan stared at Dorian, surprised that this prince consort of the Jethraguel Marquis was so decisive and unyielding. Normally, no one would dare say such things. No, this matter ends with you paying the price, not me. After all, you should understand that this entire issue stems from your side. Dorian was straightforward, intending to escalate matters further without holding back. So, Prince Consort Ep1 doesn't consider me or give us face? Hassan's expression darkened as he pondered how to handle the situation. For him, letting his son take the fall wasn't an option. I demand justice. Dorian shook his head firmly, his tone strong. Prince son, aren't you going to persuade him? Hassan addressed Marcel, knowing full well that if they truly broke ties, he wouldn't fear Dorian because of Trey backing him. Since Brother Ep1 has spoken, this is my stance as well. Marcel naturally followed Dorian's lead. Looking at the two men, Hassan sneered. If that's the case, let's not mince words. I will personally preside over this case and see what tricks you have up your sleeves. With that, Hassan left the room, and Dorian and Marcel were taken back to their cells. What does he plan to do? Dorian felt uneasy. Hassan had clearly shown murderous intent, but restrained himself. Dorian and Marcel wouldn't change their stance, and neither would Ali, who would likely refuse to yield. However, Hassan seemed confident. Dorian sensed something was off. The cunning old fox must have a contingency plan. Although he didn't know what it was, he needed to be prepared. He can only target Ali now. He definitely won't dare touch us. Marcel analyzed the situation. Hassan wouldn't dare to harm them considering their backgrounds. Even if they refused to cooperate, Hassan would have to tolerate it. Dorian nodded, but noticed Ali's cell was empty. It seems Ali was taken away when we left. Dorian frowned, sensing danger. Hassan wouldn't let Ali off easily. He would likely use torture. That wasn't a good sign. Canon should arrive soon. Hassan is probably anxious, but he shouldn't go too far. Marcel shook his head, believing Hassan would merely try to intimidate Ali and not take extreme measures. As long as Ali held out until Canon arrived, everything would be resolved. Yes, once Canon arrives, we can escalate the matter to catch the Emperor's attention. Dorian nodded, having made up his mind. However, after a quarter of an hour, Ali still hadn't returned, and Canon hadn't shown up, making Dorian feel uneasy. He shouldn't take this long. Canon should have arrived by now. Dorian glanced at Marcel, thinking something was wrong. Marcel had refused assistance nearby, so there was a problem with Canon's absence. Yes, something's amiss. Marcel agreed, knowing the distance between the Judicial Bureau and here was minimal. Even if Canon had taken his time, he should have arrived, especially given the urgency of Ali's situation. Meanwhile, in a small, dark room, a bloodied man stared defiantly at Hampton and Captain Arif. By young Jaren, this guy is stubborn. Captain Arif sighed helplessly, having interrogated the man for nearly half an hour without success. The man refused to comply, even under severe beating. His gaze remained unyielding, which unnerved Arif. Worthless waste. Hampton snorted, eyeing the bloodied man. Cooperate or else I won't spare that Gigi. The atmosphere grew heavy as Hassan's cruel intentions became clear. Chapter 57, Concern. The blood man's eyes flashed with coldness as he muttered something under his breath at Carlo's threats. Unwillingly, Carlo leaned in closer to hear him. Unexpectedly, the blood man suddenly exerted all his strength and bit down on Carlo's ear. The sharp pain made Carlo scream in agony. Captain Arif rushed forward and punched the blood man several times, finally managing to save Carlo. You lunatic. Seeing blood oozing from his ear and more blood from the blood man, Carlo burst into a rage. Ali, I don't believe you can stay stubborn forever. Keep beating him. Of course, the person bound here was Ali, and Hassan wanted Ali to confess that he had a problem, not Carlo. Thus, Hassan arranged for Carlo to threaten and tempt Ali. However, Ali remained firm in his decision, refusing to sign any confession or change his stance, even if they promised to release him and his fiancée afterward. Frustrated, Carlo couldn't wait anymore and ordered Captain Arif to use force. Despite knowing the consequences of torture, Captain Arif, having allied himself with Carlo, had no choice but to follow orders. However, they underestimated Ali's endurance. Despite the brutal treatment, he wouldn't yield. Captain Arif admired Ali's fortitude, but knew severe trouble awaited him if he couldn't make Ali change his mind. Carlo watched nervously as Captain Arif worked. He feared Cannon would arrive soon, and if Ali didn't break, it would spell disaster for him. Being taken away by Cannon, a living Yama, meant serious trouble. The Augustan Eving Yama hated second-generation rich kids like them, which Carlo understood very well. In the main hall of Jingfu Prefecture, Cannon sipped tea, waiting for Hassan. Something felt amiss. He had been kept waiting for 15 minutes, which wasn't normal. After some thought, Cannon decided to investigate, suspecting Hassan was up to something. This growing concern deepened his anxiety. But just as he took 2 steps, he was stopped by the magistrate of Jingfu County. Lord Fong, this is a restricted area of Jingfu Prefecture. Please do not wander. Prefect Bai will be here shortly, the magistrate said with a smile. His job was to delay Cannon, so they could continue pressuring Ali. However, their plan hadn't succeeded yet, causing Hassan considerable anxiety. Move aside. You know my temper isn't good. Make Hassan come out now, or there will be trouble today. Cannon warned coldly, sensing their delaying tactics. Although he didn't know why they were stalling, it definitely involved Ali. This increased Cannon's concern over Ali. These people weren't nice guys, and with Raphael Duke backing Hassan, anything could happen. For all he knew, Ali might be undergoing severe torture right now. Lord Fong, this? Get lost. Impatient, Cannon pushed the magistrate aside and hurried forward. Just then, he encountered Hassan, who looked surprised. Lord Fong, what brings you here? Seeing Hassan feign ignorance, Cannon sneered, Hassan, stop acting. Where is Ali? What have you done to him? Cannon was frantic, as he highly regarded Ali and didn't want anything to happen to him. Officially, his rank was higher than Hassan, so he didn't need to care much about Hassan's feelings. What Ali? Hassan tried to act further, but upon seeing Cannon's expression, he realized Cannon was truly enraged. Imperial Censor Fong, Ali has confessed. It's his fault for causing conflicts. According to our laws, I have the authority to judge him. However, being one of your subordinates, perhaps a fine would suffice. What do you think, Imperial Censor Fong? Though somewhat wary of Cannon's presence, Hassan, as part of the Bai family, wasn't entirely intimidated. He believed Cannon would understand his message. If Cannon didn't agree, Ali wouldn't be released. This made the normally dominant Cannon hesitate. He cared deeply about Ali's safety but hesitated to give in, as it would mean losing an opportunity. Cannon felt uneasy about compromising. Hassan, do you understand the severity? Are you ready for me to report this to Kale? Cannon wasn't someone to mess with and immediately threatened Hassan by invoking Anderson Cody. If you cease now, there may be room for compromise. Otherwise, I'll certainly impeach you before Kale. Hearing this, Hassan knew Cannon wouldn't back down easily, so he prepared a rebuttal. Really? With Raphael Duke backing me, are you sure you want to escalate this? Or don't you care about Ali's safety? At this moment, mysteriously disappearing people aren't unheard of. This blatant threat infuriated Cannon, but he needed to save Ali. After all, Ali was his student, and Cannon refused to let an innocent person die because of this. Suddenly, noisy voices interrupted them. Hassan and Cannon turned to see several officers thrown aside, while 2 young men supported a bloodied man. Recognizing his student, Cannon's eyes reddened with anger. Dorian and Marcel, supporting Ali, glared at Hassan. Prefect Bai, you're quite skilled at using such severe methods. What a great prefect, Dorian said coldly. I wonder how many false cases exist under your rule. Chapter 58, Anger. Dorian spoke coldly, his heart already filled with rage. How dare you make a move in my capital prefecture's office? This is an outright disregard for the Xia dynasty and our office. Bring them down. Hassan was terrified. He had never expected that at the moment when everything seemed about to be resolved, these 2 people would suddenly bring Ali out. Moreover, this left him with no way to defend himself. Do you mean these pieces of trash? Dorian sneered, stepping aside to reveal their backs, where a cluster of incapacitated constables lay sprawled on the ground, each in evident pain. You. Hassan's pupils constricted. This was the first time in the long history of the capital prefecture's office that such an incident had occurred. It made him feel an intense fear. Time rewound to moments earlier, when Dorian and Marcel realized something was amiss. They began to grow anxious. An inmate in a nearby cell told them that regular interrogations wouldn't require moving prisoners, yet Ali had been taken to the deepest section of the jail. That area was used for torture by the capital prefecture's office. Uncooperative prisoners were often sent there and wouldn't take long before confessing. It wasn't hard to imagine how perilous that place could be. This realization led Dorian and Marcel to believe they couldn't sit idly by any longer. At this point, they also realized they had no other way out. Dorian's gaze fell upon the heavy chains securing the prison doors. Brother Eben, the Duke of Jethrog's residence, and the Duke of Ying's residence haven't sent anyone yet. What should we do? Just as Marcel asked, Dorian grabbed the chains on the door. What are you doing? An unbelievable thought flashed through Marcel's mind. Such an event, a prison break, was extremely rare in the entire Xia dynasty. Although he and Dorian shouldn't have been jailed in the first place, it was Hassan who forced this situation. Escaping from prison would put them at a disadvantage. Would it be worth it just for Ali? Of course, we're getting out. We can't let Ali die. No matter what, I won't stand by and watch an innocent life be lost here, Dorian said with unwavering determination. This stirred something in Marcel. The fire within Dorian ignited something inside him as well, but how could they possibly break those chains? Even as warriors, it seemed impossible. But Dorian didn't think much about it. The lock on this prison door wasn't particularly strong since they weren't high-security prisoners, and Hassan didn't dare imprison them too securely. But this lock… Marcel was about to say that Dorian couldn't break it open when he saw Dorian exert slight force, and the chain snapped right off the door. Marcel's eyes widened in shock. Though he had some martial training, he wasn't a warrior and knew he could never achieve what Dorian did. Dorian's strength was far greater than he imagined. Dorian breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had cultivated internal energy, or his current strength alone wouldn't have sufficed to break the chain. Seeing Dorian and Marcel escape, the inmates in the cells erupted into chaos. Two men of apparently distinguished backgrounds had actually broken out of prison. This was the first time such an event had happened in the capital prefecture's office. Of course, their actions immediately drew the attention of the guards, who rushed over without hesitation. Seeing Dorian effortlessly breaking chains, the guards stood no chance against him. Dorian took down the guards swiftly, but ensured not to injure them excessively. Reaching the back cells, Marcel and Dorian witnessed a scene that filled them with intense anger. Ali was bound and covered in blood, but still showed defiance in his eyes. Marcel felt deep admiration for the man's resolve under such dire circumstances. Carlo watched them approach with a changed expression. What are you doing? This is the capital prefecture's office. How dare you commit violence here? Carlo clearly saw the fallen guards behind them and knew this wasn't a normal situation. Violence? Today, I will beat you up. Marcel lunged at Carlo. Despite lacking internal energy, his combat skills were adequate for dealing with a weakened opponent like Carlo. Captain Ariv charged at Dorian, seeing this as an opportunity to earn merit. Others might not stand a chance against Dorian, but he was unafraid. As a martial artist who cultivated internal energy, he was confident in his abilities. After exchanging blows, Dorian became serious. A martial artist too? But this isn't enough. Captain Ariv sneered, delivering another punch. If he could subdue these two today, he would gain favor with Carlo and Hassan. Is that so? Bring it on. Dorian was excited. Encountering someone with internal energy was rare. He wanted to test his own strength, to see if he could hold his own against these adversaries. Natalie's sparring sessions were always controlled, and only real combat would reveal his true capabilities. Dorian summoned his internal energy, never taking opponents lightly, especially after feeling Natalie's terrifying power. However, after one punch, Dorian was puzzled. This guy's strength was surprisingly mediocre, far below his expectations. That's all you've got? Then scram. Dorian delivered a powerful blow to Captain Ariv's chest, sending him staggering back several steps, staring at Dorian in shock. How is this possible? Ariv thought Dorian's internal energy was weaker, but somehow far more powerful. How could this be? Your strength is barely anything, yet you dare challenge me. Dorian shook his head, dismissing Ariv entirely. No, it's impossible. You, a prisoner, can't be stronger than me. Take this. Chapter 59, Devious. Captain Ariv refused to believe in superstitions, and was even less willing to be defeated so easily. He had to prove himself and earn the trust of Carlo and the others. This was his greatest opportunity. Otherwise, he would find it very difficult to rise in the future. With this thought in mind, Captain Ariv grew even more aggressive, lunging at Dorian as if determined to stop him. But how could Dorian be easily stopped? A single punch sent Captain Ariv flying back, and then a palm strike landed on the back of his neck. Captain Ariv fell down, an expression of unwillingness on his face. Dorian rushed over to Ali's side. Are you alright? Brother Ali. Why yeah, Ali managed to say with difficulty. Don't speak. I'll take you to see a doctor. Dorian felt deeply distressed seeing Ali's condition. He couldn't imagine what kind of torture Ali must have endured. Okay. Let's go. Dorian glanced at Marcel, who after throwing a few punches at Carlo, left with visible resentment. Dorian hated Carlo now, but Ali's injuries were obviously more urgent. As they walked out, a group of bailiffs rushed towards them. However, neither Dorian nor Marcel found these people much of a threat given their skills. They quickly fought their way out, creating the scene witnessed by Cannon and Hassan. Hassan was anxious, not understanding the situation. How did these two manage to get Ali out, exposing everything under public scrutiny, leaving him no room for resistance? Cannon, seeing Ali's state, flared up in anger. Hassan, this is your idea of justice? This is what you claim you didn't know about? Cannon was furious and insisted that Hassan must pay the price. He wouldn't let this slide easily. You dared to break into our prison. That's a grave offense. Hassan quickly reacted, trying to pin crimes on Dorian and the others to salvage the situation. Grave offense? The problem here is yours, Hassan. Cannon shot back, clearly seeing through Hassan's attempts to cause trouble and nearly killing Ali. This grudge, Cannon wouldn't let go. Hassan, today you will pay the price. We'll settle this in court right now. Cannon said coldly, determined to make Hassan suffer the consequences. This isn't for you to decide. This is our jurisdiction, and you have no say here, Hassan sneered, unwilling to let Cannon succeed. This was his capital government office, not Cannon's domain. These men are prisoners of our capital government office. By breaking in and taking them out, you've already committed a crime, Hassan continued. Even if you are from Jethraguel Mansion and Ingwa Mansion, you must give us an explanation today. Hassan acted swiftly, ready to handle this matter. Even if he had to stoop low, anything was fine as long as he resolved it. In his own territory, there would be no one to verify Dorian's claims. It would be Hassan who made the final call. Even Cannon wouldn't make any difference here. Hassan, you're dreaming if you think we have no response. Cannon wouldn't let Hassan get away so easily. This is the capital government office. Hassan coldly retorted, both standing firm against each other. At that moment, Dorian's icy voice interrupted. I don't care what you intend to do, but things are simple now. Get a doctor here immediately. Dorian looked at both men. Now wasn't the time for their argument, especially since Ali was in critical condition. Although Dorian didn't know how Ali had survived such severe injuries, he knew immediate medical attention was necessary or Ali wouldn't make it. Realizing this, Dorian's face turned serious as he focused on Hassan and Cannon. He wasn't interested in their quarrel. Saving Ali's life was most important. Yes, find a doctor quickly, and we'll settle accounts later. Kanan, equally worried about Ali, responded coldly, turning his gaze towards Hassan. Hassan paused, contemplating for a moment before nodding slightly and going to buy some time. There was something crucial he needed to do. Ali mustn't survive. Hassan was resolute. Only with Ali dead would there be no witness. Then, Kanan wouldn't have any leverage against him. Thinking this, Hassan instructed the magistrate to find a doctor, fully aware that the magistrate understood his intentions. They had worked together for years. Nothing would slip through the cracks. Watching the magistrate leave, Dorian sensed something amiss, but quickly bandaged Ali up. Ali should still hold on for a while. After a few minutes, Dorian grew anxious. The capital government office couldn't possibly take this long to find a doctor. It was absurd. Dorian realized something was wrong. Where is the doctor? Magistrate don't play games. Many people saw what happened in the prison. You know what the outcome will be. If Ali dies here, the price you'll pay won't be so simple. Dorian glared at Hassan coldly. Marcel and Kanan also caught on. Hassan, don't do this. If you get the doctor quickly, we'll pretend this never happened. Kanan, feeling helpless, compromised. Losing Ali here would haunt him forever. Clearly, the magistrate wasn't struggling to find a doctor. Everything was orchestrated by Hassan. And how would I know? Perhaps the doctor isn't available. Hassan's eyes flickered, unprepared to give Ali a chance to live. No matter what, he wouldn't hesitate. He had to eliminate all threats. Enraged, Kanan kicked Hassan to the ground. Chapter 60, Arriving Together. He fully understood that Hassan was deliberately playing tricks on him, intentionally preventing the physician from coming to treat Ali. He wanted Ali to die right there. Kanan couldn't accept this. He had to save Ali, but it was impossible to find someone and return in time given the circumstances. The Jing Prefecture office area was remote, so no doctor would be around. And carrying Ali was even less feasible. Any movement could cause him to die en route given his condition. In this dire situation, Kanan truly didn't know what to do. His anger found no outlet. Hassan shakily got up, glaring at Kanan coldly. Kanan, you just wait. Today I will accuse you of assaulting an official. Your crime is unforgivable. Shut up and get a doctor here now, or your life will be mine. Kanan grabbed Hassan by the collar, growling fiercely. Come and try, let's see if you dare. Hassan put up a defiant front, leaving Kanan helpless. Brother Marcel, go search the back. They might be hiding. Look carefully. Dorian was also at a loss. It was difficult to find a doctor under these circumstances. Since Hassan had arranged this, he had made sure it would be hard for them to find one. Marcel nodded and went off to search. Kanan, this time you have no way out. You are all involved, unable to serve as witnesses. Ha 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 ha. Both men glared grimly at the arrogant Hassan. Though they wanted to beat him to death, their reason told them they couldn't. Doing so would create bigger problems. Oh, what makes the prefect of Jing Prefecture laugh so heartily? At that moment, a voice full of authority came from outside. Hearing it, Dorian felt a great relief. He recognized the voice. It was Joab. He finally arrived, just in time. There should be no major issue now. Ali's injuries were perilous, but with Joab here, Hassan shouldn't dare play tricks anymore. This thought caused Hassan's face to change drastically as he saw Joab and Iolo walk in with a group of people. What wind has blown both the Marquis of Jethraguo and the Duke of Ingwa here? Hassan immediately put on a smile, though Joab showed no courtesy. Don't try to ingratiate yourself. We know what happened today, Hassan. Joab's eyes turned to Dorian, who was beside a bloodied man. Surprised, Joab breathed a sigh of relief upon recognizing the person wasn't Marcel. If Marcel had been beaten like that, it would be a huge problem. Iolo only had one son, who was invaluable and could not be harmed. So, this must be Ali, beaten into this state, and Joab had a plan forming. Iolo also relaxed, then waved his hand, signaling an elderly man to approach Dorian, followed by two young men carrying medical kits. Let me take a look, young man. All right. Dorian gently handed Ali over to the young men. The old man shook his head after inspecting Ali. These are all signs of torture. What were they trying to achieve? If not treated promptly, he could die here. Hearing this, Dorian grew anxious. Elder, can he be saved? Don't worry with me around. I'll bring him back from the brink of death, the elder said confidently, assuring everyone. This puzzled Dorian. Really? He still harbored some doubts. Dorian, don't worry. This is Jaren Isaiah, the top physician of our great Xia dynasty and the royal physician. Upon hearing this, Dorian felt relieved. Thank you, Jaren physician. No trouble at all. Isaiah waved dismissively and immediately began treating Ali. Dorian looked at Joab, surprised. Clearly, Joab had anticipated someone being injured and brought the royal physician along. Such a reliable father-in-law indeed put his mind at ease. If not for Isaiah, Ali might have died here. Bailiff Bai, Inspector Fong, what exactly happened here? Joab asked calmly, gesturing towards Ali's injuries. Reporting to Lord Marquis of Jethraguo, it was Hassan who used private torture, nearly causing the death of our young official from the Judicial Bureau. Please seek justice for us. Kanan explained immediately. With Joab present, the matter could be resolved, and Hassan would pay the price, a win-win. Joab nodded slightly, then turned to Hassan. Bailiff Bai, using private torture is a capital offense, did you know that? In Great Xia, using private torture was a grave crime. Today, Hassan was in deep trouble. Innocent. Lord Marquis of Jethraguo, Ali refused to confess, leaving us no choice but to use force. Hassan defended hastily, not wanting to face punishment. What crime did Ali commit? Explain clearly. Kanan scoffed. Knowing Joab and company would support him, he wasn't too concerned. Hassan, however, was visibly panicked, unsure how to handle the situation with Joab here. After a moment's thought, Hassan declared, this isn't something you decide alone. I need to meet Bert directly. Matters of the Jing Prefecture aren't within your jurisdiction. Hassan had already decided to stall for time. Julian would surely have received the news by now. Just waiting for his arrival would solve the crisis. With this thought, Hassan smiled. There's no need for that. I am here. Let's settle this in court. Let me see how you resolve cases. A familiar voice appeared. Looking closely, standing behind Joab and Iolo was a man dressed in bright yellow casual attire. Seeing him, Hassan almost fainted, his face pale. Your Majesty. Ali stared in shock. Their emperor had personally come here. Hassan was thoroughly panicked, sensing significant trouble. Chapter 61. Courtroom Confrontation. He never expected that Kale would personally come here. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly react in time? Your Majesty, why are you here? I naturally came to observe the case here. After all, I haven't paid much attention to this place before, and now I am quite curious about the situation here. Cody slowly spoke, his gaze fixed on Hassan. He was naturally brought here to watch the spectacle. To deal with Hassan, Joab and the others directly sought out Kale, preparing to face Hassan. However, dealing with Hassan was not easy. The reason they didn't come immediately was because they had first gone to Cody for help. They knew that only Cody could handle this matter. Hassan was thoroughly panicked by this unexpected turn of events. Looking at Hassan's reaction, Cody showed a faint smile. He was indeed very pleased. Solving Hassan's problem meant an excellent position would be vacated here. This way, he could arrange personnel or let the judiciary take over some matters, which would only bring more benefits to them. Dorian looked at Cody in surprise, never expecting to meet the Emperor here today. It truly seemed incredible to him. He thought it would take a long time before he saw Cody, given his current status. However, encountering Cody in this setting left him caught off guard. Cody also looked at Dorian, smiling and nodding slightly at him. This made Dorian even more surprised. It was clear that Kale genuinely appreciated him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acknowledged him specially. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. There were other matters that needed addressing, such as handling Hassan. Why? Prefect Bai, why don't you prepare to hear this case? Or is there something wrong with this case? Hearing Cody's words, cold sweat poured down Hassan's forehead. Yes, I will convene the court immediately. Canon, since this case involves you, come here as well. I want to hear your opinion. Natalie smiled and looked at Canon beside him. Yes, Your Majesty. Canon knew their opportunity had come. If handled properly here, he could achieve his goals and avenge Ali. He believed that with Cody present, the issue would soon be resolved. Cody's appearance made his stance clear. Soon, everyone arrived at the prefecture office. Watching Hassan diligently presiding, Dorian couldn't help but smile. At this moment, taking advantage of the conversation about the case, Joab approached Dorian. Dorian, how do you feel? Joab asked, wanting to know if Dorian was okay. Not too bad, but Ali is in trouble, Dorian sighed. Looking at Ali still receiving treatment, seeing Ali like this caused him immense pain. If they had reacted earlier, Ali wouldn't be in this situation. Don't blame yourself. Today we will ensure justice for Ali. This Hassan is finished, Joab smiled, knowing Hassan was completely unprepared for their sudden attack. Meanwhile, Marcel was being lectured by Iolo while Hassan and Canon reviewed the case. Witnesses continuously added details. In this situation, Hassan had no chance to assist Carlo. With Canon vigilantly watching, any attempt to alter things would be futile. Soon, Hassan looked at Canon and Cody with a face like ashes. He knew he was done for today. Preserving his position was impossible now. He understood the dire consequences of this affair escalating. Moreover, his son's future was likely lost. Cody was personally here. There was no way this matter would end easily. He also realized that the Bai family had already disappointed Cody, and this incident only deepened that dissatisfaction. Your Majesty, here is the evidence. Canon placed the case file before Cody for review. Cody nodded, examining the documents. Hassan watched him anxiously. After scanning the files and seeing Ali's battered condition, Cody's anger surged instantly. Such an incident happening under his rule was intolerable. Hassan, you truly have great audacity, opening my eyes indeed. I never imagined an official could stoop so low. What else do you plan to do? Is this your capital or mine? I entrusted you with the capital's administration, and this is how you repay me? Cody raged, unable to tolerate the situation. Had he not come, Ali might have died here. A major disaster. Spare my life. Your Majesty, spare me. Hassan quickly knelt, pleading for mercy. At this point, preserving his life and his son's safety was all he cared about. Spare your life? How can I spare you? How can I justify Ali's torture to myself? I entrusted you to manage this place, not to cause me problems. Cody's expression revealed deep disappointment, though this was partly staged. He had known Hassan's situation and wanted to show genuine heartache. I am guilty, deserving of death. I do not ask for your Majesty's forgiveness, but please consider my past service and spare me. Chapter 62. Co-opting. Dom hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy, hoping to gain Weston's forgiveness. Weston was very much tempted to behead Dom on the spot. However, he realized that this man had more use alive, which could leverage greater benefits from kin. Therefore, Weston restrained himself. As an enlightened ruler, it was intolerable to witness such acts. Yet now, he needed to prioritize the bigger picture and consider his future plans carefully. Mitchell shook his head slightly at how easily Dom confessed. It made sense. With both eyewitnesses and evidence present, Dom had no room left for denial. Especially when Weston appeared, Dom didn't know what to do with himself. For Dom, admitting everything directly in exchange for Weston's leniency seemed like the only way to save his life. How can I forgive you? I am deeply disappointed in you. You still don't understand who you should truly apologize to and beg for forgiveness, Weston said, disappointment evident on his face. Dom, as if waking from a dream, looked towards Maximus, who was already unconscious. How could he seek forgiveness now? Realizing this, Dom's expressions turned bleak, feeling utterly helpless. Adrian observed this scene and said, "We ask Kale to give us a fair judgment. Of course, this matter will be addressed. We will discuss it together at tomorrow's early court session." There are some areas that need reform. Weston gave a cold laugh, naturally not intending to handle Dom immediately. For him, dealing with Dom now wouldn't bring many advantages. Removing Dom would merely grant him a position in the capital magistrate's office, which would spark contention among various factions. Though there were only 3 major factions now, smaller cliques among the civil servants and hereditary nobles weren't insignificant. Weston had to keep an eye on all these people. Therefore, today's incident would ultimately involve a trade of interests. Weston wouldn't dispose of Dom lightly. He needed to retain Dom for other matters. Upon hearing this, Dom and Adrian were taken aback. They understood Weston's intention. He wanted not just Dom's position but more. Dom panicked. He knew this was always part of Kin's interests. If deprived by Weston, it would spell disaster for Dom. However, for Adrian, it was beneficial. The judicial platform and the capital magistrate's office had similar management responsibilities. If Weston stripped the latter of its powers, the judicial platform could step in and expand their influence. However, completely stripping the capital magistrate's office of power was nearly impossible, given the massive impact on vested interests. Well, let's return to the palace first. Weston waved his hand and left first. There were more pressing matters to attend to. Dom hastily followed, wanting to quickly consult with Kin. Once they were gone, Mitchell glanced at Fred, who nodded slightly, signaling he was fine. Then, Mitchell looked at Adrian and smiled, saying, "I appreciate your efforts, Minister Fong." "Not at all. I should thank the 2 dukes for your help. If not for your assistance, my student would have faced dire consequences," Adrian said respectfully. He needed to express gratitude to them, considering their status in today's events. Had they not arrived in time with the imperial physician and the emperor, the outcome would have been unimaginable. To Adrian, a person who valued gratitude, regardless of any dislike towards the nobility, these 2 had never abused their power. In this context, they weren't particularly evil members of the nobility. Unlike his former teacher Cruz, who despised all nobles, Adrian now admitted his perspective had changed. No matter what, gratitude was gratitude and remained unchanged. "It's all right. Minister Fong should thank others, not us." Mitchell waved his hand gently, hinting clearly. He knew Adrian didn't want to involve himself with nobles, but what about Chinyu? Chinyu, though married into the Max family, wasn't considered part of the nobility. In many eyes, Chinyu was still an ordinary citizen. Thus, Adrian likely wouldn't object too much to Chinyu. Adrian understood Mitchell's implication after some thought. Indeed, it didn't seem problematic. Officially, Chinyu wasn't a true noble and was known for his integrity, a commendable young man. Privately, Chinyu had helped Maximus and saved his life, making him Maximus's benefactor. Adrian couldn't remain hostile. Therefore, befriending Chinyu seemed reasonable. Adrian also realized this was Mitchell's way of paving the way for Chinyu, helping him build relationships. It showed Mitchell held his son-in-law in high regard. "You're right. I should thank Princess Consort Chin and Jaren Suin for their timely help. Without you, something awful might have happened to my student," Adrian said gratefully, looking at Chinyu. With Maximus stable now, he could finally relax. "Don't mention it, Minister Fong. We intervened because we witnessed injustice. However, we did neglect our duty earlier, nearly causing trouble for Brother Maximus." Chinyu responded humbly, feeling regretful. If they had noticed the problem sooner, Maximus wouldn't have suffered so much. Adrian waved off his concern. "This is not your fault. Dom was insane. The matter is resolved. Both of you shouldn't blame yourselves," Adrian added. After this exchange, he left with Maximus, while Chinyu returned with Mitchell to the Max residence. "You did well today," Mitchell remarked en route, showing approval. "We just happened to encounter it, and then took advantage of the situation regarding the capital magistrate's office. But without your timely arrival, father-in-law, today would have been troublesome." Chinyu smiled modestly, flattering Mitchell slightly. Chapter 63. Analysis of the situation. The situation was indeed as such, and for a moment, the 3 of them really couldn't deal with Hassan. After all, Hassan was also an official of the Great Xia dynasty, holding a position comparable to Cannon's, and the actual power in Cannon's hands was less than Hassan's. They were merely nobles without any official positions, and Hassan was also a noble, which made it impossible for them to handle him. If not for Joab coming over, Ali might have died there. Had Ali died, they would have lost the most critical evidence and their opportunity to deal with Hassan. Although they could provide evidence, none of them had as much convincing power as Ali did, and they wouldn't make Hassan admit his guilt so easily. Joab found these words quite flattering. While he didn't care much about flattery from others, he was rather concerned about praise from his son-in-law. After all, a son-in-law was different from strangers, especially such an impressive one who treated him well. Joab felt that he had made the right choice. "Very good, your attitude is very humble, but today you did an excellent job. If it weren't for you, this situation wouldn't have been resolved. Kale spoke highly of your actions this time," Joab said with a smile. He wasn't overly concerned about what Dorian did today. After all, it was beneficial for them. The Emperor was also very satisfied with the outcome. When he met Cody that day, the Emperor's reaction upon hearing Joab's report was one of great joy. After all, this issue had long troubled Cody, making it difficult for him to continue with the judicial reform. The capital magistrate's office was like a thorn stuck in the middle, causing Cody much distress. He never imagined that a newcomer to the capital city would give him such an opportunity. "Joab, your son-in-law is truly remarkable. He's a blessing to me," Cody chuckled, showing immense admiration for Dorian. The significance of this matter was no less than Dorian interrogating those Jorgas. As a result, many stalled projects could now proceed. They had spent so long without success, yet this sudden arrival of a prince consort achieved so much. How could Cody not be delighted? This also led him to believe that Dorian was definitely worth cultivating. Hearing this, Dorian was momentarily stunned, not fully understanding. He hadn't sensed any particular attention from Cody, as the Emperor hadn't spoken much to him today. Logically, Cody should have said something, but he didn't at all. It seemed Joab noticed Dorian's confusion and smiled slightly, explaining, "Do you think the Emperor isn't paying attention to you?" "Yes," Dorian nodded, not particularly bothered by it. He knew Cody must value him, but there must be reasons behind his behavior. Joab, a seasoned fox, saw through Dorian's thoughts immediately. Admittedly, Dorian's attitude was commendable, but Joab still smiled slightly, explaining further. In reality, it's not that the Emperor doesn't want to speak with you or isn't valuing you. You should understand this. The Emperor does this because he values you too much. So much so that he has to overlook you, at least for now. He can't let you stand in the spotlight. Upon hearing this, Dorian was taken aback, seemingly grasping something. What if someone else noticed how excellent you are? If the Emperor showed a distinctly different attitude towards you today, wouldn't those with ulterior motives notice? Abdur would notice, and even people from enemy countries would notice. Your ability to protect yourself isn't sufficient right now. When you're capable enough to protect yourself in the future, the Emperor will officially recognize and use you. Saying this, Joab patted Dorian on the shoulder, signaling that he should understand. Dorian was indeed surprised. He had to admit that he hadn't considered all these factors. Only experienced strategists like Joab could think of such things. Compared to them, he still had much to learn. In a few days, a significant event will happen, and then we will need to deploy troops. At that time, you'll go to the battlefield with us. Joab looked at Dorian seriously, referring naturally to what would follow a successful peace negotiation with the Dakaran dynasty. They would need to fight the barbarians. And the person to lead the troops would undoubtedly be Joab, the Marquis of Jethraguo. The Duke of Ingwa and Gaigwa were in the capital, so there was nothing to worry about. I understand, father-in-law. Dorian nodded, indicating he had learned something. All right, prepare well. You need to improve further in martial skills, and don't concern yourself with other matters. Joab looked at Dorian approvingly, satisfied with his understanding. Yes. Meanwhile, Hassan rushed to Abdur's residence in disarray. Seeing Hassan, Abdur was slightly startled. Hassan was their collateral relative and considered Abdur's cousin. Abdur had supported Hassan considerably, contributing greatly to his current position, from which Abdur benefited significantly. Abdur had heard about today's events, but didn't think it was a big deal. It was just a conflict among juniors, easily resolved if Hassan handled it properly by releasing Marcel, giving Carlos some punishment, and paying compensation. However, seeing Hassan's state, Abdur suddenly had a bad feeling. Why are you so panicked? As a high-ranking official, how does this look? Abdur rebuked. Big brother, something happened, Hassan said with a bitter expression. It's just a minor conflict. Just release Marcel, pay some compensation, and it will be over. Abdur was even more upset, wondering why Hassan was so flustered over such a trivial matter. What would happen if something bigger occurred? Thinking this, Abdur grew even angrier. Why was Hassan so incompetent? When would thereby family produce competent individuals? Abdur sighed inwardly, realizing this was his greatest concern and why he avoided directly confronting Cody. In the past 2 generations of thereby family, there were only a few useful people, and even those with talent were unsatisfactory. Chapter 64. Nowhere to vent. This had always been Abdur's dilemma, constantly pondering how to handle the situation. The Bai family needed useful talent to thrive further. Otherwise, even if Abdur wanted to help some people, he would be powerless. In Daxia, positions were still selected based on capability. Without any ability, even power and influence wouldn't matter. It's not just that, brother. Things have gotten worse, Hassan interjected, realizing Abdur hadn't kept up with subsequent developments. What happened? Abdur felt a sinking sensation in his heart from Hassan's tone. He couldn't believe anything could have changed drastically in this case. Thinking about it, Abdur stared at Hassan. How did you handle it? Hassan knew that telling Abdur what he did would infuriate him, but withholding information would lead to even more problems. He was clear about what to do here. Abdur was instantly speechless with rage after hearing Hassan's response. How am I supposed to deal with you? Is this kind of thing really necessary to handle this way? Even if you abused your power, it should have been settled with some silver and an apology. Letting Carlo reflect for a while. But you made such a big fuss. Are you really a blockhead? As Abdur spoke, his anger intensified. His chest ached. How could something so simple turn into such a mess? Originally straightforward, how did it become this complicated? Abdur didn't know how to describe it. He felt he would eventually be driven mad by these inept team members. Brother, now that things have escalated, the Anderson already knows. What should we do? Hassan quickly said, trying to divert Abdur's attention. Abdur glared at Hassan. What do you mean the Anderson knows? Hassan, not having told Abdur everything yet, hesitated under his gaze. Speak up, or there will really be no way to fix this. Coldly watching his incompetent cousin, Abdur realized if the Anderson knew, Hassan might be doomed, possibly causing other issues as well. It's like this. After hearing Hassan's account, Abdur was dumbfounded. This wasn't just the Anderson knowing. It seemed Cody already had plans to deal with them. A bungler who only causes trouble. You really want to give me a heart attack? Abdur couldn't find words to describe his cousin. Such behavior went beyond being outrageous. It was indefensible. Scolding me won't help now, brother. We should focus on handling this, Hassan chuckled bitterly, knowing his decision was flawed. He had panicked when his son got into trouble and sought a scapegoat. Joab and Iolo acted swiftly, bringing the issue straight to the Anderson. And you knew? Abdur gave him a harsh look before lapsing into thought. Blaming him now was pointless. They needed to think about solutions. Ned didn't act immediately, probably preparing for something big tomorrow. This is very unfavorable for us. If the judicial platform gains influence, we won't be able to resist, and all our connections will lose effectiveness. So, your position can't be saved. At most, I can save your life. Abdur sighed. He had no means to oppose Cody, could only watch helplessly. Thinking of this, his anger surged again. My family will suffer many losses because of you. Can't you think before acting? Abdur stared at Hassan. Forget it. You'll have no authority left. Just live a carefree life. He could only try to protect Hassan's and Carlo's lives. Otherwise, Hassan's actions warranted severe punishment. The rest would involve exchanging interest with others. Even if the capital's administration shifted, he'd find ways to benefit, not ignore the situation entirely. Hassan nodded, knowing his survival was the best outcome. Fleeing was not an option. It would implicate Abdur. Besides, the Anderson likely had him monitored. Brother, I have some ideas, Hassan offered. Abdur frowned but decided to listen. Though unreliable, it wouldn't hurt to hear him out. Cannon and Sydney aren't without rivals. Others don't want them to dominate. If we can muddy the waters, it will give the Anderson more headaches. And they won't gain much advantage. Abdur nodded slightly, appreciating the idea. Why did you think of this only now? Abdur couldn't resist asking. Had Hassan not acted recklessly, Cody wouldn't have found opportunities. After scolding Hassan, Abdur realized time was running out. He needed to rally support. In the future, think before you act. Don't cause more trouble. Once this is over, warn those little brats to behave, especially to leave the Maximfu alone. Regardless, both incidents involved Maximfu. Even Abdur felt something strange about them. He didn't want to risk more trouble. Yes. As Abdur left, Hassan breathed a sigh of relief and began planning his future. Meanwhile, Cannon briefed a middle-aged man in scholarly attire, tall and graceful, with sharp eyes filled with contemplation. This is what happened, Prime Minister. Well done. This turned out better than expected. Chapter 65. Chancellor's Wa. Sydney smiled, appearing unusually gentle and nothing like the iron-fisted Chancellor described in rumors. But, Chancellor, how should we proceed with this matter? Cannon asked. Although they were aligned with Cody, this significant change in interest required notifying the Chancellor for his decision. Cannon held immense respect for the Chancellor. He managed the affairs of 3 provinces out of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries, maintaining impeccable order. If not for Cody's inability to grant him more power, Cannon believed that the Chancellor could accomplish even more. After a brief contemplation, Sydney replied, Ned's actions will certainly bring benefits to the judicial platform. Since you are involved there, this is highly advantageous for you. So, we don't need to do anything extra, just follow the Andersons' intentions. Cannon nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Since the Anderson intended to benefit the judicial platform, it would be unwise to act otherwise, as it might place the Anderson at a disadvantage. Very well, I'll follow the Chancellor's instructions. Sydney shook his head slightly. Remember, always listen to the Anderson, not to me. Yes, Chancellor, your guidance is wise, Cannon acknowledged, startled by his previous words which might lead to impeachment if heard by others. Also, tell me about Dorian, Sydney said, showing keen interest as he gazed intently at Cannon. Dorian? Cannon pondered for a moment before responding. He gives off a unique impression, quite different from typical nobles. He lacks that arrogant demeanor. And he has a strong sense of justice. Importantly, his intellect is remarkable. He can devise solutions quickly. His martial prowess seems impressive too. Recalling Dorian easily escaping with Ali among so many constables, Cannon felt this assessment was understated. It wasn't simply impressive, but something extraordinary. Most importantly, Dorian was very young, and under such circumstances, his future was bound to be bright. Cannon didn't hide his admiration for Dorian, but realized after speaking that praising him so highly might influence the Chancellor differently. After all, the Chancellor generally disdained the aristocracy. Cannon cherished Dorian and hoped for no conflict between them. Seeing Cannon silent, Sydney smiled. From your description, he sounds quite promising, piquing even my curiosity. He may turn out to be an exceptional person. It seems the Anderson also values him highly, Sydney added, leaving Cannon bewildered. Ned hadn't shown much favor toward Dorian today, nor had he questioned Dorian about the matter. Moreover, despite Dorian's efforts, the Anderson had remained silent. Cannon had assumed the imperial son-in-law wasn't favored by the Anderson and worried for a long time. Hearing the Chancellor's comment sparked his thoughts. Indeed, the Anderson must value him highly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately kept silent. It's a way of protecting Dorian. Protecting Dorian? Cannon looked puzzled, not understanding the Chancellor's implication. Yes, the Anderson is indeed protecting him. Such a talented young man shouldn't easily encounter problems, Sydney explained. After all, he shows potential to become a great military leader. Cannon was astonished. He hadn't expected Sydney to evaluate Dorian so highly, especially after only one incident. Soon, Sydney shared his views. After listening, Cannon couldn't believe that someone who had been in the capital for merely 10 days had achieved so much. Although not solely credited to him, Dorian played a crucial role. Connecting these thoughts, Dorian was indeed important. Moreover, the Anderson told me this, winning hearts is paramount. He said this after the interrogation. Who do you think spoke those words? Dorian? Cannon exclaimed. That statement implied something different altogether. So I said, he's a rare talent for leadership, strategy, wisdom, and martial arts, all indispensable traits of a commander. Sydney sighed, equally impressed by Dorian. Had Dorian and Joab heard this, they would be shocked at how accurately Sydney analyzed Dorian. Our attitude towards him? Cannon cautiously inquired. Knowing Sydney disliked nobles, Dorian, being part of the aristocracy, might be viewed unfavorably. If Sydney wanted to confront Dorian, Cannon would withdraw from the conflict. After all, Dorian saved Ali's life, a debt he couldn't forget. Understanding Cannon's concerns, Sydney smiled. Don't worry, I have no intention of opposing him. On the contrary, I wish for him to grow. Cannon was perplexed. If Dorian grew powerful, wouldn't he pose a threat? Why, Chancellor, isn't he still a noble? Even by birth, he remains one. Sydney nodded. True, but he's somewhat different. How so? Cannon grew impatient, curious about the Chancellor's perspective. He has a heart of righteousness. A heart of righteousness? Cannon couldn't imagine it was this simple. He thought there was some deeper reason for Sydney not wanting to oppose Dorian. Yes, such a Dorian won't become a malevolent noble. Chapter 66. Concern. Ministers Wendy does not favor the aristocracy much, But if an aristocrat can do things for the people, doesn't bully others with power, and has the ability, ministers with thinks it's also acceptable. Sydney spoke calmly, his expression gentle, revealing no abnormality. Hearing this, Cannon suddenly felt he didn't quite understand his mentor as well as he thought. At least, he had never imagined his mentor could have such thoughts. Regardless, Dorian is indeed a very good young man, but what he will be like in the future is still unknown. So, let's talk about the future when it comes. At least for now, I am willing to see him grow up. From Sydney's words, Cannon sensed Sydney's confidence. Even if Dorian grew up to be a despicable person, Sydney believed he could handle it. Thinking about some rumors about his teacher, he realized that Sydney did indeed possess such capabilities. If he were to plan something, it would likely be even more formidable. Currently, Sydney focuses more on doing beneficial things for the common people and the Dixia dynasty rather than engaging in scheming and power struggles, which shows the difference. I understand, Jaren. Cannon nodded, acknowledging that he was enlightened. Rest assured, I will remember this kindness. No matter what happens, even if he becomes an arrogant person, I will spare his life. Cannon bowed deeply. He knew this promise from Sydney was made for his sake. With this assurance, he wouldn't have to worry too much. When Dorian returned to the room, he saw Natalie staring at him intently. He was slightly stunned and said, "Today, I know everything." Dorian nodded. Since Joab already knew, Natalie definitely knew too. Mac's household handles matters very efficiently, so Dorian felt reassured. You did very well. Natalie's sudden compliment made Dorian pause before shaking his head. It's just a small matter. If my father-in-law and uncle's son hadn't arrived in time, we would have been in trouble. Dorian sighed. If anything went wrong then, the injuries they inflicted on those officers would have been magnified. At that point, even if Anderson Xia appreciated him, he would still face punishment. Such a situation was perilous indeed. Fortunately, Joab and others arrived just in time. This made Dorian realize that dangers are always present in the capital city. A single misstep could lead to ruin. Under these circumstances, he must be more cautious and reflective. I didn't expect you to cause so much commotion during your first outing. Natalie looked at Dorian with an unusual expression. Is she thinking I'm a troublemaker? Dorian mused inwardly, then responded helplessly. I happened upon the situation and couldn't just stand by. If one practices martial arts but cannot uphold justice and fight against evil, ignoring situations regardless of their importance, then what kind of warrior is that? Dorian's sincere words left Natalie momentarily stunned. His words struck at the core of what it means to be a true warrior. Well said. Warriors should indeed act as you have. What you did was right. Natalie responded earnestly, and Dorian smiled. It seemed they were on the same page. However, your strength is still lacking. That's your biggest problem. If there were skilled fighters in the Yamen today, you wouldn't have stood a chance. Natalie added, and Dorian couldn't argue. So, continue practicing martial arts at home for now. Set aside outside matters, and don't worry about them. Whether it's the Raphael Duke's household or other enemies, they'll behave after this incident. You needn't pay them much mind. The rest can be handled by my father and others. Your task is to improve yourself quickly. Natalie's tone conveyed urgency, and Dorian nodded in agreement. He understood her concern, especially after witnessing the capital city firsthand. His deep attachment had lessened. All right. Seeing Dorian agree, Natalie smiled and said nothing more. The next morning at the Hall of Containing Yuan, court officials awaited the emperor. Many were aware of yesterday's events. News had spread widely. They knew significant changes were coming. Those who had discussed with Trey prepared to claim a share of the benefits, not letting Cannon and Sydney monopolize everything. Especially Cannon. If he gained more power, no one would be safe. Some royal relatives were similarly prepared, opposing Cannon despite him being favored by the emperor. Joab and Iolo stood to one side, anticipating that the day wouldn't go smoothly. Someone would oppose them, and it would depend on their allies' performance. While they trusted Sydney, they were concerned he might eventually become an enemy. Just then, Anderson Cody entered, wearing his imperial robe. His expression was grim, clearly angry. The officials noticed this and knew today would not be simple. But they immediately showed respect, bowing low. Long live the Anderson. Rise, all of you. Without further ado, Cody began. The matter at hand was critical, and starting early was necessary. Yesterday, I heard a shocking event, so I went undercover to investigate, and found the situation even worse than reported. I am disappointed that such things can happen under my reign. Cody's expression was sorrowful. The officials dared not speak, knowing his anger required their silence. Cannon. I am here, your majesty. Cannon stepped forward respectfully, glancing at Hassan nearby, smiling slightly. Chapter 67. Court Debate. Hassan, sensing Cannon's smile, looked distressed, unsure how to describe his current feelings, just that it was very uncomfortable. Tell them what happened. Cody waved his hand, signaling for Cannon to start. This matter would be best told by Cannon. Yes. Cannon soon recounted the events of yesterday at the capital's magistrate office without embellishment or distortion. Though most court officials already knew, hearing it firsthand still made them feel somewhat shocked. The governor of the capital's magistrate office dared to act in such a manner. As the governor of the capital's magistrate office in this place filled with capable people, he naturally wasn't a formidable figure, but his actions were truly outrageous. Ordinary people might not have been able to find justice and would have allowed Hassan to get away with it, but these people were not just anyone. One was Cannon's student and an official of the court, particularly from the Judicial Bureau. Even though the bureau had just been established with no real influence yet, it was founded by Kale himself. In this situation, Kale would surely pay close attention to this Judicial Bureau. If Ali had really been beaten to death, Cannon wouldn't have let it slide. Considering that Cannon's teacher was Sydney, making Ali technically Sydney's grand student, even Oral wouldn't dare easily provoke Sydney. Hassan was truly audacious. The other two were also significant. One was Iolo's son, well known as the open-hearted young man of the capital city, and the only son whom Iolo cherished greatly. The other was newlywed Prince Consort Dorian of Princess Starlight. Although he didn't sound formidable, Anderson Joab nearly sent Grimes away for Dorian's sake. Hassan managed to offend 3 influential people in one go. It was almost like asking for trouble. After Cannon finished speaking, there was silence throughout the hall. Though it seemed like a minor incident, since it caught Cody's attention, it wasn't a small matter at all. Thinking of this, everyone looked back at Cody, curious about his intentions. Hassan immediately came forward and knelt down. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please punish me. His attitude mirrored that of Grimes from a few days ago, showing no sign of resistance. Everyone has heard. Now, share your opinions. Cody ignored him, looking at the others. Your Majesty, this incident is damaging to our reputation. It must be dealt with seriously, or it will cause issues in the public eye, said the Minister of Justice, always eager to ingratiate himself with Cody. Yes, Your Majesty, this matter requires serious handling. Hassan's actions severely damaged the image of the capital's magistrate office. Others agreed, knowing they couldn't oppose Cody now. Hassan should be executed, stated Sydney, causing shock among the audience. No wonder he was the chancellor, decisive and ruthless, leaving Hassan no chance. Hassan trembled. He knew Sydney would be merciless. As the representative of the scholar officials, Sydney's words carried weight, and his supporters quickly echoed his call for Hassan's punishment. Hassan began to panic. Though Oral promised to protect his life, if Sydney insisted, it could be dangerous. You can't speak thusly. Governor Bai has served diligently for years and deserves some credit. Why does the chancellor insist on taking his life? Interjected a nobility-backed civil official, whose identity Sydney could guess. Minister of Personnel, a champion for noble interests and a thorn in the side of commoners. Firstly, as the governor of the capital's magistrate office, his duty is to serve the people impartially, Sydney responded calmly. Has he been fair all these years? This time, he clearly failed. The Minister of Personnel was speechless. This is just the chancellor's speculation. The Vice Minister of Personnel hastily supported his superior. Is it? Then I ask, Your Majesty, for a thorough investigation into Hassan's conduct to uncover any other derelictions of duty. Sydney directly addressed Cody with a serious expression. Everyone gasped. They knew Hassan was not clean. If Sydney investigated, the consequences could be dire, especially given the various questionable dealings involving Hassan. Matters would indeed be more complicated if Sydney conducted a rigorous investigation. Both Joab and Iolo felt the gravity of the situation, acknowledging Sydney's ruthlessness. Cody frowned. If Sydney investigated, many nobles might be implicated, which was not his intention. He sternly glared at the Vice Minister of Personnel. Speak out of turn again, and you'll lose your position. The Vice Minister paled and fell silent. At this point, Oral stepped forward. Your Majesty, Hassan has indeed been negligent, but he has some merit after serving for so long. He should not continue in this role. Understanding Oral's intent to contain the situation, everyone grasped his plan. Cody narrowed his eyes. Oral, as expected, had acted. Chapter 68. Cody's true intention. This had been suspected by them for a long time. The magistrate of the Imperial Office was Hassan, and the entire Imperial Office was under Abdur's control. Naturally, this was the part of power Abdur was unwilling to give up. Once it were given up, it would result in a huge loss for Abdur. Therefore, Abdur did everything possible to secure this part of his influence, which led to the sacrifice of Hassan. Even though the power of the magistrate within the Imperial Office was significant, others still had some form of balance. Presently, there was no one left to counterbalance due to all of them being allies of Abdur. Hence, naturally, they wouldn't act against Hassan. Therefore, Hassan controlled it single-handedly. Now, with just a vacant position of magistrate, Abdur could still accept this outcome. However, how could Cody let Abdur's intentions be so easily fulfilled? Your Majesty, I have a different viewpoint. The Imperial Office is not merely represented by Magistrate Bai. Everyone present on that day said nothing. Cannon spoke seriously. As the biggest victim, he naturally had a say. That's right. There are grave problems within the Imperial Office, and we must conduct an intense investigation. Sydney echoed these words. In this way, the matter was confirmed. Now the only concern was if the Imperial Office could remain intact. Soon, discussions broke out among the crowd. Cody, observing this scene, revealed a smile. His true objective was almost achieved. After the argument simmered down, and they determined what positions needed contesting, Cody spoke immediately. After listening to Cody, everyone fell silent because Cody had allocated as they suggested, without assigning anyone new to the Imperial Office staff. What was he planning to do? Everyone was confused. According to Abdur's usual behavior, this shouldn't have been the case. Abdur suddenly sensed something amiss and his gaze turned sharply toward Cody. Cody then slowly spoke, given the negligence displayed by the Imperial Office, to prevent it from happening again, I decree. From today onward, the Imperial Office will coexist entirely peacefully with the Judiciary Board, adding 6 positions held respectively by the original 5 seats of the Judiciary Board. After this exposition, the court ministers understood that Cody had no intention of inserting anyone into the Imperial Office, but instead directly reformed the whole department. Previously, in the Imperial Office, only 6 positions held substantial power. Now, with 6 additional roles, it served to counterbalance. In this manner, the Imperial Office would no longer resemble its previous self. From today onwards, Cannon will be another magistrate in the Imperial Office. Both magistrates shall jointly decide cases, and then pass on to 10 other officials for ratification. In case of disputes, the cases shall be escalated to the Ministry of Justice for discussion and conclusion. Abdur's mind went blank. He hadn't expected Cody's move, leaving him utterly bewildered. Thus, their hard-won position became useless. Even though Abdur pushed someone else to become the magistrate, the Imperial Office was no longer under his sole control. This meant even becoming a magistrate held no value anymore. And after so many promises, this effort seemed in vain. Through this ordeal, family members in the Imperial Office dwindled down to 2, while the rest belonged to other factions. More importantly, Cody placed 6 loyalists in the Imperial Office, splitting it into 2 parts. But Cannon and his team were extremely united. Were the others equally so? They were only temporary allies through benefits and had no reason to support Abdur or the Bai family. Thinking to this point, Abdur almost spat out blood. This time, he was the one tricked. Other ministers also realized this but didn't oppose much. There weren't too many small factions here. They had obtained what they desired and saw no reason to defy the Anderson. Furthermore, they didn't want to challenge the Anderson anyway. Under such circumstances, only Abdur suffered a loss. Just as Abdur wanted to protest, Sydney spoke. This prevents similar incidents, and your majesty's decision is wise indeed. Obey your orders, your majesty. Cannon echoed, followed by Joab and others. The rest, witnessing this, could not truly go against the Andersons' wishes. After all, the Anderson only sought control over the imperial office without infringing on their interests significantly. They could instruct their families to lie low and bear no losses. Seeing this, Cody looked at Abdur with a faint smile. Using Hassan's dismissal and cleansing the imperial office as a bait, Abdur took the bait predictably. Indeed, Abdur wouldn't want to lose the imperial office. So, he had to make changes and couldn't solely resist Cody. Forming alliances with other factions meant Abdur must cede a few positions. Selecting key influential positions, he reached his goal. This trap laid by Cody was successfully fallen into by Abdur. Under such circumstances, Abdur had no other choice. Fine, very well. Abdur's anger towards Cody reached its peak. This defeat was thorough. Looking at Cody, Abdur felt mocked. Do any of you have objections? Naturally, this question targeted Abdur. Cody wanted to see if Abdur dared challenge him openly. Abdur remained silent. Of course, he knew this was Cody's probing. Now realizing that challenging Cody required far more strength than they possessed, Abdur stayed quiet. The Dasha dynasty was, after all, ruled by the Xia family. Thus, Abdur did not voice anything. Understanding this, he wouldn't dare confront Cody recklessly again. Seeing matters wrapped up, Cody smiled. Adjourn the session. A moment later, in the imperial study room, Joab laughed heartily. Abdur's expression was absolutely awful. Never could he have imagined that your majesty would pull out the firewood from under the pot. Joab, clearly satisfied with the day's events, expressed his contentment. Chapter 69. Marriage Alliance Opportunity. Especially when he saw Abdur's expression was particularly grim, Joab felt exceptionally pleased. After all, Abdur had always looked down on them and often disregarded him and his people. This sort of behavior was not a one-time incident. Although Joab has a decent personality, he could not tolerate such treatment. Thus, this time being able to make Abdur suffer a defeat was truly a delightful occurrence. Moreover, this turn of events was something that Abdur could never have anticipated. He wouldn't understand why Cody's objective would be to take this approach. It simply defied logic. Naturally, Abdur lost very badly this time. Iolo and Grimes also wore smiles, as they saw it as a good thing. Abdur wouldn't have thought of these things. After all, in his eyes, we are beneath notice. He believes he can control everything, Grimes said slowly, showing his understanding of Abdur. Stubborn and self-centered were Abdur's trademarks. Though he had many schemes and wasn't unintelligent, these traits left him at a disadvantage. Just like this time, he was completely utilized by Cody, which led to his terrible defeat. If he had been more cautious, he certainly wouldn't have suffered a total loss. However, this man has a commendable ability to reflect on himself. After this time, he will know how to proceed without being so careless, Grimes added seriously. Based on his knowledge of Abdur, after making a mistake once, he wouldn't do it again. Joab nodded, acknowledging Grimes's words. They understood they couldn't afford to be complacent anymore. But from now on, we don't need to worry about him. What's most important now is establishing relations with the Great Karen dynasty, Cody commented, slightly shaking his head. They needed to focus on dealing with the Great Karen dynasty rather than worrying about Abdur, who wouldn't cause trouble anymore. Great Karen dynasty seems intent this time. I've heard they're considering a marriage alliance with us. Joab glanced at Cody, wanting to confirm if it was true. If so, this made things interesting. A marriage alliance was no small matter, especially choosing the right person for it. In the coming years, there would be intense competition over interests. They needed to carefully consider this issue. It was far from simple. After knowing they needed to negotiate with the Great Karen, they started investigating their situation. Thus, they knew more about the potential marriage alliance, emphasizing the importance of clarifying the details given its stakes. Indeed, they do wish for a marriage alliance with us, but they haven't decided on the candidate yet, Cody affirmed. Based on their plan, the candidate should be the winner of this competition, which left everyone stunned. The stakes were incredibly high under these circumstances. Since the choice would determine who benefits, this decision held immense importance. A marriage alliance with the Great Karen dynasty offered significant advantages, and nobody wanted to miss out. Consequently, the competition would be fierce. Furthermore, they might not even win, making this selection critically important. So, who's on their side? Grimes inquired, pondering possible candidates. While Dover was unavailable, Ernst's residence still had other descendants, including 2 of his sons. If one of them won, a marriage alliance with the Great Karen dynasty would benefit the Ning family greatly. Similarly, securing a win would greatly benefit Joab, despite having only one daughter, Natalie. Iolo also saw potential for his son Marcel to participate. The 3 waited eagerly for Cody's response. It's their youngest princess, he revealed, glancing at them. As expected, the news brought seriousness to their expressions. The involvement of the young princess indicated how seriously the Great Karen dynasty took this matter, making it all the more crucial to secure. Cody quickly added, securing an advantage is what's most important. Don't lose sight of the bigger picture. They acknowledged with, we understand, Your Majesty. Good. Entrust this task to you. Nothing is more important than achieving this goal, Cody reiterated, highlighting the gravity of the matter. Understood, they replied in unison. After leaving the imperial study, they gathered to discuss the situation further. On another front, Abdur returned to Ernst's residence and smashed everything on his desk, unable to quell his fury. Cody, Joab, you'll pay for this. At this moment, A young man entered the room, surprised by the scene. He had never seen Abdur like this before. Calm and collected was how he viewed his father. But today's events must have enraged him significantly, or he wouldn't be this way. Buddy, upon seeing this, felt concerned about the situation. Chapter 70, the Bai family's plan. After all, seeing his father so distraught, the situation must be quite dire. Perhaps some unforeseen problem has already arisen. Father. Hearing Buddy's voice, Abdur's expression softened somewhat. He had always been highly appreciative of this son. After all, one of the most important geniuses in their Raphael Duke's residence. In such circumstances, Abdur naturally placed great importance on Buddy. You've come. How did things go? Abdur asked. Naturally, he had assigned some tasks to his son, not unprepared for today's events. However, it was unforeseen that things would develop like this, rendering his plans useless. It's settled, but I heard that the matter wasn't completely resolved today? Buddy inquired. Returning and hearing various rumors, coupled with his father's rage, it was clear what had happened. Buddy wasn't foolish and quickly discerned the problem. This led him to worry about the upcoming situation as well. Yes, the capital prefecture administration no longer belongs to our Bai family, Abdur sighed, accepting the fact though reluctantly. For him, failure was failure. Nothing could be denied or avoided. In that case, Buddy nodded, not too bothered. Losing just a capital prefecture administration wasn't so significant. There would certainly be regret, but it wouldn't make him feel particularly troubled. After all, he was Buddy, strong-willed and now a deputy minister of revenue, with an increasingly bright future ahead. Still, the matter needed to be handled properly. Losing the capital prefecture administration means Kale will definitely punish those rich brats. Buddy spoke earnestly. He also disliked these idle scions within the family, but there was little he could do against them. They were, in his view, absolute cancer, even more problematic than external enemies. Abdur nodded, understanding that Cody had long planned to deal with these idle scions. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity that Cody wouldn't let slip by. We must remind them to be careful, to avoid causing trouble for us. Buddy looked serious. He didn't want to clean up after these aimless individuals. If they acted up now, Cannon would surely take action. They've been warned, but you know their nature. Keeping them in line is next to impossible. This is why I asked you back, to handle this situation. Abdur massaged his temples, clearly distressed. Keeping these idle scions in check was wishful thinking. Buddy's face darkened slightly at his father's words. He didn't enjoy handling such matters. But since his father said it, he knew he had to find a way. After much thought, there seems to be only one solution. Let a couple of them get into trouble, and they'll naturally become more cautious. Ultimately, unless they see the consequences, they won't be convinced. Abdur frowned. Such actions would have significant repercussions. He didn't wish for this outcome, but given his son's stance, it seemed inevitable. Then do as you say. This task falls to you. Yes, father. Abdur nodded, satisfied. Having a capable and obedient son was indeed advantageous. By the way, did you hear about that event? Abdur suddenly remembered something and asked. Do you mean the great Karen dynasty's desire to ally with us? Buddy's eyes shone with insight. Of course, he had heard. Returning this time, dealing with this alliance was his primary goal. Correct. Although the great Karen dynasty isn't strong, their alliance can't be ignored. Our emperor will likely agree. But did you notice that we received no immediate notification from Kale? Abdur's eyes flickered. He realized the issue. As Raphael Duke, such important news should have reached him first. Had it not been for his connections within the great Karen, he wouldn't have known at all. Meanwhile, Cody likely informed Joab and others. They might already be preparing. This made Abdur uneasy. Knowing the significance of this marriage alliance, yet finding out nothing from Cody suggested ulterior motives. Yes, Kale is wary of us. It's natural not to inform us. We must also prepare accordingly. Buddy nodded, knowing their feud with Cody was evident. Yet, full conflict was still premature, needing more time. This alliance offered an opportunity. If their family could arrange this royal marriage, all issues would resolve. Since it selected the best contender, even commoners could qualify. Certainly, Buddy could compete. This is a turning point. You must succeed and catch the princess's attention. I've heard Anderson Karen dotes on her, and she's quite capable. Abdur's gaze on his son conveyed his intent clearly. Don't worry, father. I'll handle it well. Buddy smiled confidently. A renowned youth of the greater Xia dynasty, he felt sure of his ability. Approaching the princess would be straightforward. By the way, how about Mac's new prince consort? Buddy asked his father, curious. Having been away recently, he hadn't expected Natalie to choose a prince consort who was already married. Chapter 71. Rumors of an alliance. This left Buddy utterly shocked. Of course, he had his own aspirations for Taylor, the first beauty of the capital and a general at that. Such a Gigi was practically the dream lover of fellows like him. Never did he imagine that she would be taken by some rustic villager. Just thinking about Natalie marrying someone else made Buddy's chest ache, but there was nothing he could do to change it now. Yet, he always regarded Natalie as his own, and he wouldn't let her go so easily to just anyone. I'm not sure, but it seems that Joab values him quite highly. As for his capabilities, I haven't bothered to find out. Abdur slightly shook his head. He had never taken Dorian seriously enough to even bother understanding him. I see. Buddy nodded, forming some thoughts in his mind. If you want to deal with him, go ahead, but don't overdo it. Stirring up Joab might lead to problems we can't easily resolve. Abdur knew his son well, understanding that his son would not let this matter rest easily. Unable to confront Natalie directly, he would naturally target Dorian instead. However, knowing how much Joab cherished his son-in-law, Abdur worried his son might suffer, and thus gave a quick reminder. Augustine listening to his father's advice, Buddy nodded and said, I understand. I won't overdo it. Just a little probing, that's all. Good. Abdur didn't say more. He trusted his son's discretion and didn't expect him to do anything displeasing, so he left it at that. After returning to his room, Buddy examined some reports on Dorian, lost in thought. He doesn't seem completely inadequate. He has some abilities, though not many. Over the past few days, Buddy used his intelligence network in the capital to gather information. Not bad physically, and he handled the interrogation of the Jorge. He appears to have some wisdom. Thinking about yesterday's incident involving White Galuin, Buddy frowned. Even if Dorian wasn't a formidable opponent, he seemed smart enough. Such actions should have been avoided, given the significant repercussions, including potential impact on himself. Yet, Dorian proceeded. Could it have been intentional? This thought sparked a gleam in Buddy's eyes. If Dorian acted deliberately, then he deserved more serious attention. Interesting. Buddy chuckled to himself, resolved not to let his prey slip away. Days later, a rumor swept through the capital. The Great Xia dynasty was planning an alliance with the Great Karen dynasty. The news quickly garnered attention as the weaker Karen dynasty suddenly proposed cooperation. Speculation was rampant, yet no one knew the exact details. Officials, nobles, and royalty were equally intrigued, as this had direct implications for their interests. While still a rumor, it caused heated discussions everywhere without any concrete evidence. At the Max mansion, Joab, Natalie, and Dorian sat in Joab's study. Satisfied with Dorian, Joab allowed him into his private chambers. Today, they were to discuss the alliance. The alliance is real, but it involves competition to decide various terms and leadership. Joab explained the Andersons' intentions seriously. Inviting them today aimed to cultivate Dorian and Natalie's skills. Their family seldom formed factions, so discussions often included only the three of them. Joab intended to train Dorian and Natalie for future involvement in political machinations. How do you see this? Joab asked, looking at both. After a moment, Natalie spoke. It's beneficial. First, our empire needs alliances to counter external threats. Second, black iron or cannot be ignored. Joab nodded, turning to Dorian. Agreed with Star and Moon. This must proceed. However, there's another issue. Go on. Joab was interested to hear Dorian's concerns. Natalie also listened intently. They proposed the alliance but insisted on a competition, clearly with ulterior motives. Have you considered this, father? Joab shook his head. They hadn't fully grasped this aspect but understood some possibilities. Just theories. Firstly, they want control and avoid passivity. Or, they aim to secure specific benefits. Dorian agreed. These were likely explanations. Given the Great Karen dynasty's weakness, their willingness to compete suggests preparation. True, they're definitely prepared. How do they plan to achieve this? Joab asked, curious about the specifics. Great Xia, showcasing its magnanimity, might allow them to choose the competition format. This favors them and requires our careful consideration. Realizing Dorian's insight, Joab nodded in agreement. The key was indeed in the competition details. You're right, Joab acknowledged gravely. They had thought of it, but underestimated its importance. After Dorian's input, Joab realized they needed to take it more seriously. But there's another complication. The public discourse is already turning negative. Initially, Joab hadn't intended to share this with Dorian, but impressed by Dorian's astuteness, he couldn't resist asking if Dorian had any ideas. It was a test. Dorian pondered, recognizing this as a challenge from his father-in-law. Chapter 72, Imperial Delight. After a moment's thought, Dorian suddenly hit upon an idea. Got it. We should spread the news among the people that they are the ones seeking peace, and we are preparing to form an alliance because we can't bear to see their civilians suffer from the ravages of war. Our emperor, with his benevolent heart, intends to help them, which is why we seek this alliance. Joab immediately understood Dorian's intention, his eyes brightening. This was indeed an excellent plan. By framing it this way, the meaning changes entirely. Not only does the alliance become acceptable, but Cody's reputation would also receive a significant boost. Under these circumstances, it would undoubtedly be beneficial for Cody. We've considered this as well. Are there any other ideas? Joab asked, his gaze fixed on Dorian. Although he grasped these points from Dorian's words, he still wanted to inquire if Dorian had other methods to handle the situation. There's one more, but it's a bit complicated. I'm not sure if Kale will agree, Dorian replied. Hearing this, Joab instantly became serious, surprised that Dorian actually had another plan. Tell me, if it's feasible, I'll inform Kale. We should openly acknowledge our intention and express a desire to engage in dialogue with the Dakaran dynasty and arrange a royal marriage. Be straightforward about it, and use this event to expose the ambitions of other kingdoms. This way, the people will understand, but the risk involved is quite substantial. As Dorian spoke, his eyes flickered slightly. He knew all too well what the consequences of such actions could be. Joab fell silent after hearing him, amazed by Dorian's boldness. While this approach might work, it could ignite immediate conflict. Moreover, it would draw attention from other kingdoms. Yet, compared to hiding or being ambiguous, this plan would certainly unite the people in support. The greatest advantage was that it would trigger a war, and once a war began, it would create opportunities for them. Joab understood this wasn't advice for Cody, but for themselves. He hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. I'll ask Kale to make the final decision, Joab said, looking at Dorian with a complex expression. Dorian's intelligence wasn't just good, it was exceptional. He didn't know how to evaluate Dorian anymore. Joab quickly headed to the palace, while Natalie watched Dorian with mixed feelings. Such ideas are too radical. One misstep, and everything could be lost forever, Natalie remarked slowly. The idea was brilliant, but if they failed to defeat the enemy, they'd face an even greater crisis. Dorian smiled faintly. That won't happen. Other major kingdoms face threats from barbarians as well. Even if the Great Xia acts this way, they must weigh the consequences of war. However, the threat to us is considerable. I really don't know what you're made of. Your martial skills are impressive, and your mind is equally sharp. You're truly a born strategist, Natalie sighed, genuinely impressed by Dorian's performance. But for us, what matters most now is the upcoming competition. One of the trials will definitely involve martial prowess, Dorian continued slowly. Aware that Dakaran would likely propose this trial, No worries, I will step up. Natalie shook her head, unconcerned. With her around, Grazia wouldn't lose. Dorian knew Natalie was confident, but what if the opponent restricted her? Given to Karen's comprehensive preparation, limiting Natalie wasn't out of the question. Still, Dorian didn't press further, deciding to wait and see. Joab arrived at the palace soon after. Cody was troubled by the situation. Seeing Joab, he asked, Minister Augustine, public opinion has grown intense, and things are becoming less favorable. I have investigated, and it appears the Raphael Duke's family is behind this, Cody said grimly, realizing Abdur was retaliating by stirring public sentiment. With this sudden turn of events, Cody was forced to consider the public mood carefully. Matters were abrupt, leaving Cody unprepared. Joab nodded, knowing Abdur was responsible, but acknowledging it wouldn't change anything. Your Majesty, I have a solution to this matter, Joab replied. Intriguing. Tell me more, Cody said, intrigued. Dorian's two plans could solve the problem. It all depended on Cody's choice. Yes, Your Majesty. After Joab finished speaking, Cody fell into deep thought. Both plans, one moderate and gradual, the other aggressive and direct, were sound. This eased Cody's concerns. At least there was a solution now. These are Dorian's ideas, not mine, Joab clarified promptly, understanding Cody's query. I see. Cody's eyes gleamed with approval, and he suddenly felt delighted. Excellent, excellent. Joab understood Cody was referring to Dorian. The issue wasn't yet resolved, but Dorian's suggestions gave Cody direction. More importantly, Dorian's brilliance was a godsend. Cody had praised Dorian as a strategic genius, and he hadn't disappointed. You have indeed chosen well. Dorian is a talent. I did not misjudge him. He's a remarkable son-in-law. I must heavily rely on him. I want him to participate in this competition and grant him rewards, Cody declared, already planning his next moves. Initially, he intended to wait, but now waiting was no longer an option. Although Dorian could grasp his intentions, Cody needed Dorian to understand his value. Furthermore, Cody didn't intend to let Dorian rise gradually from a common soldier. That path was too slow. He needed Dorian to quickly gain prominence and serve as an officer, not merely a low-ranking soldier. Joab was taken aback by Cody's sudden change of heart. For Dorian, this development was advantageous. Chapter 73. Strange invitation. However, Joab was still somewhat worried. Your Majesty, isn't this too soon? If Dorian enters their sights, might Trey and others deal with him? He was not entirely confident about ensuring Dorian's safety. After all, under their circumstances, they could not provide a good environment for Dorian to grow. In that case, Dorian might encounter some troubles. Thinking of this, Joab became even more concerned. No harm done. What he has already displayed is enough. I am only rewarding him partially. As long as he excels in one aspect during the competition, such rewards are normal. Cody waved his hand, having made up his mind. Moreover, his martial prowess now is not bad. He can come out. Keeping him hidden will be of no help at all. And once in the military, it's not easy for a common soldier to achieve fame. This time, I must ensure he gets an officer position. Augustine listening to Cody, Joab found it reasonable. Furthermore, rest assured, I'll keep an eye on him. Nothing bad will happen. Cody said nonchalantly. From the moment he gave the Huangdi Neijing to Dorian, he had already shown great importance to him. Naturally, he wouldn't let anything happen to Dorian. All right. Joab nodded in agreement. Refusal was impossible since Cody had already decided. Just follow plan 1. The second one is too radical and unsuitable for our current situation. Leave it to you. Yes. Leaving the palace, Joab smiled. No matter what, Cody clearly valued Dorian highly, thus he indeed didn't need to worry too much. At Jethraguo Mansion, Dorian and Natalie received an invitation letter intended for Natalie, but also hoping Dorian would attend. This invitation put both Natalie and Dorian into deep thought. The inviter was none other than Buddy, the eldest son of the Bai family. What does he want? Dorian looked at Natalie with doubt. He knew that Buddy was no simple character. Inviting them surely had some ulterior motive. However, Dorian did not know much about Buddy, so he waited for Natalie's thoughts. Probably targeting you. Natalie replied helplessly, having figured it out. Why do you say that? Dorian gazed at Natalie, puzzled, but beginning to sense something. It seemed Buddy might have feelings for Natalie, otherwise, this kind of invitation would be unusual. Natalie explained the situation and introduced Buddy's background to Dorian. He really is a troublesome fellow. Dorian nodded, realizing he needed to devise a strategy to deal with Buddy. This so-called gathering is likely aimed at you. Although I don't know what he plans, you must be cautious. Natalie was also worried. In direct confrontation, she wasn't concerned, but Buddy wasn't someone trustworthy. This guy was quite treacherous and might set traps for Dorian. Despite her confidence in Dorian, do you plan to go? Natalie asked, looking at Dorian. She couldn't make the decision for him, so she wanted to hear his thoughts. Not going seems unwise. Dorian shook his head reluctantly. While he didn't care about his current reputation or how Buddy viewed him, refusing could negatively impact Jethraguo Mansion. Natalie nodded, understanding that Buddy had designed this to prevent their refusal. Moreover, inviting Natalie added pressure. Dorian had bigger things to do and couldn't back down here. I'll go. Dorian showed determination, his gaze focused on Natalie. All right. Natalie nodded, supporting Dorian's decision. The event is in 2 days. Marcel has probably received an invitation too. He'll look after you, just don't act impulsively. Natalie looked seriously at Dorian. Don't worry, I know my limits. Dorian smiled, then went to inform Buddy's messenger. Tell your master I'll be there. Very well. This servant takes his leave. Soon, the servant returned to the Bai family and met Buddy. Well, the eldest son, Dorian agreed and will definitely attend, the servant reported. Buddy smiled, saying, as expected. He knew Dorian would agree, and this outcome was better for him. Everything was planned against Dorian. If Dorian backed down, Buddy would despise him. Now Dorian, wait and see. You'll pay the price. Send invitations to the others. I want to crush him publicly before everyone. Yes. Several public figures received Buddy's invitations, leaving them puzzled. But upon asking around, they understood. Otto smirked, saying, sure enough. Not only me but you too couldn't resist. However, dealing with Dorian won't be easy. Though invited by Buddy again, Otto knew Buddy planned to humiliate him. Being a mere commoner, he had lost all advantages over Buddy despite being Franco Mansion's eldest son. This hurt Otto deeply, knowing Buddy would insult him but deciding to witness how Buddy would handle Dorian. Marcel saw the invitation and frowned. Buddy, truly not a good man. Starting trouble as soon as he returns. But this is very disadvantageous for Dorian. Marcel slowly said, considering Dorian a good brother. He had to take this seriously. But Buddy. Marcel frowned. Among these public figures, he feared Buddy the most. Others posed no threat. Let's see how things unfold. Marcel shook his head. Though issues would arise, he must attend and help Dorian against Buddy. Thinking for a moment, Marcel decided to invite some familiar public figures to aid in confronting Buddy, unsure of his own chances alone. Chapter 74. Thoughts. Troublesome fellow. Marcel couldn't help but sigh. He was truly troubled by this guy. But, I am a little curious too. I wonder what will happen if he confronts Dorian. Marcel didn't think Dorian would be incapable of handling Buddy. In fact, he had high hopes for Dorian, as the intelligence and strength he displayed were quite commendable. What Dorian lacked now was only social connections and methods. Compared to Buddy, who was well versed in the bureaucracy, Dorian was undoubtedly more inexperienced. However, having just emerged on the scene, from Marcel's perspective, giving Dorian some time, he wouldn't necessarily be worse than Buddy. This time, let me give brother Dorian some assistance. Thinking up to here, Marcel smiled faintly. The other members of the open group also looked at the invitation with a contemplative expression. Buddy's intentions were almost common knowledge. However, they were also very interested. One was their interest in Dorian, and the other was their curiosity about how this young master of the Bai family planned to deal with Dorian. Meanwhile, in the palace, a young man dressed in white listened to his subordinate's report, revealing a thoughtful look. You mean Buddy has already begun preparing to handle Dorian? Yes. The invitation has been delivered, and Dorian has accepted it. Buddy is vigorously inviting others to join. The black-clad man reported, showing utmost respect. Fascinating, fascinating. The young man dressed in white said with a smile, then added, tomorrow I plan to leave the palace discreetly. Make sure no one finds out. Your Highness plans to? The black-clad man hesitated, unsure of the prince's intentions. Of course, to watch the commotion. I can't miss this event. The young man smiled, looking at the black-clad man. But, might there be issues? The black-clad man asked worriedly. Although this was a prince, Buddy was also the son of the Raphael Duke. The identities of the other people involved were not low either. Given the sensitivity of the prince's own status, something unfortunate might happen. Seeing the worry in the black-clad man's eyes, the young man waved dismissively. No problem. It's just a minor affair that won't lead to any trouble. Moreover, do you think this prince should take sides? Or stand on which side? This left the black-clad man momentarily stunned, uncertain how to respond. After all, no matter what answer he gave, it wouldn't be a good one. This was his highness's business, and intervening wouldn't be appropriate. Realizing this, the black-clad man remained silent. The young man in white wasn't upset. He spoke calmly. Buddy is the son of the Raphael Duke. Under these circumstances, my choice is very simple. You wouldn't think this prince intends to oppose Kale, would you? Hearing this, the black-clad man quickly replied, certainly not. This subordinate is merely concerned that your highness may encounter some difficulties. This subordinate is loyal to your highness and the great Xia dynasty. The young man waved his hand slightly. It's fine. I don't hold it against you. I simply want you to understand that my choice will always align with Father Anderson. Moreover, our great Xia dynasty indeed does not need such a force seeking to rise above imperial authority. As he spoke, the young man clenched his fists, clearly disliking the Raphael Duke's residence. No member of the Xia family liked the Raphael Duke's mansion. After all, their ambitions were widely known. As a prince of the great Xia dynasty, if he associated with the Raphael Duke's mansion, it would certainly displease Anderson Cody. After all, while the emperor was busy dealing with the Raphael Duke's mansion, why would he have his son make contact? Was he planning rebellion? Fortunately, these princes were all intelligent enough not to seek cooperation with the Raphael Duke's mansion. Doing so would show old-fashioned thinking and jeopardize any chance of claiming the throne. Therefore, what they did was not entirely problematic, especially for him, who was skilled in strategy. Now, he would naturally avoid making decisions that could cause brain damage. Your Highness is right. It was this subordinate's lack of understanding, nearly saying something inappropriate. The black-clad man hurriedly responded, realizing that angering the prince could have dire consequences. He became more serious in his attitude. It's fine. Go and follow what this prince ordered. As for the other side, I'll handle it. You don't need to worry. The young man waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Seeing this, the black-clad man promptly withdrew. Once the black-clad man was gone, the young man gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself, indeed troublesome, but father seems to value this Dorian quite highly. Just coincidentally, I think he is someone worth cultivating. Perhaps we can see what can be done. The young man smiled faintly, looking into the distance. Although Dorian currently served his father, if he could gain control over or cultivate Dorian, it would greatly benefit future actions. With this thought, the young man immediately formed a plan. For now, doing what he needed to would suffice. At the same time, Joab returned to the Jethraguel mansion and learned of this matter, frowning as he looked at Dorian and Natalie, growing increasingly worried. Without any doubt, Buddy targets you. We must consider what steps we should take. Joab pondered, believing he should carefully arrange things. He couldn't allow Buddy to plot against his son-in-law so easily. His son-in-law shouldn't be bullied like this. Resolutely, Joab thought that although the Jethraguel mansion might not yet rival the Raphael mansion, allowing Buddy to bully his son-in-law was unacceptable. Father-in-law, there's no need for such concern. I will handle this matter, Dorian smiled, reassuring Joab not to worry excessively. He would find a way to manage it. Don't worry. I know your abilities are excellent. Although confronting Buddy is still challenging, given some time, you can definitely counter him. Joab still had faith in Dorian, believing Dorian could grow stronger. By then, what could Buddy do? But time is indeed running short, Joab sighed softly, aware Dorian had precious little time. Chapter 75, attending the banquet. There's something I need to tell you. Kale highly appreciates you and has decided that you will participate in this competition, ensuring that you win. Joab looked earnestly at Dorian. Although the details of the competition had not been announced yet, they naturally knew Nelson's intentions. A martial arts contest was definitely going to be part of it. After all, in such competitions, the most important aspects were scholarly knowledge and martial prowess. Not having a martial contest would be an insult. Despite the Daqin dynasty's emphasis on commerce, they still placed great importance on martial skills. Years of continuous warfare had left their situation precarious. Among so many dynasties, they certainly needed to prioritize martial prowess. However, Cody's command puzzled Dorian. Wasn't the Emperor trying not to draw too much attention to him? Then, Dorian heard Joab's explanation. Although Kale did not want you to receive too much attention, your outstanding performance has made him very hopeful about you. This is also a good thing. The winner of this martial contest will be given an official position by Kale. When reinforcements are sent to support the Daqin dynasty, you won't just be an ordinary soldier. In this way, you can build up military merit more easily. Hearing this, Dorian understood. So, this was what Kale meant. In that case, he could indeed participate. After all, becoming an officer was better than being just a common soldier. Moreover, it was a legitimate way and wouldn't lead to any accusations of favoritism. Thinking about this, Dorian nodded and said, "Don't worry, father-in-law, I won't disappoint Kale. You need to practice diligently from now on. Don't think about other things. We don't know the specific rules yet, so we'll have to wait for some time before we get them." Okay. Dorian nodded, noting down everything. Well, as for Buddy's matter, handle it as you see fit. He shouldn't overstep his bounds, but be careful when attending the banquet. All right, thank you for your concern, father-in-law. Don't mention it. After Buddy left, Natalie glanced at Dorian and said, "Tomorrow, I will accompany you." Natalie felt it necessary to follow Dorian. Otherwise, things could get worse. After all, Buddy was no simple person, and she didn't want to see Dorian suffer because of him. Ultimately, Buddy was targeting her. If she went, there wouldn't be much danger. "No need. I can handle it myself," Dorian replied with a gentle smile. Dorian was already very touched by Natalie's concern, but he saw no need for her to accompany him. He would find a way to deal with the situation himself. Don't be stubborn. Buddy is no easy opponent. Relax. I won't do anything without proper preparation. Besides, Buddy won't go too far. Dorian smiled slightly, indicating he had everything under control. Seeing this, Natalie did not insist further, nodding in agreement. She would not force Dorian into doing anything critical against his will. "Get some rest early. Tomorrow will be troublesome," Natalie said. "Okay." The next evening, Dorian dressed neatly and prepared to head to Yin Yulin Tower for the banquet. Watching Dorian leave, Natalie's expression grew firm as she followed shortly after. She couldn't help feeling uneasy. No matter what, Dorian was her husband, and she wouldn't let anyone scheme against him. Thus, she planned to secretly follow him to see what Buddy intended and possibly offer assistance. As Princess Kirsty and a female general of the Daxia dynasty, she couldn't stand idly by. Before long, Dorian arrived near Yin Yulin Tower. Looking at the lavishly decorated inn, Dorian couldn't help but reflect. Yin Yulin Tower was a well-known establishment in the capital of the Daxia dynasty, frequented by wealthy individuals for its prestige. Over time, it became a popular gathering place for the elite. Though Dorian had never been there, he had heard of its reputation. Indeed, it lives up to its name. Despite his broadened horizons and experience with modern opulent architecture, Dorian was still impressed by Yin Yulin Tower's grandeur. Just as he was about to enter, Dorian was stopped. "Sir, Yin Yulin Tower has been booked for a private event today. Only one group of guests is allowed, and outsiders cannot enter. Please return." The staff at the entrance spoke politely without any hint of ridicule, showcasing the high standards of hospitality at Yin Yulin Tower. Unlike people from later times who might sneer at those unworthy, here the staff maintained professionalism. However, his attire also contributed to the respect he received. Although his demeanor hadn't changed much, his clothing was indeed high quality, befitting the son-in-law of the Duke of Jethraguo and representing the family's prestige. Joab would not let him appear shabby. Additionally, Joab was satisfied with Dorian, so the clothes provided were excellent. Yin Yulin Tower's receptionists often encountered influential figures or nobles, so they were familiar with the quality of clothing worn by distinguished guests. They confirmed that Dorian was not an ordinary person upon seeing him. Still, since the tower was booked for the day, they couldn't allow Dorian inside. This invitation should suffice, right? Dorian produced a gold leaf invitation. Indeed, these aristocrats were extravagant, even using gold leaf for invitations. If it weren't for the banquet, Dorian might have sold it for a good amount of silver. Seeing the invitation, the doorman's expression turned respectful. "Apologies for not recognizing Eben, sir. Please come in." "That's fine. Can I enter now?" Dorian waved it off, unfazed. "Certainly. Please follow me inside." Entering Yin Yulin Tower, Dorian was somewhat surprised. He didn't stop me at the entrance or try to humiliate me? According to the novels Dorian had read, Buddy should have blocked him at the entrance, deliberately humiliating him. While petty, it would have dealt a severe blow to his pride. The doorman would certainly not dare defy Buddy's wishes. However, Buddy didn't do this, appearing disdainful of such tactics, perhaps fearing criticism. Chapter 76, Hypocritical Smile. Very soon, Dorian also figured out the situation. It wasn't that Buddy didn't want to do it, but rather, he couldn't do it. This banquet was organized by Buddy, and the invitations were sent out by him. If presenting the invitation got him stopped again, this would be no small matter. Not only would it embarrass the Marquis of Jethrod's mansion, but it would also embarrass himself. If something arranged by him backfired through his own antics, it wouldn't be worth it at all. However, it was also very possible that Buddy never had such intentions. Glancing around the decor of the Smoky Rain building, Dorian confirmed even more that this was definitely a place beyond his means. Although he was the son-in-law of the Marquis of Jethrod's mansion, he did not have much money on him, and the Marquis of Jethrod's mansion did not seem particularly wealthy either. At least, Joab's life was not overly extravagant. In fact, it was quite frugal. Most of the gold that the guy's mansion compensated to the Marquis of Jethrog went into Cody's pockets. Though Joab received a share, it was clearly insignificant. It looked like he should think about starting some business if he wanted to make ends meet. After taking just a few steps, Dorian saw a head poking out from the second floor, staring directly at him. Since cultivating inner strength, Dorian's reactions and perceptions had become sharper, and he immediately noticed this person. However, after looking at him, the figure instantly retreated, evidently sent by Buddy. Dorian didn't mind and headed straight for the second floor. According to the receptionist, their gathering was on this floor. He wondered what kind of interesting people would be here. Before walking far, Dorian saw a young man in white robes approaching him. Upon observing him, Dorian grew more serious. Indeed, this place was extraordinary. The young man in white exuded an aura of nobility, which Dorian could easily identify. Definitely not an ordinary person, possibly royalty. Dorian glanced once then withdrew his gaze. Ordinary aristocrats did not possess such a demeanor. It could only belong to a member of the royal family. However, during his stay here, Dorian hadn't really heard news of other royals. Most he had heard about was Cody. Other members of the royal family seemed to keep a low profile, rarely showing their faces. This young man in white was likely the first royal he had met. Why would he be here? Did Buddy invite someone from the royal family? Other ducal mansions or nobles might give Buddy face, but the royal family, perhaps not so much. If Cody found out a royal met with someone from Raphael Manor, he probably wouldn't let it slide. After all, associating with Raphael Manor at this time was practically treason. The royal family wouldn't make such a basic mistake. So who was this white-robed youth? Thinking about this, Dorian became curious, albeit briefly. However, as they brushed past each other, Dorian suddenly heard the white-robed youth say, "Be careful with the tea." Furrowing his brows upon hearing this, Dorian turned to look at the youth, puzzled by the meaning behind these words. Such a statement couldn't be without reason. Was this person warning him about something? Dorian fell into deep thought. He didn't know this person, so why would he warn him? What was his intention? What did he want? Seeing Dorian's bewilderment, the white-robed youth smiled again and said, "I mean no harm. Who are you?" Dorian asked, scrutinizing him. Although he truly seemed harmless, Dorian didn't feel compelled to believe him just yet. Royal family members, could they really know about his dealings with Buddy? Hence the warning? But that shouldn't be the case. What exactly did this person want? You'll find out later, but whatever you do, don't touch the tea. Saying that, the white-robed youth left without hesitation. Watching this scene, Dorian revealed a helpless expression, wanting to chase after him and ask for clarity. For him, this sudden appearance and cryptic message made him uneasy. He needed to understand this person's motives. However, before he could decide on an action, a door behind him opened. Dorian. Hearing this voice, Dorian turned back and another young man in white appeared before him. Though unfamiliar, Dorian could already tell from the disdain and arrogance in the newcomer's eyes who he was. This realization naturally prevented him from chasing after the previous individual. All he could do was face Buddy, asking, "You are?" Buddy was momentarily stunned upon hearing Dorian's words. He had prepared countless openings, but hadn't expected Dorian not to recognize him. Buddy thought Dorian would surely investigate him. After all, it showed respect towards him. Otherwise, targeting Dorian so relentlessly would have been in vain. However, Buddy quickly recovered, revealing a smile. "I am Buddy, son of the Marquis of Ning, the eldest son of Raphael Manor, and Minister of Revenue." Augustine listening to Buddy's introduction, Dorian wore a look of sudden understanding, replying, "So it's you. Why are you personally greeting me here?" These words caused Buddy's face to stiffen. He hadn't expected Dorian to speak this way, making his hatred grow even deeper. He really hadn't anticipated what kind of person Dorian was. Certainly not. "I merely ran into Princess Consort Eben coincidentally, never expecting him to arrive so early," Buddy replied calmly, having discerned Dorian's deliberate provocation. While unsure of his specific plans, it was clear Dorian aimed to antagonize him. This piqued Buddy's interest. Such a confrontation intrigued him. After all, it was only meaningful when equals faced off against each other. Now, Buddy took Dorian seriously. Despite knowing he was formidable, Buddy hadn't expected him to put him at a slight disadvantage. "Please come in. This is where we're gathering. A few others are waiting inside, and they're very curious about Princess Consort Eben," Buddy said with a grin. Chapter 77, Targeting. Looking at this hypocritical face, Dorian felt like slapping him across the cheek, but he managed to hold back. In the room, he sensed three other presences. It seemed Buddy had more in mind than just dealing with him. This guy's intentions were truly worth paying attention to. However, every move has a countermove. Dorian wasn't overly worried. "Sure. I've also been wanting to meet these openly proud boys of the capital city." Dorian smiled slightly and then stepped into the room. Seeing Dorian walk in without any hesitation, Buddy was momentarily taken aback. He had to admit, this Dorian was indeed courageous. No matter what, he was an opponent worth taking seriously. Of course, Buddy would never let Dorian off easily. Soon, Dorian saw the other three people. One was Otto, whom he had met before. The other two were strangers. However, Otto sat far away from the other two, clearly not on good terms with them. Despite being present, Otto had already been excluded from the circle of openly proud boys, and they didn't wish to interact with him. Nevertheless, Buddy had invited Otto, leaving them with no choice but to endure his presence. Otto, sensing their aversion, chose to keep his distance. Proud as he was, he wouldn't debase himself. To him, he was still the son of Daryl. Though he had grown and matured, he no longer acted impulsively. This change was largely due to Dorian's help, which made him recognize this. As Dorian entered, the three turned their eyes towards him, sizing him up. Among those who could attend this gathering, the only one they did not know was Dorian, the son-in-law of Josue. He was also the second main character at this gathering, the first being Buddy himself, the inviter. Looking at Dorian, each person's gaze differed. Otto harbored some resentment but kept it restrained since, officially, they were allies. If he went too far, it would be hard to explain to his father. Now powerless, he still relied on his father and the Daryl household for support. Thus, Otto's expression remained relatively normal. The other two looked at Dorian with undisguised disdain, clearly disliking him for depending on women to attain his current status. They showed no friendliness toward him. These are our guests. Let me introduce you to Dorian, son-in-law of Josue and Princess Kirsty's husband. Buddy introduced cheerfully, taking his host responsibilities seriously. Just Dorian is enough. Dorian, this is Domenico, son of Duke Ariv. And this is Jacob, son of Duke Su. Buddy smiled and introduced everyone, although it seemed more like boasting to Dorian. There's no need for introductions. We're old acquaintances, right, Jaren Otto? Dorian chuckled, looking at Otto. Inside, Otto cursed both Dorian and Buddy, but he maintained a smile, replying, Indeed, Dorian and I have known each other for a long time. I deeply admire him. Who would have thought Dorian knew Otto but not us? How surprising. Though now Otto isn't a proud boy anymore. Knowing him won't do much good. Domenico suddenly interjected, mocking both Dorian and Otto. Otto's face fell. He despised hearing about this matter but couldn't respond to Domenico now, choosing silence instead. Dorian wouldn't stay silent. Awareness is always good. After all, not everything deserves my attention. Jaren Ning is different. Even without family support, he can still achieve great things. Hearing this, Otto was somewhat surprised. Dorian actually spoke up for him, but this feeling soon vanished when Dorian continued. But these openly proud boys who rely on their families can't match Jaren Ning. I hit it off immediately with Jaren Ning and fully agree with his words. Domenico and Jacob glared at Dorian while Otto stared in astonishment. It was blatant mockery, unexpected that Dorian would directly offend two ducal houses. But then, Otto realized Dorian was implicating him by mentioning him explicitly. He felt uneasy. Though still at the Duke's house, he was nearly invisible. Dorian was openly pitting him against others. These fools would blame him. Otto's expression turned serious. Indeed, Domenico and Jacob eyed him unfavorably, believing Otto had belittled them. Knowing the alliance between Dukes Anne and Jethrog, Otto and Dorian mending their rift made sense. Believing this, they felt Otto looked down on them. Especially since Otto returned with military achievements, ranking higher among their peers, where Buddy alone held a substantial position as Deputy Minister of Revenue. While others had positions, they weren't as prominent. Returning home triumphant with military accomplishments, Otto gained pride among his peers. Not incompetent, he had genuinely earned his military credit. This angered Domenico and Jacob. They wanted to make him pay but lacked means, allowing Otto's arrogance to flourish. Now, lacking status, Otto mattered little to them. Chapter 78 Resolution. With these thoughts, both men glared intently at Otto. Could it be that he still thought he had the ability to deal with them? Brash talk. Do you really think you're still the Otto from back then? Now, you're just an ordinary person, no longer the eldest son of Franco Duke's mansion. You still want to contend with us? Domenico said coldly, his gaze fixed on Otto. Today, he would definitely not let Otto off easily and would make him pay a heavy price. He intended to take revenge for past grievances today and show Otto that they were not easy to provoke, especially now. Otto's face turned ashen as he looked at Dorian, who appeared utterly unperturbed, seemingly too lazy to bother with them. However, Otto knew Dorian was the one who had instigated this trouble against him, but now acted like nothing happened. This made Otto extremely uncomfortable. Hurriedly, he spoke up, Gentlemen, don't misunderstand. I never said such things. Though his pride made it hard for him to bow, he knew if he did not, he would surely be targeted by these two men. Regardless, Otto still needed time to develop and absolutely could not become a target for Domenico or Jacob. Beside him, Buddy watched this scene unfold and formed a new impression of Dorian. This guy is also a promising player in political intrigues, he thought. Even though Buddy disliked Dorian, he now thoroughly recognized Dorian as formidable. However, Buddy certainly did not feel afraid. Instead, he became more excited. After all, a powerful opponent always stirred his heart. The Dorian who could shift grudges onto Otto so effortlessly was definitely not someone easy to deal with. His interest grew more intense as he started to ponder how to proceed. As for Domenico and Jacob's predicament, Buddy did not plan to offer any help. If they couldn't handle such simple matters, there was no point in befriending them. Their Raphael Duke's mansion needed some allies, and this was part of why Buddy brought Domenico over. However, Buddy noticed something else. These people had no intention of interacting with him. They seemed more hostile towards the Raphael Duke's mansion. This left Buddy helpless and unsure how to address the situation. Changing their predicament truly stumped him. No? Everyone knows what kind of person Otto is. There's no need to deny it. Or perhaps, the current you simply dares not admit it. You're just a coward. Domenico and Jacob took turns mocking Otto, determined to regain the face they had lost here. Now was a perfect chance since Otto had no background to rely on and naturally dared not oppose them. Otto's face was livid, unsure of what to do. Weren't they supposed to be interrogating Dorian today? Why had he attracted all the hostility? It confused and unsettled him deeply. But Domenico and Jacob seemed unwilling to listen to explanations, making the situation difficult. Why? Why is the esteemed Jaren Ning silent? Has he lost his courage? Oh, you're not the eldest son of Franco Duke's mansion anymore. Have you lost your backbone? Their taunts left Otto struggling, his gaze irresistibly drawn towards Dorian. After all, this was clearly all instigated by him, yet he stood there unbothered. Sensing Otto's gaze, Dorian grinned, worsening Otto's discomfort even more. Then Dorian's next words nearly made Otto spew blood. Sigh, Jeraning is doing you a favor by not showing his prowess even now. You are truly ungrateful. Upon hearing this, Jacob and Domenico lost all composure, only thinking to confront Otto directly and make him pay the price. They wanted to see what Otto actually had that gave him the confidence to talk big here, oblivious to the fact that Dorian was the instigator, not others. Seeing the tension escalate, Buddy hastily interjected, Gentlemen, please calm down. Jeraning did not mean anything by it. Please give me a little face today, and don't hold anything against each other. Buddy could not allow the argument to continue, as it would only be detrimental. After all, his target was Dorian, not Otto, who had nothing worth targeting anymore. Augustinus listening to Buddy, the two men eased somewhat, giving face to Buddy, their host and member of the Raphael Duke's mansion. Thinking this over, Domenico and Jacob sneered. On account of Jeranbai's face, we'll let you go today. Next time, you will understand you are no longer the Otto you once were. Relieved, Otto shot a hateful glance at Dorian. If not for this guy, why would he be in this mess? As for Domenico and Jacob, once he rose again, he would make them pay dearly. He would prove that he, Otto, was not someone to be underestimated. Dorian looked at Otto with a faint smirk, but remained silent. Stirring up trouble to this extent was enough. Continuing might lead to worse consequences. Though he wanted to provoke these guys into turning against each other, Buddy would never agree. And Buddy was no ordinary character, given that even Domenico and Jacob showed him respect. Buddy was definitely a formidable opponent. Buddy glanced deeply at Dorian and remarked, Ep1 truly surprises me. Surprise? What does Jeranbai find surprising? What about me is worthy of surprising the eldest son of the Raphael Duke's mansion? Dorian chuckled, teasing Buddy with his gaze. Chapter 79, Dark Past. Buddy's face stiffened. He was, of course, mocking Dorian, never expecting that Dorian would react so unpredictably. In this situation, a normal person wouldn't dare to respond. After all, everyone knew it was blatant mockery, yet Dorian acted as if he felt honored. This left Buddy utterly speechless, unsure of how to deal with Dorian. This guy. Buddy sighed inwardly, not knowing what to say. Regardless, there was something about Dorian's approach that was worth learning from. If they could pull off such a move in interactions with others, it would be quite beneficial. At the very least, it caught these openly confrontational brothers off guard. Just as Buddy was feeling awkward and uncertain how to proceed, the door opened again, and Marcel walked in with a few young men. Seeing Marcel arrive, Buddy smiled. Now the real show was about to begin. After all, Marcel was another crucial figure who needed to be dealt with. Everyone knew that the Duke of England's residence and the Duke of Jethrog's residence were one entity. Hence, Buddy had been waiting for Marcel to arrive so they could handle things together. Prince Marcel has finally arrived. I thought you might not deign to give me this honor, Buddy said with a smile, launching his attack directly. Marcel, knowing Buddy's ill intentions, calmly replied, Sir Bai is joking. Who dares not to honor your presence? Otherwise, they'd be thrown out of the capital city the next day. His sarcasm was equally strong and not inferior in any way. What he mentioned was Buddy's most embarrassing incident, which made Buddy's face darken. Buddy didn't want anyone to bring up this dark history, as it was undoubtedly his biggest scandal. Initially, he and an official's brother fought over a Gigi, leading him to throw the official's brother outside the capital city. While this itself wasn't unusual, the worst part was that their quarrel was over a courtesan from a brothel. In their circle, a courtesan was the least respectable object of dispute, making it easy to ridicule. Although they all frequented brothels, spreading such news of rivalry damaged their reputations. The official's son spread the word quickly, and soon the entire city knew about Buddy's antics at the brothel. From then on, the story of Buddy, the eldest son of the Duke of Raphael's residence, fighting over a courtesan became widely known, especially in the capital where gossip about high-profile figures was always popular. This led to Buddy's most troubling issue. As the eldest son of the Duke of Raphael's residence, Buddy cherished his reputation immensely. It was unimaginable for him to remain indifferent after being humiliated like this. Consequently, he famously beat the official's brother into unconsciousness and threw him outside the capital city. Since then, the image of a naked man deeply ingrained itself in people's minds, especially among residents of the capital city who loved watching such drama unfold. Over time, the tension between them deepened. The official, acting rashly, rushed to Anderson Cody to file a complaint. Given that Anderson Cody disliked the Duke of Raphael's residence, Buddy faced severe punishment. Buddy was fiercely mocked by other elites in the capital. For them, this was the perfect opportunity to mock Buddy. However, Buddy quickly composed himself and, with the help of Abdur, advanced rapidly, which somewhat dampened the criticisms. Still, he remained highly sensitive about the matter, and no one dared mention it in front of him. Now, with Marcel bringing it up, it seemed there was no avoiding further trouble. Dorian, sensing the tension, asked, "What happened?" Both Marcel and Buddy stared intently at Dorian, determined to keep him from finding out. If Dorian learned of this, how could Buddy still stand against him? Facing Buddy's threatening look, Dorian showed no fear, only focusing on Marcel. "Brother son, you know I just arrived in the capital and am unfamiliar with these matters. Could you tell me more?" Dorian looked earnestly at Marcel with a hint of a smile, curious to see what Buddy had planned today. If Buddy couldn't satisfy him, Dorian would make sure Buddy understood the consequences of crossing him. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. Buddy realized Dorian was deliberately stirring things up, which boded poorly for him. If Dorian latched onto his dark past, the outcome would be disastrous. This guy could turn Buddy into a laughingstock in just a few words. How much worse would it be if Dorian knew everything? Thus, Buddy hastily responded, "Nothing important, just some trivial matters. No need to worry. Come, please take a seat." Buddy tried to steer the conversation away and warned Dorian and Marcel not to delve deeper. Nearby, Otto perked up, genuinely wanting to add a few words to let Dorian know about this. However, he feared Buddy's retaliation. Before, he wouldn't have cared, but now, as a powerless brother, dealing with Buddy would be easy. Marcel, however, wasn't afraid and understood Dorian's intent. With a cold laugh, he said, "It's nothing significant, just some of our esteemed eldest son's colorful romantic history." Hearing Marcel ready to reveal more, Buddy grew increasingly anxious. "Marcel, don't go too far." At this point, Buddy had abandoned any pretense of grace. If Marcel exposed the truth, the consequences would be catastrophic. Chapter 80. Problematic Tea. So, Buddy also chose to make a threat, but naturally, his threat towards Marcel was entirely useless. For Marcel, he now cared more about how to embarrass Buddy and then use this matter against him. After all, if Buddy wanted to target Dorian, he couldn't just sit by idly. Now was a great opportunity to counteract Buddy's offensive. This dark history was the thing Buddy cared most about. Nothing could compare in terms of its impact on Buddy's mindset. Thinking of this made Marcel excited. It would be quite a show to see Buddy lose his composure. How is it? Is Jarenbai angry? If you decided to do it back then, why are you unwilling to let others know now? Marcel said coldly, showing complete indifference. He certainly didn't care what Buddy thought. However, the scene became tense as the two men stared at each other defiantly. It was clear that the slightest provocation would lead to a direct confrontation. Definitely not a good thing. After pondering for a moment, Dorian slowly said, "Forget it, it's not a big deal, so there's no need to take it too seriously." Upon hearing Dorian's words, both men's expressions softened somewhat. Dorian had given them a way out. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known what to do next. Soon, after both men stepped down from their high ground, the matter naturally passed, with neither continuing to bring it up. But Buddy was well aware that Dorian would soon find out about his dark history, a real problem. He had no understanding of Dorian, yet Dorian was about to uncover his weakness. At this thought, Buddy started to get a headache. That damn Marcel was truly causing trouble for him. Otto also shook his head slightly, thinking they might really fight. But now it seemed he had overthought things. Buddy personally served tea to everyone, but poured Dorian's cup very slowly, approaching Dorian personally. "Here, Consort Eben. Since I hold an official position, drinking alcohol is inconvenient for me, so this cup of tea replaces wine. To your health, congratulations on marrying our Princess Kirsty." In the past, I wondered if Consort Eben would be worthy of Princess Kirsty, but now, it seems like a match made in heaven, Buddy said with a laugh. Everyone could tell there was a hidden message behind his words. Marcel also picked up on this, though he remained silent. After all, there was nothing obviously wrong with Buddy's tone. Yet, Dorian looked at the cup of tea warily and didn't dare drink it. He didn't think Buddy would directly poison him, as that would be too obvious. However, the warning earlier had left him alert. Unable to read Buddy's intentions, he naturally dared not easily drink it. Seeing Dorian's hesitation, Buddy frowned and asked, "Why? Does Consort Eben refuse to give me this honor? Or do you think I'm unworthy to share a cup with you?" "Not at all. I simply don't enjoy tea. Why don't we drink wine instead?" Dorian replied. This left Buddy momentarily speechless. Dorian wasn't following the script at all. However, no matter what, Buddy was determined to make Dorian drink the tea. It definitely didn't contain immediate poison. He had laced it with a slow-acting one. If it were a quick poison, Dorian's death would immediately cast suspicion on Buddy, making him the easiest target. Even Ning Country's noble household would be doomed then. Thus, Buddy knew better than to cross certain lines. "This cannot be helped. I really cannot drink alcohol." Buddy slowly spoke, clearly unwilling to back down. This step was crucial to him. If unsuccessful, tricking Dorian next time would be much harder. But he felt Dorian was being overly cautious around him, as if guessing something, and avoiding any contact. This puzzled Buddy. His acting should be excellent, and Dorian shouldn't have been able to detect anything in the tea. It was colorless, odorless, with no anomalies. "I don't drink tea, it's not my habit. If Mr. Bai refuses to offer us wine, then plain water will do." Dorian stood firm, uncaring of offending Buddy. His current health condition couldn't afford risking the tea. What if Buddy went insane and planned to kill him right here? Dorian deemed caution necessary. "Are you saying, Consort Eben, you won't honor me?" Buddy's face darkened as if his anger stemmed from Dorian not giving him face. Domenico and others nearby sensed the tension, unsure how to intervene. They believed Buddy's anger was due to Dorian rejecting his offer. After all, Buddy had personally poured the tea. Such a rejection wouldn't end well. "I'll say it again, I don't drink tea." Unexpectedly, Dorian confronted Buddy directly. It was indeed unusual. Marcel watched this and realized something. Dorian was not typically so direct. For him to outright refuse the tea meant something was amiss. Even without certainty, Dorian's stance revealed much. Regardless of how he deduced it, Marcel needed to help Dorian. "Ha ha ha, it's just tea. Don't worry. If Mr. Bai can't bear it, I'll offer drinks for everyone." The young people accompanying Marcel echoed him. Despite Buddy's status, they followed Marcel and didn't fear him. Buddy's brows furrowed, knowing it was unwise to press further. Domenico also suggested, "Mr. Bai, please don't force him. If he doesn't wish, let it be." "Indeed, just tea, and he doesn't understand courtesy, so let it go," Jacob added, not comprehending Buddy's intentions. Chapter 81. Discussion. It was just a cup of tea, yet Buddy's reaction was far too abnormal. Domenico and Jacob began to realize something was amiss. Could it really be only because Dorian refused to drink the tea? It seemed unlikely. They weren't fools. They quickly grasped that there had to be more to it. Although they still didn't understand Buddy's intentions, they knew what would happen next. With many people persuading him, Buddy gradually relaxed, deciding not to press the matter further. After all, he couldn't force Dorian to drink now. If he persisted, it would only make things more complicated for himself. Thinking this, Buddy felt helpless, realizing that the situation was difficult to proceed. Did Dorian see through something, or was he just being cautious? Buddy wasn't sure, but the matter definitely wasn't simple. He needed to pay closer attention to Dorian. This thought made Buddy's expression even more serious. Dorian clearly sensed that Buddy truly intended to kill him. That wasn't a good thing at all. Dorian grew more vigilant. With Buddy showing such strong intent to harm him, Dorian couldn't afford to be careless. From now on, anything Buddy gave him could not be accepted lightly. Who knew what might happen otherwise? Marcel was shocked. This man was indeed bold, daring to target Dorian this way. Dorian wasn't an ordinary person. If this action were traced back to Buddy, it would be genuinely dangerous. Regardless, Marcel was impressed by Buddy's audacity and realized he must be wary of Buddy. If Buddy succeeded and Dorian suffered, Marcel would have no way to explain himself. Thinking this, Marcel became more focused, understanding that Buddy wouldn't easily succeed against Dorian anymore and had likely abandoned the idea. Clearly, dealing with Dorian would require different tactics now. Since Prince Consort Ep1 wants wine, I can't refuse such a request. Bring out the wine, Buddy said with a smile, pretending nothing had happened. Soon, various dishes and fine wine were served. Dorian pondered for a moment, believing Buddy wouldn't dare do anything else. After all, Buddy and his guests would also partake, making poisoning impossible without implicating himself, not to mention the Raphael Duke's estate. Thus, Buddy's only option was to wrap up the day or find other ways to deal with Dorian, knowing that poisoning was out of the question. Marcel and Dorian exchanged glances, relaxing their guard slightly. After some rounds of drinks, Buddy finally spoke. Do you gentlemen know about recent rumors? Everyone shifted in their seats, unsure what Buddy intended, but they knew important matters were about to be discussed. For them, the most crucial topic was the widely circulating rumor. The Grand Karen Dynasty alliance was significant for the Great Zhou Dynasty. People in their circle would inevitably discuss this matter. Conversations naturally turned to this topic as they belonged to the same social stratum. Prince Bai, you're referring to the alliance, right? I've heard some rumors, but I thought it originated from your Raphael Duke's estate, Domenico said with a laugh, having some insider knowledge due to their similarly high status. That's absurd. We wouldn't do such a thing. We don't know where those rumors come from, but it looks like it's going to happen. After all, our Anderson hasn't opposed it, has he? Buddy chuckled, obviously unwilling to admit any involvement since Lucian clearly didn't want this information to spread. Knowing this would stir significant unrest, much like the public outrage seen now. Without Dorian's solution, the situation would have worsened. Hence, Lucian kept it secret to prevent complications. Leaking this from Raphael Duke's estate had already displeased Lucian and Joab, though lack of proof prevented action. Buddy dared not admit involvement either, knowing it would bring him trouble. Domenico shook his head, unwilling to pursue the topic, as it offered no benefit. Naturally, if true, origin doesn't matter. This alliance is of utmost importance to us all, and everyone understands its significance, Jacob interjected, eager to hear their thoughts. As members of prestigious estates, they sought glory in the upcoming contest. Winning and marrying the princess of the Grand Karen Dynasty would honor their lineage. Even the wealthy heirs were excited. What? Interested too, Jirenhua? Of course. This contest offers the best chance. Success means we will be remembered for eternity, Jacob replied eagerly. The Su estate, being one of the weakest, desperately sought this opportunity to break through, especially facing other powerful ducal estates. They wouldn't miss this chance. Chapter 82. Each with their own calculations. Thinking of this, Alpha's expression turned more serious. It was evident that he placed considerable importance on this opportunity and had no intention of letting it slip through his fingers. Yet, merely having this desire would not be enough. Hallstonk glanced at Alpha, discerning the ambition in his old friend's eyes. Naturally, he did not wish to miss out on this event either. His goal was simply to perform well and earn the Emperor's favor. As for other aspects, he wasn't too concerned. But he looked at their expressions and immediately understood. Otto's face also radiated anticipation, which initially stunned the others before they realized that, for Otto, this was truly the most needed opportunity. Currently, without power or influence, the Xyland's mansion offered him no prospects. Hence, this unrestricted competition was undoubtedly his best chance. Winning and earning the support of the Daqin Empire could significantly alter his future, a reality applicable to anyone. Marcel and Dorian exchanged glances but remained silent, choosing not to express their thoughts. However, Buddy was not about to let them remain quiet. So, do you two have no interest? What's the point if we do? We know nothing about what's going to happen. Talking now is pointless, Marcel remarked indifferently, intentionally provoking Buddy. Alpha's face tightened, his displeasure visible. Such remarks suggested a lack of realism, naturally leading to unpleasant looks. But Buddy quickly interjected, true, but aren't you, Marcel, uninterested? What about you, Prince Eben? Oh, almost forgot, though you're a prince by marriage, you're just a son-in-law, probably not eligible to participate in such contests. Otherwise, our Princess Kirsty might get upset. Buddy chuckled mockingly, belittling Dorian as a son-in-law. In their society, sons-in-law were often disdained, an acceptable norm. As openly influential nobles, they naturally held the right to look down upon someone like Dorian. For them, ridiculing a son-in-law was permissible. Both Marcel and Dorian picked up on Buddy's intent. Marcel kept quiet. Indeed, there was little he could say here, only watching Dorian. Dorian scoffed coldly, replying, no need for your concern. Princess Kirsty fully supports my participation. This comment altered Buddy's demeanor. While he admired Natalie, Dorian's familiarity suggested an intimacy that Buddy disliked. The princess truly considers the bigger picture, but what good can a son-in-law bring? Hallstonk sneered at Dorian, unable to view him as anything more than a son-in-law. It seems our esteemed son-in-law doesn't understand the situation. Really thinks his skills can make a difference here, said another. Let's not be so harsh. Even sons-in-law can have abilities, right? Their mockery clearly showed they dismissed Dorian. Marcel felt a surge of frustration over their attitudes, but couldn't act rashly. After all, they weren't entirely wrong. Sons-in-law had low status within the Daxia dynasty, a fact even Marcel and Dorian acknowledged. Just as they laughed derisively, the doors suddenly opened. You all seem very lively. Who allowed you? The interruption irked Buddy and his companions. A sycophant started speaking but was kicked aside by Buddy. Fletcher, your highness, why are you here? Buddy spoke respectfully, genuinely puzzled by the third prince's presence. He knew the royal family disfavored the Bai family, and princes were typically aloof towards them. Given the current political landscape, with many officials aligning themselves and the Ning state mansion maintaining silence, inviting a prince to an event was usually crucial for prestige. Yet, Buddy had failed to invite any, making this unexpected appearance perplexing. His confusion grew as this gathering was spiraling beyond his control. The significance of the third prince's presence was immense. Others were equally bewildered, staring at the third prince. They wondered what his appearance meant. Didn't he worry about Anderson Cody's suspicions? This was an open secret among their circles. Buddy struggled to connect with princes. Could the third prince be planning an alliance with the Bai family? How possible? Doing so would jeopardize his claim to the throne. Surely the third prince wouldn't make such a foolish move. All fell into deep thought, unsure of the third prince's intentions. Moreover, as the most unique and formidable prince, the third prince's rules and decisions greatly impacted the realm. After Anderson Cody assumed power, he changed succession laws, selecting a crown prince rather than adhering to primogeniture. This led to vigorous competition among the princes, each vying for supremacy. Thus, the arrival of the third prince added a layer of complexity to this already intricate scene. Chapter 83, The Fletcher's Intentions. This made the competition between the crown princes even more intense. However, for them, this was a time to showcase their abilities as much as possible. They would not engage in overly aggressive rivalry since Cody was still in his prime, and there was no urgent need for it. Instead, they needed to demonstrate their respective talents. Of course, during this process, they also had to win over these ministers. This was a task for all the princes. In this situation, the Fletcher stood out among the crowd. His reputation began to grow from that point on. He was completely different from the other princes, which gained him quite a bit of popularity among the common people. It seemed that the Fletcher was the one most likely to become the crown prince. As a result, everyone treated the Fletcher very nicely. Regardless of whether or not they supported him, they couldn't afford to offend him. Now, seeing the Fletcher suddenly appear here, several people were quite surprised. Why? Can't I come? The Fletcher asked calmly. This simple statement already signaled to those around him that the Fletcher did not intend to ally with the Bai family. That was a relief. What they feared most was if the Fletcher got entangled with the Bai family, that would have been a nightmare. But it made sense. The Fletcher wouldn't do something that would only backfire on himself. Augustine listening to the Fletcher's unfriendly tone, Buddy's expression turned ugly. This place was supposed to be his gathering, yet Christian treated him so disrespectfully. He really didn't take Buddy seriously at all. But Buddy had no way to react, so he forced a smile and said, "Of course, your highness, your visit is truly an honor." Soon, Christian sat down and then looked at Dorian. Dorian was quite astonished. It was this person who warned him about the tea at the entrance earlier, and he was actually the Fletcher. However, why did he help him, and why did he show up here so suddenly? Dorian didn't fully understand but decided to remain calm and act like he didn't know the Fletcher. Although he didn't know why, by giving him a subtle warning, the Fletcher clearly didn't want their meeting to be noticed just now. So, Dorian quietly remained seated. At court, I heard that eldest Jaren Bai held such a grand banquet. Without an invitation, I came anyway. Jaren Bai, will you blame me? Not at all. The presence of the Fletcher is indeed an honor. Buddy quickly replied, feeling very aggrieved but helpless. For him, there was no other choice. This must be Consort Eben, right? I've heard much about your remarkable talent. To finally meet you, indeed extraordinary. Long admired. Christian ignored him and focused his gaze on Dorian, drawing everyone's attention. No one expected the Fletcher to greet Dorian proactively. This was real favoritism. Suddenly, everyone felt that the Fletcher might have come here specifically for Dorian. If that were true, things were different. Reflecting on how impatient Christian had been with Buddy, but respectful to Dorian, it was evident. Moreover, Buddy's dignity was thoroughly undermined, and under such circumstances, how would he feel? Sure enough, looking at Buddy, everyone saw his face darken to the extreme. He felt that Christian had come here solely to humiliate him. This infuriated and frustrated him. To think that eldest Jaren Bai was being insulted so, he couldn't endure it. With these thoughts, Buddy directly stared at Christian, wanting to see what he intended to do next. Fletcher, you flatter me. You are truly a distinguished dragon among men. I can't compare to you. Regardless of how courteous Christian was, Dorian had to reciprocate some respect. After all, Christian had saved his life. Dorian would never forget this. After exchanging pleasantries, it became clear that the Fletcher had indeed come for Dorian, significantly raising Dorian's status in everyone's eyes. Even Domenico and Jacob were much more polite, refraining from speaking ill of Dorian. They couldn't disrespect Dorian after seeing how Christian treated him, given their family's close ties with the Fletcher. Though Christian was gentle and respectful, everyone knew he acted decisively when necessary. After some casual talk, Christian asked, "What are you discussing today? Let's chat together." The group looked at Buddy except Dorian and Marcel, feeling caught between a rock and a hard place. Buddy laughed. "We're discussing our alliance with Great Karen Dynasty and seeking everyone's opinions." No matter how Christian treated him, Buddy could only smile and comply to avoid provoking him. "Really? I didn't expect such concern for the state. This is gratifying. Please share your views." Yes, everyone quickly agreed, praising the strength of Great Xia. Christian nodded continuously, seemingly pleased with the noble's responses, though his smile was faint. He then shifted his gaze to Dorian. "What are your thoughts, brother Dorian?" Within minutes, he was addressing him brotherly, showing great favor towards Dorian. "I don't have many ideas, but since you ask, I'll speak up. Indeed, I believe Great Xia should prepare better to avoid losing to Great Karen." Everyone was startled by Dorian's boldness. Buddy and Marcel perked up, thinking they were about to hear something important. Chapter 84 Appreciation. The two of them were naturally not as short-sighted as Domenico and the others regarding the alliance this time. They understood the situation to some extent. So, when they heard Domenico's words, they felt somewhat disdainful but didn't say much. Instead, when they heard Dorian's words, they suddenly became very interested. They felt that they could hear something different from Dorian. Even Buddy was no exception. He wanted to kill Dorian, but he would never deny Dorian's abilities. He always acted with a sense of measure, never underestimating his enemies, just like now. He had never underestimated Dorian before. On the contrary, he had always been very serious about him. Now, he took Dorian even more seriously, realizing that he truly couldn't underestimate this son-in-law of the royal family. Balder also became serious, looking at Dorian. He had always been quite interested in Dorian. Of course, it had only been interest until now, but now he genuinely started to take Dorian seriously, feeling that Dorian was nothing like what rumors suggested. Domenico and the others looked displeased. Dorian's previous words completely negated their stance, and naturally, they wouldn't be happy under such circumstances. However, since Balder hadn't expressed an opinion yet, they dared not make any excessive moves. Why do you say that? The world believes that our great Xia cooperating with the great Karen dynasty is entirely unnecessary. Everyone thinks that our great Xia will surely win. Why does Brother Eben say this? Balder asked curiously. He had to admit that Dorian piqued his interest greatly, making him increasingly want to understand Dorian better and get to know him thoroughly. A young man from a village who possessed formidable martial prowess and strategic acumen should not remain obscure. Balder was very curious and couldn't help but explore this young prince consort further. The great Xia is indeed powerful. As a citizen of the great Xia, I naturally won't deny it, and I am proud, Dorian said, displaying impressive eloquence. His words caused Balder to smile. This single sentence carried so much meaning within. First, Dorian demonstrated his loyalty to the great Xia, which was the most cherished quality by the imperial family. No matter your capabilities, if you lack loyalty, they won't be satisfied. But we cannot be too careless. Since the great Karen dynasty has proposed this competition, they have their reasons. We must take their actions seriously. As the art of war says, arrogance leads to defeat, and I believe His Royal Highness, the Fletcher, understands this better than anyone. After Dorian spoke, he flattered Balder, giving him ample face. Balder naturally felt elated, believing that Dorian was indeed talented and that he hadn't misjudged him. Now, it was time to see how Dorian judged the overall situation. You're right, Brother Dorian. If the great Karen dynasty dares to come, they must have some reliance. We indeed shouldn't be too complacent. I'll report this to Father. While Cody might already have guessed this due to his intelligence, Balder's words were different. He was essentially vouching for Dorian in front of Cody. Regardless of whether Cody cared or not, it showed that Balder placed great importance on Dorian, even wanting to help him rise. For Buddy, this was absolutely bad news. Just as he was contemplating what to do, he suddenly heard Balder ask, Lord Bai, what are your thoughts on the current situation? Should we ally with the great Karen dynasty? Although it's necessary, given our strength, the great Xia should not easily ally with anyone. We should keep the great Karen dynasty hanging because we are not in a hurry. Buddy continued, explaining that most people in the capital share this view. Given the might of the great Xia, why should they necessarily ally with the great Karen? Even if an alliance were to happen, it would be the great Karen pleading for one, not vice versa. These were two different concepts. In fact, he didn't think they needed to ally with the great Karen at all. And what about Brother Dorian? Balder turned his gaze towards Dorian. Buddy smiled on the surface, but inside, he was already seething. Clearly, Balder wasn't giving him face, and despite this, he had to maintain a pleasant expression, finding it excruciating. Besides, wasn't this supposed to be his stage? Why was he forced to be a supporting character, increasing his resentment? Alliances are indeed necessary, Dorian stated firmly. To the north, there are barbarians. To the south, the great Qian kingdom. The Zhou dynasty is also eyeing us. If we don't ally with the great Karen, and they fall to the barbarians, that would be the most dangerous situation. Balder's eyes lit up. Indeed, Dorian was thinking along the same lines. He realized that Dorian was a very smart talent, and he needed to recruit Dorian for himself. Once he ascended the throne, Dorian could become a pillar of support in his court, greatly assisting him. Thinking this, Balder's gaze towards Dorian became increasingly appreciative and satisfied. Half an hour later, Balder patted Dorian's shoulder, now arm in arm. Many were taken aback, knowing Balder for his elegance and composure. How could he act like this? It indirectly indicated that Balder genuinely admired Dorian. Buddy's face darkened. He didn't care how Balder viewed Dorian, but now they had completely overshadowed him. As the host of the banquet, he could only sit aside, unable to join the conversation or be the center of attention, which he deeply disliked and found infuriating. Yet, he had nowhere to vent his frustration. Soon, the banquet came to an end. Balder handed Dorian a token. Dorian, this is my personal token, symbolizing my identity. You can visit me at the palace anytime. I'm quite bored. With you around, I won't be without entertainment. Looking at Dorian, Balder's gaze was extremely sincere, extending an olive branch to him at that moment. Chapter 85. The plan begins. He had made up his mind. He must win over Dorian. This was a person worth courting. Only someone like Dorian could add a significant stroke to his future hegemony. With similar age, shared ambitions, and outstanding abilities, Balder saw no reason to refuse this young prodigy. Dorian stared at the token in Balder's hand, revealing a look of surprise. He understood that Balder truly admired him. However, being courted so directly was indeed beyond his imagination. And should he accept this token? If he did, it would mean he was choosing sides. But his current status was special. What if others thought this represented the choice of the Max residence? This left Dorian hesitant. He naturally couldn't make decisions on behalf of the Max mansion. The other ordinary sons of nobles and officials watched this scene with envy. Being personally courted by Balder was considered an immense blessing. Balder had given out only 3 such tokens in total. The first went to the now-renowned president of Jethralong Chamber of Commerce, who was among the top merchants in the Great Xia. The second one went to the current Minister of Justice, whose future also looked bright. Now, the third one was being offered to a mere son-in-law. It was evident how much Balder valued Dorian. And yet, Dorian was still hesitating. If they were in his place, they would have accepted the token without a second thought. Becoming Balder's confidant was something all these people longed for. Only a few sons from other ducal mansions remained relatively calm. Balder's offer didn't hold much allure for them. Still, they were equally surprised by Balder's high regard for Dorian. On the side, Marcel hoped Dorian would accept it. With this token, whatever Buddy intended to do would require even more careful consideration. Everyone was eagerly waiting for Dorian's decision. Noticing Dorian's hesitation, Balder smiled gently and said, "This is just our private friendship and won't involve anything else. Brother Eben can rest assured." "All right," Dorian replied. Hearing those words, he no longer hesitated. Balder had already given him face. If he continued to hesitate, it would be disrespectful. Seeing Dorian accept the token, Balder smiled. Dorian truly was a unique individual. Soon, Marcel and Dorian left Yen Yulu together. Outside, Marcel looked at Dorian with admiration. "I never expected that His Royal Highness the Fletcher would also extend an olive branch to you. It seems he really holds you in high regard." Marcel sighed, feeling that Dorian's future would likely be secure, with the support of both the Jethraguo and Ingwa dukes, plus the Fletcher. In the entire capital, very few people would dare provoke such a figure. Even Buddy would need to think twice before making a move. Dorian shook his head slightly, saying, "It's not all good news. At least now more people will be keeping an eye on me. Days ahead won't be peaceful." Dorian knew that once today's event spread, his reputation would grow, which was never a good thing. Thus, he understood what he needed to do. Avoid the limelight as much as possible. However, remembering his promise to win a competition, Dorian's brow furrowed again. How could he remain low profile then? But Dorian quickly adjusted his mindset. He was never one to fear challenges. Since there was no avoiding it, why try to dodge? Hearing Dorian's words, Marcel nodded in approval. What impressed him most about Dorian was his rationality. He never acted impulsively. With this thought, Marcel smiled. Dorian would undoubtedly make a reliable ally. "Let me escort you back." Marcel spoke slowly, concerned that someone might attack Dorian along the way. Following him would provide some protection. Dorian understood but still shook his head, declining the offer. He knew all too well how closely he was being watched. Anyone who dared attack now would be fearless and possibly very powerful. Such individuals wouldn't care about Marcel's status. Therefore, allowing Marcel to follow would put him at risk. So, Dorian decided to go alone. "Go back. There's nothing to worry about. I'll be fine," Dorian smiled, turning away without looking back. Watching Dorian leave, Marcel didn't insist further, turning to leave himself. Inside Yen Yulu, Buddy's servant rushed to him and whispered a few words. "Very well, make sure everything is clean. Leave no traces behind, and once done, leave the capital immediately." Buddy's eyes glinted with ruthlessness. "Dorian, today, you are destined for disaster." Looking in the direction Dorian had left, his resolve hardened. He hadn't intended to act so mercilessly, but given the situation, he had no choice. Dorian's emergence had already caught Balder's favor. Given time, Dorian would only rise higher. That would be detrimental to Buddy. So, he decided Dorian must die here. Only then would Buddy feel less threatened by Dorian. "Sir, isn't this?" The servant voiced his concern. They knew dealing with Dorian outright was fraught with complications, especially with Balder showing such interest in him. "Don't worry. Even if they suspect something, without evidence, they can do nothing." Buddy's expression turned even more ruthless. He refused to let Dorian walk away alive. If so, he would act decisively. "Yes, sir." The servant, unsure of what else to say, simply agreed. As the servant left, Buddy smiled. If this plan succeeds, things will become easier. Elsewhere, Dorian had barely taken a few steps when he sensed something amiss. Subtly, he felt a gaze observing him. This made Dorian realize his enemy had arrived. Chapter 86, The Assassin's Crisis. Although I don't know who it is, this person must be very troublesome. Given Buddy's intent to kill me, this person certainly isn't weak. Besides, Buddy can't be unaware of my decent martial abilities. Therefore, if he still dares to make a move now, he must have some leverage. He must believe that they can eliminate me before acting. Thinking of this, Dorian grew even more serious. He had no idea who would make the first move, but it definitely wouldn't be an easy opponent. Moreover, by taking such actions, does Buddy really not consider the Jethraguagong mansion and Balder? Just now, Balder showed his approval of me. Under such circumstances, Buddy attacking me is practically provoking Balder. Would Balder tolerate this? Of course not. In this situation, even without evidence, he won't let it go easily. Has Buddy's hostility toward me reached such a level? Dorian was also somewhat taken aback, feeling that something wasn't right with Buddy. Although he loves Natalie, going to such lengths is simply outrageous. However, the enemy has already arrived, and now is not the time for these thoughts. Dorian pondered for a moment, and then headed directly toward the direction of the Jethraguagong mansion. It wasn't too far from here. However, this place wasn't secluded either. This Jorge clearly had some reservations and didn't dare to act rashly. As a result, it seemed like Dorian didn't need to worry too much about anything. However, he would surely find a suitable place to make his move, undoubtedly near the Jethraguagong mansion. After all, he couldn't just let Dorian enter the mansion. That also meant that the Jorge was confident in himself, believing he could execute a fatal blow and escape afterward. Dorian understood this, so he didn't move quickly, maintaining a leisurely pace. His aim was to relax the Jorge, making him believe Dorian hadn't noticed him yet. This effect was quite successful. The Jorge's aura followed him without any action, clearly waiting for an opportune moment. Soon, Dorian approached the vicinity of the Jethraguagong mansion and could distinctly feel the surge of energy behind him. Dorian took a deep breath, readying his full strength. If someone wanted to ambush him so easily, Dorian would ensure they paid a price. He was no pushover. With his tyrant body, Dorian certainly wouldn't fear anyone. Quickly, at a corner, the Jorge suddenly accelerated from the shadows, appearing right behind Dorian. His dagger stabbed fiercely towards the seemingly unguarded Dorian. Dorian could feel the surge of internal energy from behind, indicating that this was indeed a martial artist, and a skilled one at that. Seeing the unguarded Dorian, the Jorge smiled, believing that dealing with Dorian was a done deal. The reward Buddy offered was incredibly generous, enough to allow him to live without working for decades. Becoming a wealthy man would be no issue either. So, he accepted the job without asking who the target was. To him, it was just money. No one could stop his path to wealth. However, he was puzzled. Why did this Georgiation target seem so weak? It left him baffled. But judging by the current situation, it appeared there was nothing he needed to be concerned about. As long as he struck, Dorian would be dead. Thereafter, he wouldn't need to care about anything else. He had already planned his escape route, knowing that killing here would easily alert the city patrol. Yet, since he dared to do this, he was prepared for everything. What he didn't expect was that his dagger never penetrated Dorian's body. The supposedly unguarded man suddenly grabbed his hand holding the dagger. The immense force rendered him immobile, which shocked him immensely. How is this possible? The Jorge exclaimed, surprised at how fast Dorian reacted. Moreover, this strength far exceeded what he could resist. What kind of person was this? He wasn't weak either and immediately realized Dorian wasn't ordinary, growing more serious. It seems your strength isn't enough. At this level, you're no match for me, Dorian said calmly, surprised by the Jorge's mere strength. If he were terrifyingly strong, Dorian might have been cautious. But with only this, Dorian felt highly confident, determined to make the Jorge pay. The Jorge's face tightened, realizing Dorian wasn't ordinary. Dorian likely detected him along the way. Otherwise, normal human reflexes wouldn't be so quick. Clearly, he was on guard against him. Indeed, high-paying missions weren't simple. As he thought, being a capable Jorge meant quick reactions and agility. His other hand swung a punch, intending to drive Dorian back. But Dorian, seemingly prepared, caught the other hand, immobilizing him. The Jorge's face changed dramatically. Dorian was truly exceptional, predicting his moves even in this situation. Not daring to underestimate him further, internal energy surged within him. He needed to resolve Dorian quickly to complete the Georgiation. Watching him channel internal energy, Dorian didn't back down. The Jorge again showed confusion. How could Dorian possess such internal energy at such a young age? Though not extremely dense, its power couldn't be underestimated. After another exchange of punches, the Jorge retreated several steps, staring in shock at Dorian. Nearby, soldiers were approaching due to the commotion. The patrols wouldn't miss this disturbance. Seeing this, the Jorge lost heart. Continuing the fight, even if he could defeat Dorian, he'd be captured. Wealth from the mission was important, but his life mattered more. Chapter 87. Fleeing in disarray. He was an Jorge, but not a martyr. There was no need for him to tangle with the opponent any further. Thinking this, the Jorge made a quick decision. He had to leave as soon as possible and could not let himself fall into danger. Sensing the Jorge's intention to retreat, Dorian revealed a ruthless expression. He thought he could just leave? It wasn't going to be that easy. After all, if this man were allowed to escape, it would be too dangerous should he return to attack again. He couldn't let such a threat linger. Determined, Dorian's attacks became even faster, trying to capture the Jorge before more soldiers arrived, which would completely eliminate his chance of escaping. The Jorge felt this pressure too, and did not dare to be entangled by Dorian lightly. He continued to seek opportunities to escape. Their attacks intensified, but the Jorge ultimately had more experience and managed to push back Dorian with one strike before fleeing swiftly. Damn it, Dorian said helplessly. He realized that blocking that last strike would only result in injuries for himself. He had no choice but to step back. This momentary delay allowed the Jorge to successfully flee, indicating Dorian's lack of experience. Dorian smiled bitterly, uncertain of what to do next. Soon, soldiers surrounded him. Seeing Dorian dressed in luxurious attire yet disheveled, they immediately asked, "What happened?" "I'm Taylor's son-in-law. Someone tried to Jorge me and has fled in that direction." "Hurry, chase after him," Dorian replied promptly, revealing his identity to encourage them to act. These soldiers might not recognize Dorian, but the title Taylor's son-in-law was well known. Immediately, they grew serious. "Son-in-law Eben, which way did the Jorge run?" the soldier asked respectfully. They understood their responsibility. Missing the Jorge meant negligence on their part. "In that direction," Dorian pointed, having noted the path the Jorge took. Initially, he intended to chase, but reconsidered after seeing Gratis. Letting them pursue was safer. He should return to Jethraguel Manor to avoid further dangers. Even if Gratis were bold enough, they wouldn't dare attack within Jethraguel Manor. The soldiers nodded and instructed Dorian to return to the manor quickly while they pursued the Jorge. "Once we have news, we'll inform you immediately," one of Gratis added. "All right," Dorian agreed, acknowledging their efforts. "I'll send 2 soldiers to escort son-in-law Eben back," the captain offered, relieved at Dorian's lack of blame. Dorian saw no need to refuse. Being escorted would add a layer of safety. Watching Dorian leave, the captain commanded Gratis to chase the Jorge. For them, capturing the Jorge was crucial. If Dorian chose to pursue justice, they couldn't escape responsibility. Meanwhile, the Jorge fled clumsily. He sighed in relief, confident Gratis couldn't catch up. Dorian clearly lacked martial prowess and wouldn't follow. Feeling safe, he didn't rejoice long before sensing an unusual presence ahead. "Who's there?" the Jorge asked, noticing a white figure in the dim light. Instinctively alert, he sensed a formidable enemy. "You shouldn't have acted against him," a cold female voice replied. The voice was melodic, yet filled with killing intent. The Jorge's face changed. "Against him," clearly referred to Dorian. Who was she? A secret bodyguard? Yet, she was a Gigi. Not underestimating her, he knew anyone brave enough to confront him now must be formidable. The Jorge became more serious, realizing his bad luck today. Clearly, his employer had underestimated the situation, leaving him at a disadvantage. Irritated, he focused on escaping. Now was not the time for regret. He needed to leave quickly. Chapter 88. Aftermath. His instincts told him that he was not a match for this Gigi. If he continued to fight, he would surely suffer greatly. So, his first thought was to flee. Who are you? The Jorge directly asked, hoping to buy some time with this question. It was a good strategy, but he had encountered an opponent he could never defeat. You don't need to know. Just know that I am the one who will kill you, and that is enough. The person who spoke was naturally Natalie, her eyes filled with murderous intent as she looked at the Jorge. Since she had already arrived, there was almost no possibility of letting this man escape. Natalie wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. There was only one outcome for the Jorge, with no other options. The Jorge listened and gave a cold laugh. Quite the boastful talk. Do you really think you can be sure of winning against me? He said coldly, though he was already preparing to flee. Just as he was about to move, a cold voice came from behind. Do you really think you can escape? How would I know if I don't try? Though his intentions were seen through, he had no plans to surrender willingly. He swiftly moved toward another direction. In terms of speed, he didn't think anyone else could match him, especially under these circumstances. But then something even more shocking happened. That white figure appeared before him in an instant, coldly staring at him. I told you, you cannot leave. And today, you must die here, Natalie said coldly. Since she had personally intervened, she wasn't going to let this guy live. In fact, she had known that this man had been following Dorian all along. She had been trailing them herself and wouldn't let anything happen to Dorian. Even at Yin Yulu today, Natalie had followed them. With her capabilities, it was impossible for others to detect her presence. Even Dorian, who had good perception, hadn't noticed that Natalie was following him. Had he known, he would have been very moved. After all, Natalie had been protecting him entirely without any ulterior motives. Seeing Dorian walk carelessly, Natalie frowned. She was worried that Dorian might run into trouble. If he was so careless, he would definitely be attacked by the Jorge. If a martial artist was so negligent, it would be hard for him to achieve greatness. Natalie was somewhat dissatisfied with this. On the battlefield in the future, such carelessness couldn't be tolerated, which made her start worrying. However, Dorian did not disappoint her. When the Jorge struck, Dorian reacted quickly, making Natalie realize instantly. It turned out that Dorian wasn't being negligent, but was intentionally luring the Jorge into a trap. His quick response impressed Natalie. The subsequent battle also relieved Natalie slightly. Dorian was doing well. His strength wasn't suppressed by the Jorge but had instead begun to overwhelm him. This clearly showed Dorian's prowess. Thinking of this, Natalie smiled. However, Dorian's inability to stop the Jorge was expected by Natalie. Dorian still lacked combat experience. Though he had great martial arts skills, he couldn't fully utilize them. This was his biggest problem. With this realization, Natalie decided on her plan. She knew how to train Dorian in the future, but now, she needed to deal with the Jorge who posed a threat to Dorian. Natalie was quite confident in defeating him, so she swiftly acted, not planning to let him off easily. Who are you? The Jorge asked as he realized he had provoked an unstoppable enemy. This enemy was terrifying. He had no chance of victory, and losing was highly probable. Realizing this, the Jorge paused, then suddenly dashed in another direction. No matter what, he wouldn't be a match, so fleeing was his only hope for survival. However, the next moment, Natalie appeared before him, delivering a punch to his chest. Natalie was tired of talking nonsense and intended to end this farce immediately. The Jorge suffered a direct blow and lost all resistance. He was no longer a match. Natalie's punch shattered his heart pulse, and he understood he was about to die. Who are you? The Jorge couldn't help asking once more, wanting to know Natalie's identity. Natalie. This time, she didn't hide it. She had never intended to conceal her identity, and it was fine to let him die knowing the truth. Upon hearing this, the Jorge's pupils dilated. He never imagined the one who attacked him would be Maya. Coughing a few times, the Jorge gave a bitter smile and slowly said, I really didn't expect that the one who would attack me would be Maya. It became clear that the person he had tried to Jorge was indeed Maya's husband. He hadn't expected this outcome, but dying by the hands of Maya seemed honorable and not shameful. After a bitter smile, the Jorge slowly fell to the ground. Natalie didn't pay attention to him anymore, and instead looked into the darkness nearby. Do you also want me to act? A figure slowly emerged from the darkness. Natalie's expression remained unchanged. This person had hidden well, but trying to deceive her now was futile. Are you also here to Jorge? Natalie asked indifferently. This person had considerable strength but hadn't acted yet. Was he waiting for something? Natalie wasn't too concerned. While his strength was impressive, it was merely decent. He wasn't a challenge for her. Chapter 89. The Fletcher's Goodwill. If he really intended to deal with Dorian, Natalie would not let him leave here alive. The figure who emerged from the darkness hastily said, Your Highness, please don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions. This person was also very nervous. Facing Natalie, he did not dare to be careless. This lady was capable of giving him a punch that could kill him on the spot. Thus, his attitude instantly turned respectful. At the same time, he was somewhat surprised. When had she become this powerful? Or perhaps, she had always been this formidable, but chose to conceal her true strength. No matter the case, it was enough to indicate that this princess was extraordinarily exceptional. It made him realize they had underestimated the Jethro Gwagong house all along. Who are you? Natalie asked slowly. This person indeed seemed to have no ill intent. Otherwise, Natalie would have acted without asking. After all, for her, anyone appearing at this moment was likely an enemy and didn't deserve mercy. I report to Maya. I am under the command of His Royal Highness, the Fletcher. The Fletcher feared something might happen to Mr. Eben, and thus specially dispatched me to follow and protect Mr. Eben as needed. The man respectfully replied, looking at Natalie. Natalie looked at the man with surprise. She hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Unaware of what transpired at Yin Yulo, Natalie hadn't reached the level where she could hear through walls. Therefore, she had no clue about Balder's visit or the events there. All she knew was that someone wanted to harm Dorian, so she must stop them. That was why she came here and succeeded in doing just that. But this man claiming to be from the Fletcher puzzled her deeply. What happened inside that caused the Fletcher to hold Dorian in such high regard and even dispatch protection for him? Why did the Fletcher send you to protect my husband? Natalie asked. The black-clad man was slightly startled by her question and her use of the word husband. It showed everyone present that Natalie truly cared for Dorian, or she wouldn't have personally protected him. Remembering this, he decided he should inform Balder, allowing him to make the necessary judgments. To answer Maya, the Fletcher values Mr. Evan greatly, considering him an outstanding talent unlike others. Moreover, during their conversation at Yin Yulo, they conversed quite pleasurably. The Fletcher holds Mr. Evan in very high esteem, recognizing him as a rare talent in the Great Xia dynasty and unwilling to see him harmed by petty villains. That's why he sent me to follow him, the subordinate respectfully explained, not daring to withhold any information. Not only did Balder value Dorian highly, but this explanation was also necessary given Natalie's demonstrated prowess earlier. Thinking of her combat abilities, fear filled the subordinate. In direct combat, he would be defeated by Natalie within 3 moves. If Natalie harbored lethal intent, he would surely meet his end in 5 moves. Is this the power of the only female general in the Great Xia dynasty? Indeed, it is terrifying. No wonder she can lead a small squad through enemies multiple times. This is what a true general looks like. Balder's subordinate admired Natalie immensely, realizing that she was underappreciated. They should indeed take her seriously from now on. It seems the Fletcher's concern was unnecessary. Your Highness actually appeared here in person. He is my husband. Naturally, I wouldn't let anyone harm him, Natalie replied calmly, pondering for a moment before roughly understanding the situation. It seemed Balder valued Dorian's abilities, which she could perceive. However, valuing abilities alone wasn't enough for such actions. This approach indicated Balder intended to fully oppose Buddy. Such actions would disrupt Buddy's plans. Even as a prince, Buddy would not show mercy. Given Balder's usual cautiousness, today's actions were surprising. Yet, it illustrated how much Balder valued Dorian. He truly resembled Anderson Cody among the princes. But this could be seen as beneficial. With the Fletcher backing Dorian, Buddy would find it harder to target him in the competition between the younger generation. Feeling more at ease, Natalie spoke, "Thank you for informing me of the Fletcher's goodwill. It is deserved. Since His Highness admires Mr. Evans so much, he naturally doesn't want anything to happen to him." Balder's subordinate quickly responded with respect. "You may return and thank the Fletcher on my behalf," Natalie earnestly replied. Regardless of Balder's motives, he genuinely sought to protect Dorian, a favor she would never forget and for which she felt grateful. "But I hope the Fletcher genuinely needs Dorian's help and not just use him. Otherwise, I won't be merciful." Hearing Natalie's words, Balder's subordinate broke into a cold sweat. Truly, the Star Moon Princess was fearless, even issuing threats directly to a prince. "Understood. I will convey your message to the Fletcher." "Very well." The subordinate bowed and withdrew. Seeing Natalie had no further concerns, he left cautiously, knowing it was unwise to linger. Facing her, he felt immense pressure, something he had never experienced, even in front of Balder. Reflecting on Natalie's potential if given more time, he felt a chill. Just how strong would she become? With this in mind, he returned to Balder's palace. Chapter 90, Clear Mirror. Balder watched his subordinate return and offered a faint smile. Regarding Buddy's movements, Balder was fully aware as he had his people placed around him. Therefore, he knew for certain that Buddy wouldn't give up easily and would definitely try to make a move against Dorian. So, Balder deliberately sent someone to follow, preparing to do Dorian a favor at the crucial moment. In matters of winning hearts, Balder was extremely adept. He could tell that Dorian had no intention of following him. He didn't understand why. Perhaps Dorian was still hesitating. Hence, today, instead of warning Dorian, he chose to have someone tail them, ready to assist at the right moment. This way, Dorian would be very grateful to him. Even if it was impossible for Dorian to willingly join him right away, at least any hostility towards him would vanish. Under such circumstances, this was undoubtedly a worthwhile trade. How did it go? It should have been very successful, right? Balder looked at his subordinate with a puzzled expression as he saw something strange on the man's face. "If you have something to say, just speak directly without beating around the bush." Balder slowly spoke, gazing at the man intently. "Fletcher, our mission wasn't successful, and we failed to earn Dorian's favor." After a brief hesitation, the subordinate spoke seriously, knowing full well that hiding this from Balder would be futile, so it was better to be proactive. "What? You failed in your mission? Or no one took action?" Balder became even more confused. Logically speaking, Buddy would not hesitate to act, ensuring success. But the unexpected turn of events piqued his curiosity, leaving him wondering what exactly transpired. "It's like this." The subordinate did not dare delay, and immediately recounted the entire event to Balder. When he heard about Natalie's intervention, Balder was utterly stunned, never imagining it would unfold in such a manner. It turned out Dorian was so formidable that even without assistance, he could drive away the Jorge. This made Balder value Dorian even more than before, not merely thinking Dorian was just impressive. Additionally, Natalie's involvement was unexpected. Balder had always believed Natalie was unsatisfied with this marriage. However, it seemed otherwise. She appeared satisfied or had her own agenda, elevating Dorian's status further. Reflecting on this, Balder smiled faintly and then said, "I understand. You are not to blame for this. Don't worry. There will be no punishment." "Yes." The subordinate breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, he was tense, fearing punishment. Now, seeing Balder wouldn't reprimand him, he relaxed, no longer worrying. "By the way, Fletcher, Princess Kirsty had 2 messages for you." At this point, he remembered something and promptly spoke. "What?" Balder showed a curious look, unsure what messages Princess Kirsty wanted to convey, which intrigued him. After hearing the messages, Balder adopted a contemplative expression. She is concerned that I might exploit Dorian. She values him greatly. Seeing Balder unperturbed, the subordinate nodded slightly, saying, Princess Kirsty's presence today clearly indicates her high regard for Mr. Eben. You're right. She does place great importance on him, even speaking to me this way. It seems we should indeed value Dorian even more. Balder chuckled, unconcerned by Natalie's subtle threat. For him, this was excellent news. Given how important Dorian already was, adding Natalie into the mix made him even more significant. These two would become the pillars of the Great Xia army in the future, and Balder was determined not to miss out on them. With that thought, Balder smiled. You believe Natalie is now very powerful? Extremely powerful. She could defeat me effortlessly. That's good news. Balder nodded. The stronger Dorian and Natalie became, the more benefits it would bring to him. Just like now, he wished they could grow even more powerful. Do you think she could reach which level in the future? Peak Earthkenroik isn't a problem, but anything beyond that, I can't predict, the subordinate said without hesitation, holding a high opinion of Natalie. Augustine listening to this, Balder nodded in agreement. Indeed. If Dorian reaches that level too, it won't be long before our Great Xia dynasty gains 2 peak generals. Thinking about this, Balder felt elated. Congratulations, Your Highness. Many congratulations. The subordinate, knowing how to curry favor, congratulated Balder immediately. For him, being bound to Balder meant greater strength for his leader equaled greater happiness for him. Ha ha ha. Balder laughed triumphantly. To achieve such deep scheming at his age was quite an accomplishment. With such progress, he was naturally quite satisfied. But what about Buddy? Hearing this, Balder displayed a thoughtful look, recognizing it as a pressing issue. With Buddy now targeting Dorian, it couldn't be left unchecked. Kirsty killing that person probably means she doesn't want me to investigate further. Balder sighed, suddenly realizing that Natalie had directly killed the Jorge without leaving him alive. This indicated she didn't want him using the incident against Buddy, which would benefit Dorian. Yet, Natalie's actions? Soon, Balder understood. Looks like she's worried about me escalating the conflict, which might be detrimental to Dorian. Balder said somewhat helplessly, realizing Natalie didn't fully trust him. Or rather, she doubted his ability to deal with Buddy. If he couldn't resolve the matter decisively, Buddy, unable to retaliate against Balder, would continuously target Dorian. Chapter 91. A heartfelt impression. This development was extremely unfavorable for Dorian. Natalie certainly did not want this to happen. Therefore, she did not intend to let Balder continue with this plan and definitely did not want Dorian to become a tool exploited by Balder. It would be no easy feat to deal with Buddy now. The current Buddy was not someone they could easily handle. Failing to resolve him would only cause more trouble for the Mac Manor. So, Natalie was quite clear in her mind and decided to cut off Balder's intentions. Indeed, you're very decisive. Balder couldn't help but laugh bitterly once he understood Natalie's thoughts. But what could he say about Natalie's actions? There was nothing wrong with it. Thinking about this, Balder shook his head slightly. Let's leave it for now. If Maya does not wish us to confront Buddy now, we should tolerate for some time. Balder said slowly, well aware that Natalie wasn't letting Buddy off, merely postponing the action temporarily. Indeed, dealing with Buddy at this moment wasn't going to be easy. The Bai family wasn't one to crumble under their attacks so readily. In such circumstances, Natalie's decision made perfect sense. Yes, leave it at that. As his subordinate left, Balder had a contemplative look on his face. Natalie, you really take this seriously. But can your actions change everything? Buddy will still make his move. He's not a person to back down easily. Balder clearly knew that Natalie did not want Dorian to be in danger, but Buddy would not stop after just one failed attempt. Although he wouldn't act immediately, there was no way he'd give up easily. As such, the threat posed to them would grow increasingly larger. Buddy, don't disappoint me. I need you to ally with us to achieve our common goal, Balder smiled. He was plotting against the Duke of Raphael Manor. For his father, the Emperor, the primary objective was to eliminate the Duke of Raphael Manor. If he could assist his father in this, his chances of succeeding to the throne would increase significantly. If he could dismantle the Duke of Raphael Manor, the throne would certainly be his. Thinking to this point, Balder also showed a smile. Dorian and Natalie were two sharp swords, and eventually, these swords would swing towards Buddy and his group. He was certain that Natalie wouldn't let Buddy off. Therefore, this was only temporary. Natalie needed time for Dorian to develop further. Considering this, Balder had a somewhat helpless expression. If he could, he wanted to confront Buddy right now. He had long been dissatisfied with Buddy, but it seemed there wasn't an opportunity for that at present. On the other side, after Dorian returned to the Mac Manor, she was surprised to find Natalie not at home. At this hour, Natalie would never go out unless it was something important. This had been her usual habit, causing Dorian to feel puzzled. However, Natalie soon returned to the room. Noticing Natalie back, Dorian sensed a faint bloody smell on her and realized something. You followed me outside all this time? Dorian asked quickly. She knew Natalie's personality. During this period, there was nothing significant that required her to be outside. The most crucial thing now was for Dorian to meet Buddy. For Natalie, this matter was equally significant, so it was normal for her to follow along. Moreover, Dorian was sure of Natalie's presence due to the faint bloody scent on her. Though barely noticeable, Dorian could detect it. Combining today's events, Dorian immediately guessed what had happened. Yeah, Natalie nodded. She wouldn't deny anything she did. Concealing things until later to elicit Dorian's gratitude wasn't something she would do. Acknowledging Natalie's admission, Dorian felt increasingly touched. Unbelievably, Natalie had stayed with her throughout, even resolving a major issue for her. There's no need for thanks. Regardless of anything, you are my husband, and I won't let anything happen to you, Natalie said indifferently. For her, this wasn't a big deal. But for Dorian, it meant a lot. No matter what, thank you. Dorian felt the warmth from Natalie. In this moment, he resolved to protect Natalie and pursue her, making her truly his wife. It's fine. This incident is also a warning to you. However, you did well by not getting ambushed by that guy, Natalie said calmly, looking at Dorian. I sensed him early on and was considering ways to keep him behind, but didn't expect this guy to move so fast that I was caught off guard, Dorian admitted, feeling somewhat helpless. He sensed the man's presence, but did not rush because he wanted to see if he could detain the Jorge. If he could have detained him, it would have been beneficial, but he had to admit, his experience was lacking. It was a mistake under these circumstances where he could have chosen better methods to deal with the situation. That's fine. It's just lack of experience. Such Jorges are seasoned professionals. If my strength hadn't surpassed his, I might not have been able to detain him either. Natalie waved it off, not taking the matter too seriously. She knew this couldn't be blamed on Dorian. He had just recently become a martial artist, and reaching this point already indicated his hard work and capability. Hearing Natalie's words, Dorian smiled and thought of something. What about that Jorge? Eliminated, Natalie replied nonchalantly. Dorian showed a hint of regret. If Natalie hadn't killed him, they could have used the Jorge to plot against Buddy. After all, this was a grave offense. Chapter 92. Reason. However, he was not overly concerned. For Natalie to have dealt with the Jorge was already commendable. The Jorge must have been extremely formidable. It would have been very difficult for Natalie to capture him alive. I intentionally did this. If I wanted to capture him alive, it would have been easy. Perceiving Dorian's thoughts, Natalie continued. This left Dorian somewhat puzzled. Why would Natalie deliberately do this? It was beyond his expectations. After all, why would Natalie do such a thing? Was she not going to deal with Buddy? Certainly not. Dorian believed Natalie wasn't that kind of person. Thus, Natalie must have her reasons. Thinking this, Dorian nodded slightly. It's nothing. He's dead anyway, not a big deal. Seeing Dorian smile faintly, Natalie displayed a look of surprise. She had thought Dorian would ask her about it. After all, for Dorian, it was like his wife had spared another man. Yet, Dorian didn't ask many questions, seeming to understand her deeply, which sparked a curious feeling within Natalie. Why aren't you upset at all? Natalie couldn't help but ask, wanting to know what Dorian was thinking. No matter what, you are my wife, and I trust you. Dorian's words stirred something within Natalie, as if her heart was slowly opening up. Trust from Dorian made her quite happy, and Dorian continued. You must have your reasons for doing this, so there's no need to question it. Even if I really let him go, what does it matter? Next time, I'll make him pay. Dorian spoke confidently, acknowledging that he wasn't a match this time but believing that the next wouldn't be the same. Natalie nodded and said, now isn't the time to confront Buddy. We have more important matters. For you, preparing well for the contest is the most important thing. Winning is even more critical, so focus on enhancing your strength recently. I don't want you distracted by other things. Besides, Buddy is not easy to deal with. Taking him down won't be simple. Natalie spoke earnestly, sensing Dorian's trust. Hence, she was more open with him, telling him everything without reservation. After listening, Dorian appeared enlightened. I see. To challenge Buddy now isn't that easy, Dorian nodded, understanding Natalie's thoughts. Challenging Buddy was indeed not simple and could waste more time. And this Georgiation attempt has likely made Buddy more cautious. If we escalate the situation, he'll have more reason to come after us. Buddy seems mild-mannered, but in truth, he's a madman. He revealed his character when he did that thing back then. Natalie couldn't help but say. In political circles, Buddy was a tough opponent. Hearing this, Dorian asked suddenly, what happened back then? Dorian felt this must be the dark history Marcel mentioned, sparking intense curiosity. What dark past could cause Buddy to care so much and others to avoid mentioning it? That event? Natalie paused, then remembered Dorian was new to Jingxing and naturally unaware. Reflecting for a moment, Natalie told him, as it wasn't a huge secret and informing Dorian posed no problem. Augustine listening to Natalie, Dorian couldn't help but comment. This guy is truly stubborn and tough to handle. Dorian's expression turned serious. Such people were the most terrifying, requiring endless vigilance once targeted. Thinking of this, Dorian shook his head. It was indeed challenging. So, he won't give up easily. Be prepared. Dorian nodded in acknowledgement. Alright, get some rest. Someone might visit tomorrow. Okay. Meanwhile, Buddy paced nervously in his room, wondering why there was still no news. The long wait made him uneasy. Could the Jorge have failed? Buddy had invested heavily into this, and failure would mean significant losses and complications. The worry grew. Dorian seemed ordinary. Why this outcome? Soon, his fears became reality. Jaren. His trusted subordinate entered, looking grim. Buddy sensed trouble coming. What happened? Failure. His Georgiation attempt was foiled by Dorian directly. The Jorge was killed by Natalie, and the city guards found the body. The subordinate reported seriously. This was now a grave situation. The court would hunt for the instigator, and Jethraguagong Mansion would take it seriously too, posing a huge threat to Buddy. All knew the Raphaelgong estate was the prime suspect. They would seek evidence, and if found, Buddy would face dire consequences. Buddy sighed, reassured by believing his plan was foolproof. They won't find any evidence. But failing to kill this guy is infuriating. Coldly speaking, Buddy was determined to eliminate Dorian, but now it seemed not. Jaren, don't do anything for now. With tensions high, any information reaching the Fletcher or Jethraguagong Mansion could be disastrous. The subordinate advised, fearing Buddy's impulsiveness. Chapter 93, Joab takes action. His master was usually a very measured person, but on this matter, he had lost all composure. If he hadn't been more vigilant, they might have left some traces that could be noticed. Regardless, he couldn't let Buddy continue acting impulsively. Otherwise, the situation would only get worse. Thinking this, his subordinate stared at Buddy seriously, indicating his concern. Buddy nodded, realizing it wasn't the time for him to act recklessly. He needed to handle this properly. Order everyone to stop all plans. Do nothing further and do not provoke them any longer, Buddy said helplessly. Though he didn't want to do this, reality proved he had to. Otherwise, there would be serious consequences. Also, hide everyone who was involved in these actions and keep a low profile. Let things calm down for a while, Buddy added resolutely, having made up his mind. Hearing Buddy's words, his subordinates breathed a sigh of relief. At least their leader had come to his senses. Continuing this head-on conflict would bring no benefits to them. Go and arrange it. After his subordinates left, Buddy sat in his chair, his expression complex. This whole situation was truly disheartening for him. After all the hard work, he had failed completely, which was a significant blow to him. Dorian, I will have you killed, no matter when or how, Becker declared coldly. Of course, he wouldn't just let it go, but given the circumstances, he had no choice but to back off for now. He would find a way to deal with Dorian after this period ended. As Dorian and Natalie had imagined, Buddy wouldn't let the matter drop so easily. But for now, both Dorian and Natalie were asleep, paying no heed to the matter. The next morning, over breakfast, Joab asked grimly, wasn't there an injuriation attempt at the rainy mist tower last night? Clearly, Joab had received the news but, assured Dorian was unharmed, waited until morning to ask. Yes, it seems Buddy orchestrated it, but we have no evidence, Dorian answered truthfully, shaking his head slightly. Joab looked at Natalie, aware that Natalie had acted last night. Natalie did not hide it, and explained his thoughts directly to Joab. After listening, Joab fell into deep thought. He understood their reasoning. They didn't want to add to the troubles at this moment, but Joab certainly wouldn't agree. For him, allowing an injuriation attempt on his son-in-law to pass without action was unacceptable. Don't worry, your father-in-law will see justice done. Whoever attempts to whore-hate my son-in-law must have grown tired of living, Joab said seriously. Wait here. I'll go to the imperial court today and ensure justice. Hearing this, warmth flowed through Dorian's heart. Even though Joab had used him in the past, his concern was genuine now. No need, father-in-law. Let's set this aside for now, Dorian waved his hand. Don't worry, I won't make too much of a scene, but I can't do nothing, Joab said before leaving to attend court. For Joab, he must support his son-in-law and ensure he regained dignity. Turning a blind eye was out of the question. Watching Joab leave, Natalie revealed a hint of frustration. Sometimes his father could be quite stubborn, but he believed Joab would know where to draw the line and wouldn't cause major issues. Relieved by this thought, Natalie decided to let Joab take care of Dorian's grievances since Dorian had indeed suffered unfairly. Meanwhile, Dorian began contemplating the next steps. At the imperial court, after discussing a few matters, Cody suddenly noticed Joab walking out. National Lord Augustine, why do you look so distressed? What happened? Cody asked, knowing the situation but giving Joab a chance to vent. They were all old foxes who knew how to play the game. Everyone looked at Joab. They all understood the gravity of the incident, unless someone was clueless about last night's events. An injuriation attempt in the inner city was serious and demanded serious attention. Bird-eating to see Joab's next move, they listened intently. The old minister is suffering greatly, your majesty. I have served the Xia dynasty loyally and earned numerous military honors, while my daughter has also endured hardships for the kingdom. But who would have thought? My daughter finally married, but her husband is constantly targeted by Jorges. Joab spoke with tears and a voice full of grievance. Everyone silently sighed. What a sly old fox. Moreover, this happened within the inner city, and the Jorge was so audacious. My poor son-in-law still considers the greater good and doesn't want us to investigate. Your majesty, the old minister cannot bear this. Please restore justice for me. We cannot let these malicious individuals undermine our great Xia. Many eyes turned toward National Lord Ningguo, as Joab's words indirectly pointed fingers at Trey. They awaited Trey's response. Trey remained calm, knowing Joab had no evidence. If he did, the situation would be different. So Trey saw this as nothing more than Joab venting and ignored it. Hearing Joab's words, Cody internally sighed but showed extreme anger. What happened? Explain in detail, Augustine Minister. If there is a grievance, I will see justice done. Last night, my son-in-law was invited to a banquet by National Lord Ningguo's son, Buddy. The details are too distressing to recount. But ultimately, they attempted to harm my son-in-law, your majesty. You must look into this thoroughly. Trey's face changed upon hearing this. Joab, don't slander my son. How did he trouble your son-in-law? And how can you claim he acted without evidence? This chapter sets up the tension between various factions in the story and highlights the political maneuverings and interpersonal dynamics. Chapter 94, each sticking to their own story. Joab was actually prepared to bring up the matter, but Abdur naturally wouldn't let him succeed. After all, Joab had no evidence. What could he do? Unthinkingly, Abdur soon heard Joab's next words, which almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. I never said it was your son who did this sort of thing. I only mentioned the incident. Lord Raphael seems so apprehensive. Could it be that you were involved? Joab looked at Abdur, speaking with a face full of righteous indignation. You're quibbling and intentionally making others think it was my son who did it. Your intentions are malicious, Abdur quickly retorted. He was not stupid and reacted very promptly. Given the seriousness of the matter, there was no way he would let Joab have his way. You can't say that. When did I name your son specifically? Don't assume guilt onto yourself, Joab said coldly. Of course, he had planned to manipulate Abdur. Though it was hard to succeed, as he said, he felt wronged if he didn't make Abdur miserable. After all, his son-in-law had been Georgiated. If he showed no response, it would truly go against his character and others might think he was weak. So, Joab had to find trouble for Abdur, even without any evidence. Only by doing so could he make others understand that their Jethraguo mansion wasn't easy to bully. Especially in this current situation, Abdur knew they had to reconsider dealing with Joab. Joab, don't slander people here. Abdur grew agitated. Seeing the two about to quarrel, Cody then coldly snorted and commanded, be quiet. They immediately fell silent, turning to look at Cody. Joab respectfully said, please, your majesty, seek justice for me. Humph, your majesty must investigate thoroughly and not be deceived by these cunning people. Abdur relied on the fact that Joab had no evidence and thus spoke boldly. Cody, of course, couldn't punish Abdur without proof. However, such a good opportunity wasn't something he wanted to miss. He couldn't let Abdur off easily. This is indeed important. After all, it's an injuriation attempt on the princess's husband, Prince Kirsty, smearing both our Jethraguel mansion and our royal family. This matter must be thoroughly investigated, Cody said. Upon hearing this, Abdur's expression changed slightly. He realized Cody wasn't planning to let this go. If so, things would get serious. While they were confident they could ensure Cody found no evidence, what if there were unforeseen circumstances? If Joab found something, it would be disastrous for Abdur. Even if they couldn't find evidence, they could still use this matter to harass him. Abdur decided not to let this go further. Your Majesty, from what I know, the Jorge is dead. We should focus on finding the one who killed the Jorge instead. Such a person within the inner city is a danger. Abdur tried to divert the topic. Joab noticed this but refused to expose Natalie's involvement, knowing it was unacceptable. What does that mean? Why should we look for the killer when we need to find the mastermind behind the Georgiation? His actions maintain the stability of the inner city, Joab responded sharply, then looked at Abdur. Moreover, if I recall correctly, Lord Raphael's residence was responsible for patrolling the inner city yesterday. Why did this happen? Does Lord Raphael not need to explain? Abdur also snorted. The Jorge appeared suddenly, and our troops failed to catch them. I admit, there was negligence. But if Lord Jethraguel wants this to imply I arranged the Georgiation, that's unnecessary, Abdur replied rationally, understanding Joab's intentions and defending himself accordingly. Besides, how can you be sure there's a mastermind? What if someone simply couldn't stand your Jethraguel mansion or despised the princess's husband? Abdur added sarcastically. However, Canon stood up immediately, responding coldly, absurd. I cannot agree with Lord Raphael. Prince Eben's character has been evident to all. Who would dare intervene and save a stranger from injustice? Such a person's character can't be questionable. If not for Prince Eben, who could give justice to my poor disciple? Would it be you, Lord Raphael? Canon looked at Abdur, maintaining a dignified demeanor, leaving Abdur speechless since Canon spoke nothing but the truth. There was nothing he could refute, especially given his connection to the matter. So, Abdur remained silent. Yet, Abdur's subordinates stood up, unwilling to tolerate insults to their leader. Fong Prefect, is this an insult to a duke? Insulting a duke is a grave crime, one retorted. Where did I insult him? Isn't what I said the truth? Do I need to elaborate on who attacked my poor disciple? Canon continued, undeterred by anyone. After all, during the imperial exams, he excelled in debate. Sidney valued this trait in Canon, leading to his mentorship. Hmph, even if it wasn't his fault, what does it have to do with our Raphael residence? Abdur coldly snorted, refusing to admit any connection. Lord Jethraguel never claimed any relation to your residence. Why is Lord Raphael so nervous? Could it be because you're guilty? Compared to Joab, Canon was even less polite. Chapter 95, Investigation Case. Given their well-known antagonism with the nobility, no one would suspect anything amiss under such circumstances. Both parties began to argue, each sticking to their own point, unwilling to yield. Everyone listened to the two dukes bicker, fully aware of the situation. Therefore, no one spoke up, allowing them to continue their argument. After all, when these two started arguing, it wouldn't be a quick matter. At this moment, Sidney naturally stepped forward and calmly said, "Please calm down, your excellencies." Hearing Sidney's words, both quieted down, curious to see what Sidney had in mind. After all, someone indeed needed to intervene in their debate, and Sidney was the best choice. I understand both your positions, but perhaps we should all take a step back, suggested Sidney. Oh, does Chancellor Zwa have any good ideas? Cody asked with a smile, his eyes on Sidney. He knew that Sidney must have already thought through a strategy before stepping in. In fact, he had been waiting. He truly could not make a hasty decision on this matter, so having Sidney act as mediator was the best option. Although the two argued incessantly, they still had to give Sidney face. Mac merely wants justice for his son-in-law, who nearly died from a Georgiation attempt. Anyone, including Raphael Duke or other dukes, would be upset in this situation, explained Sidney calmly and methodically. However, Abdur felt there might be an issue. Given their long-standing animosity, Sidney's proposal would likely target him. Considering this, Abdur grew worried, unsure of how Sidney would proceed. Indeed, Chancellors will make sense. Anyone can understand Duke Augustine's anxiety, British Duke Iolo said slowly. After all, everyone has children, and anyone would be concerned if something happened to them. Seeing the British Duke speak up, Abdur was left with few allies and felt somewhat isolated. Indeed, I can understand this very well. When my own child faced trouble, I was just as anxious, remarked Thatcher, who had even more authority to comment. Under these circumstances, Abdur could only remain silent. Therefore, this case must be investigated thoroughly. Hearing this, Abdur was about to protest when Sidney continued. Raphael Duke is right. We need to investigate the assailant too, especially since such powerful figures should either be used for our benefit or understood fully before deciding how to handle them. Sidney explained with a smile, easing Abdur's expression. Realizing he couldn't refute this, Abdur eventually agreed. After all, further resistance at this juncture would only work against him. It's also natural for Raphael Duke to feel wronged, which is why a thorough investigation is necessary, isn't it? Chancellor Zwa speaks wisely. I just want justice, acknowledged the elderly minister. If so, then let's proceed with the investigation. Abdur understood this was inevitable, and there was nothing he could do to stop it, so he reluctantly agreed. Since this involves Max and Raphael Duke's residences, why don't we assign this to the newly established Imperial Capital Bureau? Taking this opportunity to evaluate its capabilities will be beneficial. Your Majesty, what do you think? Sidney had meticulously arranged everything, leaving no one out, proving he was still the master strategist. Although Sidney seldom took action over the years, dedicating most of his time to governance, he truly was the master chess player. Cody laughed heartily. Truly worthy of Chancellor Zwa. It's comforting to see matters resolved swiftly. Excellent. Truly excellent. Our great Xia dynasty has Chancellor Zwa, so internal unrest is nothing to fear. This way, I can focus on external threats. Everyone suddenly realized that Cody's words hinted at his intention to address internal issues, targeting Abdur. This signaled Cody's resolve. Abdur understood this but maintained his composure, knowing he mustn't show any vulnerability now. Your Majesty flatters me. I merely fulfill my duty. Sydney smiled humbly, demonstrating genuine humility. Everyone recognized this wasn't mere pretense. Moreover, Sydney would soon need to deal with Abdur. The Imperial Capital Bureau belonged to Cannon. Over the past few days, Cannon had shown why he was Sydney's disciple and why he could manage the judiciary and bureau so effectively. No matter what the task, he handled it perfectly, even excelling in solving cases. Many saw in him the qualities of a future chancellor, much like Sydney himself. This true lineage of mentorship made perfect sense. With Cannon serving as prefect for a few years and receiving favor from Cody, he was sure to be promoted. By then, there might be no civil official capable of countering Cannon and Sydney. Could Cody really not worry about them becoming another power block? If they became another Abdur, it might cause Cody even greater concern. However, seeing Cody's immense trust in Sydney and Cannon and recognizing their loyalty, it seemed unlikely they would act against the Anderson. Let's proceed as Chancellor's was suggests. Do either of you have any objections? Cody glanced at Joab and Abdur. Joab nodded. I have no objection. I believe Prefect Fong can bring me justice. With the matter handed to Cannon, Joab's objective was achieved. Cody and Sydney had coordinated perfectly, reading each other's intentions and orchestrating events without giving Abdur a chance to respond. I have none. Chapter 96, Announcement. Abdur nodded. What more could he do? Both Sydney and Cody had spoken, and if he were to oppose it now, the problem would lie with him. Sydney had already given him a way out, even though Abdur knew that Sydney was setting him up. Still, he could only be willingly manipulated. After all, for Abdur, it was as if he was besieged on all sides. He had no choice in the matter. Really troublesome, Abdur sighed inwardly, never expecting this outcome. This incident with Buddy had really caused significant trouble for him. Originally, he had been confident in his son, but now it seemed he couldn't trust him anymore. Despite warning him to keep a low profile and not cause any trouble recently, Buddy still went ahead and did this. Abdur was completely unaware of this plan by Buddy and was extremely furious about it. However, since the event had occurred, he could only help Buddy handle the situation, leaving him feeling quite helpless. Fine, I will leave this matter to you, Cannon. I shall not fail your Majesty's grace, Cannon replied immediately, with an exceptionally serious expression. I can rely on your handling. There is another matter I need to inform all of you, Cody continued, observing how serious everyone was, knowing they were prepared for something important. The previous exchanges between Joab and Abdur were merely appetizers. The crowd understood that what was coming next would likely be about allying with the Dakaran dynasty. Other major events seemed unlikely in recent times. Cody also felt there was no longer any need to conceal it. He had given Joab and others enough time to prepare, and now it was time to announce it. They needed others to take this seriously because some preparations couldn't be done by Joab alone. While it was technically an alliance, it was also a mutual test. For Cody, this involved the honor of the great Xia dynasty and must be treated with utmost seriousness. It was no longer just about winning or losing but about preserving dignity. More importantly, the delegation from the Dakaran dynasty was genuinely intent on making this happen and would settle for nothing less. Recognizing its significance, Joab and others became equally serious. Many of you ministers have likely heard about the Dakaran dynasty's desire to ally with our great Xia dynasty, Cody began. This is true. 1 month ago, I received a secret letter from the Dakaran dynasty. Briefly outlining the situation, Cody added, I kept it from you because we did not want the Dezhou dynasty and the Daoqian dynasty to know. But you are all intelligent people who understand the implications. Unfortunately, someone leaked the information secretly and almost caused serious issues, Cody said coldly, visibly enraged. Everyone grasped the potential consequences of this leak, someone acting in self-interest. As he spoke, Cody glanced at Abdur, who remained unfazed. Feeling Cody's gaze, like everyone else, Abdur displayed a look of anger. For Abdur, exposing this matter was unacceptable. Cody didn't dwell on the leakage issue after his statement. Since the cat's out of the bag, discussing it further is pointless. You all understand the importance of this affair. I hope nothing goes wrong. We must win this competition to assert our nation's might and secure a sincere alliance with the Dakaran dynasty, Cody insisted firmly. Yes, the ministers responded seriously. Cody's solemnity demanded their cooperation. Following this, Cody assigned the task. We will strictly adhere to your command, one of them pledged. No idle talk. Whoever messes this up will face severe punishment without mercy, Cody warned sternly. The ministers, realizing the gravity, nodded in acknowledgement. Court dismissed. As Joab stepped forward, he saw Abdur standing at the entrance, waiting for him. Smirking coldly, Joab walked directly toward him. He wouldn't step aside, acknowledging such an act as a sign of weakness in their current adversarial relationship. Lord Raphael, not anxious yet? Joab's words were clearly directed towards Abdur's urgent situation. Why rush when truth prevails on its own? Abdur replied nonchalantly. However, Lord Raphael, there's something I must inform Lord Jethraguo, Abdur added, hinting subtly at potential consequences. Please, go on, Joab invited, noticing the growing animosity in their gazes. Don't overstep, or the Raphael manor may be forced into confrontation, Abdur threatened coldly. Those words apply to you too. And the Georgiation attempt won't be overlooked, Joab retorted, equally unyielding. So be it. Don't think Kale's favor makes you invincible, Abdur shot back. Do you forget? This is the great Xia dynasty, Joab reminded. That simple statement diffused Abdur's rage. Indeed, here was the realm of the Xia family, where Cody's word was law. If Cody wanted to move against the Raphael manor, many hands would act. Reflecting on this, Abdur conceded internally. Let's see how things play out, Abdur murmured, silently acknowledging that only if the heavens favored the Bai clan could Joab be challenged. Originally reluctant, it seems there is no choice now, Abdur pondered, walking away. Joab watched Abdur's retreating figure, sensing he intended to take action. Yet again, unless Abdur dared revolt, it was still the great Xia dynasty, a formidable power not easily overthrown. After all, the Xia family wasn't one to be trifled with. Soon, news of the alliance with the Deccaran dynasty was confirmed by the court, sparking jubilation among the populace. Chapter 97. Ali's gratitude. What had been mere rumors were now confirmed, and the matter had truly become significant. Really ally with the great Karen? Wouldn't that make us look incompetent? As you say, but haven't you heard about recent events? I think an alliance could be a good thing. Of course, Cody's planted supporters had already spread this viewpoint as per Dorian's arrangement. Cody needed to steer public opinion in his favor to mitigate any negative impact. Soon, public opinion was thoroughly divided into two camps. Most people of this era followed popular sentiment. With many supporters, it was easy for Cody's side to sway the masses. Quickly, everyone agreed that this reasoning made sense. The Great Xia was immensely powerful, but not without other dynasties eyeing it hungrily. An alliance with the Great Karen was the best choice. It allowed them to retain dominance while gaining some resources from the Karen. There was no reason not to do so. Ordinary citizens couldn't fathom these nuances. All they knew was what Cody orchestrated. Many found it reasonable to ally with the Great Karen. With this development, public debate lessened. People began thinking about how to handle the upcoming contest and how to ensure victory. In terms of martial prowess, we definitely have nothing to fear. With Princess Kirsty here, why should we be afraid of them? When it came to martial strength, the Great Xia had never wavered, even among its populace. After all, the Great Xia valued martial prowess highly. Losing in this aspect would tarnish their reputation. The Great Karen sought the alliance for benefits, so they would undoubtedly strive for victory. Will they disallow women from participating? The crowd was taken aback. Yes, they had always been confident, but if women were barred from participating, it would indeed be humiliating. After all, aside from Natalie, there seemed to be no other capable young warriors. This realization left the public feeling uneasy. They wouldn't dare, would they? That would be openly admitting cowardice. But since they are choosing a prince consort for their princess, isn't this reasonable? Given the Great Karen's need for a male prince consort, it was logical not to allow women. Frustrating. Everyone felt the issue acutely. If this was true, their chances of winning weren't great. Reflecting on it, the current generation lacked notable talents. Suddenly, a young man spoke up, women can't participate, but we still have Consort Eben. He's quite formidable. I've heard he's constantly honing himself, preparing for battle. He'll be fine. Everyone agreed, realizing Dorian was their best bet. Yes, we still have Consort Eben. The speaker smiled. They weren't ordinary citizens but rather supporters of Josue, who wanted to boost Dorian's popularity. Seizing this opportunity raised Dorian's profile significantly. By the next day, all the nobles involved realized Joab's strategy and quickly arranged similar tactics, none wanting to miss this chance to gain favor. Thus, the second day saw various dukes promoting their heirs throughout the capital. Unfortunately, Dorian had already captured much of the attention, leaving others to vie for scraps. Unaware of all this, Dorian was receiving a newly arrived guest, whom he greeted with surprise. Long time no see, Consort Eben. I owe you my life, and I didn't thank you personally before, which fills me with regret. Dorian smiled at the sudden arrival of Ali. It was a small matter. After all, it was partly my fault things escalated. Relieved to see Ali unharmed, Dorian sighed. Although he knew Dr. Isaiah was skilled, Ali's robust recovery still surprised him. These wounds, even in modern times, would be hard to treat. Yet under Dr. An's care, they healed remarkably fast. Just a few days, and I'm back to normal, though still somewhat pale. How do you feel? Any lasting issues? Dorian asked out of concern. Ali grinned. Much better, thanks to Dr. An. He's truly remarkable. Healing me this quickly is incredible. That's good. If you hadn't recovered, I'd feel guilty for a long time. Ali smiled. There's no need for guilt, Consort Eben. Without your help, I'd have died in prison. How could I be here now? So, I should thank you. Don't be formal. Call me Brother Dorian if you wish. Dorian smiled, looking at Ali. He intended to cultivate a friendship, admiring Ali's courage, loyalty, and gratitude. Moreover, Ali was genuinely talented, having excelled in the imperial exams and being Canon's only student. Canon had just one disciple, Ali. Augustin-wise, Sydney had only Canon. In everyone's eyes, Canon was the next prime minister. So, where did this place Ali? He too could become the next Canon, or even the next Sydney. Thus, Dorian aimed to deepen their relationship. And there was another important reason. Chapter 98. The Mysterious Organization. Ali was someone worth befriending. He was a person who genuinely worked for the people, and Dorian had always admired individuals like him. Just as he deeply respected Zwilling Akil and Canon, these were the kind of people the masses truly needed. Therefore, Dorian wanted to help Ali rise in prominence. Of course, he didn't need to do the grooming himself. He only needed to maintain a good relationship with Ali. After all, grooming Ali was Canon and Sydney's responsibility. All right, Brother Dorian. Ali smiled, also desiring to befriend Dorian. This prince consort was entirely different from other nobles. He was someone truly worth befriending, not like others who were mere hypocrites. Whether it was Dorian's gratitude or his sincere attitude, Ali already felt that Dorian was worthy of respect. Even his own mentor highly approved of Dorian, reinforcing Ali's belief that Dorian was indeed a like-minded person. In the future, if they served together in office, it would be a fortunate event, and together, they could accomplish even more. This thought excited Ali, though it was still speculative at this point. But, Brother Ali, you must have come over for more than just to thank me, Dorian said with a chuckle. Observing Ali dressed in official robes, Dorian understood there was likely more to his visit. If it were just to express gratitude, Ali wouldn't have worn official attire. Reflecting on this, Dorian guessed that Ali might be here about that matter. Yesterday, Joab had reported that this task was entrusted to Cannon, specifically the capital prefecture office. Therefore, it made sense that Ali was here regarding this issue. It seemed Ali now held a significant position, otherwise, such an important task wouldn't have been assigned to him. Thinking this, Dorian waited for Ali's response. After a moment of contemplation, Ali replied, "I can't hide anything from Brother Dorian. Indeed, I'm here on official business. I am currently a magistrate in the capital prefecture office. This time, I came to gather clues about the Jorge investigation, a task entrusted to me by Magistrate Fong." Dorian showed surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Ali would advance so rapidly. Initially, he was merely a minor official in the judiciary department without much standing, yet now, he was a magistrate in the capital prefecture office. The speed of his promotion astonished everyone, not just Dorian. However, this rapid rise also placed Ali in a precarious position within the capital prefecture office. Despite their many supporters, including his mentor Cannon, some officials still criticized Ali, alleging he secured his position through backroom deals rather than merit. Thus, Ali needed to prove his capabilities with tangible achievements, starting with this task. Of course, everyone knew who the real culprits were, but without concrete evidence, they couldn't act. Ali's mission wasn't to solve the case directly, but to find proof that Abdur and others were involved. According to Cannon's investigation, the Jorges belonged to a vast organization that had carried out numerous anti-Dacia operations over the years. Cannon suspected this organization was dispatched by enemy forces to destabilize Dacia. Hence, the true purpose of assigning Ali this task was to uncover the organization. Finding the organization would be a monumental achievement for Cannon and his associates, while securing Ali's position firmly. For Ali, it was crucial. Realizing this, he immediately sought Dorian for assistance because only Dorian could provide an adequate explanation. Dorian responded seriously, "Congratulations on your promotion, Brother Ali. Ask any questions you have. I'll tell you everything I know. But finding evidence for this case will be extremely difficult." Dorian warned Ali sincerely, wondering why Cannon had chosen him despite knowing the complexity. If Ali failed, wouldn't it make things worse for him? This puzzled Dorian. Did Cannon believe Ali could succeed? That's how it is. Ali quickly clarified the misunderstanding. Listening to the explanation, Dorian realized there was more to this matter than he initially thought. He then stated, "If that's the case, I can't offer much help. I know nothing about the organization except that they tried and failed to Jorge me, then left. I don't know what happened afterward." Nodding, Ali expected this outcome. "It's alright. I just came to see if Brother Dorian had any insight since I lack direction right now." With a wry smile, Ali acknowledged the difficulty of the task, but felt relieved by the ample time given by Cannon. Dorian pondered for a moment, then suggested, "You won't find much by following my case alone, especially investigating Raphael Manor directly. That's impossible." Clearly, Raphael Manor knew about the organization. Otherwise, how did Buddy contact them? Yet, trying to gather information from them would be futile. Any direct investigation required evidence. Proceeding without it would complicate matters further. Ali nodded, sharing Dorian's concerns. This was why he turned to Dorian for advice. In his view, Dorian was a genius who might help identify breakthroughs quickly. After further reflection, Dorian added, "So, gather all cases related to this organization. I'll review them and help you find leads." Chapter 99. Some cases. Dorian looked at Ali seriously. If there were related cases, he could still help this Ali. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't have any solutions. After all, he was merely an ordinary son-in-law of the imperial family and really couldn't do much with such matters. With related cases, he could find many clues, as his modern mindset would help him understand things clearly. Thinking of this, Dorian took it seriously and looked at Ali. Regardless, it would be great to help Ali. Even if he couldn't trouble Buddy, aiding Ali's growth would be pretty good. Once Ali became the boss of the capital prefecture office, wouldn't everything be easier for him having such a friend? Hearing Dorian's words, Ali's eyes lit up. How could I not think of this? Brother Eben is really smart. If we combine these cases, then it will become clear. Ali realized he had been too foolish and admired how quickly Dorian found the breakthrough point. He himself had considered for so long, without knowing how to continue searching for clues. But now, understanding, Ali knew what to do next. "Thank you, Brother Eben. I believe the capital prefecture office really needs someone like you." Ali stared at Dorian seriously. He felt it was a waste for Dorian to be just a general when he could be part of the capital prefecture office, given Dorian's quick thinking and detective skills. Dorian shook his head slightly. "This isn't suitable for me. I need to go to the battlefield. After all, it's my dream and agreement." Hearing this, Ali showed deep respect. Many people avoided the battlefield, but Dorian dared to step right in, indeed different from most. Yes, Brother Eben staying here would indeed be underappreciated. Ali nodded, recalling Cannon's evaluation of Dorian, a born leader. Such talent wasted in the capital prefecture office. Thinking this, Ali also nodded slightly. "I'll look for the cases and visit Brother Eben again this afternoon." "All right." Dorian nodded and watched Ali leave hastily. Natalie emerged from the back hall, looking seriously at Dorian and then at Ali's departing back, revealing a thoughtful expression. "I've heard he's quite talented. Build a good relationship with him, and one day you'll have an ally in the court." Natalie valued Ali highly, knowing he was Cannon's student, and their school of thought was a single lineage passed down. Naturally, they placed high regard on both Cannon and Ali. Cannon's character alone could draw supporters, let alone Ali. But after this incident, among the nobility, only Dorian and Marcel could earn Ali's serious attention. The future political landscape might change, but having such an ally would greatly benefit Dorian. Inevitably, Dorian would enter the court someday, and it would be better to have a stable ally to avoid being overwhelmed. Ali would definitely prove useful as an ally. Yes, in the future, Ali will at least become a minister. However, his character might be more fatal than Cannon's. Once he sets his mind on something, it would be hard for him to change. Dorian sighed, aware of Ali's dual nature. The advantage was that such a Ali would be an excellent ally, but his personality could easily make enemies. The three students differed significantly. Sydney was antagonistic towards the nobility but diplomatic and didn't push things to extremes. Kanan, on the other hand, was stubborn and hated wrongdoing, making him one of the worst towards the nobility. Ali shared a similar trait, valuing his judgment heavily. These three truly surprised everyone, but regardless, he will be useful in the future. I hope he won't be too adamant, or he'll make too many enemies in court. Natalie shook her head slightly, feeling Sydney was the best ally. As Ali's enemy would also be Dorian's, his obstinate character would likely cause more harm. Don't worry, I believe he'll gradually understand. Dorian smiled slightly. Moreover, neither Kanan nor Sydney are concerned, indicating they have their plans. We don't need to rush. Dorian understood that Sydney and Kanan weren't fools. They saw Ali's flaws but weren't concerned. Dorian should focus on his own tasks, while Kanan and Sydney would manage Ali. Yes. Natalie nodded, feeling it wouldn't be an issue. In the afternoon, Ali came to the Jethraguel mansion excitedly, looking like he had gained much insight. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so elated. Brother Eben, I investigated many cases today. They're quite useful. However, my teacher had clearly anticipated this and prepared ahead of time. Ali scratched his head, realizing the significant gap between himself and Dorian. Kanan. At the case archives, the official was evidently prepared. Upon asking, Ali learned that Kanan had already arranged everything but did not hint, wanting to test him. Without Dorian's prompt, he would have taken longer to realize this. When Kanan learned about this, he was quite astonished and immediately asked Ali about the situation. Learning it was Dorian who provided the prompt, Kanan became even more convinced Dorian was an excellent ally. Only someone like him could quickly grasp the issue. Kanan couldn't help but sigh a few times before leaving the capital prefecture office. Chapter 100, Important Clues. Augustine listening to Ali's words, Dorian was not surprised at all. Although it was a test for Ali, as his master, Kanan naturally couldn't have been completely unprepared. He must have gathered quite a bit of information but chose not to share it with Ali for the moment. They wanted to see how far Ali could go relying on his own strength. As for his unexpected appearance, it surely took Kanan by surprise. Kanan wouldn't expect that he would understand this and inform Ali, making it seem like he had disrupted Kanan's plans. He hoped Kanan wouldn't blame him. I've reviewed many cases and picked out 5 where we might find some clues. I hope Brother Eben can take a look with me, Ali said humbly, looking at Dorian. Though he could be certain about some things, he still wanted to hear Dorian's opinion. After all, 2 minds working together made for more comprehensive results. As for whether others would talk, Ali didn't care. Being able to accomplish something was what mattered most to him. Being talked about would only happen later, anyway. Moreover, Ali was never someone who cared much about such things. Augustine listening to Ali's words, Dorian paused in contemplation. He knew Kanan's intentions and wondered if helping Ali like this would cause any problems. If Kanan were displeased, it could be quite troublesome. Sensing Dorian's thoughts, Ali smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, my teacher also thinks that collaborating with you is a good idea. Both teacher and Gale are alone, and they need allies. So, it's great to have Brother Eben as an ally. Ali looked earnestly at Dorian, understanding that Dorian was considering his master's feelings, but Kanan had told him that having an ally was beneficial, as long as the person had no questionable motives. Very well, then I shall not be polite, Dorian replied with a smile, then turned his attention to the cases. The two of them immediately began brainstorming. While the number of cases wasn't too large, their contents were quite substantial. It took considerable time even for both of them to review everything thoroughly. An afternoon quickly passed and by evening, Dorian couldn't help stretching lazily. It really had been mentally exhausting. I found the key, Dorian suddenly said. Hearing this, Ali showed signs of surprise. They had discussed for an entire afternoon without much progress, and he hadn't expected Dorian to already have discovered the crux of the matter. This left Ali puzzled. What had he overlooked that allowed Dorian to find the answer? After a brief pause, Ali hurriedly asked, Brother Eben, please enlighten me. In fact, these cases all have one commonality. They target officials and nobles of the Great Xia dynasty. Since that's the case, they must have been meticulously planned. If so, we need to find their adversary, who hired them to carry out these actions. Dorian slowly explained. Actually, he felt that this organization wasn't created by external forces but emerged from within. Despite attacking some figures of the Great Xia dynasty, there was something off. Although these people did indeed hate Great Xia officials, the nature of their operations raised questions. Each time they acted, it was always through Georgiation, which led Dorian to suspect they were being hired. Therefore, it should be a group of Jorges. If this were an external force targeting the Great Xia dynasty, it definitely wouldn't stop at this level. Their impact would be too insignificant. Moreover, they had only succeeded twice. To genuinely threaten the Great Xia dynasty, other methods would be more effective. Realizing this, Dorian understood some crucial points and prepared to explain them to Ali. Hearing this, Ali also recognized the issue. So, what do you suggest, Brother Eben? Just follow this lead. I believe we'll get satisfying results, Dorian said firmly. However, this wasn't his responsibility anymore. Ali would have to handle it. After all, Dorian still had many tasks to complete, including participating in the competition, so he couldn't afford to waste time. Although Ali's matter was important, priorities needed to be set. All right, I understand. Ali nodded, knowing the situation and acknowledging that Dorian would have his own affairs to attend to next. Thank you for your assistance, Brother Eben. No problem. You'll have to manage this on your own now. If you run into issues, feel free to come to me, Dorian smiled. Though he couldn't directly help Ali right now, Ali's investigation wouldn't conclude overnight. Dorian believed he could assist in the future. With Ali leaving, the matter came to a close, and Dorian resumed honing his martial arts skills, progressing rapidly with Natalie's support. Even Joab praised Dorian highly. However, as Dorian improved, he realized he was still no match for Natalie or Joab, sparking his curiosity about their strength. After some inquiries, Dorian learned that martial artists had different ranks, primarily based on internal energy levels. There were 4 main categories: Heaven, Tian, Earth, D, Profound, Virgilin, and Yellow, Huang, each with 9 grades. These were divided into lower 3 grades, middle 3 grades, and upper 3 grades. Dorian was currently at the 6th grade of the yellow category, equivalent to the middle 3 grades. Still, Dorian felt he could be stronger since he sometimes held back. When asking about Natalie's rank, she hesitated before responding. It's better if you find out later. Knowing now might be a shock to you, Natalie said seriously, her eyes fixed on Dorian. This made Dorian realize Natalie was likely very powerful, much more so than he imagined. Hence, she spoke this way. Understanding this, Dorian didn't press further. While it might not affect him, he respected Natalie's choice not to disclose it yet. Still, he learned there were realms beyond the heaven grade. Chapter 101. The envoy arrives in the capital. However, this realm might just be something from legend, with few truly understanding it. Even Natalie and her companions were unclear about this matter, making Dorian even more curious. Yet, martial arts practice most taboo is overreaching. One must still proceed step by step. Thus, 10 days later, the envoy of the Great Karen dynasty also sent news. They would enter the capital city tomorrow. This left many bewildered, as no one had heard about the envoy's departure, wondering how they arrived so quickly. But soon enough, people realized that countless others already knew this information. Both the Great Zhou and Great Qian dynasties watched intently, unwilling to let the Great Xia and Great Karen form an alliance easily. They would surely try to sabotage this effort, ensuring that the Great Karen couldn't reach the Great Xia capital smoothly. Understanding this, many saw the precarious situation of the Great Karen envoy. Facing interception from two powerful dynasties, they had to be incredibly cautious, keeping their arrival secret. The Great Karen dynasty's efforts indeed surprised everyone. They successfully managed to keep their movements entirely concealed. Unbeknownst to them, the Great Karen spared no effort since communicating with Cody, meticulously preparing every detail. Admittedly, this time the Great Karen succeeded, catching both the Great Zhou and Great Qian off guard. However, this made the Great Zhou and Great Qian even more determined to prevent this alliance. Dorian learned about the news and set out to welcome the envoy outside the capital. For the Great Xia, etiquette and all other formalities had to be observed. The journey to the capital was the most dangerous for the envoy, likely where agents from the other dynasties would strike, aiming to pressure both the Great Karen and Great Xia. Yet outside the capital, the Great Karen envoy needed a grand entrance, a necessary step. Cody, understanding this, arranged everything, sending Joab personally with 3,000 elite black armor cavalry to ensure the envoy's safe arrival. This was high honor, as these soldiers were among the best in the black armor army. Joab's presence further emphasized Cody's commitment. The Great Zhou and Great Qian might attempt to intercept the envoy, but within the Great Xia territory, they wouldn't have substantial forces. Thus, Joab didn't need to lead a large army. This time, Joab brought along Natalie and Dorian. Since Dorian wasn't officially part of the military yet, he didn't wear armor. Seeing Natalie in her white robe and armor, Dorian couldn't help but admire her beauty. Although he knew his wife was considered the most beautiful in the capital, seeing her in armor enhanced her grace and charm, making him more entranced. Very pretty, isn't she? Kiera teased, noticing Dorian's infatuated gaze. Naturally, Dorian replied without hesitation, adding, her beauty surpasses mere words like dazzling. Kiera was surprised at Dorian's quick change from shy to confident. She sighed inwardly. Dorian's growth was indeed rapid, thanks partly to her teasing. Natalie blushed under her helmet, but remained composed. Let's go, she said. Sure. Dorian nodded and followed Natalie in a tight white robe. Outside, horses and weapons were ready. There will likely be a battle this time. Father wants you to experience the feeling of killing. It's an important lesson for you. Natalie warned Dorian earnestly. Though Dorian was prepared, he felt some doubt. Though he knew such a day would come, it was still nerve-wracking for him as an inexperienced young man. He took a deep breath and nodded, then they set out. Many citizens noticed Dorian and Natalie riding away and were puzzled. That was Dorian Malang and Princess Kirsty. Where are they going? With weapons? Could there be enemies? They're probably welcoming the Great Karen envoy, someone speculated. I see, they must value this highly. To the public, royal authority was significant, but recently, Dorian and Natalie gained even more prominence. Reaching the outskirts, they saw the black armor cavalry in full regalia. Dorian marveled at their efficiency, discipline, and strength. An excellent force, Dorian thought. Their prowess exceeded mere equipment. Their training and discipline were fearsome. They've arrived, Joab greeted, dressed in his own black armor, symbolizing his role as supreme commander. Chapter 102. Reception with the team. If the supreme commanders were to have problems, it would only spell trouble for the army. Father, this time you're only bringing us 2 generals? Natalie looked at Joab with doubt. For their mission, it seemed better to bring a few more generals along. After all, the other party wouldn't send too many troops, but likely a lot of formidable experts. In such circumstances, they should also have some strong individuals. Ideally, they should bring generals instead of these troops. Now, it seemed that they brought only a battalion of black armored cavalry and themselves. This might present some issues. Thinking about this, Natalie felt somewhat confused, not understanding what her father intended. Although the black armored cavalry was formidable, cavalry didn't fare well against so many top-notch experts. This wasn't just Natalie's opinion. Many others would think the same. Even the black armored cavalry had doubts, though obedience was ingrained in them. They saw no need to ask questions. Rest assured, I've planned for it. Recently, I've taught them a combined assault formation. This is a perfect opportunity to test its effectiveness, Joab said with a smile. He was quite clear on how to handle the situation and had arranged many things accordingly. He had been preparing this assault formation for this very moment. A combined assault formation? Natalie showed interest. Dorian could tell that his wife would only be intrigued by military matters like these. Nothing else would pique her interest. Even Dorian found this formation intriguing. Any formation that made Joab so confident must be impressive. Joab chuckled. Don't worry, you'll see. You'll both like it. This formation can be performed by just 2 people. Hearing this, Natalie and Dorian became even more interested. It seemed they could learn this and improve their own abilities. However, Joab seemed intent on leaving them guessing, adopting an inscrutable expression without further explanation. He then looked at Dorian, saying with some resignation, "Dorian, you'll have to bear with this inconvenience this time. Since you're not in the army yet, you can't wear armor. It's unavoidable." Dorian nodded, fully aware that privately wearing or concealing armor outside the military violated regulations. Even if he would eventually join, he couldn't violate this rule now as it could expose him to those looking for weaknesses to exploit. The likes of Abdur wouldn't overlook such a thing. Thus, Joab wouldn't let Dorian commit such a mistake. However, Joab still wanted to bring Dorian out, hence these arrangements. "I understand, father-in-law," Dorian replied without much concern. Joab smiled. "Well done. True to your Jethrog Gwagong family heritage, unlike those others. When you join the army, I'll get you a fine set of armor," Joab added. Once Dorian joined the military, there'd be no issue, as generals often wore personal sets, which was acceptable in the Disya army, an arrangement beneficial for many officers. "Thank you, father-in-law." Dorian nodded, appreciating their care. "Don't mention it." The black-armored cavalry looked curiously at Dorian. They knew he was Joab's son-in-law and Princess Natalie's consort, always a subject of curiosity among gratis. Now finally meeting him, he seemed ordinary yet handsome. Their strict discipline kept them from discussing it, but they were undoubtedly curious. Dorian paid little mind to the attention. "Well, let's go," Joab waved them forward. "We're heading 100 miles to greet the envoy from the Great Karen dynasty. It's not far, but we must hurry, especially given the expected difficulties awaiting the envoy. Great Karen's delegation seems in trouble, likely with Jorges already nearby. We need to accelerate our pace." Hearing this, Dorian and Natalie exchanged glances, acknowledging the gravity. "So, I want you two to scout ahead and assess their situation. If they're in danger, rescue them immediately," Joab told them seriously. He assigned them special tasks because he trusted only his daughter and Dorian. Moreover, Joab no longer worried about Natalie's safety with Dorian around, ensuring no problems would arise. Augustinet cavalry, but with 3,000 men, speed would be compromised. Moreover, the Daijo and Dachien spies would likely track them, increasing the risk of incidents. Sending Dorian and Natalie would minimize risks. Dorian understood. His inclusion wasn't just for experience but for a critical task. Understood, Natalie nodded. Dorian simply affirmed with a nod. Chapter 103, Departing Alone. At this moment, he also realized why they had given him such a fine horse. There was indeed a reason behind it. "So, I leave this to you. Safety must be your top priority, of course, as well as the safety of the envoy," Joab said seriously. "Once you arrive, just hold off the enemy. Our speed won't be too slow." Joab explained that their team would not be lagging behind leisurely but would also accelerate, albeit at a slower pace than Dorian and his group. However, since it was a matter of life and death, they could not afford to be negligent. "Rest assured, father-in-law, there will be no problems," Dorian smiled, looking at Joab. "With you around, I'm very relieved," Joab sighed as he watched Dorian and Natalie depart. "If not for Dorian, I wouldn't know who else could handle this." Joab felt helpless. The Great Xia truly lacked formidable generals to take on this task. Undoubtedly, Dorian was the best choice. Over these days, Joab had seen Dorian's remarkable progress and fully approved of him. If Dorian and Natalie went together, their safety would be much better ensured. Moreover, such an arrangement would help foster their relationship. It was undeniable that, as a father, Joab had quite a bit of concern. After acknowledging Dorian as his son-in-law, Joab understood he couldn't consider other options. Only Dorian would be the perfect match in his heart. Therefore, it was necessary to help cultivate Dorian and Natalie's relationship. Joab watched their development with great urgency, unable to resist giving them a helping hand. Meanwhile, Natalie and Dorian were speeding up, feeling some odd sensations but prioritizing their mission without saying much. 100 miles away, the Great Karen dynasty's envoy was advancing, carrying substantial supplies and their princess within the convoy. A general came to the carriage and said, "Your Highness, the Great Xia has sent people and provided us with information. They should arrive soon." Be cautious. The troops from Great Zhou and Great Qian should be approaching. They are the most troublesome ones. Understood?" From inside the carriage came a melodious voice, belonging to the young princess of the Great Karen dynasty, also considered the most scholarly princess of her kingdom. Highly regarded outside, she was often referred to as a female prime minister. If not for her gender, which confined her to working behind the scenes, she would undoubtedly have become a famous female prime minister. The Great Karen dynasty placed significant importance on their young princess. This marriage alliance proposal was personally put forward by her. No one expected this scholarly princess to be the one chosen for the peace marriage, not just surprising the Great Karen dynasty but also others. Was the Great Karen dynasty prepared to give up on their princess? Everyone was shocked, unsure of the intentions behind this move. Shouldn't any kingdom avoid such a sacrifice unless it was a display of sincerity? If that were true, this sincerity seemed too great. The Great Xia agreed to this partly due to the sincerity shown by the Great Karen, finding it deeply impressive. Even Cody was pleased and interested in this young princess of the Great Karen. He believed he could offer her a better stage to showcase her talents. Understood. The general nodded, feeling regretful. This journey was fraught with danger, and once the princess left, the Great Karen dynasty would permanently lose a precious asset. Accepting this situation was difficult for everyone. After a moment of silence, the general asked, "Your Highness, why must it be you? A random person could suffice for this marriage alliance. You are so crucial to the Great Karen dynasty. It cannot do without you." This revealed the princess's high standing in the Great Karen dynasty. The general felt it necessary to ask, emphasizing her value. The Great Karen dynasty does not depend on any single individual. Even without me, it remains the Great Karen dynasty, the princess replied calmly. She understood the general's concern, but the peace marriage required her presence and no one else's. "Why? Your Highness, we need an explanation. We find this very hard to accept. Other generals did not interrupt, wanting to understand as well. This was indeed a critical question. Because this marriage alliance was my idea, I refuse to let another royal sister endure this fate of arranged marriage, the princess explained slowly. Her words immediately softened everyone's hearts. They now understood. Everything was done to ensure others' satisfaction, and the princess chose to sacrifice herself. But isn't it right for someone to sacrifice for the great Karen dynasty? Can we not let just anyone go instead of you, Your Highness? Someone protested, looking at the princess. You misunderstand. No one has the obligation. This is my choice, and no one forced me, the princess insisted. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't bear to continue the conversation. If you go, the great Karen dynasty will suffer greatly, one remarked sorrowfully. Not necessarily. With the support of the great Xia, we will grow stronger, the princess countered firmly. And you should understand that my presence is the best choice. Only I can satisfy them and show the level of importance the great Karen places on this. Everyone looked at her, realizing the immense dedication and effort she had put into the welfare of the great Karen dynasty. Chapter 104, Encounter with Assassins. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. We've come this far. Besides, if you can win the competition, there's still a chance to change things. The Su looked at them and couldn't help but encourage them. After all, if they continued to be dispirited, it wouldn't do any good. The great Karen dynasty mustn't lose heart. She was useful to the dynasty, but not indispensable. The Su had always understood that what was most important for the great Karen dynasty were these people. Her gaze fell on the young talents of the great Karen dynasty behind her. For this competition, they had prepared very seriously. Almost everything beneficial she could think of had been arranged, but she needed the great Xia dynasty's agreement. That's why she personally came, mainly for this matter. She could stay in the great Xia dynasty, but the great Karen dynasty must win at least 1 or 2 rounds to have more say. This was something the Su cared about deeply. She also wanted to see the young elites of the great Xia, to understand how formidable they truly were and what had led them to their current state. The great Karen dynasty needed a powerful ally without too much ambition. The great Xia was undoubtedly the best choice. This sleeping lion of the East, whose sharpness remained unknown, had no issues now, especially given the recent victory of the great Xia dynasty, which assured the Su of its strength. For them, allying with the great Xia was worthwhile. Let's continue our journey. We need to hurry and cannot waste any time. The great Zhou and the great Qian are watching closely, likely planning to cause trouble. The Su shook her head slightly, saying nothing more. Everyone knew there was no other choice but to proceed this way. Soon after, the delegation of the great Karen dynasty set off again. The Su quietly read her book. For her, the content was more engaging. Before long, the carriage stopped. Looking at the giant tree ahead, the general immediately sensed something was amiss. A tree like this appearing here definitely wasn't natural. It indicated an ambush. There are enemies, be on guard. With his order, everyone quickly surrounded the area, mostly protecting the Su, while only a few guarded the young elites. The cargo, of course, was of no concern. They knew what was truly important. Their Su must not be harmed. After all, the Su was the most critical link in this alliance and marriage mission. If anything happened to her, everything would be lost. With this thought, the generals became even more cautious. Before reaching the great Xia, they must protect the Su at all costs. A short distance away, more than 20 figures appeared, watching the convoy of the great Karen dynasty. It looks like we arrived just in time and caught them. Himph, these guys are cunning. Who knows if they're really here, making us go back and forth so many times, it's a big problem. 2 men conversed as they observed the convoy. They look genuine. These people are clearly not ordinary. They're all from the great Karen dynasty. It's unlikely they'd send out so many decoy teams. Agreed, they must be them. Let's attack. Hold on, dealing with them is simple. The great Xia forces won't arrive soon. Let me ask first. A burly man chuckled coldly. The others, though exasperated, followed their leader's orders. Are you the matrimonial and alliance team from the great Karen dynasty? The general, looking at the burly man, replied coldly, yes. At this point, denying it was pointless. Even if they weren't, the enemy wouldn't believe them and would prefer to err on the side of caution. The general knew this and planned to fight to the death to maintain the honor of the great Karen dynasty. He began to channel his strength. Ha 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 ha, this is too easy. By eliminating you, we'll accomplish a great feat. I wonder what you were thinking, wanting to ally with the great Xia dynasty? The great Xia dynasty is struggling now. You won't have a good outcome by allying with them. The burly man laughed heartily, dismissing the great Xia dynasty. The sleeping lion of the East was far from its former glory, Lamari to underestimate it. If it were the great Xia of old, no one would dare act this way. The great Xia agreeing to ally with the great Karen made many think it was no longer the great Xia of yore, causing contempt from the great Zhou and the great Qian. However, stopping this alliance was crucial. Letting it succeed would be dangerous. Thus, elite Jorges were sent to ensure the great Karen delegation didn't survive unscathed. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Otherwise, the great Xia forces will arrive, and you'll all have to run. The general of the great Karen dynasty spoke coldly, preferring death over surrender. Ha ha ha, truly fearless. But, I can give you a chance. I heard the Su of the great Karen dynasty is here. Let her meet us. The Jorge from the great Zhou dynasty appeared nonchalant, causing some unease among his comrades. They should resolve and leave quickly before the great Xia forces arrived. No one wants to die here, but the burly man was their leader, so they stayed silent. What do you want? The general of the great Karen dynasty looked coldly at the man, unsure of his intentions. If they intended to insult the princess, it would never happen. Of course, we've heard the Su of great Karen is exceptionally beautiful, a rare beauty. Such a beauty falling into the hands of the great Xia dynasty is too unfortunate. Why don't you come with us? The great Zhou dynasty will protect you well, and I will take care of you lovingly. Chapter 105, Arrogance. The large and burly man from the great Zhou dynasty laughed heartily, his eyes filled with a mocking gaze. To him, the people before him were nothing but lambs awaiting slaughter, completely devoid of any resistance. In such a situation, he felt he could act without restraint. He was also particularly intrigued by the young princess of the great Karen dynasty. After all, someone as crude as him would never have the chance to encounter someone of a princess's stature in his entire life. This time, it presented the best opportunity for him. Thinking this, the leader of the great Zhou Jorges smiled, looking in the direction of the carriage, his eyes filled with lewdness. You fool! How dare you think you can humiliate our princess? The leading general flared up in anger, drawing his sword and glaring at the man. The princess was a sacred presence in their hearts, not to be insulted by anyone, especially filthy men like these great Zhou Jorges. With that thought, he pointed his sword directly at the man. Do not waste my time. Make your move. Once reinforcements from Great Xia arrive, none of you will leave. And don't think I'm afraid to tell you that the Celine is coming from Great Xia this time. You filth wouldn't stand a chance against her, he continued. Hearing this, the great Zhou Jorge leader also flew into a rage, feeling insulted. However, he knew all too well that he was indeed no match for Natalie. This caused some fear within him, remembering the tales of Natalie on the battlefield, which he had witnessed firsthand. He could confirm he was absolutely not her match. Yet, having Natalie mentioned only poked at his sore spot. Rest assured, we will send you all to your deaths before Natalie arrives. Your group is nothing to us. As for Natalie, she'll only be able to collect your corpses when she comes, the great Zhou Jorge sneered confidently. The Castor's heart sank, realizing these men must have already made some arrangements, otherwise they wouldn't act so brazenly. Today is your day of death, the great Zhou Jorge declared, no longer intending to waste more words. Indeed, time was of the essence. The other Jorges also breathed a sigh of relief. They could finally make their move. Once these people were dealt with, they could leave quickly. None of them wanted to end up here unnecessarily. Hold it. Suddenly, a voice emerged from inside the carriage. It was the little princess. The Jorge leader signaled his subordinates to halt. He was intensely interested in meeting the princess of Great Karen, eager to see what kind of person she was. The other Jorges froze. They were almost ready to attack, but they didn't dare disobey their leader, fearing his wrath. Soon, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a somewhat frail figure emerged, her gaze resolute as she looked at the men from Great Zhou. The leader's expression turned dreamy. She was truly a beauty that could topple nations. No wonder she garnered so much admiration. Deeply moved by the princess's beauty, a mad desire arose within him. The other great Zhou Jorges were also taken aback by her appearance. While they were enticed, they knew their mission and their lives were more important. They did not wish to meet their ends here. Realizing their leader's excitement, they understood there would be significant trouble ahead. Princess, please go back inside. We can handle this, the Castor urged, his face showing worry. Protecting the princess was paramount to them. Seeing the enemy's reaction, they could tell the man was bewitched by the princess's beauty and might do something rash. It's fine. I can't just watch you suffer here. They're after me, so I can handle it myself, said Princess Angel softly, looking at the general. To her, these were citizens of Great Karen. She didn't want anyone to sacrifice themselves for her sake. However, she had noticed the arrogant demeanor of the great Zhou leader and intended to use this to her advantage. If she could delay things even slightly, it would be worth it. She had no intention of going with them. The lives of others were crucial, but if the alliance failed, the whole of Great Karen would be at risk. As the princess, she understood the gravity of the situation. Hearing this, the Castor became more anxious. People like the leader wouldn't reason. They would likely act immediately. It distressed him greatly. How could they let the princess get hurt so easily when they hadn't even fought to the death yet? However, the princess gave him a reassuring glance, signaling him to calm down. He knew she had a plan. So, he decided to observe and possibly buy some time until they could counterattack. He stood protectively beside her. The great Zhou Jorge leader stared at the princess, his smile widening. Princess Angel, I didn't expect you to really be here. Angel, the name of the young princess of Great Karen, was well known to the people of Great Zhou and Great Thousand. Over the years, the Great Karen dynasty was most famous for this young princess. So, are you tempted by my offer? Come with me, and you won't have to marry someone you dislike. What do you say? The Jorge asked arrogantly. Angel's expression remained unchanged. Isn't this Yanko Burl? The sudden mention took the leader by surprise. You know me? Burl was puzzled. While his identity wasn't a secret, Angel surely hadn't met him before. He wasn't particularly well known in Great Zhou. How could she recognize him? Naturally, I know Yanko Gu's name. Of course, it's your elder brother, David's, name, Angel replied calmly. Chapter 106, Identity. Since I know about the ancient war god, naturally, I would investigate a bit. So, it's not difficult to know about Yanko Foster, Angel said lightly. This nonchalant demeanor made Foster look at her with renewed respect. A Gigi could remain so calm in front of such circumstances. It was indeed something different. That guy again. Really troublesome. However, it was clear that Foster had no interest in this name. Hakim, the legendary general of the Zhou dynasty, once led the Zhou forces against the Qian dynasty during a critical battle. At one point, the Zhou territory had been occupied by over a dozen cities, seemingly facing inevitable destruction. But, appointed at the brink of disaster, Hakim led his troops into battle and, under his leadership, reversed the decline of the Zhou dynasty. He swept away thousands of enemies, recaptured the cities, and even led their army deep into the heart of the Qian dynasty. This feat became an embodiment of resilience and determination. Afterwards, the ambition of the Qian dynasty to invade the Zhou dynasty was utterly shattered. If it weren't for his sudden appearance, the Zhou dynasty might have already perished. After all, the Zhou dynasty was quite weak at the time. If the Qian dynasty had been more aggressive, its demise would have been certain. Yet, the arrival of Hakim saved the Zhou dynasty, making him a savior and a war god in the eyes of the people. The entire Zhou revered him. After all, he was the only one who could bring hope to the Zhou. At that time, Hakim was only 23 years old. After that event, the Zhou dynasty rose again, and the new emperor was a talented ruler who focused on revitalizing the nation. In just 3 short years, the strength of the Zhou dynasty doubled, becoming one of the top-tier powers. This made Hakim's reputation even greater. After all, without Hakim, there wouldn't be the current Zhou dynasty. Now, at only 26 years old, Hakim is the grand commander of the 3 armies, which speaks volumes about his remarkable talent. Such a person is destined to be a great general and a name that will go down in history. Given this legendary figure, Angel, of course, needed to understand him well. After all, they might become enemies in the future. With the Zhou dynasty growing stronger, its ambitions became apparent, targeting primarily the Xia dynasty and the Karen dynasty. While the Xia dynasty was powerful enough to intimidate others as a sleeping eastern lion, the situation of the Karen dynasty was dire. According to Angel's investigation, Hakim had a younger brother named Foster, none other than the person before her. She recognized him from his portrait. She was also surprised that Hakim would send his own younger brother here. This mission was incredibly dangerous, and sending him here easily invites trouble. Moreover, Hakim has no other family. If Foster were to die here, Angel didn't dare to imagine the consequences. An absurd thought flashed through her mind. Were these people planning to use Foster's death to provoke Hakim's anger and make him lead the troops despite being ill? From what she knew, Hakim loved peace and would not easily initiate wars. However, many in the Zhou now advocated for war, including those whom even Hakim couldn't control. In such a situation, if Foster died, Angel couldn't bear to think further. The consequences were too severe. Besides, Hakim should not be unaware of these matters. As the grand commander of the 3 armies, anything like this must pass through his approval. Why did he allow his younger brother to come? Angel was puzzled and could only stare at Foster. I am who I am, not someone else's younger brother. Please show me some respect, Your Highness, Foster coldly remarked. One day, I will be as strong as he is. He just happens to hold that position for now. From his words, Angel understood that Foster harbored dissatisfaction towards Hakim. It seemed he still possessed youthful pride. Despite looking mature, he was only 21, an age where young men are easily spurred by competition, even with their own siblings. Her speculation proved accurate. Foster was indeed dissatisfied with his older brother. He once idolized his big brother, considering the 23-year-old grand commander as a true elite. But things changed over time. Everyone knew him only because of his brother, seeking connections or admiration through him. Even those willing to associate with him did so out of respect for his brother. This left the young Foster discontent. He was a talented youth, proficient in martial arts, and capable of leading troops. Yet, because of his elder brother's precedence, everyone only recognized him as Hakim's younger brother. Unwilling to accept this, Foster always wanted to achieve something significant. His brother, however, constantly restrained him, preventing him from participating in missions that promised merit. Combined with the lack of warfare in recent years, he saw little progress. As a result, resentment grew within Foster. Once admired as his greatest role model, his older brother now felt like a massive obstacle. Then came the opportunity. An official approached him with information about the Karen delegation. Foster found it intriguing. He realized that success in this mission would be a significant achievement. Even if it couldn't compare to his brother's glory, it would certainly change his current predicament. Driven by this thought, Foster readily agreed without hesitation. However, unsurprisingly, his elder brother Hakim opposed it. This is a very dangerous task. Any mistake, and you won't return. I cannot let you take such a risk, Hakim sternly told him. He was deeply frustrated. Though he promoted peace, he was aware of the stakes and had his reasons. The Zhou was not yet ready for war and needed to focus on recovery. It was a matter of necessity for both the Xia and the Qian to rest and recuperate, rebuilding their strength. Premature military action by the Zhou would only worsen the situation. Thus, Hakim steadfastly refused. Chapter 107. The Rebellious Burl. This touched upon the interests of certain individuals, causing many to become quite dissatisfied with David. Consequently, a significant rift emerged throughout the Great Zhou, even leading to considerable harm. David felt helpless. If he weren't indispensable to Great Zhou, he would likely have been impeached already. Thinking about this, David felt a deep pain. It was evident now that those people were no longer content with the situation and had begun to sway his younger brother. David knew all too well what his brother thought, but he couldn't change much. Burl always felt he lived in David's shadow, yet David never had such intentions. These were unfortunate misunderstandings. Sadly, Burl wasn't willing to listen to him at all, as evident from his current stance. I don't care. I must go this time. It's my best chance. I refuse to live under your shadow for my entire life. I need to achieve my own accomplishments. Burl looked at David stubbornly. Watching Burl, he recalled his own past self. Back then, he was similarly determined to reach where he stood today. However, David hesitated. Regardless of everything, this mission was exceedingly dangerous. Back then, he had no other choice but to fight a desperate battle. But now, it wasn't necessary. Even if they failed to prevent the alliance between Great Xia and Great Karen, the impact wouldn't be substantial. After all, within a short period, there would be no immediate consequences. To stop the alliance, they would have to infiltrate the heart of Great Xia, the capital city, something Great Xia wouldn't allow them to do so easily. David had always been cautious regarding Great Xia. Faced with Burl's obstinate expression, David didn't know how to persuade him. Have you thought it through? This mission will most likely be 9 deaths out of 10. David looked at him seriously. Of course, didn't you go through the same? I can do it too. Wait for me to come back, and treat me to a feast. I'll bring Angel back to be your sister-in-law, Burl said proudly, confident in himself. Looking at Burl, David again recalled his own past and sighed softly, saying, all right. Burl had no idea how many precautions David had taken to ensure his safety. Since David agreed, he definitely wouldn't let anything happen to Burl. At the Great Zhou dynasty's Yanko headquarters, David listened to the reports from his subordinates, revealing an expression of helplessness. Yanko, it might be difficult to succeed. This time, we're sending the Black Armor Cavalry. Joab and the others probably anticipated this and are already prepared. The subordinates spoke reluctantly, gazing at their general. They knew stopping the alliance would be incredibly difficult. No worries. As long as Yuechi comes back safely, that's enough. David sighed. He knew the task was unfeasible and thus unwilling to intervene. Unfortunately, some people refused to listen and kept clamoring about various solutions. Regarding these people, David felt frustrated. Great Zhou couldn't afford any further turmoil. Despite its apparent prosperity, it was merely surface level. If truly tested, Great Zhou would rapidly deplete its resources and fall into crisis. How could these people not understand this? Yanko, why did you agree to them? After all, Kale surely supports us. The subordinate looked at David, puzzled. Although their position was challenging, the Andersons' support meant they didn't need to heed these people. No way around it, it's the trend. With Kale, David sighed and left it unsaid. The great Joe Anderson likely had other thoughts. While he was an enlightened ruler and an outstanding monarch, under such circumstances, even the wisest leader could change. Being overshadowed by excessive achievements wasn't just empty talk. David understood this well. Over the past 2 years, he'd remained very low-key. Yet even now, he still couldn't avoid it. His reputation was too great, causing even the great Joe Anderson to feel somewhat displeased. Seeing this, the subordinate expressed indignation. How can they act like this? The marshal has made such contributions, yet now they want to repay kindness with ingratitude. Shut up. David gave him a stern look and sighed. It doesn't matter anymore. Ignore them. I'll step back. On the side of Burl, looking at Angel, he revealed an expression of anger. Even after leaving the Great Zhou dynasty, he still lived in David's shadow, which pained him even more. Everywhere. It's this David. So what if he's impressive? I'm not bad either. Why is everything always about him? Burl spoke coldly, glaring at Angel across from him. Seizing the opportunity, Angel calmly replied, but in Great Zhou, you can only live in David's shadow. Although Yankogu is powerful, under the current circumstances, you can only remain so. Upon hearing this, Burl's face became even more contorted, and no one dared to speak another word. They knew his thoughts well. Caught in this moment, they exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of what to do next. So, you need an opportunity. After Angel finished, Burl smiled and said, Indeed, I have a good chance now, to capture you and disrupt this alliance. This way, everyone will look at me differently. Even David will have to respect me more. Hearing this, Angel realized stirring discord was futile. Calming down, she slowly said, kidnapping me. Do you think you can escape alive from the Great Xia Kingdom? 100 miles away, the Great Xia forces are likely approaching fast. Don't worry. Dakian and other members from our part of Great Zhou are already waiting there. The Great Xia army can't reach us. Even if they do, you will all die here. Burl dismissed her concerns and told Angel the current situation. Understanding the implications, Angel and the Great Karen personnel grasped the situation, explaining why Burl acted so boldly. With this, she needed to reconsider her approach. Chapter 108 Crisis. If the people from the Great Xia dynasty cannot arrive in time, they definitely won't be able to leave alive. Burl's combat power is clearly not something our side can match. As David's younger brother, his strength is undoubtedly very good. Thinking of this, Angel started contemplating how to deal with the situation here. Burl looked at Angel and said coldly, Your Highness, I know you're smart, but absolute power back then couldn't change anything. You're considering how to get out of this predicament, and it's obvious you don't really think you have a way to turn things around. Hearing these words, Angel suddenly realized that Burl was not without brains. For the matter concerning David, he merely wanted to prove himself, to prove that he wasn't any less than David. His judgment and planning were indeed formidable, showing that he did have some intelligence. Thinking of this, Angel's expression changed. Burl sneered at this scene. Let's start. Today, you can only follow us. Looking at the smug Burl, a steady middle-aged man in the Great Zhou camp sighed slightly. Of course, the current situation was not due to Burl's merits. Burl indeed wasn't foolish. However, the person who could make the Great Qian dynasty agree to cooperate with the Great Zhou was only David. David paid a high price to protect and help Burl complete this mission. As a bodyguard personally assigned by David to protect Burl, he was very clear about this. However, now this Burl was actually still basking in self-satisfaction. It was truly ironic. The bodyguard sighed again. Even though Burl had wasted a lot of time, there was still time to act. They didn't bring many people, but they could still create some chaos for Joab's group. But this issue needed quick resolution, as they had no clue what was happening on the other side, and they needed to quickly settle this trouble. Yanko-gu, we should hurry, said the bodyguard impatiently, looking at Burl. Burl shot him a cold glance and said, There's no need to speak more. Yanko has his own plans. The bodyguard shut up, understanding Burl's personality. Saying more wouldn't help now. Now, Your Highness, if you choose to go with me, I'm still willing to treat you gently. If you don't wish to, then what I do is uncertain. Burl looked at Angel with a smile. Even if she refused, or even if David told him to kill everyone, he must take Angel. This beautiful princess would be his wife. Looking at Burl, the bodyguard sighed again, hoping everything went smoothly. To really take Angel away from the Great Xia was impossible, and even if it could be done, they'd suffer heavy losses. The bodyguard knew this well, but he could not stop Burl. Now, Burl had forgotten his original purpose. Angel smiled faintly. If you kill me, you may still escape the Great Xia. If you take me, you're doomed not to leave alive. She also understood that if captured by Burl, she'd be humiliated, which he wouldn't accept. Even if she died here, she wouldn't endure such humiliation. Hearing her words, Burl laughed loudly. How will we know unless we try? Attack. Following his order, all the Great Zhou Jor guests surged forward. The Castor immediately said, Princess, please return to the carriage. Leave this to us. Angel looked at him deeply and said, I entrust this to you. Don't worry, your highness, they can't take you away. The castor firmly declared before charging straight ahead. Despite the Great Zhou's overwhelming force, they didn't get close to the carriage for half an hour. Both the Great Karen soldiers and the Great Zhou Jorges suffered heavy losses, but the Great Karen side was more perilous, leaving only 11 men. On the Great Zhou side, over 30 remained, giving them a clear advantage. Burl watched the castor panting. He knew the general wasn't stronger than him, but dragging him for so long was unexpected. You are indeed strong, a real man, but it ends here. Burl sneered. Victory still belonged to them. At this point, nobody could help the Great Karen. Among those remaining, they shook fearfully, losing any combat capability. Angel watched this, clenching her fists but powerless to do anything, watching helplessly. Although she wished to charge out and stop them, she couldn't. She had a more important mission. Where were the people from the Great Xia? Die. Suddenly, the bodyguard lifted a large knife toward the carriage to kill Angel. Otherwise, Burl wouldn't get away with her. Whether Burl would blame him later, he knew he would. But he had to do this. Only then did Burl have a chance to live, and only then could this matter be truly settled. So, he had no choice. Even if killed by Burl, he had no regrets. This life was saved by David, and protecting her brother was his willingness. Only they knew how much David cared for Burl. This was their commander's only brother. What are you doing? Burl was taken aback, lifting his knife to block him. He never thought the bodyguard would choose this. Damn it. The nearby castor was also stunned, not expecting anyone to get close, leaving the princess in danger. Angel closed her eyes, knowing she wouldn't survive. Neither Burl nor the castor would arrive in time. Suddenly, a horse neighed, and a spear appeared in front of the carriage. Chapter 109, just in time. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the large saber met the long spear, and everyone halted to stare at the sudden appearance with astonished looks. A regal, frost-faced man in white robes rode into the scene on horseback, blocking the strike. Who is he? Everyone was bewildered, not knowing who this man could be and why he appeared so suddenly. The speed at which he deflected that spear spoke volumes about his prowess. Clearly, his strength was top-notch to be able to withstand such a swift attack from the guardsman. Angel opened her eyes and gazed at the white figure standing resolute, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. Who is he? One of Daxia's people? Angel wasn't sure either. After all, this person wasn't wearing armor, making it difficult to identify him. The guard, seeing Dorian appear so abruptly, was utterly baffled. Being stopped in mid-attack was something almost unthinkable. From this situation alone, it was evident that this newcomer was extremely formidable. However, the guard quickly recovered, swinging another slash. Dorian, however, was even quicker, striking the seasoned soldier directly in the chest with his spear, sending him flying backward. Berkeley let out a breath of relief upon realizing Angel was unharmed and turned his attention to the mysterious rescuer. Berkeley understood well that this person possessed immense power, possibly more than what he could match. At least, under those circumstances, he wouldn't have been able to deflect that strike. This man must be an elite commander. Could he be from Daxia? But he's too young for me to recognize him. Among the younger generation of Daxia commanders, there is no one named Dorian. Who are you? Berkeley asked, looking intently at the man. Daxia, Dorian. The newly arrived man was indeed Dorian, who had rushed over with Natalie once they realized something was amiss. Thankfully, he arrived just in time, ensuring Angel remained unharmed, providing him some relief. Never heard of him before? The Jorges from Dajo exchanged puzzled glances, having never heard of this name, and neither did the people from Dayo seem familiar with it. While Dorian was quite famous within the capital city, beyond its walls, few recognized him, let alone other dynasties. Dorian wasn't bothered by this, merely giving them a nonchalant look as he contemplated his next move. That guard showed remarkable skill, and Berkeley is no less impressive. Dealing with them alone might prove challenging, but knowing Natalie should be arriving soon gave Dorian a sense of calm. Angel stared at Dorian in astonishment. While others were clueless, she knew very well who Dorian was. She had kept herself informed about the recent events in the capital, where Dorian's name frequently appeared. This made her both curious about Dorian and aware of his identity as Natalie's consort. It seemed the rumors were true. Dorian was indeed highly skilled in martial arts. But can he handle these people? Angel felt uncertain, watching Dorian with concern. Stopping these adversaries with only one person seemed nearly impossible, no matter how capable Dorian might be. Facing so many opponents left her uneasy. Berkeley, noting Dorian's lone presence, sighed with slight relief. Coming alone is suicidal. Do you seriously think you can defeat all of us single-handedly? He sneered, feeling confident that with only Dorian present, eliminating him would be straightforward. The Daxia army is already on its way. You have nowhere to run. Surrender now. Dorian replied calmly, the sight of the many dead and wounded soldiers from Dayo causing him initial discomfort, though he quickly adjusted. Ridiculous. You truly expect us to believe that? Even if your army is coming, we have enough time to deal with you first. Berkeley scoffed, determined not to let this opportunity slip and vowing to eliminate Dorian before capturing Angel. Seeing Berkeley's fervent resolve, Dorian readied his spear, clearly signaling his intent to fight. Initially excited, the Dayo officers felt disheartened when they saw only Dorian, knowing that one person couldn't change the tide of battle. In such a situation, their chances were slim. Berkeley, witnessing Dorian raising his weapon again, sneered once more, rushing forward with a powerful slash. Boom. Their inner energies clashed, causing Berkeley to stagger back a few steps, surprised by Dorian's strength. He realized Dorian was indeed formidable, but decided to take him more seriously. Not bad, strong force, but that won't be enough. Berkeley's smirk concealed his internal shock. Being pushed back by someone at Dorian's level was unprecedented. Observing Dorian's youth, he felt a mix of jealousy and frustration towards such talents. Him, another genius? I despise geniuses like Guyu Halstong, and now this Dorian. Though I possess decent skills, my talent pales in comparison. This resentment fuels my determination. Impossible. I need to make them pay. Geniuses like them should all die. With renewed fury, Berkeley charged at Dorian once more. Dorian's expression grew serious as he dismounted and engaged Berkeley in combat. Although his horsemanship was respectable, the focus now shifted entirely to hand-to-hand battle. Chapter 110. Astonishing Strength. However, riding and combat on horseback are two different matters. They cannot be conflated. Dorian's prowess in battle was formidable when he dismounted. Indeed, once off his horse, Dorian's attacks flowed smoothly, making it difficult for Burl to gain any advantage. This made Burl increasingly anxious. If he couldn't subdue Dorian, then he wouldn't be able to take Angel away. Damn it, why would reinforcements from Daya arrive at such a critical moment and, moreover, be so powerful? Still, it wasn't surprising. Given the situation, anyone who dared to come alone must not be an ordinary person. Dorian paid no heed to these thoughts. He simply wanted to engage in an exhilarating fight, testing his true strength and seeing just how far he could push himself. Soon enough, Burl found himself being suppressed by Dorian. Every strike from Burl's saber was easily deflected by Dorian, while Dorian's spear attacks were fiercely potent, leaving Burl struggling to defend. This predicament was particularly distressing for Burl. If things continued this way, not only would he fail to defeat Dorian, but he might also face serious consequences. All of them would likely meet their end here. Realizing this, Burl knew he needed to swiftly conclude this battle. Prepare to die. As soon as Burl spoke, he unleashed an extraordinary burst of power, slashing directly at Dorian with blinding speed and terrifying force. But to Dorian, this was nothing exceptional. With a flick of his spear, he blocked Burl's massive blade, stopping him dead in his tracks. In the face of overwhelming strength, even Burl had no recourse. Damn it. Now you have no options left, Dorian smiled, causing even more jealousy within Burl's heart. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible, Burl sneered before shouting loudly. Come forward, surround and overwhelm him. We need to finish this quickly. Now, Burl abandoned his stubbornness and focused on concluding the battle swiftly. Of course, he didn't want to perish here. To him, his life was the most important thing. Despite his rashness, he valued his own life greatly. Dying here would create too many complications, especially since he sought fame and glory. He certainly couldn't neglect his life in this endeavor. The soldiers breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this. It was good that Burl had come to his senses. Together, they still stood a good chance. Dorian watched the scene unfold, his expression turning grave. He was unafraid in one-on-one combat, but if this turned into a group attack, the outcome was uncertain. There were over 30 of them, while Dakaran's side had only about 10 men left. A nearby Dakaran general observed Dorian with determination and said, Yanko, we will do our best to hold them back. You must protect the princess or lead her to safety. Looking at the Dakaran general, Dorian became resolute. He understood the general's intentions clearly, but even if Princess Angel survived, this alliance would be hard to maintain. Sweeping his gaze around, Dorian realized that perhaps not all of Dakaran's contestants had arrived here, and Angel had been deliberately used as bait. After all, she was the primary target. Thinking of this, Dorian glanced at Angel. She truly was someone out of the ordinary. In this situation, there was even less chance of letting Angel die here. With that thought, Dorian's resolve hardened, and his aura intensified. Seeing this, the Dakaran general immediately warned, don't act rashly. I know you're strong, but these people are all martial artists, not weaklings. You won't be a match for them alone. Dorian smiled faintly. How will we know without trying? I'll find a way to hold them off. Rest assured, no harm will come to your princess. Taking a deep breath, Dorian understood he had to stop these people. It was something he had to do. The alliance between Daya and Dakaran mustn't be broken, and the Dakaran princess must not encounter trouble within Daya territory. With that thought, Dorian charged forward. Instead of passively defending, he chose to launch his own assault, confronting them head-on. Burl scoffed. Overconfident. Finish him off. Let him die here. Their team consisted of high-ranking yellow-grade martial artists, plus Burl and his bodyguard, both low-ranking Shen, stage martial artists. Dealing with Dorian should be relatively easy for them. Note, for consistency and clarity in English, I have changed bodyguards to bodyguard, assuming there is only one bodyguard mentioned in the context, and added for them at the end to ensure the sentence reads naturally. After their initial clash, Burl realized Dorian's realm wasn't exceptionally high, merely a high-ranking yellow grade at most. Yes, they rushed forward en masse, yet Dorian held his ground with his spear, blocking their attacks again and again. During this, he unexpectedly eliminated several Zhou dynasty martial artists, infuriating Burl further. Why was this man so strong? Even with their combined efforts, they couldn't get close to Dorian. This left Burl even more dissatisfied, though he and his bodyguard were also overwhelmed by Dorian. He regretted not bringing more powerful allies. If he had another couple of low-ranking Shen, stage martial artists, Dorian wouldn't be a match. Note, for better fluency in English, we can change wouldn't stand a chance to wouldn't be a match, which is more commonly used in this context. Witnessing Dorian's ferocity, the Dakaran general and the battered warriors looked on in shock. How could Dorian display such fighting prowess against 30 opponents, preventing them from advancing? They had prepared themselves for death, but now there seemed to be a glimmer of hope. Dorian indeed seemed capable of holding off these foes. Angel, watching Dorian's performance from inside the carriage, couldn't help but be impressed. No matter what, Dorian was indeed formidable. It was as if they were witnessing the emergence of another war god. Such a Dorian might not be inferior to the former David. Suddenly, Angel felt an urge to learn more about this man. Yet, she also felt a tinge of nostalgia. Chapter 111. True Outburst. The Great Xia dynasty remained as powerful as ever, and their young generals were not limited to just Natalie. Even Natalie's husband was an exceptionally fierce warrior. Thinking of this, Angel's expression grew serious. She knew that the true test was about to begin. The general from Great Karen gritted his teeth and said, "We cannot let Yanko Dorian fight alone. We must also join in to help ease the pressure on him." If they stood by idly now, it would only make things worse. After all, if Dorian could not hold up and was defeated, their fate would be predictable. Although charging forward might not ensure their survival either, if they could protect Angel for Dorian, it would be worth it. Originally, he thought it would be better if Dorian could take Angel away with their assistance. But seeing Dorian's combat strength made them anticipate what more he could do. Of course, they could not stand by idly anymore. If Dorian failed, they would have no chance at all. Seeing the frenzied charge of the casters, Dorian did not stop them. He was already feeling somewhat strained. Not far away, Natalie was observing Dorian's battle. She had arrived but did not immediately join in. She wanted to see how far Dorian could go. It was important to gauge his true abilities after all these days of effort. Natalie was quite excited, knowing Dorian's strength was not fully displayed yet. Or perhaps, this was all Dorian could show right now. It should not be so. Natalie always felt Dorian had some power he hadn't revealed. However, she could not tell what it was. If Dorian truly had something hidden, she should have sensed it, but she didn't. It seemed Dorian was only capable of this much. But now, Dorian must surely show his true strength. Natalie watched intently, pondering over this. Even if Dorian could not win, at this distance, she could intervene swiftly to prevent any harm coming to him. The tournament was approaching quickly, and if Dorian were injured, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Natalie became more serious, her gaze shifting to Burl behind her. This fellow probably also had hidden strength. As David's brother, he wouldn't just have such limited capabilities. After all, that was David. Natalie had never been cautious around anyone except David. The military god of Great Zhou wasn't a mere reputation. Thinking of this, Natalie shook her head slightly. If the greatest enemy of Great Xia was David, eliminating him would bring much peace. However, Natalie knew David had no intention of starting a war and had likely changed his views. Thinking of this, Natalie sighed. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, one of Gratis took advantage of Dorian's distraction and approached Angel's carriage. Seeing this, Natalie tensed up, ready to act. But Dorian moved faster, piercing Grady's heart with his spear before he could get close. The soldier looked bewildered, wondering how Dorian moved so fast without his notice. He collapsed, leaving only confusion behind. Seeing this, Natalie sighed in relief and marveled at Dorian's hidden strength, or perhaps his concealed killing techniques. During their sparring, he had not used them. Considering this, Natalie found it plausible. His eyes sparkled with satisfaction. After the kill, Dorian showed no change in emotion. It seemed he had begun to accept the harshness of warfare. However, what would happen next? War wasn't just about a few people. The bloodshed and carnage were not easily accepted by anyone. But Natalie didn't know how to address this issue, and could only wait to see how Dorian reacted. Turning her attention elsewhere, Natalie saw Burl's face pale after witnessing Dorian's swift action. Without change, it would be hard to leave. If he left now, Dorian might not stop him, but his mission and reputation. This was difficult for Burl to accept, but others were already retreating. Clearly, Dorian had unleashed his full power, surprising everyone. Great Karen's side was now thrilled. The stronger Dorian was, the greater their chances of survival. Who wouldn't want to live? Angel stared at Dorian. How wonderful it would be if he weren't Natalie's prince consort. Every girl harbors feelings for a hero who rescues them from danger, and even Angel felt admiration under such circumstances. Dorian, fight till the end. Burl coldly huffed, suddenly bursting with immense strength, his face turning red. Seeing this, Natalie became serious. Has he learned that technique from David? Muttering to herself, Natalie recognized this move. She had seen David use it before. It allowed one to unleash all strength and inner energy in a short time, followed by a weakened state. For David, it barely affected him, but for Burl, Natalie doubted there would be no impact. This amounted to preemptively exhausting oneself, leading to fatigue later. Hashtag Chapter 112. Beauty rescues the hero. Guyu Halstong managed to retain her full strength and stood energetically, not entirely affected by whatever had transpired. However, whether Peter could do the same was uncertain, and Natalie didn't believe he would be as resilient as Guyu Halstong. Given this, what gave Peter the confidence to act like this? Just as Natalie was lost in thought, Dorian was startled, his eyes fixed on the sudden transformation of Peter, shock evident on his face. What is this? Dorian, equally surprised, stared at Peter. He had never seen anything like it before, and it genuinely caught him off guard. But soon, Dorian regained his composure, his expression turning serious. As an avid novel enthusiast, Dorian understood this was a means of temporarily enhancing one's power. After all, having already been exposed to concepts like internal energy, even if something new appeared, it wasn't too hard for Dorian to accept. Such things were nothing to worry about. With this thought, Dorian smiled faintly and then charged directly at Peter. This kind of opponent, Dorian felt confident he could handle. Watching Dorian charge forward, Natalie became even more curious. Peter's sudden burst of power had already reached the middle conroik of the profound stage. Under these circumstances, Dorian would be under considerable pressure. After all, no matter how strong Dorian was, his realm was still mid-conroik yellow stage, which would make it difficult for him to contend with a mid-conroik profound stage opponent. Natalie began to worry, but deep down, she knew Dorian was cautious and wouldn't act rashly. She observed Dorian more intently as he approached Peter. Soon, Dorian clashed with Peter again, their weapons, the spear and the greatsword, clashing fiercely, neither willing to yield. In this situation, Dorian found himself at a disadvantage. How long Peter could maintain his burst of power was uncertain. If Dorian could prolong the fight, Peter would eventually tire out. Dorian's display of strength had thoroughly astonished Natalie. Just how much potential did this guy have? If not for today's events, Natalie might never have realized this side of him. She muttered to herself, thinking she must interrogate Dorian upon returning. Hiding one's true strength wasn't necessarily wrong, and Natalie sighed in relief with a small smile. Now, the real question was how far Dorian could go. Angel watched Dorian. Though she wasn't well versed in martial arts, she could tell Dorian was formidable, more so than she had imagined. Given time and avoiding any mishaps, Dorian would surely become someone like Guyu Hallstong. Thinking of this, Angel felt a surge of anticipation. Even she could see Dorian's extraordinary potential, and the Terry, Cody, would definitely recognize it too. Regarding Cody, Angel held immense respect. This emperor was undoubtedly one of the most capable and accomplished among the current generation. It was precisely this that led her to choose cooperation with Dacia. There was a certain aura of benevolence about Cody. If Dorian grows up, coupled with Natalie's support, even Guyu Hallstong wouldn't stand a chance. With this thought, Angel nodded solemnly. Quickly, Peter was forced into retreat by Dorian, his strength waning. How is this possible? How can you have such strength when you're only a mid-Conroic yellow stage? Peter couldn't comprehend it. Staring at Dorian in disbelief, he couldn't accept the fact that Dorian was so powerful. During their clash, Peter had realized Dorian was merely mid-Conroic yellow stage, leading him to believe victory was assured. But this was something Peter couldn't accept, and his jealousy burned fiercely. Yet, his fatigued body left him unable to further challenge Dorian. Nothing is impossible. External power remains external and cannot match one's own true strength. Your burst of power is indeed formidable, but it's not yours to command fully. You'll only end up defeated. Dorian's words filled Peter with despair, realizing there was no way out. I'll take you down with me. Roaring, Peter lunged at Dorian once more. However, his exhausted body made him no match for Dorian. A quick thrust from Dorian's spear sent Peter flying, leaving Dorian ready to end his life. Mercy towards an enemy was cruelty towards oneself. Although Dorian disliked killing, for his own survival, he had no choice. Just as Dorian prepared to finish Peter, a long sword suddenly shot out, and a stoic man appeared before Dorian in an instant. Instinctively sensing danger, Dorian stepped back, but the sword struck swiftly, wounding his left arm and causing him pain. Before Dorian could react, another strike came, causing his face to pale. Too fast, far too fast. He had no time to dodge. I need to be faster. Biting his lip, Dorian unleashed a burst of energy, evading the next strike. The stoic man, taken aback, quickly resumed his attack, aiming straight for Dorian. Johnny's face changed dramatically. He couldn't dodge this time. Why was this man so fast? Suddenly, a spear appeared, blocking the sword just as it was inches from Dorian's throat. Relieved, Dorian retreated a few steps, smiling as Natalie stood before him. Kirsty, thank you. No problem. You are my husband after all. Natalie nodded, then turned her gaze to the opposing figure. To think you, the esteemed poison sword Jaren and earth stage martial artist, would ambush a mere mid-Conroic yellow stage practitioner. Truly despicable. Natalie spoke coldly. When this man appeared, she immediately sensed something was amiss. His strength was far beyond Dorian's level, and how such a person ended up here puzzled her. Additionally, she hadn't been close enough to save Dorian. Had it just been Peter's attacks, she wouldn't have been concerned. But this poison sword Jaren was known for his speed. Fortunately, Dorian had dodged the second strike, giving Natalie time to intervene. Chapter 113, The Josh. This allowed Natalie to intervene just in time, rescuing Dorian on the third strike. Otherwise, Natalie would have only been able to watch as Dorian met his end. As a Josh and Earth Conroic warrior, such an individual's attack would ensure Dorian's certain death. Natalie, the expressionless man, upon seeing Natalie, revealed a wary look. If anyone in the Great Xia army could instill fear in him, it was none other than Natalie. Initially from the martial world, he later joined the Great Zhou military during a crisis to protect the nation, becoming part of the most elite unit under David. This elite squad fought through countless dangers alongside David, saving the entire Great Zhou dynasty, a testament to their unparalleled strength and valor. And among them, the Josh was one of the most outstanding, with undeniably formidable power and renowned for his speed. Natalie hadn't expected David to send this individual here. However, the Josh was indeed not to be underestimated, and Natalie needed to be cautious. With that thought, she became more focused. The Josh felt somewhat overwhelmed. While he had anticipated Natalie's appearance, her arrival was far too swift, catching him off guard. He had no idea how to react. In a real fight, he knew he wouldn't stand a chance against Natalie, who could easily overpower him. His mission was to follow silently, watching for any potential issues. David's orders were clear. He must not intervene unless absolutely necessary. So, he remained inactive, assessing the situation. But when Burl found himself in danger, he couldn't hold back and immediately acted. Letting Burl die here would mean failing David completely. After all, Burl was her younger brother. With this in mind, the Josh quickly struck. To him, taking down Dorian seemed effortless, and killing Angel would complete David's task. However, Dorian's rapid reaction surprised him. His first strike may have been slightly careless, causing only minor injuries to Dorian. Yet, his second strike was a full-force attack, and Dorian managed to dodge it, which left the Josh utterly shocked. Being an Earth Conroic lower-tier warrior facing a Yellow Conroic mid-tier opponent, 2 consecutive failures were unacceptable. Frustrated, he delivered his third strike but missed again, this time intercepted by Natalie. The repeated failures were a significant humiliation for him. For an Earth Conroic lower-tier warrior to struggle against a Yellow Conroic mid-tier foe was embarrassing enough. This kind of failure would be a source of ridicule, but they no longer cared about such matters, no matter how shameful. They were following orders for their country, and the Josh must do so without hesitation. Now, faced with Natalie, he knew victory was out of the question. Even escaping safely with Burl seemed like a luxury. Each serves their own master. There's nothing more to say, the Josh said slowly, implying there was no need for further explanations. Natalie nodded and replied, since you've come to the Great Xia, don't even think about leaving. With that, she instantly attacked. Aware that he stood no chance against Natalie, the Josh whispered to Burl and then charged at Natalie. Burl glanced at Dorian and Angel, then turned around, preparing to leave. For him, the mission was already a failure, and Natalie's presence made it clear that he wouldn't stand a chance against her. Under these circumstances, he had no choice but to follow the Josh's order and leave. Continuing to stay meant only one outcome, being eliminated by Dorian. With the Josh holding Natalie back, he still had a slim chance to escape. Dorian watched Burl attempt to flee, a sharp light flickering in his eyes. How could he let this guy escape so easily? Given the significance of someone worth a rescue by an Earth-Kenroik warrior, capturing him would be highly valuable. Deciding this, Dorian took a step forward. However, pain from his wounded left arm forced him to tear off a piece of his clothing for a quick bandage before mounting his horse and chasing after Burl. Seeing Dorian's actions, Natalie smiled faintly. Indeed, he was smart enough to know what to do. Capturing David's brother would simplify future negotiations. While the Great Zhou might not care about Burl, David certainly would. Being the sole commander of the Great Zhou's 3 armies, David's loyalty to her brother was paramount, making Burl crucial. The Josh, noticing Dorian's pursuit, wanted to stop him but was hindered by Natalie's presence. Natalie effortlessly blocked him and calmly said, "If you want to interfere, you'll have to get past me." "Natalie, let him go. I'll accept my fate," the Josh responded, surprising Natalie, who looked at him in confusion. Though she understood the deep loyalty these warriors held towards David, this level of dedication seemed extreme. But Natalie quickly realized this was simply the status David held in their hearts. "Pity. It's unnecessary. Each serves their own master, and I cannot possibly agree to your request." Natalie shook her head. She couldn't comply with such a demand. Not only did she need to eliminate the Josh quickly, but letting Burl escape would also amount to aiding the enemy. David was their faith, while Natalie had her own responsibilities to fulfill. Chapter 114. Resolving the Roberto. Whether it was saving Angel or capturing her, both scenarios were beneficial for the Great Xia dynasty. As the daughter of the Jethrog State Duke and one of the generals of the Great Xia dynasty, she had to do what was expected of her. "Natalie, as long as you agree, Gu Augustini Anju will owe you a personal favor. Yanko Gu is willing to pay any price to repay this debt," the Roberto hastily said, still deeply concerned for Burl's safety even at this moment. Seeing the state of the Roberto, Natalie shook her head slightly and said, "It's impossible. If Dorian falls into your hands, would you let him go? Because of this, you've lost all sense. Continuing this way brings no benefit to you. Losing your heart as a martial artist, you are not my match at all." The current Roberto was no longer who he used to be. Now, he had become a loyal dog at Burl's side, doing whatever she commanded. To complete the tasks given by Burl, he could abandon all thought, which while a sign of loyalty, meant he had lost his own heart, his martial artist spirit. For a martial artist, that was the most important thing. The current Roberto was far from who he once was. Even though he was still a Earth-Kenroik martial artist, he was no match for Natalie now. The heart of a martial artist? The Roberto muttered to himself, suddenly realizing something and becoming serious. "So, after all these years, I never realized this. This is what I lacked all along." One might say that Natalie had startled him awake. He suddenly understood his own state. "No wonder I couldn't break through to the Middle Earth-Kenroik realm all these years. No wonder. No one had noticed this for so many years, not even their leader Burl." The Roberto's body trembled for a bit, but he soon revealed a determined look, gazing at Natalie. "Thank you for reminding me, but I have my own responsibilities. Let's begin." Looking at the battle-ready Roberto, Natalie gave a faint smile and immediately struck. For Natalie, only such a Roberto was worthy of her battle. Bang! After a few exchanges of sword and spear, the Roberto showed signs of despair. Against the present-day Natalie, he was utterly powerless. "Compared to your younger self, you haven't progressed at all." Natalie couldn't help but shake her head, having thought the Roberto could unleash greater combat strength. It turned out she overestimated him. The current Roberto was nowhere near his former self. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the Roberto looked at Natalie in shock. "You've become so much stronger than before. People like you are simply born for the path of martial arts." A year ago, when he saw Natalie, she was merely at the high mystic Kenroik. But now, if Burl was considered a genius, then Natalie was a prodigy. He had a premonition that the greatest enemy of the Great Zhou dynasty in the future would be this person. Had Natalie not been a Gigi, she might have achieved even greater things. Thinking of this, the Roberto shook his head slightly. "This is my final strike. Come." With that, the Roberto gathered all his inner strength into his hand, disregarding the pain he could barely endure. Natalie likewise focused her strength and thrust her spear forward. Her spear pierced through his sword, sending the sword falling and splitting into 2 pieces. The Roberto's body was also penetrated by Natalie's spear. As the Roberto slowly fell down, his eyes still carried a trace of regret and guilt. Ultimately, he hadn't completed Burl's task. "Leader, I failed you." He fell to the ground, and Natalie glanced at him with a hint of regret, pulling out her spear without much emotion. She just felt that such a powerful martial artist ultimately couldn't escape the backlash of his own mind demons, losing his martial artist spirit, the most tragic fate. So, death for the Roberto might have been a form of release. Angel watched Natalie intently, clearly impressed. Among all the generals in the world, the one Angel cared about the most was Natalie. In Angel's eyes, even Burl didn't compare to Natalie. Not only because Natalie, being a Gigi, had achieved such remarkable feats, but more importantly, Natalie was truly powerful. So powerful that the entire continent had to take her seriously. Hence, Angel held Natalie in high regard. Now, finally meeting her idol, Angel felt a surge of excitement. While Dorian had surprised her, Natalie left her in awe. With such a female general, the Great Xia dynasty was already invincible. The commander of Dakaran watched this legendary female general with seriousness as well. Burl was indeed very successful, but still didn't measure up to Natalie. Natalie was the most formidable general on this continent, deserving of utmost attention. "Princess, are you all right?" Natalie approached Angel, scrutinizing her closely. This surprised Natalie. Indeed, Angel possessed an unmatched beauty that even Natalie admired. However, Angel was equally amazed. She had seen portraits of Natalie before, but they failed to capture her true appearance. Only now, seeing Natalie in person, did Angel understand how beautiful this female general really was. Despite her own stunning beauty, Angel felt slightly inadequate compared to Natalie. Moreover, Natalie's spirited aura deeply moved Angel. I'm fine, Yanko Kirsty. Thank you for coming to my aid, Angel said hurriedly, her face slightly flushed. Natalie, of course, was unaware of Angel's thoughts. Nodding slightly, she said, we Great Xia were somewhat negligent in our response and arrived too late. I hope Princess does not take offense. Natalie didn't want this incident to affect the upcoming alliance. If it did, it would pose significant danger to her family. Since her father had come to welcome them, Natalie felt it crucial to speak properly with Angel, although she still didn't know why her father hadn't arrived yet. Chapter 115, Capture Alive. Fortunately, Dorian arrived just in time to prevent anything from happening to Angel, ensuring the safety of this princess. Most of the casualties were Dakaran's warriors and soldiers, while others suffered minimal losses. It was a stroke of luck amidst the tragedy. Yanko, you're too kind. How can we blame you for what happened? This ambush was our doing, and it was inevitable that we'd encounter trouble this time, sighed Angel. She felt guilty, but their group was destined to be intercepted by the Great Zhou and Deqian. For the safety of those participating in the competition, she chose to put herself at risk. As for notifying the Great Xia, they couldn't do it directly. If the Great Xia sent a grand welcoming party, it would only attract more attention from spies of the Great Zhou and Deqian. So, only here could they inform the people of the Great Xia discreetly. Thinking of this, Angel shook her head slightly and said, when the Great Xia dynasty arrives, can you help us bury these bodies? Angel looked earnestly at Natalie, not wanting to leave these people unburied in the wilderness. Of course, no problem. Natalie nodded, knowing that such a request would naturally be granted. Elsewhere, Burl was desperately fleeing through the woods, with Dorian hot on his trail. He was running out of strength, so his speed had slowed significantly. It wasn't long before Dorian caught up with him. Soon enough, Dorian blocked Burl's path, saying, now, there's nowhere left for you to go. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Burl sneered, then lunged at Dorian. Cornered, he decided to fight with everything he had. Never one to admit defeat or surrender. Dorian respected this resolve, but couldn't let him escape. The weakened Burl was no match for Dorian and was quickly subdued. After capturing Burl alive, Dorian breathed a sigh of relief and led him away. When Natalie saw Dorian return with the captive, she smiled. Capturing this guy will prove quite useful. Natalie couldn't resist commenting, her gaze on Dorian. Oh, is his identity significant? Dorian asked, looking surprised at the bound and unconscious Burl. Though he had subdued Burl, the man kept struggling until Dorian was forced to knock him out. Natalie smiled. You could say he's very important to the Great Zhou. Looking at Burl, she added, he isn't crucial on his own, but his brother, David, is extremely important, and David dotes on him. David, the war god of the Great Zhou, dotes on him? Imagine his reaction when he finds out his little brother has been captured. Upon hearing this, Dorian realized the gravity of the situation. Burl being David's brother was unexpected. The mere thought that someone like David had such an impulsive sibling seemed surreal. Knowing David's fame, Dorian understood that capturing Burl presented a significant opportunity. Turning to Natalie, Dorian asked, do you plan to negotiate with David? Natalie shook her head. That decision lies with my father and the others. New Dorian understood. Natalie didn't participate in state affairs, leaving matters like this to Joab and others. Meanwhile, Dorian was already brainstorming ways to leverage Burl. But that was for later. Princess. A voice from nearby caught their attention. Dorian and Natalie turned to see Angel descending in a flowing dress, her gaze upon them. Her expression was complex as she suddenly became aware of Dorian and Natalie being a couple. Such a pair would be beneficial to the Great Xia. Though unsure how to feel about this, Angel approached them. Princess, Dorian greeted, admiring her stunning beauty. Indeed, the princess was exceptionally beautiful, likely to spark fierce competition among contenders. For the likes of princes and nobles, ministers and officials, this competition would be intense. It went beyond mere interest or ambition. Dorian knew well the saying, graceful and virtuous lady, sought after by all gentlemen. He realized that securing victory in this contest would be challenging, given the talent pool he was up against. Determined, Dorian focused more seriously. However, he quickly shifted his gaze away, impressing Angel with his restraint. Natalie, used to men staring, found Dorian different. He merely glanced respectfully. A man who can remain composed is capable of great things. Why did you come down personally, Your Highness? Natalie asked, surprised. Aware of the princess's intelligence and skills, Natalie was genuinely curious why she had chosen this path. Despite feeling some regret, Natalie respected Angel's decision. Chapter 116. Encounter on the Journey. Angel expressed her gratitude to Natalie and Dorian. Then, looking at the corpses on the ground, she spoke with some sadness. Take a look at these brave soldiers who sacrificed themselves for me. If not for this matter, they probably wouldn't have faced such an overwhelming disaster. As she spoke, tears fell from Angel's eyes. This made Dorian and Natalie pause in silence. They could clearly sense Angel's sorrow. This confirmed that the princess was truly saddened by the events. No wonder she was so respected in Daqiao. Natalie felt a moment of admiration. Dorian, on the other hand, wasn't very familiar with the princess's background but found her kindness genuine. Such a kind-hearted princess was indeed rare. However, as this matter pertained to them, neither Dorian nor Natalie knew what to say. Nearby, a Hilton limped over, respectfully saying, Princess, you need not blame yourself. They were all brave warriors of our nation. For them, dying on the battlefield is their destiny, and they would never refuse it. They knew their fate when they set out. The general said earnestly, his face filled with pride. Indeed, for the generals and soldiers of this era, there were only two fates, return with honor or die on the battlefield. Both brought the highest honor, yet who wouldn't prefer returning with honor? In this situation, that was true glory. Unfortunately, they had no chance now. With Dorian and Natalie present, the Daqiao forces remained calm, waiting for Joab and the rest to arrive. They wanted to wait here calmly. After all, no one knew what lay ahead. Staying put was the safest option. Soon, dust billowed up as Joab led the black-armored cavalry over. Many wore bloodstains, indicating they had been in a battle. Yet their expressions weren't overly grim, suggesting the encounter hadn't been too severe. Upon arriving, Joab surveyed the scene, relaxing slightly upon seeing Angel unharmed. Anyone else could perish, but Angel must live. If she died, an alliance would be impossible, and he'd bear the blame. Noticing Dorian's injuries and Natalie's unscathed state, Joab looked surprised but still focused on Angel. Princess, we from Dacia arrived late. It's our fault. Angel waved her hand gently. Marquis Jethrog need not be so formal. This isn't your responsibility. It's due to Deo and Dakian. Birdieling was rational, and Joab understood this. He assured her, rest assured, we will demand justice from Deo. We won't let them act so recklessly without consequences. Joab said coldly, acknowledging how much worse than expected Deo's actions were. The attack was strong, trapping thousands of his troops. Without Dorian and Natalie's help, things might have turned ugly. Joab, seeing Burl, knew confronting Deo was inevitable. Even seasoned strategists make judgments. All right, then I'll leave it to Marquis Jethrog. Angel quickly responded, gazing at Joab. Not a problem, Joab replied. We should also assist in burying these fallen soldiers. He gave instructions, and the 3,000 soldiers sprang into action. Then, Joab turned to Natalie. What happened here? Natalie explained quickly, bringing Joab up to speed. I see. Joab nodded, understanding the situation and turning to Dorian. Based on Natalie's account, Joab appreciated Dorian's timely intervention and noted his growth, feeling reassured. Thank you. Joab patted Dorian's shoulder, checking his injuries. Are you all right? Fine. Dorian shook his head, indicating he was okay. Seeing this, Angel smacked her forehead. Aren't we accompanied by 2 physicians? Have them come over immediately. The Hilton hesitated before remembering. Yes. They had overlooked it amidst the tension. Soon, 2 physicians rushed over, tending to Dorian and others. Natalie sighed with relief, not wanting Dorian to suffer lasting harm from this relatively minor injury. Then, Natalie asked Joab, Father, what did you encounter on the way? Joab's expression darkened. Don't ask. It was extremely unlucky today. Those fellows acted like lunatics. Hearing Joab's account, Dorian and Natalie understood why he arrived late. These opponents were fiercely determined, willing to sacrifice themselves to delay Joab's arrival. This was terrifying indeed, especially given the significance of those 3,000 black-armored cavalrymen to Dacia. Now Natalie and Dorian comprehended the delay. They seemed hell-bent on stopping this alliance. Dorian remarked, noting how drastic this effort was, causing significant damage to both Deo and Dakian. Sending so many men to their deaths meant considerable loss. None survived the assault. Chapter 117. Entering the capital. Moreover, their primary goal had also not been achieved, which made the situation even more troublesome for them. This kind of loss was indeed the most painful. If they had succeeded, it would have been great news for them. However, failure meant facing the most critical pressure. Furthermore, they had a significant gain. Burl was a substantial asset. As long as they kept Burl in hand, the opposing side would undoubtedly be worried. Thinking this, Dorian and the others couldn't help but smile, their gazes shifting to the other side. At this moment, the battlefield had been cleared. Angel had finished her silent mourning, and Joab looked at her, saying, Princess, should we depart? We need to hurry back to the capital. Although they didn't need to be overly anxious now since the enemy wouldn't dare attack again, it was still crucial to treat the situation seriously and return as soon as possible. Especially with so many people waiting for them, they could not linger here for too long. All right. Angel understood this very well, nodding slightly before boarding the carriage, after which everyone set off once again. On the road, Dorian and Natalie guarded the carriage from both sides, preventing any sudden ambush. Being powerful individuals themselves, they naturally took responsibility for protecting the princess. However, the journey passed without any unexpected incidents, and they arrived smoothly at the outskirts of the capital city. Upon reaching this point, the black-armored cavalry naturally couldn't all enter the city. Joab had already planned ahead, selecting 200 men to accompany them into the city. The capital city had already been thoroughly investigated multiple times, but it was inevitable that some spies or Jorges of the Great Zhou dynasty might still lurk within. Therefore, they had to remain cautious. Once inside the capital, Angel curiously observed everything from her carriage. She naturally found the capital intriguing, though descriptions she had heard differed greatly from what she saw firsthand. Despite hearing various accounts, personally witnessing the place was a different experience altogether. The citizens of the Great Xia dynasty were impressively cooperative, presenting an impressive environment and demeanor to leave a deep impression on the visitors from the Great Karen dynasty. This enhanced Angel's perception considerably. Such a Great Xia dynasty was precisely what she had imagined. Moreover, the citizens' faces bore no signs of sorrow, indicating that their lives were reasonably prosperous. Before long, Joab led them to the residence assigned to the embassy. This place was specifically prepared for receiving distinguished guests from other countries. Security was exceptionally stringent, leaving no room for enemies to exploit any vulnerabilities. After all, these embassies were of significant importance to the Great Xia dynasty, and thus this area needed to be well guarded. Your Highness, this is your residence. Rest assured, we've arranged plenty of guards around, so there will be no issues, Joab said confidently. Unless someone inside the Great Karen had problems, it would be challenging for outsiders to enter this area. Additionally, the Great Xia dynasty had also stationed many experts. Only if David came personally would it be difficult to break through. However, if David dared to come, the Great Xia dynasty would spare no effort to eliminate him. David wasn't invincible, and both Joab and Natalie were confident in dealing with him. Capturing David would significantly benefit the Great Xia dynasty, as the cooperation with the Great Karen dynasty could be forsaken in exchange for capturing David, which would strip the Great Zhou dynasty of its resistance capability. Despite internal dissatisfaction with David within the Great Zhou dynasty, everyone knew he was crucial to the Great Zhou survival. Capturing David would severely cripple the great Zhou dynasty. Thank you, Lord Marquis of Jethrock. Angel quickly thanked Joab, looking at him before glancing at Natalie and others. Do you two have time tonight? I wish to invite you both to dinner to express my gratitude for your assistance. Joab immediately understood Angel's intentions upon hearing this. She was already starting to gather favorable forces. The Marquis of Jethrock's household would naturally be a key target, given their strength, Natalie's reputation, and Dorian's demonstrated prowess. It was natural for Angel to value the Marquis of Jethrock's support. For Joab, forming a good relationship with Angel would yield future benefits. With this thought, Joab smiled but did not speak, instead looking at Dorian and Natalie, leaving the decision up to them. Dorian and Natalie exchanged a glance, with Natalie signaling for Dorian to respond, giving Dorian much respect. Observing this interaction, Angel began to ponder. Previously, she had always heard that the Marquis of Jethrock's family and Natalie did not favor Dorian, but from what she now saw, they treated Dorian with utmost respect, not making him feel awkward at all. Especially this current scene made Angel reconsider Dorian's value. She realized that his talent must have impressed Joab and others. Understanding this, Angel valued Dorian even more. Being detail-oriented, she believed that handling matters well was paramount. Wouldn't you like to rest tonight, Your Highness? Given the fatigue from travel, you might not be in the best condition. Dorian smiled, looking at Angel. Since Natalie left the decision to him, he had already made up his mind. Hearing Dorian's words, Angel understood it as a polite refusal. It was nothing wrong. She had been somewhat impatient. Regardless of how one viewed it, the Great Karen dynasty was at a disadvantage. If she didn't carefully find allies for the Great Karen, things would be difficult. Choosing the Marquis of Jethrock's household as her ally upon arrival was a sound decision. While the Ning National Duke's household was powerful, possibly second only to the Xia family, she knew that choosing them would be a grave mistake. The rise of the Marquis of Jethrock gave her a sliver of hope. Chapter 118. Idea. On one hand, the people of the Max Mansion were clearly held in high regard by Cody and were undoubtedly favored officials. However, both Joab and Natalie were very capable generals. In the Xia dynasty, generals were usually greatly respected, especially now that Joab was the commander-in-chief of the three armies. Under such circumstances, the value of the Max Mansion was naturally significant. However, Angel did not make any immediate decisions. She still needed to observe the situation at the Max Mansion before making a plan. Just like now. Now she had already made a detailed judgment about the Max Mansion and was quite satisfied and enticed by this choice. After all, whether it was Joab or Natalie, or even Dorian now, they all had promising futures. Not pulling them in would be most regrettable. However, she had indeed been overly hasty. Realizing this, Angel felt somewhat helpless. She was, of course, extremely anxious. For her, time was money. The current situation of the Dakaran kingdom left no room for error. Looking at Angel's expression, Dorian naturally understood but didn't say much. He only silently watched her, having already expressed his intentions clearly. Angel reacted quickly and immediately said, "Yes, my considerations were somewhat inadequate. Dorian thinks more thoroughly. Then, after we settle down, we will invite Dorian and Princess Kirsty for a banquet. I hope Dorian won't refuse then." Of course not. Dorian smiled slightly, seeing that Angel understood his hint. He was convinced that she was an intelligent girl. That's all then. Angel smiled slightly, showing no change despite Dorian's refusal. She was very smart and could tell that Dorian hadn't refused. It was just that the opportunity wasn't right now. Dorian was a person with a good sense of timing. Given their joint appearance, how would Cody perceive this? Regardless, they needed to meet Cody first before building relations with Dorian. Moreover, she believed that Dorian also had ideas. After all, it was beneficial for them as the best relationship Duke's mansion with Cody. Cody would surely approve of this scenario. If Angel could pull Joab and company, it would show Cody her genuine intention to ally. If Angel chose the Raphael Duke's mansion, Cody might suspect her motives. This explained why Joab was assigned to welcome her, partly out of respect, partly to improve relations with Joab and prevent Raphael Duke from intervening. Thinking this over, Angel revealed a faint smile. Good. After watching Dorian leave, the Dakaran general slowly approached, asking, "Did your highness choose them?" "Yes, there's no better option than the Max Mansion, especially since Natalie and Joab are already enough to attract us, let alone Dorian. Did you notice? They deliberately brought Dorian along this time." Angel replied calmly, recalling those rumors which now made sense to her. Both Cody and Joab were grooming Dorian for growth, showing some success, especially in martial prowess. His easy victory over Burl demonstrated his strength, and his sharp wit confirmed his excellence. This helped Angel understand their approach. "Your decision is wise. My job is simply to protect your highness." The Dakaran general nodded, confident in Angel's judgment, feeling he only needed to safeguard her safety. "Thank you. You've all worked hard." Angel smiled slightly, returning to her room. The toughest part was yet to come. She must find a way to handle these issues and help the Dakaran dynasty through its crisis. On the other side, after leaving, Joab couldn't help but ask Dorian, "Don't you see the benefits in building a relationship with Angel?" Joab was curious about Dorian's thoughts. While he guessed Dorian's intentions, he wanted to hear Dorian speak. "Not at all. Angel is very intelligent and capable. It makes sense to build a relationship with her. She will be an excellent ally in the future," Dorian responded frankly, looking at Joab. He also felt this marriage alliance might not succeed as Angel might have other intentions, possibly aiming to win Cody over with her talents. Though far-fetched, if it involved Cody and Angel, it wasn't impossible. Cody valued talent, evidenced by his support for Dorian. And Angel was clearly talented and clever, understanding his hints instantly. By inviting only Dorian and Natalie, she avoided implicating Joab, signaling Cody's preferences. Considering her reputation, Dorian thought she might genuinely win favor with Cody, a notion too incredible to voice. So, Dorian merely said, "But it's not the right time now." "Why? Please explain." Joab gazed at Dorian calmly, impressed by his daughter-in-law's intelligence. He wanted to know more of Dorian's thoughts. First, the princess has just arrived and is weary from travel. It's too rushed to meet directly. Furthermore, without meeting the Anderson first, extensive contact with us wouldn't benefit either party. Dorian spoke eloquently, finding this test too simple. Second, those others haven't moved yet. Why should it be our turn? As Dorian spoke, he glanced toward the Raphael Duke's mansion. Joab immediately understood, smiling. Chapter 119. Buddy's concern. Yes, indeed. They haven't appeared yet, so of course, we can't be anxious. We need to see what those guys will do next. Joab was very pleased that Dorian could think this way, which showed his intelligence. With this understanding, Joab no longer had any worries. However, I have to remind you, you've shown your prowess here, and it's likely the Bai family won't stand idly by. Be careful in your actions, don't let them outsmart you. Understood. Father-in-law understands. Dorian nodded, but it was evident that Joab was already quite satisfied with him. After all, he was even speaking in this manner. The arrival of Angel and Dacia was already known to many people. Numerous nobles were eager, but nobody was in a hurry. They were all waiting for someone to take the lead. Besides, tomorrow's morning court would bring them face to face with Tammy. Regardless, they needed to wait. In the residence of Grayson, Buddy listened to reports from his subordinates and showed interest. You say Angel is as beautiful as Natalie? Buddy asked, deeply intrigued. Now, Natalie offered little hope, but Angel's arrival sparked considerable interest in Buddy. If he could obtain this princess, their status in the Ning household would significantly rise. This situation was beneficial for Buddy without a doubt. So, Buddy felt very motivated and immediately sent people to gather more information. Learning that Angel was incredibly beautiful further fueled his excitement. Indeed, she is as stunning as described, not at all inferior to Natalie. Sir, your opportunity has come, said the servant, fawning over Buddy. He knew exactly what Buddy liked to hear, and immediately started flattering him. Good. In this competition, this gentleman will certainly secure victory, Buddy smiled. Although his martial skills were weak, this contest wasn't solely based on physical prowess. It would definitely include other aspects. This gave Buddy confidence. After all, in poetry and politics, he was quite proficient. If it came down to these areas, he might not necessarily lose. Then allow me to congratulate you in advance. After all, with your participation, the others don't stand a chance. The sycophant rushed to add, thoroughly familiar with Buddy's preferences. But, still keep an eye on Dorian. He did make quite a splash. They knew about Dorian saving Angel, something that had shocked many. Who would have thought this lowly son-in-law had become so powerful, truly turning out to be Joab's lucky find. By now, they understood Joab's initial intentions, successful though they may have been, but who would have thought he'd sacrifice a daughter in the process? This surely must have pained Joab, especially when this former country bumpkin became unexpectedly powerful. Was this all just an act by Joab? Considering this, Buddy looked at his subordinate. Why should Lord care about such a crude warrior? Compared to you, he is nothing. The sycophant knew exactly what Buddy wanted to hear and promptly responded. Yes. Buddy nodded, satisfied with the reply. Before long, Abdur entered Buddy's room, observing him reading, then nodding in approval. Bengfu. Father. The princess of Dayo has arrived, are you aware? Abdur asked calmly, looking at his son. Of course, father. Buddy replied respectfully. What are your plans? To win and marry the princess, Buddy said confidently. Hearing this, Abdur smiled approvingly. There was nothing wrong with this ambition. But I must remind you, don't be too confident. This time won't be easy. Moreover, you know we aren't favored by Anderson Xiachangan. Who knows how he'll deal with you? Abdur warned, fully aware of what could happen. Xiachangan wouldn't want everything to go smoothly for them. I understand, please rest assured, father. I trust you. But, shifting his tone, Abdur stared intently at Buddy. Did you contact that organization about the Georgiation last time? At this question, Buddy's heart sank before nodding. Foolish. Do you know what that organization represents? To reach out to them, are you really asking for trouble? Abdur said coldly, finding the matter increasingly troublesome. He had learned about this today, and felt it was getting out of hand. After all, Xiachangan seemed to be thoroughly investigating this incident, disliking this organization immensely. If anything were discovered, the Ning household would be ruined. With this thought, Abdur's expression grew serious. He was highly dissatisfied with Buddy's actions, baffled as to why his intelligent son had done something so stupid. Buddy felt helpless under his father's rebuke. He hadn't anticipated these people would fail, or that clues would be found, causing him much distress. Now Ollie is investigating, Cannon and Sydney are also watching closely. Look at the mess you've made, Abdur sighed, feeling increasingly agitated. They probably don't have any evidence, after all, it was only one encounter. Even if the organization is exposed, it shouldn't be a big problem. Buddy cautiously replied, fearing he would anger his father. You can only pray. If they do, even an imperial pardon won't save you. Abdur said icily, equivalent to treason. An imperial pardon would be useless. Buddy shuddered, looking worriedly at Abdur. Should we eliminate Ollie? Buddy probed tentatively, met with a cold stare from Abdur. Do you wish to invite death? He is Cannon's student. Everyone cares deeply about this matter, and you plan to go against Ollie? Abdur looked at his son as if he were a fool. Chapter 120. Audience. Why did he suddenly feel that his son was being incredibly foolish? If killing Ollie could have solved the problem, it would have been resolved long ago. Buddy fell silent, realizing how foolish his question was. Abdur sighed and then said, I will handle this. Don't get involved. Recently, don't trouble Dorian, and don't provoke the Max residents. You should know what you need to do. You don't need me to remind you of this. Abdur spoke coldly, his gaze on Buddy. His attitude was very clear. Yes. Buddy nodded, indicating that he understood. He knew his father's character well. If he dared to defy him, he would be punished for real. After Abdur left, Buddy sat down, his thoughts filled with hatred whenever he thought of Dorian's name. After all, if not for Dorian, none of these problems would have arisen. Dorian, I will never reconcile with you. The next morning, everyone in court was excited and looking forward to the morning session. The alliance with Dakaran was a significant matter, and they eagerly anticipated its successful conclusion. Your Majesty, the Dakaran envoy successfully entered the capital yesterday. They are waiting outside for an audience. Joab stepped forward and reported. Very well, announced the Dakaran envoy for the audience. Cody smiled faintly. Finally, they had arrived. This was their primary goal. The alliance with Dakaran would secure Desia's future. Thinking of this, Cody felt increasingly eager. At the same time, he was quite curious about the princess. Soon, Angel entered with 2 officials from Dakaran, bowing respectfully upon seeing Cody. We pay our respects to your Majesty. You may rise. Cody looked at Angel approvingly, aware not only of her appearance, but also events from the previous day. Your Majesty, Dakaran is sincere in wanting to cooperate with Desia and establish an alliance. Angel spoke straightforwardly without beating around the bush. Excellent. I also hope for cooperation with Dakaran. However, I've heard that Edie has arranged some competitions. Is this true? Cody chuckled, knowing this was just a formal exchange leading to negotiation terms. Certainly true. We wish to exchange and learn from Desia, which won't affect any alliances. Hearing this, many in Desia were surprised. It dawned on them. They had been outmaneuvered. Dakaran clearly hadn't intended to use the competition to gain leverage. Perhaps terms had already been agreed upon with Cody. Realizing this too late, they understood how difficult the situation was now. Cody indeed played his cards wisely. Ha ha ha, excellent. I look forward to witnessing Dakaran's glory. Cody smiled, genuinely surprised as he'd always assumed negotiations would revolve around the competition. However, this showed that the princess was quite adept at handling matters discreetly, respecting Cody's position. Her intention was clear. Negotiations would occur privately, not openly. Cody's demeanor shifted accordingly. Within a few exchanges, both had a preliminary plan. But, concerning the competition, what specifics do you have in mind? This will be a 3-part contest. First, martial arts. Desia values martial prowess, so we wish for your generals to demonstrate their skills, Angel explained calmly, revealing her composed nature. These aren't performances. Our martial skills are meant for battle, a general interrupted, but quickly quieted under Cody's glare. Indeed, martial prowess and military strength are essential tests, Cody nodded. It was crucial because this would provide a legitimate way for Dorian to emerge and join the army as an officer. Second, poetry. Our kingdom values poetry and wishes to engage in a poetic contest with Desia. Nodding, Cody agreed, as poetry contests posed no issues. Third, policy discussions. I have several policies to discuss with your ministers. Everyone understood immediately. This was the crux of the matter. Angel's objective lay here. Uniquely, it involved policy debates. But Desia was not intimidated. Especially Buddy, who excelled in poetry and policy, felt confident. As a former top scholar, he had solid credentials. He aimed to win, and his gaze grew more intense as he looked at Angel, admiring her beauty, which was rare even in Desia. Very well, all accepted. Please finalize the rules with the Ministry of Rights. Dongabang. I am here. The Minister of Rights stood respectfully before Cody. Handle this matter. Whatever Dakaran suggests, you must accept, Cody declared openly to show Desia's magnanimity and respect for Angel. After all, Angel had given him enough face, aiming to gain advantages here. Understood, Your Majesty. Do any of you have further thoughts? Cody scanned the room. A minister, cued by Buddy, stepped forward. I've heard that the princess plans to select a winner to become a prince consort. Is this true? Everyone turned to the elderly minister as he asked. Chapter 121. Private discussion. If one didn't know any better, they might think this old man was harboring ulterior motives. However, everyone knew he was asking for Buddy's sake. It was common knowledge that Abdur had an unusual relationship with him, treating him like a loyal dog. But what intrigued everyone was the question itself, as it wasn't something Angel had explicitly stated. It was merely a rumor. Your Excellency does indeed have such intentions, but it depends on whether Your Excellency finds anyone satisfactory, Angel replied slowly, with a serious expression. She certainly didn't intend to marry the winner outright. This was merely a motivational tool or a test, a detail not of significant importance since they never formalized it into any alliance agreements. Upon hearing this, many people appeared displeased, as many were waiting specifically for Angel's answer. Now, suddenly being told there might be no definite outcome was unacceptable to them. Princess, the rumors were different before. Buddy stepped forward immediately, being the most anxious among all. Watching Buddy speak up, Cody smiled faintly. Knowing very well Buddy's thoughts, he made sure even more that Buddy would not succeed. Princess, reneging now wouldn't be appropriate. Someone from Buddy's side chimed in, echoing others' curiosity about how Angel would respond. You said it yourselves, it's just a rumor. We've never included this matter in any official agreement, which Kale can attest. Angel turned her gaze toward Cody. Cody nodded slightly and affirmed, indeed, this matter was never part of the agreement. It's just some rumors. Some rumors are best left unbelieved to avoid hurting oneself. Listening to these deeply sarcastic words, Buddy's face turned incredibly grim. Kale is wise in warning me, Buddy quickly responded, though his eyes grew increasingly venomous. In that case, Angel, would you be willing to become my adopted daughter? Cody continued. From then on, you will be treated as a princess in the Great Xia dynasty. How do you feel about that? Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected Cody to make such an offer. Adopting Angel as a daughter meant a significant elevation in her status, making her an external princess of the Great Xia dynasty. This change would ensure Buddy and others couldn't treat her lightly. Angel's eyes widened in surprise at this unexpected turn of events. She had not thought Cody would take this approach, yet it could resolve many issues she faced. After pondering for a moment, Angel nodded. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. I am more than willing. She had never intended to return to the Daoyao dynasty, and Cody's offer came at a perfect time. Gratitude welled up within her. Haha, very good. You should call me differently now. Thank you, father. Angel reacted swiftly, addressing Cody as father. Cody nodded in satisfaction, truly impressed by her abilities and quick adaptability. Moreover, realizing Angel had no interest in choosing a prince consort gave him an opportunity. Not only did this frustrate Buddy, but it also made Angel practically family. Understanding this, Cody couldn't help but smile. Initially, others were puzzled by his actions, but seeing Abdur and Buddy's distressed faces, they realized it was all to provoke and frustrate them. Cody was bold indeed. Thus, Cody now had a say in Angel's marriage, a situation that naturally displeased Buddy, as Cody was unlikely to approve of marrying her to him. Congratulations, your majesty, on acquiring an adopted daughter, Joab promptly congratulated. Others followed suit, solidifying the decision. Satisfied, Cody arranged for the ritual department to confer upon Angel the title of Bing, and prepare a grand residence for her within the inner city. Turning to business, Cody addressed the issue of the Zhou Empire's aggression against the Great Xia Kingdom. Regarding the capture of Guyue Qi, brother of Gue Halstong, what are your thoughts on this blatant provocation? This is an outright attack on the Great Xia dynasty. The Zhou Empire must provide a reasonable explanation. Joab stepped forward, clearly opposing the Zhou Empire. Sydney also spoke up, given he is the brother of Zhou's military god, we should use this to our advantage. Understanding Sydney had a plan, Cody agreed but decided not to discuss further details in the court, wary of possible spies from the Zhou Empire. Although the possibility was low, caution was necessary. Ministers Augustine and Zhua, come to the imperial study later to discuss this matter, he instructed. Other ministers showed their dissatisfaction, feeling excluded, but they couldn't argue. After all, Joab and Sydney were Cody's trusted aides, envied by many. Post-dismissal, in the imperial study, Cody turned to Angel. Birdieling, let's hear your conditions. Yes, father. Angel laid out all the terms from the Daoyao dynasty. After listening, Cody fell into deep thought. He found no major issues with the terms, recognizing both her sincerity and that of the Daoyao dynasty. Everything is acceptable. I agree, Cody nodded, acknowledging the simplicity and non-contentious nature of the demands. Thank you, father, Angel smiled, knowing a large part of her mission was accomplished. But, I'm curious, why did you insist on this competition? Cody asked, puzzled by the unnecessary insistence on a contest when there was no intention behind it, leaving him bewildered. Chapter 122. Targeting the Great Zhou. One reason is to see the strength of the Great Xia, and the other is to prove to everyone that there should be no bias against the Great Karen. Such cooperation would be the best, Angel said seriously to Cody, explaining her thoughts. I see. Cody was enlightened, and felt even more satisfied with Angel. Thank you, father, for agreeing to these requests. No problem. This competition will also help me accomplish something. You could say you're helping me. Cody chuckled, clearly referring to Dorian's situation. Angel didn't understand what he meant, but didn't press further. She knew they were about to discuss the most important matters. Alright, let's talk about how to deal with the Great Zhou. Cody's expression turned serious. With the Great Zhou now practically in his grasp, Cody would not be lenient and intended to make the Great Zhou pay a price. After all, this prisoner was Burl, a very valuable asset, especially as leverage against David. The Great Zhou has invaded us so brazenly. We can't afford to be gentle. Burl is a critical card. With him in our hands, David won't dare refuse our terms. That's true. Burl means a lot to David. I heard he even sent the Josh to protect him. Sydney spoke slowly, his eyes on Joab. That's right. The Josh was killed by Natalie, Joab nodded, confirming Sydney's statement. Ha 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 ha. This is great. This will cause significant damage to the Great Zhou. However, it's still not enough. They must pay for their actions. After saying this, Cody began to ponder deeply. Angel watched this and slowly suggested, perhaps we could use David to deal with the Great Qian or have him agree to certain conditions. Oh, what makes you think that? All three men looked at Angel with interest, eager to hear her reasoning. Although the Great Zhou and the Great Qian are cooperating now, the enmity between them is deep and unresolvable, especially the hatred the Great Qian has for David. Given this situation, the Great Zhou, now ambitious and unable to challenge the Great Xia and the Great Karen, should turn its attention to the Great Qian. Angel explained calmly, her eyes on the three men. Their eyes lit up as they listened, understanding her strategy and finding it quite plausible. This plan would indeed benefit both the Great Xia and the Great Karen. With Burl as leverage, there was little fear of David refusing their demands. While they couldn't force the Great Zhou into a direct confrontation with the Great Qian, keeping them occupied elsewhere was beneficial. With this thought, Cody nodded approvingly. It's a good idea. They hadn't misjudged Angel. She showed a clear talent for governance. Cody considered having her manage state affairs closer to him, but realized it wouldn't be appropriate just yet. They quickly devised a strategy to handle David and proceeded with arrangements to secretly send a letter to him. At Raphael Mansion, Buddy angrily overturned a table. Abdur watched this coldly. What kind of behavior is this? Father, Cody is clearly targeting us. This is too much. Of course, they understood that Cody was targeting them, but they were helpless since the Great Karen had never officially discussed marriage alliances. This left Abdur and others in a difficult position. Why panic? You still need to participate in the competition and win. Cody will have no choice but to reward you. After all, many people are watching. He won't go too far. Abdur spoke coldly, suppressing his anger better than Buddy. But, before Buddy could continue, Abdur cut him off mercilessly. You may not marry the princess, but that doesn't mean you can't visit her. Sometimes you need to think strategically. If you can win Angel's heart, this matter isn't entirely hopeless. Hearing this, Buddy calmed down somewhat, realizing the truth in his father's words. I was too impulsive, Buddy sighed, admitting his own shortcomings compared to his father. From now on, don't rush into things blindly. Think carefully before acting, Abdur advised earnestly. He had no choice but to guide Buddy, being his son after all. I understand, father, Buddy nodded. At the Great Zhou's martial residence, David tried reading military strategies, but found himself distracted. His intuition told him something major was happening, likely involving his younger brother, Burl. David sighed softly. He feared the worst for Burl. The Great Xia certainly wouldn't leave things to chance, and with Burl and the Zhoush combined, it might not be enough. He couldn't send more people, only those few, and now it seemed insufficient. Just then, a soldier rushed in, looking troubled. Marshal, bad news from the Great Xia. David sighed again. Speak. The forces sent by the Great Zhou and the Great Qian to Horhade and obstruct were completely wiped out. The Zhoush was killed on the spot by Natalie and buried. As for young Yanko Burl, the soldier hesitated, unsure how to continue. Tell me, David said calmly. He already guessed the outcome. Captured, no doubt. The Great Xia wouldn't kill someone as valuable as Burl easily. For David, this was a major threat. The Great Xia would surely use Burl to pressure him. David had foreseen this scenario and felt helpless. Chapter 123, David's thoughts. He was very clear about these matters, but had no way to stop them. Ignoring that his brother Larry wouldn't listen to him at all, which already gave him a massive headache, there were always people keeping an eye on him, constantly looking for trouble, making it extremely hard for him to do anything. Now, the situation had escalated, becoming even more unmanageable. Larry's arrest by the Zhou dynasty was almost common knowledge. Everyone knew it was to create issues for him. But since he knew this, those old folks from the Zhou dynasty could not be oblivious to it either. This meant they would certainly keep tabs on him. Hence, dealing with this matter became tricky, and so did getting involved in it. Thinking of this, David sighed deeply, unsure what conditions the Xia kingdom would offer him. The guards, helpless, told him everything they knew. Strangely, David remained exceptionally silent, saying nothing. Marshal, what should we do now? The guard asked David, who he knew was troubled over the affair. He was well aware of his marshal's predicament, but, nonetheless, had to rely on him entirely. After some contemplation, David said, Don't worry. Tell the men outside not to act rashly and wait for our orders. This left the guard confused as to why David appeared so calm when his own brother was captured. Unable to comprehend, the guard continued questioning. Marshal, what about Innocent? Larry liked being called Innocent by David's subordinates, finding it quite rewarding. Out of respect for David, they always complied with Larry's requests. They knew how important Larry was to David and thought it unlikely for him to remain so calm now. Leave it. The Great Xia will send someone. David gently shook his head, signaling that everything was under control. With things as they stood, all he could do was wait for the Great Xia to approach and demand something. There was no point worrying about anything else. After all, if he took action first, it might not be good. But what if they? The guard was concerned. The Zhou people wouldn't easily pass up this opportunity, knowing how much David cared about Larry, and they would definitely exploit this to cause trouble. It made the guard feel uneasy. Their great marshal had helped the Zhou dynasty through tough times, and it was unbearable to see such reciprocation. Seeing no other options, these people didn't seem to regard their marshal. It's fine. I'll go to the palace. Keep your positions and especially ensure our brothers from the Zhou dynasty lie low, David reassured before leaving. As David departed, the guard understood where he was headed and sighed again. Reaching the imperial study, David looked at the plaque above the door and calmly said, Your subject, Gu Yueling, wishes to see Kale. A eunuch soon emerged, inviting him inside. Despite the situation, David remained composed as he entered. However, the sight inside irked him. Levi of the Zhou dynasty was disheveled, embracing a similarly disheveled beautiful Gigi while cavorting. Seeing this, David frowned, almost turning back. It was absurd and infuriating to witness their emperor indulging in debauchery while they faced life and death elsewhere. Recalling the diligent emperor of half a year ago, a leader focused on state affairs, it pained David immensely to see the drastic change after the Gigi entered the palace. Ministers grew increasingly dissatisfied, but as the emperor, he turned a deaf ear. Given the still powerful state of Zhou, nobody complained much, believing it harmless for the emperor to indulge occasionally. Gradually, ministers began mirroring the emperor's behavior, with only a few remaining steadfast. Only David realized that Zhou couldn't endure such antics. If this continued, it would be a nightmare for Zhou. Thus, he aimed to prevent it, which naturally made him a target. But with his crucial military role, eliminating him was complex. Therefore, they sought ways to exploit his full potential before addressing the issue. Knowing this, David had delayed any actions, causing increasing dissatisfaction. Previously supported by the emperor, David disregarded such troubles. But now, the emperor had changed, making it harder for David. He longed for the former emperor to return. Smiling, Levi greeted, Yueling, what brings you here? Having seldom visited the imperial study recently, Zubiangzi still valued David. However, he wasn't as dependent on him anymore, feeling confident in his own abilities. Zubiangzi had become somewhat arrogant due to the recent achievements of the Zhou dynasty. Enjoying himself felt justifiable, leading to his transformation, which saddened David but offered little recourse. Knowing Zubiangzi wouldn't listen, David aimed to stem the decadence threatening to ruin Zhou, hoping to save it from destruction by these hands. Beyond that, he could do nothing more. Chapter 124, Attitude. With these thoughts, David felt quite helpless as she looked at Hiroshi. Your Majesty, this is the imperial study, David said slowly, barely holding back her anger. Hiroshi nodded and replied, Yes, this is my imperial study. What's the matter? Seeing Hiroshi's indifferent expression and the alluring Gigi in his arms, David became even more infuriated. What is your Majesty doing here then? David tried to be polite, hoping that Hiroshi would understand. But clearly, Hiroshi did not care about this. He glared at David coldly and said, This is my imperial study. I can do whatever I want. Are you trying to control me? Hearing this, David felt as if he was a completely different person compared to how he used to be. This made her very sad, unsure of how to describe what was happening. After a brief silence, David spoke, Then please dismiss everyone else, Your Majesty. I have important matters to report. About what? Just say it. They are all trusted insiders, Hiroshi said indifferently, showing no intention of making them leave or giving her a proper hearing. He even teased the Jiji in his arms, looking completely at ease. The Daxia and Dayao were already discussing an alliance, yet their Dajo was still indulging in pleasure. How could they possibly compete with Dayao and Daxia like this? Could it be that Hiroshi didn't realize the danger? Did he really think that Dajo was still powerful? Thinking of this, David said again, Your Majesty, this matter is truly significant. Please take it seriously. Hiroshi's face turned angry as he stared at David, but she remained stubborn and didn't care about his attitude, determined to conduct business properly. After a moment of eye contact, Hiroshi conceded. There was no other choice. He still needed David's strength. Without her, his power would significantly diminish. Thus, after a brief silence, Hiroshi shook his head slightly and said, All of you, leave us. Although he conceded, his tone was still unkind, clearly indicating that he was conceding unwillingly. The alluring Jiji, upon hearing this, silently left without a word. Seeing this, David's expression softened somewhat. At least Hiroshi was still willing to listen to reason. That meant there was still hope for the Dajo dynasty. Once everyone had left, Hiroshi looked at David and asked, What is it? What has you so agitated? This isn't like you, David. David sighed. Daxia and Dayao are about to form an alliance. Hiroshi was taken aback. Isn't this something we already knew? It's not such a big deal. Why are you so concerned? A weak Dayao. What use will an alliance with Daxia be? And besides, didn't you send people to stop it? How did that go? This made David even more heartbroken. Hiroshi had lost all judgment. The alliance between Daxia and Dayao wasn't going to be that simple. For them, this was the most serious issue. Yet, their emperor showed no understanding? David struggled to find words, but still quickly replied, Our attempts to prevent it failed. They will definitely form an alliance. Once they do, it will cause trouble for Dajo. Hiroshi waved his hand nonchalantly. What kind of trouble? It's just a small matter. Even if they ally, they wouldn't dare invade us. In this situation with you here, what is there to fear? His attitude, as if everything rested on David's shoulders, made her face turn pale. Your Majesty, don't you see the seriousness of this? If they successfully form an alliance, we absolutely cannot engage militarily. Not to mention our long-standing grievances with Qian. If Daxia and Dayao ally, we won't be able to make any moves for decades. David spoke earnestly, trying to make Hiroshi see sense. After they form the alliance, Dayao's resources will tilt toward Daxia. For Dayao, their strength is considerable. They just haven't fully shown it nor had the manpower, but Daxia does. In a few years, both Dayao and Daxia will undergo monumental changes. As she spoke, Hiroshi became more attentive. So, what do you propose? Though this question troubled David, it meant things were getting back on track. This simplified what she needed to do next. We need to use one tiger to devour another wolf, David said gravely, explaining her plan to Hiroshi. This was the only way she saw to help Dajo through this crisis and also the best method, bar none. After listening, Hiroshi fell silent before nodding. Do as you say. Yes, David breathed a sigh of relief. Hiroshi was not entirely beyond saving. He was still reasonable. That way, she could still do something. But Your Majesty, I have one more thing to discuss with you. David looked at Hiroshi seriously. Back on the battlefield, they fought side by side. David hadn't changed much, but Hiroshi had become a completely different person as emperor, which David hadn't anticipated. Who would have thought that the once idealistic youth who wanted to bring stability to Dajo had turned into a dissolute ruler who enjoyed luxury? Looking at such a dejected David, Hiroshi suddenly felt a pang of loss, a strange pain in his heart. Why be so formal, Welling? We are brothers, Hiroshi said hastily, still valuing their bond. David glanced at Hiroshi, her meaning clear. Don't you know what you've been doing this past half year? Hiroshi paused, realizing he had nothing to defend himself with. Indeed, his actions over the last 6 months had been excessive. Because of David's great contributions, many resented him, though Hiroshi ignored their criticisms. But his indulgence caused David considerable trouble. Feeling David's gaze, Hiroshi fell silent, unsure how to face him. Chapter 125, Agreement. David slowly said, Your Majesty, the things you've done over the past half year don't need elaboration from this subject. Your Majesty, I am truly disappointed. I originally thought we would be the best partners. David saw that Hiroshi was listening to his words and became more serious, immediately trying to make Hiroshi come to his senses. After all, now is the best and last chance for Dajo. Be it Dakian, Daya, or Dayo, they were all seeking breakthroughs and making efforts to change. If Dajo did not keep up with this pace, it would only end up worse. Sooner or later, Dajo would be swallowed up, and probably first. While he is a military god, David did not have the ability to face 3 dynasties at once. He was a man who always knew his limits and never did things blindly. Back then, defeating Dakian wasn't just because of his strategic genius, but also because the entire Dajo was in a crisis of survival. That unity brought about the historic counterattack. David clearly understood that in this dynasty, the most important thing was always public support. Hiroshi would eventually lose this if he continued like this. Thinking of this, David added again, Your Majesty, please wake up. Dajo needs you now, and this subject needs you too. If this continues, Dajo will truly be beyond saving. A thunderclap seemed to sound in Hiroshi's mind as these words registered. He suddenly realized something. Seeing it was effective, David picked up 2 memorials nearby and handed them to Hiroshi. These, Your Majesty, are what this subject has seen recently among the people. I'm not exaggerating. Hiroshi took a deep breath. It had been a long time since he read these memorials. Upon reading them, his expression changed dramatically. While things hadn't reached the point where people couldn't live, Dajo citizens were being bullied by nobles and officials. The memos recorded countless grievances and many officials' misconduct. How could he have missed such reports? Doubt and guilt began to fill Hiroshi's mind. His complexion was grave. He realized he might have made mistakes. These are all real? Hiroshi's body trembled as he looked at David. Every word is true, and if any part is false, your majesty can have me executed, David declared firmly. Hiroshi understood that David always spoke measuredly and would never exaggerate. He was trembling. What had he done in the past half year? Just 6 months turned Zhou into this state? Hiroshi finally came to his senses. He wasn't beyond redemption. He had only been temporarily confused. Previously, David had tried persuading him, but never so strongly, leading Hiroshi to disregard those concerns, becoming more reckless. Today, seeing such a determined David, Hiroshi was jolted into reflection, feeling some shame. In this past half year, I have indeed made mistakes. I was a bit lost, Hiroshi said sincerely to David. Your Majesty. Seeing Hiroshi's demeanor, David was surprised, clearly not expecting him to suddenly realize his faults. But it was good that he had come to his senses. Relieved, David said, Your Majesty doesn't need to blame yourself. It's not too late yet. We still have opportunities. Hiroshi nodded and smiled, showing newfound determination. Very well. Then David told Hiroshi about Burl. Now that Hiroshi was clear-minded, he would definitely agree to help. But this might disadvantage Zhou, so David quickly assured him. Don't worry, Your Majesty. No matter what demands Dia makes, I will find a way to compensate Zhou and prevent any losses. All right. Since he's your brother, I must save him. Not to mention your contributions and how this benefits Zhou. Hiroshi waved his hand. Agree to whatever they ask. Whatever happens, I will stand firmly behind you. Hearing this, David was deeply touched. The emperor who truly cared had returned. Thank you, Your Majesty. You don't have to thank me. Proceed with confidence, and I will always be by your side. Very well. Leaving the imperial study, David went to prepare for the next steps. After David left, Hiroshi called out, Someone? An hour later, the capital of Zhou was shaken. Hiroshi ordered the execution of many people, including high-ranking officials and nobles, who had acted lawlessly over the past half year. The beautiful concubine who attempted to manipulate politics was sent to the cold palace, and young family members were jailed. Everyone realized that Hiroshi had come to his senses. They understood that while Hiroshi was no tyrant, his actions over the past half year had been perplexing. To everyone's relief, he regained clarity at this crucial moment. Loyal ministers, already in tears, believed their emperor had finally returned. Quickly, it was known that after David visited the palace, Hiroshi changed. People knew why David visited the palace, never imagining that it alone brought about this change. Everyone was shocked and didn't know what to say. Still, it was a good thing. Soon, Hiroshi's issuance of an imperial confession to the people caused even more surprise. Your Majesty, many wept, looking toward the palace. They held immense respect for the emperor who was rescuing Zhou from decline. Only this past half year had been disappointing. Chapter 126, reactions from all parties. Though many had cursed Hiroshi, they all hoped he would come to his senses. No one expected it to actually happen. Upon learning that David was the reason for his recovery, her reputation reached a new height. Many ministers also realized that after this, they could no longer take action against David. In such a situation, Hiroshi would firmly support her. Everyone understood this clearly. After a long silence, they acknowledged that David was still David, and Hiroshi had returned. The twin swords of the Great Zhou had been reunited. With this, the Great Zhou was no longer in danger. This demonstrated their trust in both David and Hiroshi. Those who had previously targeted David began to panic. However, seeing that David did not seem to have any plans against them, they felt relieved. After all, if David sought retribution, the consequences would be severe. David indeed had thoughts of dealing with them. These people were far from good. She wished to confront them but realized they were still useful at present. Thus, she decided to give them another chance. Within 2 days, these people restrained themselves considerably, and the entire nation of Great Zhou seemed rejuvenated, almost unrecognizable from the past 6 months. News of this quickly spread to the other 3 kingdoms. Corey looked at the news and sneered. He had always wanted to exploit the Great Zhou's downfall. Currently, the Great Dashuan still held 2 cities within Great Zhou, which remained a source of deep resentment for him, something he aimed to resolve. Hiroshi's decline had made him ecstatic, thinking an opportunity had arrived. However, before he could prepare, Hiroshi had already regained his senses due to David. David, you truly are a troublesome individual, Corey said coldly, looking down at the 3 men below. Ministers, what do you think of this matter? The leading middle-aged man furrowed his brow. This is quite challenging. Their sudden change has left us unprepared. Our previous plans are now of little use. Beside him, a handsome young man smiled. That's not a problem. Although Hiroshi has become aware, changing the whole of Great Zhou won't be swift. This viewpoint received general agreement. Hiroshi's 6-month decline had severely corroded Great Zhou, and handling this issue wouldn't be easy. Thus, they believed there was still room for action. Hearing this, Corey's eyes lit up. What do you suggest? Of course, we should consider David's side. Oh. The others paused, unsure why David was significant. Don't forget, David visited Hiroshi primarily for Burl. Now, the Great Xia holds this as a critical leverage point. The handsome young man spoke confidently. Oh, what advice does the strategist offer? Corey looked at this man, recently welcomed into the Great Dashuan Kingdom. Though new, his capabilities were widely recognized across the empire, and the emperor relied heavily on him. He really does have abilities, not being merely incompetent, the emperor mused. Communicate with the Great Xia to see how they plan to utilize Burl. If they have no concrete intentions, we can spend some resources to acquire Burl and use him against David. The strategist spoke confidently, knowing this was his chance to shine. Despite being valued by the emperor, he hailed from humble origins, limiting his opportunities. Currently, he held only a titular position as advisor, granted verbally by the emperor without official recognition. He understood what needed to be done next. Demonstrating his abilities and establishing merit was essential to achieve his ambitions. Thus, this was his best chance, one he couldn't afford to miss. For missing this opportunity might mean waiting indefinitely for the next. But won't the cost be high? The middle-aged man asked skeptically, disliking this newcomer who threatened his position. It will indeed be significant, but worthwhile. Only we can exploit Burl properly, especially since the Great Xiao lacks that capability. In this situation, the Great Xiao will likely choose to trade with us, seeing it as a valuable opportunity. Additionally, this could redirect David's hatred towards us instead. The handsome young man continued, causing the others to frown, sensing potential disadvantages for the Great Dachshund. Wouldn't this risk a direct attack by David on our kingdom? Yes, but it's not crucial. The current internal conditions of the Great Zhou make an attack unlikely. Moreover, with Burl in our hands, David won't act rashly. Properly utilizing Burl is key. Corey nodded, grasping the underlying logic. Entrust this task to you. Investigate the Great Xiao's stance. Yes, sire. The handsome young man nodded, finally seizing this pivotal moment. After he left, the middle-aged man voiced his concerns. Sire, this approach seems too risky. I fear our nation cannot withstand such upheaval. The Great Dachshund's condition wasn't ideal. Though endowed with rich heritage, the battle 3 years ago had left them battered. Without external threats forcing the Great Zhou and Great Xia to focus elsewhere, the Great Dachshund wouldn't be so prosperous. Do not worry, the Emperor has a plan. Moreover, trading 1 or 2 cities for an individual seems reasonable. The Emperor chuckled. Understanding the significance of the 2 cities, none argued further. Yet, would David agree, even valuing Burl highly, to exchange cities directly? Chapter 127, Deliberation. After all, the loss of these 2 cities came at a heavy price for the Great Zhou. Thinking about this made them increasingly worried. No worries, Alvaro will agree. He won't just watch his younger brother die. Everyone has weaknesses, and Alvaro's weakness is clearly Damien. He values Damien too much. The Emperor of the Dacian dynasty slowly said that this weakness was glaringly obvious to everyone. Under such circumstances, holding Damien hostage would be like grasping Alvaro's soft underbelly, making him feel very uncomfortable. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. There won't be any problems. Seeing how confident the Curtis was, they didn't press further. However, someone suddenly interjected. Why not keep Damien detained? This way, Alvaro will be thrown into disarray and can be effectively threatened. What kind of idea is that? The Curtis gave him a cold look and remarked, if you do this, Alvaro will fight you to the death. He was speechless that anyone could come up with such an idea. Not to mention, if we pull such a trick during negotiations, it'll invite ridicule. Moreover, driving Alvaro to desperation offers no benefits. Alvaro isn't the type to be easily manipulated. Realizing how foolish his suggestion was, the man shut up. Indeed, such an action would drive Alvaro into madness. Meanwhile, in the study of the Daxia Imperial Palace, Weston looked at Mitchell and Cruz with a serious expression. Arif Virgilanzong has come to his senses and issued a self-censure edict. Weston spoke slowly, obviously having received the news. He truly has great courage, Weston sighed. Issuing a self-censure edict was a stain on any monarch's record. Even if Arif Virgilanzong sincerely wanted change, it remained his historical blemish. Yet Weston understood it was necessary, as it showed Arif Virgilanzong's attitude and resolve. With this, the decline of Great Zhou might be halted. But given their animosity towards Dacian, they won't have time to deal with us in the short term. Mitchell commented calmly, though troublesome, it wasn't unsolvable. At present, Great Zhou had more pressing issues than dealing with them. Yes, and now Arif Virgilanzong has bigger concerns regarding the state affairs. We don't need to focus too much on them. Let's concentrate on our own matters. Cruz shared the same view, adding that there was no urgency to address Great Zhou's situation immediately. Weston nodded, agreeing entirely. Though surprised by Arif Virgilanzong's actions, issuing a self-censure edict was indeed something extraordinary, something Weston himself lacked the courage to do. But Alvaro is indeed a remarkable talent, everyone remarked, wondering how Alvaro managed to make Arif Virgilanzong turn back from his misguided path. Changing a person's mindset was no small feat. That's true. Alvaro is quite a formidable adversary. Using Damien to threaten him won't be easy anymore. Mitchell lamented. Originally, with the estrangement between Alvaro and Arif Virgilanzong, threatening Alvaro should have been feasible. But now things had changed. But we still have opportunities, Cruz smiled. Oh, what's your idea, Minister Zhua? Mitchell curiously looked at Cruz, unsure of what to do next. Dacian represents a great opportunity. Hearing this, Mitchell and Weston exchanged glances, immediately understanding Cruz's meaning. Dacian would want Damien back, due to the 2 cities held by Great Zhou. They won't let this chance slip. Given those 2 cities are in Great Zhou's hands, Damien is valuable to them. Thus, we can leverage Dacian for some benefits. Cruz explained with a smile. Weston nodded approvingly. It was a sound strategy. Certainly, looks like we can wait calmly. Both Weston and Mitchell quickly realized that Dacian would definitely seek them out, which was inevitable. At the mansion of Josue, after finishing his spear practice, Qin Yu encountered Maximus who came looking for him. Brother Qin, Brother Huang. Qin Yu looked at Maximus in surprise, not expecting him to visit again today. Do you have new leads? Qin Yu asked, surprised Maximus was still investigating when the capital was focused on preparations for the competition. For everyone, especially officials under 28, this contest was crucial. If successful, they could win rewards from the Emperor, ensuring smooth career progression. Qin Yu assumed Maximus would also prepare for the contest, but it seemed he hadn't started. Instead, Maximus was dedicated to solving the case. Yes, based on my recent investigation, I've uncovered some clues, but I need your help to verify them. Maximus earnestly gazed at Qin Yu, displaying sincerity. Qin Yu smiled gently, asking curiously, aren't you preparing for the competition? It offers significant rewards, and everyone is paying attention. Maximus replied with a smile, I prefer continuing the investigation. Besides, I found crucial information in this case. Intriguing. Qin Yu's interest was piqued. Regardless of Maximus's decision, his unwavering commitment earned Qin Yu's admiration. Not many could match his dedication. Chapter 128, Ali's Discovery. After all, if this case could be investigated, the credit would indeed be significant. However, the difficulty lies in the fact that this case is hard to solve. Even for them, it's incredibly challenging to find any clues. Under such circumstances, most people would likely choose to participate in the competition instead. This is what they should opt for. But Ali remained steadfast in his investigation, clearly setting him apart from everyone else. Now, Ali had finally found some leads, and Dorian also planned to observe the situation, eager to hear what Ali had discovered. Soon, Ali told Dorian about his findings. It turned out that all the clues he uncovered were related to a place called Isekai Building. Many of the suspects involved in these cases had visited Isekai Building during this period. Given this, it was quite suspicious. Thus, Ali quickly focused on this lead and immediately began investigating. It didn't take long for him to uncover issues with Isekai Building, which indeed seemed problematic. However, it became troublesome for Ali to conduct a thorough investigation on his own. He dared not go alone, fearing potential repercussions. After all, such a place might have connections to that organization, and if there were any associations, it would be easy for him to get caught. So, Ali thought of Dorian and immediately sought him out, hoping Dorian could help. Ali did not dare seek help from others since they couldn't necessarily be trusted. Only Dorian merited his trust. As for Canon, being a scholar, he wouldn't provide any real assistance. Therefore, finding Dorian was undoubtedly the best choice. Not only was Dorian trustworthy, but his strength was unquestionable, fully capable of handling any enemies. Even if complications arose, Dorian could still remain unscathed. Moreover, Ali felt that Dorian and he were of the same ilk, people who would fight for justice for the common folk. Such individuals were rare in the entire dynasty of Dacia, limited to himself, his teacher, and Left Chancellor Nolan. Others seemed utterly ineffective, and even brought immense pressure. Reflecting on these thoughts, Ali looked at Dorian. "Are you asking me to join you in investigating this place?" Dorian frowned, roughly understanding Ali's intention but finding the name, Isekai Building, oddly peculiar, almost like a brothel. This made Dorian somewhat helpless. If it truly were a brothel, he definitely couldn't go there. Apart from anything else, as an in-law, he would easily become a target, facing capital punishment in this era for visiting such places. Thus, Dorian asked, "Is this Isekai Building one of those places?" "What?" Ali paused slightly, puzzled by Dorian's question. However, Ali quickly reacted and hurriedly clarified, No, I would never ask you to go to a brothel. That's absolutely impossible." Ali knew well Dorian's situation and would not jeopardize him by suggesting such a visit. "So, what is it?" Dorian asked doubtfully. The name was indeed misleading, and Dorian naturally would not make hasty decisions under such circumstances. "It's not exactly a brothel but a pleasure house," Ali said awkwardly, realizing Dorian's status made such visits unsuitable. This situation forced him to reconsider seeking allies. Hearing this, Ali wasn't sure what to do next. A pleasure house? Dorian's expression turned puzzled. He wasn't very familiar with such establishments in Dacia. "Yes, it's a place where high-ranking officials openly indulge, similar to those other places but more refined," Ali explained. Dorian understood. It was a higher-class pleasure house. While still questionable, it probably posed less risk. Nonetheless, Dorian hesitated and said, "I need to inform Princess Kirsty and Josueguo first. If they agree, we can proceed together. If they disapprove, then I may be powerless." Dorian chose to respect Natalie's and Joab's opinions. If they disagreed, he definitely couldn't go, especially since he represented the Jethraguo mansion. Visiting such a place would bring unfavorable attention, impacting the estate. Upon hearing this, Ali nodded, understanding yet slightly disappointed. Losing Dorian as an ally would complicate matters moving forward, but there was little he could do about it. Seeing Ali's reaction, Dorian smiled gently and comforted him, "Don't worry, Princess Kirsty and my father-in-law are quite open-minded. They might not refuse outright and could even agree." Dorian had confidence in Natalie and Joab. Their open-mindedness suggested they might approve, given the potential benefits for the Emperor and themselves. Ali nodded, acknowledging this point. Soon after, Natalie and Joab arrived. Joab had just returned and promptly came upon hearing Dorian's call. Upon seeing Dorian, he chuckled and inquired, "What's the matter, Dorian? Is something wrong?" Joab then noticed Ali, looking somewhat surprised. It appeared Dorian and Ali had developed a good relationship, which was beneficial as Ali, Canon's only disciple, held a promising future. "Kermit Huang is here too," Joab remarked with a bow, smiling at Ali. Overwhelmed by the courtesy, Ali hastily replied, "Greetings, Your Excellency, greetings, Princess." Joab's respectful treatment stemmed from his relations with Nolan and Canon, and as Dorian's father-in-law, he certainly deserved Ali's respect. Chapter 129, Agreement. Although his teacher strongly desires to take care of the nobles, it must be said that Joab, this noble, is completely different from the others. Reflecting on this, Ali felt a tinge of emotion in his heart. He did not know what would happen in the future, but if he were asked to harm Joab and his group, Ali absolutely would not agree. He was someone who knew how to repay kindness, and so was his teacher. With the previous incidents involving both him and Canon, they owed Dorian and Joab a debt of gratitude each. Though Dorian had saved him, thereby earning his gratitude, if Joab had not timely brought Cody and Isaiah over, his life could not have been saved either. Therefore, this was Joab's favor, and these two matters should not be confused. "There's no need for such formality," Joab waved his hand. Then, he looked at Dorian, wanting to know what was happening. However, since Ali was also present, it seemed this matter was also related to him. In such circumstances, Joab became curious as well. "It's like this." Dorian quickly explained the situation to Joab and Natalie, adding, "I want to ask for Kirsty's and father-in-law's opinion because I represent the Max Mansion and Kirsty now." Hearing Dorian's words, Joab nodded approvingly, while Natalie remained expressionless. However, she was secretly delighted that Dorian considered her. Yet, she seldom showed her emotions openly, especially not in front of many people. She was quite reserved. Joab, however, did not hold back his satisfaction. He was pleased that Dorian consulted the Max Mansion instead of making a decision unilaterally. This was the kind of son-in-law he liked. Still, this matter was indeed important. He understood the importance of the organization. If certain discoveries were made, it would be beneficial to both himself and Cody. Besides, this task would greatly benefit Ali and earn Dorian merit. So, it should be done. After some thought, Joab slowly replied, "It's fine. Actually, visiting places like these isn't strictly forbidden for you. Many scholars do visit them too, just like Canon and Sydney. This is not a strict rule." Joab chuckled, and Dorian waited for him to continue, knowing there would be a but. Sure enough, Joab continued, "But you absolutely cannot do anything that would disgrace our Max Mansion. You understand this, don't you?" Joab looked at Dorian, reminding him again. Drinking was fine, but having any involvement with those women was not acceptable. This was Joab's bottom line. And, you are never to go to brothels. Otherwise, your father will not hesitate. Joab spoke earnestly, feeling it necessary to clarify, though he believed Dorian might already know. "I understand, father-in-law." Dorian nodded, acknowledging the stern tone, but understanding its necessity. Hence, he did not say much more. Next, Dorian turned his gaze to Natalie, whose opinion mattered most. "Go ahead, as long as it aligns with what my father has said." Upon hearing this, Ali smiled, quickly responding, "Thank you, Your Excellency Mac and Princess Kirsty, for your understanding. Rest assured, Brother Dorian will not become such a person." Joab smiled slightly and said, "Yes, I trust the character of my son-in-law very much." Ali realized then that the Max Mansion valued Dorian greatly, not like the rumors outside suggested. This situation turned out to be positive after all. Ali didn't wish for his friend to be mistreated. It seemed he had worried unnecessarily. Indeed, capable people were always welcome wherever they went. "Good, we shouldn't delay. Let's depart today," Dorian said calmly, emphasizing that the investigation should start as soon as possible. Delaying would increase the chances of unexpected issues or being detected by some individuals. Ali had done a commendable job with security. On the surface, the investigation only involved Dorian without touching on the organization. This was an arrangement covertly made by Canon and Sydney. Thus, the organization should not have any clues yet. Still, time could complicate things, especially since the competition was approaching. Dorian didn't want this issue to drag on. "Agreed," Ali nodded. "To Starry Moon and Father, I shall take my leave now." "Yes, go carefully. Someone might target you these few days," Joab advised, concerned about Dorian's safety. "I will be careful," Dorian nodded, showing he understood the caution needed. "Your Excellency Mac, Princess Kirsty, I shall retire now." As Dorian and Ali left, Joab looked at Natalie with a somewhat surprised expression. "What is it, father?" Natalie asked, feeling her father's gaze. "Do you really not mind Dorian going to such pleasure quarters?" Joab was astonished, unsure if this was truly his daughter. Although Natalie had agreed, he wouldn't embarrass her by saying otherwise. Now that Dorian and Ali had left, Joab felt it was necessary to inquire. He knew his daughter's personality. Though not petty, no ordinary Gigi would easily allow her man to visit such places. Even non-brothels were questionable environments with women accompanying men. Under such conditions, even Joab's wife would forbid him from attending, forcing him to go secretly despite his outward authority. Seeing his daughter's broad-mindedness, Joab was genuinely surprised. After all, when Natalie agreed earlier, he closely observed her. He knew she would agree because it was crucial for the greater good, but he expected her response to be insincere. Yet, she seemed genuinely sincere. Hearing her father's question, Natalie smiled lightly and said, "I trust Dorian. He isn't that type of person." "Oh, you know him that well?" Joab was taken aback, realizing their relationship might be closer than he imagined. Chapter 130, Isekai Building. "Of course, he would never go to a place like this. His character is absolutely flawless," Natalie said confidently. She had never been wrong about reading people. Moreover, the fact that Dorian hadn't taken matters into his own hands, but had instead consulted them indicated some issues. Thinking of this, Natalie couldn't help but smile faintly. Seeing this, Joab decided not to comment further. After all, continuing the conversation could seem confrontational, a situation he preferred to avoid. It was good that Natalie trusted Dorian. If Ali and Dorian truly uncover this matter, it's going to be quite a spectacle, Joab mused slowly, his gaze distant and filled with anticipation. There was more behind this issue than met the eye. If they managed to find incriminating evidence against certain people, it could shake the entire officialdom of Dacia. This was what Sydney and Hassan genuinely aimed for, a fact known by only a few. Unbeknownst to others, this was Sydney and Cannon's ultimate move. However, investigating it wouldn't be easy. If left to Cannon and Sydney, they might succeed. But Ali was their choice to deflect suspicion from those involved. Sydney and Cannon could not investigate directly. They had to gather clues gradually to avoid alerting the other side. It won't be easy though. That organization is bound to be well prepared. Natalie shook her head slightly, less optimistic despite her trust in Dorian. The opposition wouldn't be passive either. Natalie sighed regretfully, wishing she had spared the Jorge's life that day. But it was too late now. We can only rely on them. This matter can only bear fruit if handled discreetly by someone like Ali, Joab added, shaking his head as he walked inside. Natalie understood her father's thoughts as she watched him. An hour later, Dorian dressed in white and Ali in a green robe arrived at Isekai Building. Seeing the bustling and lively scene, Dorian felt a mix of curiosity and intrigue. Though he had always wanted to visit such places, being a son-in-law in the capital made it inappropriate. Now, with Natalie's and Joab's approval, he finally indulged his curiosity. At the entrance, one of the courtesans of Isekai Building saw them and lit up. Regardless of how striking Dorian looked in his white clothes, even Ali appeared quite handsome. "Gentlemen, are you here to enjoy our performances?" she asked coyly, sidling closer. "We," Ali frowned, about to ask her to step back. He wasn't used to such scenarios when Dorian chimed in. Yes, please guide us in. We're first-timers and don't know the ropes, Dorian replied with a hearty laugh, openly admiring the courtesan. Hearing this, the courtesan smiled and said, sure thing. You gentlemen are so handsome. I'm sure you'll be very welcome by our top courtesans. Dorian grinned wider. Are the top courtesans really beautiful? Absolutely, your discernment is impressive. The courtesan giggled, trying to get closer, but Dorian gently nudged her towards Ollie without her noticing. Ollie, however, grimaced throughout the walk inside, maintaining a serious demeanor. Dorian whispered, relax, we're here to enjoy ourselves, not investigate. If you stay stiff-faced, they'll suspect something. Looking at Ali's overly cautious behavior, Dorian realized he was probably an earnest scholar. They needed to act like pampered young masters. In here, act like a playboy. Think of what they do. Hearing Dorian, Ollie acknowledged his need to change, forcing himself to adapt. As they conversed, Dorian gathered useful information. Isekai building's owner was surnamed Virgil, clearly a powerful figure. Running such an establishment required wealth and connections. There were many courtesans but only 5 top courtesans, their most prized assets. Visiting them required both wealth and talent, especially poetic prowess, elevating the prestige of Isekai building. Most women sold their art, not themselves, unless sufficiently moved. Understanding the dynamics, Dorian decided to head to where there were the most people for potential leads. Which top courtesan is the most popular? All 5 are equally admired. The courtesan responded carefully, unwilling to offend any of the courtesans. Dorian pondered, then said, fine. Which one has the most visitors? Take us there. Upon entering, Dorian realized Isekai building consisted of small courtyards, far more complex than a single building. This made sense given the number of courtesans and visitors. Chapter 131 Handsome Young Jaren. These courtesans definitely each need a small courtyard to themselves. That's the way it has to be. Moreover, this arrangement allows for maximum profits. The ordinary flower maidens will remain in this pavilion. Watching the comings and goings of Isekai building, Dorian suddenly felt that the earnings here would be very substantial. This organization's funding was unlikely to be lacking at all. In this situation, Dorian also developed some thoughts. This organization had aspects that required careful consideration. Upon hearing this, the flower maiden was momentarily stunned. Then she reacted and said, yes, sir. Currently, our most popular is Miss Sierra. She sings and dances beautifully, with exceptional looks. She will certainly please you. Note, I have adjusted young master to sir for a more natural English tone and removed the Chinese term nangzi, replacing it with miss, which is more appropriate in English. Excellent, excellent. I love ladies who can sing and dance. Dorian showed an expectant expression as he followed the flower maiden, chatting and laughing along. Ollie, watching this scene, couldn't help but sigh. Dorian truly was a remarkable person, different from all those others. After all, becoming the son-in-law of the Max residents and being acknowledged by Joab, this sufficiently demonstrated Dorian's extraordinary nature. When it came to martial prowess, there was no doubt about it. Ollie greatly admired this aspect of Dorian, having heard Cannon's accounts. When Dorian rescued him from the capital's prison, he fought his way out, a clear testament to his abilities. One must know that the entire capital prison housed over 100 people. Dorian fought his way out while carrying Ollie. This alone illustrated how formidable Dorian truly was. Moreover, when rescuing Princess Angel, rumors spread that Dorian single-handedly saved the princess from harm. His deeds were widely discussed within the army, especially among the Black Armor Cavalry. The Black Armor Cavalry knew well that their future battlefield leader would be Natalie, since Joab, as the commander, would not directly engage in combat. Therefore, it would be the highly skilled Natalie who led them into battle. Hearing that Dorian would join the fray alongside Natalie intrigued the cavalry, sparking considerable discussions about Dorian. Of course, many remained unconvinced. Why should he have such a good match? Every member of the Black Armor Cavalry harbored doubts. Thus, numerous challenges against Dorian emerged. Overall, Dorian's martial skills were widely recognized. Under such circumstances, Ollie held great trust in Dorian's abilities. As for intellect, Ollie acknowledged his inferiority. Seeing how Dorian seamlessly adapted to every environment, Ollie realized there was much he still needed to learn. Soon, the three arrived at a small courtyard. Even outside, they could hear the bustling noises within. It was lively indeed. Exchanging glances, Dorian and Ollie readied themselves. Here we are, sirs. Very well. Entering the hall, they found more than 80 people seated inside, all dressed elegantly, presumably Kyoto's notable guests or some officials. It stood to reason, only non-ordinary individuals could afford to patronize this place. Upon their arrival, Dorian and Ollie immediately drew attention. After all, everyone present was in competition. Winning Odessa's favor was no easy task. Odessa chose only one person daily, so they were competitors. Seeing Dorian, many revealed surprise. Such a handsome young master competing with them? Despite Odessa not judging solely by appearance, a man as handsome as Dorian undoubtedly gained favor. Many grew resentful yet remained silent, knowing that causing trouble would only displease Odessa. They were keenly aware of how to behave. Realizing the intense competition ahead, everyone focused seriously. Even if unable to touch Odessa, just being in the same room with her was thrilling. As for Ollie, although respectable, he was overshadowed by Dorian and ignored. He didn't mind. This allowed him to observe and learn more. A servant, seeing Dorian enter, rushed back excitedly. Inside, a beautiful Gigi sat before her vanity mirror, a trace of melancholy on her face. Though not the most stunning beauty, her gentle demeanor charmed many men. Odessa lady, Odessa lady. Outside came the servant's voice. This was none other than the renowned courtesan of Kyoto, Odessa. Famous throughout Kyoto, though not considered the top beauty due to Natalie's presence, she was undoubtedly the premier courtesan. Presently, however, Odessa cared little for such accolades. What is it? Why are you so flustered? Odessa observed her normally calm servant today, appearing quite anxious. Noticing her mistress's worried expression, the servant spoke up, "Lady, an extremely handsome young master has arrived. He seems different from the others." She hoped to brighten Odessa's mood. Recently, Odessa had been troubled, and they could do nothing to help since they did not understand her distress. Odessa thought the problem lay in the caliber of guests. None of the selected men engaged her meaningfully beyond crude behavior. Odessa sold artistry, not herself, making such encounters unbearable. Believing these men lacked sophistication, upon first seeing Dorian, the servant felt he was different. Surely he could captivate Odessa. Smiling wryly, Odessa replied, "I am not troubled by such matters. Good looks are meaningless without talent. But, I think he is quite extraordinary," the servant insisted. Chapter 132, Poetry. The maidservant hurriedly spoke. Augustine listening to the maidservant's words, Sierra's interest was piqued. This was the first time she had transformed into such a form. Just how handsome could he be to receive such praise from her ever-loyal little maidservant? Then let's take a look. Sierra gracefully stood up, revealing her graceful figure. Soon, the two arrived at a secluded spot, looking down upon the main hall where these gentlemen were drinking wine and watching performances, all eagerly awaiting the appearance of Sierra. They spent a considerable amount of money here, but they weren't guaranteed to meet Sierra every time. Nevertheless, they tirelessly awaited the opportunity. For these gentlemen, it wasn't just an indulgence. It was also a form of competition. If anyone managed to enter Sierra's chambers, it would grant them immense prestige within their circle. Following the maidservant's gaze, Sierra's eyes landed on Dorian, and she showed a look of surprise. Seeing Sierra's expression, the maidservant smiled and said, "I wasn't wrong, was I? He is indeed a very handsome gentleman." "He is indeed handsome," Sierra had to admit. Dorian was undeniably good-looking. "But I've never seen this young master before. Go inquire and find out which family's son he is." "All right." Hearing this, the maidservant quickly replied, feeling that her mistress might be interested. This young master was far more handsome than anyone else, and his presence exuded a unique charm. Sierra watched Dorian with great interest. His demeanor was indeed quite different. No wonder her maidservant was so captivated. She too was intrigued. The maidservant promptly arranged for some flower girls to gather information. Naturally, there were maidservants and flower girls in the courtesans' quarters to keep the gentlemen company. After a while, the maidservant returned to Sierra, sighing and saying, "Mistress, it seems no one knows this young master, or which family he belongs to." The maidservant felt disheartened. It was unusual not to recognize a gentleman from the capital city, as most of them knew each other. "Mistress, do you want to go out and see him?" Noticing her mistress's interest but hesitation, the maidservant decided to assist her mistress in finding happiness. Hearing this, Sierra showed a hesitant look. She wanted to think carefully and avoid any potential issues. "He looks like a scholar. Don't you think you should reconsider?" This stirred Sierra's heart. It seemed like a good opportunity. Though his appearance was appealing, it wasn't enough to fully capture her heart. After all, appearance alone wasn't everything. She needed to assess other qualities. Poetry was what Sierra cherished most. Dorian did seem like a scholar, and thus it made sense to test him in poetry. Deciding this, Sierra immediately said, "Arrange for today's challenge to be poetry. Whoever can write the most outstanding poem will be invited into my chamber tonight." Surprised by this arrangement, the maidservant nodded nonetheless. "All right, I'll make the arrangements." She soon went to the stage. Everyone quieted down, knowing this was Sierra's trusted maidservant, whose announcements usually signaled something important. "Madam says that she wants to hear poetry today. The one who can produce the most captivating poem can enter Madam's chamber for an intimate conversation." Upon hearing this, the gentlemen grew excited. They were well prepared for poetry contests, as they understood its significance in these gatherings. In the Great Xia dynasty, although martial prowess was esteemed, poetry and literature were the true heart of these circles. Only poetry could truly win over these courtesans. Even those who couldn't compose poetry would buy verses to be ready for such occasions. Finally, the chance had come, and everyone was elated. A successful poem could mean a rare opportunity to be close to the lady. "What is today's theme, Fanny? Surely we can't just randomly pick a topic?" "Yes, does Madame Sierra have any specific requirements?" they asked eagerly, unable to wait any longer. "The moon," the maidservant answered. "Madame mentioned the moon is full tonight, so poems about the moon are acceptable." Everyone started thinking, especially those who had bought poems on this theme. The moon had always been a timeless topic in poetry, so many had prepared accordingly. They immediately set to work, knowing writing elegant calligraphy was also part of the art. Not only would Sierra evaluate the poem, but likely the handwriting as well. Dorian turned to Ali. "Brother Ali, why don't you give it a try?" Ali chuckled bitterly. "Let's not. While I'm decent at case solving and strategy, poetry isn't my forte." "Don't be modest. You are a top scholar. How could you not excel in poetry? It's part of your examination subjects." Rolling his eyes, Dorian knew that as a top scholar, Ali's poetry couldn't be too bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the top scholar. Hearing this, Ali only became more helpless. Chapter 133, Not One Selected. "Why should we write poems with them? I have no interest in this famous courtesan Sierra." Ali shook his head slightly. He had a fiancée and was quite devoted. It was only that he often needed to entertain colleagues, so he occasionally visited places like these, but never wrote poetry to please the courtesans. Ali disliked such activities very much. Augustine listening to Ali's words, Dorian explained helplessly, "In the capital city, this is the best place to gather information. They meet many people and know a lot of things. What if she happens to know some useful intelligence? This is our real purpose for coming here." Dorian saw that Ali was too serious and didn't know how to adapt, which could be problematic. Therefore, Dorian decided to give Ali a lesson. These matters require flexibility. Otherwise, just relying on bureaucratic norms will make it hard to solve problems. Hearing this, Ali nodded and fell into deep thought. Admittedly, Dorian considered many more aspects than him. "I understand," Ali concluded. Dorian was right. Since they were here, they needed to integrate themselves to gather the necessary intelligence. Soon, Ollie wrote a poem. Dorian glanced at it and found it good. It was up to the standard expected from a top scholar. However, Ollie noticed that Dorian made no move and was puzzled. Brother Eben, aren't you writing? I'm just a warrior and not skilled in poetry. Dorian waved his hand. In truth, he couldn't write any poems because it would cause trouble if Natalie found out. Even if Natalie didn't mind, Dorian knew what he should and shouldn't do. Hearing this, Ollie didn't think too much of it. Dorian was indeed a warrior, and not being skilled in poetry was normal. Soon, Ariel collected all the poems to bring back for Sierra to review. Her main focus was still on Dorian. Ariel approached Dorian's table, only to see Ollie hand her a piece of paper. She looked at Dorian in surprise. Sir, are you not writing? No, I'm not good at this sort of thing. Let's just join in the fun. Dorian smiled lightly, not giving it much importance. After all, it was just for gathering information, and Ollie's poem was already enough. The other poets wouldn't match up to Ollie anyway. Thinking this, Dorian felt quite confident. Ariel urged him, Sir, why not give it a try? This made Dorian feel a bit odd, but Ariel quickly realized she had overstepped and apologized. Sorry, sir, I spoke out of turn. It's fine. Dorian waved his hand, not paying it much mind, assuming her reaction was merely surprise at his behavior. Soon, Ariel entered the room and reluctantly handed the poems to Sierra. Sierra said nothing but started reading, knowing she had to consider every possibility. If there were other decent poems, she would consider them. Poetry had always been a significant interest for courtesans like her. Even if it wasn't Dorian, excellent poems would still pique her interest, though she expected most entries to disappoint. She knew their skill levels well. Many might have bought their poems from elsewhere. Under such circumstances, Sierra felt helpless as distinguishing genuine talent was challenging. Seeing Ariel's frustration, Sierra remarked, Don't speak poorly of others. People have their own choices. Yes, ma'am. Ariel nodded, clearly still unsatisfied. Suddenly, Sierra's eyes lit up at one particular poem. This one is quite impressive. Is it his? Sierra showed a hint of anticipation, but Ariel shook her head. No, it was written by the gentleman next to him. The gentleman says he isn't skilled in poetry, but I feel he's not very interested. Ariel's intuition was correct. She sensed Dorian lacked interest in them, even when present here. This puzzled Ariel, but she didn't say more. Sierra pondered, becoming even more intrigued. When observing Dorian earlier, she noticed he didn't seem here for entertainment. His gaze wandered around, yet something felt off. But she couldn't quite describe it, and didn't dwell on it. Moonlight, do as follows. Sierra then whispered instructions into Ariel's ear. Ariel smiled. Ma'am is truly formidable. Go ahead. Okay. Ariel nodded, and left immediately. Outside, seeing Ariel come out, everyone excitedly asked, Miss Ariel, what did ma'am say? What's the situation now? Everyone eagerly awaited a favorable outcome. Ariel smiled. Ma'am says your poems are all good, but none can touch her heart. She wonders if there are any other poems. If not, tonight's event will end here. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed, disappointed at the situation. However, given others' poor performance, a few smiled, not taking it too seriously. Though disappointed, it was common for them. Ollie also appeared disheartened. If this attempt to gather intelligence failed, they'd likely leave empty-handed today. At least this courtyard seemed safe. Ollie felt helpless and turned to glance at Dorian beside him. Chapter 134. A poem that astonishes all. Now they could only see what Dorian could do. They still needed to investigate this matter thoroughly. If they couldn't get inside, they would have to come up with another plan. To gather information, it was best to choose a courtesan, as ordinary flower girls wouldn't know as much. Therefore, finding a top courtesan was their best option. They were unsure about other courtesans, but poetry was likely the easiest way in. If other courtesans had different requirements, they might not be able to meet them since neither of them had money. Ollie didn't need much explanation. As a county magistrate, his salary was modest. If it weren't for his fiancée's family being well off, it would significantly affect him. As for Dorian, it was even clearer. Dorian absolutely had no money and was truly destitute. Though the Max mansion was wealthy, Joab and the others hadn't realized this point yet and hadn't given Dorian any silver. The money spent on entering earlier had all been provided by Ollie, fortunately, to be reimbursed by the Yamen. However, Ollie was somewhat worried. How would he explain it when seeking reimbursement? By saying he went to Isekai Tower to visit a courtesan? Mentioning that might result in the Yamen giving him a hard time. It was indeed troublesome. While listening to these words, Dorian looked at Ollie and felt it was inappropriate. Even if Sierra Nyangzi, or Yana, took poetry seriously, Ollie's poem should have been fine. But now, failing to gain entry puzzled Dorian. He was certain the issue wasn't with the poetry itself. After pondering for a while, Dorian still couldn't figure it out and decided to write a poem himself to see if it would change Oriana's mind. After all, they were already here today. If they failed to gather any information, this trip would be pointless. To not waste this opportunity, Dorian decided to write one personally. Although he wasn't good at poetry, he could plagiarize some famous works from history that would certainly astonish people. With this thought, Dorian turned to Ollie beside him and said, Help me write a poem. Oh. Ollie showed a surprised expression as he looked at Dorian. Brother Dorian, didn't you say you don't understand poetry? Just moments ago, Dorian claimed he didn't understand it. Now, how did he suddenly become so confident? Ollie was puzzled. Just a little bit. Under these circumstances, we must give it a try, Dorian smiled slightly, looking at Ollie. All right then. Ollie nodded. There was nothing else to lose, so letting Dorian try wouldn't hurt. For some reason, he trusted Dorian entirely and believed there would be no issues. With that, Ollie prepared the ink and brush. Suddenly, he wondered why Dorian asked him to write instead of doing it himself. Dorian, of course, had no choice. He understood the language and could recognize characters, but his handwriting was terrible. In this situation, to get selected by the courtesan, he had to rely on Ollie. Without asking more questions, Ollie began writing the poem Dorian recited. Upon hearing the first line, he was immediately stunned and looked at Dorian. The poem was brilliant. Even just the first line showed it was destined to be a classic. Ollie was amazed. Dorian's claim of not being skilled was clearly an understatement, perhaps too much of an understatement. This poem would definitely shock the entire literary world of Daya, and for such brilliance to come from a martial arts expert who was a son-in-law, it was indeed surprising. Though not looking down on Dorian, Ollie felt as though everything he'd learned before was for naught. His years of studying poetry paled in comparison to Dorian's talent, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Thinking of this, Ollie felt inadequate compared to Dorian. But quickly, he calmed down. Regardless, Dorian was his brother, and it was fine for Dorian to be skilled. Soon, after completing the poem, Ollie looked at Dorian like he was seeing a monster and said, "You really don't understand or slightly understand?" He felt a bit upset, thinking Dorian had deceived him. Dorian had this ability but kept quiet, letting him embarrass himself. This felt unfair to Ollie. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Oriana to set such a high standard. Your poem was fine earlier, honestly," Dorian sincerely explained, knowing he wasn't intentionally deceiving anyone. He hadn't expected Ollie to fail, which shocked him. Now, he had to take action. Returning empty-handed would be worse. More importantly, they needed the information. So, Dorian had to act. Besides, I can't really write poetry for her. Doing so would go against my loyalty to Kirsty and my father-in-law. Dorian looked at Ollie earnestly, showing his helplessness. Hearing this, Ollie's expression eased. Indeed, Dorian shouldn't do such things. It wouldn't be good for Dorian. So now? Ollie looked at Dorian. Writing this now might cause trouble. If the impact was too great, it would be better not to proceed. He didn't want to jeopardize his brother over this. After all, clues could always be found, but if Dorian and the Max Mansion got into trouble, that would be a bigger problem. Considering this, Ollie became serious, determined to handle this properly. No worries. Intelligence is crucial, and I'll explain clearly to them. Plus, everyone knows Oriana sells artistry, not herself. I'm sure Kirsty will understand. Dorian spoke earnestly. He knew Natalie's character well. She wouldn't care about these trivial matters as long as he explained clearly. Relieved, Ollie sighed, glad there were no problems. Chapter 135. The Decision. Ultimately, letting something like this affect Dorian and Natalie's relationship would be a loss greater than any gain. More clues could still be sought out later, but the two people's relationship was the most important thing. He, Ollie, could not become a sinner over such matters. Dana was still inquiring. Although a few people had submitted new poems, she was still waiting on Dorian's side. She noticed some activity from Dorian's side and wondered who it might be. This made Dana excited as she observed Dorian reciting while Ollie wrote, with Ollie revealing a look of shock, making her even more curious. Was it really Dorian? Soon, Ollie approached Dana and handed her the paper. Dana accepted it politely and, upon seeing there was no name, immediately asked, "May I ask, young sir, whose poem is this?" Ollie answered without much thought, "It was written by the young sir next to me." Even if Dorian could have let Ollie pass off his work, considering Ollie's character, he definitely wouldn't accept such deceit. So, they only abandoned that idea. Dana's eyes lit up, then she pouted slightly. As expected, Dorian was deceptive, but why did he write it now? It left Dana confused. However, this wasn't something she could just ask about. Alright. Watching Ollie return, Dana couldn't wait to go back with the several sheets of paper. "Lady, that handsome young sir wrote one. Take a look." Sierra's eyes also brightened. For some reason, she felt quite intrigued by Dorian, a feeling she had never experienced before. Thus, she was especially eager to read Dorian's poetry and understand what made him so special. The moment Sierra looked at the poem, her face showed astonishment, followed by increasing seriousness, and finally an expression of heavy deliberation as she began pacing back and forth in the room. This puzzled Dana, who didn't know what Lady Sierra was doing. "Lady, you don't speak." Lady Sierra paced repeatedly, looking at the paper in her hand with a particularly complex expression. Surprise, doubt, and mostly excitement. After a long while, Lady Sierra's face showed a determined look as she met Dana's gaze and said, "Dana, invite this young sir inside." "Ah." Dana was taken aback, not knowing why Lady Sierra seemed so urgent. Following protocol, Lady Sierra should explain the situation outside, perform, and then invite Dorian inside. This way, it would show respect to those who missed their chance, or else many would be dissatisfied. So, Lady Sierra's current behavior was unconventional, which was confusing for Dana. Normally, Lady Sierra wouldn't make such mistakes. What was going on today? Lady Sierra hesitated as if realizing she should follow procedure, but felt she couldn't wait any longer. After all, this poem was eye-opening, and she couldn't imagine the stir it would cause if it spread. Though she had little interest in fame and profit, this poem represented a significant advancement. Given these benefits, even she found them hard to refuse. Thus, Sierra's eagerness led her to overlook certain protocols. "Is this proper? Other young sirs may be unsatisfied, and it might harm your reputation," Dana hurriedly reminded. As a maid, she needed to advise Lady Sierra to avoid any mishaps. Hearing this, Lady Sierra calmed down, then replied, "You're right, but..." Looking at the poem again, she revealed hesitation, then resolved herself. "Do as I say, then post this paper outside. They will understand everything." Dana opened her mouth in surprise, not expecting Lady Sierra to do this. "Go on, they won't cause trouble. On the contrary, they will agree with my actions." Lady Sierra reiterated, confirming Dana's suspicions. It must be Dorian's poem that caused this change. In this situation, Dana also became curious. She wanted to know what poem could make Lady Sierra disregard everything. With that thought, Dana took the poem and saw shock on her face. "Lady, this?" For a moment, Dana couldn't speak due to excitement. Though a mere servant with little education, she had learned much under Lady Sierra and gained insight into poetry, which was popular in Isekai building. Therefore, even she could tell how profound this poem was. Could it be from the young sir? No wonder Lady Sierra was so agitated. If it were her, she might have lost control too. Now, Dana understood why Lady Sierra was so indifferent. Even among the crowd, there were educated people who would understand the gap once the poem was posted. Excitedly nodding, Dana ran outside. Seeing this, Lady Sierra felt her heart racing. She was both excited and unsure, uncertain what she should do next. After tidying her appearance, she anxiously awaited. Arriving in the hall, Dana took a deep breath and said, "Young sirs, Lady Sierra has made her choice. There's no need to wait anymore." Everyone was surprised, realizing the final submitted poem must be extraordinary. But who could it be? They grew curious, looking at each other. Such recognition would be something to boast about. Who is it, Miss Dana? Yes, let us see who got this honor. Chapter 136, Admiration from All. Everyone spoke up, eager to know who this person was. However, their emotions were unclear. After all, such an opportunity was something they all desired, and now it had been snatched away, they wouldn't let it go easily. Dorian and Ali didn't have much emotional fluctuation. Dorian was confident that this person was none other than himself. After all, once the poem was recited, the entire Great Xia would be in awe, and Dorian doubted anyone else could win over a courtesan with this kind of poetry. Thinking of this, Dorian and Ali waited quietly. Sure enough, Ariel glanced towards Dorian and slowly said, "It's this young master." The crowd turned back to look and saw the person they found incredibly handsome. Annoying. I've lost thoroughly in every way. Indeed, how can Xiao Conroy be so handsome? Speaking of which, whose openly respected brother is this? How have we never seen him before? Someone questioned aloud. Indeed, Dorian's appearance was unfamiliar to everyone. In theory, if there were someone like him in the capital, they should have known about it long ago. A face like that couldn't stay low profile. After asking around, no one knew Dorian's identity, which puzzled them greatly. That's not right. Normally after selecting someone, Odessa should come sing a piece immediately. Why hasn't she today? At this moment, someone raised a question, sensing something amiss. Exactly, what's going on today? Is she breaking her rules? Ariel, what's happening? She must fancy his looks too. This comment received support from many. Dorian's appearance truly left no room for complaints. If it were indeed the case, they wouldn't accept it easily. Thinking this, they became serious, eager to uncover the truth. After all, this matter was important. No high-ranking, openly respected brothers from the capital city would tolerate being deceived. Hearing the rising noise, Ariel understood the situation. After all, these weren't people you could easily bully, especially not openly respected brothers. If they started causing trouble, today's Odessa manner might be flipped upside down. However, thinking of the poem in her hand, she felt confident. Please calm down, everyone. Lady Ming knows you are confused, so she has brought out the poem composed by this young master. Ariel will post it shortly. Lady says, once you see it, everything will be clear. Hearing this, everyone instantly grasped Odessa's implication. This poem surpassed them all. It even moved her to change her usual practices, welcoming Dorian, a testament to its excellence. Many scholars fell silent. Accepting this wasn't easy, yet it sparked their curiosity. For a poem to make Odessa alter her behavior, it must be truly remarkable. However, the most arrogant, openly respected brothers were still vocal. Is this how it is? I'd like to see what poem can impress Lady Ming so much. Agreed. If it doesn't satisfy us, this issue won't be resolved today. Many threatened as they felt disgraced. If the poem failed to stun them, they wouldn't agree. Having no choice, Ariel motioned for Dorian to enter. He nodded slightly at Ali before heading into the rear quarters. Witnessing this, everyone grew even more intrigued, wondering what Dorian had written. Soon, Ariel posted the poem, and many rushed over, eager to find out what could earn such earnest attention from Lady Ming. The first person who read it froze, followed by others. This only heightened everyone's curiosity. Quickly, they gathered around the paper, lost in thought. They began to understand why Odessa made such a decision, why she was so excited. This poem, really? A student muttered but struggled to find the right words. A masterpiece destined for immortality. A scholar beside him added seriously. They knew well the significance of a masterpiece destined for immortality. Saying it so lightly now was because this poem deserved the title. None in history could match it. This is a true poetry master. Who would have thought this young master possessed such poetic talent? Many scholars and officials, those with cultural depth, praised it highly. They clearly understood what this poem represented. A fitting description, a timeless classic. It'll shake the literary world of Great Xia. More than just Great Xia, the entire continent will be shaken. The murmurs piqued the interest of those less knowledgeable about poetry. Though they couldn't appreciate its value fully, they could sense the excitement. When did the bright moon appear? I hold my wine cup and ask the blue sky. Well done. I could never write a line like that in my life. But that's not the point. The last two lines are the essence. One chimed in eagerly. People experience joys and sorrows, partings and reunions. The moon waxes and wanes, darkens and lights. Such has been the way since time immemorial. Brilliant. Brilliant. This is true artistic expression, true poetry. The literary scene of our Great Xia will never decline. An old scholar shed tears. Over the years, the literary scene in Great Xia had lacked timeless classics, a sore spot for its intellectuals. Now it seemed different. This poem was unparalleled and unprecedented. They couldn't imagine any future work surpassing it. May we all live long and share the beauty of the moon, thousands of miles apart. Ha ha ha. Our literary scene won't decline anymore. Several scholars drank heartily, expressing their joy. Even those less versed in poetry could tell this poem exceeded ancient works. Otherwise, the scholars wouldn't be so excited. This stirred envy in some hearts. Did he really write this? Chapter 137. Mr. Akil Eben. Sure, could a person of our age write such poetry? I don't think it's possible. Exactly, there must be something wrong. Many of the openly wealthy and influential young men protested loudly, unwilling to accept that Dorian wrote these lines. They couldn't reconcile with this reality. Augustine listening to these words, a scholar showed a cold expression. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. The truth is right in front of you. What more do you have to say? He looked down on these openly wealthy young men, knowing he had to avoid offending them before. After all, they weren't easy to deal with. However, now hearing their bold questioning of the poem made him very uncomfortable. He directly responded to one of the young men, making it clear that this poem was not open to question. Indeed, many scholars felt this way. To them, this work of art was sacrosanct and beyond dispute. With this thought, they became serious, turning their gaze toward the young man who spoke. The young man dared not say anything more. Being watched by so many people made him feel uneasy, almost as if everyone wanted to devour him alive. He realized how seriously these people took the poem. Normally, these people wouldn't dare treat him like this. This poem, the young man fell silent. He wasn't stupid and understood the severity of the situation, appreciating the literary quality of Tune, Song of Water Regulating. Indeed, the poem Dorian recited was Tune, Song of Water Regulating, an immortal masterpiece. Though he had many other pieces in mind, it was this one that came to him instantly. So, Dorian recited it for Ali to write down. However, he underestimated the terrifying impact of this Song of Water Regulating. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Ali watched this scene unfold with a faint smile. He had anticipated this response, and it was also part of why he felt some jealousy. The brilliance of Tune, Song of Water Regulating, left them speechless. Thus, Ali felt a twinge of envy but acknowledged Dorian's greatness. With this poem circulating, Dorian would likely become a sensation in the literary world. This situation held both advantages and disadvantages for Dorian. The benefit was that Dorian's fame would skyrocket, and many would take notice of this unexpected son-in-law from the Marquis of Jethrog's residence. Moreover, it would earn Dorian considerable support in the literary circle. Scholars were known to act spontaneously, indifferent to who penned excellent poetry. As long as the poetry was impressive, they would offer support. So, this Tune, Song of Water Regulating, would undoubtedly win Dorian much support, as was evident already. However, there were downsides. Such exposure was far from low profile, and soon Dorian's identity would draw attention. Even if these people didn't know, others certainly would. Once noticed, Dorian might face significant threats, giving his enemies more reason to target him. Thinking this over, Ali grew more serious. Regardless, Dorian had chosen this path to help him. Otherwise, Dorian would have remained hidden. This realization made Ali feel somewhat guilty, thinking he should aid Dorian. But he currently lacked the ability. Soon, Ali considered Cannon and Sydney. They would surely be able to help. Both being genuine scholars, they would undoubtedly be drawn to Tune, Song of Water Regulating. He could use this opportunity to secure some assistance for Dorian. Relieved by this thought, Ali sighed slightly. Meanwhile, an openly wealthy young man still argued. What if he bought it? With money, isn't anything possible? An older official coldly replied, stop deluding yourselves. Do you think masterpieces can be bought with gold? A masterpiece is a masterpiece because no one else can create it. One who can write a masterpiece would never sell it. They were clear. The poem was indeed written by that person. No scholar would willingly give up an eternal masterpiece. While the young men could buy decent poetry, it was far from a masterpiece. So, the scholars knew exactly what was happening. This left the young men at a loss. Seeing the scholars' enthusiastic gazes, they kept quiet. Continuing would likely get them in trouble, as the scholars clearly weren't going to let this go easily. I wonder what this great literary figure's name is. I've never heard of such a great literary talent. Perhaps it's a true poet lost in his own world. Another person sighed, believing Dorian lived secluded, hence his obscurity, which was quite normal. Many poets immersed in their worlds exhibited peculiar behavior, and such reclusiveness among scholars was acceptable. So, having unknown poets was not uncommon. We should find out more about this poem. It deserves widespread recognition to shake the literary world of Great Xia. Agreed. Soon, many eyes turned to Ali. They had seen him enter with Dorian and sought to inquire about Dorian's name. Excuse me, sir, could you tell us the name of the gentleman who composed Tune, Song of Water Regulating? A scholar approached Ali politely and asked. Some officials also noticed Ali. Although they served the same court, the officials were numerous, and there were plenty of minor officials in the capital who weren't eligible for court attendance. Thus, not everyone recognized Ali. Pausing for a moment, Ali said, his name is Mr. Ep1. This was Dorian's instruction, using a pseudonym to stay low-key. It was a common practice for influential figures and princes who preferred anonymity in such settings to preserve their image. Chapter 138, Sierra. If some malicious people knew about this, they would definitely use it against them. Frequenting brothels was common for the gentleman, but many still wished to uphold a good image. Thus, rumors often circulated about which noble's son visited such places, or which prince came to where. Using this pseudonym, Dorian aimed not to draw too much attention to himself. After all, a man proficient in both literature and martial arts who is also a dependent son-in-law would likely provoke envy from many. This fake name thus became quite important. However, upon hearing it, Ali was somewhat puzzled. Dorian and Ep1 sounded too similar. In such a case, it wouldn't be hard for many to guess the connection. This made Ali confused, so he directly asked Dorian about it, wanting to know the reason. Hearing Ali's question, Dorian explained calmly, it's nothing. It can't be hidden for long anyway. Soon enough, those people will know. So, by saying this, we won't appear to be deliberately hiding anything. We're just being low-key. Augustine listening to this, Ali thought it made sense but still felt it wasn't exactly low-key. If Dorian truly wanted to be low-key, he could have written a less conspicuous poem. The Shui Jiao Gu Tu was too eye-catching. Famous works like this would naturally attract a lot of attention. Realizing this, Ali felt quite helpless. In his view, Dorian was anything but low-key. However, he couldn't say much because Dorian's approach was normal, or rather, necessary. For Dorian, if he didn't do this, he might not win the heart of Odessa. When the scholars heard this name, they all looked puzzled. Just a name alone couldn't directly link them to Dorian. After all, there were many people with the same or similar names. Thinking of this, they realized what they needed to do. Investigate the background of this Akil Eben. They had never heard of this name before, which was why they were puzzled. May I ask, which family does Jaren Akil Eben come from? How come we've never heard of him? A young man directly asked, genuinely curious and eager to know. Ali shook his head slightly. I'm not sure. We only met briefly and nodding acquaintances. Ali immediately distanced himself, indicating that he didn't know. After all, if he admitted knowing more, it would be hard to leave without revealing something today. Therefore, it was better to keep a low profile. Is that so? The others didn't suspect anything. Given the situation, it was normal for two people to meet coincidentally. They weren't necessarily companions. Thus, they didn't press further. Ali had already said he wasn't familiar, so they would have to investigate after they left. Akil Eben. This name sounds familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before. I feel the same. This name seems familiar. Yes. Many felt it was familiar, even the openly notorious ones. They found these two characters oddly recognizable. However, they didn't know much about Dorian, so they couldn't connect the dots. Besides, everyone knew Dorian was just a martial artist, not someone with such literary talent. Watching them leave, Ali smiled faintly, looking forward to seeing if Dorian would gain any results. Inside the back room, Dorian saw a charming beauty exuding elegance. She was the courtesan Odessa, a fine-looking Gigi indeed. Dorian looked at her appreciatively and greeted her with a smile. Miss Odessa, do I have the honor of knowing your name? Odessa asked softly, her voice sweet and pleasant like a caring older sister. Dorian found her voice appealing as well. Akil Eben. Odessa paused, feeling that the name sounded fake. On second thought, she understood. He was concealing his identity. But understanding that poets often had their reasons, she didn't pry further. Your Shui Diaogu too, Jaren Akil, truly left me impressed. Even in the entire literary circle of Daya, few poems about the moon can match its brilliance. Odessa didn't hold back her praise, which Dorian deserved, given the quality of Shui Diaogu too. Smiling humbly, Dorian replied, thank you, just a stroke of inspiration. This humility impressed Odessa even more. It was rare for someone of Dorian's caliber to remain so modest. She couldn't help but ask, are you a scholar, Jaren Akil? No, I'm just a martial artist, Dorian replied frankly. A martial artist? Odessa looked surprised, finding it hard to believe that someone who wrote such poetry could be just a martial artist. And Dorian's build was hidden under his loose robe, unseen by her. Don't believe me? Well, there's no way to show you otherwise. Dorian sighed, then observed Odessa's reaction, gauging her response. After entering Isekai Tower, Dorian realized it wasn't supported by that organization. After all, the owner of Isekai Tower was well known in the capital. He wouldn't jeopardize his position by betraying Daya. Thus, any issues within Isekai Tower likely stemmed from specific individuals or those sent in by others. It was an ideal place for hiding identities and gathering information, making it quite advantageous. This made Ali confused, so he directly asked Dorian about it. Hearing the question, Dorian explained calmly, there's no point in hiding it for long. They'll know soon enough. By saying it like this, it doesn't appear that we're deliberately concealing it. It just shows we are being low-key. Augustine listening to him, Ali felt it wasn't really low-key at all. If Dorian truly wanted to be inconspicuous, he could have written a regular poem. The tune, Song of Water Modulation, was far too eye-catching. World-renowned masterpieces naturally attract considerable attention. Reflecting on this, Ali felt quite helpless. He thought Dorian's actions were truly uncharacteristic of someone trying to be low-profile. However, there was little Ali could say. What Dorian did was normal, even necessary. For Dorian, if he didn't do this, he might not be able to capture Miss Sierra's heart. Hearing the name, the scholars present showed looks of confusion. They couldn't immediately connect it to Dorian. After all, there were many people with similar names. Realizing this, they understood what they should do next. Investigate the origins of Jaren Akil Eben. They had never heard of this name before, which fueled their curiosity. May I ask, which family does this Jaren Akil Eben belong to? How come we've never heard of him? A young man spoke up, clearly very curious and eager to find out. Ali shook his head slightly. I'm not sure. We've only met by chance. Ali quickly distanced himself from the matter, indicating he didn't know anything. Otherwise, if he admitted knowing more without revealing something today, it would be difficult for him to leave. Thus, staying low profile was better. Is that so? Everyone had no suspicion since encountering each other under these circumstances wasn't unusual. They didn't continue asking either, since Ali said he didn't know. They would have to wait until later to investigate further. Akil Eben, sounds familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere. I think so too, feels kind of familiar. Yes. Many felt a sense of familiarity, including those from the Open Brotherhood, who felt the two characters sounded familiar. But given how little they knew about Dorian, it was unlikely they would connect the dots. Moreover, everyone knew Dorian was merely a warrior. Warriors wouldn't possess such literary talent. As they left, Ali revealed a faint smile, looking forward to seeing whether Dorian achieved anything. Entering the inner chamber, Dorian saw a charming beauty with a gentle demeanor. She was an excellent flower maiden named Sierra. Dorian admired her appearance and greeted with a smile, Miss Sierra. May I know your honorable name? Sierra smiled lightly, asking politely. Her voice was sweet and soothing, reminiscent of a caring elder sister. Dorian found her voice pleasant. Akil Eben. Upon hearing the name, Sierra paused momentarily, feeling it seemed false. She then understood, it was a pseudonym to hide his identity. However, she realized these poets often had reasons for using pseudonyms, and understandingly didn't pry further. Jaren Akil Eben's Song of Water Modulation has truly astonished me. Even in the entire literary circle of Daya, one would be hard-pressed to find a comparable piece regarding the moon. Sierra openly praised the poem and its creator, deserving of such acclaim. Dorian responded modestly, just a spontaneous inspiration. This modesty increased Sierra's favor toward him. Remaining humble under such circumstances was indeed commendable. She couldn't help but ask, "Are you a scholar?" "No, I am merely a martial artist," Dorian replied softly, sincerely. "A martial artist?" Sierra looked at Dorian, bewildered. Anyone capable of such poetry couldn't possibly be just a martial artist. And Dorian's build was hidden beneath a wide robe, unseen by Sierra. "Don't believe me? Unfortunately, I can't demonstrate it here." Dorian displayed a troubled look and observed Sierra, assessing her reaction and ensuring there were no issues. After entering Isekai Pavilion, Dorian realized this place wasn't affiliated with that organization. After all, the owner of Isekai Pavilion was well known throughout the capital. Thus, he wouldn't engage in acts betraying Daya, as his base was within the kingdom. Such actions would be self-destructive. So, Dorian understood. Within Isekai Pavilion, the problem was limited to one individual or a few individuals sent in by others. This place was perfect for concealing identities and gathering information. Indeed, an excellent arrangement. Chapter 139. Probing. Especially for that organization, the Isekai building was definitely an ideal place, so it made sense they would have people stationed here. However, with too many courtesans, Dorian found it difficult to conduct his investigation, and his intuition told him that the person should be among these courtesans. After all, to gather much information and meet those important figures, one must be a top courtesan to achieve that. This was the reason why Dorian came to investigate these courtesans. But this Sierra seemed normal on the surface. Of course, she might be very good at disguise, but he must thoroughly probe her. Thinking of this, Dorian revealed a faint smile. However, probing wasn't that easy. These people were bound to be shrewd and wouldn't easily fall for it. It really posed a huge challenge. But since he promised Ali, he had to take this seriously and complete the task. Of course not, just that it's hard to see Scholar Akil as a martial artist. Sierra shook her head quickly. For some unknown reason, she trusted Dorian deeply. After hearing Dorian's words, she believed he wasn't a scholar but a martial artist. Though she couldn't understand why she felt so sure, she chose to trust Dorian's words, even though she also didn't know why. Thinking about it, Sierra hurriedly spoke up, being able to write such poems, regardless of what identity Scholar Akil has, you can be called a poet. Sierra wanted to say, poet god. After all, an immortal masterpiece was enough to earn the title of poet god. Under these circumstances, Sierra still wished to praise Dorian. But, if she said such things out loud, it would cause complications for both of them. With a smile, Sierra looked at Dorian seriously and said, I still want to ask Scholar Akil for your insights. Hearing this, Dorian smiled slightly and started explaining. Regarding the commentary on Shuudia-Jetu, he understood it very clearly and could explain it properly. After a moment, Madame Sierra showed a serious look. She was truly absorbed in listening. Soon, Dorian began asking what he wanted to know. Madame Sierra, do you have any interesting stories to share? I've been studying at home lately and haven't been following recent events, Dorian implied very obviously, hoping that Sierra could understand his intention. Upon hearing Dorian's words, Sierra immediately understood and quickly began narrating. Having been in the Isekai building for so long, Sierra knew a lot of things clearly. Soon, Dorian listened and fell into contemplation, finding Madame Sierra seemed quite normal. She only talked about recent events in the capital city, which Dorian also knew somewhat. Dorian felt this kind of probing wasn't sufficient. After a moment's thought, he slowly asked, does Madame Sierra know Dorian? Do you mean the imperial son-in-law from the Jethraguel Marquis Manor? Sierra showed a surprised expression, looking at Dorian, not expecting him to ask about this. Yes, that's him. Sierra nodded, then suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but look at Dorian. Scholar Akil, your names are exactly the same. Sierra realized this, two people having exactly the same name, just in a different order, which made her show a curious look. However, she didn't overthink it. After all, the Dorian, imperial son-in-law of the Jethraguel Marquis Manor, would never come to the Isekai building. It had to be a coincidence. Dorian smiled faintly. That's precisely why I'm curious. So that's why. Madame Sierra suddenly realized, then started talking. The topic of Dorian was naturally one of the hottest discussions recently. It was normal for her to know. Augustine listening to her, Dorian confirmed that Madame Sierra was indeed very normal, without any issues. Then it should be other courtesans. How should he approach this? Will Scholar Akil participate in the poetry competition between Dacia and Dayo? I heard it will involve a poetry contest. If Scholar Akil participates, you'll likely win easily. Madame Sierra showed a look of anticipation. Everyone paid great attention to this competition. With Dorian's impressive poetic talent, she believed he should join. Naturally, this is an honor for the Dacia dynasty, and I wouldn't miss it. After a few sentences, Dorian discerned Madame Sierra's interests and continued along those lines. Now he needed to build rapport. Once their relationship improved, he could ask more significant questions. Sure enough, excitement filled Madame Sierra's eyes, admiring Dorian. Scholar Akil is truly patriotic. It's our duty as Dacia citizens. Lady offers Scholar Akil a cup. Sierra became increasingly satisfied with Dorian. She felt like she finally found a kindred spirit. Whatever topic she brought up, Dorian could always connect. Moreover, unlike others who couldn't stop staring at her uncomfortably, Dorian's gaze was very pure, appreciating her for her talents. This increased her liking for him even more. Both enjoyed the conversation, and Sierra occasionally laughed. Moon outside the door relaxed, seeing that Madame Sierra liked this young master. She hadn't heard Sierra laugh for a long time. Not long after, Dorian felt it was about right. So he slowly asked, did Madame Sierra start in the Isekai building? That's right. Since its establishment, I've been here. Thinking back, it's already 6 years. Saying this, Madame Sierra showed a wistful expression. She could be considered an elder at Isekai building, maintaining her reputation and respect from Boss Virgil. This allowed her to become the top courtesan here. Augustine listening to this, Dorian showed a smile. Indeed, his decision today was correct. Chapter 140, Harvest. So, have the courtesans here always been the same since the beginning, or have there been any changes along the way? Dorian asked cautiously, still suspecting something was off about these courtesans, which prompted his question. However, such a direct query could easily arouse suspicion from Mistress Sierra. But he had no other choice and decided it was better to be straightforward. Mistress Sierra indeed showed a look of surprise, her gaze fixing on Dorian as she seemed unsure of his intentions with this question. Such a query naturally touched on many aspects and made it seem like Dorian was probing into the courtesans here. For someone as perceptive as Mistress Sierra, this naturally set her imagination running wild. Miss, please don't misunderstand. I'm writing a novel and need to develop some ideas, so I'm trying to gather more information, just like the interesting stories I inquired about earlier, Dorian explained earnestly, his sincere and upright expression putting Mistress Sierra at ease. Upon reflection, there was nothing unusual. Scholars were often interested in such matters, weren't they? Courtesans, amusing anecdotes, and the entertainment of officials. These were what scholars found most intriguing. Though Dorian claimed to be a martial artist, Mistress Sierra thought it plausible that someone could excel in both literature and martial arts. Moreover, Dorian looked more like a scholar, making his curiosity quite natural. Scholars loved nothing more than drinking and discussing poetry in pleasure houses while talking about important matters. Otherwise, how would courtesans come to know so much? So, when Dorian wanted to understand, Mistress Sierra found it quite normal, thinking he must be a bored scholar seeking something interesting. After a brief pause, Mistress Sierra began explaining, fully knowledgeable about these matters. Our current 8 top courtesans were all purchased by Boss Virgil at great expense when Isekai Pavilion was established, so we've mostly stayed here. No one has been replaced in between. Hearing this, Dorian showed surprise. If no one had been replaced, it raised doubts for him. Could his suspicions be wrong? But then, a glint appeared in his eyes. For the past few years, it's been us 8 sisters. But this year, Annika has suddenly gained fame out of nowhere. Mistress Sierra mentioned this casually, merely informing Dorian. This stirred something in Dorian's mind. Perhaps no replacements had been made publicly, but privately? In a world where martial artists and manuals for self-improvement existed, disguise techniques shouldn't be too difficult. Dorian now had a target. Lady Annika definitely had issues. He needed to investigate further to find out exactly what those issues were. Tell me more about Miss Annika. I'm very interested in sudden rise to fame stories, Dorian said. Mistress Sierra didn't see any problem with this request. Even in this era, tales of unexpected success were popular. So, she eagerly introduced Annika to Dorian, appreciating his respectful gaze devoid of lust, something rarely seen. After hearing enough, Dorian smiled. Finally, he found something. Annika indeed had problems. Her poetic talent had surged within a year, and she had become skilled in singing and dancing. According to Sierra, Annika was almost overshadowing her in popularity recently. As the top courtesan of Isekai Pavilion, Mistress Sierra's reputation was indisputable. This situation made Dorian more suspicious. However, people from the capital might also have their suspicions and would have investigated. The fact that there were no issues yet indicated sophisticated concealment methods. This piqued Dorian's interest, but he couldn't express it in front of Mistress Sierra. After some time, Dorian smiled and thanked her. It's getting late. Thank you for your hospitality, Mistress Sierra. I am very grateful. Regardless, Mistress Sierra had provided valuable information and helped him pinpoint his target. It was only right to thank her properly. Mistress Sierra shook her head slightly. No need, sir. Your poem here will do me much good. Dorian paused, not initially understanding. Then he realized that if someone wrote a famous piece in their name, the courtesan's reputation would greatly improve. Annika's sudden rise was due to such a poem, even though it wasn't exceptional, just that had boosted her fame significantly. A timeless masterpiece would make the courtesan legendary. Mistress Sierra, with the Water Tune Ode, might consider pledging herself in gratitude. For courtesans, selling themselves wasn't unheard of. If they found someone compatible, they might spend a night together. Redeeming oneself here was difficult, and life at Isekai Pavilion was comfortable. Leaving would leave them unsure of how to survive. Winning the heart of influential patrons was part of their job, as not everyone disregarded their bodies. Most visitors, unlike Dorian and Ali, came for their bodies. Oh no, Dorian thought. This poem could push him into the spotlight. Others might not know him, but certain people definitely would. If word got out, this could bring significant trouble. Writing a timeless masterpiece for a courtesan wouldn't sit well with the Jethraguo mansion or Natalie. Suddenly, Dorian felt a headache coming on. This overacting was causing problems. As expected, Odessa's expression shifted to one of surprise. She looked at Dorian with a puzzled gaze, unsure of his intention. Such a question clearly touched on many issues, making it seem as if Dorian was probing into the courtesan's affairs. For someone as perceptive as Odessa, she naturally began to speculate. Please don't misunderstand. I'm currently writing a novel and need to gather some inspiration, so I'm asking around, just like I did earlier about those amusing anecdotes, Dorian explained seriously, his face sincere and straightforward. Odessa seemed to relax, realizing that scholars often had an interest in such matters. After a brief pause, Odessa started to explain, clearly knowledgeable about the subject. Our current 8 leading courtesans were all bought by Boss Virgil when Isekai Tower first opened. So, we've mostly been here since then. There hasn't been any replacement during this period. Hearing this, Dorian's expressions turned surprised. No replacements at all? This situation raised more questions for him. Could his initial suspicion be off? However, as Odessa continued, a glint appeared in Dorian's eyes. These past few years, it's always been us 8 sisters. But in the last year, Sheridan has suddenly gained much attention, almost outshining the rest. Dorian's mind stirred. Perhaps there hadn't been overt replacements, but what about covert ones? In a world where martial artists and secret cultivation techniques existed, disguise shouldn't be too difficult. Odessa didn't find anything unusual in Dorian's request to hear more about Sheridan, especially since stories of sudden success were popular even in this era. She eagerly provided details, feeling comfortable under Dorian's appreciative gaze, which lacked any lustful intent, a rare trait among visitors. Once Odessa finished, Dorian smiled. He had found something interesting. Sheridan's sudden surge in poetic talent and popularity over the past year warranted further investigation. As Isekai Tower's premier courtesan, Odessa's reputation was unparalleled, and this development was suspicious. Although others in the Imperial City might have noticed and investigated, finding no issues suggested their concealment methods were sophisticated. Dorian felt a strong interest but knew better than to express it openly to Odessa. With a smile, Dorian thanked Odessa for her hospitality. He genuinely appreciated the useful information she provided, helping him narrow down his target. Odessa modestly declined his gratitude, mentioning the poem he had composed for her, which greatly elevated her status. Dorian realized that such recognition was invaluable to courtesans. The poem he wrote for Sheridan had significantly boosted her reputation, and a timeless masterpiece could make a courtesan legendary. This realization made Dorian suddenly concerned. The poem might draw unwanted attention, especially from powerful families like the Max residents and Natalie. His actions might have overstepped boundaries, causing trouble he hadn't anticipated. Please don't misunderstand, Mississippi. I'm writing a novel and need to gather material for inspiration, which is why I'm asking around. Much like I did with those amusing stories earlier, Dorian explained seriously. His earnest demeanor and honest look reassured Odessa. After careful thought, she realized there was nothing wrong with his explanation. Scholars were often curious about such matters, weren't they? The flower girls, interesting anecdotes, and the amusements of high-ranking officials. These were all topics that piqued the scholar's interest. Even though Dorian claimed to be a martial artist, it wasn't unheard of for someone to excel in both literary and martial arts. Moreover, he looked more like a scholar, so his curiosity about these things seemed quite natural. Scholars often enjoy drinking, discussing poetry, and talking about significant matters at such venues. How else would the courtesans have gained so much knowledge? Odessa paused, then began her introduction. She was well versed in these matters. Our current 8 chief courtesans were all purchased at great expense when Isekai building first opened. So, we've basically all been here since the beginning. No one has been replaced during this time. Hearing this, Dorian's expression showed surprise. If no one had been replaced, that seemed unusual. This made him even more puzzled. Perhaps his suspicions were off the mark? However, as Odessa continued, a flash of insight crossed Dorian's face. These past few years, it's always been us 8 sisters. But recently, Sheridan, for some reason, has suddenly become very famous. Odessa mentioned this casually while introducing Dorian to the situation. This information stirred something in Dorian. There hadn't been an overt change, but what about behind the scenes? Given that martial artists and transformation techniques existed in this world, disguise should not be too difficult. Dorian felt he was onto something. Sheridan certainly had issues, but exactly what? He needed to investigate further. Tell me more about Miss Sheridan. I find stories of sudden rise to fame very intriguing, Dorian said. Odessa saw no issue with this request. Even in this era, rags to riches tales were popular. So, she readily provided details, appreciating Dorian's focused and respectful gaze, which contained no lewd intent, an uncommon occurrence. After hearing enough, Dorian smiled, glad to finally find what he was looking for. Indeed, Sheridan seemed suspicious. Over just a year, her poetic talent and performance skills had improved remarkably. According to Odessa, Sheridan had almost overshadowed her lately. As the leading courtesan of Isekai building, Odessa's reputation was unmatched. Dorian's suspicions grew stronger. However, he surmised that even some royal court members must have their doubts and conducted investigations. If no issues were found, it indicated the concealment methods were highly effective. This intrigued him further, though he kept his thoughts hidden from Odessa. Seeing that it was getting late, Dorian politely thanked Odessa. It's getting late. Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Odessa. I'm truly grateful. Regardless, Odessa had provided valuable information and even helped him pinpoint his target. Naturally, he expressed his gratitude. Odessa shook her head slightly. There's no need for thanks, sir. Your poem will benefit me greatly. Dorian paused, realizing that for a courtesan, having someone write a renowned work for them could significantly enhance their reputation. A good poem could make a significant difference. Sheridan's recent rise in fame came from a decent poem written for her. Imagine if it were a timeless masterpiece. The courtesan might achieve everlasting renown. With such recognition, Odessa might even wish to repay Dorian personally. For courtesans, not all refused physical relationships. If they found someone they liked, they might be willing to spend a night together. Redemption was rare, and life at Isekai building was comfortable. Outside, they might struggle to survive. Thus, gaining the favor of influential patrons was inevitable. Trouble, Dorian thought. That poem could place him in a precarious position. While others might not know who he was, certain people surely would. If word spread, he could face significant trouble. Writing a timeless masterpiece for a courtesan. How would Jethraguel Mansion or Natalie view that? Suddenly, Dorian felt a headache coming on. He had possibly overplayed his role this time, and now complications had arisen. Upon reflection, it made sense. Scholars were often fascinated by such topics. Courtesans, entertaining anecdotes, and the amusement of nobles and officials. Although Dorian claimed to be a warrior, Odessa believed it was reasonable that a well-rounded individual like him might also be interested. Here are additional adjustments for consistency and natural flow in English, maintaining the original meaning and style. This situation seemed quite normal to Odessa. After all, wasn't this what scholars like the most? To drink wine, discuss poetry, and talk about grand matters in pleasure quarters? Even though Dorian said he was a warrior, people with both literary and martial skills weren't unheard of. Moreover, Dorian looked more like a scholar, so his curiosity about these things was quite natural. Scholars often frequented places like this to drink wine, discuss poetry, and talk about important matters. Otherwise, how could courtesans like them come to know so much? Therefore, Odessa thought it perfectly normal for Dorian to want to learn more. She understood that a bored scholar might seek out interesting information. After pondering for a moment, Odessa began her introduction. She was thoroughly familiar with these matters. Moreover, Dorian appeared more like a scholar, so his curiosity wasn't surprising. Scholars often enjoyed gathering at pleasure houses to drink, recite poetry, and discuss important matters. Otherwise, how would courtesans know so much? Odessa thoroughly understood this sentiment. Note, the term engsub is translated as thoroughly to maintain fluency and natural reading in English, assuming it might be a typo or an incomplete phrase in the original context. After a brief pause, she began to explain, well versed in the topic. Our current 8 top courtesans were all purchased by Mr. Virgil when Isekai building was established. Thus, we've all been here from the start. No one has been replaced during this period. Hearing this, Dorian looked startled. No replacements? This raised doubts. Could his suspicions be wrong? However, he caught a hint of intrigue later on. These past years, it's been us 8 sisters. But recently, Sheridan suddenly blossomed and gained considerable fame. Odessa casually mentioned while introducing them to Dorian. Note, I've removed the untranslated Chinese character engsub to ensure the passage reads naturally in English. This stirred Dorian's interest. If there hadn't been overt changes, what about covert ones? With martial artists and transformation techniques existing in this world, disguise shouldn't be too challenging. Dorian now had a target. Something was definitely off about Sheridan, though what exactly remained unclear. He needed to investigate further. Tell me about Miss Sheridan. I'm very interested in sudden rises to prominence, Dorian remarked. Odessa saw no issue with this. Even in their time, underdog success stories were popular. She eagerly introduced Sheridan to Dorian. His gaze made her comfortable, entirely appreciative without any lewd intent, a rare occurrence. Dorian smiled after listening. He had found what he was looking for. Sheridan's sudden rise in poetic talent and performing skills over the last year suggested an anomaly. Odessa even implied that Sheridan was overshadowing her lately. As Isekai building's top courtesan, Odessa's reputation was undisputed. This development piqued Dorian's suspicion. The palace's people likely suspected this too, and conducted investigations. If they found nothing, their concealment methods must be highly effective. Dorian's interest was deeply aroused, though he kept quiet around Odessa. He then said with a smile, it's getting late. Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Odessa. I'm truly grateful. Regardless, Odessa had provided valuable information and helped him lock onto a target. Showing gratitude was only fitting. Odessa slightly shook her head. Sir, there's no need. You left a fine poem here, which is already an immense honor. Dorian was momentarily puzzled. Then he realized, to courtesans, having someone write a masterpiece elevated their status significantly. A renowned piece for Odessa would make her famous forever. Augustine Sheridan, who gained fame from a poem, albeit not a masterpiece but still commendable. Even that boosted her reputation greatly. A timeless work could immortalize a courtesan. Upon hearing the Water Melody Ode, Odessa might consider offering herself to Dorian. While not all courtesans sold their bodies, finding a suitable companion was possible. Redemption was hard, and life at Isekai building was comfortable. Outside, they might struggle. Retaining the attention of powerful men came at a price. Not everyone disregarded their physical allure, especially those with ulterior motives like Dorian and Ali. Oh no, Dorian thought. This poem might bring him unwanted attention. Some wouldn't recognize him, but others surely would. Once news spread, he'd face significant trouble. Composing a timeless piece for a courtesan would raise eyebrows, especially from the Jethraguo mansion and Natalie. Suddenly, Dorian felt overwhelmed. This facade might have gone too far, bringing immediate complications. Chapter 141. Refusal. Seeing Dorian's sudden change in expression, Odessa hastened to ask, what's wrong, Mr. Akil? She thought Dorian might not want the poem to be spread out, but it was probably too late now. By tomorrow morning, the entire capital city would know about it. This was the speed at which news traveled through the courtesan quarters. However, she, a courtesan, couldn't possibly be worthy of such a timeless masterpiece. Thinking this, Odessa's face dimmed somewhat as she believed that Dorian didn't want his poetry associated with her name. She hurriedly said, if you are unwilling for this poem to bear my name, I can clarify it. This pulled Dorian back from his deep thoughts. As for this matter, he wasn't actually concerned. What he was worried about was that it wouldn't stay hidden, and when it eventually came out, it would bring him some trouble. But Dorian did not mind whose name this poem bore. After all, as a good youth from the new era, he always valued equality. In his eyes, everyone was a normal person, even the courtesans in this society. He had never looked down on them. After all, they just wanted to survive. This was their way of life. How could Dorian despise them? Thinking this, Dorian smiled warmly and said, Miss Odessa, you're overthinking. That's not what I meant. I was just thinking of something else. As for this poem, it doesn't matter whose name it bears. Regardless of who it is, there is no difference between high and low. As long as one is kind, they deserve respect. Dorian spoke sincerely, looking intently at Odessa, expressing his attitude. This was his truest thought. He never discriminated against anyone. It was Dorian's principle. Augustine listening to Dorian's words, Odessa showed a moved expression. She had never heard such words before. Especially the sentence, there is no difference between high and low, resonated deeply with her. She understood then and there that this gentleman was truly different, completely different from others. Not only because of his poems but also because of his unique way of doing things. Such a man who did not look down on them and could openly say these words, none existed in the great Xia dynasty. Only Dorian could do so. Other gentlemen, although polite to them, were strongly motivated, and Odessa saw through it clearly. Therefore, Dorian appeared particularly different. He was a true intellectual, a true gentleman. With this thought, Odessa made a bold decision. Sir, if you don't mind, stay here tonight. Odessa blushed slightly as she slowly said this. It was the first time she asked a man to spend the night, but Xiaoyu had moved her so much that she felt her decision was correct. Ah. Dorian froze, his face stiffening. He hadn't expected Odessa to act this way. He underestimated the charm of his poetry and words. He thought Odessa wouldn't be someone to invite him to stay overnight. So, Dorian boldly entered, knowing that Odessa sold her art, not her body. Under such circumstances, Natalie and the others wouldn't suspect anything. If he stayed overnight, however, it might mean his doom. Although the bashful Odessa was indeed tempting, Dorian shook his head slightly. Miss Odessa, there's no need. I should go back. Dorian refused Odessa. Although having multiple wives was common in this world, and frequenting such places was also normal, he couldn't do this. It wasn't only because of Natalie, but also because he couldn't cross that line yet. More importantly, he was bound by his circumstances, just an attached son-in-law. He couldn't afford to behave improperly, as it would cause trouble for the Max Mansion and damage its reputation. Furthermore, in this era, being a doishir, dependent son-in-law, wasn't much better than being a courtesan. Dorian was well aware of his status and understood his situation all too well. Edited for natural fluency and clarity in English while preserving the original meaning. Moreover, in this era, being a dependent son-in-law wasn't much better than being a courtesan. Dorian was fully aware of his status and understood his circumstances. Considering this, Dorian still refused. But this refusal made Odessa's eyes redden, believing Dorian despised her. Why? Odessa couldn't help but ask, don't you think I'm clean enough, sir? But I am very clean. I have never been with any man. This is also the first time I've asked anyone to stay overnight. Hearing this, Dorian felt a pang of sympathy and shook his head quickly. Of course not. I said that there's no difference between high and low. How could I look down on you? I refuse simply because we're only strangers meeting by chance. We don't know each other well enough for this to seem like more than a transaction. So, it's not the right time. Dorian needed to keep Odessa calm, so he chose his words carefully. Indeed, hearing this, Odessa sighed in relief. Dorian didn't despise her. He thought it was too fast. This also made Odessa realize something. This Mr. Akil must be a first-timer. After all, if he were a regular, his reaction would have been different. Perhaps this Mr. Akil was still inexperienced. Thinking this, Odessa couldn't help but smile, feeling her heart flutter. He was indeed attractive. But Dorian, used to facing Natalie, had strong immunity and wasn't lost in the moment for long. Odessa also realized it wasn't appropriate and gently said, since that's the case, I won't force you. I hope Mr. Akil will come again to support me. Of course. Dorian nodded hastily. Though he might not return, since Odessa had spoken, he couldn't refuse or risk hurting her feelings. Thinking this, Dorian felt a headache. If he weren't an attached son-in-law, he wouldn't have to worry so much. Augustine F was truly difficult under these circumstances. Chapter 142. Anticipation. Dorian couldn't help but shake his head slightly, yet he had at least managed to stabilize the situation with Sierra. As for everything else, it was a matter of taking things one step at a time. However, when Sierra learned of her own condition, she would undoubtedly understand her predicament. Thinking of this, Dorian sighed inwardly. Eventually, there would be no hiding the truth about his identity from Sierra. When that time came, how she would feel was uncertain. With this thought, Dorian allowed himself a faint smile. It would indeed be for the best if Sierra understood. It was not a bad outcome. That won't detain you, sir. All right. Dorian nodded and hurriedly pushed the door open to leave. The allure of Sierra was substantial, and he feared losing control. Thus, he left hastily. Watching Dorian's retreating figure, Sierra revealed a hint of a smile. What an intriguing gentleman. Truly, he is entirely different from those others. Sierra spoke slowly, recognizing Dorian's distinctiveness. Such a talented individual was certainly worth attention. Thinking of this, Sierra showed an anticipatory expression. For her, life had lost much of its luster until she met Dorian. Suddenly, she felt that the world could still be beautiful. However, she wondered if young Jaren Akil would come. This was something she truly cared about. Outside the door, after Dorian left, he encountered Fanny, who was visibly stunned. Fanny was astonished because she heard clearly that their mistress Sierra had invited a man to stay overnight. A significant event, considering Sierra never did such a thing. Today's sudden invitation left Fanny in shock as she had known Sierra since childhood and knew her personality well. However, she didn't overthink it. After all, Sierra was a Gigi who could also fall in love. Clearly, Dorian suited her tastes, especially given what he said. Fanny admired him more for his talents. Any Gigi would find a man like him appealing, so it was normal for Sierra to feel drawn to him. This made Fanny happy for Sierra, believing Dorian to be a promising match. But Dorian's reaction shocked Fanny even more. He had refused? Refusing Sierra's charm was practically unheard of. Fanny couldn't help but regard Dorian differently. Regardless of his motives, the courage to refuse was commendable. Fanny respected him more for it, though she felt a tinge of dissatisfaction that Dorian had turned down their mistress. In her view, rejecting Sierra would tarnish her reputation. Just as Fanny was about to rush in, she heard Dorian speak, softening her expression. This young Jaren Akil was indeed different and worthy of entrusting oneself to. Feeling more admiration, Fanny greeted Dorian respectfully as he emerged. Dorian quickly acknowledged her before hastening away. Watching Dorian flee, Fanny returned to the room, finding Sierra lost in thought. Softly she said, "Mistress." "Yes? What is it?" Sierra looked at her servant with a gentle smile. Seeing this, Fanny felt relieved. Her laughing mistress was back. This was the familiar Sierra. Nothing, just happy for mistress. Realizing Fanny likely overheard their conversation, Sierra blushed slightly. She then asked anxiously, "Do you think I might have displeased young Jaren Akil?" "Don't worry. No one can resist your charm. Young Jaren Akil is merely different, more principled," Fanny assured her. "With time, he will surely come to appreciate you. After all, he seems captivated by you." Unable to face you directly, Fanny added, "You're learning to flatter." Sierra couldn't help but remark. Fanny had never been like this before. Not at all, only stating the truth. No one can resist Sierra's charm. Fanny laughed. Indeed, Sierra was a captivating beauty who could move hearts, even hers. I wonder which family he comes from. I've never heard of the Akil surname before. Sierra pondered aloud. While the surname Akil existed, it seemed there were no prominent clans in the capital bearing this name. Heaven forbid you worry. News of young Jaren should reach us tomorrow, Fanny confidently replied. Sierra nodded, aware this was inevitable. Tomorrow, the water modulation song would spread throughout the capital. People would come looking for young Jaren Akil and admire the masterpiece. Regardless of Dorian's true identity, someone would uncover it. With wealth and power, they had their means. This excited Sierra, eager to know who this Akil Eben truly was. Her intuition told her this wasn't his real name. The lack of a major Akil clan in the capital and Dorian's demeanor suggested a false name. She wasn't overly concerned. Aliases were common. Still, she guessed his real name contained either Akil or Eben. As for Dorian being a princess's consort and a marquis's son-in-law, Sierra found it amusing to think otherwise. Why would such a highborn individual visit her? This made her smile and anticipate even more. Chapter 143, Analysis. However, even if Dorian's true identity is known, it probably won't be of much use. After all, no matter what, she's still just a courtesan. From the demeanor shown by Dorian, this Akil Gongzi must definitely come from a top-tier family. Such a family would have very strict requirements. A courtesan like her would not stand a chance to enter their eyes. This was why Odessa felt despondent. However, pondering these matters now seemed pointless. It was best to take things as they came. On the other side, after Dorian left, she saw Ollie sitting alone in the main hall and showed a look of surprise, saying, "Why haven't you left yet?" "I was waiting for you. Leaving you here alone made me worry," Ollie said, his gaze fixed on Dorian. Although Dorian seemed calm, this was her first time entering this place. If anything happened, it wouldn't be good. So, Ollie had waited, watching over her closely. Otherwise, he couldn't give Natalie an explanation. But he trusted Dorian, believing she wouldn't be tempted by this place. Indeed, everything went as he had imagined. Indeed. Dorian nodded, understanding Ollie's concerns, then said, "Let's go. We've gained quite a lot today." "Really?" Ollie showed a curious expression, wanting to know what Dorian had obtained. "We'll talk outside," Dorian replied slowly, not wanting to discuss it here at Isekai building where uncertainties lingered. The safest move was to leave quickly. All right. Shortly, they arrived outside. Ollie eagerly asked about the day's events. Dorian did not hide anything and explained her findings, which shook Ollie. So that's where the problem lies. Ollie realized the puzzle he had been pondering over. How people managed to do this when Isekai building had always been clean. Everyone knew the famous name of Mr. Virgil, so how could Isekai building be problematic? Now, understanding this made him more agitated. So, shall we continue investigating Sheridan next? It has to be investigated, but not soon. We need to set this aside for a while, Dorian said with resignation. Why? Ollie, realizing Dorian had many important matters ahead, understood and said, then I won't disturb Brother Eben. I can handle the rest. Not just because of that. Showing up in two places within a short time would easily raise suspicion, Dorian continued, adding, and the influence of this Shui Diaogu too is too great. I'm worried unexpected troubles will arise. We should lay low. Of course, to avoid alarming them. Given our situation, they are probably already noticing us, just showing no immediate reaction. Hearing this, Ollie nodded. Dorian indeed had a point. They had found clues, so there was no need to rush. The organization had been here for 2 years and wouldn't leave anytime soon. Raising alarms prematurely would only result in losses. So, Dorian's decision was right. They couldn't visit 2 places continuously in such a short period or risk suspicion. Fine, I'll follow your lead. Ollie agreed, indicating he would follow Dorian's plan. Let's return for now. I'll likely be in trouble for a while after this event, Dorian sighed, thinking today's performance might have gone overboard. The coming troubles loomed large in her mind. Augustine listening to Dorian, Ollie chuckled helplessly. The impact of Shui Diaogu 2 was enormous, a timeless masterpiece. Dorian's reputation would undoubtedly rise further. While beneficial for others, such attention could prove disadvantageous for Dorian now. He knew Dorian had too many watchful eyes upon her, making future actions difficult. Sighing, Ollie thought of ways to assist her since today's events were partly related to him. Certainly, they have probably already sent spies to gather information on you. What do you plan to do? If Dorian had a solution, Ollie would try his best to help her. For now, let it develop. Back home, I need to explain this matter. Dorian spoke slowly, acknowledging she lacked better ideas. Facing this situation, what could she really do? Thinking this, she sighed, feeling helpless. She could only wait and see what would unfold. But this isn't entirely bad. At least your fame has spread widely. This can be advantageous for you. Ollie smiled. No matter what, gaining such recognition could greatly change perceptions among scholars, which was positive. After all, his teacher and Sydney would surely be fascinated by this classic piece. Even chancellors would find it interesting. Indeed. Dorian nodded, looking at Ollie. Oh, Buddy will likely hear about this. Help me investigate his reaction. While she wanted to do this herself, she had no connections to Buddy and couldn't approach him directly without stirring more trouble. Jethraguo Mansion could do it, but Ollie, as the newly appointed magistrate of the Imperial City Prefecture, was more convenient. Chapter 144, Candid. Ollie, still being canon student, held a fairly high status. Additionally, as the magistrate of Jingfu County, he did possess some methods to help investigate this matter, which wouldn't be much of an issue. After all, it wasn't asking him to do anything too difficult, just observe Buddy's reaction. Ollie nodded, indicating no problem with the task. Alright, then that's settled. You can also consult with Lord Fong for advice on this matter. After all, given its importance, it's best to gather wisdom from multiple sources, Dorian seriously told Ollie. Clearly, consulting only himself and Ollie wasn't enough. They should check if Canon had any thoughts or plans on this. After all, since Canon entrusted this task to Ollie, there must have been a plan behind it. Understood. Ollie nodded, and they parted ways. Ollie headed home. It was late, so naturally, he hurried back. Upon returning, he would need to explain to his fiancée to avoid any misunderstandings. He truly loved his wife. Even before he became a top scholar, his fiancée had taken care of him. He wouldn't forget such kindness and certainly wouldn't discard her, especially since she had no other family left. Looking at Ali leave, Dorian smiled faintly and walked towards Jethraguo Manor. Upon returning to Jethraguo Manor, Natalie hadn't yet gone to bed and was reading by the table, occasionally glancing outside. As Dorian returned, their eyes met, causing Natalie to momentarily freeze. Then she lowered her head to pretend she didn't notice him. Seeing Natalie's attempt to hide her emotions, Dorian couldn't help but smile. Clearly, she had been waiting for him, worrying about him, but her pride made her act indifferent when he returned. Dorian chose not to call her bluff, giving the princess dignity. Thus, he said gently, "I'm back. Did you find anything?" Natalie asked nonchalantly, as if the matter didn't concern her, though her expression betrayed her curiosity. Dorian smiled. "It went well." "That's good." Natalie nodded, seemingly uninterested in further questions, yet Dorian saw her genuine interest, finding her somewhat endearing in this moment. Shaking his head slightly, Dorian reported everything to her. Hearing about Dorian writing poetry for Sierra, Natalie looked surprised. "You know how to write poems?" Indeed, she was astonished because writing poetry required talent, unlike martial arts, which could be practiced. The fact that Dorian, who already excelled in martial skills and military strategy, could also write poetry, made him truly exceptional. In this situation, even Natalie began to question Dorian's identity. "I know a little," Dorian humbly replied. Natalie knew this was modesty. If he only knew a little, Sierra wouldn't have appreciated his work. Therefore, his poetry must have been outstanding. This piqued her curiosity further, but she didn't press more, satisfied with Dorian's transparency. Reporting everything showed respect, and Natalie appreciated that. While hearing it was uncomfortable, she understood his necessity for investigating the matter. Thus, she wouldn't complain. Instead, she listened attentively, realizing her husband was extraordinary. His rapid progress in martial arts, outstanding talent, and proficiency in military strategy were remarkable. Even her father praised Dorian's strategic mind. Such a young man was already extraordinary. If his literary talents were as impressive, this Dorian, even Natalie couldn't help but ask, "Dorian, who are you really?" Startled, Dorian paused before understanding. "I'm your imperial consort, nothing more." This made Natalie blush. A blatant declaration of affection was new to her. Remembering Dorian's actions and his report upon return, Natalie smiled despite herself. But her pride only allowed her to say lightly, "Rest now. We have much to do tomorrow. The preliminary sparring begins soon." Natalie's eyes revealed anticipation. She looked forward to Dorian showcasing his skills, integrating him into the Xia dynasty circle. According to Cody's appreciation, Dorian might receive a significant position, bypassing the slow climb from the bottom. Though military achievements could accelerate promotion, common soldiers usually required exceptional performance. Though Dorian had the capability, this path was too slow. With increasing tensions, Xia needed talented leaders like Dorian. If Dorian remained a low-ranking soldier during the upcoming war, it would waste his potential. Thus, this sparring competition was crucial. Given Dorian's martial prowess, winning should be relatively easy for him. Chapter 145. A Jaren piece passed down through generations. Indeed, Dorian's prowess required no further elaboration. When it came to martial strength, Natalie could hardly think of anyone in Dayao or Daxia who could match Dorian. Thinking of this, Natalie grew even more excited. Dorian nodded, looking at Natalie without planning to divulge much about the matter, and breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he had imagined, Natalie wouldn't care about these things. Still, he hoped that after Shui Diaogu 2 was released, Natalie wouldn't shoot him. After all, Dorian hadn't dared say it would be a masterpiece passed down through generations. Furthermore, if Natalie could accept his identity, what about Joab? Anyone randomly picked out was such a monster? Joab would probably have his doubts, truly making things difficult for himself. But with matters as they were, Dorian couldn't say much more, only awaiting whatever would come next. He'd just have to see how Joab thought things over at the time. The night passed, and the next morning, while Anderson Cody was having breakfast, he suddenly heard a few consorts discussing something on the other side of the hall, arousing his curiosity. "Ladies, what are you discussing?" Emmy asked with a smile. "Your Majesty might not know, but a timeless masterpiece was unveiled at Isekai Tower yesterday, and we're currently discussing it." "A timeless masterpiece?" Cody appeared surprised, then recalling what Isekai Tower usually represented, he sneered, "Another so-called masterpiece? These sons of nobles must have too much free time to frequently stir up such fuss. You are also a female poet, consort, yet can't discern between them and discuss enthusiastically." Cody spoke somewhat helplessly, thinking it was just another incident started by someone's son. It certainly wasn't the first or second time such events occurred. In Jingdu City, especially at this Isekai Tower, timeless masterpieces were frequently rumored. In reality, they were nothing more than exaggerations from those sons of noble families, perhaps skillful but far from reaching the standard of a true masterpiece. Initially, Cody had shown considerable interest since he loved poetry deeply, but over time, he realized those fellows were tarnishing poetry itself and could do nothing about it. He couldn't punish them. Being an emperor meant bearing some humility. Moreover, it was merely a joke from those people, so it shouldn't be taken seriously. Now, however, seeing the Emmy involved in such discussions irked him slightly. Emmy responded with a gentle smile, unfazed by Cody's skepticism. She understood his concerns, knowing those noble sons could indeed go overboard. But she said calmly, "Majesty, rest assured, this time it's truly different. This is genuinely a timeless masterpiece." Hearing this, Cody's interest was piqued. He knew Emmy well. She wasn't one to exaggerate. After all, Emmy was a rational person. "Oh, tell me about it then." Soon, Emmy slowly recited Shui Diaogu 2, and Cody's expression shifted from initial surprise to shock, ending in dumbfoundedness. Being a lover of poetry, he naturally could tell. It was undoubtedly a genuine masterpiece, one entirely deserving of such acclaim. Who wrote this? Cody looked breathlessly at Emmy, truly curious about its author. For not only did the poem qualify as a timeless masterpiece, its creator must be a very talented scholar. Cody appreciated poetry, but he valued talent immensely. If he could find this person, he'd definitely bring them into court. After all, having such a capable person as part of his team would be beneficial. With proper grooming, they might become a prime minister-level figure. A writer of a timeless masterpiece wouldn't be mediocre in any era, and Cody firmly believed this. Hearing Cody's excited tone, Emmy couldn't help but smile, knowing he'd be thoroughly intrigued. Naturally, not being interested would make Cody seem unusual. We don't know yet. It originated from Isekai Tower yesterday, and is only rumored to have been written by a very handsome noble's son. A noble's son? Cody wore a puzzled expression. Were there any within the entirety of Dashia's capital city who possessed such capability? He hardly believed it. Writing such a poem demanded extraordinary talent. Recalling his knowledge of the aristocrats, including officials' descendants, he found no such person matching the description. To Cody, understanding these details was essential. Thus, the sudden appearance of such a character seemed rather inconceivable. His curiosity was thoroughly aroused. Bring me the royal secret agents. Moments later, a man dressed in black entered. Your Majesty. Respectfully, the man addressed Cody, whose gaze remained steady. This was the mysterious force under the imperial family, the specialized investigators responsible for executing secret missions and gathering intelligence, known as the royal secret agents. Find out who pinned Shui Diaogu 2 at Isekai Tower yesterday. Nodding, the agent turned and left immediately. Emmy gaped at Cody. Your Majesty, isn't this a bit excessive? Emmy knew what the royal secret agents typically did, and now sending them on such a task felt incredible, clearly demonstrating Cody's level of seriousness. Still, one single timeless masterpiece didn't warrant such action, did it? No, it's absolutely necessary. This person is definitely a great talent, a pillar of support for the entire Dashia Empire. We need such people greatly, Cody declared firmly, his eyes unwavering. To him, it wasn't solely the poem he valued, but more importantly, the individual behind it. This person was precisely the talent Dashia desperately needed, and he would find them at all costs. Chapter 146, Excitement. Especially since this individual is openly a gu, an internet slang term for an influential figure, this made Cody even more attentive. Could there be such hidden talent within the Great Xia? He had to find out who this person was, and even if they were from the Bai family, he would have to consider it seriously. After all, this person possessed extraordinary talent. Augustine listening to Cody's words, the Emmy also realized something and earnestly said, Your Majesty is right. This person indeed has great talent, and should not be overlooked. Exactly. I want him to contribute to the Great Xia. Cody's gaze was firm, almost impatient. The Imperial spies, of course, didn't take long to investigate. In less than an hour, the spy returned, looking respectfully at Cody. Your Majesty, we've investigated thoroughly. According to Sierra from Isekai Pavilion, this person is called Akil Eben. Akil Eben? Who is this person? Why have I never heard of him? Cody showed a puzzled look. There were no prominent Akil families in the entire capital, and for some reason, this name felt oddly familiar, which made him feel something was amiss. This is a pseudonym. His real name is Dorian. Hearing this, Cody's expression turned even more shocked. He slowly asked, You mean, Dorian from the Jethraguo Marquis' residence? Yes, that's him. Upon hearing this, Cody was dumbfounded. He never imagined this possibility. How could Dorian from the Jethraguo Marquis' residence be the one who wrote that world-renowned masterpiece? Cody found it hard to believe. After all, how could this be true? Dorian already had remarkable martial talent and exceptional military strategy, clearly making him a brilliant commander. And now, this again challenged his understanding. He had written a world-renowned masterpiece. What kind of prodigy was this? Cody struggled to accept it, sitting stiffly in his chair, stunned. Beside him, only the Emmy was present. She too was very curious about the person who had written that world-renowned masterpiece. Never did she expect it to be Dorian. Cody had mentioned Dorian to her before, praising him as the next brilliant commander of the Great Xia dynasty, absolutely top tier among generals. This naturally piqued the Emmy's interest. Now, Dorian had also composed such a timeless work. Could there be such a prodigious talent in the world? After a moment's thought, the Emmy looked at Cody and called, Your Majesty. Cody remained unresponsive, still sitting there as if unable to accept it. Your Majesty. Only after several calls did the Emmy finally bring Cody back to reality. I'm here. I'm quite shocked. Cody didn't hide his emotions. He was truly very surprised and felt this matter was beyond his imagination. However, the Imperial spies wouldn't lie. This must indeed be Dorian. Never did he expect this son-in-law to possess such talent. It was truly unexpected. After all, someone who could be considered a brilliant commander, if they were also outstanding in literature and politics, was indeed exceptional. Thinking this, Cody's gaze became serious. It seemed he needed to reassess Dorian. He wanted to know more about Dorian and whether there were any issues with him. Even Cody couldn't help but doubt this possibility, given how exceptionally talented Dorian was. Tell me the details. Cody recovered somewhat and slowly inquired, his eyes on the royal spy. Yes. The royal spy respectfully spoke and recounted yesterday's events. Indeed, the spy had been efficient, investigating the matter thoroughly within such a short time, except for knowing Dorian's purpose for visiting Isekai Pavilion. After all, the incidents involving Dorian and Ali happened at the Jethraguo Marquis' residence, making it not so easy to investigate, even if they tried. After listening, Cody confirmed one thing. Dorian had no problems. Aside from Dorian's clean background, yesterday's events were clearly unintentional, not something Dorian did deliberately. Moreover, no dynasty would willingly let such talent go. With proper cultivation, this person would undoubtedly become a pillar of the dynasty. No one would use such a person as an undercover agent. Relieved, Cody breathed a sigh of relief, putting the matter aside. However, Cody suddenly thought of something. Wait, why did this troublemaker Dorian go to a place like Isekai Pavilion? Cody realized Dorian had gone to Isekai Pavilion, which wasn't a good place. In his view, someone as prudent as Dorian wouldn't casually visit such a place. He understood his situation and wouldn't do anything to tarnish his image. Besides, as a son-in-law, going to Isekai Pavilion would certainly invite punishment from Joab and others. This wasn't a good sign, and Cody believed there must have been a purpose, albeit unknown to him. Regardless, Dorian had indeed brought him a significant surprise again. Such a young man was truly the future of their great Xia dynasty. With him, the next 50 years of the great Xia dynasty would surely be prosperous. Smiling, Cody decided he would cultivate Dorian well. His decision was absolutely correct. This realization made Cody laugh heartily, saying, "Good, good. This time, I really struck gold." The Emmy glanced at Cody and added, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Such talent has always belonged to you." Hahaha, indeed. I never expected it to be this troublemaker Dorian. He truly exceeded my expectations. Cody was still marveling. After all, this outcome was completely unexpected. However, if it was Dorian, Cody felt relieved. No matter what, Dorian was already his ally, so he didn't need to spend excessive effort pulling him over. But isn't this troublemaker too outstanding? Cody couldn't help but comment, feeling that Dorian was so exceptionally talented that it left even him, the Emperor, astonished. Chapter 147. Astonishing everyone. Although Cody was not jealous of Dorian's talent, he couldn't help but marvel at it. After all, such an outstanding young man seemed to be the first in the great Xia dynasty. Even Sydney, when he was young, was probably not as excellent as Dorian. Indeed, when Dorian grows up, he will undoubtedly be even more extraordinary than this Sydney. Thinking about this, Cody couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic, thinking that perhaps he couldn't suppress these young people anymore. After all, these young people were becoming stronger and stronger, which made him somewhat helpless. While he was still confident in his own abilities, encountering someone like Dorian still made Cody doubt himself. Seeing Cody's expression, the Emmy immediately understood his thoughts and smiled slightly, saying, "Your Majesty, why undermine yourself? You are already sufficiently outstanding as you are, and these young people are indeed exceptional. But it's because Your Majesty is so outstanding that you've provided them with such an environment, enabling them to become so remarkable. Besides, isn't it a good thing for us if the citizens of the Great Xia are outstanding? After all, Dorian is worthy of Your Majesty's trust." The Emmy's words dispelled the lingering gloom from Cody's heart. She was right. He shouldn't undervalue himself. He was also quite capable. Being able to reach and maintain his position meant he couldn't be bad. Thinking about this, Cody revealed a faint smile and said, "Emmy, you're truly talented. Just a few words from you have made me see clearly again." He and the Emmy had always been deeply in love, supporting each other along the way, their relationship especially warm. His harem was currently very stable with no significant issues, all thanks to the Emmy. The Emmy was also very capable. Then she slowly said, "However, Your Majesty should summon Josue as soon as possible." Hearing this, Cody looked surprised and asked, "Why?" This poem originated from Isekai Tower, which means the prince consort went there. This kind of behavior is certainly inappropriate. If Josue plans to teach the prince consort a lesson, it could lead to problems. Cody suddenly understood what the Emmy meant. It was indeed something worth paying attention to. This was the future of the great Xia dynasty, and as the emperor, he naturally wanted Dorian to remain safe. Such matters were understandable and not overly concerning. Your reasoning is sound. I'll have Josue come over, and let's also summon Sydney and Cannon. They should also see this poem. Cody smiled, and watching this scene, the Emmy realized the Anderson might have some mischief in mind. She recalled an incident where Cody and Cannon had clashed. Cody wrote a poem which Cannon criticized harshly, leaving Cody feeling humiliated. However, since Cannon's critique wasn't wrong, Cody had to endure it. At that time, Cannon explicitly stated that Cody shouldn't indulge in such trivial matters. Therefore, upon seeing this Water 2 ode, Cody immediately thought of Cannon. He wanted Cannon to see that someone could write a timeless masterpiece. Poetry was not meaningless or without value, but Cannon's criticism was intended to benefit Cody. Poetry held a sacred place in Cody's heart, and he couldn't allow it to be insulted. So, he must show Cannon that poetry definitely had significance, at least in producing a timeless masterpiece that could say a lot. Thinking this, Cody became serious. This would also make Cannon and others pay more attention to Dorian. The Emmy didn't comment, knowing this was a thorn in Cody's side, and now was the chance to remove it. Soon, the three arrived at the Imperial study, looking puzzled. They weren't sure what was happening, as it was still early and they hadn't received any news. Why has Kale summoned us? Unclear. Summoning all three of us together must mean something important. All three knew that when they were called together, it must be significant, making them curious. They hadn't heard of any major events recently. Upon arriving at the Imperial study, they saw Cody and the Emmy smiling, adding to their confusion. Nevertheless, they bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, Your Imperial Majesty. Rise, my ministers. Today, I have something wonderful to share with you. Cody chuckled, looking at the three. Sydney smiled warmly. If it can make Your Majesty so happy, it must indeed be good. Very well. My dear, please explain. Cody played the part of the wise elder, letting the Emmy speak. Quickly, the Emmy explained the matter without revealing the author's identity, only mentioning that a timeless masterpiece had appeared. Sydney, naturally interested, was quite proficient in poetry, having written articles almost on par with masterpieces. Though just almost, there was still a gap. Thinking about this, Sydney became serious. Please, Your Majesty. After the recitation of Water 2 ode, the three were dumbfounded. Even Sydney was momentarily lost in thought, unsure how to evaluate it. They continued savoring the poem in their minds. Excellent, excellent poem. Joab was the first to react. As a military general, he usually wasn't much interested in poetry. But as Josue, he had some cultivation in the arts, allowing him to appreciate its excellence. Joab also wondered who could write such poetry, making him want to meet the person. Next was Canon, carefully evaluating it with a serious face. Regardless of any angle, this is a flawless piece of poetry. Whose work is this, Your Majesty? Canon inquired. Chapter 148. The Left Chancellor's Evaluation. Canon was equally puzzled. Who in the capital could write such a poem? This was undoubtedly a timeless masterpiece that would be passed down through generations. Despite his long deliberation, Canon couldn't think of anyone who could have written it. The only person he thought of was Sidney. After all, Sidney was renowned for his poetic talent and was often hailed as the greatest poet of the Great Xia dynasty. However, this was clearly not written by Sidney, as he was right there, and Cody had no need to stage something like this. Moreover, Sidney himself was clearly taken aback, which ruled him out as well. If it wasn't Sidney, then who could possess such literary talent? Hearing Canon's inquiry, Cody smiled slightly and said, "So, Governor Fong thinks this poem is quite good?" "Of course. This is definitely a timeless masterpiece. The one who wrote it deserves the title of poetic immortal of our time." Canon replied without hesitation, not concealing his admiration. It was evident that this poem was indeed exceptional. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted this way. "Really? I seem to recall that Governor Fong has always shown disdain for poetry." Cody's smile turned slightly pointed as he watched Canon. Initially bewildered, Canon suddenly realized something. He understood that this wasn't about appreciating the poem. If it were, Cody could have just consulted Sidney. No, this was retribution for something he did in the past. Thinking this over, Canon couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Cale really held a grudge, but it was understandable. His previous words had been harsh, and it was difficult for Cody to let go of them so easily. Canon hurriedly explained, "It was my indiscretion at the time. I only spoke like that to prevent your majesty from becoming too engrossed in it." "Humph. Of course, I understand. Otherwise, do you think you'd still be alive?" Cody naturally knew the reason. Cody certainly wasn't trying to argue with Canon. If he wanted to settle scores, Canon would have been dead long ago. Even if Sidney were here, he couldn't have protected Canon. Augustine listening to Canon, Joab was startled. He realized that Cale had no need to involve him in this matter. What was going on now? Had he offended Cale too? Joab pondered and decided he hadn't, thus relaxing slightly. "So, who is the author of this poem? This person must be an irreplaceable genius for our great Xia dynasty." Canon spoke excitedly. "Especially at this crucial moment before our competition with the Dakaran dynasty, they can't say we lack talent now that we have this poem. Uncovering this person will ensure their acceptance of defeat." Nodding in agreement, Cody shared the same thought. That was why he brought Sidney and others here. Knowing that Dorian wrote it, Cody felt confident that the great Xia dynasty was sure to win. No one could rival the Water Melody Ode. It was undeniable that even the Dakaran dynasty lacked someone who could produce such a masterpiece. However, Cody didn't rush to reveal the identity of the poet. Instead, he looked at Sidney. "Chancellor Zwa, why are you silent? What do you think of this poem?" As if waking up from a trance, Sidney slowly replied, "Your Majesty, this poem surpasses all others from ancient times to the present. Especially in the realm of moon-themed poetry, it stands unmatched. The author is undoubtedly a chancellor-level talent." Sidney spoke earnestly, and everyone detected his genuine admiration. To be compared to a chancellor-level talent was a high honor, showing how impressed Sidney was. "Your Majesty, please reveal the identity of this person. I wish to learn from him." Surprised by this request, Cody noted that Sidney's desire to learn was unprecedented. Quickly, Cody reassured him, "Chancellor Zwa, don't belittle yourself. While his poetry is excellent, you surpass him in many other aspects. You are the sole chancellor of the Great Xia." Regardless of Sidney's thoughts, Cody needed to keep him stable and avoid any misgivings. Understanding this, Sidney smiled faintly. "Your Majesty needn't worry. I simply admire this person and wish to know more about him. As for revealing this person's identity, it is somewhat difficult," Cody said with a troubled look. Question marks appeared above the three men's heads. They wondered whether the identity was sensitive or something else entirely. Could it be someone from the Raphael Duke's residence? Yet they were familiar with the Raphael Duke's household and knew no young talent capable of this. Perhaps Buddy? Buddy might be the only notable individual in the entire Raphael Duke's residence, yet he couldn't possibly write such a poem. So who could it be? Deciding not to prolong the suspense, Cody turned to Joab, "Minister Augustine, this timeless masterpiece was written by your son-in-law, Dorian." Confused and shocked, Joab stared at Cody, thinking it was a joke. But seeing Cody's serious expression, Joab realized it was true. Cody wouldn't make such claims lightly. Dorian's martial prowess was understandable. His natural talent in martial arts was also comprehensible. Even Dorian's knowledge of military strategy made sense. But poetry? Joab was utterly baffled. How could his son-in-law be this talented? His mind raced, realizing how little he actually knew about Dorian. Dorian had never mentioned writing poetry, let alone creating a timeless masterpiece. Joab fell silent, contemplating how to handle this revelation. Next to him, Sidney and Canon were equally stunned. That young Dorian could write such a masterpiece? End of chapter 148. Chapter 149. Envoys from the Great Thousand Dynasty. They had already held Dorian in very high regard. Yet now they felt that they still somewhat underestimated him. After all, at their age, they absolutely couldn't achieve what he did. A young man who excelled both in literature and martial arts, with outstanding talent, was simply a prodigy. Sidney knew Cody wouldn't joke about this matter, and began to value Dorian even more. Canon was also quite stunned. He had always been an exceptionally proud person, confident in himself. But seeing Dorian's situation now, he suddenly felt like he was just a junior in comparison. It really was infuriating to see others surpass one. However, he understood that once Dorian grew up, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of the Great Xia dynasty. Such a talented young man deserved serious cultivation and careful treatment. Moreover, his student Ali had indeed chosen a good brother in Dorian, who could certainly become a significant aid to Ali. He also knew that Ali's abilities were not inferior. His talents and capabilities surpassed even his own. Most importantly, Ali possessed a particularly clear and enlightened heart. With proper cultivation, he would surely become a chancellor in the future. Then, when Ali was chancellor and Dorian was general, with these two people around, the Great Xia dynasty would be worry-free for 100 years. Thinking of this, Kanan became even more serious. When I heard it, I was also shocked, but this is indeed true. Joab heard this and slightly relaxed, but then suddenly thought of something and his face stiffened. He naturally knew about Dorian going to the brothel. Originally, he thought as long as it didn't escalate into a major incident, the Marquis of Jethrock State's household wouldn't need to be concerned. But now that Dorian wrote such famous poetry, it was impossible for others not to notice him. Dorian would undoubtedly be the hottest figure recently. This young man. Thinking of this, Joab was at a loss for words to describe his feelings. After all, this actually benefited the reputation of the Marquis of Jethrock's household. Dorian visiting places of pleasure was a far lesser issue compared to him writing world-renowned poetry. Moreover, while others might consider Dorian a douceur, note. This term can be derogatory and implies being less esteemed as a son-in-law, they never spoke so poorly of it. For a male poet like Dorian, visiting such places was perfectly normal. In this way, it was beneficial for the Marquis of Jethrock's household. For better flow and consistency in English. This young man, thinking about it, Joab couldn't quite find the right words to describe his feelings. Surprisingly, this incident actually boosted the reputation of the Marquis of Jethrock's household. Dorian visiting places of pleasure was a much smaller issue compared to writing world-renowned poetry. Furthermore, while some might consider Dorian a son-in-law by marriage in a somewhat derogatory sense, the Marquis of Jethrock's household had never referred to him that way. For a male poet like Dorian, visiting such places was seen as perfectly normal. In this light, it could even be considered beneficial for the Marquis of Jethrock's household. However, what Joab was thinking about was something else. Cody mentioned that after Dorian finished writing the poem, he was invited into Ming Huayu's room by the courtesan. This made Joab somewhat resentful. He wondered if Natalie knew about this incident. If she didn't, he had to consider how to handle it. Thinking of this, Joab became more serious. Minister Augustine, therefore, regarding Dorian's visit to the pleasure quarters, Joab was startled, fearing that Cody would blame Dorian for moral misconduct. So he hastily said, "Your Majesty, he went to Isekai Pavilion to investigate matters concerning that organization. I am aware of this matter, please do not punish him." No matter what, he didn't want Dorian to be punished, and thus quickly explained things to Cody. Governor Fong also knows about this matter. His student Ali accompanied Dorian there. Your Majesty can verify this. Cody was taken aback, not expecting Joab to know about this matter or Dorian's reason for visiting. This truly was unexpected. But this way, Dorian's character was definitely beyond reproach. This made Cody even more satisfied. However, hearing Joab say he shouldn't punish Dorian, Cody couldn't help but smile. Why would I punish Dorian? I want to tell you not to punish him either. Since he was conducting official business, it doesn't matter at all. Cody chuckled, and everyone looked at him in surprise. After all, Cody despised those who publicly visited places of pleasure, regardless of any reason. They hadn't expected that without knowing the reason, Cody still wanted Joab not to punish Dorian. This was truly surprising. It seemed that exceptional people could indeed win over Cody. With Dorian here, why should the Great Xia dynasty fear decline? Minister Augustine, you have brought me a true pillar of strength. Cody laughed heartily, feeling extremely pleased. After all, looking at this, the Great Xia dynasty's talents were certainly superior to those of other dynasties. David was indeed formidable, but he was merely a military general. Could he compare to Dorian? In terms of martial skills, Cody believed Dorian could catch up to David. As for literary talent, David was inferior to Dorian. Thinking of this, Cody felt incredibly happy. Thank you, Your Majesty. Joab, pleasantly surprised, spoke, unsure how to react, especially considering Dorian's princely marriage status. Although he had picked him up, his performance had far exceeded Joab's expectations. Even Joab couldn't imagine how extraordinary Dorian was. Now, he couldn't wait to go back and ask Dorian about the situation. The next matter concerns Burl. Cody quickly got to the point, calling Joab and the others here not just because of the timeless poetry. Other matters were far more important. Oh, what reply has David given? Joab asked curiously, unsure of David's current plans. By his estimation, David would be willing to pay a hefty price. Hearing Joab's question, Cody slowly replied, David is indeed willing to pay a significant price to get Burl back, but that's not the main point. Today, envoys from the Great Thousand Dynasty came to discuss the matter of Burl. They are also willing to pay a substantial price to take Burl away. Upon hearing this, Joab and others became serious. They clearly understood what the Great Thousand Dynasty intended to do. Unexpectedly, they managed to attract them out, which was no small matter. Joab directly said, they probably want to use Burl to swap back those two cities. That's something they've always aimed to do, and those two cities are guarded by David. Even if Anderson Hiroshi disagrees, David could pretend to lose control and return the cities to the Great Thousand Dynasty. Joab understood David well. This was the best method. Even if the Zhou dynasty opposed, it was useless since David held military power. Therefore, Burl becomes very important in this context. Hashtag chapter 150, Sydney's thoughts. Kanan spoke slowly. For the Great Xia, there wasn't much benefit to be gained from the Great Zhou, but for the Great Qian, it was very advantageous. That's why they came to Great Xia to negotiate the return of Burl. By doing so, the initiative would lie with the Great Xia. It was clear that Cody planned to maximize the gain by calling everyone over. This was indeed a golden opportunity. Both the Great Zhou and the Great Qian would have to bid competitively to offer a price satisfactory to Cody. The thought brought smiles to their faces. They were all seasoned politicians. Now Burl had become the apple of everyone's eye. For David, he was his younger brother, someone he cared about deeply. For the Great Qian Empire, Burl was key to securing two cities, making him incredibly important. And while Burl wasn't originally important to the Great Xia, he had now become so. With both empires vying for Burl, more benefits could be extracted. Burl probably couldn't imagine becoming famous because of this incident. If he knew, he might want to smash his head against the prison walls in despair. Indeed, Burl is crucial now. Yesterday, I already increased the manpower guarding him. Now, we need to decide what benefits we should demand, Cody said, looking at the others. Clearly, they needed to make the most out of Burl's situation and choose wisely which side to support. While it would offend the other party, the Great Xia didn't care much either way given their already strained relations. Moreover, they weren't going to engage in conflict anytime soon. I think the Great Qian will offer a higher price, Cannon said directly. The Great Qian was extremely concerned about this matter, almost determined to succeed. After all, it involved 2 cities under their domain. On the Great Zhou side, although David cared, it wouldn't help him much in the negotiations. The price he could offer would definitely not match the Great Qian's, as they had the resources of an entire empire. Thinking this over, Cannon believed they should choose the Great Qian. Joab and Sydney nodded in agreement. Sydney then spoke, they want those 2 cities, which everyone knows. Without making substantial concessions, how can they succeed? So, we just need to set a price with the Great Qian and maintain contact with the Great Zhou. For all 3 parties involved, the deal was nearly laid out on the table. Everyone knew what the others wanted, making the negotiation straightforward. Agreed. We'll set a price with the Great Qian. But what price is appropriate? If Burl knew he was now considered merchandise, he would likely be utterly disheartened. This was nothing short of an insult. This depends on what the Great Qian offers. We are in no rush. Sydney sneered, and the others understood. Yes, the Great Qian would be anxious, not them. So they would wait. After leaving the Imperial study, Cannon and Sydney walked down the path. Cannon couldn't help but speak. Teacher, we really misjudged this time. Yes, Sydney replied. Knowing Cannon's thoughts, they indeed had misjudged. But who could have predicted this? Talent, if not revealed willingly, won't surface. Knowing now isn't too late. At least our relationship remains strong. Isn't that right? Sydney smiled warmly, not bothered by the misjudgment. Being on the same front made such mistakes inconsequential. True. Cannon nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Sydney's words. They were now aligned in purpose. However, we really need Dorian now. Augustinetto Conroy can surely surprise the great Karen. Cannon smiled confidently, thinking of future events. His abilities in both civil and military affairs would leave the great Karen convinced. The princess of Great Karen is no simple figure. Oh, she is now princess of our Great Xia. She might know this person is Dorian. Sydney spoke calmly, acknowledging the capability of Great Karen's angel. She is indeed a rare talent. The Great Karen letting her go is their greatest loss. Thinking about this, Cannon shook his head. Releasing Angel, their top talent, was regrettable for the Great Karen. In this situation, they had little choice. Let them be. Focus on our tasks. Also, ensure Ali's safety. Someone might target him. Sydney looked into the distance. Ali. Cannon was surprised, unsure who would dare act against Ali. How dare they be so audacious? Cannon doubted anyone would dare, as harming Ali would tarnish the Great Xia's reputation. Such an event would result in heavy repercussions for the perpetrators. Uncertain, but caution is wise. Your student is quite capable. He might uncover this organization. Sydney admired Ali, recognizing his talent. All right. Cannon agreed to stay vigilant. Meanwhile, in the Raphael Duke's residence, Buddy heard a report from one of his subordinates and appeared astonished. You mean someone wrote a timeless masterpiece yesterday? Yes, the news has spread throughout the capital city, especially among the citizens. It's now common knowledge and a hot topic of discussion. The subordinate reported respectfully, looking at Buddy. Hashtag chapter 151. Word stuns the imperial capital. Buddy immediately became interested, slowly saying, that heated up quite a bit? Yes, they're discussing it right now. Everyone is very curious about who wrote this poem, his subordinate replied seriously. As Buddy's subordinates, they were responsible for gathering such information daily. Don't know who it is? Buddy was also surprised. Whoever could write such a poem was certainly not an ordinary person, but he too was curious as to who exactly this person was. Investigate it, Buddy said earnestly, looking at the subordinate. This matter was undoubtedly important. He also wanted to know which scholar in the capital could have written such a piece. Yes. After the subordinate left, Buddy looked at the Shui Diaogu 2 on the table and couldn't help but show admiration. After all, this Shui Diaogu 2 was truly a masterpiece, worthy of being passed down through generations. At Angel's residence, she too was lost in admiration while reading this timeless masterpiece. She could deeply feel the poetic realm it conveyed, resonating with her profoundly. Truly, it lives up to its reputation as a timeless masterpiece. The rumors are indeed true, Angel muttered. Since coming to Daxia, she had been particularly attentive to such matters and saw this masterpiece as soon as it emerged. The appearance of this poem made her realize that Daxia was indeed full of hidden talents. I heard this was written by someone named Gongran Ge. I wonder which family's Gongran Ge? Angel asked with interest, looking at the Dakaran general. Princess, according to our investigation, the Dakaran general had a peculiar expression before continuing, Dorian? What? Angel was visibly shocked. One could only imagine how shocking this news was. While she knew Dorian was intelligent and exceptionally skilled in martial arts, she never imagined he could write such poetry. It was unbelievable. Thinking of this, Angel showed surprise. Is this true? Absolutely certain. We obtained it through special channels, the general admitted reluctantly, but it was a fact. This left Angel completely speechless. She realized she had underestimated Dorian. She hadn't expected him to possess such talent, which was truly surprising. However, this only strengthened her resolve to sincerely court Dorian. Only he gave her the feeling of partnership, no one else did. With this, we will definitely lose 2 matches, Angel suddenly thought, feeling somewhat helpless. In terms of martial prowess, Angel didn't think the Dakaran dynasty would win. She hadn't paid much attention to it. But this time, she was very confident about the poetry match. After seeing this poem, she had no confidence left. She even felt they were bound to lose. Thinking of this, Angel felt a headache coming on. There's nothing we can do, the Dakaran general said helplessly. After all, they couldn't imagine that Daxia would suddenly produce such a prodigy. Forget it. Winning wasn't very likely anyway. Dorian should be our key target for courting, Angel said slowly, her gaze serious. Yes. After the general left, Angel murmured to herself, you really are an intriguing person. Who knows how capable you truly are? Or what else you might be hiding? Angel was thoroughly intrigued. She felt Dorian was definitely good at hiding things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have managed to conceal himself for so long. But why expose everything now? Was it because there were no opportunities before? Among the common people, groups discussed this poem. Though they didn't fully appreciate it, they knew from hearsay that this poem was extraordinary. But no one knew which poet wrote it, which left them very curious. However, the poem received universal praise without a single negative comment. Many started trying to find out the identity of the writer, though it was difficult for them. Only some people learned this person's name through special channels. Akil Eben. Akil Eben? Who is this person? Why have I never heard of him? Yeah, this name sounds unfamiliar. He can't be from our capital city, right? We all know the famous poets in the capital. We've never heard of this person. People discussed this openly. To them, they had never heard of this name before. How does it sound so much like Dorian, the imperial son-in-law? Now that you mention it, the names are similar. Could it really be Dorian, the imperial son-in-law? Many noticed this. How could these two names be reversed by coincidence? There must be something going on. It's impossible. Dorian is just a warrior. How could he write poetry? It can't be him. Some refused to accept it. Dorian was already outstanding enough. If he could write masterpieces, many would be envious. True, no one can be both a literary genius and a martial hero. It must be someone using a pseudonym. I agree. Most civilians shared this opinion, finding it hard to believe Dorian could be Akil Eben. But among the nobility and officials, they quickly realized the truth. After their investigations, they deduced it was most likely Dorian. However, it was still based on speculation, with no concrete proof. They were hesitant, unsure if it was definitely Dorian. Only in the Raphael Duke's residence did Buddy slam his cup and tear the Shui Diaogu 2 into pieces, his face filled with anger. Damn it, how is it Dorian again? How is it always this guy? What else can he do? Why, aside from martial prowess, can he also write such a masterpiece? Buddy found it hard to believe. Chapter 152 Unacceptable. More than anything, he didn't want to accept this kind of situation. It just sounded too outrageous. How could Dorian be so outstanding? How could he excel at everything? This made Buddy's jealousy deepen. He knew it was true. His subordinates wouldn't deceive him, and the information was accurate. This guy turned out to be Dorian? Recalling how Dorian had praised and repeatedly recited Shudiajetu, it only fueled his anger. After all, for him, it was incredibly hard to accept. His subordinate remained silent with his head bowed, as dealing with this matter was beyond challenging now. After investigating thoroughly, he knew Buddy would surely erupt in rage, which made him reluctant to say much more. However, not saying anything would also infuriate Buddy even more. Watching Buddy vent his anger, he could only stand by silently. Once Buddy finished venting, he looked at his subordinate and said slowly, "Take these trash away. Do not spread what I've said. Understand?" Yes. The subordinate, feeling relieved, hurriedly left the room. Unbeknownst to him, this subordinate was famously a big mouth. It wouldn't take long before today's events would spread. Dorian, well done indeed. You're quite remarkable, but I won't let you continue to be so arrogant. This time, I'll make sure you pay the ultimate price. Jealousy filled his heart, turning him into a devil solely focused on taking down Dorian. Meanwhile, at the residence of Josueguo, Joab summoned Natalie to discuss how to tell her about the incident. After all, Dorian wrote poetry to be with the courtesan Odessa, and he felt his daughter would definitely be upset. Though Dorian did it to gather information, doing it this way certainly wasn't right. But to Joab, Dorian was now very important, highly favored by the Anderson. There couldn't be any problems for Dorian. So, Joab was torn, unsure how to proceed or explain things to Natalie. Seeing her father pacing back and forth in front of her, Natalie became puzzled. Father, what's wrong? Natalie didn't understand why her father was acting this way. Normally, he wouldn't behave like this. She was very confused. Kirsty, there's something I need to tell you. Don't get angry, or cause trouble for Dorian after you hear it. Hearing this, Natalie grew even more curious. Why would she cause trouble for Dorian? She hadn't thought about yesterday's events and was simply intrigued by her father's words. Well, Joab quickly explained, trying to gauge his daughter's reaction. Unexpectedly, her response was calm and even more puzzling. Is that what father wanted to say? Don't you care? Joab was more surprised by Natalie's expression. There was no sign of dissatisfaction on her face, almost as if she really didn't mind. This made Joab very confused. Why should I care? Dorian told me about it when he returned yesterday. Natalie smiled slightly, looking at Joab. Upon hearing this, Joab suddenly understood. Of course. No wonder Natalie appeared unconcerned. Dorian had already explained. Her indifference dissolved his grievances towards Dorian. Indeed, Dorian had acted appropriately. Thinking of this, Joab showed a faint smile. Regardless, Dorian's attitude was already quite commendable. This put Joab at ease. I never expected that Dorian has such talent in poetry, able to write a masterpiece. Truly, his abilities have been hidden. Joab sighed, watching Dorian practice outside. He felt Dorian was a gem, needing only refining to become an exceptional talent. Indeed. Wait, you said masterpiece? Natalie turned to look at Joab, showing signs of confusion. Sure, didn't you know? His Shudiajetu is considered a timeless classic, widely praised, even by the Anderson and Prime Minister. Joab spoke seriously, then suddenly realized something from Natalie's expression. Is that so? Natalie nodded, suddenly understanding. Now it made sense why Dorian seemed to be hiding something from her. Joab, overhearing her, couldn't help but ask, how did he explain it to you? He said he wrote a decent poem. Natalie's tone was calm, but those familiar with her knew this indicated impending anger. He's rather modest. Joab chuckled, then paused, realizing it might not be wise. Teach him a lesson. Make sure he knows his boundaries. All right. Natalie nodded, watching Joab leave, then directly went to the training ground, where Dorian was practicing. Feeling Natalie's gaze, Dorian felt inexplicably fearful. What's up? Dorian showed confusion, unable to understand why Natalie was staring at him like this. You wrote Shuidia Jetu? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Dorian wondered how Natalie found out. It wasn't good. Knowing Natalie, he'd surely be scolded. But now that she was here, denying it would be futile. Yes, Dorian admitted stiffly, meeting her gaze. I see you've been practicing well lately. You must lack real combat experience. Let me help you improve. Dorian waved his hands frantically. No, I can manage on my own. He knew this wasn't about sparring. It was about getting thoroughly reprimanded. It's nothing, just a small thing. Actually, you need someone to spar with. Natalie smiled sweetly, leaving no room for Dorian's protest, leaping onto the training platform and charging straight at him. Chapter 153, Joab's Concern. Watching this scene, Dorian knew that Natalie was serious and that he had no way of avoiding it. He might as well face it directly. It was also a good opportunity for him to find his shortcomings and where he fell short. With this thought in mind, Dorian mobilized his strength. Seeing Dorian charge over, Natalie smiled slightly. Of course, she wasn't really angry about the incident. It was only a trivial matter. She simply recognized that Dorian needed some tempering and had come to help him improve and better integrate what he had previously learned. Besides, teaching Dorian a lesson was also appropriate. With this thought, Natalie became even more eager for the challenge. Half an hour later, Dorian appeared at the door with bruises on his nose and face. Although Natalie said she was only here to help him train, she didn't hold back and gave him a thorough beating. Despite Dorian's attempts to resist, he was not her match. After all, his current strength was definitely inferior to hers. Realizing this, Dorian's expression hardened. The gap between them was still substantial, and closing it would take considerable effort over time. However, he did not become discouraged but instead focused on setting new goals and continuing to work hard. As he came out, Dorian saw his father-in-law waiting for him. It seemed he had been lingering there all along. Dorian bowed respectfully and said, "Father-in-law. What happened to you?" Joab asked, looking surprised at Dorian's battered appearance. Dorian felt his father-in-law was clearly putting on an act, probably having sold him out earlier. "It's nothing much, just an accident while sparring with Kirsty," Dorian replied with a painful smile. Joab immediately feigned disbelief and indignation. That girl went too far. How can she dare hit such a handsome face? Let me go give her a piece of my mind. Shaking his head helplessly at Joab's dramatics, Dorian replied, "No need, father-in-law. It's not a big deal. I lost fair and square." Augustine listening to Dorian's words, Joab nodded approvingly. "Good. You must work hard to improve your martial skills. Understand? This upcoming contest is very important." "I understand," Dorian nodded, confirming there were no issues. "Great. I believe in you. You can do it." Joab patted Dorian on the shoulder, looking very satisfied. Indeed, Dorian had improved remarkably within a short time, and entering the profound Conroik would not be an insurmountable challenge. Joab firmly believed Dorian could make it. "So, your talent in poetry truly astonishes me," Joab said, looking earnestly at Dorian. He was indeed surprised, as Dorian had never shown such talent before. To write works that could be passed down through generations was no small feat. "It's nothing significant, just a bit of trickery," Dorian waved it off, thinking such skills weren't too useful for a warrior. "Humility is a virtue," Joab agreed, nodding at Dorian's modest attitude. "But don't be overly modest with your talent. Sometimes, it pays to show off a bit. Don't care too much about others' opinions, especially when facing enemies. Never be too humble, or they will take advantage of you. On the battlefield, being a little arrogant shows your strength. Otherwise, people will underestimate you." Joab advised Dorian seriously, expressing his fondness for him and offering guidance meticulously. Dorian realized that excessive humility could lead others, both allies and enemies, to look down on him. That would be fatal. He nodded in understanding. Misleading opponents was one thing, but making allies distrust you was always disastrous. Of course, if used wisely, humility can mislead foes, but overall, it's more harmful than beneficial, Dorian acknowledged. At any time, never let your teammates lose faith in you. It's a fatal mistake. Dorian took this advice to heart. "All right, go rest and get ready for dinner," Joab concluded. "Sure," Dorian responded. Watching Dorian leave, Joab smiled in satisfaction. A capable scholar and warrior, kind and steady, yet humble. Such a son-in-law is hard to find. Indeed, Joab marveled at Dorian's qualities, believing such talents were rare gems. His random observation had led him to this extraordinary young man who deserved cultivation. But, was Dorian truly as pure as he seemed? Joab considered this, yet finding no faults, he dismissed such thoughts. Dorian's conduct suggested he was trustworthy. Thus, Joab chose to trust him. Chapter 154, Connie's change of attitude. After all, Joab trusted his intuition quite a bit. As long as Dorian remained loyal to the Jethraguo mansion, it didn't matter if he had a few secrets. No one is without secrets, and Joab understood this very well. As his son-in-law, Joab did not want to meddle much in Dorian's affairs. As long as Dorian was loyal to the Jethraguo mansion, Joab wouldn't interfere in anything else. "Ah, I will go and show them off tomorrow," Joab said with a proud expression, referring to those old noblemen who were also dukes. Not everyone could have a son-in-law like Dorian. This was something that made Joab extremely proud. Due to Dorian's talent in military strategy and martial arts, Joab had already boasted about him for a long time. Now he wanted to brag even more. After all, this was a timeless masterpiece. In such a situation, Dorian's greatness was even more evident. To have a son-in-law who could write a masterpiece, it was something no one else could claim. Thinking of this, Joab became even more excited. At this age, everyone compared whose children were more successful. Before, due to having no sons, Joab had been ridiculed by these people many times. But after his daughter emerged as a new general and returned victorious, everything changed. These people couldn't praise her enough. After all, her excellence was beyond doubt, personally recognized by the Anderson. This made Joab the easiest person to brag. He didn't need to do anything. Just sitting there would prompt others to start a conversation and ask about his daughter. Who wouldn't want to establish ties with the Jethraguel mansion? Now, Joab had another reason to boast. His exceptional son-in-law. Who wouldn't envy him? Previously, when Dorian displayed his martial arts skills, they already admired him. Now, showcasing his incredible poetic talent, their admiration only grew stronger. To them, cultural prowess was more important than martial prowess. Everyone wanted a literate and cultured individual rather than a mere warrior. Only such individuals could better showcase their prestige. As first-class nobility, they couldn't simply boast about how many people their sons had killed. They needed to compete in cultural achievements. Previously, Joab felt a bit disadvantaged because, although Dorian excelled in military strategy, it still involved combat. But now, Joab could finally hold his head high. With this tune, Prelude to Water Melody, it was unmatched by anyone else. Who could compare with such a timeless masterpiece? During dinner, Dorian noticed a change in Connie's attitude. Before, she hadn't directly criticized him, but also didn't seem to hold him in high regard. Even when he showcased his martial and military talents, she merely showed mild surprise. But today was different. Come, Dorian, try this. It's cooked by me. It's been over 10 years since I've cooked. I wonder if my skills have declined. Try this dish too. You martial artists need extra nourishment. This dish was specially prepared for you. It's highly nutritious. Connie looked at Dorian warmly, continuously serving him food, which caught Dorian off guard. He couldn't handle this sudden enthusiasm. This abrupt change left Dorian utterly confused. Why had Connie suddenly changed? Never having experienced such treatment, Dorian found it hard to bear. In this situation, Dorian hurriedly said, "Thank you, Natalie Law. No problem, it's what I should do. If you want anything in the future, just let me know. Regardless of what you desire, I'll prepare it for you." Connie gazed at Dorian, her eyes filled with satisfaction. Previously, Connie hadn't disliked Dorian but had no objections to him either. After all, Joab was quite satisfied with Dorian. Although she might have disapproved, she never openly showed it, maintaining propriety and taking care of Dorian appropriately. But today, everything changed. She knew about Dorian writing a timeless masterpiece. With information spreading so quickly, as the lady of the Jethraguel mansion, she naturally heard about it. Thus, she was extremely excited. After all, she dreamed of having a literary figure in the family. Everyone focused on martial prowess, leading to ridicule that the Jethraguel mansion only excelled in warfare. This was unacceptable to the face-conscious Connie. Every time she discussed with other ladies, they would boast about poems their family members wrote. Connie always felt awkward, unable to say her husband killed many enemies on the battlefield, or that her daughter won numerous battles. While these were commendable, they weren't boasting material. Thinking about this, Connie felt very troubled. She had hoped her daughter, Natalie, would become a talented Gigi. Instead, Natalie turned into an excellent warrior. It was too late for Connie to stop it. Given the circumstances, she could only allow Natalie to become a warrior. It couldn't be helped. Natalie had interests in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and learned them quite well. But when it came to literature, she had no interest, preferring weapons. This troubled Connie greatly. Soon, Natalie became a revered general. Though formidable and honored by the Anderson, admiration from others also brought joy to Connie. But during peacetime, Natalie lacked topics to discuss, making Connie feel depressed. All she could do was listen to others boast about their sons. Finally having a son-in-law, Connie knew her daughter's personality. She intended to find a cultured individual. Unexpectedly, a village youth arrived, displaying remarkable martial skills. Chapter 155. The competition approaches. Although this had nothing to do with the Max residents, others believed that their house could only be a family of martial generals. Their status was not low, but it didn't bring Connie any joy. She no longer wanted to be the one left speechless every time. It wasn't until today, when Dorian wrote a poem titled Water Modulation Ode, that Connie felt excited. She didn't care whether Dorian had really visited a pleasure quarter. It became unimportant in her eyes. As long as Dorian could create timeless masterpieces or continue writing poetry, Connie would be thoroughly satisfied. Then, she could ask Dorian to write a few poems for her to recite, and everyone else would be envious of her. So, Connie's attitude toward Dorian changed immediately. She became entirely serious now. Previously, she hadn't disliked Dorian, but now she treated him as her son-in-law completely. Whenever they went out, how proud she'd be. Thinking of this made Connie smile broadly. However, she must treat Dorian well. After all, he was their household's literary star and couldn't be mishandled. The cultural standard of their future generations would depend entirely on Dorian. Now, looking at Dorian, Connie was more satisfied by the second, wishing he and Natalie would quickly give her a grandchild. Knowing Dorian was parentless, they were his closest kin. Whether their offspring bore the surname Augustine or Eben, they would be the descendants of the Max residents. But Natalie and Dorian's relationship had yet to progress beyond a certain point, which made Connie somewhat anxious. If Joab hadn't stopped her, she would have drugged them during today's meal. However, she still looked forward to Dorian and Natalie having a child soon. Besides other considerations, with their excellent genes, their offspring would surely inherit remarkable talents. Of course, they valued this greatly. Moreover, if both had such excellent martial arts aptitudes, wouldn't their children be martial geniuses as well? Considering this, A trace of worry flashed through Connie's mind. Yet, she soon realized that exceptional martial talent was also an excellent thing. With more future choices and proper cultural upbringing, everything would be fine. Thinking of this, Connie became particularly eager. Unfortunately, the two showed no such intentions, leaving her rather disappointed. At least in the short term, Natalie definitely did not have these thoughts, and even their current state of mutual respect troubled Connie greatly. Therefore, today her attitude toward Dorian had changed significantly, though it wasn't enough. More was needed. Beside her, Joab and Natalie exchanged glances. While they anticipated Connie's change in attitude, they found this shift hard to bear. Even Dorian couldn't handle it. Realizing this, the two felt helpless, but said nothing since this was Connie's decision. Dorian, what happened to your face? Connie suddenly noticed the marks on Dorian's cheeks. Although he had applied ointment, the traces were still evident. Natalie immediately lowered her head upon hearing this. Dorian smiled slightly and replied, Natalie-in-law, it's just an accident while practicing. It's nothing serious. It will fade soon. Nonsense. It looks like you were beaten up, Connie retorted, recognizing such marks easily. Kirsty, was this your doing? Her gaze turned toward Natalie. Hearing her mother's words, Natalie, who wasn't one to argue, nodded slightly. Just as Connie was about to speak, Dorian interrupted. Natalie-in-law, it's not a big deal, just a normal sparring session. Martial artists experience minor injuries often. Though aware that Connie wouldn't blame Natalie much, he still explained on her behalf, not wanting harsh words. Augustine listening to Dorian defend Natalie, Connie nodded helplessly. You don't need to protect her so much. Otherwise, you'll spoil her. How could I? Kirsty is wonderful, and marrying her is my greatest fortune, Dorian said sincerely. Hearing this, Natalie blushed and continued eating. Connie and Joab nodded approvingly, then continued warmly entertaining Dorian. After dinner, back in their room, Dorian sighed. Being a literati sure has its perks. Natalie rolled her eyes. Then why don't you go outside and write poems? That way, you can continue enjoying such treatment. Not really. I still need to protect you on the battlefield, Dorian chuckled, shaking his head. Smooth talker. We'll see who ends up protecting whom, Natalie retorted before hurrying back to her room, feeling flustered. Beside them, Kayla commented, young Jaren seems much bolder now, daring to tease Mississippi. These are honest words, Dorian responded seriously, looking at Kayla. Kayla smiled without revealing Dorian's game. Understanding this was a good development. Otherwise, with Natalie's character, she would never take the initiative. If Dorian didn't act first, they'd miss the opportunity. 3 days passed quickly, and the competition between Dayo and Daxia was down to the last day. In the central area of the capital city near the arena, arrangements had already been made. Following Angel's suggestion, this match should be witnessed by more people. One reason was that many people in Daxia currently disdained Dayo. In this situation, Angel aimed to prove Dayo's strength, ensuring more witnesses. Even if they lost, they needed to show their formidable side for smoother cooperation later on. If the people of Daxia kept looking down on Dayo, such cooperation would be unpleasant for Angel. As Cody's newly adopted daughter, she informed him of this view. He agreed, seeing this sparring beneficial for the common people to witness their nation's might. Chapter 156, The Arena. Cody took this matter very seriously. After all, the Great Xia dynasty hadn't held a grand event in a long time, and this competition could be considered a feast. It was an opportunity to showcase the young generation of the Great Xia dynasty. More importantly, it gave Cody a legitimate reason to reward Dorian with some items, which was his main concern. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to stage such an elaborate event. Soon, the day of the competition arrived. Dorian and Natalie joined Joab and Connie near the arena. A viewing platform had already been set up for these noble officials and royal families. Quite a few people were already there, but the official start had yet to begin as Cody would also be personally attending. Naturally, they had to wait for Kale's arrival. There were already quite a number of citizens gathered around, yet everything was orderly. Despite the loud murmurs, they made sure to present their best side, especially with foreign guests present. In a nearby pavilion stood Angel and her delegation from the Great Karen dynasty. They watched as the citizens of the Great Xia dynasty assembled without any disorder. The citizens of the Great Xia dynasty seem to have high overall quality. There's no need for soldiers to maintain order, remarked one person. Everyone nodded in agreement. This situation was indeed commendable, making things more comfortable for everyone. It was clear that the Great Xia dynasty appreciated this cooperation. The citizens showed no opposition or resentment towards the Great Karen dynasty. However, they still needed to demonstrate their strength to show that the Great Karen dynasty was not weak, and that this collaboration was truly a union of equals. Dorian and Natalie had arrived, and their eyes fell on Angel and her group. Seeing several unfamiliar faces, Dorian looked surprised. Who are those people? After all, he had escorted most of them back, and he remembered many of their faces. These new, unfamiliar ones confused him. Joab turned around and explained slowly, those are the ones who will compete against you. For the Great Karen dynasty, they are highly valued. And Princess here is quite clever. She let these people enter the Great Xia discreetly, while she led the army and supplies openly on the road. Her purpose was naturally to protect these people, who are crucial for this contest. Joab spoke with a hint of admiration. He genuinely respected the princess's approach, which put her in a precarious position. If not for Dorian's timely arrival, something might have happened to Angel. Such a princess deserved their respect. I see. Dorian nodded, realizing how seriously Angel took this matter. She preferred to risk herself rather than expose these people. Moreover, some of them were warriors whom she had dispersed strategically. Thinking of this, Dorian knew that the upcoming matches might be tough. Soon, Cody arrived with his consorts. These consorts naturally wouldn't miss such a grand event. All rise and greet Kale, greet Her Majesty the Emmy. Everyone bowed respectfully. In the Great Xia, outside of court sessions, there was no need for kneeling. Just a slight bow sufficed when seeing Cody. Be seated, Cody said. Then he looked at the Minister of Rights and said, begin. Yes, Your Majesty. The Minister of Rights stepped forward and delivered his speech. Though full of official language, Dorian grasped the essence. The Great Karen and the Great Xia had formed an alliance. This competition was merely a friendly exchange, and such exchanges would occur every 3 years to signify the friendship between the two nations. This made it easier for the citizens to accept. If it were framed as the Great Karen challenging the Great Xia, it would provoke anger among the citizens. But as a friendly exchange to display mutual respect and friendship, it was far more palatable. Dorian couldn't help but nod. This must have been Angel's suggestion. Otherwise, the Great Xia would likely not care about it so much. Then, the Minister of Rights introduced Angel, emphasizing her excellence. Who knew the Great Karen's Princess Shangwan was so outstanding? Yes, but now she is our princess. Why is that? Someone asked. Don't you know? Our Anderson has adopted her as his goddaughter, making her Edie of the Great Xia. Is that true? Many were astonished, unaware of this development. Upon reflection, they realized it was a good thing. As Edie, Angel would become a strong pillar for the Great Xia. The dynasty was progressive enough to allow women to hold military positions and political influence, provided they were competent enough. But first, everyone wanted to see the competition begin. The first round is a martial arts demonstration. The Great Karen dynasty sends 3 participants who will remain on the arena, awaiting challenges from the Great Xia's warriors. Any volunteer can join, and the Anderson will reward all victors. Conversely, only 10 Great Xia warriors may challenge at once. If all 10 lose, the Great Karen wins. This rule seemed fair, avoiding the disadvantage of a prolonged relay-style match for the Great Karen participants and preventing overconfident individuals from rushing into the competition unprepared. Dorian found the rule intriguing. Princess Angel truly had considerable ability. This way, it wouldn't offend the Great Xia citizens. Please let me know if you need further assistance or any additional context. Chapter 157. The duel begins. After all, anyone could go up, and if they lost, it simply meant they were outmatched. Moreover, the Great Xia dynasty was given 30 spots, which was ample opportunity for them. If it were one-on-one, there would probably be complaints about unfairness. Thus, this form of a duel platform was excellent. Secondly, this arrangement could showcase the strength of the Great Karen dynasty. Otherwise, if the Great Xia dynasty had carefully selected a few people who then got defeated, it wouldn't achieve what the Great Karen dynasty aimed for. This idea was definitely thought up by Angel, benefiting both sides. Even though Cody said everyone should listen to Angel in such a situation, even if she proposed some excessive conditions, it wouldn't have been a problem. However, Angel didn't do so, showing her sincerity. This pleased both the Ministry of Rights officials and Cody. Soon, 3 individuals from the Great Karen dynasty stepped forward. Natalie scanned them over and coolly informed Dorian. From left to right, they are High Conroik Yellow Stage, Low Conroik Mystic Stage, and Mid Conroik Mystic Stage. Do you have confidence? Natalie asked. If Dorian were to challenge, he would likely take on the Mid Conroik Mystic Stage, since rewards differed based on difficulty. For Cody, he naturally wanted to see Dorian challenge the strongest one. Just challenging someone of mid-level wasn't what he hoped for. Hearing Natalie's inquiry, Dorian smiled slightly and nodded. He was now at the 9th Conroik Yellow Stage, only a step away from reaching Low Conroik Mystic Stage. However, he felt very confident in challenging a Mid Conroik Mystic Stage. Seeing Dorian nod, Natalie didn't say anything more, having confidence in him. After all, Dorian had defeated Burl that day. Although Burl was inept in handling matters, his martial prowess was undeniable. He was a first-rate talent, yet still easily defeated by Dorian. Therefore, no matter how talented an opponent might be, they wouldn't match Dorian. They had this much confidence in him. Joab also wasn't concerned, knowing Dorian's strength well. Even though Dorian's realm was lower than his opponent, his strength couldn't be measured by realm alone. He had watched Dorian spar with Natalie before. Although Natalie restrained her strength, Dorian could still hold his own against her, which spoke volumes. So, Joab believed in Dorian completely. Soon, the first person stepped onto the stage, bowing slightly. Great Karen Dynasty, Blaze Yilin, High Conroik Yellow Stage Warrior. I am here today to learn from the Great Xia Dynasty's talents. Please don't hesitate to guide me. We will fight until the point is made. Hearing his humble words, no one had any special feelings. Since he was already being modest, they naturally wouldn't be too aggressive. They, as representatives of the Great Xia, needed to display the demeanor of a great nation. Quickly, a civilian martial artist stepped up. Since anyone could participate, it was fair to give these civilians a chance. Of course, most nobility heirs weren't strong enough, merely show-offs, so few would come forward. Great Xia Dynasty, Zhao Yin, High Conroik Yellow Stage, please instruct me. Please. After their polite exchanges, they clashed. Without using weapons, it came down to their raw strength, seeing who reacted faster or was stronger. Even their internal energy wasn't significantly utilized. It was a test of their understanding of martial arts, stirring excitement among many. For commoners, seeing such duels was rare, making this a precious opportunity. Soon, Zhao Yin fell into a disadvantage. Blaze Yilin was clearly stronger, striking back and causing Zhao Yin to sigh softly. I lose, thank you for holding back. Zhao Yin knew he would be dead in a life or death battle. Blaze Yilin had been very controlled, not using overpowering force. This level of control was something Zhao Yin couldn't match. Not bad, his strength isn't weak, but most importantly, his control of power surpasses many, Joab commented beside them, impressed by Blaze Yilin. Being able to display such control on the platform was already quite remarkable. Moreover, Blaze Yilin remained humble throughout, earning respect from others unless they were enemies on the battlefield. Shortly after, 2 more opponents lost to Blaze Yilin, none injured, highlighting his skillful use of power. Such a martial artist surely had potential for greater achievements in the future. The public, though anxious upon seeing losses, didn't comment. Given Blaze Yilin's attitude, they had no grounds to criticize. 2 more losses later, the crowd realized the Great Karen members weren't weak. This battle was more complex than imagined. Cody sat calmly, understanding Angel's first goal was met. Too many defeats for the Great Karen wouldn't be ideal either. Therefore, the next contestant chosen by Cody soon defeated Blaze Yellen. Nonetheless, Blaze Yellen's performance left a deep impression on many, changing perceptions of the Great Karen. The second contestant, a low-conroic mystic stage warrior, also performed well, defeating 3 before being bested by an unexpected civilian martial artist. Indeed, not all civilians were weak. Angel, watching this scene, sighed helplessly but felt satisfied. Now the Great Xia understood that the Great Karen wasn't so easy to defeat, meeting her expectations. Finally, the last one was up, but Dorian hadn't acted yet. Though Angel knew Natalie wouldn't intervene, Dorian wasn't to be underestimated. His strength was formidable, a fact she acknowledged clearly. Chapter 158, Kirk. Next, it's all up to you. If Dorian proves too strong, just admit defeat. Angel looked at the last person who was about to make a move and gave him a warning. She knew very well how formidable Dorian was. Although her side wasn't lacking in strength, they definitely weren't a match for Dorian. Kirk's strength was indeed commendable, but compared to Dorian, he still fell short. Angel was well aware of this and didn't wish for Kirk to suffer a crushing defeat. After all, she knew Kirk's character very well. He had great confidence in his own abilities and wouldn't easily acknowledge defeat. This left Angel feeling quite helpless. Still, Kirk's strength was undeniably good. They needed someone with some clout. They couldn't just be overly modest. Therefore, Angel chose to bring Kirk along. However, there was something she found rather helpless about Kirk. She knew his heart well. He seemed to admire her, yet he was incredibly arrogant. Sure enough, upon hearing Angel's words, Kirk said outright, "No problem. I'm an intermediate Vigilant stage practitioner, while that Dorian appears to only be at the advanced Huang stage, not worth worrying about." There was a hint of jealousy in Kirk's tone because Angel kept looking at Dorian, which greatly displeased Kirk. And mere Doi Shir, Note 1. How could he make their princess pay so much attention to him? Note 1, Doi Shir translates to attaché, or princess's son-in-law, but it seems out of context. Given the context of the original text, it likely means a man married into the family, often with a slight derogatory connotation. Therefore, a mere attaché, or a man who married into the family, might be more appropriate depending on the overall narrative. Here I used mere Doi Shir to stay closer to the original term while indicating its derogatory nature. A better and more natural translation might be a man who married into the family. Revised sentence for fluency. There was a hint of jealousy in Kirk's tone because Angel kept looking at Dorian, which greatly displeased Kirk. A man who married into the family, how could he make their princess pay so much attention to him? This made Kirk, who has always harbored feelings for Angel, naturally unable to accept it. So, he decided to teach Dorian a harsh lesson. Under such circumstances, he naturally didn't hope Dorian would challenge the previous 2 individuals. Fortunately, Dorian did not. Thus, Kirk was fully prepared. Upon hearing Kirk's words, Angel frowned, displeased with his response. However, she didn't say anything more. The Dayo general beside them couldn't help but caution, "Don't be too careless." Dorian defeated Burl. But even Burl, who excels in martial talent and is also an intermediate Vigilant stage, wasn't a match for Dorian, replied Kirk coldly. "Just Burl? Only you couldn't handle him. If I were there, I could deal with him easily as well," Kirk scoffed. This left the Dayo general speechless. After all, he had already warned him. What else could he do if the guy refused to listen? He might as well keep quiet, waiting for the moment when Kirk would realize how ridiculous his arrogance was. Seeing that Angel and the Dayo general weren't speaking, Kirk stepped forward onto the arena. He truly didn't take Dorian seriously, even though these people considered Dorian a savior. In his mind, he always believed that if he had been by Angel's side on that day, he wouldn't have needed anyone else to save her. Only he could deal with Burl. Therefore, he held a deep disdain for Dorian and felt contempt towards Burl as well. Being defeated by a Huang stage martial artist, such a person wasn't worthy of being his opponent. Watching Kirk walk forward, Angel couldn't help but shake her head lightly. This fellow was sure to suffer a great loss. He'll be crippled by Dorian soon enough. The Dayo general sighed, slowly saying, obviously unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Moreover, this guy was not modest at all. If things continued this way, he would certainly provoke Dorian, who wouldn't spare him. Hopefully, Dorian would show mercy. Otherwise, there wasn't much they could do. That's normal. We can't do much about it. Angel shook her head slightly, having already prepared herself. Do you think Dorian will have any objections? Compared to Kirk, the Dayo general cared more about Dorian's thoughts. I don't think so. Dorian is smart, and knows this isn't intentional on our part. Angel smiled bitterly. Indeed, there wasn't a better solution. For them, they could only watch. Very quickly, Kirk's first opponent came forward. Since Kirk had announced his intermediate Vigilant stage level, those who deemed themselves insufficient naturally stayed back. Now, another individual with intermediate Vigilant stage power, publicly called Brother, from the National Duke's household stood up. His strength was decent. This National Duke was proudly showing off. But in the next second, he was knocked down by one punch from Kirk, which caused the National Duke's expression to freeze, never imagining that he could be so easily defeated. Dorian watched Kirk closely with a serious look. Indeed, this fellow was formidable. His strength appeared to have reached its peak. Dayo dynasty, it seemed, had come well prepared. Indeed. Joab nodded, acknowledging Kirk's strength. The Dayo dynasty was evidently well prepared. This person was among the top young talents. Cody observed Kirk, revealing a look of interest. This guy is pretty strong. Wonder if Dorian can handle him. Though confident in Dorian, he hadn't seen Dorian fight and thus felt somewhat anxious. But fretting now served no purpose. They would just have to wait and see. If Dorian couldn't overcome such a problem, then perhaps Dorian still had shortcomings. Talent alone required effort. I'm sorry, my control over my power wasn't accurate. I hurt you, Kirk said apologetically, looking at the now fallen National Duke's brother on the ground. Anyone could hear the mockery in his voice, causing many to immediately become impatient. After all, this fellow went too far. The audience, despite their anger, didn't express much outwardly, deciding to wait until he faced defeat. Next one. Kirk said indifferently, looking at the official from the Ministry of Rights. The official, despite anger, allowed the next person to step forward, but they were no match for Kirk either, losing after 3 punches. While it looked a bit better, it was still extremely embarrassing. Next one. Kirk continued calmly. This guy is too arrogant. Someone remarked indignantly, dissatisfied with Kirk's attitude. Yeah, the previous 2 were humble, but this one, it seems he's the ace card prepared by the Dayo dynasty. Indeed, he's pretty impressive. Chapter 158, Kirk. Next, it's up to you, Kirk. If you're not a match for Dorian, just admit defeat directly. Angel looked at the last person who was about to step forward and reminded him. She was well aware of how formidable Dorian was. Although their side wasn't weak, they would definitely not be a match for him. Kirk's strength was indeed impressive, but compared to Dorian, there was still a significant gap. Angel was very clear on this and didn't want Kirk to lose too badly. After all, she knew Kirk's character very well. This guy was especially confident in his own strength and wouldn't easily admit defeat. This left Angel feeling quite helpless, but Kirk's strength was undeniable. They needed someone powerful enough to make a stand. They couldn't just remain overly modest. So, Angel chose to bring Kirk along, but she was somewhat exasperated with him. She knew his feelings for her well, though he admired her, he could also be exceedingly arrogant. As expected, upon hearing Angel's words, Kirk immediately replied, no problem. I'm at the intermediate profound stage, and from what I see, Dorian is merely at the advanced yellow stage. He's nothing to worry about. There was a hint of jealousy in Kirk's tone because Angel had been paying attention to Dorian, which greatly displeased Kirk. The fact that an endnote, one, like Dorian could capture the princess's attention was something Kirk, who harbored affection for Angel, found unacceptable. Therefore, he was determined to give Dorian a harsh lesson. Under these circumstances, he naturally hoped Dorian wouldn't have to face the previous 2 fighters. Fortunately, Dorian did not. With this in mind, Kirk was already prepared. Hearing Kirk's words, Angel frowned, clearly dissatisfied with his reaction. However, she didn't say much more. The Dajiao general couldn't help but interject with a warning. Don't be too careless. Dorian defeated Burl. Burl has exceptional martial talent and is also at the intermediate profound stage, yet he still wasn't a match for Dorian. Hearing this, Kirk sneered even more, saying, Burl is no big deal. Only you guys weren't a match for him. If I had been there, I could have handled him easily too. This left the Dajiao general speechless. He had given the warning, but Kirk clearly didn't care. What more could he do? Deciding not to waste any more breath, the Dajiao general kept quiet. Soon, Kirk would realize how ridiculous his arrogance was. Seeing Angel and the Dajiao general silent, Kirk took a step forward and stepped onto the platform. He really didn't take Dorian seriously, even though many others considered Dorian a lifesaver. To him, if he had been by Angel's side that day, he alone could have dealt with Burl without needing anyone else's help. Therefore, he held nothing but disdain for Dorian and little respect for Burl as well. Being defeated by a yellow stage warrior made Burl unworthy of being his opponent. Watching Kirk walk up, Angel couldn't help but shake her head slightly. This guy's nature would definitely get him into trouble. This one will be thrashed by Dorian soon. The Dajiao general sighed, slowly speaking. It was evident that Kirk hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. Moreover, this guy was far from discreet. If things went on like this, he would provoke Dorian, who wouldn't show mercy. Hopefully, Dorian would be lenient when the time came. Other than that, there was nothing they could do. It's normal. There's nothing we can do about it. Angel shook her head again, preparing herself. Will Dorian have any objections? Compared to Kirk, the Dajiao general was more concerned about Dorian's thoughts. He won't. Dorian is smart enough to understand this isn't our intention. Angel smiled bitterly, knowing there were few options available. For them, watching the events unfold was all they could do. Soon, Kirk's first opponent stepped up. Since Kirk had declared his intermediate profound stage strength, those who felt inadequate naturally stayed back. Now stepping up was another intermediate profound fighter from a duke's mansion, a certain Lord Gong, whose strength was decent. Lord Gong was strutting proudly when, in the next second, he was knocked off the platform by Kirk's punch. This left Lord Gong's face frozen with shock, unable to believe how effortlessly he was defeated. Dorian also watched Kirk intently, noting that the latter was indeed formidable. His power seemed to have reached its peak. The Dajiao dynasty had clearly come prepared. Indeed, Joab nodded, recognizing Kirk's prowess. The preparations of the Dajiao dynasty were apparent. Among the younger generation, Kirk was indeed quite strong. Cody observed Kirk with interest. This guy is pretty good. Wonder if Dorian can handle him. Although he trusted Dorian, having never seen Dorian in action led to some concern. But worrying now wouldn't change anything. They'd have to wait and see. If Dorian couldn't overcome such obstacles, then perhaps he wasn't as great as they thought. No matter how talented one was, effort mattered. Sorry, my control over force was inadequate, and I hurt you, Kirk said apologetically, looking at the fallen Lord Gong. Everyone could tell this was sarcasm, making many people furious. While the public was angry, they remained patient, waiting for Kirk's downfall. Next one, Kirk said indifferently, looking at the official from the Ministry of Rights. Though angered, the official still called the next challenger, but they too were no match for Kirk and lost after 3 punches. Even though this performance seemed slightly better, it was still humiliating. Next one, Kirk continued calmly. Isn't this guy too arrogant? Someone grumbled in displeasure with Kirk's attitude. Yes, the earlier 2 were more respectful, but this guy. It seems this is the ace prepared by the Dajiao dynasty. Indeed, he's quite powerful. Chapter 159, Provocation. None of them were fools. Since the Dakaran dynasty had proposed a direct competition, they must have been prepared. It was impossible that they merely wanted someone to come out and get trampled on. Such a move would have no meaning. Therefore, this guy must be the Dakaran dynasty's ace up their sleeve. They had to admit, his strength was indeed remarkable. Everyone was deep in thought. Among the young generation of the Dajiao dynasty, it seemed like no one could be a match for him. This situation left them feeling quite helpless. If there really wasn't anyone who could stand up to him, problems would certainly arise. Could it be that only Jill can step up? If they thought about who could defeat this Kirk, the person in their hearts was Natalie. Besides Natalie, they couldn't think of anyone else. Although Dorian had a certain level of fame, in terms of strength, he was still lacking and therefore not mentioned. This guy indeed has some prowess, Cody remarked as he watched Kirk defeat 4 people without even exerting real effort. Clearly, this guy wasn't simple. This also made Cody look forward to Dorian's turn. Joab glanced at Dorian and asked, "Are you confident? This guy is no pushover." "No problem," Dorian replied with a slight smile. Indeed, Kirk was powerful, but if it came down to sheer strength, he wouldn't lose to anyone, not even without using internal energy enhancement. His tyrant's body already provided him with immense power. This guy isn't just strong physically, be careful, Natalie advised, though she didn't say much more. Though she could discern more than others, she wanted to see Dorian fight on his own terms. Only if Dorian found the flaw in Kirk himself would it count as a true confrontation. Got it. At this moment, Kirk on the platform defeated another opponent, scanning the crowd and calmly saying, "If this is all you've got, there's no need to send anyone else. The gap is too large, it's tantamount to suicide." Upon hearing these words, the anger of the Daixia citizens was ignited. After all, Kirk was overly arrogant, showing blatant disrespect to the Daixia dynasty. Many couldn't help but feel aggrieved. He's too arrogant. Why hasn't anyone gone up yet to deal with him? Exactly, how can we let him stay up there? Though many citizens expressed their fury, none of them were his match, so they could only complain. But it might be that we really don't have anyone who can defeat him. High-ranking Virgil stage martial artists wouldn't deign to participate, and winning that way wouldn't be honorable. Seems like within our same realm, no one is a match for him. Those who understood the situation looked very serious, and even Jill shouldn't fight someone like him. That wouldn't be fair. We can't bully people. Suddenly, the Daixia citizens realized that they themselves didn't want Natalie to step in, making the situation even harder. Dorian, hearing this, also shook his head slightly. This guy was too overbearing. If no one was going to challenge him, he should go down. Angel, upon hearing Kirk's remarks, also shook her head slightly. A worried Dakaran general spoke up, "Princess, will this not cause dissatisfaction among the Daixia populace? This won't be good." They did not wish to antagonize the people and thus remained humble, trying to leave a positive impression on the Daixia dynasty. However, the good impression they managed to create could now be tarnished by Kirk, which was definitely not what they wanted. "It's fine, don't worry about it," Angel said calmly, seeming unconcerned. Their anger is directed only at Kirk, and they know well enough that the arrogance comes from him alone. The Daixia people are rational. I hope this guy reins himself in. Escalating things further will only complicate matters. Angel nodded after hearing this. Then, they heard Kirk's voice again. "I've heard that the Star Moon Princess of the Daixia dynasty is exceptionally skilled. Would she honor us with some guidance?" This statement stunned everyone. Angel and the people of Dakaran froze momentarily. What did this guy want? He was already arrogant. Why provoke Natalie? Wasn't this courting death? Natalie's strength was widely known to be formidable. What was Kirk trying to do? Angel's expression darkened. Kirk's actions put her in an awkward position. Neither Dakaran nor Daixia wished for Natalie to intervene. Now with Kirk's behavior, she hadn't anticipated this turn of events. The Daixia citizens were also unsure what to say, but they certainly didn't want Natalie to step in. Doing so would play right into their hands. It wouldn't be good. After all, Natalie was a symbol of the Daixia dynasty. How could they pit her against a mid-Virgilian stage warrior? Even if she won, it wouldn't sit well with anyone. Cody's expression grew serious, revealing a playful glint in his eyes as he looked at Sydney beside him. "Chancellor Zwa, do you think this is arranged by Angel or?" Sydney, understanding Cody's thoughts, shook his head and said, "Edie wouldn't lack such judgment. In my opinion, this is likely Kirk's personal decision. He's truly arrogant. Even David doesn't dare to be this bold." Cody snorted. Even David wouldn't claim to be able to defeat Natalie easily. Yet here was Kirk, provoking her, truly looking down on the Daixia dynasty. However, while Cody was displeased with Kirk, he knew that Angel and her people wouldn't act this way. "Well, will the world-renowned female general of Daixia grant us her wisdom?" Kirk spoke again, his gaze fixed on Natalie. Having defeated several opponents bolstered his confidence, leading him to believe the Daixia dynasty was not much. He chose to directly challenge Natalie, never paying attention to Dorian. In Kirk's mind, defeating Natalie would be a great feat. By standing on her reputation, he would become famous. Then the princess would surely look upon him more favorably. Thinking of this, Kirk's confidence swelled, his demeanor becoming even more arrogant. Chapter 160, Making a Move. Natalie was just a Gigi. How could she become a world-renowned female general? It must be hype, and she hadn't faced any formidable opponents. Today, he would expose Natalie's true self. All eyes were on Natalie. Their female general sat quietly, and everyone eagerly awaited her response. But then Natalie did something no one expected. "Husband, what do you think?" Everyone was stunned by this remark, not expecting Natalie to speak this way. It seemed like she wanted Dorian to step in for her. For a moment, everyone was lost in a daze. But this interaction also revealed the close relationship between Natalie and Dorian, dispelling those rumors effortlessly. What no one anticipated was that this powerful female general had such a playful side after getting married. Those who openly admired Natalie felt even more heartbroken. If Dorian and Natalie had a poor relationship, they might have accepted it. Now, seeing them so affectionate, and Natalie displaying a girlish demeanor, it truly broke their hearts. "I'm so envious," one of them said aloud. However, most people were more concerned with whether Dorian would accept Natalie's request, and if he was a match for Kirk. Few believed in Dorian's abilities despite his reputed strength, as anyone observant could see that Dorian was only at the upper yellow Kenroik. Facing an opponent at the middle mystic Kenroik, especially someone as skilled as Kirk, could Dorian really be a match? The admirers eagerly awaited Dorian's humiliation at Kirk's hands, particularly Buddy and Otto, who watched the scene with great excitement. Accept the challenge and get utterly humiliated. We'll see if you can still act arrogant around me then, Buddy exclaimed excitedly as he eyed Dorian. Abdur, hearing his son's words, sighed. He wanted to defeat Dorian so badly, but now he was at a disadvantage. He couldn't help but interject, pay attention to your manners. Buddy immediately straightened up, too afraid to say more, while others turned their attention back to Dorian, awaiting his response. Then let my husband handle it. Dorian slowly stood up and looked toward Kirk. He hadn't expected Kirk to make such a move, nor had he expected Natalie to respond this way. But since Natalie had spoken, he had no choice but to act. He understood that in this situation, Natalie couldn't refuse without losing face, making this the best course of action. He would fight Kirk, thereby not humiliating him given the difference in their realms. Seeing Dorian stand, Kirk snorted coldly. I want Star Princess, not you. Just an upper yellow Konroik fighter. I advise you not to embarrass yourself. As Kirk spoke, worried murmurs filled the crowd. After all, Dorian's realm was lower than Kirk's. How could he possibly be a match? Only those familiar with Dorian held confidence in him. Cody asked Left Halstongyun, Prime Minister, what do you think? Dorian will win. Left Halstongyun's simple forward response conveyed his belief. Oh, Prime Minister is so confident in Dorian? Cody looked surprised. Naturally, Dorian is someone we both respect, so we must trust him. Moreover, Your Majesty, notice how neither the Duke of Jethrog nor Princess Star has changed. This shows they are confident Dorian can handle Kirk. Left Halstongyun observed Joab's group, noting their lack of worry, confirming that Dorian would indeed prevail. Prime Minister is quite insightful. Originally, Cody had some concerns, but Left Halstongyun's words reassured him. Relaxing slightly, he realized Joab and Natalie knew Dorian's true capabilities best. If Dorian couldn't win, Natalie wouldn't have spoken that way, nor would they appear so calm. Angel and the leaders from Dayo shook their heads. They didn't think Kirk was a match for Dorian. Meanwhile, Buddy and company eagerly anticipated Dorian's defeat. For them, a Dorian victory would be the worst outcome. Some admirers began placing bets, merely looking forward to the spectacle. Isn't it true that we'll only know by engaging in combat? Dorian stood on the platform, facing Kirk. I fear losing control and seriously injuring you. After all, you saved our princess. Kirk sneered arrogantly. Then don't worry about it, Strike. Wait, if I defeat you, can I then challenge her? Kirk glanced at Natalie, his ultimate target, regarding others as unworthy. Of course. Dorian nodded but was surprised when Natalie responded directly. If you defeat him, I admit defeat and acknowledge that I'm not your match. Gasps rippled through the crowd. No one expected Natalie to say this. Her statement was even more shocking than asking Dorian to step in. Her unshakable faith in Dorian alarmed many Great Xia officials, who didn't want this outcome. If Natalie admitted defeat, it would impact the Empire significantly. This wasn't a trivial matter. Why was Natalie acting impulsively? Even Joab showed no intention of stopping her, heightening everyone's concerns. But noticing Cody remained silent, they stayed quiet, perhaps believing Natalie had a plan. Perhaps Dorian could truly defeat Kirk, changing everything. Even Kirk stared at Natalie in surprise, never expecting such a declaration. Was Dorian really that strong? He couldn't believe an upper yellow Konroik warrior could be so formidable. Chapter 161. Aurora Voices. That's what you said. Kirk looked at Natalie. Yes, I did. Everyone can testify to it. Natalie's expression was calm. Naturally, she wouldn't deceive him. Fine, let's settle this. Everyone heard Natalie and Kirk make the decision without giving anyone else a chance to react. But, isn't this a bit inappropriate? An official besides Sydney spoke up, feeling their decision was unsuitable and completely disregarded everyone else's opinions. Moreover, how could such an important matter be decided by them alone? Princess is too impulsive. Kirk is obviously formidable. Why didn't you stop her, Chancellor Zwa? Sydney looked at them and said gently, no need to worry. Princess Kirsty must have her plan. Besides, who says Dorian will definitely lose? But, let's see how it unfolds. Sydney waved his hand, not intending to discuss further. These officials nodded, unable to say more. After all, if they really lost, it would be very troublesome for them. They could only pray that Dorian wouldn't lose to Kirk. What is Her Highness doing? To support her husband, should she really risk the reputation of our great Xia? A voice in the crowd expressed dissatisfaction. Many agreed with this sentiment upon hearing it. At this moment, a cold laugh echoed. They haven't started yet, and you already think Marquis Eben will lose? Everyone looked over to see a young blue robe standing there. Judging by his attire, he wasn't an ordinary person. They naturally didn't dare offend someone like him easily. However, someone directly responded. How can he fight? Upper Yellow Konroik is no match for Middle Mystic Konroik. This came from a martial artist, one who had just been defeated by Kirk. True. But why does the princess believe so much in Marquis Eben? Why hasn't Kale or anyone else spoken up? These statements show that they trust Dorian, believing Marquis Eben can defeat the enemy. 2 sentences left the martial artist speechless, as wordplay was never his strong suit. You're just making excuses. What can Kale say? Should Princess Kirsty take action instead? Why don't you wait and see the outcome before saying that? Marquis Eben represents our great Xia. You think he'll lose even before the fight starts? How do you think he feels? As citizens of Great Xia, shouldn't we support Marquis Eben? These words made the martial artist's face change. The surrounding crowd quickly realized this. That's right. Even if Marquis Eben can't win, we should still support him and not spread pessimism. We were wrong. The crowd, being easily swayed, soon began cheering for Dorian in unison. Cody listened to the cheers and was taken aback. This little Conroy has such a reputation among the people? Sydney watched the young blue robes amidst the crowd, nodding slightly with a smile. Not quite. This shows the people of Great Xia supporting Great Xia and our inevitable victory. As he spoke, Sydney stood up and shouted, Dorian, victory assured. Great Xia, victory assured. Seeing the head of civil officials, Chancellor Zwa, act this way, Other civil officials exchanged glances but also couldn't remain seated, standing up to cheer for Dorian. It was a long time since they felt such enthusiasm. The military officers, seeing the civil officials' enthusiasm, naturally joined in cheering for Dorian. Among the nobility, Marcel hesitantly joined in. However, not everyone was as enthusiastic. Apart from a few close friends of Joab, most didn't wish for Dorian's victory. Especially two members of the Bai family from Raphael Duke's residence hoped Dorian wouldn't gain more popularity, which had already made Buddy jealous. If Dorian's reputation grew higher, it would pose a danger. Thinking of this, Buddy wished Dorian would lose. Otto and Domenico felt the same, so they remained relatively calm. Among the royal nobles, there was no reaction. Dorian had nothing to do with them. Yet, they hoped Great Xia would win, even if they couldn't cheer for Augustinetto Conroy. However, Arsene stood up after witnessing the scene. Dorian, victory assured. Hearing the third prince suddenly speak, many were confused, unaware of his connection with Dorian. Not much. I think he's fighting for Great Xia, and we should support him, right? Arsene's voice resonated, looking at his brothers, hoping they realized Dorian's worth. Ultimately, he moved ahead. Soon, he would surpass them all, especially with Dorian's recent Ode to Water melody, which these brothers likely didn't know he wrote. They were indeed oblivious. Cody watched Arsene and shook his head, realizing something. Emmy Dowager Queen saw Cody's actions and had an idea. Your Majesty, why not join in cheering for Dorian? Caught off guard, Cody subconsciously replied, I'm the Emperor, how can I? But then he paused, understanding, smiled, and stood up. Dorian, victory assured. Great Xia, victory assured. Following Cody's lead, the climax of cheers erupted as everyone shouted. Royal nobles, fearing disfavor, joined in. The aristocracy, wary of potential repercussions from Cody, reluctantly cheered for Dorian. In the crowd, hearing these voices, the young blue robes, naturally Ali, smiled. Chapter 162. A crushing victory. He had been going through case files, but thought of Dorian appearing today. This made Ali feel he should come over and cheer for Dorian. Upon arriving, he naturally didn't have a seat and could only stand among the crowd, noticing how everyone doubted Dorian. That's why there was that scene earlier. He wanted everyone to support Dorian, to cheer him on. Now, he had achieved it, but he clearly knew he should thank Sydney. Without the Chancellor's lead, achieving this would have been quite difficult. It couldn't be denied that the Chancellor was rather shrewd, instantly grasping his intentions. Hearing these cheers, Kirk's expression darkened as he looked at Dorian. Didn't expect you to have such a big reputation. I underestimated you. Kirk was also surprised. This kind of reputation shouldn't belong to a mere dependent son-in-law. Dorian naturally saw Ali, giving him a slight smile before saying, this is the will of Dacia's people, not my personal fame. Cody, Sydney, and others weren't cheering for him but for Dacia. Dacia must not lose. This was the dignity of Dacia. This was the most important thing for Dacia. It absolutely had to maintain its grandeur. Regardless, today I'll make you all lose face. Kirk didn't mind. Even if it wasn't due to Dorian's reputation, directly defeating Dorian would embarrass Dacia and help recover some dignity for Dayo. I initially planned to show mercy since you're our princess's savior, but now I can't. Kirk sneered, looking at Dorian like prey. Really? Then you better go all out. Otherwise, it won't be as easy as you say. Braggart. With that, Kirk lunged at Dorian, intending to teach him a lesson about the difference in cultivation realms. Moreover, he aimed to defeat Dorian quickly to prove he was the strongest. Seeing Dorian seemingly helpless, Kirk felt certain of victory. However, Dorian wore a faint smile, thinking that defeating him wouldn't be so easy. He wasn't one to take things lying down. Watching Kirk approach, Dorian casually raised his hand to meet him. To everyone else, Dorian appeared suicidal. But then came a shocking moment. Dorian effortlessly deflected Kirk's attack. Kirk's formidable strength was completely ineffective against Dorian. Everyone was stunned. Did Dorian possess such power? What a powerful yellow Konroik warrior. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Warriors were always categorized by their realm. The higher the realm, the stronger they were. However, fighting across realms was possible with skill and martial proficiency. Still, when it came to absolute power, a higher realm warrior was undoubtedly more powerful. Everyone agreed on this because his inner strength increased. Physical power did too. But now, Dorian had so easily blocked Kirk's attack, leaving none believing their eyes. Kirk couldn't believe it either. How is this possible? He couldn't understand why Dorian's strength could match his. Anything's possible. It's just strength, which I also possess. Speaking, Dorian erupted again. The tyrant body significantly enhanced him, especially his strength, allowing him to contend with a middle-grade profound Konroik warrior even in pure power. Moreover, after training, Dorian's strength far surpassed his previous level. Previously facing Burl was risky, but now dealing with Burl would be effortless, not to mention this so-called Kirk. Kirk immediately felt pressure but refused to lose. He vowed to win. Mobilizing his inner strength, he punched Dorian again. Fool. Natalie remarked calmly. In this situation, using brute force against Dorian was hopeless. The reason Natalie was so confident in Dorian was due to his immense strength, reaching middle-grade profound Konroik without using inner strength. Even she was shocked by Dorian's terrifying power, attributing it to his physique. Although Kirk's realm was higher, even with enhanced strength from inner strength, it still didn't break through the profound Konroik. Dorian's inherent strength was already greater, making up for any deficiency in inner strength. Pang! As Kirk flew backward, the crowd cheered. All that bragging amounted to nothing. A small yellow Konroik warrior whom Kirk underestimated was easily defeated. The audience cheered, celebrating not just Dorian's victory but their own. A victory for Dacia. Strength is merely that. One should be humble. Dorian said calmly to the battered Kirk. Kirk's expression was dark, visible tremors running through his arm, a result of the immense force. Both their powers were overwhelming, making his body struggle to withstand the shock. Yet, he couldn't understand why Dorian remained unaffected. How could Dorian's physical strength be this strong? Indeed, the tyrant body granted Dorian incredible bodily resilience. Even Natalie's full-force attack could be withstood. Not to mention a mere Kirk. You lost. Dorian stated plainly, looking at Kirk. No matter what, Kirk couldn't compete with him in terms of strength. No, I haven't lost. Kirk gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept defeat. Oh, even now, you refuse to admit your failure? Dorian remarked indifferently, not paying much attention. Whatever Kirk planned next, defeating him was all that mattered. Hemph, in strength, I'm inferior, but a warrior's contest isn't just about strength. Several criticized Kirk's stubbornness, yet he persisted, refusing to back down. Chapter 163 Kirk's Resolve. This guy, what does he still want to do? He really doesn't take our great Xia dynasty seriously. Since he has lost, he should quickly get down and not make us look down on him. Exactly, if he's not a match, then admit it. Why so much nonsense? Augustine listening to the crowd's mockery, Kirk's expression turned very grim. But he was unwilling to lose to Dorian like this, nor did he wish to end this match in such a manner. He wanted to win this victory for Angel to see. He was not inferior to Dorian, so he would absolutely not concede. Angel looked at Kirk and said slowly, "That's enough, Kirk, you have already lost. Get down." "No, your highness, I haven't lost yet. The contest isn't over. Martial arts are not only about strength. I want to challenge you with weapons. If you can defeat me, I will concede." Kirk stared at Dorian with a ferocious expression. Hearing Angel's words made him even more unwilling to step down. He absolutely could not fail like this. Many people from Great Xia criticized Kirk upon hearing his words. This guy truly didn't take their Great Xia dynasty seriously anymore. They had agreed on a match, and he now wanted to change the rules. Under these circumstances, they naturally couldn't agree. "You cannot be so shameless. We did not agree on a weapon duel. Hurry down before you embarrass the Great Karen dynasty further." Angel also felt quite helpless. Kirk's unauthorized actions could easily upset the citizens of Great Xia. She had barely managed to improve the reputation of the Great Karen dynasty, and as long as the next round of matches ended smoothly, everything would be perfect. Who would have thought that Kirk would cause such a fuss? And Dorian was someone Angel needed to win over. If Dorian developed dissatisfaction, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, Angel was both surprised and furious. Kirk was making trouble for her. "Kirk, you'd better come down now," Angel repeated herself, her tone turning cold. Those who knew her understood she was genuinely angry. However, Kirk ignored all this, standing firmly on the stage and glaring intently at Dorian. "Dorian, dare you face me in combat?" Cody and others remained silent, realizing clearly that Kirk was no match for Dorian. Since he sought humiliation himself, there was no need for further words. Dorian smiled slightly and said, "I've already won, so I don't need to care about your provocation. But as a citizen of the Great Xia dynasty, I cannot back down from a challenge." With these words, Dorian directly took a spear from the nearby rack, pointing its tip at Kirk. "Unsheath your weapon." In just 2 sentences, he exuded a commanding presence and confidence, along with the dignity of the Great Xia dynasty. The warriors around were roused by his words. "Well said. Our Great Xia dynasty will never fear any challenge. That's right. Let him know the power of our Great Xia dynasty." Many citizens echoed this sentiment, momentarily intimidating Kirk even more. Combat required momentum, and Kirk's momentum was completely suppressed by Dorian even before they began. Cody, watching this scene and hearing Dorian's words, broke into a smile. "Very good. No wonder you are the son-in-law of the Mac. No wonder you are the prince consort of Kirsty. Ha ha ha. You are indeed a true man of our Great Xia dynasty." Hearing Cody's praise, Sydney and other civil officials joined in, praising Dorian too. Praising Dorian was expected and necessary under the circumstances. Joab also smiled faintly, appreciating the sincere praise. It satisfied him greatly. However, the rest was simple. Once Dorian defeated Kirk, everything would be settled. Thinking of this, Joab smiled gently, watching Dorian on the stage, feeling extremely content. Soon, Kirk picked up a long sword and looked at Dorian. "Come on, in weaponry, you're certainly no match for me. But in a weapon clash, I can't guarantee control. I advise you to reconsider. Don't lightly initiate a fight." Kirk spoke fiercely, threatening Dorian while boosting his own morale. Otherwise, he was already intimidated by Dorian's prowess, and the surrounding atmosphere made him very anxious. He must not lose, he must win, and he must make Dorian lose. This was how he planned to give an account to Angel. After declaring his intent, if he failed, it might badly affect the Great Karen dynasty. Given the efforts Angel had made to stabilize the situation, he couldn't afford to undermine her hard work. He was very clear about this, so he had to settle this issue well and make Angel view him differently. Thinking of this, Kirk became serious. Thus, he must win this battle, no matter what. Looking at the confident Kirk, Dorian smiled faintly. "Then come on, let me see how powerful you are." Kirk indeed needed to win, but Dorian also knew he couldn't lose to him. "You'll see." Saying this, Kirk displayed his unwavering resolve. Angel watched helplessly. While Kirk had strong beliefs, his actions only increased pressure on them. Even if Kirk won, it would serve no purpose. She needed a good reputation, not to showcase the strength of the Great Karen. This benefited them nothing. "We must handle Kirk properly. This is not a good situation," a castor coldly remarked. Although Kirk acted for the Great Karen dynasty, disregarding Angel's instructions was unacceptable. "Yes, I understand. This truly ruins everything." Angel sighed deeply, her expression turning grave. Chapter 164. The dignity of a great nation. But still, he can't win. If he could win this match, everything would be fine. But if he loses, it will all be for nothing. The senior officer from the Karen dynasty said, his expression dark. Kirk was no match for Dorian. He had witnessed Dorian in action before and held high regard for Dorian's spear techniques. Back then, when Dorian had demonstrated his skills, it was evident that he was exceptionally skilled. Dorian had blocked Burl's attack with one swift move while moving swiftly, a feat Kirk could never accomplish. The senior officer knew what should be done next. Well, what else can we do at this point? Regardless of any explanations, Kirk represented the Dakaran dynasty, and they had to take responsibility for his actions. There's nothing we can do but this. Sigh, he's such a troublemaker. The senior officer sighed in frustration and watched the ongoing duel. At that moment, the two were already locked in combat, their long swords and spears clashing repeatedly. For a time, neither seemed to gain the upper hand. Everyone watching was mesmerized, making it difficult to discern who would emerge victorious. Why isn't Dorian using his full strength? Murana Kill watched anxiously. She had always been indifferent to these matters, but now she sincerely hoped to see Dorian win and subdue his opponent. Then she could proudly announce that Dorian was the son-in-law of Jethraguo Mansion, her son-in-law. To her, Dorian's prowess meant more happiness. Hearing Murana Kill's worried tone, Natalie smiled and said, "It's nothing. Dorian just wants to test his opponent and hone his own strength." Yes, for Dorian, practical combat experience is still too limited. Combat experience is crucial, and he needs to train more. After all, he has sparred with only a few people, notably just Kirsty. In the future, on the battlefield, anything can happen, and it's wise for him to explore and learn from sparring with Kirk. Joab nodded in agreement, praising Dorian's approach. Dorian indeed needed more training, especially as they were about to go to war soon. Poor preparation could have significant consequences. I see. Murana Kill finally understood. Though it might not be as exciting to see Dorian defeat an opponent instantly, preserving his life was far more important. This training would help him on the battlefield. Father, I think we should arrange some personal guards to train with Dorian. Only one person means he is familiar with only a limited range of weapons. Natalie looked seriously at Joab. As a general or commander, one didn't need to master every weapon but should understand them well. This knowledge would be vital since future encounters could involve unfamiliar weapons, potentially leading to problems for Dorian. That's a good idea. I'll make the arrangements. Joab agreed, impressed by Dorian's rapid growth. Good. As they talked, the surrounding crowd couldn't comprehend why Dorian was holding back, and many started questioning it. Is Prince Consort Eben not skilled enough? He hasn't even defeated this guy yet. It's driving me crazy. Many people wanted to see Dorian deliver a decisive blow, as that was what they desired to witness. Prolonged fighting wasn't appealing to them. Ali, seeing this, spoke up again. What's the rush? Can't you see Prince Consort Eben has things under control? Clearly, Kirk is no match. He's just giving him face. Why should he give face to someone from the Dakaran dynasty? Someone directly questioned, arguing that there was no reason to show respect. We are the Daixia dynasty. We must display our dignity as a great nation. Besides, it's Kirk who is wrong, not the Dakaran dynasty. We, the Daixia, won't hold grudges. Though Ali didn't fully understand, he knew how to articulate his points effectively. Hearing his proud words, many felt inspired and agreed with Ali. Indeed, everyone quickly changed their tune. You're right. As a great nation, we must uphold our standards. Although this man is arrogant, the Dakaran dynasty has maintained good relations. You speak wisely. Prince Consort Eben is indeed clever. We fall short in comparison. Nearby, Angel overheard Ali and glanced at him thoughtfully. Such a person wouldn't be simple. Pausing, Angel said, find out more about this person. He seems like a capable individual and likely holds an official position in the Dacia. Although Ali lacked an air of authority, he stood out among the crowd. Angel believed this person was noteworthy. The senior officer responded immediately, I know him. His name is Ali. He is Canon's student and Dorian's close friend. That explains it. Angel understood why Ali supported Dorian so much. A student of Canon, so he's part of Sydney's faction? Angel pondered, realizing this was a talent worth recruiting. But given his close ties to Dorian, she didn't need to go through too much effort. Recruiting too many would upset some in the Dacia. Angel always knew her limits and understood what was necessary. Soon, Dorian became quite familiar with Kirk's moves. Despite Kirk's arrogance, his displayed strength was commendable. His swordsmanship was particularly impressive, having clashed with Natalie many times. Though Natalie wasn't skilled with other weapons, his sword technique was exceptional. However, Natalie's style was graceful, while Kirk's was robust and steady. It was hard to imagine Kirk's swordsmanship being so solid. But eventually, Dorian found a flaw. When Kirk thrust his sword, Dorian deflected with the handle of his spear, striking Kirk's hand. Pain made Kirk's grip falter, and the sword fell to the ground. By the time Kirk reacted, it was already too late. Chapter 165. Still no match. Dorian's spear was already pressed against his chest, leaving Kirk utterly shocked. How could it happen so quickly? Dorian was clearly outstanding in strength, so his speed shouldn't be this fast. These two traits usually contradict each other. Strong people generally aren't very quick, but Dorian's spear techniques were complex and unpredictable, leaving Kirk completely bewildered. By the time he reacted, he had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. This guy. Kirk stared at Dorian. Though unwilling to admit defeat, Dorian was indeed more skilled, and Kirk was no match for him. If Dorian had used the spear tip just now, Kirk would already be a corpse. Even if not dead, he would have been injured. Furthermore, Kirk himself had said that weapons don't discern, so even if he wanted to find an excuse, there was none to be found. This also demonstrated Dorian's mastery of the spear, wielding it with such ease and confidence that using just the spear but posed no problem for him. If Kirk had dodged, Dorian would have needed time to adjust, which could have given him some trouble. However, now Kirk conceded wholeheartedly. Dorian was indeed beyond his abilities. I lost. Hearing Kirk's words, everyone was slightly stunned, as they hadn't fully grasped what happened. Everything unfolded too quickly. Within a breath, Dorian's spear knocked Kirk's sword away, and the spear but rested against Kirk's chest. But after Kirk admitted defeat, they all understood that Xia had won. Clearly, Dorian was quite formidable, defeating his opponent in one move. You have my thanks. Dorian retracted his spear and spoke calmly, looking every inch the gentleman. His demeanor conquered many young hearts. It also made several dukes and nobles quite impressed, and some princes realized Dorian was a valuable asset. However, it was unfortunate that he was already the prince consort, making any interest from them futile. The princes turned their gaze to Balder, acknowledging him as the most perceptive one among them. By securing Dorian early on, Balder gained a powerful ally. Many princes regretted their lack of foresight. The Michael looked at Balder and remarked casually, "Third brother truly has great skills, having spotted Dorian's potential early on and bringing him into our fold. Eldest brother speaks too highly. I merely admire Dorianzi and consider him a friend rather than an underling," Balder replied with a smile, understanding Dorian's character well. Dorian wouldn't remain subordinate to anyone for long. The best approach was to befriend him, and once Balder became emperor, Dorian would naturally be loyal. Yet, Balder had to show qualities of a good emperor to earn Dorian's support. Moreover, Dorian had a good relationship with Ali, another talented individual whom Balder admired. This coup achieved two goals at once. Initially believing Dorian to be both a scholar and warrior, after reading Dorian's Water Tune Song Head, Balder realized Dorian possessed exceptional talent. "Ha ha ha, very well, very well." Cody clapped from the platform, eyeing Dorian approvingly. Dorian's performance was commendable, defeating a higher-ranking opponent. Dorian would now truly capture public attention. As Kirk left the stage, Dorian's reputation soared, ensuring his name would soon be known throughout the capital. "We concede the first match." Shangwan Bertielli stood and announced slowly. She was respected by everyone, being the princess of Great Karen dynasty. Cody nodded approvingly. Great Karen's strength should not be underestimated. These young warriors will make excellent military leaders once they join the army. His words excited many, hinting at something significant, especially Dorian, who is truly a paragon among men. "I look forward to your future deeds." Many realized Cody highly favored Dorian, an attitude he had never openly displayed before. They knew Jithrobogong Mansion would soon have another military genius, potentially making it 3 commanders, a tremendous honor. Jithrobogong Mansion was rising, and they must seriously address this. They should find ways to cultivate relationships with Joab and Dorian. Buddy, hearing this, felt a surge of envy but suppressed it. Abdur glanced at Buddy, shaking his head slightly. Dorian was becoming Buddy's obsession, creating potential future issues if unresolved. However, Dorian was now untouchable. The princes further recognized Dorian's and Natalie's importance. While Natalie was hard to recruit, Dorian was an ideal candidate. Once Joab retired, Dorian would undoubtedly become Grand Commander, and Natalie wouldn't vie for power. Thus, Dorian was crucial to win over. Although Balder had taken the first step, the Crown Prince's position was still undecided, leaving room for change. They wouldn't mind Dorian joining them later. Balder sat calmly, showing no concern. He had his confidence and wouldn't let others poach Dorian. Soon, when the Minister of Rights declared the day's match is over, everyone dispersed. Dorian returned to Natalie, while Joab smiled and commented, "Well done. After the 3-day competition, the Anderson will formally grant rewards." Dorian nodded, realizing the rewards awaited the final day. Following Cody's departure, many congratulated Joab's party, hoping to gain Dorian's favor. Chapter 166, At the Height of Fame. Everyone could see that Dorian would definitely be one of the future pillars. With Joab and Natalie backing him, they naturally understood how to choose. Augustine listening to the endless praise, Dorian responded humbly. Joab continuously introduced Dorian to all these people. Dorian's head started spinning as there were too many important figures he had to remember. Otherwise, it would cause trouble later on. "Brother Augustine is truly amazing. After countless selections, you've chosen such an outstanding young man." Iolo couldn't help but sigh, expressing high recognition for Dorian. Previously, he thought Joab was making a foolish decision, but now it looked like Joab's choice couldn't have been more correct. Joab smiled slightly. There was no need to explain this matter. Indeed, choosing Dorian was after much consideration, but even he hadn't expected it to turn out like this. Dorian's performance surpassed even his expectations, which was worth celebrating. "Too kind, just small achievements," Joab chuckled, already pleased inside. Not far away, Buddy watched this scene with an iron-gray face. To him, this was the fame and treatment he craved. But now, everything belonged to Dorian, the Dorian who made him hate deeply. "Dorian!" Buddy gnashed his teeth, looking at Dorian filled with envy. Not just him, Otto and the rest of the noblemen felt the same way. In merely a month and a half, Dorian garnered such terrifying fame. If given more time, perhaps soon, all over the capital city, only Dorian's name would remain. They, the noblemen, were truly being trampled underfoot. "Do you feel aggrieved?" Abdur asked, sensing his son's emotions clearly. "Yes," Buddy nodded, seeing no need to hide his feelings from his father. "If you're aggrieved, then defeat him. Merely feeling aggrieved, what good is that?" Abdur said calmly, looking at his son. Though he wanted to personally deal with Dorian, Dorian's rising fame made it difficult. Plus, Cody's regard for Dorian and Joab's protection meant that if he acted without decorum, they wouldn't let it slide easily. Thus, he could only let Buddy handle it himself. But how do we deal with him? It's incredibly difficult to eliminate him. Buddy wasn't stupid. Though he wanted to deal with Dorian, it was hard. Solving Dorian without sacrificing something was nearly impossible. With so many watching over him, targeting him would be tough, especially when dealing with Cody, which would be suicidal behavior towards Dorian. Thinking about this, Buddy sighed, feeling powerless. That's not entirely true. Tomorrow is a good opportunity for you to gain fame. If seized well, you can gradually deal with him in the future. Abdur knew that Buddy needed fame, explaining his envy of Dorian. Despite the vastness of the capital city, everyone focused on Dorian, pushing Buddy into a corner. To progress, Buddy needed momentum, something Dorian's emergence stole. Ordinarily, the noblemen dominated events in the capital, but Dorian changed everything, making them extremely uncomfortable and unfamiliar. This was why many noblemen wanted to target Dorian, especially since Natalie marrying a nobody dealt a significant blow. "I understand, father." Buddy nodded, suppressing his impatience. This wasn't the right time to confront Dorian. he must wait slowly. Returning to Jethraguo Mansion late at night, on the way to their rooms, Natalie told Dorian, though many value you now, be even more cautious. Both Buddy and others are notorious schemers. They will try to find ways to deal with you. The capital itself is murky water, and your arrival makes it murkier. Augustine listening to Natalie, Dorian nodded, understanding his current situation wasn't ideal. Regardless, having entered this mess, there was no way out now. He needed to quickly become stronger to survive this chaos, leaving other concerns aside. Rest well. Tomorrow has nothing to do with us. It's the policy debate day. However, if possible on the third day, I hope you'll step up. Naturally, it should be when Dacia can't hold on. Understanding Natalie's meaning, Dorian contemplated briefly before nodding. The final day involved poetry. On the Dachin side, some powerful individuals might appear. Kirk's strength today was indeed remarkable, and without Dorian stepping up, defeating Kirk would have been difficult for Dacia. Although the major clans had formidable warriors, they weren't easily mobilized. Without Dorian, Cody would have had to arrange some subordinates to fight. While they could win, it wouldn't be as easy, and Cody preferred not to involve those hidden forces. All right, Dorian nodded, then rested on the bed. The next morning, despite the first day setting a heated stage, the policy debate wasn't as exciting as martial arts contests to the common folk. So, not many people came, though all officials attended in their official attire. For them, this was a chance to impress, gaining the Andersons' attention by satisfying Cody. Chapter 167, Policy Debate. Such a golden opportunity, they certainly would not miss. However, most who were eager to try were young officials. Sydney and his group quietly waited. To them, such opportunities to prove themselves were unnecessary. On the Dacaran dynasty's side, it was also the young scholars who stepped up. The old officials could definitely not get involved. So, their purpose this time was to observe how profound the young generation of Dacia was in terms of policy debates. For officials, policy debate was absolutely indispensable, and the aristocrats and royalty naturally all showed up. After all, Cody would be here. If they did not come, it would be considered disrespectful towards him, a situation Cody wouldn't accept. So, they had to all show up and give Cody support. Soon enough, after Cody took his seat and exchanged pleasantries, today's policy debate competition began. From the Dacaran side, a white-robed young man walked out, looking quite scholarly and well-mannered. Dacia sent out a representative as well. The participants for the debate had all signed up beforehand, so there was no element of randomness. Although there were some from the common folk, most were officials, mostly young ones eager to showcase themselves. The 5 preliminary rounds concluded rather evenly, indicating that the gap between both sides wasn't significant. Only 2 participants remained on each side. Surprisingly, the person who stepped out from the Dacaran side was Angel, the princess herself. Seeing this scene, Cody smiled faintly, just as he expected. He knew that Dacaran's trump card in policy debates was Angel. He had gathered some intelligence on her. Angel was renowned as a talented Gigi in Dacaran, someone who wouldn't find such a debate challenging at all. Her appearance was expected and was precisely what Cody wanted to see, to gauge just how capable Angel was for Dacaran's emperor to entrust her with administrative affairs. This highlighted the depth of Angel's capabilities. The question was she worth serious cultivation? To Cody, Angel was undeniably useful, which was why he allowed her to be princess, hoping she could genuinely share his burdens. On the Dacia side, the official, having heard of Angel's name and knowing he couldn't match her, simply withdrew. Buddy couldn't wait to step forward, ready to challenge her. To him, this was the best chance. He could gain fame by defeating Angel. Even if Cody disliked him, he still needed to offer rewards publicly to maintain fairness. Cody watched as Buddy stepped up, sighing helplessly. His expression clearly indicated that he did not wish Buddy to achieve anything significant. After all, Buddy was an enemy. Abdur would never compromise, and Cody knew they couldn't let them rise. Buddy's participation in this debate posed a problem. However, stopping him was not within their rights since Buddy met all requirements. If he directly targeted Buddy, it would damage his dignity as an emperor and make it seem like he was singling him out. As an emperor, reputation mattered most. Thus, Buddy was allowed to participate, and now Cody hoped Angel could defeat Buddy, making him lose face even if it cost Dacia some prestige as well. After all, Angel would eventually be part of Dacia. Dacaran's princess is fighting personally. Yes, I've heard that Dacaran's princess is an exceptional talent. Even top scholars can't match her. So powerful? Why would Dacaran allow her to leave? Many were surprised. If Angel was so excellent, why would Dacaran easily give her up? Apparently, Dacaran is unhappy with her political involvement and intends to use her as a tool to court Dacia. In that case, the princess is truly pitiful. Sympathetic expressions emerged. Hearing about Angel's fate invoked sympathy. Proposing an alliance was her idea, but she became a tool for it. In a sense, it was ironic. For Dacaran, Angel willingly became this tool, though inner disappointment lingered. Despite her contributions, because of certain interests, Dacaran could so easily send her away. Disappointed, she chose to join Dacia, believing Cody to be a wise ruler who could value her talents. Dajo's Anderson Hiroshi had awakened, but he was merely an average ruler, good at maintaining stability. Dacian's emperor showed ambition but acted rashly. Only Dacia gave Angel hope. Proven right, Cody indeed offered chances yet required tests. This debate was ostensibly for Dacaran, but more for herself. Angel aimed to showcase her importance, making Cody see her value. This policy debate was her first battle. The topic is chosen by Kale himself. How do you view the current state of the continent? A simple question with complex implications. It required attitude and strategy, not just a surface-level analysis but persuasive reasoning to convince everyone. Buddy appeared confident, a natural talent given his background. As Abdur's son, he reached this position through his own abilities. Cody nodded slightly. Buddy was indeed capable, unlike those who coasted along. But being from Raphael Mansion, and with Abdur's disloyal ambitions, such talent was hard to trust. After Buddy finished, Angel calmly countered each point, word by word. Chapter 168, Crushing Defeat. As Angel's pace quickened, Buddy's expression gradually shifted from relaxed to serious, and finally to an extremely grave one. He had slightly underestimated her. Their policies were quite similar. Both advocated for a brief period of peace and development before considering any invasion. After all, the current situation was complex, and no country could confidently claim a sure victory. The Great Xia had a formidable military, the Great Zhou was rich in resources, the Great Qian covered the largest territory, and the Great Karen excelled in commerce. Although smaller neighboring countries could be swallowed up, initiating wars easily would be highly disadvantageous for the major dynasties. None would act rashly, especially with the south inhabited by the Akash tribes, and the north teeming with nomadic peoples. The continent might seem peaceful now, but war could break out at any moment. Given this situation, most people advocated for rest and recuperation, promoting peaceful development. However, there was more depth to Angel's arguments. Her ideas, though somewhat naive, undeniably demonstrated her competence in statecraft. To lose such talent was truly regrettable for the Great Karen dynasty. Sydney couldn't help but sigh. For him and his associates, this was certainly advantageous. The officers and officials of the Great Karen dynasty who followed Angel also couldn't help but show their dismay. They acknowledged her talents, yet some influential figures in the Great Karen didn't wish to see her rise. Now, they wondered if they would realize the enormous loss they had incurred by letting Angel go. To them, she was invaluable. Unfortunately, even if they recognized this, it was too late. Angel no longer belonged to the Great Karen. This should have been the moment for our Great Karen dynasty to rise. One of the casters lamented, looking towards Angel with resignation. Others remained silent, unsure of what to say. Soon, Buddy found himself sweating profusely. How aggressive was Angel? Her questions left him speechless. Usually articulate, he felt powerless against her. Watching Buddy, Cody smiled. Angel had not disappointed him. Buddy had indeed humiliated himself. Abdur shook his head. Too young and inexperienced. Completely thrown off balance by Angel's rhythm, Buddy seemed agitated. No, it shouldn't be like this, Buddy muttered, visibly frustrated. He abruptly stood up, revealing anger on his face. But he quickly realized he had lost composure. Angel calmly replied, Mr. Bai, this is merely a discussion. There's no need to get so worked up. Others noticed that Buddy was clearly flustered. Comparing him to Dorian, this was truly how disappointing. A man of such temperament is hardly fit for the Raphael Duke's family, Joab remarked casually, his voice carrying far enough for nearby Abdur to stiffen. He had no way to counter, for Joab was right. Is Sir Bai conceding defeat? If so, perhaps you should step down. It was Cannon who spoke. Only he and Joab would mock the Bai family in such a manner. Cannon hated the Bai family deeply. Cody, however, enjoyed the spectacle. Still, as emperor, he maintained his dignity. Sir Bai performed admirably, albeit not as well as Edie. Still, it's commendable, and he remains a fine minister of our great Xia. Hearing this, Buddy felt utterly humiliated, especially when he glanced at Dorian, whose faint smile fueled his anger further. Yet, under the circumstances, he had nothing to say. I concede defeat. Edie's intellect commands my respect. I hope to learn from her again next time. So you admit it, Angel responded with a smile. Your knowledge of strategy is solid. She did not elaborate further. While she aimed to challenge the Max family, she saw no need to offend the Raphael Duke's family. Seeing Buddy leave the stage, Cody remained smiling. Sydney's gaze shifted towards Ali, conveying a clear message. Reluctantly, Ali stepped forward. He was, after all, the last one. Though hesitant, neither Cannon nor Sydney would let him off easily. They knew his capabilities better than anyone. Under these circumstances, they insisted on showcasing Ali to lay the groundwork for his future. Therefore, they had registered him and brought him along today. Buddy's unexpected defeat by Angel had caught everyone off guard. Nevertheless, they were determined to have Ali take the stage. Many observers looked puzzled upon seeing Ali. To most, he was merely a minor figure. Few paid attention to him or knew who he was. However, some recognized him as Cannon's disciple and nominally, Sydney's great-grand-disciple, a significant individual. Hence, many took notice. Moreover, as the newly crowned imperial scholar, Ali was worth watching. With his appearance, many sensed that Sydney was about to make a move. Abdur and Buddy, however, looked less than pleased. Especially Buddy. If Ali could best Angel. Chapter 169. Unexpected outcome. This would certainly be the biggest blow to him. Thinking of this, Buddy sincerely hoped that Ali would lose to Angel and must not win under any circumstances. Ali, please receive guidance from Her Royal Highness. Ali said earnestly, his gaze fixed on Angel. Although he did not wish to participate, since he was already here, he did not want to lose so easily either. It didn't matter to him personally, but now it concerned the fate of Daxia, Sydney, and Cannon. He naturally had to give it his all. However, Angel's erudition surprised Ali greatly. He didn't feel sure about winning against her. Angel nodded, also looking at Ali seriously. She knew that this man was no ordinary individual. Whether it was for leading public sentiment yesterday or his connection with Dorian, she had confirmed after further investigation that Ali indeed possessed genuine talent, just waiting for the right time to show it. No matter what, this person deserved serious attention. With Ali now stepping up to represent Sydney and the others, she couldn't afford to lose. Although she didn't think she could match the wits of seasoned veterans like Sydney and Cannon, she wanted Cody to take her more seriously. Dorian looked at Ali coming forward, showing a look of surprise. He thought Ali wasn't planning to participate. In his view, this was critical, even if it appeared to be a mere show. Everyone understood the high stakes of this contest. It was an opportunity to showcase one's talent, and Ali needed just such an opportunity. However, observing Ali's expression, Dorian suddenly felt that Ali wasn't here by his own volition. It seemed more like an arrangement made by Sydney and Cannon. Please. Angel smiled gently, looking at Ali. Sticking to the previous topic, Ali, having heard Angel's response, quickly put forth his views and raised questions to her. Angel responded equally swiftly, their exchange growing increasingly profound. The common folk, already lost, felt as though they were in a fog, wondering if they were speaking in some otherworldly language. Even some officials found it difficult to keep up with their pace. Only those who understood were continually astonished, clearly taken aback by the unexpected level of the debate between the two. These two have insights into the situation that are no worse than ours, Joab remarked, impressed. If these two entered the court, they would undoubtedly be very useful, but also formidable adversaries. With the current political factions in the court already complex, Sydney's faction, along with Canon holding a high position, had become quite powerful. If Ali also joined, it would only add to their headache. Jaren, your keen eye never fails. This young Huang actually held back his true abilities, Canon observed Ali, his eyes full of satisfaction. However, if not for Sydney's insistence on Ali's participation, Canon wouldn't have known of his talents. But even then, he can't surpass Edie. That girl is truly the most perceptive person I've ever met regarding state affairs. Sydney watched Angel, his gaze flickering with new thoughts. Jaren, do you wish to take her as a disciple? Canon instantly understood Sydney's intentions, smiling. Indeed, such talent is irresistible. But Kale would never agree. Sydney glanced towards Cody, who was intently listening. He hadn't expected this newly crowned scholar to possess such talent, nearly hiding his true potential. Yet, Sydney's faction was already too powerful. For an emperor, maintaining balance was crucial. Ali should definitely be promoted, but not now, though not much longer either. At 50+ years old, once Canon came into power, promoting Ali wouldn't be too late. It would also provide him experience from the lower ranks. Sydney and Canon withdrew their gazes, the latter nodding in understanding. Their influence was already immense. Angel would inevitably enter the court or get involved in state affairs, but Cody would certainly prevent her from intersecting with their circle. This balancing act was vital for every emperor. Excessive power concentrated in one faction complicated the court's dynamics. Abdur was a prime example. Then, 3 more strategy debates concluded, nearing noon. Cody continued listening attentively. Soon, both Angel and Ali paused, then said in unison, I lost. Many were surprised by their simultaneous confession of defeat, unsure of how to react. But Cody quickly responded, very impressive. Your strategies were both excellent. Let's call this a tie. I invite all of you to a feast at the palace today. Please come inside. The outcome of the contest was trivial. What mattered was that Cody and the others achieved their intended results. Buddy's loss was best for Cody, and several talented individuals were discovered, confirming Angel's abilities. This made everything simpler. We thank Kale for the honor. As everyone bowed, they moved to the palace to enjoy the grand feast. Most people were in high spirits, except for Raphael Gong's faction, whose faces reflected their displeasure. They had lost comprehensively. After all, Buddy, their sole representative, suffered a crushing defeat, almost losing face. Yet, attending Cody's banquet was necessary, even obligatory, regardless of their discomfort. Seeing Abdur's sour expressions, Joab and company were delighted, making the banquet much more enjoyable. During the feast, Angel approached Dorian and toasted him with a smile. Prince Eben, I raise a toast to you. Your Highness is too kind. It should be me toasting you. Dorian replied hurriedly. Angel was still a princess, and her status remained high. Moreover, Dorian well understood how important Angel was to Cody, thus he dared not offend her. Prince Eben's martial arts skills are truly admirable. Chapter 170, can't wait. Furthermore, Jaren Eben did not take offense at Kirk's rudeness. This drink should be my tribute to you, said the speaker. Augustine listening to these words, Dorian roughly understood what was happening. Not at all. We are allies. Such minor matters don't need attention. Brother Kirk merely wanted to prove himself for the great Karen dynasty. Acting for one's country is nothing to be ashamed of. Dorian answered seriously. Although Kirk had indeed been over the line with his words, his actions were still somewhat understandable under the circumstances. Dorian thus saw no reason to hold a grudge. After drinking with Dorian, Angel turned her gaze to Natalie and smiled slightly. Princess Kirsty, I also greatly admire you. This drink is my tribute to you. Natalie responded coolly, compared to Edie, what I've done is not much at all. She wasn't being modest. Angel had sacrificed much for the great Karen dynasty, and this made her someone Natalie truly admired. If she were in Natalie's position, she would not have faced it as calmly or accepted such things easily. Thinking about this, Natalie showed a serious expression and looked at this princess. They felt mutual respect. As daughters born with privilege, achieving their current standing was no easy feat for women of this era. Soon, Marcel and Ali joined them, and conversation among these young people flowed naturally. From a distance, Buddy watched the scene with an unpredictable expression. He clearly saw that Angel was now favoring Dorian's group, a situation he least wished for. He desperately needed Angel on their side. Only then could the Raphael Duke's residence stabilize the situation and counteract Cody. Therefore, Angel was vital. But now, seeing her interest in Dorian's group, Buddy felt increasingly troubled. Father, we need to act quickly. Buddy looked at Abdur, signaling they couldn't wait any longer. Handle it as you see fit. Your father cannot make a direct move. Abdur nodded, fully aware of the severity. Indeed, they needed to expedite matters. Yet, success was uncertain. The method of winning over Angel involved promising benefits. Given Cody's obvious admiration for Angel, Abdur doubted their plan would succeed. However, Buddy was determined, and Abdur let him proceed without objection. Thinking of this, Abdur shook his head. Their chances weren't good, but he didn't want to give up either. Cody, don't force my hand. Abdur cast a glance at Cody, who was receiving tributes from guests, revealing a menacing look. Once the banquet ended and the officials left, Cody's gaze cleared. The drunkenness vanished instantly. Your Majesty. The Emmy Queen approached Cody. Knowing his alcohol tolerance well, she understood that he had been pretending to be drunk earlier. Too many people tried to get him drunk, so feigning intoxication was his only recourse. How was it? Cody smiled faintly, looking at the Emmy Queen. Your Majesty's acting was perfect. No one suspected anything. The Emmy Queen chuckled, gazing at Cody. The banquet today revealed much. Cody spoke slowly, stretching before looking outside the palace. To him, the event had uncovered some individuals' true intentions. Holding this banquet certainly served a purpose. It wasn't mere formalities. Yes, Abdur likely has other ideas. However, we don't know how he will act yet. The Emmy Queen nodded, well-versed in court dynamics. She knew Abdur wouldn't back down easily and might harbor rebellious thoughts. He may seek cooperation with Zhou or Qian, though it's still troublesome. Handling him directly isn't feasible. We must wait until he makes his own mistakes. Cody was clear about Abdur's possible moves, but knew preemptive intervention was hard. His best option was to set traps following Abdur's plans. Let's hope he isn't too foolish. Cody coldly snorted, saying nothing more. Upon returning to her palace, Angel greeted by a castor who reported, "Princess, Kirk has left. Returned to Great Karen?" Angel asked indifferently, seemingly prepared for this. Yes, it seems he remains preoccupied with the outcome here. The general added helplessly. Actually, he hoped Kirk would stay, given his potential as a protector if nurtured properly. Despite being a high-rank Virgilian warrior, his injuries hadn't fully healed, compromising his combat power. Fortunately, Angel's place was well guarded by those arranged by Cody, ensuring her safety. It's fine. Hopefully, he finds his path. Our place isn't suitable for him. Angel shook her head, understanding Kirk's unsuitability in Great Xia despite his admiration for her. What mattered most to him was the Great Karen dynasty. Recognizing this, Angel didn't attempt to stop him. Yeah. The general nodded, agreeing. Kirk indeed didn't fit, as even Angel had to tread carefully in Great Xia. His impulsive nature could create significant problems. Just then, a guard entered respectfully. Princess Yanko, the son of Duke Raphael, Buddy, is visiting. Oh. Angel and the general exchanged surprised looks, unexpectedly finding Buddy here, indicating his urgency. We didn't expect him to come. Looks like he can't wait any longer. Chapter 171. Audience. Angel spoke slowly, her gaze distant. She had known that Buddy would come. His intentions were quite obvious, and it was clear to them that Buddy aimed to recruit Angel's forces. Many wanted to enlist their support. After all, in the current situation, they represented one of the most useful factions. Other forces had lost much of their appeal, but for Angel's group, this alliance remained a priority. The same applied to the Raphael Duke's mansion. Perhaps even more so, given how crucial their power was to them. Thinking about this, Angel smiled faintly, her eyes resting on the Daxia general. What do you think? Though we won't agree, we should still meet him. After all, he represents the Raphael Duke's mansion. Offending these people is not something we can afford, the general replied slowly. Under any circumstances, they couldn't risk antagonizing them and must tread carefully. This Buddy doesn't seem like a simple man. Refusing him might complicate things, said a middle-aged man beside her, Angel's strategist. She, of course, had her own trusted circle. No worries, we're leaning towards the Max mansion anyway. Rejecting them won't be a huge issue. But Buddy's ambitions are significant. However, Anderson Cody is not someone to be trifled with. He poses the real danger, she continued thoughtfully. She realized Buddy wasn't an ordinary figure and expected confrontation from him. Moreover, Cody was likely aware of Buddy and Abdur's ambitions. Interacting with him was something Angel certainly wouldn't do. Hence, rejection was necessary. Agreeing would be foolish. Agreed. Let's focus on our matters. The middle-aged strategist nodded slowly. Well then, both of you leave. Yanko Ed and I will handle Abdur here. Yes. As the two left, Buddy, dressed in white, walked in, smiling warmly at Angel. He knew she favored courteous scholars, and being one himself, he tried to exude that aura, feeling confident. Although Angel leaned towards the Max mansion, he believed he could offer her more benefits, giving him a strong advantage. Moreover, marrying Angel would stabilize his position, making even Cody wary due to the implied alliance with Dayo. Unbeknownst to Buddy, Angel no longer represented Dayo, having signed a treaty that severed her ties. Her involvement in Dayo's affairs was now non-existent, even if she wished otherwise. She also had no say in Dayo and Dasha's cooperation. Buddy, unaware of this, still saw Angel as a pivotal figure. Upon seeing her, Buddy's eyes briefly flickered with greed, a sentiment Angel caught despite his attempts to hide it. This confirmed her disdain for him. However, their precarious situation prevented her from outright offending Buddy. Sir Buddy has traveled far. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, she said politely. Don't worry about it, princess. It was my sudden visit. It has nothing to do with you, Buddy responded, feigning politeness. Knowing better, Angel asked calmly, what brings Sir Buddy here? Smiling, Buddy replied, Princess, you make it sound too formal. Call me a Bingfu. Sir feels distant. Angel barely managed to smile, feeling uncomfortable with the informal address. Seeing her silence, Buddy acknowledged his hastiness. Forgive my impatience. It's all right. Please proceed with your business, she replied gently, though Buddy sensed her distance, leaving him puzzled. He sighed inwardly, realizing their precarious situation made Angel reluctant to interact. Understandably, the Raphael Duke's mansion was a potential liability, and Angel didn't want close ties. Nonetheless, he pressed on, I wish to visit and learn from the princess. Please continue, she smiled again, momentarily stunning Buddy. Recovering quickly, he said, Edie truly outshines all beauty in Daxia. Buddy thought such flattery would please her. However, Angel felt increasingly repulsed by his manner. In their era, such words bordered on harassment. While wanting to cut him short, the Raphael Duke's mansion hadn't fallen yet, and she hadn't confirmed the alliance with the Max mansion. Thus, maintaining decorum was essential. Therefore, she replied, you flatter me, Sir Bai. To me, Princess Kirsty is the epitome of beauty. Hashtag chapter 172. Revealing fangs. What does Jaren Bai think? Hearing Angel's words, Buddy felt a stir in his heart. The entire capital city knew that Natalie was the first beauty of the capital, a fact acknowledged by many. Even after Angel's arrival, Natalie's position remained unshaken. While Angel and Natalie were both incredibly beautiful, there was still a gap between them. In Buddy's eyes, Natalie was naturally more beautiful. However, Buddy sensed that Angel's question implied a desire to compare herself with Natalie. Everyone knew that he and the other young nobles had once pursued Natalie. This might have caused Angel some jealousy or dissatisfaction. She might want to prove she was no less than Natalie. Women do tend to have a competitive nature. Thus, he should praise Natalie. Unavoidably, Buddy was rather conceited. If Angel knew his thoughts, she would probably punch him for being so narcissistic. But Angel couldn't read minds, and she had no intention of comparing herself with Natalie. She merely wanted to see if Buddy would speak honestly. If he did, she would find him decent. Otherwise, her impression of him would worsen. In Angel's heart, Natalie was undoubtedly more beautiful, excelling in every aspect. The only difference was that one was literary while the other martial. Yet Angel also thought Natalie was very intelligent, just not focused on political matters. Feeling Angel's gaze upon him, Buddy confirmed his suspicions. After a brief pause, he said, "I don't wish to deceive your highness." Angel perked up, fixing her eyes on Buddy. "Of course, your highness is more beautiful. Princess Kirsty is somewhat inferior to Edie." Buddy then flashed what he thought was an appealing smile. Seeing this false expression, Angel inwardly sneered, deeming Buddy as good as dead in her books. "Jaren Bai is jesting. Princess Kirsty far surpasses me," Angel replied slowly. Buddy seemed pleased with her response but didn't want Natalie to hear such praise. He quickly seized the opportunity and declared, "Edie is indeed more beautiful." Angel shuddered at his words and swiftly shifted the topic, saying, "Jaren Bai, let's discuss what this visit is really about. Surely you've come with important matters." Choosing to change the subject immediately, she continued, "You must be here to discuss something significant. I cannot hide it from your highness. This time, I represent the Raphael Duke's mansion, wishing to form an alliance with you." Buddy spoke seriously, feeling confident that Angel would be impressed by his approach and demeanor. Angel slightly shook her head, replying, "I do not understand, Jaren Bai. Our great Karen has already allied with the great Xia. Edie, I mean an alliance between your side and our Raphael Duke's mansion. You need an ally, or you will be at a disadvantage here. Our Raphael Duke's mansion can stabilize the situation for Edie and help you achieve your goals," Buddy said confidently, believing Angel would agree. Thinking this, he smiled at her. However, Angel's next words stunned him. "I apologize, Jaren Bai. I have no such intentions. We only wish to spend the rest of our lives in the great Xia. Matters concerning the great Karen are not something I wish to participate in. Therefore, I must disappoint you." Angel spoke calmly, her eyes on Buddy. "What?" Buddy was taken aback, shocked by Angel's straightforward rejection. He hadn't anticipated this and felt uncomfortable. Uncertain of what to say, he stammered. "Your Highness, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. Our Raphael Duke's mansion is powerful. Many benefits will follow our cooperation." Buddy tried to reason, assuming Angel worried about potential consequences. "No, Jaren Bai, you misunderstood. I truly have no such intentions. Going forward, we wish to live peacefully, uninvolved in these matters. They no longer matter to us." Angel looked at Buddy earnestly, hoping he would understand her clear refusal. Buddy's face darkened, realizing she had firmly rejected him. This wasn't a favorable outcome for him, especially given his confidence when he arrived. The outright rejection left him feeling awkward. "Your Highness, won't you reconsider? I believe cooperating with us isn't a bad thing. Though our current situation isn't ideal, with your agreement, we can turn the tide. And we can fulfill any conditions you set. Just ask, and we will not refuse." Buddy spoke seriously, wanting Angel to know how sincere he was. "Thank you for your consideration, Jaren Bai, but we genuinely have no interest. Please do not bring this up further," Angel said coolly, her expression unwavering. Seeing this, Buddy realized she was steadfast in her refusal. "Edie, have you truly considered this? If you accept, we can unite, and even Cody would hesitate before challenging us. I know you need a platform, and our Raphael Duke's mansion can provide it. Others can't offer the same." Buddy revealed his true intentions. Chapter 173, Outraged. Their ambitions were indeed significant, and they had their own plans. Buddy knew very well that his father had long considered replacing Clarence. However, due to the lack of proper justification, his father always kept a low profile, even when targeted by Clarence and Joab. His father did nothing rash, and patiently waited for the right moment. This didn't mean the Raphael Duke's mansion was weak or lacked resources. Abdur was merely biding his time. Now, as Clarence's intentions became clearer and conflicts between them escalated, the alliance between Deo and Dacia was successful. If Angel refused to cooperate with the Raphael Duke's mansion, after Joab returned from his campaign, Clarence would likely turn against them next. Buddy understood why his father instructed him not to provoke trouble at this crucial juncture. Abdur was still waiting, but now that Angel had rejected them, it meant the Raphael Duke's mansion had to fight tooth and nail. Continuing to wait would only lead to being slowly worn down by Clarence. At this point, how could Abdur and Buddy possibly accept such a fate? Therefore, their plan was simple. They needed to make Clarence pay a heavy price. They wouldn't back down easily, nor would they allow themselves to be defeated so effortlessly, for it wasn't in the nature of the Raphael Duke's mansion. That's why Buddy attempted to win over Angel as their first step. Unfortunately, she seemed unwilling to cooperate, which led Buddy to reveal his true intentions. Augustine listening to Buddy's words, Angel was indeed taken aback. While she knew the Raphael Duke's mansion had ambitions, she hadn't expected Buddy to speak so candidly. Jaren Bai, some things shouldn't be said recklessly. Angel shook her head slightly, not intending to have further entanglements with Buddy. Such conversations only made her situation more precarious. Thinking this, Angel felt somewhat helpless. Buddy clearly underestimated the severity of the situation. "I am not saying anything reckless. The Raphael Duke's mansion is indeed a worthy choice for Her Highness. As for Joab and others, does Her Highness really believe there is a future in cooperating with them?" Buddy smirked coldly, his gaze fixed on Angel. Jiren has misunderstood me. I have no other intentions. My closer ties with the Max Mansion are purely because they saved my life. That's what they should do. If something happened to your mission, the Max Mansion would suffer too. So, it's merely their duty, Buddy snorted disdainfully. He was even more dissatisfied, knowing that if they had gone, Angel would have formed a better impression of them. This point was also discussed by Abdur and Clarence, who believed the Raphael Duke's mansion was better suited to escort Angel since neither the Dajo nor Daejeon forces were familiar with them, unlike Joab's group. Thus, Buddy was prepared, yet Clarence still sent Joab and the Black Armor army. This angered Abdur greatly. Naturally, Clarence wouldn't entrust the task to them, allowing the Raphael Duke's mansion to establish a connection with Angel. Moreover, deploying the Black Armor army, while aggressive, posed the greatest risk for the Daejeon dynasty. Such actions would easily arouse suspicion, leading to their interception. Buddy was eager to see how Clarence planned to handle the situation if something went wrong. If something happened to Angel, even Joab would face punishment. Unbeknownst to Clarence, the interception of the Black Armor army was partly due to the Raphael Duke's mansion's efforts. They leaked the timing of the operation and arranged for Dajo and Daejeon forces to intercept them. Although they didn't send anyone out, they caused considerable difficulties for Joab. Just when everyone thought he'd fail, Joab dispatched Dorian and Natalie early, which surprised and caught off guard Buddy. Thanks to Dorian and Natalie, Angel's crisis was averted, much to Abdur's dismay. Abdur later informed Buddy of these intricate maneuvers, revealing the depth of his father's strategies. Hearing this, Angel frowned and responded coldly, Jiren, you are an openly honest gentleman of the Raphael Duke's mansion, and I respect you. But regardless, Yanko Joab, Princess Kirsty, and Jiren Dorian saved us. They are our saviors and most revered people in Daejeon. We will never tolerate anyone speaking ill of them. Angel looked at Buddy seriously, her expression stern. To her, Joab and the others were truly lifesavers, and no one could say otherwise. Moreover, Buddy proposing marriage to her was simply absurd, a notion she could never agree to. Aside from having no intention to marry, she held little regard for Buddy. Hemph, Edie, don't think we're easy targets. Buddy bared his fangs again, looking at Angel, with a threatening undertone. The Raphael Duke's mansion is powerful, and I understand that. But Jiren, remember, I am the Emperor's adoptive daughter and a princess of Dacia. Are you truly disregarding the Emperor? Angel countered calmly, gazing at Buddy. Buddy was speechless. He couldn't admit it, for his earlier remarks were subtle threats. If Angel told Clarence, it would be useless. But this accusation was different. Chapter 174, Resolute Rejection. If Buddy admitted to this statement, the ensuing consequences would be extremely serious. It could already be labeled as treason. Even the Bai family wouldn't dare take such a risk, at least not now. They haven't made complete preparations and mustn't do anything rash. With that thought in mind, Buddy became serious. Your Highness needn't try to pry information from us. We won't commit such a low-level mistake, Buddy said coldly, his gaze fixed on Angel. He naturally understood Angel's intentions. He wouldn't fall for it so easily. Though jealousy sometimes clouded him, he remained quite rational at times like these, especially now, and certainly wouldn't be tricked by Angel. Clearly, she planned to make him confess something unfavorable to frame him for Cody. Even without solid evidence, anything she said here could turn real if Cody wanted to use it against him. This was a simple reality. Recognizing this, Buddy became more cautious. Mr. Bai must have misunderstood. Your words can easily be misinterpreted, Angel said calmly, not intending to admit anything either. Using this tactic on Buddy wasn't easy, and Angel didn't dwell on it too much. In this situation, her only goal was to dismiss Buddy to avoid trouble. She had noticed he was growing somewhat irrational. Under the current circumstances, she didn't want to provoke him unnecessarily. If Mr. Bai has no further business, please return. I have no interest in you or your matters, Angel began ushering him out, but Buddy wouldn't leave so easily. His purpose wasn't achieved yet, and leaving now would be unwise. He looked at Angel again. Princess, I hope you will seriously consider my proposal. For you, it truly is the best option. Buddy gazed at her with earnest eyes. To him, this indeed was the best advice. If Angel agreed, everything would be fine. But without her agreement, he needed to rethink things. All issues revolved around Angel now. Others weren't important. I'm sorry, Mr. Bai. We have no interest in this matter, so please leave. And we won't discuss this any further. I will not agree. Also, there's no need for Mr. Bai to visit me again. I will not consent to this, Angel continued, aware that directly offending him couldn't be avoided. They had reached a point where pretense was futile, relations were irreconcilable, and enduring humiliation was pointless. With this thought, she looked firmly at Buddy. You'll regret this, Buddy said coldly, clearly displeased. He would have accepted hesitation, but Angel showed none, making a clear decision right away. She obviously had no doubts about this issue. Buddy felt slighted, considering that Raphael Duke's mansion wasn't insignificant. That Angel showed no interest offended his pride. That's of no concern to Mr. Bai. The princess will handle her own affairs, Angel replied coolly. Despite Buddy's threats being potent, she cared little about them. Deciding to ally with Dorian, she wouldn't consider Buddy. Although Raphael Duke's mansion was formidable, its conflict with Cody led to an obvious outcome. Thus, any association with him was impossible. Perhaps they hadn't realized their greatest crisis was within themselves. Angel shook her head slightly. Seeing Angel's determination, Buddy knew further words were futile. With nothing left to say, he left the mansion abruptly. Continuing a fruitless discussion served no purpose. We'll see who prevails, he spat before swiftly departing. Watching Buddy leave, Angel shook her head. An older strategist and Yanko Ed emerged from behind, having overheard the conversation. Yanko Ed spoke angrily, his gaze following Buddy's departure. He was enraged by Buddy's threat towards Angel, disrespecting her status as princess and ignoring Cody's authority. It won't be long before Raphael Duke's mansion faces trouble. Let's wait and see, the middle-aged strategist said calmly, suppressing his anger. Understandable. Given their precarious situation, Buddy's anxiety is justified. However, He's acting too impulsively, Angel commented, unconcerned. Neither Buddy's threats nor the present predicament mattered much to her. With Cody as her protector and having demonstrated her usefulness, she trusted his actions. There's no need to worry about Buddy, but precautions against retaliation are necessary. Translation done. Maintaining paragraph structure and tone as requested. Chapter 175. Inquiry. Would they still dare to retaliate? Ed looked at Angel in surprise, thinking that the Raphael Duke's mansion should not have such audacity. After all, regardless of how things were viewed, Angel was still the princess favored by Cody. Especially on the surface, she still maintained ties with Great Karen. Under such circumstances, nothing could happen to Angel. The current Raphael Duke's mansion is almost at the end of its tether. Although they might not directly confront the Xia family, disrupting some of Great Xia's plans would also be beneficial for Abdur and his group, Angel said slowly. She was very clear about this situation. Abdur had no choice left. If they didn't submit to Cody, then the outcome for the Raphael Duke's mansion would be only one thing, and the final result was obvious. In such a situation, it was understandable for the Raphael Duke's mansion to do something reckless. Thinking up to this point, Angel became serious. No matter what, she couldn't let her guard down. So, should we prepare anything? Yanko had asked. For him, the safety of Princess was paramount. Since he chose to follow Angel here, he wouldn't choose to leave. He had to protect the princess's safety. That's unnecessary. The defense arrangements made by Great Xia are very sufficient. Even if Abdur wants to do something, it will be difficult. However, we must be careful with daily meals. Try to have our own people handle it. The middle-aged strategist spoke solemnly, looking at Ed. Also, the most important thing is to remember to test for poison. In the situation where Buddy dared not act openly, the middle-aged strategist believed poisoning was the most likely choice. After all, it was the most convenient option and hard to find any flaw. For Ed, these were his tasks, and there was nothing else he needed to do. Don't worry. I will definitely fulfill my duties, Ed nodded, indicating that he understood. Well, go and prepare for tomorrow. After tomorrow, Kale will bestow rewards, and we will also have some opportunities, Angel said calmly. They were now completely tied to Great Xia and could not leave. Therefore, every step Cody took next was crucial to them. Thinking up to this point, Angel became even more serious, unsure of how Cody would arrange their future. In the evening, in the palace, Cody listened to Henley's report with a cold smile. Indeed, they cannot hold back anymore. He naturally knew that Buddy visited Angel in the afternoon and that she rejected him. Moreover, he was aware of Buddy's threats. Cody knew everything because Henley had arranged royal spies near Princess Shangwan's residence. Hearing this, Henley said slowly, "Does Kale need us to take any action?" "For now, there's no need to do anything. Just keep an eye on the movements of the Raphael Duke's mansion, especially Buddy," Cody replied calmly, looking into the distance. Cody was clear on what needed to be done. "What about Abdur?" Henley questioned, confused as to why Abdur wasn't being closely monitored since he was the most important person in the Raphael Duke's mansion. Old Akil isn't adept at these political machinations, Cody sighed, then continued. Abdur knows he will be our main target, so he won't do anything himself. He trusts his son Buddy the most, so it's obvious who we should watch. Of course, both of them must be monitored. These two aren't simple men, and this time, I want to match wits with them, Cody said seriously. I see, Henley exclaimed, realizing he indeed hadn't thought through these matters carefully, choosing to simply follow Cody's lead. Tomorrow, I plan to reward them. Old Akil, how do you think I should grant rewards? Cody suddenly asked. Henley was startled, slightly shaking his head. Your Majesty, this humble servant cannot speak on such matters. To him, he knew his place well. Matters of state were not for someone like him to involve himself in or comment on carelessly. Never mind, I permit you to speak. Sometimes, I should also listen to your opinions, Cody waved his hand. He wasn't a king who minded such details and often wanted to hear others' opinions. This was one of the reasons Angel respected Cody deeply. Few emperors in history could achieve this level of governance. Well then, this humble servant will speak boldly. Pausing for a moment, Henley continued. Your Majesty, Ali shouldn't receive too many rewards. At his age and position, he has already achieved enough. Throughout the history of Great Xia, only the left chancellor has risen rapidly. Cody nodded, agreeing with this view. If another Sydney emerged, it would cause concern among the aristocrats. Even the royal family members might be dissatisfied. The balance between the aristocrats, the imperial family, and scholars must be carefully maintained. With Sydney and Cannon becoming powerful, he couldn't afford to offend them as they were indispensable. As for the aristocrats, while originally powerful, the weakening of Franco Duke's mansion and targeting the Raphael Duke's mansion meant he needed to support Jethrogood Duke's mansion next. Please continue, Old Akil, Cody acknowledged. Knowing Henley's capabilities and experience from serving 2 generations of emperors, he valued his insights. Chapter 176, The Princes. Once upon a time, Becker was also a renowned literary giant who stunned the capital city. However, for some unknown reason, he abandoned literature for martial pursuits and became a secret agent for the imperial family. Cortez wasn't fully aware of what happened in between, but he knew that Becker had always been an insightful individual. This was why Cortez wanted to consult Becker, because he could provide perspectives Cortez had not considered. Becker nodded and spoke again. We need to restrain Zwahalstong Akil, but isn't your Majesty concerned that the Duke of Jethrog's estate has become too powerful as well? Hearing this, Cortez fell into deep thought. Indeed, the Duke of Jethrog's estate might be getting too influential. Although it wasn't overly large in terms of numbers, it included Joab, the Grand Marshal of the 3 armies, and Yanko Natalie, whose reputation shone brightly. Moreover, Dorian, whom Cortez valued highly, also had the potential to become a Grand Marshal. Clearly, the Duke of Jethrog's estate had become quite formidable. In this situation, should he also restrict them? Cortez pondered over maintaining balance and felt that he needed to be more adept at this. If the Duke of Jethrog's estate grew any further, who could control them? This made Cortez deeply reflect. No matter how he looked at it, he needed to put some restrictions on Joab and his family. They were simply too powerful. Thinking about this, Cortez glanced at Becker, but soon, he shook his head and said, "Not yet. The Augustine family indeed has grown significantly strong, but ultimately, there are only 3 of them." Upon hearing this, Becker immediately understood Cortez's implication. To Cortez, the Augustines were formidable, and the Duke of Jethrog's estate was thriving. But these factors weren't critical since the Duke of Jethrog's estate currently only comprised 3 people. Apart from them, the estate lacked any organized factions, which was why Cortez remained confident in its controllability. A force of only 3 people did not constitute a significant faction. Whilst Wahalstong Achilles' group appeared to be just 2 individuals, they actually represented the faction of commoner scholars. In contrast, Joab had no close ties with aristocrats or the royal family, nor with commoner scholars. Thus, they remained isolated. Isolated officials like Joab were often the ones Cortez trusted most. Besides, Joab and his family were very useful. Notably, Joab, Natalie, and Dorian were all indispensable figures. Relying on them would be inevitable. However, this old servant has heard that recently Dorian and Ali have been getting closer. Could this? Becker only hinted at this delicately. Such information would definitely not be welcomed by Cortez, who abhorred such connections. As long as Cortez grasped his insinuation, it was enough. Yes, indeed. With Joab around, it won't go too far. Besides, Shao Conroy is smarter than you think. Isn't it better if everyone gets along peacefully? Cortez smiled faintly. He was aware of Dorian and Ali's relationship, but did not consider it significant. By the time Dorian and Ali reached higher positions, the political landscape might be different. Perhaps their alliance would be the best option. This was why Cortez chose not to intervene. He saw no harm in Dorian and Ali's cooperation. So, Your Majesty already has a plan. It seems this old servant was worrying unnecessarily. Becker hurried to flatter Cortez. Cortez appreciated such words, nodding slightly and saying, "Do you have any other thoughts? Tell me everything. Your Majesty is so wise and brave, this old servant has nothing else to say." Becker was cautious, unwilling to say too much. "You're quite slippery, but Cloud Elder needn't worry. To me, you are like an elder, and I can accept your advice. Therefore, don't hold back. Speak freely and let me hear your thoughts." Cortez waved his hand, knowing Becker had reservations, yet he genuinely wanted to hear Becker's opinion. "No one else knows, but I am familiar with your past. Whatever you say, I will not hold against you." Upon hearing this, Becker knew he couldn't withhold his thoughts any longer. Nodding, he said, "Doesn't Your Majesty feel that the princes are preparing to do something lately?" Cortez paused, then turned to stare at Becker. Immediately lowering his head, Becker continued, "Recently, the prince's competition for the heir position has escalated excessively, while Your Majesty is still in your prime." At this point, Becker stopped, confident that Cortez would understand. True enough, Cortez squinted and gazed into the distance. "You have certainly given me a difficult problem." Cortez shook his head, then fell silent, staring at the Eastern Palace. That empty palace was the object of countless imperial relatives' desires, a truth unchanged throughout history. Cortez, having experienced the climb to power himself, understood this too well. He knew all too clearly the allure and the treacherous games played for the position. The struggle for influence and power among princes was a standard affair. In light of this, Cortez began reflecting on how to handle these matters. While he had always been aware of conflicts among his sons, he usually refrained from interference unless things got out of hand. Now, Becker's remarks indicated that their struggles were starting to affect others, or had crossed certain boundaries. This required Cortez's intervention. Although sibling rivalry within the royal family was common, Cortez hoped for peace among his sons, as every emperor did. Yet, preventing such conflicts was exceedingly challenging. After a long silence, Cortez suddenly asked, "Elder Akil, among my sons, who do you think can take on this responsibility and fulfill it properly?" Having become an emperor, Cortez gradually realized that this position was not particularly enviable. Instead of freedom, it often meant boundless responsibilities. Chapter 177. Evaluation. A responsibility for the entire realm. A responsibility for all the people of the Great Xia dynasty. He has many things to bear and many things to consider. In such a situation, for an emperor, there are too many things that need to be done. This made Erwin feel very weary, suddenly regretting his initial competition for the throne. But as that saying goes, without occupying this position, one will never understand its arduousness, no matter how much they talk about it. Thus, although Erwin could understand the prince's feelings, he also needed to make a decision. Leaving this position vacant would only intensify their competition. Yet, even if this position were decided, competition wouldn't cease either. In this situation, Erwin felt helpless and somewhat melancholic. Therefore, he chose to consult Henley. He remembered that when his father determined his position as crown prince, Henley was also present. This made Erwin want to know what Henley had learned from it and how his father made that decision back then. Perhaps those lessons were worth considering. Hearing this inquiry, Henley naturally dared not say much and hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, this is a royal affair. Your old servant really dare not comment." This surprised Erwin as he looked at Henley. "Old Akil, you weren't like this in the past. Why have you become so hesitant?" Erwin said, puzzled by the change in Henley. "Your Majesty, I belong to the previous generation," Henley replied. Erwin was stunned but soon understood. Although Henley was loyal to the Great Xia, and especially to Erwin, he ultimately belonged to the previous generation. The person who trusted him most and gave him the greatest importance was Erwin's father, not Erwin himself. Now, even though Erwin treated him politely, he wasn't Henley's true ruler. Such an awareness from Henley was normal. After realizing this, Erwin slowly said, "There's no need for this formality. I trust Old Akil as well. He is quite capable, and I know he understands me well. So, I still wish for Old Akil to share your opinion, to give me some basis for judgment." Seeing Erwin's serious expression, Henley spoke slowly. "Since your Majesty values me so much, I'll venture to say a few words. The Michael shares a very similar personality with your majesty. Additionally, he is a prince who takes his responsibilities very seriously. However, the Michael is overly indecisive due to his status as the eldest son, making him always cautious in developing this character. It might be difficult to change. Even though Henley only mentioned the Michael's weaknesses, it was already evident that the Michael was not suitable for this position. A vacillating character would definitely not fit here. However, Erwin understood that as the eldest son, he indeed had many considerations. It was inevitable, especially since Erwin abolished the primogeniture system upon taking the throne, increasing the pressure on the Michael. Erwin himself bore some responsibility for this. Considering my debt to him, I should give him more opportunities. Henley didn't seem surprised or add anything after hearing this statement. The Fletcher is exceptionally intelligent, undoubtedly the smartest person I've ever seen. Whatever he does, he always knows his limits and never oversteps boundaries. He never creates problems for your majesty. Instead, he can help alleviate some of your majesty's pressure. Furthermore, he respects scholars and can identify talents. No matter which aspect we look at, the Fletcher is very outstanding. Augustine listening to Henley's praise, Erwin showed a surprised expression. Henley's admiration for the Fletcher was something hard to come by, given that Henley usually left room for flexibility in his speech, never overstating matters. Yet this time, Henley spoke quite directly, placing the Fletcher, Balder, in a very high regard. So you think highly of the Fletcher? Erwin asked because it seemed like Henley had a strong inclination towards the Fletcher. Indeed, Erwin also had high regards for the Fletcher, as his excellence was almost unbelievable. Over the years, the Fletcher's performance had been overwhelmingly superior compared to other princes. Actually, I see more potential in the Fife, Henley unexpectedly responded, piquing Erwin's interest further. Why? Because the Fife is incredibly patient. Regardless of circumstances, he neither vies nor contests, yet he cannot be underestimated. Hearing this, Erwin roughly understood the reasoning behind Henley's choice. After deeply contemplating, Erwin said slowly, I see. Many issues can be resolved easily starting tomorrow. Regarding these princes, Erwin certainly would not make decisions lightly. After all, based on current observations, it was premature to choose among them, considering only 3 princes had been discussed. Henley hadn't mentioned others. Although perhaps unimportant to Henley, Erwin knew that none of his sons were simple characters. So, there was no rush. He still had time to make a choice. Tomorrow. Henley thought for a moment. Tomorrow was only the 3rd round of competition. Why did Erwin mention it? Was something important happening? Tomorrow, the investiture will likely unsettle many, Erwin explained. Your Majesty plans? Henley looked at Erwin, seemingly comprehending. Don't you think the continent isn't peaceful enough recently, or rather, the barbarians have become too presumptuous? Erwin coldly remarked, his eyes flashing with a glint of coldness. Looking at Erwin, Henley suddenly realized something. For the first time, he saw ambition in Erwin's eyes, a rarity for someone who seldom revealed such ambitions. All along, Erwin had kept his ambitions hidden. Chapter 178, the 3rd day. However, Henley never believed that Cody lacked ambition. If he didn't have such ambitions, he wouldn't have achieved his current position. It was just that the Great Xia dynasty could not withstand too much turmoil, and at that time, it was facing both internal and external troubles. After ascending to power, Cody eradicated internal unrest within 3 years, stabilizing the country. Over the next 3 years, the rise of Jethraguo Mansion repelled the Erwin in a single stroke. This also deterred the ambitions of the Great Zhou and Daqian. But this was far from enough. If we trace back, the true lineage of the Yellow Anderson runs through each generation of Great Xia emperors, none of whom would settle for anything less. Therefore, Cody harbored his own ambitions and things he wished to accomplish. Collaborating with the Great Karen, Joab's rise to prominence, and Dorian's appearance all fueled Cody's ambitions further, prompting new ideas. And as for where to start, of course, it would be with these Erwin. Great Xia does not border the northern nomadic tribes, but is inevitably faced with the Erwin as an enemy. In recent years, the Erwin had repeatedly invaded Great Xia's borders, though they were recently subdued by Joab. Still, these were troublesome and formidable enemies. Now, with an alliance with the Great Karen, Great Xia had legitimate reasons to deploy its troops, as the Great Karen was suffering greatly under the Erwin. Great Xia could no longer stand idly by. With the right timing, conditions, and popular support, Cody had every reason to take action. This time, it wasn't just about repelling the Erwin. He wanted to ensure they would never dare invade Great Xia or threaten the Great Karen again. This was the true purpose of Cody's alliance with the Great Karen, and this was his ambition. But this was only the first step. The Erwin wouldn't be the end. They were merely the first challenge where Cody would reveal his fangs. Has your Majesty thought this through clearly? Henley's face grew serious as he considered war. A matter not taken lightly, yet inevitable for every emperor. He understood it was normal for Cody to entertain such thoughts, but the consequences of acting on them were severe. Was Cody truly ready? Of course. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The iron cavalry of Great Xia should crush those invaders. At the very least, these Erwin must pay the price. Cody said coldly. These barbarians frequently caused trouble along the borders, making life unbearable for the people there. As the emperor of Great Xia, he had to prepare accordingly and devise a strategy against them. So this time, Cody decided not to wait any longer. With Joab and his forces, dealing with these Erwin isn't a problem. However, we still need protective forces within Great Xia, which is my only concern. Cody looked at Henley. To him, while Joab could lead the army into battle, relying solely on him left Great Xia vulnerable internally, a situation Cody couldn't afford. Seeing Cody's expression, Henley smiled. If your Majesty has prepared, then go ahead. This old servant will support you. Please rest assured, with me around, there will be no trouble within the Great Xia dynasty. Upon hearing this, Cody became serious. He had been waiting for these words for a long time. Henley wasn't just an ordinary royal spy leader. The late emperor held Henley in high regard, and he had once been a great marshal leading armies. After the late emperor's death, Henley vanished, his whereabouts unknown to anyone in Great Xia except Cody. The renowned Great Marshal Henley disappeared, replaced by a Henley who devoted himself to safeguarding the capital. Now, Henley fully recognized him, and Cody felt relieved. "Thank you, old Jaranakil." Cody looked earnestly at Henley and was about to bow slightly as a sign of respect, but Henley immediately stopped him and stepped aside. "Your Majesty, you are flattering this old servant. I can't accept such honor. Only the person who will ultimately bring peace to the world deserves such respect from your Majesty." Hearing this, Cody seemed to understand something, a figure forming in his mind as he nodded slightly. No one knew that the turning point changing the continent's fate began here. The next morning, everyone gathered again at the arena. All the officials were excited. Poetry was an essential part of their culture. Cannon sat beside Sydney and asked, "Teacher, do you think Dorian will make a move?" "I'm not sure. He likely doesn't want to expose himself like this, so he may not act." Sydney spoke casually. After returning, he had investigated and confirmed Dorian's pseudonym, reinforcing his suspicions. Later, after questioning Ollie, Sydney verified that Dorian had exposed himself out of necessity. Thus, Dorian wouldn't seek to draw attention. Moreover, given his already proven martial prowess, Dorian had no reason to showcase more. If forced, Dorian will probably act. With one win and one draw, today's match is crucial. If no one can compare with the great Karen, your Majesty will still need Dorian. Victory is important. It concerns Kale's next steps, Sydney explained. He had guessed what Cody planned and thus understood how much weight this competition carried for Cody. He also knew why Cody was so delighted upon learning Dorian excelled in poetry. Indeed, after composing Shui Diao Gato, few could rival him. So, let's see what preparations Princess Angel and her team have made. Cannon nodded, understanding Sydney's words, but unsure why Cody and Sydney placed such importance on this contest. Didn't the alliance agreement already cover everything? What were they planning? Cannon was puzzled, but didn't press further. Others continued discussing the poetry competition's possibilities. Chapter 179, Poetry and Verse. They were very interested in the outcome of this round, and the preparations of the Daoyao dynasty. However, what intrigued them most was the potential emergence of a masterpiece poem or verse during this event, and who might create it. An exciting prospect. No matter the era, poetry has always been a treasure brimming with charm, and many literati hold this cultural form in high regard. Therefore, numerous renowned poets, scholars, and teachers from academies had gathered for this event. They were indifferent to previous competitions, but poetry always held their utmost attention. "I wonder if a masterpiece will appear this time?" An official said eagerly, knowing that the creation of a masterpiece would certainly make this contest memorable in history. A masterpiece will undoubtedly emerge. If such a competition fails to produce one, then there's a problem. However, if a timeless masterpiece does come out, we'll be fortunate enough to bask in its glory, another person remarked. "How easy do you think it is to produce a timeless masterpiece? You shouldn't have too much expectation for such things," came a somewhat haughty voice. Everyone turned to see Arwinzi, the most celebrated poet of Daxia, who had penned timeless masterpieces himself. Across the entire Daxia, he had only been bested by Sydney. As an illustrious figure, no one expected him to be present today. "Jaren Poetjong, I didn't expect to see you here. It's truly an honor." Arwinzi was a frequent guest at Anderson Cody's court. In recent years, however, Cody focused on governance rather than poetry, which left Arwinzi somewhat neglected. Nevertheless, no one dared overlook him. As a venerated poet saint, Arwinzi was notably proud. Only Anderson Cody and Sydney could make him bow his head. One was the sovereign, the other was superior to him in poetry. It's been how long since Daxia last produced a timeless masterpiece? Apart from Sydney's poem on education 5 years ago, our current poetry scene can only be described as bleak. In the younger generation, I can't find even a single talented individual capable of producing a notable work. Even the top scholars of recent years fall short of expectations. Arwinzi slowly critiqued, his heart aching as he had pursued poetry all these years. But after growing old, he no longer felt as brilliant as before. He wanted to see if the poetic community could produce someone to carry forward his legacy. After observing for years, only Sydney met his standards, though Zwa was more into politics and not particularly fond of poetry. This disappointed Arwinzi. Augustine listening to his remarks, no one dared refute him. Indeed, the civil service had prioritized essays and classic interpretations over poetry in recent years, a source of pain for Arwinzi. They, inadvertently, contributed to the decline of poetry. Knowing Arwinzi's temper, no one dared say more. This time, Sydney cannot participate. How can Daxia compete with Daoyao? Over the past few years, Daoyao has produced quite a few notable works. Arwinzi sighed, glancing towards Angel of the Daoyao dynasty. He did not feel optimistic about this competition. If he and Sydney could compete, they could still suppress Daoyao. But without them, Arwinzi saw no promising young talent. If Daxia loses this time, it would be a huge embarrassment, Arwinzi lamented. Everyone agreed silently, as Daxia's poetry scene had indeed been in decline. That's problematic, someone remarked. If we lose this time, it would mean a tie, but yesterday's strategy discussion clearly gave Daoyao the upper hand. A tie was unacceptable for Daxia's dignity. In their hearts, they should have won yesterday, but they never anticipated Angel's prowess. This shift of momentum was hard to accept. With this thought, everyone grew solemn, realizing the gravity of the situation. At that moment, an elderly voice interjected. We didn't lose yesterday's debate. Even if we lose in poetry, it's just entertainment. It has no real impact on the nation. Everyone was taken aback. Few dared speak so boldly in front of Arwinzi. Upon closer look, the speaker was none other than Yoel, the grand tutor who taught 3 imperial generations, and also Cody. Yoel, confident in his stance, felt strongly that poetry was useless in state affairs. Military matters required force, not poetry. For him, the key to national strength lay elsewhere, and focusing on poetry distracted from more important matters. Hearing this, Arwinzi retorted. For centuries, poetry has been the jewel of our literati. Why should it suddenly be worthless in your eyes? While poetry may not change the course of events, it represents our nation's heritage. The charm of poetry, Jaren Tudor, you wouldn't understand. Watching this intense exchange, everyone trembled. To them, this clash between two titans was far more perilous than any duel between ordinary figures. They dared not intervene when Arwenzi and Yoel argued. Do you need to understand? No matter how brilliant your poetry is, what good does it do for Dacia? Besides making you famous, what else? Yoel coldly responded, seeing no value in poetry. Of course it has value. How can poetry not spread the fame of Dacia or aid our nation? The debate continued, each man defending his viewpoint fiercely. Chapter 180. Argument. A timeless masterpiece can enhance the world's regard for great Xia and spread our nation's fame. Poetry is the eternal treasure of scholars. This is indisputable. Other countries value poetry so much, and it even plays a role in this competition, for valid reasons. Arwen spoke passionately. Over the years, due to Yoel's influence, Great Xia had gradually placed less importance on poetry. This was what annoyed Arwen the most. Normally, the two would have no interaction, but today, they crossed paths, and naturally, neither conceded to the other. This was quite normal. However, the fact that the two were directly arguing left everyone feeling helpless. It was like watching a mortal spar, not something they could easily intervene in. This situation was truly difficult for them. Sydney certainly had the right to mediate, but doing so now would offend both parties. After all, favoring either side would not be wise, so he remained silent, merely listening. The best course was to wait for Cody to arrive. He would undoubtedly be the most qualified to mediate. But Cody still had some time before arriving, leaving them with no choice but to listen to the argument. Nonsense. What use do these things have? What good is reputation when only national strength truly matters? Besides, you're well aware of the state of poetry over the years. Can anyone produce a masterpiece nowadays? Yoel snorted coldly, not seeing any real value in reputation. If it wasn't for your suppression, if you allowed poetry to develop normally, how could it have deteriorated into this state? Arwen was equally unyielding. Their voices were loud enough for the entire stand to hear. Dorian listened in astonishment, glancing at Joab. While he did not know the two men, anyone arguing so boldly in such an important setting clearly wasn't ordinary. Considering this, Dorian became curious about their identities. Joab wore a helpless expression, finding their disputes difficult to handle. Noticing Dorian's gaze, Joab realized Dorian did not know who these people were, so he explained slowly. These two represent the pinnacle of scholarly achievement in Great Xia. Even Kale addresses them as teachers. The elderly man is Yoel, Grand Tutor Augustine. He has tutored emperors from 2 dynasties, including our current emperor. Naturally, he is a revered senior. Even the current princes were educated by Yoel, making him significant to the royal family. After Joab's explanation, Dorian understood Yoel's position, imperial tutor indeed, and his status was clear. Dorian was even more interested in the identity of the other man. Given Yoel's prowess, someone who could argue with him without falling short must be extraordinary. The other man is also a legendary figure in our dynasty, known as Poet Sage Arwen. He is also a former teacher of Kale. He authored 2 timeless masterpieces, a rare feat in the history of Great Xia. Speaking, Joab couldn't help but glance at Dorian, knowing that Dorian had written Water Melody Ode, which Joab considered no less remarkable than Arwen's work. If Arwen knew about Water Melody Ode, he wouldn't have said there was no one left to carry on poetry's legacy. Dorian nodded, finally understanding their identities. As for why they are arguing, it's exactly as you heard. Arwen believes poetry is crucial, while Yoel does not. Their disagreement led to this argument. Dorian comprehended immediately and asked, what is the Anderson stance? Ned finds them troublesome. He can do little about them, so he tries to avoid having them meet. But today, Joab didn't continue, but the meaning was clear. Today's encounter was unexpected. Yesterday, Yoel attended the strategy debate, which he always took seriously. Arwen hadn't come, so they hadn't met. Today, however, Arwen arrived, and unexpectedly, so did Yoel, leading to this situation. Evidently, even Cody didn't expect this. It seems they'll keep arguing for a while. How helpless. Joab shook his head and stood aside, knowing it was futile to interfere. Many civilians listening also wore puzzled expressions. Why are they arguing here? It's embarrassing for such an important occasion. Don't speak out of turn. These two aren't ordinary people. Some in the crowd recognized the 2 men and looked serious. Who are they? Soon, people learned their identities, revealing astonished looks. The 2 were indeed impressive figures, surprising everyone with their behavior. In the Daikaran dynasty camp, Angel watched Yoel and Arwen intently. No matter who they were, Angel respected them as senior figures. Although many talented young individuals had emerged in Daikaran, none compared to these 2 giants. Especially Arwen, Poet Sage Zhang, who was renowned across the continent. Angel had long wished to meet the Poet Sage, but their sudden argument surprised her. Princess, these 2 are really at odds, Ed remarked helplessly. Having followed Angel for so long, he knew their identities well. Though surprised by the argument, it made sense. It's normal. They've been at odds for years. Who knows who can get them to set aside their differences? Chapter 181. Angel's Concerns. Angel shook her head slightly, unsure of how to evaluate the situation between the 2. After all, neither of their perspectives was flawed. Poetry indeed has a captivating charm, but its impact on national matters is rather limited. However, this shouldn't negate the allure of poetry itself. This was Angel's opinion as well. Nevertheless, she wouldn't comment much on it, knowing that any opinion would likely offend someone. Besides, she still planned to visit these 2 in the future, so she needed to be cautious with her words. It seems Kale will come out a bit later, Ed said. Cody clearly knew the situation and understood that if he emerged now while they were arguing, he would surely be pulled into questioning. This was not what Cody wanted to hear, so he hid away, waiting for their argument to subside. Despite their heated debate, their age would eventually tire them out, and they would stop arguing. Does your highness think we have a chance of winning this time? Ed suddenly asked, looking at Angel. This caught Angel off guard for a moment before she replied, it's difficult. If Dorian doesn't participate, we have a high chance of winning. But if Dorian competes, who can match the Prelude to Water Melody? Some earlier masterpieces were indeed better than the Prelude to Water Melody, but no one can write such a piece now. Even if the Left Chancellor were to try, he would probably fail. Angel was sincere. She was most confident in poetry and had intended to excel in this field. In recent years, the poetic scene in the Great Xia dynasty lacked outstanding young talent, which she was fully aware of, so she aimed to take advantage of this. For her, essays and poetry were the only ways to showcase her talents and gain Cody's attention. She had long prepared for this opportunity. The Great Karen dynasty did not need such a victory, but Angel did. She needed this chance to prove herself and gain Cody's recognition. As for the essay competition, even though it ended in a tie, Ali's appearance made Angel feel uneasy, almost causing her to lose. With Dorian's unexpected emergence in the poetry contest, Angel felt unprepared and could only hope that Dorian wouldn't compete. Cody wasn't overly concerned about this matter. He was well aware of Angel's intentions and her abilities, although he wanted to give her more responsibility and recognized her talent. However, he needed her to demonstrate her abilities publicly before entrusting her with greater responsibilities. Originally, Cody only aimed to win 2 contests. Even after learning that Dorian had written the Prelude to Water Melody, he still wanted to see how things played out. Now, however, Dorian had to step in. After all, Angel's talents had been sufficiently demonstrated. If the Great Xia dynasty lost, there would be no way to explain it to the public, a dilemma Cody couldn't avoid. Therefore, he had to ensure Dorian participated this time. However, he would still assess the situation. If they could win without involving Dorian, it would be best to keep him hidden. But this time, Kale will definitely ask Dorian to participate. After all, Kale won't want to lose, Ed said seriously, looking at Angel. He didn't believe Cody would willingly give up the victory. You're right. I'm already prepared to concede defeat, Angel said with a bitter smile, not overly concerned. As long as she showcased her abilities, conceding wouldn't be an issue. Winning, in fact, might cause unnecessary complications for her. While they were talking, Arwinzi harumphed. Humph, I don't wish to argue with you. Why don't we hear the opinions of the Great Karen dynasty? Let's see what they think about poetry. Why not? Yoel readily looked over to Angel's side. Edie, may I ask your opinion on poetry? Caught off guard by this sudden inquiry, Angel was momentarily stunned. She hadn't anticipated the focus shifting to her like this. She was completely unprepared. For a moment, the entire area fell silent. Everyone could tell Arwinzi was dissatisfied with Angel proposing a poetry contest. To him, it seemed like an insult to the Great Xia poetry scene, given its lack of successors. Thus, Arwinzi redirected his frustration toward Angel. Angel was momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Such a sudden shift in topic took her by surprise. Ed, overhearing this, whispered to her, Princess, these two aren't here with good intentions. Be careful. Angel nodded, and then heard another voice. Gentlemen, isn't this putting the princess in a difficult position? No matter how she answers, it won't be right. Surprised, Angel turned to see Sydney, the Prime Minister of the Great Xia dynasty, unexpectedly speaking up. It was truly surprising to see him offer help under these circumstances. They had little interaction, making his support highly unusual. Many were taken aback by Sydney's intervention. Clearly, no one expected him to speak up, as doing so risked defending others. Sydney wasn't foolish. Why would he do this? What benefit did helping Angel bring to him? Even Angel didn't fully understand, but she appreciated the gesture. With Sydney drawing the fire, she felt less pressure. Sydney had his reasons. While he and Angel had no prior relationship, he recognized her talent and Cody's favor towards her. Meanwhile, Arwinzi and Yoel weren't asking out of mere curiosity. They were prepared. One was displeased with the poetry contest proposal, and the other disapproved of Cody's intention to let Angel participate in politics. After all, even in the Great Xia dynasty, women had never held political positions. For traditionalists like Yoel, this was hard to accept. Thus, they attacked Angel, aiming to embarrass her. Chapter 182, Halstoness's abilities. In this situation, even Angel couldn't come up with a countermeasure. After all, no one could have anticipated that Yoel and Arwen would suddenly join forces to cause trouble. Angel was indeed somewhat at a loss just now. Fortunately, Halstoness interjected. These old foxes were truly troublesome. Thinking of this, Angel reminded herself to be more cautious. After all, one never knew when an old fox might launch a sudden attack. Halstoness's intervention was also to help Angel defuse the crisis. Otherwise, Cody would have had a major headache on his hands. However, after Halstoness spoke, Arwen and Yoel immediately turned their gazes toward him, both revealing dissatisfied expressions. For them, it was rare for them to join forces, yet Halstoness interrupted them. This was not a good thing at all. Still, the two wouldn't give up so easily. Arwen gave a cold snort and said, Since that's the case, why don't you speak? Chancellor Zhu, we'd like to hear your opinion. Yoel also spoke up, his eyes on Halstoness. Indeed, in recent years, Left Chancellor has been quite accomplished. As Grand Tutor, I'd also like to hear your thoughts. Augustine listening to this, Halstoness took it seriously. He knew that by stepping into the fray, he would face the two of them, but he wasn't a simple figure either. He already knew how to respond, which is why he chose to speak up. The others looked at Halstoness, then at Yoel and Arwen, unable to help but sigh. This truly was a clash of titans. One Yoel and Arwen together were terrifying enough. With Halstoness entering the battlefield, the heavyweights among the civil officials were all present. A poetic sage, an imperial tutor, and a left chancellor. Such high-level battles were exceedingly rare. Ordinarily, Arwen and Yoel wouldn't casually appear, making it even rarer to see all three of them on stage together. Now, with the two of them targeting Halstoness, how would he respond? Halstoness pondered for a moment before slowly saying, Grand Tutor's thoughts are quite sound. Statecraft essays are indeed important, but poetry can also reveal a scholar's foundation. While we should prioritize statecraft essays, we shouldn't neglect poetry. We can discuss this matter further later. Although his words were neutral, Yoel was quite satisfied with this response because Halstoness implied that he would place more emphasis on statecraft essays in the future. With the capital official acknowledging this, there would surely be no problems. Arwen was displeased, his gaze fixed on Halstoness. What did he mean by that? Was this guy also planning to abandon poetry? Although Halstoness didn't call himself a poet, Arwen acknowledged his talent. If Halstoness also abandoned poetry, Arwen would be very upset. Mr. Zhang, recently, a timeless masterpiece has appeared in the capital city, written by a young man. I wonder if Mr. Zhang is interested. Hearing Halstoness's words, Arwen showed a puzzled expression. A timeless masterpiece? How did he miss it? And it was written by a young person too. Who in the entire Daya dynasty had such ability? But Arwen knew Halstoness well. If Halstoness wasn't absolutely certain, he wouldn't say such things. He must have some solid grounds. Looking around, he noticed several officials wearing serious expressions, clearly knowing something. Lately, he hadn't been paying attention to the capital city's affairs. Could it be that there really was a timeless masterpiece? You tell me about it. This old man is quite curious to see who can still create a timeless masterpiece. Hearing Arwen's words, Halstoness revealed a faint smile. Many officials were startled as they suddenly realized Halstoness's move. Halstoness didn't directly answer the two men's questions because it wasn't easy to respond, even for someone like Halstoness. But he was clever and found the common ground between them, addressing each concern and deflecting the previous issues. First, Yoel cared about the prosperity of the Daya dynasty, so Halstoness promised to enhance the focus on statecraft essays and classics, satisfying Yoel greatly. As for Arwen, although he disliked Yoel belittling poetry, he understood its limited practical value for the nation. Yet, poetry held its own charm, cherished by many scholars. Halstoness knew Arwen was concerned about the lack of successors in the Daya poetic world. Suddenly mentioning a young person's masterpiece piqued Arwen's curiosity, distracting him from feeling that Daya's poetry scene was devoid of future stars. And everyone knew what Halstoness was about to mention, the timeless masterpiece, Shui Diao Getu. Recently, this masterpiece had gained considerable fame in the capital city, yet Arwen seemed unaware. Thus, Halstoness managed to diffuse the tension. Truly impressive, thought Angel. She couldn't help but whisper softly, compared to these old foxes, I'm far inferior. Ed smiled slightly and replied, Your Highness merely doesn't want to engage in intrigue. What Your Highness cares about is only her talent. This was known to those familiar with Angel. She had no interest in political machinations and always focused on developing Dekaren's strength. Unfortunately, Dekaren couldn't provide the platform she sought, leading her to Daya, where she hoped to find that platform. Ming Augustine appreciated Halstoness's handling of the situation. Only this guy could think of such a response. No one else could have. Regardless, they all admired Halstoness's acumen. Dorian looked at Halstoness with reverence in her eyes. Halstoness was truly a unique civil official, capable of devising such solutions in such a short time. However, Dorian suddenly had a bad premonition. The recent timeless masterpiece in the capital seemed to be her own, Shui Diao Getu. Chapter 183, The Feeling of Being Forced. At this thought, Dorian suddenly felt that he was about to be in trouble. It was clear that whether it was Joab, Sydney, or Cody, they were all going to sell him out. He was likely to have no choice but to participate in the competition today. After all, from the current situation, it appeared that Angel was thoroughly prepared, and the poetry scene of Daxia seemed to lack promising successors. And with yesterday's draw in the strategy debate, Cody would definitely not want to lose the poetry contest today. This left Dorian in a difficult position. Frankly speaking, Dorian did not wish to step forward like this. There was no benefit for him to do so. Instead, it would only draw attention to himself. Dorian glanced at Joab, who, feeling Dorian's gaze, smiled slightly and said, Today, you must appear. But it's for the best. Kale will then have more reason to reward you. Hearing this, Dorian couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't really want this kind of attention. However, since it had come to this, he could only nod. Beside him, Connie also showed an excited expression. She had been waiting for 3 days for just such a moment. If Dorian could once again stun everyone, she would be able to stand tall before others. Although the Shui Diagetu was impressive, very few people knew it was by Dorian. Even if Connie mentioned it, people wouldn't believe her. This contest presented a good opportunity for her to bask in the admiration of others. Connie was already preparing herself for their envious gazes. Thus, Connie also spoke with a smile, Dorian, you must give it your all this time. Let them see your brilliance. Hearing Connie's words, Dorian understood her intention. However, he did not intend to refuse. To him, this wasn't too difficult. Since he was going to make an appearance, he might as well show his true capabilities and earn Cody's greater appreciation. Moreover, he now had the strength to protect himself. Ordinary Vigilant stage warriors posed no threat to him. Furthermore, although Connie hadn't liked him initially, she hadn't ridiculed him excessively and had shown him respect. Dorian respected her in return. Since it was a request from his future mother-in-law, Dorian naturally wanted to perform well. He had bound his entire life to the Mac Manor and had no intention of leaving. Thus, he should consider the interests of the Mac Manor. Writing a poem shouldn't be too big of an issue. I understand. I'll do my utmost, Dorian said seriously. Connie nodded in satisfaction. She was extremely pleased with Dorian. He truly was the ideal son-in-law for their Mac Manor. Let those others envy her. Thinking of this, Connie smiled. Then, Dorian looked at Natalie, who also nodded approvingly. Appearing now was indeed beneficial and would likely lead to Dorian being more valued. In the shadows, Cody watched as Sydney managed to stabilize the situation and felt a great relief. It's still Sydney who can handle things. Others are simply useless. Cody couldn't help but sigh. Beside him, Emmy Dowager couldn't help but smile at him. If anyone in the entire Daxia dynasty made Cody feel most helpless, it was Arwenzi and Yoel. These two were the ones who left Cody at a loss for what to do. After all, for Cody, neither of these two could be easily punished or criticized. They required the utmost respect. Such individuals were always the most troublesome for the emperor. Therefore, Cody and the Emmy Dowager had come here early but hadn't gone out because Arwenzi and Yoel had started arguing, giving Cody a massive headache. Had he gone out, he would have had to mediate between the two, which was no easy task. So, Cody chose to stay back and watch, not going out. However, when he saw Arwenzi and Yoel making things difficult for Angel, Cody hesitated, considering intervening. After all, Angel was someone Cody intended to bring into the imperial court, and he knew how challenging that would be. Therefore, maintaining Angel's reputation was crucial. Arwenzi and Yoel's questions earlier put Angel in a tight spot. If she didn't answer, it would be bad. If she answered poorly, it would still be problematic. This situation could leave Angel with a stain on her record. This competition was primarily to showcase Angel and enhance her reputation. If she performed well, Cody could promote her to a higher position. Under such circumstances, Cody felt he needed to intervene, but unexpectedly, Sydney managed to resolve the issue with just a few words. The Emmy Dowager smiled slightly and remarked, Prime Minister's was indeed formidable. However, with the Shudiajetu, Mr. Zhang will likely be shocked for a long time. Yes, Cody nodded, understanding Arwenzi's character well, but Dorian is in for some trouble. Cody smiled as he glanced at Dorian, who probably had no idea what was coming. Once Arwenzi heard about Dorian, he would likely want to take Dorian as a disciple. With Arwenzi's notorious persistence, anyone targeted by him would find it impossible to escape. Back in the day, Cody had displayed an interest in poetry, leading Arwenzi to relentlessly engage him in poetry discussions, even compelling Cody to write poems. Even after becoming the emperor, Arwenzi would frequently seek Cody out. Despite Arwenzi's respect for Cody's duties, it still left Cody without any free time until Yoel started challenging him on poetry, finally diverting Arwenzi's attention. Arwenzi aimed to restore the glory of poetry, constantly striving to re-establish its importance, which gave Cody much-needed respite. Cody could already foresee Dorian's troubles once Arwenzi discovered his identity. No, if Mr. Zhang keeps bothering Dorian, that won't do. Cody suddenly realized something, starting to worry. Has your majesty just realized this? The Emmy Dowager said with a hint of exasperation, looking at the belated realization in Cody's eyes. He had been too caught up in Schadenfreude to notice anything else. Chapter 184. A verse stuns the poetic sage. After all, Dorian was a talented military leader whom Cody held in high regard. The most crucial aspects were his martial arts and military strategies. This was where Dorian needed to focus seriously. Moreover, these two areas demanded significant time investment. Without extensive practice, it would not be possible to excel, so Dorian had to dedicate more effort here. If Dorian were to be entangled by Arwenzi, he wouldn't have much time left, which would be detrimental. Why did I forget about this? Thinking this, Cody couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This Arwenzi was truly a troublesome person. What should we do? Dorian is my esteemed military commander. These things are not as important as martial skills and military tactics. Although Cody considered poetry fairly good, he understood what Dorian needed right now, and that he shouldn't be distracted by such matters. Thinking of this, Cody became very serious, fixing his gaze on Arwenzi. Your Majesty may be overthinking it. Mr. Zhang is not someone without measure. When your Majesty was busy with state affairs, Mr. Zhang did not often disturb you, indicating he knows well what he should or shouldn't do. So, Mr. Zhang won't interfere with Dorian. However, after that, it's uncertain. By then, your Majesty likely won't need to worry too much about these things, the Emmy said slowly, having some understanding of Arwenzi. He was a man of discernment who wouldn't act recklessly. Hearing this, Cody pondered deeply, finding the reasoning sound. After all, Arwenzi was merely obsessed with poetry, not devoid of reason. Such a person was someone Cody admired. You're right. My concerns were somewhat excessive. Cody spoke slowly, a smile forming. If so, he didn't need to worry too much. But, your Majesty should still remind Mr. Zhang. Although he has measure, he might not yet understand how highly you value Dorian. This matter needs to be addressed. The Emmy added, always serving as Cody's wise advisor. No matter what, she could foresee many issues, which greatly satisfied Cody. Very well, but there's no need to say too much. After today, Mr. Zhang will surely understand, for anyone can comprehend this matter just by hearing it once. Cody suddenly showed a confident demeanor, looking into the distance. The Emmy nodded, saying nothing more. She understood Cody's intentions clearly. However, she was also somewhat concerned, as Cody's actions were bold, and the outcome was uncertain. This was an attempt, a gamble. In this situation, she worried about potential issues, constantly reflecting on any shortcomings in Cody's decision. But after deep reflection, the Emmy felt this gamble was indeed significant. However, seeing Cody reveal this rare determination, she believed she shouldn't stop him. Cody had already prepared backup plans, so she remained silent. In the courtyard, Sydney slowly began to speak. Mr. Zhang listened carefully. The title of this poem is Tune, Water Melody. Can this bright moon be seen from times immemorial? With wine in hand, I asked the sky. I wonder if the palace in heaven looks like this. Tonight, in which year does it lie? Just these opening lines made Arwenzi's eyes widen in delight. They were impeccable, already showing the makings of a timeless masterpiece. Arwenzi realized that perhaps a remarkable figure had appeared in the capital city, someone exceptional within the literary circle. This filled him with excitement, for such talent hadn't emerged in years. Whoever this person was, those two lines were enough to stir Arwenzi's interest and make him want to nurture this talent. It also fueled his anticipation for the remaining lines. I wish to ride the wind back to my celestial abode, but fear the cold jade palaces in the heights. Dancing alone with my shadow, why would I rather be among humans? Circling the Vermilion Tower, lowering its lattice windows, the moon shines upon those sleepless Sydney continued, his gaze inadvertently shifting towards Dorian. He, too, couldn't help but read the poem multiple times. Both its imagery and craftsmanship were superior. In such a scenario, Sydney truly wished to inquire about Dorian's inspiration for composing this verse. However, as the Prime Minister, Sydney knew he had to restrain himself. Indulging his curiosity could cause considerable trouble for him. Considering their factions were currently the most powerful in the empire, even if Joab's side consisted of only 2 people, they were formidable. Closer ties between the 2 parties could raise suspicions not only among other officials, but also from Cody himself. Therefore, Sydney knew better and refrained from acting. Each time he recited Water Melody, he longed to ask Dorian for insight. Arwinzi was utterly silent, recognizing this poem as divine work. Even before hearing the conclusion, he knew its stature. His anticipation grew even more, eager to hear the final lines. Others, regardless of whether they had heard it before, listened intently, appreciating the poem's brilliance. Should there be no hate, why must it be full during farewells? Humans have sorrow and joy, parting and reunion. While the moon waxes and wanes, cycles never perfect. May we all live long and share the same beauty of the moon across distances. As Sydney concluded, silence fell over everyone. Even Yoel pondered repeatedly. This poem was truly awe-inspiring. Regardless of who composed it, future verses on the moon could never surpass this. The entire venue was quiet. Even the commoners fell silent. Having heard Water Melody, they appreciated it deeply. Seeing so many people moved to silence by Water Melody, they felt even more exhilarated. Beautiful verse, beautiful verse. After a long silence, it was Yoel who spoke first. His face showed a complex mix of admiration and melancholy as he looked at Arwinzi and Sydney. Chapter 185. The Poet Sage's Excitement. Everyone stared at Yoel in astonishment, not expecting him to speak like this. After all, Yoel was the one who initially disliked poetry the most. Now, seeing Yoel this way, they found it hard to accept. Feeling their gazes, Yoel said calmly, "Don't look at me like that. I dislike poetry only because it has little practical use for national development. So, I hope everyone can pay more attention to classics and political essays rather than just poetry. However, this doesn't mean I can't appreciate poetry. This is undoubtedly a timeless masterpiece of the highest quality, unmatched by anyone throughout history." Hearing Yoel's words, everyone realized that this Water Melody ballad would certainly become a new peak in the literary world of Great Xia. After all, if even Yoel, who had always disliked poetry, spoke so highly of it, its charm must be extraordinary. They understood that Yoel's disdain for poetry was relative, not a total disregard. As a grand tutor and teacher to many princes, how could he not appreciate poetry? He simply prioritized the nation over indulging in literature. He needed to shift focus towards classics and policy studies to make Great Xia prosperous. Only then could they afford to consider poetry and other pursuits. Yoel, as the grand tutor, understood this, but chose to be the villain for the sake of Great Xia. Arwen glanced at Yoel with complicated eyes. Arwen knew Yoel's intentions, but he couldn't accept the decline of poetry, leading to their constant disagreements. Both were right in their own ways, each adhering to their beliefs. Soon, Arwen turned serious. This wasn't the time to debate. He needed to ask Sydney about the author of this poem. Great Xia still had such young talents. He had to nurture them. Writing a timeless classic at this age indicated the makings of a poetic genius. Missing out on such talent was unimaginable. Sydney, who wrote this? Arwen asked, staring intently at Sydney. Not yet, Sydney smiled, not planning to reveal the identity now. After all, Cody wanted to build up Dorian's reputation, and Sydney intended to cooperate fully, ensuring Cody's efforts weren't in vain. This made Arwen's face fall. He hadn't expected Sydney to withhold this information. Thinking quickly, Arwen insisted, "Sydney, you know how important this person is to me. Tell me. I want to meet him. I wish to take him as my disciple." Arwen's tone was resolute. Everyone was surprised. Arwen had never taken disciples before. For Arwen, this disciple would be his true successor. Anyone chosen by Arwen would surely rise rapidly in status. No one dared underestimate Arwen's influence. Yoel also added, "I too wish to meet this prodigy and possibly take him as a disciple." While not shocking, given Yoel's many disciples, it highlighted his admiration for the poem. Arwen scoffed, looking at Yoel. "Why must you meddle in everything? You don't like poetry, yet you want to take him as a disciple. Don't mislead him." Yoel retorted, "Such a talent isn't just good at poetry. Properly nurtured, he could be our next prime minister. What's wrong with that? A talent like this should enter politics and become a pillar of Great Xia." Everyone was shocked. Prime Minister Sydney was currently in office, yet Yoel praised this person so highly, showing his utmost importance. "Humph, we'll see," Arwen replied, his gaze turning to Sydney, whose meaning was clear. The officials, unaware of the poem's author, grew even more eager, watching Sydney for an answer. Such a unique individual, vied for by both Arwen and Yoel, held immense significance. Those who knew the author was Dorian looked complex. Joab was delighted for Dorian. Being noticed by Arwen was indeed excellent. However, Dorian didn't have time to be a disciple, and rejecting Arwen might upset him. Yet, Arwen valued talent above all, likely understanding. Joab respected Arwen deeply. Being praised and sought after by Yoel was significant. However, this much attention posed safety concerns for Dorian. Given the potential threats, Dorian's safety became paramount. Abdur wouldn't hesitate to act, and protecting Dorian was crucial. Natalie shared Joab's concerns. She knew Dorian's brilliance threatened Abdur and Buddy. Dorian, though capable, couldn't be careless. How to further enhance Dorian's strength was her main concern. Elsewhere, Buddy's expression was grim, twisted with envy, resentment, and hatred. He clearly saw Sydney intentionally building Dorian's reputation. Arwen and Yoel fighting over this disciple made Dorian exceptional. Chapter 186, Leaving Suspense. In such a situation, the entire capital city's attention would be focused on Dorian. They would become mere background characters. This made Buddy very dissatisfied. For him, it was something extremely hard to accept. Thus, he wanted to stop and disrupt it. The emotion of jealousy was already influencing his judgment. However, Buddy understood that he could do nothing. He could only watch helplessly as Dorian slowly rose to prominence, becoming their greatest threat, their thorn in the flesh. To deal with Dorian was not going to be easy anymore. It would be difficult even to Jorge him. Abdur looked at his son and sighed softly without saying a word. To him, this was also helpless. He too despised Dorian immensely. After all, Dorian's appearance had ruined many of his plans. This Abdur knew very clearly. Except, he could control himself better than Buddy, and besides, normal means couldn't deal with Dorian now unless they destroyed Dacia itself. Otherwise, it would be impossible to touch Dorian. Since that was the case, what if they did destroy Dacia? Abdur was prepared. He had made up his mind. He wanted Clarence to pay a heavy price. Let Clarence know that he, Abdur, was not someone to be trifled with easily. Thinking this, Abdur's expression darkened but quickly returned to normal. For Abdur, controlling his emotions was essential. He could not show his feelings like Buddy. After all, Abdur was facing people like Clarence, Joab, and Sydney. These old foxes might take action if they sensed anything amiss. So Abdur must control himself. Control your emotions and don't let them show on your face. It's a foolish thing to do. Finishing his thoughts, Abdur coldly spoke, looking at Buddy. Only then did Buddy snap out of it, quickly trying to collect himself. But it wasn't that easy. Right now, Buddy hated Dorian to the extreme, and changing this mood was no simple task. I know you're enraged, but showing this kind of expression here serves no purpose. You need to consider how to deal with Dorian. If something like this can make you lose it, how can I entrust important matters to you in the future? Abdur said slowly, fully bringing Buddy back to his senses. I understand, father. Good, you have much to learn. Don't focus too much on this. He may indeed be shining brightly now, but it's only temporary. For us, it is often the one who laughs last that laughs best. Abdur spoke calmly, appearing very confident. His attitude was indeed different from the norm, surprising everyone. Yes, well, let's see what happens next. There are many things you will go through. If this small setback defeats you, you're far from ready. Abdur added. Actually, Abdur rarely talked so much, but he had no choice but to say a few more words now. There was no way around it. Buddy was his most outstanding son. No matter what, Buddy would help him with matters and inherit his position. If Buddy continued like this, how could Abdur be reassured? He definitely needed to properly cultivate Buddy now. After all, Abdur aimed for the throne. If he became emperor, Buddy would be the next in line. So Buddy had to be capable of handling great responsibilities. If Buddy really couldn't be relied upon, Abdur would be troubled for a long time. But these matters, Abdur did not plan to tell Buddy, at least not now. His schemes were still unfinished and required further consideration. Angel listened to these words and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Her decision to ally with Dorian was indeed correct. The first time she met Dorian, she felt that he was extraordinary, but she never imagined that he could become so prominent. Excellence couldn't even describe him. Thinking of this, Angel smiled faintly. Beside her, Ed couldn't resist speaking. Your Highness, Dorian's value is truly immense. We must earnestly ally with him. Of course, but it's very difficult to win over someone so shrewd. Moreover, I have a feeling the Anderson will grant Dorian significant rewards this time. Angel responded slowly, guessing some things. Why? Ed looked at Angel in confusion, not quite understanding her meaning. Now, Sydney mentioning these things isn't just casual talk. For him, it's about building momentum for Dorian. Angel, looking towards Sydney, already understood certain things. After all, she could discern some of Clarence and Sydney's intentions. Building momentum? Ed looked at Angel, not quite grasping why build momentum for Dorian. Exactly. Such momentum would make Dorian a pivotal figure. This time, Dorian will definitely be on the list of those dispatched by the Anderson. Angel spoke seriously, her gaze on Dorian. She firmly believed Dorian would be dispatched this time. It seems the Anderson is truly grooming Dorian as a military leader. Hearing this, Ed understood Angel's meaning. According to her words, Clarence planned to send Dorian on the expedition. But sending an expedition was no small matter. Yes, this time the Anderson might get serious. When that happens, the southern savages will have much to worry about. Angel smiled faintly. With Clarence going to such lengths, it certainly wouldn't just be to assist the great Karen dynasty. If it were just to aid them, there'd be no need for such measures. Mostly, Clarence was planning to act seriously, to make the southern savages pay a price. After all, the southern savages had been getting increasingly out of hand over the years. It was quite normal for Clarence to be unsatisfied with them. Thinking of this, Angel grew excited. How could an emperor not have ambition? Hashtag chapter 187. The contest begins. Angel had never seen Cody's ambitions clearly before, but now she could. However, she hadn't anticipated that his ambitions were so immense. This kind of ambition was no longer the same as those other people's. This was the true ambition a genuine emperor should possess. With this thought, Angel revealed a faint smile. She truly became more and more interested in what Cody would do. Mr. Zhang, Grand Tutor Augustine, you will understand this matter after the contest ends. Let's focus on preparing for the event, Sydney said slowly, his gaze fixed on Yoel and Arwen Ji. The two men understood Sydney's meaning. Sydney knew who this young man was, and so did Cody. Therefore, they weren't worried about this poetry contest. This implied that this young man would definitely make a move, which was indeed an unexpected turn of events. After all, no one knew the great Xia dynasty actually harbored such a genius. But now, there was no need to pay too much attention to these details. Since Sydney had already spoken, they would wait for it to happen. Some things couldn't be rushed. Seeing everyone settle down, Cody stepped forward slowly. Your Majesty, you don't need to be overly formal. Today I arrived a bit late. Let's start the poetry contest promptly since I still have some awards to confer today. Cody waved his hand and spoke calmly. Everyone murmured inwardly. Who didn't know that Cody had been present from the beginning but just hadn't shown his face? This made them quite helpless, but since he was the emperor, they couldn't say anything. As the Minister of Rites announced the start, several prepared young people came forward and recited poems. However, everyone paid little attention to them. They wanted to know who the author of the Water Tune Ode was and what else he could write. This anticipation grew even stronger this time around. So, these people's poems were irrelevant. As nearly a dozen poems emerged, a stalemate seemed to be forming. But everyone was growing increasingly anxious because they hadn't seen the author of the Water Tune Ode appear yet. Seeing the right moment, Cody spoke slowly. Let me give the last topic. These words made everyone become serious. They clearly realized something important was about to happen. After all, Cody obviously had this plan beforehand. The last topic is patriotism and the departure of our army. I believe this should not be too difficult for everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized another fact. The alliance ceremony was over, and the Great Xia was preparing to mobilize its troops. Now, everything was geared towards this upcoming campaign. Whether from any aspect, this final topic was the finishing touch, using poetry to inspire everyone and prepare them better for the expedition. Realizing this, everyone felt more excited than ever. This was the main event, the most crucial part. After a brief silence, Angel stepped forward slowly. Everyone focused their attention on her with serious expressions, knowing she was undoubtedly the best poet from the great Karen dynasty. This piqued their interest as they waited to hear what kind of poem Angel would produce. As soon as Angel began speaking, everyone heard her patriotic sentiments and vivid depiction of the battlefield. They couldn't help but stare at her in admiration. After all, Angel had never been to war, yet her portrayal was so vivid and moving, which earned everyone's respect. This princess of the great Karen dynasty was indeed no ordinary figure. Excellent, a masterpiece indeed. Edie truly embodies the spirit of women hold up half the sky. Cody praised Angel, confirming her talent. With this recognition, Cody would certainly find a way to utilize her effectively. Yoel sensed this development. Women's participation in politics posed a significant challenge to him. He was unwilling to accept it, but seeing Cody's expression, he knew he couldn't stop it. Blocking it would defy Cody's will. Loyal Yoel saw no way to prevent it and admitted Angel's undeniable talent, causing him to hesitate. Arwenji also gave feedback on Angel's poem. Though it wasn't a timeless masterpiece, it was still quite commendable. This raised his estimation of Angel further, making him even more eager to see the next contestant, likely the author of the Water Tune Ode. Next, it should be Great Xia, shouldn't it? It's the final round. It should be the Water Tune Ode author coming forward now. Many people discussed this, extremely eager. For them, the wait had been long. Yes, I really want to know who this person is. But Edie's poem, though not a timeless masterpiece, is already very good. Can he write lines that match or surpass this poem? It's hard to say. Only another timeless masterpiece could firmly surpass this one. Many people expressed doubt, believing it challenging to outshine Angel's poem. It was normal to think one person couldn't consecutively create two masterpieces. Many officials shared similar views, thinking the Great Xia team might not win this round, at most achieving a draw unless they produced a true masterpiece. Buddy looked very excited. After all, it seemed Dorian might not shine as brightly as expected. Even if Dorian wrote a fine poem, it would only be a tie. In this case, Dorian's reputation would suffer somewhat, given the hype Sydney and Cody had built up earlier. Thinking of this, Buddy was keen to see Dorian's reaction. However, seeing Dorian's calm demeanor, Buddy's expression darkened. Could this guy really write another timeless masterpiece? No, this is absolutely impossible. Two consecutive timeless masterpieces? Is Dorian even human? No matter what, Buddy refused to believe Dorian could achieve it. Chapter 188, Appearance. He must be faking it. I refuse to believe he can truly remain this calm. It's simply impossible, Buddy kept telling himself in his mind. On the other side, Cody and Sydney exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. They had underestimated Angel. Now indeed, Dorian might not necessarily win, but this couldn't be blamed on anyone. After all, they hadn't interfered too much, wanting things to develop naturally. Thus, Dorian wouldn't have been overly prepared for this situation. This made Cody and Sydney feel a bit regretful. They should have prepared Dorian better because under such circumstances, winning outright might indeed be very difficult. Regardless, after a brief moment of contemplation, the two decided to still trust Dorian. After all, Dorian had brought them many surprises during this period. What if Dorian could really pull it off? If Dorian did achieve this, then the next steps would be even simpler. Previously, they couldn't believe Dorian could write a timeless masterpiece like Shudiajetu. Perhaps Dorian could do it again. Nothing was certain. Arwen was also contemplating. Initially, he thought that having the author of Shudiajetu merely present a famous work would suffice. But now, that wouldn't be enough. Unless it was a true masterpiece, it would be hard to outshine Angel. Even with preparation, it would at best be an equal match. Arwen fell into deep thought, unsure how to handle the situation. Yoel quietly waited, for some reason believing more in the author. Angel remained composed, then glanced towards Dorian's direction. For her, she was fully committed this time, holding nothing back because she absolutely could not afford to. She wanted to gauge the gap between herself and Dorian, to see if he could produce another masterpiece. If Dorian only produced a famous work, it would still mean she had one. She had been preparing for this for a long time, while Dorian had just heard the topic. Angel had already guessed the topic and prepared well in advance. In this sense, she felt she might be the one who truly failed. Still, she hoped to witness the birth of another timeless masterpiece, which excited her. Because she believed Dorian could really do it. Dorian looked calmly at Angel, who suddenly felt confident that Dorian would be fine. Joab watched Dorian anxiously, uncertain if he could succeed. If he didn't, it might tarnish Dorian's reputation. Those who wished Dorian ill were probably already ready to pounce, which was certainly troubling. Natalie asked Dorian quietly, "Are you confident?" Dorian smiled slightly, replying, "Don't worry. When have you ever seen me lose? This brought a faint smile to Natalie's face as she nodded slightly. She trusted Dorian, knowing he always delivered on his promises. Thus, this time would be no exception. Cody slowly spoke. Everyone must be eager to know who wrote this Shuriajetu. This young man is undoubtedly one of the finest youths of our great Xia dynasty. I hold him in high regard, so today I will not keep you in suspense. It is Dorian from the Jethraguo mansion. As Cody finished speaking, everyone's faces showed shock as they turned to look at Dorian. No one expected it to be him. This was completely unexpected. Many wondered who it could be but never considered Dorian. Dorian was already known as a martial genius. The idea that he could also write a masterpiece like Shuriajetu was hard to believe. Who would have thought it would be Dorian? Truly, he is both scholarly and martially proficient. Indeed, he is both a scholar and warrior. Such a person is truly extraordinary. Many sighed with admiration, including commoners who became even more excited. Dorian's reputation among the people had always been good, and this event further boosted it. Knowing he wrote Shuriajetu made them respect and admire him even more. With this realization, everyone became attentive, watching Dorian closely. Dorian stood up slowly, knowing the crucial moment had arrived. Everyone's eyes were on him, filled with thoughtful expressions. Whatever Cody said must be true. Truly unexpected. This Dorian. This time, the Jethraguo mansion is going to rise to prominence. I still can't believe it's Dorian. The Jethraguo mansion has found an incredibly powerful son-in-law. Many envy Joab and Connie, understanding the significance of this appearance. Dorian had won the martial competition cleanly, already boosting his reputation. Even the martial champion couldn't compare. This time, Cody gave Dorian full recognition by introducing him personally. A single poem made Dorian instantly famous and a figure of great attention. Dorian, do you have a poem? Cody asked, looking at Dorian. Chapter 189. Yet another timeless Jaren piece. Cody was also eagerly anticipating it. Looking at Dorian's confident expression, he became particularly convinced that Dorian could indeed create another timeless masterpiece and shock everyone. Cody was delighted by this situation. After all, more people were now waiting to see Dorian's work, yet most still doubted he could win. Creating a timeless masterpiece was no small feat even for Dorian. It wasn't going to be easy. Arwinzi and Sydney understood even better how difficult it would be. Arwinzi also looked at Dorian in disbelief. He had considered many people, even Buddy, a young man Cody quite disliked. Although Arwinzi did not involve himself in political matters, he was well informed about such affairs and hence felt very curious. But seeing the importance Cody placed on this, Arwinzi thought it couldn't be right. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be this martial artist. The name Dorian was certainly not unfamiliar to Arwinzi. He had heard of him before, the martial genius, son-in-law of the Mac. Who would have thought he had such poetic talent as well? Understanding Cody and Sydney's personalities, Arwinzi knew if it weren't true, they wouldn't take it so seriously. This meant it must be genuine. Thus, under such circumstances, Arwinzi listened more attentively, eager to hear what kind of poetry Dorian would create. Yoel observed Dorian seriously, his eyes revealing disbelief. He couldn't imagine that someone capable of writing a timeless masterpiece could be a martial artist, or even a man who married into a family without social standing. For Yoel, a man obsessed with propriety and background, Dorian's presence was perplexing. Ordinarily, Yoel would look down on such individuals. He respected generals and commanders, but couldn't appreciate common martial artists. However, he was forced to admire Dorian now, as Dorian truly excelled to a degree that required respect. A person skilled in both literature and martial arts. How long had it been since the great Xia dynasty saw such talent? If Dorian could defeat Angel, it would definitely elevate his prestige to its peak, making him an even more significant figure. Even they could no longer overlook Dorian's existence. Thinking about this, Yoel sighed. What a real prodigy this young man is. It's no wonder Cody took him so seriously. It's justified. Of course, there is, Dorian smiled and replied to Cody, his face radiating confidence. Good. Then does Lord Eben have confidence? Cody asked again, gazing intently at Dorian. Of course, Dorian responded earnestly. Everyone could sense the strong self-confidence in his voice. Such a young man deserved serious attention. With this thought, everyone became attentive, listening as Dorian slowly spoke. The poem is called Pajanzi. Upon hearing this, their interest peaked. It sounded like a military-themed piece. Angel had already impressed them greatly. This young man, who hadn't experienced war's trials, could write such poetry. What about Dorian? Although he hadn't been to the battlefield either, he could write such a profound, water-tuned ballad at such a young age, which was no mean feat. It seemed Dorian was quite adept at this genre, and looking at Dorian's confident demeanor, everyone was curious and eager to know what he would produce. Many people began to anticipate Dorian's poem. Drunk, I examined my sword under lamplight, dreaming back to camps where horns blow. The first line illuminated visions of a general and his camp, with an immediate poetic scene emerging. Dividing 800 miles under command, 50 strings stir up the sounds of the border. Autumn reviews the troops on the battlefield. These two lines deepen the military atmosphere of the poem, sounding very impressive. This made everyone more anxious for the second half, especially Arwinzi, whose breathing quickened. He couldn't remain calm, believing Dorian could create a powerful verse. After all, the beginning was already excellent, and he couldn't imagine how powerful the second half would be. Racing swift as a deer, arrows thunderous as lightning, to accomplish the king's great cause, to earn renown in life and death. Bravo! Well done. Many military officers clapped and watched Dorian. If Angel's work was outstanding, then Dorian's was a timeless classic. He captured the wishes of countless generals and soldiers. They spent their lives on the battlefield, fighting for decades. Wasn't this what they strived for? Joab and Cody looked at Dorian in surprise. No matter what, this poem was undoubtedly a masterpiece, but it seemed to lack something. But clearly, it wasn't over yet. What would the final lines be? Civil officials also disapproved of the generals interrupting Dorian. They wanted to know the last lines too. Pitiful white hair appears. Amid everyone's anticipation, Dorian spoke these words slowly, leaving many stunned. Everyone savored this sentence. There was the regret of a general growing old, the hardships of years of warfare, and perhaps most poignantly, unfulfilled ambitions. No matter what, this sentence revived the entire poem, bringing moisture to many eyes. People recognized the brilliance of Dorian's work. Joab stood up first, saying slowly, "You voiced the heart of our army. Truly a timeless masterpiece." As he spoke, he applauded, showing his satisfaction with Pijanzi. Other generals followed suit. This poem resonated deeply with them, capturing their innermost feelings. Such a poem was indeed a timeless masterpiece, dwarfing Angel's work. Angel also looked at Dorian with admiration. Chapter 190. Arwen's response. She really admired Dorian. He had managed to write these timeless masterpieces so effortlessly. In just a few days, he indeed wrote 2 world-renowned works. Such a person could not be described merely as a genius. He was simply otherworldly. Even Cody looked at Joab in shock. He knew that Dorian was confident, but never expected him to pen such a poem that matched the Water Tune Prelude. The Water Tune Prelude was absolutely a timeless classic, and this breaking array sonnet would also become one without a doubt. This further deepened Cody's impression of Dorian. Indeed, his judgment had not failed him. Dorian was definitely exceptional. Sydney also gazed at Dorian with admiration and clapped without reservation. Initially, he wondered if Dorian could pull it off, but now it was evident that Dorian had no trouble at all, performing with ease and without pressure. This wasn't something anyone could achieve. Sydney couldn't help but feel that Dorian might be capable of writing yet another masterpiece. How could one person accomplish such feats? One Water Tune Prelude was already a timeless classic, and now, another breaking array sonnet. This was truly otherworldly. With this thought, Sydney grew even more eager, wanting to see what else Dorian could create. Yoel also stood up, slowly clapping. Apart from Arwen and Sydney, Dorian was someone whom Yoel genuinely admired. In this situation, Yoel felt a deep appreciation for Dorian. "Excellent young man, I approve of you. Would you like to be my disciple?" Everyone was surprised, not expecting Yoel to be the first to speak. What about Arwen? At that moment, Arwen was still immersed in the charm of the poem, finding it unforgettable. However, he wasn't completely lost in it. Hearing Yoel's words, Arwen immediately retorted, "Shameless old rogue. Would it not be a waste for such talent to be your disciple?" Arwen stared at Yoel unflinchingly. After all, in Arwen's view, Dorian should become his own disciple. Dorian's talent in poetry far exceeded Yoel's. Why would it be a waste? Yoel glared at Arwen, feeling that Arwen was going too far. He excels in poetry, and besides me, who in the Great Xia dynasty is qualified to teach him in this area? You? You have no such qualification. Arwen snorted coldly. Dorian's poetic skills were already at their peak, and only he could impart more knowledge. Yoel would not be able to teach Dorian anything substantial. Yoel immediately replied, "Does his poetry need your teaching? Can you teach him anything beyond what these 2 poems already demonstrate? I doubt you can match these works. I believe he is also adept at statecraft. A young man like this should not be wasted," Yoel added, looking at Dorian with satisfaction. He wanted to teach Dorian governance and principles, grooming him into a statecraft expert. Old rogue. Old fool. Both men stared at each other fiercely, unwilling to yield. It was rare to find such talent, and neither wanted to let it go. They became even more serious. Everyone watched this battle for a disciple, hesitant to speak. Indeed, both Arwen and Yoel were correct. Dorian's poetry had reached an unparalleled level. Even Arwen couldn't claim the right to teach him anymore. After all, Arwen couldn't write 2 consecutive masterpieces, and Dorian's works surpassed his own. Did such a young man even need their guidance? However, if Dorian truly excelled in statecraft, he would be a versatile genius. If that were true, even Yoel would be deeply interested. "Destin, tell us, who do you wish to take as your teacher?" Arwen and Yoel asked Dorian simultaneously. Unable to resolve the issue between them, they sought Dorian's opinion since he was the one being questioned. Dorian empathized with Angel's dilemma. What should he say in this situation? Or rather, how should he handle it? Clearly, whatever choice he made, it would be challenging. He couldn't possibly take both his teachers. His knowledge of poetry was limited to what he remembered. Creating original poems was beyond his ability. Additionally, while he did have some insight into statecraft, it paled in comparison to Sydney and others. Moreover, he didn't want to indulge in political intrigue. He wished to become a general, a marshal. Thinking this over, Dorian earnestly responded, "Sir, I have no interest in these pursuits. All I want is to go to the battlefield, defend my country, build a distinguished career, and protect those I care for." Dorian spoke frankly. Given the circumstances, he obviously couldn't agree to both, so a direct refusal and sharing his aspirations seemed best. These were esteemed seniors who wouldn't press him. They were taken aback by Dorian's outright refusal, but they showed admiration. They knew Dorian was a warrior, and his courage in refusing them was commendable. They believed Dorian would achieve great things. As for becoming a disciple, it's fine. I will not force anyone. However, I hope you can find time to write more poetry to revitalize our literary community, Arwen said seriously, gazing at Dorian with sternness. Dorian nodded, inwardly muttering, "I have 300 Tang poems and song lyrics. Should I recite them all?" Of course, Dorian dared not say this aloud, only musing about it privately. If he did, he might find himself bound by Cody the next day. Seeing Arwen back down, Yoel naturally didn't persist. Chapter 191. Victory. However, Yoel added a sentence, looking at Dorian and said, "If you want to learn these things, you can always seek out this grand tutor. This grand tutor is still very eager to see your talent." Yoel looked earnestly at Dorian. He was sincere about this. Someone who could write such poetry definitely possessed the ability to govern a country. In Yoel's view, Arwen had this capability as well. If Arwen were willing to re-enter the political arena, the position of prime minister would certainly be up for grabs. However, Arwen didn't care about these matters at all. He only wanted to revitalize the poetry scene. Cody watched Dorian easily resolve everything and smiled, saying, "Truly worthy of being from our great Xia dynasty. You have courage." "Thank you, your majesty," Dorian replied with an expression of honored surprise, his gaze fixed on Cody. Ha 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 ha. Cody was delighted, and then turned to Angel. "Birdieling, do you acknowledge defeat in this poem contest?" Angel nodded slightly and said, "I admit my loss. This poem surpasses mine by far. When the time comes, I hope to learn from Jaren Eben. Please don't hesitate to guide me." Hearing this, Dorian felt somewhat bitter. How could he possibly instruct Angel? Nevertheless, he nodded slightly in response. Soon, the Minister of Personnel announced Dorian's victory and also declared the triumph of the great Xia dynasty. Everyone cheered. They had won. Many citizens discussed this joyfully. After all, when Angel's brilliant poem appeared, they thought they would lose. Who would have thought that Dorian would pen another timeless masterpiece, indeed proving himself extraordinary? "I knew Prince Consort Eben would make it." "You should talk. Earlier, you doubted him a lot." Someone nearby pointed this out, making his face turn somewhat awkward. However, more people praised Dorian, elevating his reputation even higher. Buddy watched jealously but didn't leave since the next thing was Cody's rewards, which he must attend. Soon, Cody slowly began. "Lords, do you know my heart's desire?" Everyone listened to Cody, their expressions puzzled, unsure what he was about to do. Those familiar with Cody became serious. They knew he was about to reveal his true intentions, which was the real significant matter. No one spoke. Everyone waited. Soon, Cody's gaze turned to Sydney, and he slowly asked, "Prime Minister Zwa, what do you think my heart's desire is?" "It's here," everyone thought, becoming serious as they watched Cody and Sydney, eager to know Cody's true desires. Ned's wish is to sweep across the 6 directions, unite the continent, and restore the glory of the great Xia dynasty. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces tightened. These were serious words, and a critical matter. After all, this wasn't something to be said lightly. They realized that this time, Cody's intention wasn't just aiding the great Karen dynasty but had other purposes. They saw Cody's ambition coming to light. This was truly the most important point, the part that made everyone excited. "Correct, Prime Minister Zwa speaks the truth. What I desire is to restore the glory of our great Xia. For 3 years, we've restored peace and prosperity in the great Xia, but it's not enough. To the south, the Irwin frequently invade our territory, which is intolerable." Cody spoke solemnly, his eyes stern. "The other great kingdoms eye us greedily, and to the north are nomadic tribes. These are threats to the great Xia, especially the Irwin, who continuously invade our borders, never learning their lesson. We cannot tolerate this. Now, the great Karen dynasty has been invaded by the Irwin and formed an alliance with us while seeking aid. As a nation of propriety, we naturally should help the great Karen resist the Irwin." Everyone understood Cody's plan to use this opportunity to thoroughly defeat the Irwin. Helping the great Karen dynasty didn't require such extensive preparation. Sure enough, Cody continued shortly after. "But, the Irwin repeat their offenses, invading us repeatedly, causing suffering to the border citizens. We cannot sit idly by. So, the best way to keep them in line is to subdue them, making them too afraid to continue such actions. I have decided to launch a military campaign against the Irwin, assisting the great Karen dynasty in resisting the Irwin and striking into their territories to show them that the borders of the great Xia will not be violated." Everyone heard Cody's determination and decisiveness. This time, the great Xia was really going to take military action against the Irwin. This time, without thoroughly subduing the Irwin so they wouldn't dare invade the great Xia again, Cody wouldn't stop. This was his resolve and the great Xia's resolve. At least no one now opposed this. They all agreed. After all, the great Xia now had the confidence for this move, and a campaign against the Irwin was quite reasonable. Even the great Zhou and great Qian couldn't say much. However, how did Cody plan to execute this? The current military commander of the great Xia was Joab, but this situation involved 2 battlefronts. How would Cody arrange it? Everyone eagerly awaited the answer. Many generals were raring to participate in the war, as this was a good chance to build military merit. They certainly wouldn't miss it. Yankos needed wars to advance. It was different from civil officials. Thus, this was their opportunity, which they must seize. Soon, Cody slowly announced, "Now, I will declare the rewards for those who contributed and announced the military expedition." Everyone's expressions became serious. Indeed, Cody was prepared. Soon, Cody started distributing rewards to those who participated in the 3-day competition. Though the rewards weren't plentiful, it showed his seriousness. Next, it was his own and Ali's turns for rewards. But Dorian was clear about one thing. ####Chapter 192, Virgilin Jet Commander. It was entirely normal that Ali would not receive too many rewards or promotions. Cody had to balance various interests. Sure enough, when it was Ali's turn, the rewards were generous, but there was no promotion, which was also expected. However, Dorian was quite excited as his turn approached. According to the Emperor's intentions, he would definitely be given a position, but Dorian did not know exactly what it would be. He wondered what Cody would appoint him as, and this anticipation grew by the moment. Ali naturally had no expectations. He understood his current situation well, and knew he wouldn't receive excessive rewards. To him, this was perfectly normal. Sydney and Cannon were indifferent as they understood the Emperor's thoughts. Yet, they also watched closely to see how Cody would reward Dorian. Many people became attentive because Dorian's turn was approaching. Everyone was eager to see what position Cody, who held Dorian in high regard, would give him. Currently, Joab was the Grand Marshal, and Natalie held the rank of Champion Yanko, 3rd class. So what about Dorian? Becoming a general was out of the question. At most, he could become a commander. Promoting directly to a general would disappoint many military officers since promotions in the army were based on military achievements. Dorian might be capable and skilled at poetry, but without military accomplishments, he couldn't rise through the ranks easily. The military officers were serious about this. Thus, becoming a commander was reasonable for Dorian, but not a general. Otherwise, everyone would object. Dorian, step forward and listen to your appointment. I am here, Your Majesty. Dorian responded respectfully, looking toward Cody. Cody smiled gently but did not hurry. Instead, he asked, Prime Minister Zwa, what do you think we should bestow upon our young talent? Everyone sensed that Dorian's position would not be low, given the seriousness with which Cody was treating this. I believe we can appoint him as Emiao Commander, Sydney said seriously, his eyes fixed on Cody. The crowd was shocked. Emiao Commander, a 7th-rank position, was indeed high, especially under the Great Xia Dynasty's system, where such an officer would be considered commendable. But Dorian lacked any military accomplishments, so it might be hard to win the approval of others. Your Majesty, this is not advisable, someone objected, unsurprisingly Abdur, who always sought to thwart Dorian's progress. It made sense, as this guy wouldn't want Dorian to have it easy. All saw that Cody valued Dorian highly, and thus the reward would be significant. Under such circumstances, Abdur opposing seemed intentionally disruptive. Still, considering Abdur's nature, his objection wasn't unexpected. Why not? Grayson, what are your thoughts? Cody asked, acknowledging Abdur's public objection. I believe, though Dorian is talented, our Great Xia army values military accomplishments. Although Dorian will surely earn merits in the future, awarding him the rank of Emiao Commander immediately may seem premature. I worry that Dorian might grow arrogant, causing discontent among other soldiers. Therefore, I believe the Emiao Commander position is not suitable. Augustine listening to this, the crowd acknowledged Abdur's shrewdness. His words were irrefutable within their logic. Without military accomplishments, Dorian lacked the reputation among the troops, making resistance inevitable. Stability in the army was paramount, and Abdur's suggestion seemed to counteract Cody's plan effectively. Cody would likely insist on the appointment, leading to a prolonged debate. Just as everyone prepared for arguments, Cody chuckled and announced, then let Dorian be appointed as Vigilangi Commander. This position suits him perfectly. Thereafter, Vigilangi Commander Dorian will only take orders from Grand Marshal Joab and Champion Yanko Natalie. Upon hearing this, the crowd was stunned by Cody's decisiveness, leaving no room for rebuttal. Even Abdur couldn't argue further. Indeed, Vigilangi Commander was an excellent choice. Cody had anticipated objections, hence selecting this position. Abdur looked at Sydney, who smiled lightly, confirming Cody's clever maneuver. With this appointment, Dorian needed to follow only Joab and Natalie's commands, giving him considerable freedom and fostering opportunities for military achievements. Ultimately, Cody aimed to ensure Dorian's growth and development while preserving his safety. Though Dorian's safety remained a serious concern, Cody's arrangement indicated deep thought, aiming to nurture Dorian into a capable leader, rather than letting him slowly advance under others who might not give him similar opportunities. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but marvel. By doing so, Cody was paving Dorian's path forward with no chance for opposition. Your subject thanks Your Majesty, Dorian respectfully accepted the appointment. You don't need to be so formal, Cody smiled. With this, the reward ceremony concluded. Following additional rewards, Cody declared the competition over. However, matters weren't over for Cody and the officials. They rushed back to the Hall of Containing Heaven to address supporting Dachin and dealing with the Irwin. Chapter 193, Arranging for Angel. Thus, they would certainly need to propose some plans and schemes, as well as decide on the personnel for the expedition. All these matters needed to be decided as soon as possible. After all, these were extremely important and could not afford any issues. However, before that, Cody had some arrangements in mind. His gaze then shifted towards Angel. Now, as they discussed aiding the Great Karen dynasty, it was natural for Angel to be present. Everyone's attention was drawn to her, realizing that this enfeoffment wasn't over. Cody intended to involve Angel in the court. This point had already been noticed by many, and Angel indeed possessed excellent capabilities, making her well suited for officialdom. Given the right opportunities, her achievements wouldn't be any less impressive. Although she was a Gigi, many had acknowledged her talent. However, there would undoubtedly be objections. It remained to be seen how Cody planned to handle this. Forcing the issue would easily lead to conflict and contradictions, which was something Cody had to consider. Moreover, there wasn't an appropriate position for Angel within the court, presenting the biggest problem. Birdieling, are you willing to join me in assisting with state affairs? Cody's words sent everyone into shock. No one expected this decision from him. After all, this wasn't just about appreciating Angel but truly involving her in the core of power within the Great Xia. Handling state affairs in the imperial study was an honor even Sydney didn't have, giving her a semblance of a crown prince's role. Under these circumstances, there were naturally many who disagreed. They did not wish to see this happen. Many princes hadn't received such treatment. If Angel did, it would seem inappropriate. Thus, someone immediately raised objections. Your Majesty, absolutely not. There has never been a precedent for women participating in state affairs. Absolutely not. The first to speak out was the influential Yoel. For him, he would not agree to this. However, Cody obviously wasn't going to compromise. I have always valued ability. Anyone with talent will be heavily relied upon by me. Despite being a Gigi, Bertieling's insights on many matters do not fall short of others. Why can't she assist me in alleviating my worries? Cody said coldly, knowing how difficult this matter was, but he still insisted on his decision. Seeing Cody's serious demeanor, many realized opposing this would be quite challenging. Changing what Cody had decided was extremely difficult. But, after all, she is an outsider, not Your Majesty's biological daughter, Yoel continued. If Your Majesty needs someone to share your concerns, these princes would also be suitable candidates. Yoel posed the biggest obstacle to Cody. If he agreed, others might follow suit. But for Yoel, it wasn't easy to agree. Upon hearing this, many thought it made sense. The princes could also alleviate Cody's burdens. If Cody felt pressured, he could employ the princes, testing them in the process. Why let an outsider, despite Angel's abilities and being his adoptive daughter, take this role? She was ultimately just an adoptive daughter, not his biological child. No one knew if Angel might have other intentions, leading to caution. This was understandable, and Angel understood her situation clearly. While she wanted to showcase her talents, she wouldn't rush or jeopardize relationships over this. After much debate, Cody refused to back down, highly valuing Angel and considering her a very useful talent. Her involvement in the Imperial study would make things easier for him. However, Yoel strongly opposed it, and both sides were at an impasse. Augustin Uemo and others remained silent. It wasn't their place to interject. Dorian listened quietly from the side, observing everything. This was his first time in the Han Yuan Palace, witnessing court affairs for the first time, piquing his curiosity. Dorian also understood he had no say in current court matters, standing far back. He spotted Ali here as well, who gave him a congratulatory smile. Ali felt gratified seeing Dorian receive an official position. Both were new to court and dared not act rashly, only exchanging a glance. Why is your majesty so determined to use an outsider? Your majesty has several outstanding princes who can alleviate your concerns, Yoel said coldly, his attitude firm. As the imperial tutor, he had the courage to speak thus. Even if Cody was enraged, he couldn't easily reprimand Yoel. The reason he didn't use those princes was because he didn't want them to get involved in state affairs too early, given their selfish motives. Angel, however, had no ties in the Great Xia, wanting only to do her best. This way, she could establish herself. Cody didn't worry about her having ulterior motives. Unlike the princes vying for the crown prince position, letting them into state affairs now would give them too much opportunity. What if they did something wrong? How would Cody handle it? This was why Cody hesitated. Yoel also refused to budge, creating a standoff. At this moment, the Michael slowly stepped forward, looking at Cody respectfully. Father, I am also willing to help alleviate your concerns. The Michael felt he should voice his support and commitment. Chapter 194, Nolan speaks. However, such behavior only further irritated Aiden. After all, Aiden did not wish for them to get involved in government affairs too soon. They still had much to learn, and getting involved too early would only make them more addicted to power. Many people frowned at the words of the first prince, feeling that his highness was a little too eager. In fact, under these circumstances, the princes should absolutely not have spoken out. After all, during such times, what Aiden disliked most was princes participating in matters like this. Look, the other princes were all very smart, showing no signs of expression. They were well aware that they absolutely shouldn't speak up. However, it was clear that the Michael was a bit too anxious. Supporters of the Michael showed thoughtful expressions, trying to figure out how to help his highness change the situation. Otherwise, Aiden would be very dissatisfied with him. This was certainly not what they wanted to see because if the Michael lost his chance, their support and investment would amount to nothing. Aaron looked at his elder brother with a faint smile. Speaking out at this moment, wasn't he just asking for trouble from their father? Under these circumstances, Aaron knew very clearly what he should and should not do. His elder brother was indeed too impatient, but it was also quite normal. The Michael's current situation was not ideal. He was far from outstanding, and now faced threats from Aaron, Ebonu, and Angel, which made him extremely anxious. Thus, he sought to showcase himself and demonstrate his abilities. There was nothing wrong with his intentions, but he was too eager and chose the wrong time to speak. Since that's the case, why don't I just hand over this position to you directly? Said Aiden coldly, looking at his eldest son. Seeing him, there was some disappointment in Aiden's eyes. He truly did not want to see his son acting so foolishly. At such a moment, everyone remained silent. Why did he think he could speak up? This left Aiden helpless, hence his attitude turned colder. Hearing this, the Michael's face changed drastically as he sensed his father's different emotions. Father, this is not what I meant. I only wish to help you alleviate your worries, father. The Michael hurriedly explained, though inwardly he had some grievances. As the Michael, he felt his father rarely cared for him. Even when matters arose, Aiden always asked Aaron to handle them. This already made the Michael somewhat unsatisfied. After all, he was the legitimate son and the primary heir. So why had the rights of the legitimate son been stripped by his father in this generation? The Michael found it hard to accept and understand, which caused him great anxiety. Everyone wanted the throne. However, he didn't realize that these actions only worsened Aiden's perception of him. The saying Anderson's family is heartless held true because only by being so could one be a true emperor. Therefore, knowing what to do and what not to do was crucial. Clearly, the present Michael had forgotten this point, focusing only on the throne. If you can't speak properly, then remain silent, Aiden snorted, then turned to look at Yoel. Aaron shook his head slightly. When their father clashed with ministers, the best choice for the princes was to observe rather than draw attention to themselves. Grand Tutor Augustine, this is not a discussion this time, Aiden firmly told Yoel. Today, no one could stop his decision. Is your majesty truly going to insist? Yoel asked, his expression sour since he was very unhappy with Aiden ignoring his advice. I've already said that I greatly appreciate Edie's talents, which can genuinely benefit our dynasty. Why must you continue obstructing? Aiden spoke coldly while staring at Yoel. It is a fundamental rule that women do not interfere in state affairs. Even Princess Kirsty, despite her military achievements, did not involve herself in politics. Seeing an argument about to ensue, Nolan quickly interjected, Your Majesty, Grand Tutor, please calm down. Augustine listening to Nolan's voice, Aiden slowly spoke, Chancellor Nolan, explain to the Grand Tutor, I am tired. Finishing, Aiden looked away, no longer facing Yoel. Yoel snorted, Nolan, if you're trying to persuade me for Kale, it's unnecessary. I will never agree to a Gigi entering the imperial study and interfering in state affairs, especially an outsider. Upon hearing this, Angel felt a bit hurt inside, but she thought Yoel's statement made sense. Therefore, she remained quiet, waiting patiently. She was wise enough to know that speaking up would only increase dissatisfaction. Why such haste, Grand Tutor? Isn't appointing talent something you've always advocated? Edie's capabilities are indeed exceptional. Why not give her a chance? Nolan said with a gentle smile, looking at Yoel. For Nolan, the task at hand was straightforward. He needed to convince Yoel to agree. Since Aiden was set on doing this, any opposition would only irritate him further. Moreover, Angel truly had the capability. Nolan believed she deserved a stage to showcase herself. Given that the old Daoyao dynasty was once managed impeccably by Angel, causing significant concerns, it was clear she possessed remarkable abilities, a fact worth acknowledging. Besides, Nolan believed there was nothing wrong with Gigi serving as long as she was capable, and he was always one who valued talent highly. Hearing Nolan's reasoning, Yoel became more serious. Looking at Angel, he began to hesitate internally. Chapter 195, Compromise. Although he had consistently opposed the matter, he could not deny that Angel was indeed highly capable. Setting aside her gender and her origins from the Great Karen dynasty, Angel undeniably possessed remarkable talent and governance. This was a point Yoel also acknowledged. Yet, deep down, he still found it hard to accept such a situation. Realizing this, Yoel became serious. At that moment, Arwinzi spoke up. Yoel, you've always claimed to value talent. Why are you so resistant to Edie? I see your talk about valuing talent is just lip service. Those outdated notions in your head have never changed, Arwinzi added dismissively. Hearing this, Yoel's face changed as he stared at Arwinzi. Arwinzi, what do you mean by that? Don't slander me unfairly. What do I mean? Grand Tutor Augustine, you've always spoken of valuing talent without being constrained by superficialities. But look at what you're doing now for our great Abang. Arwinzi looked disdainfully at Yoel, thoroughly disapproving of his behavior. After all, Yoel had always talked about valuing talent but was now resisting it. Arwinzi admired Angel and wanted to speak up for her to change this outcome. Indeed, if someone like Angel could help the Great Xia dynasty, it would be very beneficial. Of course, Arwinzi also wanted to target Yoel. After years of opposition, it was time for some retribution. She is, after all, an outsider, Yoel said gravely. He could not deny Angel's talents, having seen them firsthand. How is she an outsider? She is our Great Xia's Edie. I think you're becoming senile. Do you not know why this young lady came to our Great Xia? You really seem to be regressing, Arwinzi said indifferently. Yoel paused, realizing something. He knew well that Angel could never return to the Great Karen dynasty. In the future, she would inevitably be part of the Great Xia dynasty. Therefore, she could not act against the interests of the Great Xia. Besides, with Kale and Chancellor Zhua here, what can she possibly do? Hearing this, Yoel fell silent again, shaking his head slightly, signaling his unwillingness to interfere further. Many thanks to Grand Tutor Augustine for your understanding. I am deeply grateful, Angel said with a smile, showing no resentment despite Yoel's previous stance. Seeing Angel's sincere expression, Yoel felt a touch of regret, perhaps acknowledging his mistake. Watching this, Cody breathed a sigh of relief. He did not want to argue with Yoel, given their mentor-mentee relationship. It could easily be misconstrued as disrespecting elders. That's settled then. Let's proceed as I've outlined. Cody added nothing more, knowing Angel needed to prove herself first. Dorian also smiled, genuinely happy for Angel. Having witnessed her struggles, he wanted her to achieve her goals. As for whether Angel would harm the Great Xia dynasty, Dorian did not believe she would. Now, everyone discuss how we should deal with the Irwin and support the Great Karen dynasty, Cody continued, addressing the most pressing issues. Many suggestions were made, and several generals volunteered. While they knew the main efforts would still be led by Joab, they hoped to gain military merit by joining the expedition. Cody finally addressed Joab. Mac, step forward. Your subject is present, Joab replied earnestly. I appoint you as the supreme commander of the southern campaign, leading 200,000 troops to the border, ready to attack the Irwin. Your subject understands, Joab nodded respectfully. Cody then appointed several other generals to follow Joab, all smiling at the prospect of earning military credit. Kirsty, Cody turned to Natalie seriously. Your subject is present. I appoint you to lead 100,000 troops into the Great Karen territory to aid them against the Irwin and advance into Nanzhao from their borders. Your subject obeys, Natalie replied calmly. Cody appointed a few others to follow Natalie, ensuring harmony among the troops. Finally, Cody looked at Dorian. Dorian, your subject is present. Do you plan to join either side? This question stunned Dorian and everyone else. Cody clearly valued Dorian differently, even letting him choose. Dorian hesitated, unsure of this unexpected gesture. He thought Cody would assign him directly. Chapter 196, Instructions. However, on one side was his wife, and on the other side was his father-in-law. Dorian also knew how to choose directly. I choose to follow Yanko champion Natalie. Upon hearing this, Cody revealed a smile and nodded approvingly. Although going to aid Daqiao would be somewhat easier, it was also quite dangerous because Daqiao bordered the more central regions of the Irwin. They wouldn't find it easy to penetrate there, and for Natalie's team, this would also be a test. Dorian's choice to follow Natalie was somewhat unexpected. Cody curiously asked, "Can you tell me the reason?" "Your Majesty, I must protect my wife." Hearing this, Cody was taken aback, then burst out laughing. Good, very good. The other generals also smiled, admiring Dorian greatly. They could tell he was a promising talent. Although he wasn't currently Natalie's match, he would certainly not be lacking in the future. His straightforward character and decisive decision-making were highly appreciated by them. This Dorian was indeed quite impressive. All right, it's settled then. Prepare for 1 month, and then we'll set off with the army. Cody swept his gaze over them sternly. Naturally, there were many things to prepare in this month. Thus, Cody closely monitored them, warning some individuals not to make any moves behind the scenes or else he wouldn't hold back. Yes. Everyone nodded, clearly understanding the importance of this matter and knowing how to proceed. Dismissed. After a while, in the Imperial study, Cody looked at Angel with a smile. In the future, the Great Xia dynasty will be your stage to showcase your talents. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one will harm you. Cody spoke earnestly, making a promise to Angel. After all, she had made many enemies because of this matter. This was not good for Angel, but there was nothing that could be done now. After making the decision, protecting her was essential. Thank you, Your Majesty, Angel respectfully replied, knowing that without Cody's support, she would be struggling every step of the way. Just call me father. After this, build good relations with Dorian and others. With them, once the Raphael mansion issue is resolved, no one will dare target you. Cody spoke slowly, genuinely liking Angel as an adoptive daughter, so he spared no effort in supporting her. He also instructed Angel to cultivate ties with Dorian and others because the court's future belonged to Jethraguel Mansion and Sydney. As for Abdur and company, Cody intended to eliminate them. Angel nodded and said, Your Majesty, the Raphael Mansion may pose quite a bit of trouble. Naturally, Abdur won't make it easy for me, but I have time to play with him. Of course, the most important thing right now is preparing for the expedition. We'll discuss the rest later. Cody spoke calmly, having preparations in place for Abdur. In reality, the Great Xia dynasty didn't just have 300,000 troops. According to its structure, even a million-strong army wouldn't be exaggerated. But with 100,000 imperial guards defending the capital and 300,000 troops stationed throughout the empire, another 300,000 needed to guard the borders. Thus, only these 300,000 troops could be mobilized directly. Of course, the Great Xia had other hidden strengths but wouldn't reveal everything at once. To deal with the Irwin, it wasn't just about these forces. Joab would reach the border and consolidate another 150,000 troops, leading a total of 350,000 against the barbarian tribes. On the Dachau front, another 150,000 would join Natalie's force, totaling 600,000, the main force against the Irwin. Good. Angel nodded. It was reassuring to know that Cody was prepared. She suspected Abdur might rebel, which would be significant if true. If Abdur did rebel, they would need to be even more cautious. Oh, Birdieling, do you know the Heaven and Earth Society organization? Cody suddenly thought of something, looking at Angel. The Jorge organization? Angel had some knowledge of it, looking at Cody. Exactly. Be wary of them. Unexpectedly, there's already a contract on you within the Heaven and Earth Society. Cody spoke seriously, looking at Angel with concern. With the protection arranged by Father and Ed and the others, safety is fairly assured. I will also take care. That's good. Cody nodded, deciding to assign more people to protect Angel. Absolutely no harm must come to her. Soon, Angel helped Cody with official matters. Seeing how efficiently she handled them, Cody smiled, pleased with his choice. With her assistance, he could finally have some respite. Before long, at Jethraguel Mansion, Joab, Dorian, Natalie, and Connie sat together discussing something. Connie sighed, looking at the three. In the blink of an eye, you are all heading to war. Naturally, Connie was worried. Previously, it was 2 of them, now it was 3, causing her considerable anxiety. After all, this was war, not a leisurely excursion. Any of them could be harmed, which naturally caused her concern. Natalie, don't worry. We will return unharmed. Natalie smiled, looking at Connie. For her, there was no fear. Connie nodded and turned to Dorian, saying, Dorian, take good care of Kirsty. Once on the battlefield, she can get a bit carried away. You must hold her back. Don't worry, Natalie-in-law. I'll protect Kirsty. Dorian smiled, though realistically, it might be Natalie protecting him since his strength couldn't match hers. Understood. Connie nodded, still feeling anxious inside. Joab then looked at Natalie, saying, This time, you're leading the troops yourself, different from when I'm by your side. Whatever you do, be careful and serious. Do not be careless, understood? Hashtag chapter 197. Angel's invitation. Joab advised carefully. Although Natalie had been on military campaigns before, she was always with him. This time, as Natalie would be going alone, Joab was quite worried. Don't worry, father. I know my limits. Natalie smiled slightly, assuring her father that everything was fine. Yes, listen to everyone's advice. Most importantly, discuss things with Dorian. He is very smart and will be able to assist you a great deal this time. All right. Natalie nodded lightly, showing she understood. Joab looked at Natalie with a faint sigh. His daughter had indeed grown up. Now it was time to witness her growth. All right, I'll go prepare some things. Then, Joab turned to Dorian, saying, Dorian, the armor for you is being prepared. On the battlefield, do not be careless. I understand, father-in-law. Dorian nodded, assuring he understood. He could feel Joab's and Connie's concern, which warmed his heart. All right, everyone should go and make preparations. After Connie and Joab left, Natalie looked at Dorian and asked, Are you nervous? Dorian nodded slightly. There was no need to lie. Although he had trained intensely and had good strength, this was his first major battle. It was normal for Joab to feel nervous. This is your first campaign. I can't help you much, and you'll have to overcome this feeling yourself. Our mission is heavy, so you must get past this quickly. Natalie spoke seriously. Their task was not simple but rather complex and challenging. Thinking about this, Natalie realized she needed to remind Dorian. Dorian nodded, showing he understood. He never underestimated any war. After all, in war, uncertainty was most common. Even Natalie couldn't guarantee there would be no problems. Thus, Dorian knew what he should do. Good, we have a month to prepare. You should take your time preparing and improve your strength. All right. Dorian nodded, agreeing. Just then, an invitation arrived, which they opened to find out who it was from. Edie's invitation to visit her and express gratitude. Dorian spoke slowly, looking at Natalie for her thoughts. It seems she can't wait any longer. Natalie smiled faintly. She wasn't surprised by Angel's invitation. After all, they knew Buddy had visited Angel previously. Angel clearly chose Cody, thus rejecting Buddy. Given this situation, Angel would naturally try to ally with them. This was her best choice. Otherwise, things would be difficult for her. Do we go? Dorian asked, looking at Natalie. We should. This alliance is important to us. Also, we can learn much about the great Karen dynasty from Angel. Natalie spoke earnestly, having made her decision. All right. Dorian nodded, indicating no objections. Dorian gave a response to the messenger from Angel. We also need to prepare some gifts. We shouldn't go empty-handed. Natalie was clear about this and immediately began preparing. Dorian chuckled helplessly. These matters did not require his attention. Soon, the guard returned to inform Angel of their acceptance. Hearing this, Angel smiled faintly. Knowing Dorian and company wouldn't refuse, she could now showcase herself. Ed added, this way, we gain an ally. Ed clearly valued this ally. Angel had said Joab and Natalie were leading the campaign. There was no need to elaborate on Dorian's importance since Cody valued him greatly. Therefore, such allies were the most suitable. But your highness, will Dorian agree? Our current situation isn't ideal. Ed asked, looking at Angel. Though things seemed good on the surface, Angel had offended many people, including several princes. The Duke of Jethrog's mansion was a crucial faction under Cody's favor. Whether they would connect with him remained a question. No problem, rest assured. Angel smiled, serious. There was no issue. Dorian's agreement implied an alliance. Moreover, Angel was quite helpful to Dorian and company. Prepare well tomorrow. They are our most honored guests, and we must not appear negligent. Understood. Ed nodded and promptly made preparations. Cody knew they needed connections with the Duke of Jethrog to establish themselves. Without this connection, they would likely face trouble soon. Though Angel was safe in the Imperial study with Cody, others might not be. Caution was essential. Watching Ed leave, Angel smiled softly, gazing into the distance. She murmured, please come back safely from this campaign. That night during dinner, Dorian informed Joab of the invitation. Though they could decide independently, Dorian respected Joab's opinions. Go see Edie. She knows the situation in Great Karen well. And when you go to the Great Karen dynasty, display the majesty of our great nation. Keep this in mind. Joab reiterated, looking at Dorian and Natalie. Understood, father. Both nodded, affirming their understanding. Chapter 198. Thoughts. Good. There's no need to say anything else. Edie certainly only wants to win us over, but we also need to show our proper attitude. Joab said with a smile, his gaze fixed on the two of them. Moreover, Buddy's attempt to win over Edie ended in complete failure. He returned utterly dejected. In such a situation, it's clear how resolute Edie is. Since she can be so determined, we must naturally demonstrate the same resolve. Agreed. Dorian and Natalie nodded, also somewhat surprised. Buddy had already approached Angel? This was indeed unexpected. Seeing their confusion, Joab explained further. Augustine listening to Joab's explanation, they were thoroughly astonished. They hadn't anticipated that Angel could be so resolute. Making such a choice would undoubtedly be very stressful for Angel. After all, this was Raphael Mansion, representing that Angel had utterly alienated herself from the mansion. For her, this would be extremely uncomfortable. Despite not being favored by Cody, Raphael Mansion was still a duke's residence. Before its fall, it still posed a significant threat to Angel. Under these circumstances, they knew what they should do. Alright, prepare well. The expedition a month from now is most important. The Irwin are fierce, so you must be fiercer than them on the battlefield. Joab reminded Dorian again, still not entirely confident since this was his first time on the battlefield, and problems might arise. However, Dorian was intelligent and could listen to reason, so there shouldn't be too many issues. Thinking about this, Joab felt more at ease, especially with Natalie around. Things should be manageable. Natalie had experienced war before and could offer Dorian much-needed guidance. As they left, Natalie looked at Dorian and said, you just need to adapt once on the battlefield, and then there won't be any problems. Remember, the battlefield isn't a place for humility or compassion. You must deal with these two issues properly. Natalie spoke earnestly, with an unusually serious expression. Apart from everything else, Dorian's excessive humility and compassion were indeed great flaws on the battlefield. Hence, Natalie emphasized this point, reminding Dorian specifically. I understand. Dorian wouldn't take the battlefield lightly. He knew exactly what he should and shouldn't do. After all, one mistake there could cost him his life. Dorian wouldn't play with his own life. Alright, get some rest early. Tomorrow, we'll visit Edie. Agreed. Meanwhile, in Raphael Mansion, Buddy silently stared at his father. The situation has become serious. Kale values Dorian so much, bestowing such rewards. Abdur sighed. He hadn't expected Dorian to join Natalie to support Dakian. This meant Dorian could establish greater military merit, making it even harder to deal with him upon return. In this situation, Abdur felt increasingly anxious. Jethraguel Mansion was slowly growing stronger, while Raphael Mansion was beginning to decline. Ned's repeated actions targeted Abdur directly, causing him immense distress. What happens next is crucial. We cannot sit idly by. Abdur spoke calmly, looking at his son Buddy. What do we do, father? Buddy's eyes glinted with determination. They must take this matter seriously. If handled well, everyone wins. If not, it could be disastrous. First, we lack allies. We need to seek support from Dajo or Dakian. Abdur looked into the distance. Buddy was startled. He knew that reaching out to these sides already implied rebellion. Although he always knew his father had such thoughts, his father wouldn't easily mention such things. Saying it out loud was perilous. If heard, it could be fatal. So, Abdur never talked openly about this. Now, clearly, they had no other choice. But, they may not help us. Buddy looked seriously at his father. Even if Dajo and Dakian wanted to challenge the Great Xia, finding them wasn't guaranteed success. Their Raphael Mansion wasn't weak, but rebellion was something even Dajo and Dakian might hesitate to support. Everyone knew the profound roots of the Xia family. It wasn't easy to overthrow them. After all, even if Dajo and Dakian wanted to assist, their strength couldn't easily penetrate the Great Xia. Rebellion wasn't a task for a few individuals. So, Buddy didn't see much possibility. Hearing his son's words, Abdur smiled faintly. Don't worry. Since I've decided, I have confidence. There won't be any problems. However, the pressure on you will be great, but I'm fully prepared. This made Buddy puzzled. Was there something Abdur hadn't told him? Remember, always keep a trump card. With enough cards, you gain the courage to face anything. Abdur spoke confidently. So, I'll follow your arrangements, father. Although confused, Buddy nodded, following his father's lead. Just then, a voice came from the door. Duke, there's something to report. Speak. Abdur remained calm without inviting the person inside. Angel invited Dorian and Natalie to her side. They have likely accepted. Hearing this, Buddy's face darkened. Angel truly showed no consideration for them. Everyone knew Buddy had visited Angel's residence the day before. What he did there was common knowledge. Chapter 199. Secret Plot. Wida Bingfu left the Edie's residence in a very disgraced state, something everyone was aware of. Knowing that Wida Bingfu had been turned down by Angel, it was all too clear when she invited Dorian and Natalie just a day later. Thinking about the ridicule from others made Wida Bingfu even angrier. Understood. You may leave, said Abdur indifferently. Once the person at the door departed, Abdur looked at Wida Bingfu. Are you angry? Father, Angel completely disregarded us. Not only did she refuse me but also invited Dorian and the others right after. This really embarrasses our Raphael Duke manner, Wida Bingfu expressed sincerely. Had Angel invited them later, his anger wouldn't have been as severe, but this was happening too quickly, making him an obvious target for mockery. Reflecting deeper, he felt helpless. Clearly, Angel wasn't giving them any face. So what? Great achievers don't fuss over trifles. What you need to do is seriously consider what their alliance signifies, said Abdur, looking at Wida Bingfu with disappointment. Nevertheless, he still patiently guided his son, trying to educate him. Augustine listening to his father's words, Wida Bingfu appeared puzzled, staring at Abdur. Aren't they just allying with the Mac Manor? But indeed, Kale holds Angel in high regard, which isn't good for us. Slowly speaking, Wida Bingfu didn't find anything particularly wrong. They were prepared for this. How could the situation change? Abdur sighed, saying, Angel represents Dajiao. She understands Dajiao's current situation best, especially regarding the Dajiao front lines. She will then provide crucial information to Dorian and Natalie, ensuring their success goes smoothly. Still not understanding, Wida Bingfu responded, even without such intelligence, they won't struggle much against the Irwin, and Kale intends for them to grow stronger. Other generals weren't given significant roles this time. Wida Bingfu didn't see it as a problem. Although Angel could provide intelligence, Dorian and Natalie could still succeed without her information. Besides, even if Angel didn't offer it, Dajiao would reveal it for victory. Looking at Wida Bingfu with disdain, Abdur said, you still don't understand. We need time. The later Natalie returns, the better for us. If they return too soon, it will bring us more trouble. Wida Bingfu suddenly understood, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't grasped something so simple, leaving him at a loss. Abdur looked at Wida Bingfu and continued, you're viewing things too lightly. For us, we must consider both sides. Yes, father, Wida Bingfu nodded, ashamed. If they can't come back, that would be ideal. Abdur sighed, gazing into the distance. But that wasn't easy. Unless Dezhou and Dajiao played tricks, both faced difficult situations, with northern nomadic tribes posing threats. More importantly, they couldn't unite against Daya. Their mutual enmity outweighed everything. None dared make the first move. Doing so would invite retribution from the other side. This stalemate allowed Cody to launch his campaign, leveraging the balance to gain advantages. Tonight, the capital city of Daya would not rest quietly. Both sides were watching this military expedition closely. In Dezhou's martial residence, David studied a secret letter, lost in thought. Rescuing his younger brother was proving extremely difficult. Daya was clearly raising its demands due to Dajiao's intervention. David had anticipated this, but Dajiao's steadfastness surprised him greatly. Given this, rescuing his brother now seemed impossible. For David, his brother was absolutely vital, yet he didn't know how to proceed. Clearly, Daya intended to demand more. After some thought, David asked his confidant, what does Dajiao say now? Dajiao has already offered an unacceptable price. Even Kale finds it hard to agree, the confidant replied bitterly, knowing it would be challenging to save Burl. How does Kale feel about sacrificing the city? David asked slowly, looking at his confidant. He might accept, but others won't. The confidant shook his head. Although Anderson Hiroshi supported David, he knew Burl meant everything to him. David's concern was understandable. However, the city wasn't something Hiroshi or David alone could decide. Most crucially, exchanging the city for someone else besides David was unacceptable to others. Reflecting on this, David remained deep in thought. Dajiao definitely wants the city. It's no longer just about value but their reputation. They'll spare no expense. It looks like we can't outbid Dajiao, David sighed, understanding his next steps. Clearly, Dezhou couldn't compete with Dajiao. Should we forcefully rescue him? The confidant looked at David, dead serious, knowing how much he wanted to save Burl. But they didn't know how to act on it. No. David startled slightly, shaking his head. Although he valued Burl highly, kidnapping posed significant problems. Chapter 200. Meeting the appointment. After all, Daya knew the importance of David and had long prepared protective measures. It would be suicidal for them to proceed easily, leaving no room for any other outcome. David also cared deeply about her loyal subordinates and did not wish to see anything happen to them lightly. In this situation, she would not make such a decision easily. Besides, she could not sacrifice her other brothers just for her younger brother. David was very sentimental. But, Augustinetto Yanko The confidant paused and then continued, Commander, we are all willing voluntarily. You do not need to feel pressured. If you need us, we are absolutely willing to dedicate our lives. The confidants looked earnestly at David. Of course, they were willing to give their lives for David. To them, she was everything, their faith. There is no need. I won't do it that way. David slightly shook her head and said, I will think of other ways. If nothing works, I'll go ask those people. Hearing this, the confidants became even more anxious. You cannot bow to them. If you do, your situation will become even worse. Sometimes, choice is crucial, and we are not at the end of our rope yet. David smiled slightly and waved her hand, signaling that there was no need to talk about this anymore. No matter what, she wouldn't let her brothers take risks again. Hearing this, the confidants felt heavy-hearted, but knew they couldn't change David's decision. All right, I'll go meet Kale. The whole continent was now in turmoil, with the center being Daya's capital city. Indeed, this time Daya had attracted much attention. The next day at noon, Dorian and Natalie arrived at Edie's residence. Angel had already given instructions, so Ed was waiting at the gate. Seeing the two arrive, he immediately led them in. Along the way, Dorian noticed many martial artist presences. It was evident that Cody had sent these people to protect Angel. To Cody, Angel was crucial. There is an Earth-level martial artist. Don't probe recklessly. Natalie slowly reminded Dorian. Dorian's expression tightened, realizing how important Angel was to Cody. An Earth-level martial artist was rare in any dynasty. Directly sending one to protect Angel showed Cody's determination. However, Dorian wasn't too worried. This person wouldn't harm him, especially with Natalie by his side. Based on Dorian's speculation, Natalie should also be an Earth-level martial artist. Dorian had always been curious about Natalie's level, but Joab never mentioned it, leaving Dorian in the dark. However, seeing how easily Natalie detected the Earth-level martial artist revealed a lot. Along the way, Ed respectfully said, Princess Kirsty, Mr. Eben, thank you again for your help last time. Without you, we might not be here today. Dorian smiled slightly, replying, it's been a while since then, Yanko Ed. There's no need to worry. It was our duty. No matter what, gratitude is gratitude. We should not forget it. Ed remained stubborn, which left Dorian with no choice but to accept his thanks. Arriving at the main hall, Ed said seriously, Her Highness is inside. Please enter. All right. Entering the hall, they saw Angel in a white dress sitting there, with dishes already prepared. Only 3 sets of tableware were laid out, indicating that Angel didn't plan on inviting more people. Greetings, Princess Kirsty, Mr. Eben. Seeing them enter, Angel greeted hurriedly. Your Highness is too polite. They reciprocated. Soon, the 3 sat down, and Angel spoke earnestly. This invitation is to thank both of you for your assistance and the help from the Jethrog Kingdom Duke's mansion. Birdieling doesn't drink, so I'll offer tea as wine to express my gratitude. Your Highness needn't be so formal. This is our duty, Natalie replied calmly. They could see Angel's sincerity clearly and understood how to act accordingly. We must separate things. Although it was your duty, it was truly life-saving to me. A favor I will never forget. After the formalities, Angel added, Secondly, I want to inform you about Daqiao's current situation, especially on the battlefield. Hearing this, Dorian and Natalie focused intently. Angel was indeed sincere. They desperately needed this information, and she was providing it without hesitation. First, Daqiao has temporarily stabilized the situation, engaging in a stalemate with the Irwin. The Irwin are fierce, but they are not adept at attacking cities. They excel in direct combat. Natalie nodded. They were clear on this. The best response to the Irwin attacks was to defend the cities without emerging. As long as we avoid direct confrontation, it will be difficult for the Irwin to capture the cities. However, merely defending won't work forever. They are crazy enough to keep up relentless attacks. Moreover, over the past 2 years, they have developed their own siege weapons, making it harder to deal with them now. On Daqiao's side, most cities are easy to defend but hard to attack, so the situation remains relatively stable. But if the Irwin continue to besiege the cities, Daqiao will find it difficult to gain the upper hand. So, once you get there, you must convince them to launch a direct offensive rather than defend the cities. Angel emphasized earnestly, clearly showing her knowledge of military strategy. You must actively attack. Note, Daqiao refers to Great Karen. Some adjustments were made for clarity and readability. Chapter 201. Intelligence. The southern savages have intercepted our military supplies twice already. This situation cannot continue. If it does, even the financial strength of Dakaran would not be able to sustain it. Angel said worriedly. Indeed, the situation for Dakaran was becoming increasingly dire. They wanted to march out of the city and resist, but the generals of Dakaran were somewhat weak and incapable, while reinforcements from other areas could not reach in time, making the entire situation very complicated. This was what Angel feared most. If things continued like this, Dakaran was bound to lose. Although that city did not hold all of Dakaran's forces, it housed the main army, a total of 200,000 troops besieged by 100,000 southern savages. Angel felt quite helpless about this. But now was not the time to dwell on these matters. Since the situation had reached this point, the Great Xia Empire would also send troops. Angel needed to clarify everything so that Dorian and others could operate more conveniently. They are not in a hurry to attack the city? Dorian asked, looking at Angel. Yes. To them, they need the resources of Central Plains. So, they do not want to sacrifice too much in attacking the city. Instead, they have been burning, killing, and looting nearby villages, causing many villagers to flee or perish, Angel said solemnly, her expression grim. After all, these were their own people. Angel, who had always empathized with the common folk, did not want to see such a situation unfold. Hearing this, Dorian and Natalie's expressions also darkened. The Dakaran army might not necessarily be inferior to the southern savages, but they dared not take action. In such a state, how could they possibly be an opponent? Therefore, Dorian also felt disdain for them. 200,000 troops being besieged by 100,000 plus some scattered reinforcements. By Dorian standards, they should have been capable of launching a counterattack. A single successful operation could force the southern savages back somewhat. Though they may not leave entirely, they would at least dare not treat the surrounding civilians so recklessly. Unfortunately, the Dakaran forces had lost their courage. No wonder they were losing. Thinking of this, Dorian felt a headache, unsure of how to handle the matter. After all, the Dakaran forces were also crucial. Although Natalie's team was powerful, 10,000 troops were clearly insufficient. Under such circumstances, Dakaran must also take action. Princess, please introduce us to the generals of Dakaran. Dorian spoke earnestly, understanding what needed to be asked. The Dakaran generals were critical. They needed to find one whom they could trust to lead the troops into battle. Someone cowardly would not suffice. All right. After listening to Angel's introduction, both men fell silent. According to her, there were indeed a few generals who could fight alongside them, but they were few and unpopular. This made Dorian and Natalie feel despondent. Without finding someone willing to fight, this operation would surely face problems. Angel noticed their expressions and slowly said, "Actually, there is one person who can help. If you assist him in achieving military merit, he will become the commander-in-chief, and you can lead him into battle." Who? Dorian and Natalie both looked curious. Ouyang Abengfeng, Yanko Ouyang, currently the deputy general of the city's defenses. His experience is impeccable, and he is one of the few in Dakaran willing to initiate attacks. Natalie, upon hearing this, looked enlightened. Is he trapped in Fengxiang City as well? Natalie asked. She knew this name and recognized him as a capable general. How could Dakaran not heavily utilize Ouyang Abengfeng? Yeah, the head general is Dario Tienda. Princess Kirsty should know about him. Angel said helplessly. Why him? Natalie's expression changed, clearly having an unfavorable impression of Dario Tienda. What's wrong with this person? Dorian asked, unfamiliar with the general of another dynasty and needing more information. Well, he has no real skill, loves grand achievements, but comes from a prominent family. His sister is the current empress. But this time, he's just holding the fort without taking any action. That's not like him, Natalie explained and inquired further. He didn't want to, but after 2 failed attempts that cost 20,000 troops with little effect on the enemy, nobody wants to go out anymore. So, he has no choice but to hold his ground. Angel sighed, her expression grim. The situation truly shamed Dakaran. For Dakaran's sake, she had to inform Dorian and Natalie fully, hoping they could offer assistance. I see. If that's the case, we'll find a way to help Ouyang Abengfeng gain military merit and put him in charge, Natalie said calmly. With Ouyang Abengfeng in place, things would be simpler. Yes, but Dario Tienda is not an easy opponent. Once his position is taken, he'll surely have plans. Angel warned them seriously. Even with the Emperor's orders, this guy will still cause trouble. Hearing this, Dorian frowned. Doesn't he care about Dakaran's survival? People like him are born that way. There's not much we can do. Angel shook her head slightly. Dakaran's internal strife under these circumstances only added to their troubles. She sighed again. Dakaran is in this state. Once you secure Ouyang Abengfeng's position as commander, you must launch an offensive as soon as possible. Otherwise, internal disagreements will arise, possibly even demanding your retreat. Chapter 202, Bountiful Harvest. Angel looked helplessly at the two. Her meaning was very clear. If they were delayed, there would be changes on the Great Karen side. After all, as far as Great Karen was concerned, they only wanted to repel the Irwin. Angel had the intention of attacking the Irwin, but those people did not share her sentiment. Under such circumstances, Natalie and company had to act decisively. Although Yanko Ouyang Abengfeng is loyal, if you two explain the pros and cons clearly, Yanko Ouyang Abengfeng will definitely choose to follow you both into battle. All right. Natalie and Dorian nodded, understanding Angel's intentions, forcing Great Karen into the conflict. However, this seemed like a helpless decision. They had to do it. Moreover, since Great Karen has many water bodies, it might not suit Gratis of Great Xia. Here are 2 formulas, one for treating some contagious diseases. The other is a method for preparing food which can help alleviate symptoms of water and soil incompatibility. Angel handed over 2 pieces of paper to Dorian and Natalie. They glanced at them and were amazed by how comprehensive Angel's preparations were. Having Angel as an ally was indeed advantageous. This time, she had demonstrated her capabilities to Dorian and company. Previously, what she had shown had no appeal to Dorian and his team. It was only attractive to Cody. Thank you, Your Highness. No problem. It's what should be done. After all, it's for the benefit of Great Karen. Angel sighed and spoke slowly. Even though Great Karen treated her this way, she still thought about the country's welfare. Dorian and Natalie exchanged glances, then Natalie said slowly, rest assured. Great Xia's military expedition will certainly help Great Karen get through this crisis. Seeing Natalie's serious expression, Angel's face softened, but she was still quite worried. Great Karen's troubles were not just due to the invasion of the Irwin. More importantly, there were internal issues. Solving external problems wouldn't be much use. Therefore, Angel didn't believe this could solve Great Karen's problems. But for her part, she had already done enough, having made sufficient efforts for Great Karen. Thinking this, Angel put these thoughts aside. Regardless, with Great Xia as an ally, Great Karen would at least be safe from external threats for now. As for internal matters, they are beyond my control. Regardless, I wish both of you a safe and victorious return. Angel looked earnestly at the two, her expression sincere. Of course, thank you for your blessings, Your Highness. Natalie smiled gently. These words were indeed useful to them. After all, they most desired to return alive. After entertaining them at lunch, Angel delved into the main topic. You know why I've asked both of you here? Angel looked at Dorian and Natalie seriously. Hearing this, Natalie and Dorian exchanged glances, realizing they were entering the crux of the matter. Natalie nodded to indicate he understood. Dorian remained silent. Naturally, he couldn't make decisions for the Jethraguel mansion despite being considered family. Matters involving exceeding regulations, Dorian could not involve himself in. Therefore, it was best left to Natalie. You understand my situation isn't too good. Although Kale values me somewhat, this time, I've offended Yoel and those princes. Angel spoke sincerely, fully aware of her position. She had no choice but to take action. For her, doing otherwise would yield even fewer benefits. The princes, however, were a real headache. Many princes felt that Cody showed partiality or special favor toward Angel. Managing state affairs in the imperial study was always the prerogative of the crown prince, even though there wasn't one currently. Still, they coveted that power. Now, Cody entrusted this crucial responsibility to an outsider, making them uncomfortable. Regardless, Angel bore a princess title. Could Cody possibly plan to hand the throne to her? Though impossible, it was enough to upset them. Cody intended to motivate the prince's competitive spirit but didn't seem interested in resolving this matter, seemingly testing Angel's capabilities. Thus, Angel had to find an ally. If she found a suitable one, she could continue her efforts. Without one, she would have to hold back. Now, it came down to whether Natalie and company were willing to bear this pressure. So, I want Jethraguo Mansion to be my ally. Their character and various aspects are trustworthy. However, I cannot provide any assistance to Jethraguo Mansion now. In Great Karen, I no longer have any say. Angel spoke candidly, knowing many sought to win her over because of her ties with Great Karen, believing Great Karen valued her. Winning her over could establish connections with the royal family or bureaucracy of Great Karen. Yet, besides Cody and Sydney, no one knew the true situation. Now, Angel revealed everything to Dorian and Natalie, demonstrating great sincerity. Hearing this, Natalie and Dorian exchanged glances. Natalie had suspected some of this, but he hadn't expected Great Karen's royalty to be so decisive. It posed a huge dilemma for Angel. Apart from Cody, she was utterly isolated. Moreover, Cody was the emperor, and no one knew if his attitude might change. Such a change could plunge Angel into greater trouble. Ultimately, her fate might be sealed by a marriage alliance. Chapter 203, Alliance. After all, aside from her talents and background, Angel's beauty was enough to capture many hearts. This meant that Angel had completely lost her freedom and would not be able to continue doing what she wished to do. For Angel, this situation was nothing short of a disaster, certainly not what she wanted. Natalie understood Angel's plight well, and couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for her. If it weren't for her remarkable martial skills, the support from her father, and Dorian's appearance, Natalie herself might not have fared much better than Angel. Under such circumstances, Natalie felt compelled to offer assistance. Dorian was also surprised by Angel's predicament. He hadn't expected her to become a pawn in the Daqiao dynasty's game. Regardless, someone who had made such significant contributions should not be treated like this by the Daqiao dynasty. Seeing Angel's state, a sense of compassion stirred within him. Angel's situation reminded him of his own past. Dorian glanced at Natalie, knowing she shared similar thoughts. He smiled, understanding that Natalie would agree to help. Edie is so sincere, I naturally cannot refuse. If you don't mind, Sister Birdieling, you can call me younger sister. In the future, our Jethraguo Mansion will be your home, and we will be your backing, Natalie said earnestly, looking at Angel. Being a year younger than Angel, calling her sister was no issue. By doing this, Natalie hoped to reassure Angel and eliminate any worries about a false alliance. Thus, she expressed genuine sincerity, which Angel could clearly perceive, leaving her momentarily speechless. After all, from Angel's perspective, anyone hearing her true situation would hesitate. She was a burden in the short term and needed time to consolidate her position, something many wouldn't accept easily. Yet, she didn't want to act under the name of the Daqiao dynasty anymore or deceive others, so she didn't hide anything. Unexpectedly, Natalie agreed without hesitation, surprising even Angel. Such sincerity left no room for doubt. Thank you, younger sister Kirsty. Angel wiped away tears, feeling a long-lost warmth that eased her heart. Don't mention it. Sister Birdieling has helped us greatly this time. If it weren't for you, entering Daqiao would have been as good as blindness for us, Natalie explained slowly, genuinely thankful for Angel's contributions. Without her information, even if they were skilled, they would have been hard-pressed in Daqiao. Their primary goal in Daqiao was to utilize its power. Without it, attacking the southern savages would be far more challenging. Although alliances existed on paper, the distance made them less effective. Therefore, Angel's intel was invaluable, given their lack of familiarity with Daqiao's situation. With the alliance established, the conversation lightened up. Their ambitions were modest, primarily focused on self-preservation, hence discussing battle strategies. The trio grew to respect each other, especially Dorian and Natalie, who admired Angel's acute military insights, rivaling their own. Her knowledge of warfare was effortless, making them wonder how a literate person, who had never been to battle and didn't handle such matters regularly, knew so much. They realized they had underestimated Princess Angel, whose abilities far exceeded expectations. Both Dorian and Natalie took her seriously, appreciating such an ally. By evening, they left the princess's residence. Some noticed this development, considering it a problematic turn of events. Knowing Dorian and Natalie spent considerable time there, they assumed negotiations were finalized. This prompted consideration of subsequent moves. The thought of a combined force troubled them greatly, though they dared not act immediately due to impending military campaigns, fearing to provoke Cody. In the study, Anderson Cody smiled upon listening to Henley's report. These three are quite ambitious. They're all very capable, Henley sighed, initially dismissing Dorian but now recognizing his exceptional nature. I am eagerly awaiting this campaign. Though we may not annihilate the southern savages, we'll certainly make them submit, Cody remarked with satisfaction, confident in Joab's team. Had circumstances allowed, he would have aimed for complete destruction. However, strategic restraint was necessary. But now, things won't be easy for Princess Angel, Henley cautiously probed the Emperor's thoughts. Cody nodded slightly, unfazed. Chapter 204, Henley's past. I know, but these are things she must go through. I have no way to change anything. Cody clearly understood Angel's situation, yet he could not alter it, or even assist her. To him, the current path Angel chose was inevitable. Indeed, it was the only choice she could make. But no matter what, her future will be very difficult, especially after your majesty abdicates. She will? Henley sighed, filled with worry. Cody looked at Henley in surprise and said, Elder Akil, you're unusually talkative today. And why are you so concerned about this, Angel? Today, Henley seemed indeed out of sorts. Typically, he would never concern himself with such matters. For him, it was more important to focus on his own duties without involving himself in other affairs. However, today, Cody became curious as to what could make the usually indifferent Henley speak up for Angel. Augustine listening to Cody, Henley sighed and replied, To be honest, your majesty, Edie's mother was an old friend of mine from long ago. Seeing her reminded me of those days. If not for her kindness in saving my life back then, there would be no me today. Henley spoke earnestly, lost in his memories. In fact, Henley had grown up in the imperial capital of Daqiao since childhood, attending the Royal Academy there. At that time, Angel's mother was also a daughter of a high-ranking official who attended the Royal Academy with them. Sharing similar interests, they naturally became good friends. However, due to his merchant background, Henley was often looked down upon by the offspring of nobility. Despite Daqiao's emphasis on commercial development, these aristocrats still held merchants in low regard, seeing them merely as service providers, just slightly better than servants. These experiences made Henley suffer greatly, and without Angel's mother's protection, his life in the academy would have been much worse. However, this also strengthened Henley's resolve, making him clearer about his path forward. He rose steadily, becoming one of Daqiao's most outstanding young men. Moreover, he and Angel's mother were deeply in love, planning to become engaged when tragedy struck. The then prince, now the emperor of Daqiao, intervened, resulting in the destruction of Henley's entire family. Angel's mother entered the palace as the prince's concubine, leaving Henley utterly disheartened. Had it not been for her help, he might have perished during that purge. Surviving, Henley came to Daya, gradually becoming the most trusted advisor to the then emperor of Daya, Cody's father. However, he never appeared publicly because he knew the Daqiao prince believed him dead. Revealing his survival could jeopardize Angel's mother. Thus, Henley remained incognito, helping strengthen Daya while seeking vengeance. But soon, Henley realized knowledge alone could not change anything. Revenge was nearly impossible. He began practicing martial arts, advancing rapidly as a natural talent. Yet, even after mastering martial arts, he saw little hope for vengeance unless he could transcend the heavenly stage. Otherwise, attacking the Daqiao palace was out of the question. Without any other options, he stayed in Daya, hoping it would eventually destroy Daqiao. However, when Angel arrived, Henley recognized her as his old friend's daughter immediately, stirring emotions within him. Although he hated the Daqiao emperor, Angel, being his daughter, filled him with conflicting feelings. That night, Henley left the palace for the first time in years to check on Angel. During that night, he dealt with several Jorguests, realizing her precarious position, which heightened his concern. Fortunately, Angel proved capable, strategically maneuvering to gain significant advantages. With her safety assured, Henley felt relieved. Witnessing her dedication to protecting Daqiao, Henley experienced a moment of doubt. Was revenge truly necessary? He didn't know the answer or how to choose, but the alliance was formed, and Henley now aimed to protect both Daya and Angel. Given that her mother was dead, Angel held special significance for him as her daughter. Therefore, he spoke to Cody, not wanting to see her harmed or die under mysterious circumstances. Knowing her alliance with the Duke of Jethrog gave him peace of mind. With the support of the Duke, Angel would be relatively safe. Watching Dorian, Natalie, and Angel together, Henley felt their combined strength could achieve great things. Indeed, they were Daya's finest young talents. Both Dorian and Natalie earned Henley's admiration, and Angel, mirroring her mother in appearance and concern for Daqiao, left him feeling melancholic. Hearing Henley's story, Cody paused, realizing there was more to this situation. Henley's connection to Angel meant she held significant importance to him, prompting Cody to consider action. Elder Akil, do you have any requests? Cody asked earnestly, looking at Henley. ####Chapter 205, Half-Step Heaven Conroy. Cody had great trust in his bodyguard. After all, Becker had been with him for a long time. In such circumstances, Cody was willing to fulfill Becker's not-too-excessive requests. Moreover, he was also very favorable towards Angel, and if he could save her life, he would be more than happy. After all, this way, it satisfied Becker's wishes while preserving some of their strength. That was quite a decent outcome. Thinking this over, Cody looked at Becker seriously, wanting to understand his thoughts. Becker was surprised as he looked at Cody, for Cody had never acted like this before. However, Cody now showed some changes, which moved Becker deeply. Your Majesty, this servant. No need to say anything. I know your thoughts. You have served us for so many years. Such a matter is nothing much. Besides, I greatly admire Angel and certainly don't want anything to happen to her. Cody waved his hand slightly, indicating that it wasn't a big deal to him. In that case, this servant only hopes that your Majesty can guarantee her safety afterward. Everything else, this servant will take care of. Becker spoke sincerely. As Cody's protector, he couldn't just protect Angel indefinitely, and that was something unacceptable to him. Therefore, he had arranged 2 of his disciples to take on the protection duty. He wouldn't use the royal spy's resources for this, which he was fully aware of. All right, I promise you she will be safe. After my abdication, I'll give her an amulet for self-preservation. However, I believe your concerns are excessive. Cody shook his head with a smile. Why? Becker looked puzzled, unsure why Cody thought so. Now her allies are Dorian and Natalie. After my abdication, they will reach their peak of power. Do you think anything can happen to Angel then? Hearing this, Becker understood and nodded, realizing Cody's logic was sound. To Dorian and others, that would indeed be their most powerful period. Judging by Dorian and Natalie's current abilities, they were pillars of the Daxia dynasty. Angel and Ali excelled in literature, while Dorian and Natalie shone in martial prowess. In such circumstances, even the Emperor wouldn't dare touch Angel. After all, with Dorian and Natalie around her, and Ali being on good terms with Dorian, Angel would be well protected. Becker breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Your Majesty is right. This servant's worries are indeed excessive. Ha ha ha. Worry clouds one's judgment. I understand. However, this alliance with Dayo makes your revenge plan less feasible, Cody sighed. He hadn't expected Becker to harbor such deep-seated enmity towards Dayo. Once the alliance was signed, Cody couldn't easily go back on it. So during his reign, he wouldn't be able to act against Dayo, which was somewhat unfair to Becker. Thinking about this, Cody felt helpless, unsure how to proceed. That's fine. I've already let it go and no longer hold it in my heart, Becker smiled softly, looking at Cody. Seeing Angel made him realize that vengeance wasn't as important as he once thought. After all, revenge wasn't easy to achieve. and now he only wanted to see Angel live well. At this moment, Becker suddenly felt enlightened, and a powerful aura enveloped him. Across the capital city, many powerful warriors woke up, staring toward the imperial palace. Cody also looked at Becker in surprise, not expecting him to change his aura at this moment. However, seeing Becker's transformation, Cody smiled. This looks like a positive development. Heaven Conroik aura? How is that possible? Someone in the palace has broken through to the Heaven Conroik? Not a full Heaven Conroik, but probably half-step Heaven Conroik. Still, a half-step Heaven Conroik is formidable. Across the capital city, numerous Earth Conroik martial artists quickly gathered. Although there were many Earth Conroik martial artists in the capital, they still seemed weak compared to this overwhelming aura. This marks the rise of Daxia. Many people harbored this thought. Breaking through to this level was extremely difficult. Although not a true Heaven Conroik, achieving half-step Heaven Conroik wasn't easy either. When will we reach this level? In the mansion of the Marquis of Jethrog, Natalie and Dorian were awakened by the sudden surge. Natalie watched as Dorian opened her eyes, revealing a surprised look. After all, low-level martial artists wouldn't be able to sense such an aura, meaning Dorian had greater potential than she initially thought. What's going on? Dorian looked at Natalie, surprised. Someone has broken through to the half-step Heaven Conroik, Natalie said calmly, showing little emotion, as if to her, a half-step Heaven Conroik wasn't too surprising. Half-step Heaven Conroik? Correct. Directly breaking through from Earth Conroik to Heaven Conroik is impossible, so this is a transitional stage. Half-step Heaven Conroiks are among the few powerful figures on the entire continent. As for true Heaven Conroik martial artists, they should exist, but none have appeared yet. Natalie explained slowly to Dorian. I see. Dorian understood, grasping the situation better. Yeah, seems like it's someone from within the palace who broke through. Who? Dorian asked curiously, unfamiliar with the powerful individuals in the palace. But this confirmed the might of Daxia, with such a strong person in the palace, surpassing expectations. It's a very powerful individual, even I am no match for him. He's called Becker, now the chief steward of the Royal Secret Service and the Emperor's personal guard. Natalie explained earnestly, knowing very well Becker's strength. Dorian nodded, acknowledging her understanding. Regardless, the stronger Daxia became, the better it was for Dorian. The emergence of these powerful figures demonstrated Daxia's strength, and as they were deeply trusted by Cody, the stronger the royal family became, the happier they would be. Chapter 206, shocked Dorian. But Becker has been at the peak of the Earth Conroik for a long time, unable to break through to half-step Heaven Conroik. Why did he suddenly manage to break through now? Macy's face showed a curious expression. While others might not know about Becker's existence, she and her father were very clear on this matter. They knew that Becker was actually Aslan's true protector. This was also why Aslan never worried about anyone rebelling against him. Earth Conroik peak warriors were incredibly rare in the entire continent. Moreover, Becker wasn't just an ordinary Earth Conroik peak warrior. Once, 3 Earth Conroik peak warriors ambushed the imperial palace, hoping to take advantage of Aslan's newly ascended throne and unstable position to kill him. However, they all came confidently but none survived. No one else intervened. It was only Becker who acted alone. The 3 Earth Conroik peak powerhouses were slain by Becker single-handedly. After that incident, no one dared to enter the Great Xia Imperial Palace casually. After all, no one could say for sure if the Great Xia had only one Earth Conroik peak warrior. Hearing this, Dorian was also visibly surprised, not expecting Becker to be so powerful, capable of overwhelming opponents of the same rank. After all, taking on 3 at once wasn't something just anyone could do, especially when the situation was dire. Anyone brave enough to come to the Great Xia Imperial Palace must have had absolute confidence in their own strength, meaning they weren't weaklings. This person is really this strong? No wonder Kale has nothing to worry about, Dorian slowly said, clearly understanding what a powerful warrior represented. Yeah. Just his breakthrough is truly unexpected, Macy sighed, then explained. Becker is quite old. It's naturally not easy for him to break through. In the martial world, the older you get, the harder it becomes to advance. This was indeed rather unexpected. However, regardless of that, it's a good thing for us. After all, he is our ally, isn't he? Dorian chuckled, knowing that Macy wasn't displeased to see Becker break through. She was simply shocked. Yes, Macy nodded, her gaze drifting towards the direction of the Imperial Palace with a contemplative expression. She was thinking about how Becker managed to break through. After all, this information was crucial for them, as well since they would face similar bottlenecks. Learning from a senior's experience was invaluable. Thinking this, Macy became more serious. And Becker was one of the few seniors they could actually encounter. The other half-step Heaven Conroik warriors were almost entirely out of reach. Do true Heaven Conroik warriors exist in this world? Dorian suddenly asked, looking at Macy. He was genuinely curious about this matter. Heaven Conroik, the immensely powerful martial artists of legend, did they truly exist? A Heaven Conroik warrior, though unable to change the course of a war single-handedly, would still be a formidable killing machine unless besieged continuously. Any nation with such a powerhouse would hardly be able to conceal its ambitions. Yet, we've never heard of any Heaven Conroik warrior existing. Augustinus listening to Dorian's question, Macy nodded and said, yes, they do exist. I don't know why they don't appear, but perhaps secular matters mean nothing to them. Why? Dorian was puzzled. Even a Heaven Conroik warrior wouldn't be devoid of desires. Because they all strive to reach even higher realms, Macy said, her eyes distant, indicating she understood these matters well. Higher realms? Dorian was completely clueless, his face earnest as he waited for Macy's explanation. Yes, there should be higher realms, though we are unclear about the specifics. Otherwise, why wouldn't these Heaven Conroik warriors appear? Besides, you cultivate the Yellow Anderson's inner canon, and the Yellow Anderson was a Heaven Conroik powerhouse. Hearing this, Dorian looked thoughtful, realizing how little he knew about such matters. Anyway, thinking too much about this won't help. Those who generally appear nowadays might just be half-step heaven Kenroik. The ancient Yu Halstong of the Great Zhou dynasty is probably close to achieving it. Macy remained calm as she spoke, as if these things couldn't affect her much. Dorian looked surprised, finding this news quite unexpected. After all, ancient Yu Halstong was only in his late 20s or early 30s. To think he had already reached this level, it was unbelievable. That's right. Ancient Yu Halstong has the best chance of breaking through to the half-step heaven Kenroik in recent years. If there are no unforeseen events, he might even break through to the heaven Kenroik. Macy spoke seriously, firmly believing in ancient Yu Halstong's talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the military deity of the Great Zhou, envied by many. He's terrifying, Dorian nodded, understanding this would be a formidable opponent. Clearly, he still had a long way to go. Realizing this, Dorian became more serious. Enemies wouldn't wait for you to grow stronger. He needed to act quickly. But then Dorian glanced curiously at Macy and asked, "What's your realm?" This question had been lingering in Dorian's mind for a while, so he blurted it out without thinking. Macy paused upon hearing this, but understood that Dorian must have been curious for some time. After a moment of silence, Macy slowly replied, "Earth Kenroik Peak." Dorian was stunned. He thought ancient Yu Halstong was already impressive, but Macy was even more remarkable. Ancient Yu Halstong wasn't young, yet Macy was only around 24, a few years younger than him. She was already at Earth Kenroik Peak. This was... Thinking this, Dorian gave a bitter smile, finally understanding why Macy hadn't told him earlier. Such a revelation could be quite a blow. Noticing the effect on Dorian's mindset, Macy softly said, "Your talent isn't bad either. There's no need to belittle yourself. I broke through so quickly for some special reasons, which I can't reveal now. You'll understand eventually." As she spoke, Macy showed a hint of apology, her gaze earnestly fixed on Dorian. Chapter 207. Restlessness. She didn't want this matter to affect Dorian's mindset, as mental state was crucial, especially at such times. Therefore, this was also the reason why Natalie had never revealed her realm before. Her realm would indeed be quite a blow to others' morale. Natalie looked at Dorian worriedly, unsure if even Dorian could accept such news. "It's fine." Seeing Natalie's concerned expression, Dorian smiled and hastily reassured her. "Don't worry about me. Though it's shocking, it will only motivate me to catch up, not defeat me." Hearing this, Natalie sighed in relief, realizing that Dorian was indeed different from others. "Rest now. Since Henley has broken through, we won't have to worry. We'll hear news tomorrow." Natalie stopped thinking about it. Although she was curious about how Henley broke through, she couldn't go to the palace now. Anyone going to the palace now would be considered an enemy. In this situation, it was best to wait quietly. Tomorrow, they would surely know more. Her father would definitely inform them about the matter. At that time, she would learn what she wanted to know, the method for breaking through to half-step heaven realm. Over the past year, Natalie had been solidifying her realm. Indeed, her breakthrough had been rapid, but she managed to stabilize her realm and obtain the qualifications for a half-step heaven breakthrough. However, the problem was right here. Breaking through to half-step heaven wasn't easy for Natalie. They lacked understanding of this realm, and Joab had no experience with it either. In this situation, Natalie had been stuck for quite some time. However, Natalie certainly did not need to rush. No matter how you looked at it, Natalie was still very young. Judging from this, breaking through to half-step heaven was inevitable for her. It wasn't just a matter of time, but also due to Natalie's innate talent. Advancing from peak Earth Kenroik to half-step heaven wasn't something one could achieve simply with enough time. It required special insight and much else. This was why many peak Earth Kenroik martial artists were stuck at this level. Thus, during this period, she continuously honed her martial skills. While internal energy growth had hit a bottleneck, martial art skills could always improve with diligent practice. Even without regular practice, there wouldn't be immediate rustiness, but Natalie was strict with herself, knowing she would soon have to set out on a campaign. Under these circumstances, Natalie naturally did not slack off, becoming stronger over this period. At another part of the Jethra Gwagong mansion, Joab looked towards the direction of the palace, his lips curling into a satisfied smile. He knew that the person who broke through was definitely Henley. For all of Daxia, Henley's breakthrough was undoubtedly a good thing. Peak Earth Kenroik and half-step heaven realm were entirely different levels, something Joab fully understood. As close aides to Cody, Joab was glad to see him grow stronger. Moreover, Henley's breakthrough offered them a glimpse of genuine hope. After all, he, Joab, had been stuck at this level for a long time. His daughter was in the same boat. Now that Henley had broken through, they could ask him for advice. If possible, they too might have a chance to break through this realm. If Daxia gained a few more half-step heaven experts, it would be the best thing for the kingdom. This was the half-step heaven realm after all, home to incredibly powerful beings. Thinking about this made Joab excited, his expression turning serious. I wonder how Henley managed to do it. To break through at this realm so easily. Joab still felt it was strange. After all, Henley had been stuck at this level for a long time. Everyone thought he had no hope. Given his age, which posed significant limitations for martial artists, Henley's breakthrough seemed almost unbelievable. Joab really wanted to interview Henley right away. However, it wasn't feasible now, and he had to wait. Seems like some people are going to get restless. Joab glanced in other directions. The capital city was vast, but the imperial city wasn't large. He could clearly sense those energies. They were obviously focused on the imperial city. For some, Henley's breakthrough wasn't entirely positive news. Some were dissatisfied with the royal family growing stronger. If Cody became powerful enough to target them directly, it would be bad news. Thus, many were worried and didn't want to see Henley gain strength. But this is also a good thing. With Henley's breakthrough, we can feel more assured. Joab pondered, considering the implications. To him, with Henley's sudden boost in power, the affairs of the capital city were nothing to worry about. But for others, this was the most dangerous development. Thinking this, Joab revealed a faint smile. Meanwhile, at Raphael Manor, Abdur stared in the direction of the palace, his face darkening. Damn it. How could he break through at this moment? Impossible. This is impossible. Abdur gazed at the palace direction, disbelief evident on his face, looking green with envy. This truly disrupted all his plans. He knew exactly who had broken through. It was Henley, the killing god. Already formidable at peak Earthkenroik, becoming a half-step heaven was terrifying. Half-step heaven, hard to handle. At this point, Abdur remained silent, his mind racing, finding it truly hard to accept this turn of events. Soon, a black-clothed man appeared beside him, equally grave-faced as he watched Abdur. Chapter 208, Conspiracy. It seems Henley has broken through. This guy actually managed to break through this realm. It's quite an unexpected situation. The black-clothed man spoke slowly, his tone heavy. He was genuinely surprised by Henley's sudden breakthrough. Moreover, more importantly, Henley's advancement had worsened the plans of their Raphael Duke manor, throwing both men into confusion. It must be Henley. The Daxia imperial family doesn't have anyone else. Abdur gritted his teeth and said, his gaze fixed on the direction of the palace. Now he felt completely at a loss. Even Dorian's appearance disrupting their plans, or the Mac Manor targeting them, or Clarence targeting him personally, none of those were truly frightening. But Henley's breakthrough shattered all his plans, leaving Abdur extremely frustrated. After all, in the face of absolute power, everything else is useless. As a peak Earth-class powerhouse himself, he knew very well what a half-step heaven class represented for them. An insurmountable force. Hence, they found themselves in this difficult situation. Hearing Abdur's words, the black-clothed man didn't know what to say. Why now? If only it had been a little later, our plan would have succeeded. How are we going to deal with this guy now? Abdur spoke harshly, feeling utterly helpless, not knowing what to do. However, after speaking, Abdur also fell into deep thought. Although the situation was indeed troublesome, he couldn't just vent his emotions. It wouldn't solve anything. Under such circumstances, Abdur needed to consider how to handle the current situation. After some contemplation, Abdur slowly said, no matter what, this has become a huge problem for us. After all, there's no way we can take down Henley. So for the time being, we need to go underground and halt all our plans. We need to reconsider carefully. Augustine listening to Abdur's words, the black-clothed man showed a look of unwillingness. Having planned for so long, suddenly giving up, it's hard to accept. But there's no other way. Even if we cannot accept it, we must. Now, what we need to do is quickly figure out how to deal with Henley. Even a half-step heaven class isn't impossible to counter. Hearing these words, the black-clothed man gave a bitter laugh. Easier said than done. A half-step heaven class already has no rivals, and besides, Henley always stays deep within the palace, never coming out. Trying to scheme against him is next to impossible. Not to mention, Henley himself is very cautious, even we don't have good ways to deal with him. As he spoke, the black-clothed man's expression turned melancholic. That's not necessarily true. Since Henley is still human, he must have weaknesses. So, it's not entirely impossible to counter him. Abdur smiled mysteriously as he looked at the black-clothed man. Oh, what does His Excellency Raphael know? The black-clothed man immediately perked up, looking at Abdur with interest. According to my intelligence, Henley recently left the palace once. Upon hearing this, the black-clothed man understood that Abdur and his people must have spies inside the palace. But someone who could track Henley's movements must be quite extraordinary. Abdur's capabilities were clearly far beyond what he had imagined. Where did he go? The black-clothed man asked curiously. Everyone knew that Henley hadn't left the Daxia Imperial Palace for many years. More often than not, Henley stayed within the palace, rarely venturing out easily because he had to protect Clarence without any lapses. And this time, Henley actually left. If it wasn't under Clarence's order, then it was certainly something worth paying attention to. He spent one night guarding at Princess Angel's residence. Abdur smiled pleasantly. Oh, does he have a relationship with Angel? That should be Clarence's order, right? The black-clothed man slightly shook his head, not believing this was Henley's own decision. After all, Henley had no connection with Angel. Why would he leave? One had lived in Daxia for decades, the other being a princess of Dayo. How could they possibly be connected? That's not certain. Henley spent a considerable amount of time in Dayo. Perhaps, there is some connection between him and Angel. Abdur spoke casually, sharing what he knew but not much more. If Henley were to hear this, he might be shocked since these details were supposed to be very private. After all, the Dayo Emperor back then wouldn't have wanted this scandal exposed and thus kept it under wraps. Even Clarence wasn't aware of it. So how did Abdur find out? How did you know? The black-clothed man asked curiously, intrigued by Abdur's source of information. Speculation. One of my subordinates told me about Henley's stay in Dayo, but I don't know the specifics, including why Henley came to Daxia. But someone who never leaves the palace chose to leave when Angel arrived. There must be something unusual. Abdur spoke slowly, his eyes still on the palace. Moreover, many Jorges died that night, and Clarence made no arrangements. There's a lot to question here. Hearing this, the black-clothed man became interested. Do you mean to use Marcel against Henley? But what if Henley really received a secret order? The black-clothed man remained cautious. Henley had always been close to Clarence, and a secret order that they didn't know about wasn't unheard of. There's a possibility, but we can't investigate. If there's a real connection, Angel can be a powerful tool against Henley. Abdur smiled faintly. Dealing with such high-level powerhouses was naturally difficult, but if they harbored emotional ties, there was a chance. I'll arrange for people to gather information about Dayo. The black-clothed man nodded, not denying Abdur's point. Good. This is key. Otherwise, dealing with Henley won't be easy. Hashtag chapter 209. Enlightenment. Fine. The two quickly reached an agreement to investigate the matter. Henley, you truly are a big troublemaker. But if you really pose a threat, don't blame me for being unsparing. Abdur gave a cold snort. For his plan, Abdur did not care about these minor matters. He was the type of person who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, and certainly would not be bothered by trifles. In the Prime Minister's residence, Sydney looked in the direction of the palace and shook his head slightly. He actually broke through. It seems he has undergone some changes. Henley, I have always admired you. You have not disappointed me. But this is what Henley is like. If someone were here, they would notice that Sydney's aura was no less impressive. Clearly, Sydney was no ordinary individual but a formidable power as well. His aura was at the peak of the Earthkenroik. If this news spread, many would be astounded. Sydney had concealed himself very well. Everyone knew him only as a scholar, a man of letters with no martial abilities. Yet no one knew that Sydney possessed cultivation, especially at the peak of the Earthkenroik, which was simply incredible. Even the experts at the peak of the Earthkenroik had not discovered Sydney's hidden strength. In a dimly lit secret chamber, a voluptuous Gigi and a man in blue robes stared in the direction of the palace. This is bad. That Henley actually broke through. How did he do it? Breaking through to half-step Evenkenroik at his age is truly astounding. The voluptuous Gigi spoke slowly. No matter what, his breakthrough poses the greatest threat to us. We must find a way to handle the situation. The man in blue robes shook his head, uncertain how to proceed. How can we handle it? Leaving aside anything else, what choice do we have besides leaving? The voluptuous Gigi retorted angrily. Leave? To abandon such a large enterprise so easily? I can't do that. This isn't the time to say no. At half-step Evenkenroik, he might discover us at any moment. That will be a real disaster. I don't want to die here with you. The voluptuous Gigi glared coldly at the man in blue robes. They disagreed, though this wasn't the first or second time they had diverged. Such disagreements were never good for them. That's not necessarily true. Henley never leaves the palace. How could he find us? Even if his perception is strong, he can't possibly locate us. The man in blue robes showed no concern. That's just your guess. How do you know he won't leave? Wasn't the person outside the angel's residence last time him? The voluptuous Gigi still didn't trust his words and insisted she needed to leave. Staying here was too dangerous. That was just an accident. This time, Henley definitely won't leave. After all, Joab and the others are going to war soon. This is when the most troublemakers will emerge. The man in blue robes shook his head. If they fled over something like this, it would be the most humiliating thing. They had never done that before. Even so, what can we do by continuing to stay here? Do you really think Abdur's plan will succeed? We won't know unless we try. The two exchanged glances, neither willing to back down. Don't forget, I am in charge here. The man in blue robes reiterated, making the voluptuous Gigi's expression darken. Humph. After a cold snort, the Gigi left directly. She couldn't interfere with his decision. However, she naturally had her own thoughts. No matter what, she wouldn't willingly die here. Her life was the most important thing. If she died, there would be nothing left. Watching the voluptuous Gigi leave, the man in blue robes sighed softly. Regardless, no Earthkenroik martial artist could sleep soundly now, let alone focus on cultivation. The breakthrough in the palace made them anxious. While not everyone knew of Henley's existence, the emergence of a new half-step Evenkenroik would soon spread across the entire continent. In the palace, Cody watched as Henley's aura gradually subsided and smiled faintly. Soon, Henley opened his eyes, clarity replacing the previous dullness. He looked completely different now, for this kind of Henley hadn't been seen for a long time. In Cody's memory, this version of Henley only existed when Cody was young and succeeded to the throne. Back then, Henley had lost all vitality, living aimlessly. This was painful for Henley, but now, he had changed, as if he had regained something deep within. Congratulations, Elder Akil, on breaking through to the half-step Evenkenroik. May you continue to advance. Cody smiled and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. It was fortunate that I managed to break through this time. Henley shook his head slightly, not particularly joyful. He knew his limits. Breaking through to half-step Evenkenroik was likely the furthest he could go. Advancing further was impossible. Thinking of this, Henley sighed, feeling helpless at times. However, it was enough. Breaking through to this realm was already his limit. Elder Akil, don't lose heart. Reaching the half-step Evenkenroik gives you a chance to glimpse the mysteries of the Evenkenroik. Extending one's lifespan is also possible if you reach that level. Cody comforted Henley, understanding the difficulty but emphasizing the importance of perseverance. Thank you, Your Majesty. Please rest assured, I am still spirited. If I manage to break through further, I will surely tell Your Majesty my feelings. Henley smiled, comprehending Cody's intentions. Good. Next, I need to ask how Elder Akil managed to break through. Joab and the others will come to inquire tomorrow, and I need to give them an answer. Cody asked, fully aware of their situations. All of them were at the peak of the Earthkenroik and were eager to break through this realm. I suppose it could be called an enlightenment? Henley thought for a moment before adding, their situations should differ from mine. Hashtag chapter 210, taking the initiative. Really? Why do you say so? Cody showed a puzzled look, gazing at Becker. Although he was also a martial artist, Cody had to handle state affairs and matters in the harem more often, thus his cultivation time was limited. At present, he was only at the peak of the profound stage. Of course, for an emperor, it wasn't necessary to be overwhelmingly powerful. Just having some self-defense capabilities would suffice. Thus, Cody didn't know much about cultivation. Because I've been stuck at this level for many years and couldn't break through due to numerous mental shackles, Becker explained slowly, allowing Cody to understand better. They probably don't have such issues, lacking more opportunities instead. Or perhaps their mindsets aren't yet ready. When the time comes, Your Majesty can tell them what I said. They'll understand. Becker's explanation made Cody comprehend somewhat. Very well. But congratulations, Old Akil, on resolving your inner knots. Thank you, Your Majesty. A smile spread across Becker's face. Breaking through was undoubtedly good for him, and after so many years, he hadn't felt this lighthearted. Your Majesty, allow me to leave for a while. There are some demons in the capital city who need to pay the price. With a cold tone, Becker revealed that breaking through rejuvenated him significantly. He knew of some threats within the capital city, which posed significant danger to the Great Xia Empire. However, given his old age and peak Earth stage condition, he couldn't act as recklessly as before. Conroyedly using power might have harmed his body. Now, after advancing to half-step heaven stage, he felt revitalized and could afford to deal with these nuisances. After all, this was the capital of Great Xia, and now he wouldn't hesitate to confront them. Cody understood from Becker's words. "Do you have confidence?" asked Cody, his eyes serious as he stared at Becker. Cody wished to deal with these demons but couldn't easily ask Becker or other peak Earth stage martial artists in the Great Xia dynasty to act against them. Joab and his team were not free to act lightly either. In this scenario, Cody could barely do anything about it. Now, with Becker revived, it was time for some reckoning. Not perfectly confident, but handling small fry should be manageable. However, dealing with certain influential forces is still tricky. Becker shook his head slightly, indicating he had no major problems. "That's fine. I've endured these pests for long enough. They repeatedly whorehate our officials, thinking we lack capable warriors." Cody harumphed and nodded, signaling Becker to proceed. "Old servant will be back soon. Please be cautious, lest they panic and directly attack the palace," Becker warned, emphasizing the importance of the Andersons' safety. "Don't worry. The Imperial Palace isn't a place they can enter and exit freely." Cody spoke confidently. Though Becker wasn't the only strong warrior in the Empire, hiding some strengths was wise at times. Now, since Becker had broken through, it might deter these creatures from targeting the Great Xia. Becker nodded, knowing Cody was well prepared. His reminder was merely out of caution. Subsequently, Becker left the palace, walking towards the inner city. Watching his departure, Cody smiled faintly. "Looks like tonight will be a bloody night, but it's for the best. Once Joab leaves the capital, these people will be calmer, giving me time to prepare." Joab's presence kept many adversaries wary. If Joab took the army away, unrest might affect the capital and demoralize Becker and others, not a good outcome. Birdie through the inner city, Becker aimed to resolve a few targets. First, to alleviate some of Cody's troubles. Second, because some individuals planned to target Lady Birdie Hallstong. As the chief supervisor of the royal spies, Becker was privy to extensive knowledge. These organizations, though mysterious, weren't beyond his grasp. Thinking this, Becker smiled. After a few steps, he halted and said coolly, "Come out. Since you're here, there's no point in hiding. You know that." A blue emerged behind Becker, looking at him respectfully. "Senior Akil, I meant no disrespect. I simply sensed your aura and came out of curiosity." The man bowed low, fully aware of Becker's prowess. Confirming Becker had advanced to half-step heaven stage, he realized he needed to tread carefully or risk trouble. His supposedly impressive concealment skills seemed inadequate before Becker. "My goal isn't you, but since you're here, I see no reason to spare you." Becker looked at the man, intending to take care of his real targets, not this unexpected visitor. Hashtag Chapter 211, The Tragic Frazier. After all, this blue robes clearly wasn't a warrior from their Great Xia. Becker had an impression of all the peak Earth stage warriors within the Great Xia. Since this guy isn't one of them, he can't be up to any good. The green-robed man's face stiffened when he heard this. He truly hadn't anticipated that merely following along would attract Becker's attention. Sensing the overwhelming vitality emanating from Becker's body, he was certain that if Becker were to attack him, he would have no means of resistance. He might even be easily crushed by Becker, leaving him at a loss as to why he had delivered himself right into his hands. "But I'm curious, where do you come from? Why haven't I seen you before?" Becker looked at the green-robed man curiously. Clearly, this guy was not someone within his intelligence network. Becker wanted to learn more about this man who could avoid detection by the royal family's secret investigators. Peak Earth stage warriors also varied in strength. This fellow seemed to be quite formidable. Unfortunately, Becker himself was now half a step away from becoming a heaven stage warrior. Junior Frazier, just an independent cultivator with no background. "I only came here out of curiosity to see who broke through and to ask a few questions." He reacted quickly, realizing what he needed to do. If it really came down to a fight, he stood no chance against Becker. He had to keep Becker calm. After all, he hadn't done anything wrong, so Becker shouldn't attack him arbitrarily since he didn't know Frazier's identity. However, if Becker knew his true identity, it would certainly mean death for him. Frazier? Becker showed a puzzled expression as he sized up the green-robed man. He'd never heard this name before and didn't believe this guy was a mere independent cultivator. His aura betrayed him, radiating an air of superiority that was far from ordinary. Yes, Junior is also from the Great Xia and has no malicious intentions towards the Great Xia or Senior. Frazier spoke earnestly, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He didn't know how to face Becker. If the latter decided to strike, he would have no choice but to flee. "Do you really think you're nothing but an independent cultivator? Who are you working for?" "I don't want to ask again," Becker said coldly, making his meaning clear. If he had to ask twice, he would take action immediately, forcing Frazier to pay the price. Frazier's face turned pale. He couldn't reveal his organization. Doing so would make Becker even less likely to let him go. However, the pressure from Becker's imposing aura made him feel immense stress. If he didn't speak, things would likely turn for the worse. "You hesitate. You must not be a good person either, or you wouldn't dare speak. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to spare you. Give your last words." Becker stared seriously at Frazier. If Frazier revealed the name of his organization, he would naturally have let him off. After all, this continent had many martial arts sects, independent cultivators, and peace organizations. Becker simply didn't trust this evasive behavior. Therefore, the situation was very simple: dispose of this guy. Regardless of who he was, he posed a threat to the Great Xia, making leniency unnecessary. "Senior, it doesn't have to come to this. Junior really just came to observe, with no ulterior motives." Frazier quickly pleaded, not wanting to become Becker's first target. No one knew how powerful Becker had become after breaking through. As a peak Earth stage warrior, he definitely wasn't a match for a half-step heaven stage one. In this situation, he chose to prioritize his life. Becker was serious. His aura signaled imminent action. You have no ulterior motives? Then why won't you speak? Neutral sects and organizations exist, but your actions make you seem guilty. I don't slaughter innocents, but the blood on you suggests you've killed more than just one person. How could I let you go? Upon hearing this, Fraser's face changed drastically. He realized it was futile to argue further. Becker detected the scent of blood, signaling grave danger for him today. Without hesitation, Fraser turned and fled. He had no confidence in fighting Becker. Becker pursued without hesitation, but Fraser's speed was impressive, allowing him to maintain some distance initially. However, Fraser had nowhere to run in the Great Xia capital city. Why pursue me to the death? I admit I'm not a good person, but I've never acted against the Great Xia. Please, let me go. Fraser said sincerely, but kept moving. Tell me the name of your organization, and I'll consider letting you go. Becker's voice approached, nearly catching Fraser. Fraser's expression grew graver, speeding up, yet knowing he was running out of time. Becker's hand grabbed his shoulder, hurling him back. Regaining his balance, Fraser knew there was no escape. Why push me so hard? Fraser's voice hardened as he faced Becker. He couldn't understand how his investigation brought trouble upon him. It felt like a tragic twist of fate. This is the Great Xia. Do you think I'm being unreasonable? If it weren't for scoundrels like you causing chaos, the Great Xia wouldn't be in this state. Becker's tone remained icy. Had they not meddled in the Great Xia, he wouldn't care. But their actions left him no choice. In that case, I have no other option but to offend. Fraser said grimly. He wouldn't sit idle and die. He would resist. Chapter 212, Blood Shadow Hall. However, wouldn't it be unfair to bully a junior like this? Fraser said this to buy himself some time to think of an escape plan. Although he was prepared for a showdown with Becker, Fraser still hoped to flee if possible. After all, his chances of winning were slim. Most likely, he would be killed by Becker. Indeed, it does seem a bit unfair. Becker nodded, showing a trace of agreement. Fraser didn't understand what Becker meant. Someone like him shouldn't care about fairness. Could there really be a chance for him? Nevertheless, Fraser remained cautious and kept his eyes on Becker. Don't say I don't give you a chance. If you can last 10 moves from me, I'll let you go, Becker spoke indifferently, maintaining an arrogant demeanor. Fraser's face froze. He thought Becker might say 3 or 5 moves, in which case he felt he stood a chance. But 10 moves? There was no way he could withstand such pressure. The gap between a half-step Heaven Realm and peak Earth Realm was too large. Senior, if you don't want to spare me, just say so. 10 moves seems a bit excessive, Fraser said, somewhat dissatisfied with Becker's taunting behavior. But what could dissatisfaction achieve? How could he resist someone like Becker? Then, why do you think I should let you go? While it is bullying, if you hadn't ventured into Daxia, none of this would have happened. Moreover, I wasn't even aware of your existence. You came out of your own accord, of course. I can't let you off easily, Becker replied seriously. Fraser had suddenly appeared, thus becoming a target. Those guys must have known trouble was coming and probably already hidden themselves. It wouldn't be easy for Becker to find them now. Since Fraser came to him, Becker had no reason to let him go. Fraser's expression turned grim. He never imagined that merely sensing Becker's presence leaving the palace would lead to this. Becker's unmasked aura piqued Fraser's curiosity. He'd never seen a half-step Heaven Realm expert before. His interest got the better of him, and he came to investigate. Augustinettle did he expect to be caught and now face certain death. Senior, truly, nonsense. Without further ado, Becker threw a punch. At this level, techniques returned to their primal simplicity. A seemingly simple punch made it impossible for Fraser to dodge. It was too fast for him to react. All he could do was raise his hand to block passively. Against such a powerful opponent, pure defense wouldn't last long. The stronger the enemy, the more you defend, the less likely you are to survive. After one punch, Fraser realized the vast disparity in strength. Continuing like this would only result in his demise. Senior, then 10 moves. If I can endure 10 moves, please let me go, Fraser pleaded. Fine. Becker nodded and immediately delivered another punch. Though Fraser wasn't weak, enduring 10 punches wasn't going to be easy. After 2 punches, Fraser already felt his energy surging uncontrollably. Just 3 punches, and he was struggling. Another few, and he would surely die here. What can I do? What can I do? Fraser was drenched in sweat, unsure how to handle this situation. Now, he wished he had listened to the mysterious Gigi's advice. Being here was extremely dangerous. But regret was futile. He needed to focus on staying alive first. Still decent, though your strength falls short, Macy commented. To be able to endure 3 punches from him was impressive. So, Senior, will you let me go? Fraser looked at Becker hopefully. He no longer believed he could endure 10 punches, only hoping Becker might show mercy or a miracle would happen. Not a chance. Becker shook his head and was about to strike again when a cold voice interrupted from the side. The illustrious half-step Heaven Realm Becker, famed across the continent, is bullying a junior here? Truly disgraceful. There was nobody around. Clearly, this person was also a formidable opponent. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare ridicule Becker directly. Fraser showed a trace of joy. Whoever this person was, ridiculing Becker indicated they weren't weak. Maybe he could be saved. Becker paid no mind and simply scoffed. Hiding in shadows, come out. With that, Becker punched toward the left shadow. A figure staggered out, looking displeased at Becker. How did you detect me? The man asked, shocked. He believed his disguise was flawless, even hiding his aura. With the moon now covered by clouds, how could Becker find him so quickly? Do you really think my breakthrough to half-step Heaven Realm was for nothing? Apollon. Becker stared coldly at the man. While he didn't know Fraser, he knew Apollon well. Apollon was a man Becker wanted dead. Though Apollon did little harm in Daxia, he belonged to the Blood Shadow Hall. This organization wasn't anything good. While Fraser was uncertain, Apollon was certainly on Becker's kill list. Blood Shadow Hall was an Jorge group active across the entire continent. They were ruthless mercenaries who did anything for money. No kingdom held any favorable impression of them due to the threat they posed to influential figures. Chapter 213. Assessing the situation. This organization has never been a force for good, always engaging in less than honorable activities. In the past, various dynasties used to hire these Blood Shadow Hall mercenaries to carry out their vendettas. Hiring such ruthless individuals was, at times, advantageous. However, as time passed, the dynasties noticed something amiss. The Blood Shadow Hall reaped most of the benefits, Lamari to realize that this organization must not be allowed to continue its existence. Therefore, several dynasties collaborated to eradicate the Blood Shadow Hall, aiming to make them pay a heavy price. In that operation, 5 near-heaven Kenroik powerhouses and dozens of peak Earth Kenroik warriors were deployed. However, despite their efforts, they only managed to severely weaken the Blood Shadow Hall without completely destroying it. Suffering significant losses themselves, the dynasties abandoned further attempts. The Blood Shadow Hall was allowed to exist, albeit much diminished. Yet, over the years, they have started to become active once again. The Blood Shadow Hall harbors the deepest resentment towards the Great Xia dynasty, as it was the initiator of the earlier crackdown. Over the years, the Blood Shadow Hall has committed numerous atrocities throughout the Great Xia, only to be swiftly countered by the dynasty's forces and driven back each time. Nevertheless, an important branch of the Blood Shadow Hall remained within the capital city of the Great Xia, and so did one of its key elders, Ep1. Under such circumstances, the Great Xia would not let him go easily, but other peak Earth Kenroik warriors did not have the confidence to kill Ep1. This man was notoriously difficult to deal with, and even typical peak Earth Kenroik warriors could not guarantee his demise. Becker could have done it, but he couldn't act rashly. Now that Becker can finally take action, he will certainly not let this man slip away. Thus, Ep1 has always been Becker's prime target. When Ep1 suddenly appeared, Becker narrowed his eyes, clearly aware that this individual had sensed the battle and come out on purpose. In such a situation, Becker would not miss this opportunity. I thought you would hide like a coward. It seems you still have some skills, Becker said mockingly. Ep1 might not excel in other areas, but his escaping skills were top-notch. Cody did not want to push this guy too hard, fearing potential problems. Such individuals, if not dealt with all at once, could become major threats. Hide like a coward? You overestimate yourself, Becker. Even with your breakthrough to the near-heaven Kenroik, what can you do with your aged body? Birdie it to kill us? Not that easy, Ep1 retorted without a care. Ep1 never considered himself inferior to Becker. He often believed he could easily handle Becker due to Becker's advanced age and weakened physical condition. Over the past few years, Becker refrained from acting primarily because of this. Even now, despite reaching the near-heaven Kenroik, his frail body remains a weakness. It looks like you're prepared, Becker smiled. Knowing Ep1's cautious nature, he wouldn't appear without planning. After all, Ep1 feared death greatly. Indeed, brothers, let Becker see you. With Ep1's words, 3 more people stepped forward, their gazes focused on Becker. They were also peak Earth Kenroik warriors, obviously prepped by Ep1 in anticipation of Becker's advancement. Feeling Becker's breakthrough, Ep1 made plans. He knew Becker would not spare him, so he alerted these allies beforehand. These people were enemies of the Great Xia or members of rival organizations who expected Becker to strike. Together, they aimed to eliminate Becker. If they could take down Becker, they wouldn't need to worry anymore. Becker himself underestimated the situation. Had he stayed in the palace, they would have been powerless. But outside the palace, things became simpler. With everyone attacking together, eliminating Becker would simplify matters significantly. After all, Becker is the guardian deity of the Great Xia Palace. Frazier watched the sudden emergence of 4 people and contemplated. Could they really defeat Becker even with combined strength after seeing how effortlessly he handled their initial assault? Probably not, considering Becker doesn't act without thorough preparation. Frazier pondered deeply. Leaving the palace was your biggest mistake, Becker, said an old man coldly. Yes, today is where you meet your end. You'll be the shortest-lived near-heaven Kenroik warrior. Despite their excitement, they did not underestimate Becker, knowing well he wasn't an easy opponent. Hey, though I don't know which organization you belong to, why not join forces against Becker? Ep1 invited Frazier. 4 people felt confident, but 5 would be better, especially with Frazier's considerable strength and recent grudge. After contemplating, Frazier replied, no need. I have no personal feud with Senior Akil. Farewell. He left without looking back. For Frazier, facing Becker was not worth the risk. Why stir conflict when there was none? Best to leave quickly. Besides, were these people truly a match for Becker? Probably not. Although there were 4 of them, Becker had reached the near-heaven Kenroik, making him a formidable adversary. Moreover, Becker seemed to be in excellent form. Confronting him under these circumstances was suicidal. Additionally, this was the capital city, filled with many powerful Great Xia warriors. Assistance could arrive swiftly. Failing to eliminate Becker could mean their own demise. And who knew if Becker didn't have any preparations in place? Chapter 214. Battle in the capital city. Henley was notoriously known for his deep and calculating nature. It was inconceivable that he would be unprepared. Under these circumstances, Frazier still didn't feel it necessary to get involved. After all, his life was far more important. Moreover, antagonizing the Daxia dynasty completely had no benefits at all. He, Frazier, was not a fool. He knew which matters were weightier. So now he chose to leave the scene to avoid potential trouble. Coward. Ep1 glanced at Frazier's departing figure, mocking him disdainfully. To him, this person was no critical character. His eyes then focused on Henley. Henley, even with just the 4 of us here, you wouldn't stand a chance. But don't worry, I promise your death won't be too painful, Ep1 said with a cold sneer. This was the moment to eliminate Henley. With Henley dead, everything about Daxia would crumble, significantly reducing their troubles and allowing them to do much more. Imagining Henley's impending demise excited Ep1. Henley stood silently, his gaze fixed on Ep1. These people didn't concern him much, but Frazier's unexpected retreat from confrontation surprised him. Henley had dealt with him harshly, yet now he showed no intent to retaliate. Yet, even if Fraser joined the fray, Henley wouldn't be worried. Fraser clearly knew his limits and how to make the right choice. If he really intended to fight, it would only hasten his own demise. Thinking this, Henley smiled faintly. Of course, these guys weren't opponents for him. However, he did owe thanks to Ep1 for gathering them all, making it easier to settle accounts. Otherwise, tracking each one down would have been quite a task. He isn't cowardly but is simply making the best choice. Henley spoke coolly, looking directly at Ep1. It appeared this man hadn't grasped the seriousness of the situation. Oh, so you mean the four of us aren't a match for you? The other three men also smirked, finding Henley's arrogance astounding. Even a half-step, heavenly realm powerhouse would think twice when facing them, let alone Henley who had already weakened considerably. Why don't you try? Henley assumed a relaxed fighting stance. Ep1 and his companions were taken aback by Henley's unwavering confidence. Could he really have a hidden ace? After a moment's hesitation, Ep1 realized they had no way out. Even if they dispersed and fled, Dorian's target would remain him. In this situation, Ep1 decided to attack. Attack. Let's see how formidable this half-step, heavenly realm Henley is. Alright. Since they agreed to confront Henley together, none planned to back away easily. They knew Henley would come after them sooner or later. If isolated, they would face dire consequences. Therefore, confronting Henley together was their only hope. Facing him individually, none could match up to him. Only by surrounding him might they gain a slim chance of success. Fraser watched the battle from afar, noting intently that Henley remained calm despite being surrounded. Initially, Fraser believed Henley wasn't as powerful as before, but Henley showed no signs of weakness. Fraser concluded Henley was still concealing his true strength. What compelled him to do so was unknown, but now there would be a show to watch. Henley faced multiple foes without falling behind, demonstrating clear dominance. These guys truly are no match for Henley, Fraser sighed, confirming that abstaining from combat was the correct decision. Had he intervened, he wouldn't have stood a chance against Henley either. Blazekly, the arrogant group hadn't demanded he join. In fact, aiding Henley might earn mercy, while opposing him would invite certain death. Fraser smirked, eagerly anticipating their downfall. Despite not being a part of Dacia, he held no goodwill towards them, especially Ep1, whom he despised deeply. The Blood Shadow Hall was a ruthless organization, and those like Ep1 embodied bloodthirsty violence. After previous attempts to suppress them, they grew more cunning and deranged. In such a state, Ep1 couldn't be let off easily. Since luring him out, Fraser hoped Henley would deal with him, sparing the world a menace. Currently, the Blood Shadow Hall members hid well, unless they chose to expose themselves. Fraser felt hopeful. In the battlefield, Henley fought effortlessly against 4 adversaries. Their attacks, though swift, lacked coordination and posed no threat to him. After several rounds, Henley remained unscathed. Chapter 215. Not falling behind. Instead, all 4 of them had sustained some injuries. This made them realize that if they continued fighting, they still wouldn't stand a chance. This Becker was incredibly strong. The 4 of them began to have other thoughts, but their expressions remained unchanged, showing no hint of their true feelings. After all, this was the moment for strategic play. If they wanted to survive, they needed an opportunity, a very important one at that. Thinking this, they adopted serious looks and became more cautious in their attacks. Upon sensing their intentions, Becker sneered and threw a punch directly at Ep1. He wanted this guy dead, and certainly wouldn't let him leave easily. As for the others, he could let them go, but this so-called Ep1 absolutely not. This guy must be on Becker's kill list. Ep1 sensed the threat and took 2 steps back, but Natalie stood firm, even as the 3 others attacked Becker together. In this situation, Ep1 revealed a cold smile. Even if Becker could injure him, he would also get injured in the process. In that case, he wouldn't lose out. But if he dodged, Becker could also evade the others' attacks, thus making it impossible to counter Becker. With this in mind, Ep1 prepared to withstand Becker's attack. He didn't believe Becker could defeat him with just 1 punch. So, this guy also assumed a defensive stance, eager to see what Becker would do next. Bang! Ep1 blocked Becker's punch, staggering back a dozen steps with a grim expression. He felt his blood roiling and his internal energy refusing to settle down. He even sensed a mouthful of blood coming up, but he couldn't show any signs of injury. After all, not only did Becker want to deal with him, but the other 3 might also try to eliminate him if given the chance. That was normal. Ep1 knew he was from the Blood Shadow Hall, and people across the continent would harbor murderous intent towards its members. These 3 were no different. When his identity was exposed, they showed killing intent towards him as well. In such a situation, Ep1 was in grave danger. If he showed any sign of injury, these 3 would undoubtedly try to finish him off. Even if they managed to defeat Becker, these 3 wouldn't let him go. Their cooperation was temporary, and the Blood Shadow Hall members were still targets everyone wished to destroy. Ep1 quickly looked up at Becker. He wanted to know how Becker fared. To his surprise, Becker was completely unharmed, while the other 3 looked less than pleased. What's going on? Ep1 was very confused by this situation. Fraser had seen everything clearly. After Becker pushed Ep1 back, he swiftly turned to block an attack from another person and then forced 2 more back with a quick move. His series of actions were fluid, and Ep1's plan failed miserably. Indeed, a half-step Skykenroik. It's not that easy to deal with him, Fraser sighed. He now understood that Becker wasn't weak at all. Breaking through to the half-step Skykenroik had restored much of his strength, eliminating concerns about damaging his body further. Ep1, you said he was extremely weak and couldn't attack with full force, right? Asked one beside him, his face grim, realizing they had no hope against Becker. Becker didn't seem weak at all, and fighting like this, they would easily be defeated by him. Ep1 had deceived them. Ep1 snorted and replied, how could I know he'd become so powerful? But if you guys keep holding back, we won't stand a chance. Hearing this, the others paused. Indeed, they hadn't used their full strength. They weren't true allies and each harbored ulterior motives. How could they fully commit? They hoped others would take the hit first, allowing them to benefit from the situation. But if they didn't go all out, there was no way they could match Becker. The three fell silent, their faces darkening. We need to attack with full force, or when reinforcements arrive, we won't stand a chance. Ep1 knew this too. Currently, only Becker was here. But the Great Xia Empire wasn't limited to just one peak Earth-Conroic martial artist. If the Great Xia Dynasty's experts all arrived, they would surely die. Attack. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the three stopped hesitating. At this moment, infighting was suicide. Though they couldn't unite, matters concerning their lives left no room for carelessness. Seeing this, Becker sneered, his aura surging as he met their combined assault. Inside the Great Xia Imperial Palace, Cody sensed the disturbance in the city and his face changed. Is something wrong? Cody asked, looking at a black-clothed man beside him. Old Ekil is fighting several others. It looks like 4 people are ganging up on him, the black-clothed man replied immediately. A peak Earth-Conroic martial artist himself, he was part of the Great Xia Dynasty's elite, tasked with protecting Cody after Becker went out to handle things. After all, Becker needed to eliminate the foes, and if anyone rushed in to kill Cody, he needed protection. He never underestimated situations and always acted cautiously. What? Cody's face changed as he looked towards the city, feeling concerned. Will there be any danger? Cody asked, turning to the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man hesitated slightly before replying, there shouldn't be any danger, at least not life-threatening. Please let me know if you need further adjustments, or if there are specific parts you'd like me to focus on. Chapter 216. Successive Appearances. After all, Elder Akil is very powerful. In the past, due to physical conditions, he couldn't use his full strength. Now it's different. After breaking through this half-step Heaven Conroic, Elder Achilles' body has recovered a lot. Even before breaking through to the half-step Heaven Conroic, Elder Akil could fight 3 alone. Now that he has broken through, who knows how much stronger he has become. The black-clothed man looked earnestly towards the inner city. They still had immense faith in Henley. These royal secret agents and peak Earth-Conroic martial artists from the palace regarded Henley as a reliable senior. Thus, now that Henley had broken through, they revered him even more and felt more confident that he could deal with those few enemies. Augustine listening to the black-clothed man, Cody smiled. Indeed, if Henley ventured out, he definitely had his own plans. However, you should also go to support Elder Akil. We cannot let Elder Akil fight alone. If 2 more people can stay behind, it would be excellent. Cody said seriously. Although Henley could handle the enemy, he might not be able to hold back all of them. Therefore, he needed some reinforcements. Hearing this, the black-clothed man showed a hesitant expression and replied, Your Majesty, the others are still in seclusion. I need to protect Your Majesty. This is what Elder Akil instructed me to do. I cannot leave easily. Although Cody's orders were important, his life was even more so. Henley had also ordered that if he wasn't there, Cody must be protected at all costs. For him, protecting Cody was the most crucial task. Thinking about this, the black-clothed man looked towards Cody. Upon hearing these words, Cody sighed slightly. He understood the black-clothed man's intention and knew this was Henley's arrangement. Yet, he was deeply concerned about the situation on Henley's side. Can anyone else break through their cultivation seclusion? Cody knew that forcing this person to leave was impossible. Not yet. For them, it's a critical time now. 2 of them are about to break through to the half-step Heaven Conroic. The black-clothed man explained seriously. Yes, this was the power of the Great Xia. The Great Xia didn't just have peak Earth Conroic martial artists. Many other strong individuals were still hidden. Cody nodded upon hearing this. While it was something worth celebrating, for him, Henley's safety was even more important. You should go. There are other Earth Conroic martial artists here, so there won't be any issues. Elder Achilles' life is more important. Besides, we still have other greats in the Great Xia. Those people won't dare do anything. The black-clothed man hesitated upon hearing this but, seeing Cody's serious expression, he knew he couldn't disobey. After a brief moment of contemplation, the black-clothed man nodded and then sped off. Watching the black-clothed man depart, Cody breathed a sigh of relief. Henley was fighting for the Great Xia Empire, and they could not let him down. They must assist him. The black-clothed man rushed swiftly. However, as he reached an intersection, a masked man suddenly appeared in front of him, radiating a powerful aura. Who are you? The black-clothed man snorted coldly, observing the masked man. Clearly, another peak Earth Conroic martial artist daring to obstruct him under such circumstances. It seemed the city was teeming with troublemakers. Nothing much, just feeling a bit itchy and want to spar with you. Understanding the masked man's intent to stop him, the black-clothed man responded seriously, Friend, do you really want to oppose the Great Xia? The Great Xia will not forget this. His main task was still to reinforce Henley, and avoiding conflict was ideal. After all, he was not as formidable as Henley and couldn't possibly overwhelm others single-handedly. So, stopping him would be quite easy. The masked man remained unmoved, staring silently at the black-clothed man. Realizing he had no choice, the black-clothed man decided to confront this man. Let's get started. Meanwhile, at the Jethrog Gwagong mansion, Joab sensed the ongoing battle and his face changed. What are these guys trying to do? After some thought, Joab dashed out. No matter what, he could not stand by while they attacked Henley. To him and his fellows, Henley was crucial. They were all part of the Great Xia and wouldn't watch passively as they targeted Henley. As a peak Earth Conroic martial artist, Joab was capable of joining this battle. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped, noticing someone ahead. Who are you? This man was also covered in a black cloak with a mask, hiding his identity. Just a friendly sparring session. The cloaked man slowly spoke, launching an attack directly at Joab. Joab's face turned grim. It was clear these men were well prepared. It was a plot, but who orchestrated it? They had many powerful members in the Great Xia. Could anyone stop all of them? Joab doubted it, but had to deal with the cloaked man in front of him first. This too was a peak Earth Conroic martial artist, certainly not weak. Such confrontations occurred in various places, where many of the great Xia's strong were intercepted. It seemed premeditated, blocking Joab and his companions. Without a powerful organization orchestrating it, this couldn't happen, as such coordinated efforts required more than just a few individuals. Chaos erupted within the inner city, yet there weren't many commoners around. In such circumstances, everyone knew this turmoil wasn't for them to involve themselves in. They watched cautiously, eager to see what was happening. At the Imperial Palace, Cody observed the inner city, noting the combat spreading everywhere. His expression grew solemn. It seems they were prepared. But Elder Akil only broke through an hour ago. Their force behind this is indeed formidable. Reflecting on this, Cody realized that to organize this so quickly must involve a vast organization. Chapter 217. The Backing Force. Who could it be? To summon so many peak Earth Stage warriors? Cody could barely imagine this. There were already at least 8 peak Earth Stage warriors involved now, 4 surrounding Henley, and 4 stopping Joab and the others. Outside of the capital of Xia, there were only 4 peak Earth Stage warriors in total: Joab, Natalie, Abdur, and another Duke. And now, it seemed like a battle had erupted. Many other Earth Stage warriors also appeared. The scale of the operation was enormous. Realizing this, Cody took it seriously. A mysterious force could muster so many powerful individuals right here in the capital city, which showed just how formidable this organization was. This is indeed troublesome, but since you've shown yourselves, hiding is no longer an option. Cody sneered, his gaze fixed on the distance. For him, this was not the time for contemplation. They must respond, or it would surely spell disaster. However, he couldn't send people out recklessly, as he sensed that these individuals had more sinister intentions and might target the imperial city itself. Thus, he needed to ensure their safety even more. Spread the order, put the palace guards on alert, but do not join the battle outside, Cody said slowly. A few aides promptly went to carry out the orders. The entire palace mobilized, and for Cody, safeguarding everyone within the palace was paramount. Henley felt the nearby battles and glanced at Apollon and his group. Did you arrange this as well? This time, Henley was genuinely surprised. After all, it wasn't easy to hold back Joab and the others. He knew very well the strength of Joab and the rest. There were far too many demons and devils in this capital city. Where did all these guys come from? Apollon's expression turned puzzled before revealing a smirk upon sensing the surrounding fights. No, but it looks like there are plenty of people who want you dead. Henley also realized this. The capital city seemed far more complex than he imagined. Taking a deep breath, Henley spoke slowly. Regardless, you have to stay here today. He couldn't care less about other enemies, but Apollon must die. If he didn't resolve this, there would be no point to this encounter. With that thought, Henley attacked again, his power coalescing once more. The battle intensified. Frazier watched the scene with growing excitement. With the chaos enveloping the capital, they had opportunities to do what they desired. However, she focused her gaze on Apollon with a serious expression. She truly did not want to let this guy off. Eliminating him would be quite a feat, though taking down Henley was beyond her capabilities. In the Prime Minister's residence, Sydney felt the battle's vibrations outside and walked out slowly, his face grave. These guys can't contain themselves anymore. Well, Henley's breakthrough put a lot of pressure on them. Naturally, they can't contain themselves. But this isn't a good choice. You will pay a price for this. Sydney sneered and quickly left the residence. He understood their moves and intentions clearly and wouldn't let them succeed easily. He would make them pay. Meanwhile, figures appeared near the palace, their gazes intent. Remember, our target is Cody. Forget about others. If we successfully Jorge'd him, retreat immediately. The 2 peak Earth Stage warriors who haven't secluded themselves are not present in the palace now. This is your best chance. Whether you live or die, whether you succeed or fail, your families will receive a substantial compensation. The leader addressed the Jorges seriously. We understand. They nodded firmly. To them, this mission was critical. Success meant great rewards. This made them more excited, though they also understood eliminating Cody would not be easy. The Emperor had plenty of strong allies. Success was not guaranteed. They were prepared to die. Coming here meant they hadn't planned on leaving alive. After all, Cody would not forgive them. But they did this for their loved ones. Mercenaries like them were plentiful. Well, wait a bit more. It's not time yet, the leader said calmly. On the other side, Apollon and his group were suffering. He wanted to know who these people were and why they weren't focusing on Henley. Since they acted, why not target Henley, the most dangerous threat? If they didn't eliminate him, they couldn't defeat the Xia Kingdom. Realizing this, Apollon's expression darkened. Damn it, what are these guys planning? Suddenly, Apollon realized something. These guys weren't just helping to stall the enemy, they had another purpose. These guys are after Cody. Chapter 218. The Imperial Palace Crisis. Apollon wasn't stupid. Their objective was to make him and his companion stall Becker so they could find an opportunity to deal with Cody. Under these circumstances, the Daxia Imperial Palace would certainly be somewhat vacant. If they attacked directly at this moment, they might indeed have a chance to eliminate Cody. If Cody were dead, it would be a devastating blow to the Daxia Empire. Should they succeed in this scenario, they would undoubtedly go down in history. Damn, they actually treat us as stepping stones, Apollon muttered irritably. For their Blood Shadow Temple, fame was what they craved. It was something they had always pursued. Especially for Apollon himself, achieving fame was what he most desired. If he succeeded in Georgiating Cody, it would be a huge accomplishment. But now, he wasn't the main character anymore. He was someone else's stepping stone. This situation fueled Apollon's envy even more. No, I can't let them succeed easily. They must pay the price. Apollon's jealousy flared up, and he looked at Becker, saying, Becker, their goal is the Imperial Palace. Are you still going to fight here with us? Ignoring Apollon's words, Becker continued his attack. Apollon's face changed. Did Becker not care about Cody's life anymore? To Becker, wasn't Cody's safety the top priority? Apollon hesitated for a moment, and Becker seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch. Apollon flew backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his breath becoming unstable. His injuries were severe. You're truly courting death. To divert your attention in such a critical moment, Becker remarked coldly. Apollon really didn't know when to quit. In a battle like this, one had to stay fully focused. Becker, do you not care about Cody's life? Apollon wiped the blood from his mouth and stared at Becker. There will naturally be no problem with Kale. Don't you think the Daxia Empire only has these forces? Becker glanced at Apollon, realizing that once these guys emerged, their true target was not him but rather the Anderson. If they wanted to target him, they would have attacked immediately without letting Apollon and the others distract him. Their goal was clearly the Anderson. However, it was unfortunate for them because the Anderson was not so easily Georgiated. Did they really think the Daxia Empire lacked strength? The Daxia Empire was not that simple. His task now was to resolve Apollon. As long as he took care of Apollon, it wouldn't be a wasted day. As for the others, if Becker could capture or kill them, he would. Those organizations, do you really think they are unprepared? Since they dared to act this way, they must have confidence. Why aren't you rushing back to protect Cody? Apollon said coldly. Realizing Becker wouldn't be easy to deal with, he decided to flee, unwilling to lose his life here. The other three were having second thoughts. It was clear they couldn't handle Becker, so leaving quickly seemed the better choice. After all, losing their lives here would be the worst outcome. As for Becker, since his target was Apollon, they might still have a chance to escape. After all these years in Daxia, it doesn't matter if I haven't investigated you, but surely you've investigated us? Do you really know nothing about the Daxia Empire? Becker chuckled coldly, glancing toward the direction of the Imperial Palace. At the gate of the Imperial Palace, just as a few individuals were about to enter, a voice sounded behind them. Gentlemen, where are you headed? The Daxia Imperial Palace isn't somewhere you can enter at will. The newcomer spoke casually, revealing no aura, yet exerting tremendous pressure on them. Who are you? The leader of the group stared in surprise. Was there such a powerful figure in Daxia? Why would such a strong person appear now? This person was clearly far stronger than ordinary peak Earth stage warriors, almost reaching half-step heaven stage. When had such a powerful individual appeared in Daxia? They had no memory of this. Daxia. Sydney. With those words, Sydney stepped out from the shadows, his cold gaze fixed on them. Sydney? Prime Minister of Daxia? How is that possible? Isn't he just a scholar? How could he reach this level? The group wore shocked expressions. They hadn't expected the Prime Minister of Daxia to be such a formidable warrior. There had been no news about this before. What exactly was happening? You're a martial artist? The leader stared in shock at Sydney, unable to remain calm. Suddenly encountering a powerful figure in this situation was understandable, but it was almost surreal for it to be Sydney, a representative of Daxia's civil officials, who was now revealed as a terrifyingly powerful warrior. Who could believe such a thing? Something like that, Sydney replied with a faint smile. For him, dealing with these people was not too difficult. His appearance was primarily to ensure Cody's safety. Ned must be protected. While he preferred to keep his identity and strength hidden, sometimes it couldn't be helped. With chaos spreading across the continent, it was getting increasingly difficult for Sydney to stay concealed. You've hidden deeply, truly surprising us, the leader slowly remarked, looking at Sydney, still struggling to comprehend this turn of events. There was no prior intelligence on Sydney being such a powerful figure. Their plans had now been thrown into disarray. Mutual surprise. If you hadn't come out yourselves, I wouldn't have found you. You should thank yourselves for revealing your presence. Sydney stretched his muscles. He hadn't fought in many years, and now he had to take this seriously. After all, these people weren't weaklings. Chapter 219. The Hidden Demetrian. How could someone daring enough to come here to Jorge Cody be weak? Watching them, Sydney was also extremely serious. No matter what, he definitely couldn't allow these people to enter. He had chosen to obstruct them outside because Cody didn't know his strength. He still didn't want to expose himself in front of Cody. Although he harbored no ill intentions, such overwhelming power would inevitably make rulers feel very uneasy. In such a situation, Sydney naturally chose to hide his strength. However, Henley knew. Henley was a formidable person. Even though Sydney had hidden well, he was still exposed before Henley. Such a situation left Sydney quite helpless. But Henley understood his thoughts and said nothing, only telling him to ensure the security of the palace. After all enemies knew about Henley's existence but not Sydney's. In this way, Sydney became a wild card for the enemy, a considerable surprise. For instance, now the leader of the Jorges already had a headache, truly finding it difficult to handle the current situation. This Sydney was clearly a peak Earthconroic martial artist, deeply hidden, and now showing up here, definitely an extremely capable individual. It seemed that their plans were unlikely to succeed. Moreover, with this person holding them off here, the palace's powerful figures would likely arrive soon. In this scenario, they could only fight to the death. Finish this quickly and resolve this issue. Since they were already here, there was no option for retreat. They must bravely push forward, eliminating the enemy for a glimmer of hope. After all, Sydney had appeared. After hiding for so long, it was unlikely he'd let them go. Agreed. Several nodded, immediately attacking Sydney together. Unflustered, Sydney met their attack head-on. Feeling the surge of aura near the palace, Henley revealed a faint smile. Indeed, everyone knew Henley as the guardian of the Great Xia Palace, yet they never imagined it would be impossible to get close to the palace. Because at the forefront of the palace stood another protector of Great Xia, equally formidable. With him here, it was difficult for these people to enter the palace and could only be trapped outside. With Sydney present, how could they succeed easily? That was also why Henley was completely unworried. Apollon and others also sensed the surrounding aura, instantly making their expressions more serious. Just how many strong individuals within the Great Xia dynasty did they not know? Several unknown individuals had emerged, including one who could single-handedly deal with 3 high-level Earthconroic and 2 peak Earthconroic martial artists. Just who was this? Within the Great Xia, such combat power existed. I've said it before, don't place your hopes on them. They are not the match for the Great Xia. As the kingdom with the longest lineage, the Great Xia is not as simple as you imagine. Hinley said casually. Now is the true time for the Great Xia's home field advantage. Today, all these demons and devils emerging would have to remain here. This was the real purpose of Hinley's move. He knew he'd be held back, and he knew some would approach the Great Xia Palace, but he still came out. This was his confidence. Next, it's your turn. Hinley attacked again, punches falling like a heavy rainstorm, making the four already overwhelmed. A semi-heaven Konroik was indeed terrifyingly formidable, not easy to contend with. Watching from the side, Fraser felt dazed but realized the Great Xia dynasty was not as simple as it seemed. The combat strength displayed made him tremble with apprehension. If they still wanted to confront the Great Xia dynasty, they should reconsider themselves carefully. At the Jethroguo Duke's manor, Natalie sensed something was amiss. Too much chi fluctuated outside, clearly indicating something happened. Though she didn't know the exact situation, Natalie decided to check it out since she was also a member of the Great Xia and couldn't stand idly by. Dorian similarly detected the internal force fluctuations. Under such circumstances, it was evident that the Great Xia dynasty was in trouble. Without hesitation, he dressed quickly, preparing to offer assistance. His fate was now tied closely with the Great Xia dynasty. He absolutely couldn't allow anything to happen to it. It was clear someone took advantage of Hinley's breakthrough to cause trouble, and he could not sit idly by. Moreover, with Natalie going, it was even less possible for him to do nothing. To him, Natalie's life was more important than his own. He needed to protect her. Seeing Dorian's movements, Natalie showed a surprised expression but knew that, without a doubt, Dorian couldn't follow her outside. After all, she knew it was extremely dangerous outside. Though Dorian wasn't weak, he was only high yellow Konroik while all the others were earth Konroik martial artists. She couldn't risk Dorian's safety. You can't go. You'll only be a burden in the fight outside. This is an earth Konroik battle. I understand your concern, but going out will only make things worse. Outside, Hinley might be surrounded. I need to see for myself, ensuring he's safe. Moreover, my father has probably joined the battle. Natalie looked at Dorian seriously, her face grim. Of course, she knew the potential scenarios. It could mean chaos in Jingdu City, and made her extra vigilant. There were likely numerous earth Konroik martial artists outside. Curiously, she wondered where these people had suddenly appeared from, as it was the first time she realized Jingdu City had so many earth Konroik martial artists. In such battles, even earth Konroik martial artists couldn't guarantee escaping unscathed, making it impossible for Dorian. Dorian was crucial and her husband. Therefore, she wouldn't tolerate any harm coming to him. Hearing Natalie's firm words, Dorian knew this Natalie was resolute, allowing no room for argument. And indeed, he would be useless in this battle. Considering this, Dorian nodded. Chapter 220, Natalie's support. Be careful. If you're not a match for them, then leave. I'll wait for you to come back. Seeing Dorian's concerned gaze, Natalie smiled, warmth flooding her heart. For her, this kind of concern was the most touching thing, and she nodded slightly, saying, Don't worry. They won't be able to hurt me. Natalie was very confident in her abilities. After all, she wasn't just an ordinary peak earth Konroik warrior, but ranked among the top in this realm. Moreover, the opposing side likely had few spare combatants left. Her arrival should change the situation significantly. After dressing appropriately, Natalie looked at Dorian and said, Dorian, the Josue's mansion might also encounter danger. Please take care of it here. With both her and Joab absent, the Josue's mansion was somewhat vulnerable. An enemy could strike at any time, making it quite troublesome or worse. Someone might take advantage of their absence to target the mansion and Dorian. Since Dorian had recently been in the limelight, many were watching him closely. She couldn't let anything happen to him, so she earnestly reminded him. Hearing Natalie's words, Dorian nodded, knowing his situation wasn't ideal, and there might be someone lurking nearby. Don't worry. I will protect the Josue's mansion. Dorian spoke seriously, confident that unless a peak earth Konroik warrior attacked, he could handle it. Even under full exertion, he believed he could deal with high-tier profound Konroik warriors. Good. Natalie nodded, trusting Dorian completely before rushing out quickly. Soon, Natalie encountered her father Joab engaged in battle with an enemy. Seeing her father struggle momentarily against the opponent, she was taken aback. She knew very well about her father's strength. Her father was one of the stronger peak earth Konroik warriors. Although Joab rarely showed off his skills, Natalie always knew he maintained peak condition. Even as Cody's favored minister, if his strength fell short, problems would arise. So, Joab had always been formidable. Any fighter who could hold their own against her father was certainly not simple. With this thought, Natalie instinctively wanted to aid her father. After all, she couldn't stand idly by while her father faced enemies without helping. Joab saw Natalie approach and quickly said, Go help Hinley. I can handle this myself. Hearing this, Natalie immediately halted her intention to attack and rushed toward Hinley. She trusted her father's words, deciding to promptly assist Hinley. If her father said he could handle it, then there was no issue. The masked man fighting Joab breathed a sigh of relief. If the two were to surround him, he might lose badly, even possibly die here. Thus, Natalie's departure was best. Joab, you're still overconfident. Joab snorted, saying, Abdur, you needn't hide anymore. Showing your face partway isn't your style. The masked figure clearly hesitated, but shook his head, responding in a raspy voice, I'm not Abdur. But if Yanko Augustine wants to slander Abdur, feel free to think of me as him. Joab stared intently at the masked man. This guy's build and fighting style really resembled Abdur. It made sense that Abdur was blocking him. Joab firmly believed his judgment was correct, knowing Abdur intimately from years of confrontation. There's no need to disguise yourself. We know each other too well. Even though you've changed your striking method, given our similar realms, you'll eventually expose yourself in subconscious combat. Joab said this earnestly. While some powerful figures could alter their methods to mask identity, in their shared realm, Abdur would inevitably react unconsciously in danger. This was normal and served as Joab's basis for identifying him as Abdur. He wasn't particularly bothered by it since Abdur's involvement was almost expected. Even with proof, it wouldn't serve much purpose, lacking concrete evidence. Besides, only he had seen through Abdur's disguise, which wouldn't be enough for proof. And if others had seen, it wouldn't suffice either, considering their adversarial nature. Thus, he didn't plan to make claims, finding Abdur's disguise distasteful. Honesty was better. In reality, the masked figure was indeed Abdur, but he wouldn't admit it. He needed to be cautious. Revealing himself could cause trouble. Enough talk. Let's fight. Defeating me won't be easy. Abdur attacked Joab again. Fear you? Not likely. Meanwhile, Natalie swiftly reached Henley's area, seeing him being overwhelmed and immediately intervening. Natalie? Interrupted by this sudden attack, Apollon was surprised. Why weren't all Great Xia's strong warriors blocked except for Natalie? There must be something amiss. Indeed, they lacked sufficient means to detain Natalie. They simply didn't have enough people. Mobilizing these elite fighters to stop Great Xia's warriors was already their limit. One of these elites was even Grayson Abdur of the Great Xia dynasty, voluntarily emerging. Hence, this secret organization didn't have many more strong fighters left. Damn it, now things are really troublesome. Apollon realized the gravity of the situation. Already struggling against Henley, even a 4-on-1 gave them only slight advantage. With Natalie joining, they were hopelessly outnumbered. Chapter 221. Slaying Apollon. The other three also realized that with Natalie's arrival, it was even less likely they could resolve this situation with Henley. Exchanging a glance, the three made an immediate decision. Their best course of action now was to escape. Fleeing immediately was the most correct choice. Otherwise, all of them would be left here. Thinking this, the three immediately ran in different directions. They certainly wouldn't run together. Doing so would be too foolish and make it easy to capture all of them at once. By splitting up, at least one of them could still survive. Seeing this scene, Apollon froze for a moment before realizing he needed to act fast and began sprinting, following one person closely. He knew Henley's target would undoubtedly be himself, so escaping alone would essentially mean courting death. Thus, he had to bring someone along to serve as a scapegoat. Only by doing so could he have any hope of survival. Seeing Apollon's move, Henley immediately chased after him, certainly not willing to let Apollon go. His primary goal was Apollon. Who else but a member of the Blood Shadow Hall deserved his attention first? Natalie watched Henley chase after Apollon and his companions, then locked onto another individual who wasn't running too fast, swiftly pursuing him. Since they had already acted in the capital city of Daya, there must be something left behind. They couldn't let these people escape so easily. Watching the battlefield disperse instantly, Fraser nearby slowly stepped out. After today's battle, the demons and devils in the capital would retreat into hiding. To them, this place would become the most dangerous area. If they wished to continue their activities here, it would be nearly impossible. Today's battle would make them realize the terrifying strength of Daya, and they had little remaining fighting power. They were going to lose many lives. Under such circumstances, for Fraser and others, being able to save their lives was truly a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. This also made Fraser understand that confronting Daya absolutely meant courting death. However, their management here was strict. They hadn't really offended Daya, right? Lost in thought, Fraser fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Natalie easily caught up to one person and delivered a punch to his back. The man instantly flew backward, crashing into a tree, spitting blood. Already weakened from earlier battles and heavily injured from fighting Henley, receiving another blow from Natalie ensured he was no longer a match for her. Seeing Natalie drawing closer, he showed signs of panic. No one wanted to die here easily, but Natalie certainly wouldn't spare him. Besides, if he were captured alive, he might suffer unspeakable torture. Realizing this, the man displayed a determined expression. Witnessing his frantic counterattack, Natalie felt somewhat helpless. Although she wanted to leave some survivors, she needed to quickly resolve this or risk getting injured herself. With no choice, Natalie dealt a few decisive blows and left quickly, intending to check on the situation elsewhere. The corpses would naturally be handled by Daya's soldiers. Though unable to join the combat, they could still assist in clearing the battlefield. Soon, Henley caught up with Apollon not far away. Apollon looked at Henley approaching, revealing a terrified expression. No, Henley, you cannot. Before he finished, Henley grabbed him fiercely and slammed him to the ground. Then, Henley unleashed a storm of relentless attacks. There was no need for mercy when dealing with members of the Blood Shadow Hall. After thoroughly beating Apollon, Henley didn't kill him. Apollon still held significant value. Learning more about the Blood Shadow Hall through him would be very beneficial. Henley, you? Aya. Apollon originally intended to ask why Henley didn't kill him, but as his cultivation was destroyed, he understood Henley's intentions. Henley wanted to capture him alive to gather information. The humiliation hit Apollon hard, but he had no means to resist, being utterly powerless. Don't worry, you'll spend the rest of your life in Daya's prison, Henley smiled at Apollon. Hearing this, Apollon's face turned pale. He knew his end had come. Shortly after, Sydney concluded his battle. For him, these Jorges were merely skilled in killing. Their direct combat abilities were insufficient. Added to their shock at Sydney's presence, it was easy for him to find weaknesses, killing 3 of them effortlessly. However, the other 2 escaped quickly, leaving Sydney rather helpless. He chose not to chase after them, only watching their retreating figures and shaking his head slightly. Pity, none survived. Looking at the 3 dead bodies, Sydney sighed, knowing how difficult it was to leave anyone alive during a life-and-death struggle. Indeed, despite Sydney's prowess, facing an assault while ensuring survival was already a remarkable feat. He couldn't afford to expect too much more. Moreover, one assailant whom Sydney spared committed suicide by ingesting poison hidden in his mouth. A professional Jorge wouldn't leave any clues. Their families' lives remained in the organization's hands, so once captured, they either chose death or remained silent. The organization acted decisively, eliminating family members if operatives were caught. They will soon cross paths again. Sydney glanced at the corpses, slowly walking away. Though exposed, who besides these Jorges would believe a weak-looking scholar was a powerful warrior? For Sydney, he could still remain hidden. Chapter 222. Reporting the situation. Moreover, he wouldn't want to expose himself. After all, only from the shadows could he handle these enemies more effectively. Soon, the battle within the capital city gradually subsided, and those who chose to intervene against the Dacia powerhouses left one by one. After all, staying any longer might not give them a chance to leave. They were well aware of this and weren't so foolish. On Joab's side, the masked man sensed the end of combat in other areas and showed an expression of dissatisfaction. He knew all these people had failed. The Dacia dynasty was victorious, and the number of demons in the capital city had significantly decreased. This situation made Trey very uneasy, as these people were crucial supporters for him. Now, they were no longer possible allies. Joab also sensed the disappearance of the inner strength fluctuations and glanced at Trey. Now it looks like you have lost. What do you plan to do, Trey? Hearing Joab's words, Trey snorted coldly. Of course, he didn't dare to stay any longer. Natalie would likely arrive soon, and if he were detained, exposing his identity would lead to significant trouble. This incident could also give Cody a reason to act against him. Trey certainly didn't want such things to happen, so he prepared to leave. However, leaving wasn't going to be that easy. Joab moved swiftly, charging towards Trey. He wanted this Trey to pay a price. Seeing Joab relentlessly pursuing him, Trey sneered and said, "Joab, are you sure you won't go back to check? The Mac Manor probably isn't peaceful now." Hearing this, Joab's face changed as he looked in the direction of Mac Manor. There were indeed internal force fluctuations coming from there, indicating someone was engaged in combat. "You damned scoundrel." Joab stared at Trey, extremely angry. It was clear that this guy had arranged this situation. Only this despicable person would act so lowly, and this was Trey's escape route. He had to make a choice now. Trey laughed heartily. "Now, what will you choose?" Trey knew that confronting Joab would inevitably bring Natalie into play. Given Joab's character, he would likely send Natalie to assist Henley. Therefore, Trey's opponent was just Joab. Since they were evenly matched, Trey didn't need to worry much. But if he wanted to escape, he needed a backup plan. The absence of Joab and Natalie made Mac Manor easier to invade, and Trey had already prepared everything. In this situation, Joab had to make a decision. Trey didn't believe Joab would chase him and abandon Mac Manor. For Joab, Mac Manor was the most important. Catching Trey wouldn't be easy. Joab hesitated. If he could catch Trey, matters would be simpler. However, catching and dealing with Trey wouldn't be easy. Yet, although Dorian was at Mac Manor, he couldn't completely relax. Moreover, if they intended to eliminate Dorian, their strength wouldn't be weak. As Joab hesitated, Trey quickly left. He knew Joab might return to the manor, but if Joab suddenly changed his mind, it could be bad. He didn't dare take such a gamble. Seeing Trey leave, Joab sighed and rushed towards Mac Manor. Natalie also quickly realized the problem, knowing the manor was in trouble, and hurried back as well. She was very worried about Dorian's condition. Henley, looking at the three bodies at the palace gate, smiled faintly, his eyes on the direction of the Chancellor's residence. Henley was well aware of who killed those three. Apart from himself, it could only be Sydney. Upon first discovering Sydney's strength, Henley was also very surprised. He never imagined a civil official could possess such power. Seeing Sydney reminded Henley of himself. However, after confirming Sydney had no ulterior motives, Henley decided to keep it secret, making Sydney the hidden guardian of Dacia. This existence struck fear into many. Furthermore, it allowed for unexpected actions like today. Thus, Henley didn't inform Cody, preferring to keep it secret. And Sydney worried that Cody might suspect him if he knew, so he wouldn't risk it either. Back in the palace, looking at Cody, Henley smiled. "Your Majesty, your servant did not fail." Seeing Henley safely returned, Cody felt relieved and said, "Tell me." "Yes." Henley recounted the events to Cody, who smiled upon learning 2 Upper Earth Kenroik and 2 Peak Earth Kenroik martial artists were eliminated. For Cody, he understood the importance of these Earth Kenroik martial artists. Even in the 3 great dynasties, Earth Kenroik powerhouses weren't common. This blow would heavily impact whoever these people belonged to. Furthermore, learning Henley captured Ep1 made Cody laugh uncontrollably. Thus, the Dacia dynasty would remain safe for quite some time. This excited Cody further. However, Cody came to his senses and asked, "One was killed by Kirsty. Ep1 was captured by you. Who took care of the other 3? Cody was curious about this mysterious person, who seemed quite formidable. Eliminating 3 people directly required considerable skill. Cody wanted to know if besides Henley, Dacia had such powerful figures. Such a strong individual, Cody would definitely want to cultivate. "Your Majesty, your servant does not know." Chapter 223. The attack on the Max Manor. Becker respectfully spoke, revealing a serious expression, as if he truly did not know what was going on. After all, he could not reveal Zwahalstong Achilles' identity, per their agreement. Since Zwahalstong Achille had fulfilled his part of the deal, Becker certainly could not go back on his word. Augustine listening to Becker. Aslan stared at him intently. Although Becker's face showed no sign of lying and appeared genuinely unaware, Aslan felt that this matter was not so simple. It seemed like Becker was withholding information, but Aslan did not press any further because he knew Becker would never harm him. If Becker did not wish to tell him, it was fine. Who would have thought our great Xia still has such mysterious powerhouses? It would be great if they could join us. Aslan sighed, clearly admiring the person in question. Becker hesitated slightly before slowly replying, "Your Majesty, since this person chose to help the great Xia dynasty, they must already be one of ours. Since they have no ill intentions towards the great Xia dynasty, they are effectively your people." Aslan nodded slightly after hearing Becker's words. "That makes sense, but I still wish to meet him. There will surely be an opportunity." On this point, Becker could not say much more. Aslan didn't press any further either, instead calmly asking, "Old Jaren Akil, do you think these fellows belong to any particular factions?" Although his tone remained calm, Becker sensed Aslan's anger. After all, being attacked like this, Aslan would definitely seek revenge to show that the great Xia dynasty was not easily provoked. This thought darkened Aslan's expression. After a moment's contemplation, Becker replied, Apollon is undoubtedly from the Blood Shadow Hall, and the one killed by Macy was an elder from the Heaven-Earth Society. As for the others, this old servant is unsure, but these Jorges resemble those from the Dark Hall. Dark Hall? Aslan looked surprised. He had never heard of this organization. Yes, this organization has existed for a long time but has been inactive for many years. They should belong to the myriad world organizations, but their exact details remain unclear to this old servant. However, their style resembles the Dark Hall, though I cannot confirm it with certainty, Becker explained seriously, sharing his suspicions. Truly troublesome fellows. Regardless, we must thoroughly investigate the imperial capital city. We cannot let these fellows continue to run free. Aslan scoffed coldly. These people's actions enraged him deeply. To be Georgiated in his own territory was an insult he could not tolerate. He would make them pay dearly for this. Understood. Becker nodded, indicating he understood. With Aslan's determination, these assailants would indeed suffer severe consequences. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the great Xia. This old servant will arrange the search immediately, but it will be challenging to find these fellows. Moreover, they will likely leave as soon as possible unless the entire imperial capital city is sealed off. Becker looked at Aslan, explaining the difficulty ahead, admitting he lacked confidence in finding all of them. After all, these individuals were not ordinary adversaries, having hidden within the imperial capital city for so long. Aslan nodded upon hearing this, understanding the challenge. He would not pressure Becker unduly. Do your best. But we should also investigate those who attempted to stop Joab and others. Not all of them might belong to other organizations. Some could be from within Great Xia, like Trey. Aslan spoke casually, hinting that Trey was suspicious and needed investigation. Understood. Meanwhile, Joab returned to the Max Manor. Seeing 7 or 8 masked men lying on the ground, Joab's expression turned grim. Upon recognizing they weren't guards but invaders who had been neutralized, he breathed a sigh of relief. Sensing that a battle was still ongoing nearby, he quickly ran over. Soon, he saw Dorian engaged in combat with a masked individual. This person was clearly stronger than Dorian. As a Pikshin stage martial artist, he was ruthlessly suppressing Dorian. Dorian was struggling hard but was reaching his limits, covered in wounds and breathing erratically. Witnessing this, Joab immediately intervened. The peak Virgilin stage martial artist, sensing Joab's return, tried to flee but it was too late. Note, Shen stage should be consistently translated as Virgilin stage to maintain consistency in terminology. Joab easily sent the assailant flying away, rendering him lifeless. In his fury, Joab showed no mercy. Having dealt with the enemy, Joab approached Dorian, concernedly asking, "Are you alright?" Dorian, "I'm fine, but failing to neutralize him is my fault," Dorian responded regretfully, looking at Joab. That person was indeed very powerful. Even Dorian wasn't his match. Fortunately, Joab returned just in time, or things would have gone badly. "No worries, you did a good job." Joab patted Dorian's shoulder approvingly. It was evident Dorian had handled the other intruders outside impressively. Such performance showcased Dorian's skill, and he could hardly blame him. Joab was highly satisfied with Dorian's efforts. Facing a peak Virgilin stage martial artist and several Upper Huang stage fighters, while still defending the Max Manor was no easy feat. Additionally, Dorian had eliminated all the Upper Huang stage opponents, which spoke volumes of his capabilities. Note, I have maintained the terminology such as Virgilin stage and Huang stage, as they seem to be specific to the context of the story. If these should be translated differently or explained further, please let me know. Soon, Macy also returned, visibly relieved to see Dorian unharmed. What happened? Macy asked Dorian. Dorian slowly began explaining, "It went like this." After Macy and Joab left, Dorian had suspected that someone might exploit this opportunity. Indeed, their residents faced significant danger. Chapter 224, Situation. After all, this could be said to be the time when the Max Mansion was at its weakest. In such a situation, Dorian did not believe for a moment that their enemies would not seize the opportunity. Therefore, Dorian immediately realized he would be facing considerable trouble. However, there were still many ordinary people within the mansion, including his mother-in-law Connie. Dorian wasn't clear about the defense forces and didn't know where those guards were stationed, or how many Joab had arranged, but he presumed it wouldn't be too many. One reason was that Joab and others preferred tranquility and did not like having too many people around. Another reason was that apart from the Imperial Palace, no place was safer than here with 2 Earth stage martial artists guarding the mansion. Hence, it made sense that Joab didn't arrange for much security force. But today, things were special. They seemed to have encountered significant problems as Joab and Natalie left simultaneously, which rarely happened. Moreover, this time, Dorian felt the enemy had long planned everything in advance, seemingly orchestrated just for him. Naturally, Dorian could not let these people do as they pleased and had to devise a way to stop them. So, he chose to wait at the front of the Max Mansion. As expected, he waited until these guys came, a total of 9 people, one at the peak Virgilin stage, the rest all at the high Huang stage. To Dorian, this was quite pressuring. After all, these were not weaklings. Although the Huang stage martial artists were relatively easier to deal with, the peak Virgilin stage martial artist put Dorian at a loss on how to handle. However, regardless of the circumstances, Dorian knew he couldn't let them run rampant and closely observed, preparing to ambush at an opportune moment, ensuring they paid a heavy price. Under these conditions, an ambush by Dorian might be the only effective move. Confronting them head-on was less likely to work. These men didn't leave hastily but lingered around observing. This allowed Dorian to confirm that they targeted him specifically. They were checking to see if there were any guards, worrying that Joab had stationed guards they weren't prepared for. Realizing this, Dorian understood he couldn't wait any longer. The consequences if they discovered there were few guards would be catastrophic. Therefore, Dorian decisively launched an ambush. These guys were rather careless, and Dorian succeeded easily. With his first strike, Dorian dispatched 2 high Huang stage martial artists, giving him a significant advantage. Their response wasn't slow either. They immediately retaliated. Knowing he couldn't face them all at once, Dorian began evading, confident in his abilities even though these opponents were formidable. Conan's goal wasn't truly to eliminate Dorian. He also worried whether Joab had other arrangements and feared sending experts might lead to their demise. At this critical juncture, these experts were invaluable to Conan. Considering he had limited strength at hand, an attack resulting in problems for his people would be incredibly foolish, especially since he still intended to rebel. Thus, Conan hadn't sent anyone against Dorian before. They needed to accumulate power. Today, however, was an urgent situation. The peak Vigilant stage martial artist also hesitated to act immediately, uncertain of the entire Max Mansion's status and continuously probing. But Dorian wouldn't wait forever. If this person didn't strike, Dorian had a better chance. So, he rapidly dealt with the remaining high Huang stage martial artists. Without their leader stepping in, Dorian quickly eliminated them, hardly any standing up to 2 moves. This was testament to Dorian's prowess. Having become accustomed to killing, he handled it with ease. When the peak Vigilant stage martial artist finally reacted, he found all his men down. Startled, he realized Dorian was extremely fast. Even his probe hadn't taken long, indicating Dorian's formidable skills. Determined not to sit idle, he attacked directly, delivering a punch toward Dorian. Unable to dodge due to the attacker's superior speed, Dorian took the hit squarely. However, Dorian's skin toughened from continuous practice with Hong Hong and Natalie. A single punch posed no problem for him. Dorian then swiftly counterattacked. Facing an opponent who exceeded him, Dorian was cautious, knowing he couldn't win outright and aimed to delay time until Joab returned. Confirming there were no other strong opponents in the mansion, the peak Vigilant stage martial artist became reckless, intent on solving Dorian before leaving. Solving Dorian was a huge accomplishment, fulfilling both Conan's wish and White Abengfu's grudge. Being rewarded heavily was assured given Dorian's significance. But despite Dorian's inferiority, he kept dragging out the fight, frustrating the peak Vigilant stage martial artist immensely. He felt embarrassed, unable to easily dispatch a mere Huang stage martial artist. Determined to end it quickly, he missed the best time to leave. Because Joab and Natalie had returned. In one confrontation, Joab ended his life. The peak Vigilant stage martial artist never imagined being stalled by a Huang stage martial artist so long. After listening to Dorian's account, Joab and Natalie realized the situation had been perilous. Had Dorian not acted decisively and fought tenaciously, things would have turned out very differently. Chapter 225, Joab's Analysis. Joab slowly exhaled, realizing the gravity of the situation. Regardless, we owe this to you this time. Father-in-law, please don't say that. This is also my home, and I certainly can't let them run wild, Dorian replied seriously. No matter what, he couldn't stand by idly. After all, for him, Raphael Mansion was extremely important. It could not be allowed to fall into jeopardy. Especially since Joab and Connie treated him very well, and Natalie took care of him so much, Dorian felt he would betray his own conscience if he didn't take action. Therefore, he acted swiftly and decisively, unleashing formidable power. Natalie gave Dorian a slight smile. Your decision was correct. If not for you this time, real trouble would have ensued. Joab nodded slowly. Today's events served as a wake-up call. He had always overlooked the security of Jethraguel Mansion. One reason was no one dared to directly attack Jethraguel Mansion unless they were rebelling. The other reason was Joab and Natalie themselves were powerful enough that guards seemed unnecessary. Typically, Natalie wouldn't leave Jethraguel Mansion except during wartime. However, tonight was an exception. Joab realized he should arrange forces to protect Jethraguel Mansion. If not for Dorian's strong intervention, the outcome could have been unimaginable. Thus, Joab planned to mobilize some strength for protection. They were soon to leave Jethraguel Mansion, but ensuring its safety remained crucial. Let's discuss this in the main hall. Joab waved his hand, indicating someone would handle the corpses while they needed to plan next steps. Clearly, significant events would unfold. They needed to approach this with utmost seriousness. Upon reaching the main hall, Joab briefly explained the situation. Dorian grasped how perilous this incident was. Dozens of peak Earth Konroik warriors appeared, which was alarming even for the entire capital. Even the entire Daxia Empire didn't have many peak Earth Konroik warriors. Had these forces truly attacked the palace, it would have faced a serious threat. If not for Henley's breakthrough, they might have been at a loss. After breaking through, Henley alone took on 4 peak Earth Konroik warriors, bearing most of the pressure. For Henley, achieving this much was already quite difficult. However, this also indicated why their enemies struck. If Henley hadn't threatened them with his breakthrough, they probably wouldn't have acted rashly. Given their long-term infiltration, a short delay wouldn't have mattered. Clearly, they harbored intentions towards the palace and Anderson Cody, just waiting for the right opportunity, which came last night. Natalie spoke up, Father, I sensed intense battles near the palace. Only a warrior as strong as Henley could have held off those people. Natalie was quite certain, having sensed something unusual around the palace. It was apparent that the situation there was also dangerous. 5 energy signatures were intercepted by one person, originally prompting Natalie to want to offer support. Now, however, her curiosity grew over who intervened at the palace gate. Joab nodded in agreement. The person who acted at the palace is very powerful, likely not an ordinary warrior. Though we don't know who they are, they clearly aided us, so there's nothing to worry about. As for who they are, it doesn't matter. As long as they are allies, that's fine. Joab was indeed curious about this person's identity, remembering no such powerhouse in the royal family. 1 against 5 was beyond even Natalie's current capabilities. The individual must be a peer of Henley, which was astonishing given the lack of such figures in Daxia. Anyway, unless this person wasn't from the imperial family, they wouldn't threaten Daxia, thus not requiring concern. It seems Henley's half-step Sky Konroik breakthrough greatly impacts these people, Natalie mused. She wore a grave expression, fearing their failure might incite a devastating war, the most perilous scenario. Henley's new strength posed a significant threat. With news soon reaching Dajo and Dakian, the situation became complicated. Dorian was surprised too. Henley's breakthrough brought so many complications, illustrating the immense influence of such powerful warriors. What if it was a Sky Conroic warrior? Dorian fell into deep thought. Joab and Natalie contemplated the same issue. But soon, Joab said, Kale will certainly address this today in court. Let's listen to the Andersons' arrangements then. These people will likely tone down after this, not acting recklessly as before. Everyone in the capital, whether demons or other powers, will now tread cautiously. Some need to leave quickly before being found by Henley. Joab spoke earnestly. Post-event, Henley would investigate. Once an enemy was identified, Henley would act without hesitation. Previously, it was difficult for Henley to investigate and act. But now, the situation was different. Chapter 226, Various Organizations. Without considering their heavy losses, their wanton behavior was enough to provoke everyone's anger. The Great Xia dynasty would not simply allow them to bully others like this. It would certainly make them pay a heavy price. This was very normal. The Great Xia dynasty had never been one to just talk without acting. It is a sleeping lion and a giant dragon, not to be trifled with easily. Especially in the capital city, Cody would not let them act so recklessly. But this might be for the best. Before we leave, if the Great Xia dynasty cleans up these forces, it will naturally pose no problem for our expedition. Moreover, it's a good thing since the Great Xia doesn't need these people around right now. Joab smiled, already looking forward to facing off against his enemies. Father, what do you think these people's identities are? Natalie looked at Joab, her instincts telling her that these people weren't ordinary. They're nothing more than some bad apples, members of certain organizations or sects, he replied nonchalantly. Dorian became attentive upon hearing about organizations and sections. Noticing Dorian's expression, Joab explained slightly. In this sky continent, there are quite a few such sects and organizations. Sects are usually better as most focus solely on martial arts, and rarely do anything rash. After all, they only seek strength. Saying this, Joab paused, his expression turning serious. As for these organizations, they are extremely dangerous. Their goals aren't clear, but most of them stand in opposition to the dynasty, which naturally makes the dynasty's attitude towards them less favorable. Examples include the Blood Shadow Hall, Dark Hall, Heaven Earth Society, and your investigation's target, the Alliance Society. Dorian was surprised, not expecting Joab to know this much. This made her realize that the Alliance Society might be different from the rest. Otherwise, Joab wouldn't have mentioned it like this. Alliance Society? Dorian looked at Joab curiously, knowing how important this matter was. Joab then recalled something. I nearly forgot, you're investigating the Alliance Society. It's not that I'm withholding information, but truthfully, I don't know much about the Alliance Society either. All I know is that it dislikes many dynasties, but no one knows their true intentions, nor do I. Joab spoke sincerely. Regarding the Dark Hall and Blood Shadow Hall, their goals were Georgiation missions. Especially the Dark Hall, which was purely an Jorge organization, while Blood Shadow Hall was somewhat investigatory. Ultimately, Blood Shadow Hall focused on destruction rather than any special traits. Perhaps their sole joy was destroying things, which Joab couldn't understand. After all, it didn't benefit them in any way. However, there wasn't time to ponder the Blood Shadow Hall's intentions deeply. The Heaven Earth Society aims to eliminate corrupt officials and address societal injustices. Although their motivations are commendable, their indiscriminate killings place them against the court. The court can't tolerate such unchecked violence, even if they kill deserving targets, because the court has its own judicial system. Joab elaborated seriously. He felt mixed emotions about the Heaven Earth Society. They targeted corrupt individuals and didn't harm innocents, which was admirable. But some members were extreme, so Joab could only admire them from afar. Too much involvement could be disadvantageous for him. Therefore, he knew what he should and shouldn't do. Besides, there are scattered minor organizations that aren't a major concern. After listening to Joab's explanation, Dorian got a general understanding. The person who attacked my father should be Abdur. Joab slowly said, looking at Natalie and Dorian. Natalie wasn't surprised, while Dorian asked, isn't he worried about exposing himself? Dorian understood why Abdur acted. It was to create trouble for Jethraguel Mansion. Indeed, he might be concerned, but wearing a mask hides everything, leaving me without solid evidence. However, I'm certain it's him. Additionally, arranging for an ambush on Jethraguel Mansion is also his doing. No one else would act like this. Joab stated casually, finding it easy to deduce. Even with evidence, it wasn't sufficient. Minor clues wouldn't prove anything. As for those who attacked Jethraguel Mansion, Joab saw no point in sparing their lives. It wouldn't help anyway. Even if he exposed himself, there's no way to punish him. With insufficient evidence, dealing with him isn't easy. This Abdur has truly shown his treacherous nature. It seems he's preparing for rebellion. Dorian suddenly remarked, making Joab realize the severity. Indeed, Abdur was planning a rebellion, but Cody must be prepared. In this case, Joab should remind the Emperor. Abdur's actions might indicate connections with other organizations, which was concerning. As for sects, they generally value martial arts and rarely get involved in such matters. Certainly, there are exceptions, as some individuals might have treacherous ambitions. Dealing with these people was the most challenging for Joab. They refused to be managed, making it difficult to control martial artists often. Chapter 227. Rumors abound. Even the Great Xia would find it difficult to manage them, and in this situation, the only thing the Great Xia could do was turn a blind eye to these sections. After all, it was virtually impossible to deal with them. On the entire continent, powerful martial artists were mostly affiliated with these sects and organizations. In fact, the top-tier warriors of the imperial court were not as many. Most martial artists would join sects instead because they would inevitably have to work for the imperial court if they stayed within it, which many martial artists who enjoyed cultivation did not prefer. So, joining a sect was the norm. Of course, some sect forces chose to help the dynasty since they were both part of the sect and citizens of the dynasty. A portion of the sects were very concerned about the affairs of the dynasty, a point that Dorian was well aware of. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. We should go get some rest after such an eventful night. Let's discuss the remaining issues after the morning assembly, Dorian said. Agreed. Dorian and Natalie left the hall and returned to their rooms to rest. Although it wasn't too exhausting for martial artists, they indeed needed some rest. After returning to the room, Natalie looked at Dorian seriously and said, "Thank you, Dorian." Hearing this, Dorian was initially stunned, unsure of what Natalie meant, but he quickly reacted and shook his head slightly. There's no need for thanks. As someone from the Max Manor, it is my duty to protect it. This isn't a big issue. Dorian spoke earnestly. He didn't consider protecting the Max Manor a personal achievement. It was simply his responsibility. If he couldn't even do this, what else could he be expected to achieve? Natalie smiled faintly and did not say anything more. Morning soon arrived, and it was time for the morning assembly. All officials had come early this time. The events of last night had already spread, though most civil servants were still unaware of the specifics and started discussing it. The noise last night was really intense. What exactly happened? Someone asked. To these civil servants, they didn't understand the external circumstances, but they knew last night had been chaotic. Not sure, but it seemed there was a fierce battle. We don't know the specifics, others chattered, each trying to piece together what happened. For them, last night's events were incredibly important, and no one knew exactly what transpired. Most people just knew that a powerful battle must have occurred. But who could create such chaos? That was the key question. Thus, they paid close attention, knowing they would surely get answers during the morning assembly. They were certain that Anderson Irwin would address the matter. Lord Chancellor's Wa, do you know what happened last night? Several officials lit up when Sydney arrived, hoping he would have answers. Such a high-ranking official would definitely know. After all, Sydney was their representative among the civil servants. If he didn't know, then hardly anyone would. Sydney shook his head, saying, "I'm not clear yet, but it seems there was a confrontation between martial artists, very powerful ones." Sydney remained vague. He wouldn't reveal the true situation. To everyone, he was just a scholarly official. Revealing too much could expose him, something he wanted to avoid for now. Thinking this, Sydney showed a look of ignorance, determined to stay hidden. The crowd was disappointed. Even Sydney didn't know, making the matter seem unexpectedly significant. Not far away, Joab watched Sydney thoughtfully. In truth, Sydney hadn't escaped suspicion. Joab was particularly skeptical, believing Sydney must have hidden capabilities. Though Joab couldn't pinpoint why, martial artist's intuition was sharp. Despite not detecting Sydney's aura, Joab felt Sydney was not simple. As a powerful martial artist, Joab trusted his instincts deeply. However, Joab didn't question him. He knew asking directly would yield nothing since Sydney had concealed himself for so long. Joab also realized probing might displease Sydney. He knew his boundaries well. Regarding whether Sydney would eventually expose himself, that was a matter for later. Concealing his identity entirely was challenging. With this thought, Joab glanced deeply at Sydney. Seeming to notice Joab's gaze, Sydney turned and met his eyes, reading the intent behind them. He understood that Joab's suspicion was natural. With Joab's intelligence, noticing anomalies was inevitable. Despite hiding well, some leaks were unavoidable. Why he had caught Henley's attention in the first place. Realizing this, Sydney smiled faintly at Joab without further words, maintaining his cover. Joab didn't dwell on it either, waiting silently. Soon enough, several people surrounded him, inquiring about the situation. Others believed Joab would have some information. The text follows the same structure and style, ensuring natural flow and accurate representation of character names and opinion. The storyline and logic remain coherent with previous content. Chapter 228, Probing. After all, Joab himself was a powerful Earthconroic martial artist, and yesterday's events were something he would have some knowledge of. So, many of them asked Joab to find out exactly what had happened. "Your Excellency Jethraguo, what exactly happened last night? Why was there such intense fighting?" Several generals looked at Joab. For them, their strength was insufficient. This situation left them feeling very helpless. Clearly, they were not in a position to participate in such matters. Thus, they waited at home, afraid to take action rashly. The Earthconroic martial artists generally knew what happened but didn't say much. They were merely stopped from going out and weren't entirely sure about the details. Hence, they listened intently to Joab. In this case, they all looked at Joab. "Yes, when I went out last night, I was also intercepted by someone who seemed to have expected it." "What did they want?" said an Earthconroic general as he looked at Joab. Joab knew how things played out, but much of it involved secrets he couldn't easily divulge. Moreover, there were parts even he was unsure of, so he could only give a brief explanation. "Enemies caused trouble in the capital city last night, but we managed to stop them. Ned will detail the specifics today. Please be patient." Upon hearing this, they realized that Joab must have reservations and chose not to elaborate. However, this was quite normal, so they didn't dwell on it further. After all, Cody would provide details soon, making their curiosity pointless. "Excellency Jethraguo, were the attackers particularly powerful last night? Is there a chance they'll come back?" asked several civil officials, who despite their high positions, were still worried because they were no match for strong martial artists. Even if some powerful martial artists wanted to eliminate them, it would be effortless. This concern was understandable, as civil officials had been georgiated by martial artists before. If these attackers returned, their safety would be threatened. Joab understood their worry and wasn't too concerned about it. "Rest assured, such a situation won't happen. Even if they do return, our great Xia dynasty won't let them run rampant," Joab reassured them seriously, aiming to calm the civil officials. It was essential to keep the court stable, and panic could easily spread otherwise. That's reassuring, many people sighed in relief. Joab's words carried weight, being both a Jethraguo lord and an Earthconroic martial artist. Soon, Joab saw Abdur enter. The moment he saw Abdur, Joab's aura locked onto him. Joab detested Abdur deeply after nearly causing problems the previous night, which infuriated Joab. But there was little he could do at present, given his inability to implicate Abdur without evidence. Abdur felt Joab's gaze and smiled faintly. Why are you looking at me like this, Brother Augustine? Nothing, just wondering where Raphael Lord was last night. Such an important event, yet no one saw Raphael Lord lend a hand. Joab responded coolly, probing Abdur directly, drawing immediate attention from others, especially the two Earth-Conroic martial artists. Indeed, last night no one had seen Abdur take action. No internal energy fluctuations came from the Raphael manor. This raised huge questions for the Raphael family. Everyone took action, yet the Raphael manor remained silent. Naturally, this led to suspicion. Moreover, everyone was aware of Raphael's involvement. Clearly, Joab was testing Abdur now. This was a challenging question for Abdur to answer, requiring careful consideration. Any misstep could cause significant trouble. Abdur became serious. Abdur slowly replied, "Of course, I took action last night, but just as I was about to move, a masked man cloaked in black intercepted me. His strength was formidable, an Earth-Conroic peak martial artist. I couldn't defeat him and don't know who he is." Abdur had rehearsed his story, lying effortlessly, as he was well practiced at it. Augustine listening to Abdur, most were skeptical but couldn't question him without solid proof. Sydney glanced at Abdur. Last night, Abdur certainly acted, but only to help others against the great Xia dynasty, which greatly displeased Sydney. Abdur's actions amounted to treason. Instead of stopping the Georgiation attempt on Cody, he stopped Joab. This passage maintains the original tone and structure while providing an accurate English translation. Chapter 229, Fury. If it were merely a personal grudge between Abdur and Joab, Sydney would not have taken much notice. After all, personal grievances are common. As long as they do not involve the entire Great Xia dynasty, Sydney wouldn't mind them nor act against Abdur easily. He had far more important matters to attend to. But this time, Abdur went too far. This was a matter concerning the life of Cody. Even if Abdur hesitated to take action, Sydney could accept that. However, when Abdur prevented Joab from acting, Sydney found it unacceptable. It showed Abdur's rebellious nature. Clearly, this incident demonstrated Abdur's intent to rebel. Thinking and actually taking action are two different things, and it seemed Abdur intended to take action. The Georgiation attempt last night likely had something to do with him. Abdur probably played a role in it, though the specifics weren't clear. What Sydney knew was that Abdur had indeed acted against Joab, blocking his path for reinforcements. Without his presence and strength, Cody would surely be in trouble. In such circumstances, Sydney was extremely dissatisfied with Abdur. Since he intended to rebel, Sydney thought, I won't hold back. Previously, Sydney's dissatisfaction with Abdur was due to differing ideologies, or perhaps Abdur's stubborn nature, always thinking about his own interest without considering others. But wanting to rebel was another matter entirely. Regardless, Sydney wouldn't tolerate someone with treacherous intentions remaining in the court. Joab felt the same way, but for now, they couldn't do much about Abdur. After all, there was no evidence against him, which is why Abdur appeared calm and collected. He knew he exposed much of himself during the incident. But what did it matter? Even if exposed, these people couldn't do anything to him. Even Cody couldn't act at present. They could only wait. However, Abdur wasn't one to sit idly by. He had to be cautious. Thinking this over, Abdur became more serious. He knew how to maintain boundaries. Last night, he truly believed those men could succeed. Even if Cody didn't die, being injured would provide a significant opportunity. However, it didn't happen. Cody remained unharmed, and the Dark Hall's failures, despite Abdur's assistance, were hard to accept. If Cody were injured, Abdur could achieve more in the short term. Reflecting on this, Abdur sighed inwardly. Exchanging glances, Sydney and Joab saw the killing intent in each other's eyes. After a brief pause, both looked at Abdur and understood each other's thoughts. Clearly, neither intended to let Abdur off. With a shared goal, they decided to cooperate. Even though they already planned not to let Abdur go, with his rebellious heart, they needed to act quickly. Such a person was an unstable factor, potentially dangerous at any moment. It was crucial to handle him soon. They still needed to gauge Cody's intentions. As everyone harbored their own thoughts, Cody walked in, his face unusually grim. Everyone grew serious, realizing something significant would unfold today. Cody's expression spoke volumes. After a formal greeting, Cody said slowly, I am deeply disappointed and incredibly furious. Cody rarely spoke immediately after convening court sessions, just like most emperors who preferred not to speak first. When an emperor did so, it signified the severity of the matter. Sydney and others waited quietly for Cody's words. Last night, a major event occurred, making me realize our capital is not peaceful at all, Cody continued coldly, scanning the room. This is our imperial city, the most critical place, yet numerous powerful figures emerged and engaged in battle. It shows a blatant disregard for our great Xia. Cody paused. I know some of you are unaware of what happened. Let me inform you. He briefly recounted the events but omitted many details, mentioning only that a strong figure intervened to resolve the crisis. Nothing about Henley's breakthrough was revealed. Even though many already knew, keeping it secret was essential. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. A Georgiation attempt on Cody, this was unprecedented in Great Xia for a long time. No wonder Cody was so enraged. Everyone remained silent, unsure of what to say, as any response might be inappropriate. Cody then began calling out names, criticizing them for their negligence, including Sydney and Joab. Though criticized, no one paid much attention. This was normal. Cody's anger had to be vented, and as ministers, they had to bear it. Turning to Abdur, Cody said, Prince Raphael, I recall the safety of the imperial city has always been your responsibility. Hearing this, everyone realized the main topic was about to be addressed. Cody's speech served as prelude, leading up to this point, to assign blame and get what he wanted from Abdur. The defense of the capital was what Cody sought. Chapter 230, Seizing Power. The inner city, also known as the Imperial City, had always been under Abdur's control. This was something Cody had been very concerned about. However, to take it back required a plausible reason. There had never been an appropriate opportunity for this, so Cody could only gradually infiltrate and expand his influence within the Imperial Guards. Now, Cody planned to seize it directly. After all, he now had the justification. No matter what, Abdur had clearly been negligent in this incident. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with Cody saying what he did. With the intentions laid bare, everyone clearly understood Cody's thoughts and became serious. After all, if he was targeting Abdur, would he target them next? Many felt increasingly uneasy, not knowing what else Cody might do. Joab and Sydney exchanged glances, both understanding Cody's intentions. They were ready to help Cody against Abdur shortly. Still, they wanted to see how Abdur would counteract first. Abdur, hearing Cody's words, knew exactly what he meant. Last night, Abdur had already anticipated this scenario and was not overly surprised. Instead, he remained calm and composed because he was prepared. It was unwise to continue clashing with Cody, which would only harm himself. Yes, Your Majesty, Abdur nodded, directly acknowledging it. He was well aware of what was coming next. Bang! Cody slammed the table, feigning rage, and coldly said, I entrusted you with such a vital task, trusting you and making you responsible. But what have you done? How did these people get in? What were the guards doing during last night's chaos? I didn't see any reinforcements from you. Were you planning to just tidy up after me? Cody stared coldly at Abdur, determined to investigate thoroughly. The control over the inner city's defense was crucial for Abdur, offering him significant influence, a key asset for the Raphael Duke's mansion. Losing it would be detrimental. However, Cody was resolute. Any resistance could mean no future for Abdur. Thinking this, Abdur immediately knelt and respectfully said, Please punish me, Your Majesty. It was my failure. But I did act last night, only to be blocked by a black-clothed figure at the entrance. His strength was formidable, far beyond my capabilities. Cody, listening to Abdur, understood clearly. Yet, he couldn't escalate matters further without evidence. Since that's the case, hand over the command of the inner city's defenses. If you can't handle it, there's no need for you in this position, Cody said coolly and directly, ignoring Abdur's pleas. Yes, Abdur nodded. Knowing there was no room for refusal, resisting would only make things worse. Surprised by Abdur's immediate compliance, Cody felt it was unusual. Normally, Abdur would have put up some resistance. This felt off. But Cody soon realized that Abdur understood the futility of resistance. Unable to oppose effectively, it made no sense for Abdur to do so. Continuing, Cody said, It seems that Tomas is tired. Why don't I grant him leave to deal with personal matters? Hearing this, Abdur was alarmed. Was Cody trying to sideline him? This was unacceptable. Losing military authority wasn't a big issue. It would only be a loss of some power, but being sidelined would render him powerless. Feeling helpless, Abdur hurriedly replied, Your Majesty misunderstands. This old minister can still assist Your Majesty. Rest isn't necessary. Joab and others saw through Cody's intention, but knew sidelining Abdur wouldn't be easy. Thus, Cody's words were mostly rhetoric. Humph, I hope this doesn't happen again. This time, I'll tolerate it, but not the next. Thank you, Your Majesty. The court officials responded promptly, knowing Cody's warning was aimed at everyone. In addition, those ambitious traitors attempting regicide must pay. Find them, and ensure they suffer the consequences. Let them know our dynasty of Xia won't be trifled with. Yes, everyone quickly agreed. After morning court concluded, in the imperial study, Joab and Sydney awaited Cody's orders. Cody reviewed scrolls before slowly saying, This time, I was indeed too complacent. He referred to his complete lack of preparation, which was dangerous given the mysterious presence of so many powerful figures in the capital city. This isn't Your Majesty's fault. We failed to prevent their entry. Indeed, it was hard to spot intruders who could conceal their aura while mingling with civilians. Detecting them wasn't easy. Their discussion highlighted the challenges faced in safeguarding the inner city. Chapter 231. Cody's arrangements. Unless we had peak Earth stage martial artists constantly guarding and checking everyone, but that is simply not feasible. Not only are peak Earth stage martial artists crucial, they also need time to cultivate and strengthen themselves, which in turn increases the power of our great Xia. To have them guard city gates would be a gross misuse of their talents. With the large number of people entering and exiting daily through 4 city gates, it would exhaust them even before they completed their inspections. Under these circumstances, this issue presents a real problem for them. There doesn't seem to be a foolproof way to prevent it. Cody waved his hand and said, Regardless of who you are, no one can completely prevent such things from happening. So there's nothing wrong with it. I understand the situation. Of course, he didn't blame Joab or anyone else because this truly was a significant issue. Your Majesty, I will do my best to find these individuals, though it is very difficult. I won't let them continue their activities unchecked, Sydney slowly replied, looking at Cody. He understood Cody's intention. It might be hard to prevent them from coming in, but they could try to deal with them. However, finding them wouldn't be easy either. Try your best, but safety must be a priority. These people are ruthless, and if they sense any trouble, they might attack you, Cody earnestly warned, his eyes fixed on Sydney. For Cody, he certainly didn't want anything to happen to Sydney. After all, Sydney was irreplaceable compared to those insignificant lives. Sydney smiled slightly, indicating that it wasn't a concern for him. After all, there weren't many who could kill him, something Cody was unaware of. Your Majesty, these people will likely lie low for a while, now that we're about to set out on the campaign. We cannot afford to be distracted. Joab spoke calmly, implying that he wouldn't get involved with this matter. For him, the most important thing now was the campaign, and it couldn't be delayed. Yes, this matter will be handled by Prime Minister Zwa and Eldarakil. You, Joab, should focus on preparing for the campaign and not worry about these things, Cody nodded. He knew what was most important. In this situation, the campaign was definitely more crucial. Moreover, Cody and Henley handling the matter were enough without involving Joab. Yes, Joab nodded without further comment. Oh right, did Abdur interfere last night? Cody asked, his gaze fixed on Joab. Yes, and he even had people take advantage of Star and Moon's absence to invade the Max residence. If Dorian hadn't stopped them, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Joab expressed his anger. Abdur had gone too far. If it weren't for Dorian's strength, the situation would have been very troublesome. This Abdur is really ready to betray us, Cody sighed. Now certain of the situation, Joab and Sydney exchanged glances, understanding Abdur's intentions. Should we strike first? Joab asked, looking at Cody. Since they already knew this, there was no reason to keep Abdur around. After all, a potential traitor was like a ticking time bomb. Not yet. This guy hasn't reached the point where he has no choice but to act recklessly. He still holds military power, and reclaiming it now isn't easy. Cody sighed again, not wanting to do so without cause. Acting without a valid reason would only complicate matters. Thus, Cody was frustrated, having no choice but to let Abdur remain for now. Sydney smiled slightly. Your Majesty needn't worry. It won't be long. After all, Abdur will soon grow restless. Hearing Sydney's words, Cody nodded in agreement. He knew Abdur wouldn't hold back much longer, but this wasn't a good thing as Abdur was not someone to underestimate. His betrayal would surely cause problems for them. However, I'm worried about Abdur using his army. That wouldn't be good, especially when Joab and others are away. This was what Cody feared. If Abdur suddenly acted during Joab's absence, the situation would become much more complicated. No problem. Your Majesty can issue direct orders for Abdur to lead his troops to garrison elsewhere and leave Buddy here with us. That way, we don't need to worry about Abdur in the short term, Sydney smiled, offering a solution. This idea brightened Cody's mood. It was indeed a good strategy to prevent these issues. After all, Abdur cared about Buddy, so keeping Buddy in check would deter Abdur from rash actions. Still, this wasn't a permanent solution. Fine, proceed with this plan, but ensure his forces are dispersed. Cody spoke calmly. While this plan seemed good, letting Abdur command troops outside was risky. The army of Great Xia only followed the Tiger Talisman, not personal orders, so they needed to find a way to seize Abdur's Tiger Talisman. After discussing among themselves, they quickly made decisions and began making arrangements. Sydney and others immediately set out to carry out their tasks. This time, these organizations had to be cautious. Cody was determined to make them pay the price. In Edie's palace, Princess Angel heard about today's events. She prepared to go to the Imperial study, as Cody arranged for her to visit at this time daily. Upon hearing Ed's words, Angel realized the severity of the matter. Assassinating the Emperor was an unforgivable offense. Princess, peace is rare in Great Xia, Ed sighed, finding it hard to comprehend. Such events happening in Great Xia revealed just how bold and audacious the Dark Hall members were. Chapter 232. Angel's proposal. Ed began to worry as well. If these people were so deranged, what if they attempted to whore-hate Angel again? A peak Earth-stage martial artist was not someone they could contend with. There is no peace anywhere. Angel shook her head slightly. She knew the Great Xia dynasty was far from peaceful, but it wasn't just the Great Xia. There were also places like the Great Karen, the Great Zhou, and the Thousand Kingdoms. Could they really be at peace? Probably not. The trend of the world, unity eventually leads to division, and division eventually leads to unity. This unchanging truth meant that now was truly the time for a great war. Why did the Great Xia dynasty push back the southern savages? Why initiate an invasion against them to weaken their resistance? It was to better face other wars. The Great Xia was eliminating some hidden dangers. Otherwise, when the Great Xia made its move, the southern savages might suddenly launch an attack, which would have significant consequences for the Great Xia. Thus, the Great Xia had to take action against the southern savages first. This was Erwin's foresight. He chose to ally with the Great Karen, who had suffered under the southern savages' torment, in hopes of using the Great Karen to contain the southern savages further. If Erwin could foresee this, then the Great Zhou and the Thousand Kingdoms could also see it. Yesterday's Georgiation attempt. Who could say they didn't play a part? They would fear that Erwin might make the first move, causing them great anxiety. So, war is unavoidable. Assassination attempts are also inevitable. What matters next is whose methods will prove superior. Augustine listening to Angel, Ed realized he hadn't thought things through enough. The princess had considered everything thoroughly, while he still fell short. Indeed, your highness, I never would have thought of this. Angel smiled gently. It's nothing. These matters are indeed quite profound. Let's go. I need to return to the palace. All right. Ed nodded, understanding what she planned to do, and his expression became serious. Soon, Angel arrived at the Imperial study where Anderson Erwin was reviewing petitions. She bowed respectfully and said, Your Majesty. No need for formalities. In fact, I wanted to ask your opinion on something. Erwin looked up at her with a smile. Her performance over the past few days had been very satisfactory to him. She handled tasks perfectly without overstepping, showing great tact. Such an aid was naturally very appealing to Erwin. Speak, Your Majesty. Though Angel knew what Erwin would ask, she remained respectful, giving him due respect. As expected, Erwin grew even more pleased with her propriety. He always appreciated such measured behavior. Last night, Erwin explained the situation, watching Angel closely to gauge her reaction and ideas. First, Angel inquired about his health and then continued, Father, I believe that to deal with these organizations, we don't necessarily have to handle them all by ourselves. Erwin's interest was immediately piqued. Clearly, Angel had unique insights. How so? Both the Thousand Kingdoms and the Great Zhou can exploit these organizations, so why can't we do the same? We can use the Thousand Kingdoms and the Great Zhou to counter these organizations. Angel spoke calmly, her expression serious. Although the Thousand Kingdoms and the Great Zhou can use them, wouldn't they rather not have this double-edged sword hanging over their heads? Erwin's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was an excellent idea. How had he not thought of this before? It would simplify dealing with these organizations and even utilize them for certain purposes. Why not? Thinking this over, Erwin asked carefully, do you have any specific suggestions? Even if we want to use them, it won't be easy. After all, these people aren't fools and won't fall for obvious traps. Angel understood that Erwin was testing her, indicating his approval. In fact, it's not too difficult. While the Dark Hall targets are great Xia, they are likely not doing it out of loyalty to their own nations, but for commissions or honor. Indeed, as long as one was an emperor, their name would appear on the Dark Hall's target list, whether anyone placed an order or not. Killing an emperor would be the highest honor for an Jorge. Even after death, mentioning their Georgiation of an emperor would earn them eternal fame. Therefore, the Dark Hall chose to act. But regardless, they are merely a group of Jorges. We can easily hire others to place orders against important figures in the Great Zhou or the Thousand Kingdoms. Whether they succeed or not, the Great Zhou and Thousand Kingdoms will grow restless. At that point, if we propose an alliance with them, they will surely agree. After all, these organizations pose a significant threat to them as well. Augustine listening to Angel, Erwin couldn't help but smile. Excellent. Very good. Birdieling, you have not disappointed me. This is a wonderful plan. Erwin laughed heartily, already making plans. This proposal indeed appealed to him greatly, and he felt it could work. Finding the location of the Dark Hall was difficult, but finding a place to place orders was simple, as long as it wasn't done by someone close to him. The Dark Hall was motivated by money. In this situation, how could they refuse? Besides, they wouldn't want to ruin their reputation, especially since they had already offended major dynasties. What did they have left to lose? Thus, even if the Great Zhou and Thousand Kingdoms discovered he placed the orders, they would have no choice but to comply. After all, mutual Georgiations only benefited the Dark Hall. In this way, they would accept his proposal to counter the Dark Hall. Angel's arrival had indeed provided him with an excellent option. Even Sydney and Joab had not considered such a strategy. Thank you for your praise, father. Chapter 233, Instructions. Angel smiled faintly, not overly pleased with herself. After all, while these suggestions were useful, they weren't enough to change everything. In such a situation, Angel knew she needed to offer even more practical advice. This matter can be arranged and could serve as a countermeasure, but success will be quite difficult, Cody said slowly. Their movements are unpredictable, and it's not easy to track them down. Even the location of their main hall is unknown to us. Although the suggestion was good, the probability of success was still too low. They could only use this plan as a test and never consider it their last resort. Do you have any other ideas? Share them. Cody looked at Angel beside him, curious about what other novel thoughts his adopted daughter might have. I have no other suggestions, Your Majesty. Angel shook her head slightly. She had thought of all she could, and there really wasn't a better way to handle this situation. This was already the best solution she could come up with given the secretive nature of the Dark Hall and the lack of clues. No worries, let's attend to state affairs now. Cody waved his hand indifferently. To him, Angel had done remarkably well. Even Sydney and his men hadn't considered these points. Her excellence was evident in such circumstances. Though Sydney and his group weren't incompetent, yesterday's overwhelming victory made this matter insignificant to them. Externally, Cody chose not to reveal the battle outcome to avoid suspicion about their combat strength. Some things, like the mysterious powerful figure, needed to remain hidden. This left the Dark Hall feeling bitter. They had suffered heavy losses yet were labeled as aggressors by others. They truly resented this, but, under the current conditions, their forces within the capital couldn't rival Henley. Mobilizing forces from other regions wasn't feasible either. Besides, they still didn't fully understand Henley's capabilities after missing this opportunity. Any further attempts would be perilous. If they lost too much power here, they couldn't sustain it. Therefore, for a while, the Dark Hall would keep a low profile, avoiding revealing too much information. With this thought, Cody dismissed the matter from his mind. At the Jethraguo mansion, Dorian and Natalie showed thoughtful expressions after hearing Cody's decision. Joab, however, gently shook his head. There's no need to worry too much about this. Kale will handle it. We just need to focus on preparing for the campaign, he said. Other matters don't require our excessive interference. You need to improve yourself. Your current strength isn't enough. The battlefield this time won't be simple. Be careful. Joab instructed Dorian, who he cared deeply about. Their immediate priority was to enhance Dorian's capabilities. I understand, Dorian nodded, acknowledging the advice. Kirsty, prepare to tally the supplies and military equipment. Although the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War wouldn't dare do anything reckless, it's better to be cautious. This is your first time leading troops into battle, so I'll assign a former deputy general to assist you. Consult him when you face issues. This will help you manage these tasks. Joab looked at Natalie, needing to remind her, as it was her first time leading an expedition. In such a situation, many things would be unfamiliar to her, which naturally made her concerned. So, Joab made these arrangements. Augustine listening to this, Natalie nodded silently, committing these instructions to memory. For her, understanding these matters was crucial to avoiding potential problems, especially since she carried a significant mission, leading 10,000 troops, not just fighting alone. She had led small squads before but never managed an army of this scale. Thus, she had to take this seriously. Additionally, it's normal to feel unaccustomed when leading troops for the first time. Be mindful of the troublemakers. While your reputation in the military is respectable to them, you're still new and may face some resistance. After a successful campaign, they will understand, Joab smiled. He had full confidence in Natalie's abilities, but knew that initial prestige was still lacking. Understood, Natalie nodded. Dorian listened intently, recognizing the value of this experience. So, Joab didn't dismiss him. After some discussion, Dorian spoke up. I think we should hold a martial drill or do something before the expedition to rally the troops. Many soldiers haven't been on a campaign for a long time, so their combat readiness might be lacking. A pre-war mobilization could help. Joab and Natalie paused, looking at Dorian with puzzlement. Dorian explained himself further upon seeing their confused expressions. After listening, Joab and Natalie exchanged glances, understanding his point. You mean we should boost morale among gratis? Joab asked slowly. Yes, Dorian nodded. That was indeed what he meant. We've tried that before, but the effect wasn't great. This year, with your poem, it should be better, Joab replied. Chapter 234. Ollie comes again. Joab opened his mouth somewhat helplessly, his gaze resting on Dorian. They had done similar things before, encouraging soldiers at the outset of major battles. Yet, results were often disappointing. Apart from the Black Armor Army and Joab's own troops, few soldiers showed any interest in participating in wars. That was a helpless situation. Even they wouldn't want to be involved in war. If peace were an option, who would choose anything else? Indeed. Hearing this, Dorian understood. War was something that no amount of encouragement could make useful. Thinking about this, Dorian shook his head slightly, no longer concerning himself with such matters. In the afternoon, just as Dorian finished practicing with the spear, he heard Kayla's call. What's the matter? Dorian looked at the running Kayla, questioning her with confusion. Jaren, Lord Ollie is waiting for you in the main hall. Ollie? Dorian was taken aback. It had been quite some time since he last saw him. He wondered why Ollie was here now. Carrying his doubts, Dorian left the training ground and went to the main hall. Brother Dorian. Seeing Dorian come out, Ollie wore a smile. However, it was clear that Ollie didn't look good, seemingly troubled by something pressing. Brother Ollie, what brings you here today? Dorian watched Ollie with a chuckle. He knew Ollie had been busy recently, dealing with prior matters, especially since the previous investigation was very important for him. Though Ollie had gained significant attention during the competition, he ultimately received only meager rewards. This was normal. To Cody, it was crucial that people like them shouldn't gain too much influence, particularly Ollie. Ollie represented the factions of Cannon and Sydney. If he also became powerful, it would place Cody in an awkward position. Thus, Ollie did not receive significant rewards this time. Dorian found it somewhat regrettable, believing Ollie's talents should have been more fully utilized. Moreover, if he entered the court, he could implement many policies beneficial to the people. Considering this, Dorian observed Ollie closely. First, congratulations to Brother Dorian. This competition has made your name renowned throughout the entire capital. Ollie smiled at Dorian, acknowledging that Dorian's reputation had grown significantly due to the highly watched event. Under such circumstances, Dorian truly became famous, both for his martial prowess and poetic talent. Especially his poetic talent genuinely impressed everyone. They hadn't expected Dorian's poetry to be so sharp. A warrior defeating numerous poets. Nothing was more noteworthy than that. Thus, Dorian was now widely recognized. Listening to Ollie, Dorian chuckled lightly, saying, It's nothing, just some fame. But it's a bit unfortunate this time. If there weren't so many factors, you should have been promoted. It doesn't matter. These are trivial things I don't pay much attention to, you understand, Brother Dorian? Ollie smiled at Dorian, truly unconcerned with these things, not putting on a facade. He had anticipated this outcome, and thus did not plan to take the lead. But because Sydney and Cannon insisted, and he couldn't allow Karen to win, he had to show up. You're right. Your aspirations aren't these positions. Dorian nodded, knowing well that Ollie's ambitions lay elsewhere, primarily in benefiting the people, not seeking office. Therefore, Ollie wouldn't consider these official ranks. Also, given his current position, it was impossible for him to advance further. Cody wouldn't let all three of them enter the core government. This would create too much impact on nobility and the imperial family. With existing tensions between nobility and commoners already high, Cody wouldn't risk upsetting this balance because of Ollie. So, Ollie had to endure. However, Cody understood this might breed resentment or dissatisfaction in Ollie. Therefore, Cody secretly consoled Ollie. This was also a test to cultivate Ollie's patience. If he couldn't handle this, he wouldn't be fit for higher office. After all, a prime minister must be patient. Or, like Cannon talking to himself, it wouldn't be bad, but Ollie wasn't that type, resembling Sydney more closely. Ollie then slowly said, One doesn't come without a purpose. I'm here to ask for help this time. Speaking this, Ollie felt somewhat embarrassed. He had never assisted Dorian much, yet now he was troubling Dorian continuously. Dorian was preparing for a campaign and was undoubtedly busy, but Ollie had no one else to turn to for this issue. He could only think of Dorian. Others might not be able to help, and he didn't want many people knowing about this. I'm all ears. Dorian nodded, looking at Ollie curiously. The investigation into that organization should have halted after yesterday's battle. Organizations would now be more cautious and unlikely to appear easily, making it easy to alert them if they investigated hastily. But judging from Ollie's appearance, he seemed to have a plan. Dorian focused seriously. Regardless, this matter was critical, and their existence could greatly affect the Great Xia Empire. After all, no one knew exactly what this organization was. The previous Georgiation attempts hinted at Dark Hall involvement, but Dorian remained uncertain about this. What was certain was that Miss Sheridan was certainly problematic. Chapter 235, Discovery. But due to his personal matters and concerns about alarming the wrongdoers prematurely, Dorian did not pursue the investigation further. Has Ollie found something new now? This is what I discovered. Many officials in the capital have visited Onikahuakue, said Ollie earnestly, with a very serious expression. Even several military generals have been there. In theory, this should not happen. Why do you say so? Dorian looked at Ollie in surprise, puzzled as to why Ollie thought this was unusual. Visiting brothels didn't seem out of place for this era, especially for wealthy individuals like Cannon and Sydney. For them, such visits were quite common and not strange at all. That's true. However, each Georgiation target has had conflicts with these visitors. We carefully examined every case, and they all share this commonality. If it were just one or two instances, we could call it coincidence, but not this many times, Ollie explained. Dorian was still confused. They had known this much already. What more was Ollie getting at? But, here's another point we haven't uncovered yet. These generals and civil officials usually clash, so they wouldn't patronize the same courtesan together. This suggests that something is amiss with Onikahuakue. It must be a communication hub, though that's not the main issue. Dorian nodded, looking at Ali. It seemed Ali had confirmed the problem but lacked evidence. Ali's expression turned even more serious. The main issue is, I found someone secretly using this place as a rendezvous for trading military supplies and some minerals. What? Dorian's face changed as he looked at Ali gravely. No wonder Ali was so serious. This wasn't a small matter at all. For the Great Xia dynasty, military supplies and minerals were crucial resources. Such illegal transactions would definitely violate the laws of the Great Xia, which wouldn't tolerate such activities. Therefore, Dorian was genuinely shocked. Someone was actually using this place for such activities, making it imperative to investigate further. How did you discover this? Dorian asked, fixing his gaze on Ali. This was a critical piece of information that needed confirmation. Jumping to conclusions without proper evidence wouldn't do. They must gather evidence. Without it, no one would believe them. Uniquely, this was also why Ali sought him out. This intrigued Dorian. Yes, yesterday I went to Isekai building and happened upon their transaction. Passing by the courtyard, I overheard some suspicious words. It sounded related to the army and other things. Sensing something was wrong, I listened closer and realized it was indeed problematic. Ali continued. Dorian's expression grew even more serious. Unfortunately, they are very alert. I didn't get to hear anything crucial before someone came out. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have been caught. But I'm certain this is real. As you know, this can't alarm too many people. Even informing our mentors won't be of much help, Ali said, shaking his head slightly. Informing them might lead to premature exposure. Definitely not what we want. So, I want Brother Dorian to join me in investigating. Hearing this, Dorian showed signs of hesitation for the first time. For other matters, Dorian might disregard or temporarily reject them, even concerning that organization. With impending deployment, he had too much on his plate and couldn't afford delays. However, military supplies were a different matter, vital for the safety of their expedition. The Great Xia had strict controls over military supplies, storing vast amounts as the largest supplier. Even the combined efforts of the Thousand Kingdom and the Great Zhou couldn't match it. Hence, both dynasties always sought to buy from the Great Xia. But every emperor of the Great Xia understood the importance of these supplies and would never sell them easily. Now, someone was selling these crucial items to others, regardless of who the buyer was. A dangerous situation indeed. Logically, he should agree to Ali's request, but he also knew it was risky and could put him in harm's way, affecting his readiness for battle. Moreover, with no concrete evidence, just speculation, wasting time on a false lead was a concern. Seeing Dorian's hesitation, Ali reassured him, "No worries, Brother Dorian. Whatever you decide, it's fine." With those words, Dorian finally made up his mind. "Let's take a look. But how do you know when they'll conduct the next transaction? What if they don't go tonight?" Dorian stared intently at Ali, understanding the gravity of the situation and needing to be fully informed. "They will go. I heard their conversation yesterday, and Anika Huakue is in the room." "All right, I'll go with you," Dorian nodded, agreeing. At worst, it would cost him some time, but if true, he must prevent it. If the Great Xia's military supplies were compromised, the expedition could be disastrous, risking his family's safety. Dorian felt it was worth the risk. "Thank you, Brother Dorian." Ali looked gratefully at Dorian, knowing he took on significant pressure. "Do we need to inform Lord Jethraguo about this?" Ali asked, knowing Dorian respected Joab and Natalie. Given Dorian's unique position, rash actions might cause problems. Dorian pondered. It was indeed necessary to inform Joab and seek his advice, or let him handle it best. Chapter 236, Returning to Isekai building. After all, he was the Duke of Jethrog and also the commander-in-chief of this expeditionary force. Matters such as these should be reported to him, so that he could make decisions. In events of this magnitude, the commander-in-chief is crucial. However, they still lacked solid evidence. Dorian could trust Ali, and Joab could trust Ali as well, but others wouldn't believe it easily. Cody couldn't make a judgment based solely on Ali's words. They needed to thoroughly investigate and gather evidence. But once things escalated, it could easily draw attention from others, especially making certain people alert, complicating matters further. This was not what Dorian wanted to see. Then Dorian slightly shook his head and said, "Evidence is insufficient. We cannot approach my father-in-law with just this information. Let's check it out tonight. Regardless of whether we can find these clues or not, this place should be thoroughly investigated." Agreed. Ali nodded, deciding that if nothing was found in the investigation, he would take full responsibility, not letting anything happen to Dorian. In the evening, the two returned to Isekai building. With prior experience, this time was smoother. They quickly reached Anika Flower Queen's courtyard. Anika Flower Queen's courtyard was significantly livelier compared to Angie Flower Queen's. One of the openly rich gentlemen who entered with them couldn't help but sigh. Miss Anika is really going to rise completely. Even after Miss Angie released a timeless masterpiece, her popularity hasn't surpassed Miss Anika. "It seems Miss Angie Flower Queen has some trouble," another person nearby remarked, somewhat wistfully. Hearing this, Dorian showed a puzzled expression and asked, "Why do you say that?" Surprised by Dorian's inquiry, the two were taken aback, not expecting anyone to engage them, let alone ask such a question. However, seeing Dorian's distinguished appearance and his attire exuding an aura of nobility, combined with his remarkable demeanor, the two beside him grew serious. Clearly, Dorian wasn't ordinary. Thus, they dared not offend him or those accompanying him easily. After all, they were from merchant families, and such places were frequented by wealthy or influential figures, particularly individuals like Dorian and Ali, who seemed highly capable. Naturally, they had to be cautious, not daring to offend such people easily. The two young masters might not know, but the top flower queen in this capital city has always been Miss Angie. However, Miss Anika surged unexpectedly 2 years ago, quickly surpassing Miss Angie. One of the gentlemen explained, clearly very interested in such gossip. But the title of the first flower queen won't change easily. Based on recent developments, Isekai building intends to replace the first flower queen to create more buzz for their name. The gentleman chuckled, obviously intrigued by these tidbits. Dorian listened intently. Angie was a gentle soul. Even Dorian felt her warmth. He wanted to inquire about her situation and see if he could offer any assistance. Besides, while Dorian wasn't familiar with the customs of the capital city, a timeless masterpiece shouldn't fail to elevate Miss Angie over Miss Annika. This seemed odd. Initially, Miss Angie didn't have much advantage, given Miss Annika's immense popularity. However, Prince Consort Eben's song recently gave Miss Angie a competitive edge. But today, it appears more people still favor Miss Annika. Hearing this, Dorian nodded slightly, forming some ideas in his mind. Thank you for your explanation. You're welcome, it's nothing major. With a slight smile, they entered the hall. Ali sighed beside Dorian, saying, who would have thought Shuidiage couldn't help Miss Angie reverse the situation? This Miss Annika indeed has some prowess. Dorian glanced at Ali, noticing he seemed knowledgeable. Realizing Dorian's confusion, Ali explained, actually, speaking of figure, looks, talent, and skills, Miss Angie surpasses her. But Miss Angie is too conservative and reservedly gentle, unlike Miss Annika. Leaving aside its potential as a contact point, she is lively and passionate, knowing the preferences of these officials and accommodating them. Over time, she naturally becomes more popular. Considering this, Ali looked towards Dorian. So now, Miss Angie's position is threatened. Even with this timeless masterpiece, the situation remains unchanged. Let's go inside and see. I'm curious about this Miss Annika. Dorian wore a calm expression, pondering internally. Agreed. Upon entering the hall, they quickly saw a charming beauty dancing gracefully. The dance itself was standard, known by all courtesans in the capital. But her performance was enchantingly seductive, exceptionally captivating. Dorian was moved by her allure, recognizing her natural appeal. Her every move and expression radiated charm. No wonder these officials were enthralled. It made sense. Dorian understood why Miss Angie lost fairly, yet he preferred her kinder nature. His feelings for Miss Angie stemmed more from empathy than affection, as their experiences shared some parallels. Their mutual understanding deepened because of this. Seeing the crowd captivated by Miss Annika, Dorian sighed inwardly. If he were the owner of Isekai building, he'd surely favor Annika. She was essentially a living goldmine. Having her meant not needing to worry about anything else. She was the perfect choice. Finding a seat, Ali kept looking around. Dorian patted his shoulder, saying, don't look around carelessly. Watch the performance. We need to act like we're here for entertainment. Your gaze can easily attract attention. They are vigilant and may notice us. Dorian spoke seriously. Translation note. Pinyin names used in the text are accurate. Dorian, Ali, etc. The original tone and style have been maintained throughout the translation, ensuring it reads naturally and fluently in English. Chapter 237. Southern Savages. For them, the two of them were also considered celebrities in the capital city. Many people would be able to recognize them. The person who could arrange such a matter must be someone from the Ministry of Revenue or the Ministry of War. Moreover, they couldn't hold a low position. Under such circumstances, they would definitely recognize the duo. If so, they should act as if they were here purely for entertainment, which would make them less noticeable. After all, it wasn't uncommon for two gentlemen to openly visit this kind of place. However, their attention must remain solely on Annika and not wander elsewhere. All right. Ali snapped back to reality, realizing his demeanor was off and immediately straightened up. Witnessing this, Dorian felt even more helpless and said, relax a bit. You're here to enjoy yourself at a brothel. Do you think someone's going to check on you? Augustine listening to Dorian's teasing, Ali loosened up a bit, though he still seemed somewhat uneasy but much better than before. Dorian didn't say anything more, yet he couldn't help but marvel that Ali was indeed a good man. In this era, any man with some money would frequent brothels, except perhaps those married into their wives' families. Few men avoided visiting places like this. Under such conditions, Ali's behavior was truly unique and highly sought after by many women in other times. After all, such a person would certainly be a good husband. However, this time was different. These people were no ordinary individuals. Anyone capable of doing this would have exceptionally sharp instincts, something they needed to be cautious about. They couldn't afford to be careless. At this moment, Lady Annika finished her dance, and the entire hall erupted into cheers. Many people shouted her name enthusiastically, making the atmosphere incredibly lively. Truly popular, Dorian remarked, gazing at Lady Annika on stage. Such a renowned courtesan would indeed draw much attention. He couldn't help but feel intrigued about what else Lady Annika might have hidden. To be so widely admired, just this wouldn't be enough. Therefore, Lady Annika must have something more that she hasn't revealed. Please wait a moment. I'll change my clothes and return shortly. Sure, Lady Annika. Go ahead. We'll wait for you, Miss Annika. Everyone spoke excitedly, making the atmosphere extremely vibrant. Even at Sierra's place, I've never seen such enthusiasm, Ali sighed, feeling the intense ambience. Even those who disliked this environment could sense the fervor around them. Thinking further, Ali continued. There's likely an organization behind this arrangement. Dorian nodded, agreeing that Ali made a good point. This situation wasn't quite right, necessitating a deeper understanding. Dorian scrutinized the stage intently, watching Lady Annika leave before scanning the room. There are several odd characters here. Ali looked at Dorian, not fully understanding the situation. He hadn't sensed anything amiss, but knew Dorian had valuable information. There are 3 strong warriors, very powerful, possibly Earth-Kenroik martial artists. Their presence here is peculiar. Dorian shook his head slightly. Ali's expression turned serious, eyes fixed on Dorian. He whispered, what's happening? Could they be generals from our great Xia? Being in the capital, it wasn't unusual for Earth-Kenroik warriors to appear, especially attracted by a beauty like Lady Annika. Ali saw nothing wrong with it, but Dorian's words hinted at anomalies. They aren't from our great Xia. They come from the south. August uniquely from the southern savages. Despite their disguises, their aura is unmistakably savage. And I can identify their features, Dorian added. With his excellent vision, he could discern their origins clearly. Upon hearing this, Ali's face changed, realizing the severity of the situation. The visitors were indeed southern savages, which posed significant problems. These guys are a huge problem. They could be here to trade military supplies. Dorian explained seriously, knowing that the southern savages rarely visited their capital. Great Xia and the southern savages had always been mortal enemies, whether among rulers or commoners. Therefore, the appearance of these southern savages was strange and shocking to Dorian. Then it must be so. The southern savages wouldn't come here otherwise. Those damned savages are trading for our military supplies to invade us. Ali clenched his teeth, eyes narrowing. In recent years, the southern savages had developed well, posing considerable danger. It was hard for Ali to accept that these people, nurtured by their own, now threatened them. Thinking about this, Ali grew angrier. He realized he needed to handle this matter, as it was detrimental to Great Xia. It can't be wrong. Dorian agreed, focusing on the stage. The southern savages continuously watched Annika, indicating a connection between them. This deeply troubled him. Trading military supplies was a grave threat to Great Xia and completely unacceptable. Who would do such a thing? Conducting such activities under Cody's nose was akin to treason, and no one could endure it. Thus, handling this matter seriously was imperative. A thorough investigation was necessary. Absolutely, there could be no leniency. Dorian stared intently at the stage, determined to uncover the truth about Annika. Whoever they are, severe punishment is mandatory. Chapter 238. Sierra's Worries. Ali spoke coldly, asserting that such matters could never be tolerated. He was now thankful for having discovered and found a way to stop it, despite being somewhat late. As long as it could be prevented, it would still be considered progress. After all, if this were to continue, it would only bring more issues to Daxia and empower these Erwin further. He was also grateful for bringing Dorian along. Without Dorian's insight, they might have missed this entirely. Dorian was indeed his most trustworthy and capable person. Thinking of this, Ali couldn't help but smile. With the confirmation of certain facts, they had to identify the issue as soon as possible. These guys aren't easy to deal with, Dorian pondered, eyeing the three Erwin. They were all Earth stage warriors, though he couldn't determine their exact level. Moreover, the situation here was chaotic. Fighting might cause unforeseen complications, making it difficult to resolve matters smoothly. Another point was that he currently lacked solid evidence and hadn't identified who they were dealing with yet, which was quite crucial. Thus, Dorian suggested after a moment's thought, let's not act recklessly. Let's wait and see who they're trading with. It's important. Agreed. Though enraged, Ali knew what was important. They needed to gather intelligence on the situation quickly. With that in mind, Ali composed himself, hiding his anger. Soon, Madame Annika appeared in an even more revealing outfit, drawing wolf whistles from the crowd. For them, just seeing Madame Annika's enchanting figure was enough satisfaction. Despite their desires to share intimacy with her, it was clear such dreams were impossible fantasies. Annika's popularity drew powerful figures. Even national dukes and princes had visited. Thus, for these common men, such pleasures belonged to the elite. Amidst the heated atmosphere, Dorian closed his eyes slowly, knowing he would need patience. Compared to the fervor around Annika, the ambience at Sierra's side was chilly and melancholic. This left Sierra's attendants feeling helpless, knowing how to attract guests, but their mistress wasn't willing. Their excitement over the famous Shuidiajetu Water Melody Ode poem several days ago had been short-lived, as Annika retaliated swiftly, extinguishing any buzz around Sierra. Their mistress, uncompetitive by nature, left them uncertain about how to react. They could only watch as Annika thrived while their own fortunes dwindled. "Mistress, won't you do something?" an attendant asked worriedly. Sierra smiled gently, replying, "It's fine. I no longer care for these accolades. They are mere illusions. Moreover, the value of such things has faded. Let them be." Sierra waved dismissively, signaling that she didn't mind. For her, these honors were insignificant compared to the timeless classic, Shuidiajetu. The attendants felt at a loss. While everything else about their mistress was perfect, her indifference to fame was too extreme. "But mistress, don't forget Prince Dorian is married to Princess Kirsty. Your association with him here is not favorable," one attendant remarked, given the exposure of Dorian's identity. A prince consort in a brothel was problematic, causing much disdain towards Sierra. Dorian's high public regard meant the backlash fell on her instead. Sierra looked at the Shuidiajetu in her hands, a hint of resignation crossing her face. In contrast to the bustling energy surrounding Annika, Sierra stood calmly, almost detached. Her servants, unsure how to proceed, voiced their concerns about the public perception and slander. "Isn't it worth fighting back, mistress?" Sierra sighed, reflecting on the Shuidiajetu, a masterpiece that brought her true contentment. She had let go of fleeting accolades, choosing instead to cherish what truly mattered. Augustine listening to their words, she merely gazed into the distance, unable to change the course of events unfolding. Chapter 239. Angry Fanny. She was, of course, very much aware of these events and words. She had heard about them before. However, there was nothing she could do about it. After all, those words came from other people's mouths. What could she do? She couldn't change anything or control the situation, so she could only endure the ridicule. Certainly, she still cared in her heart, but she was unwilling to show it. More than anything, she wanted to see Lord Dorian again. Unfortunately, she understood that their social statuses were worlds apart. If Dorian were just an ordinary publicly recognized gentleman, then perhaps they might still have a chance to meet. But now, Sierra knew all too well that given Dorian's status, things would not be the same again. She knew Dorian definitely did not act out of malice. On that day, the royal spies had come here, and surely the Anderson was aware of Dorian's matters, hence why he wanted Dorian to step forward at that moment. In such circumstances, Sierra was deeply worried about Dorian's situation, fearing that Dorian would be targeted by Cody. However, hearing that Cody admired this Lord Dorian alleviated some of her concerns for him. As for herself, Sierra truly felt helpless. These ridicules she could only endure passively without any means to rebut effectively. Because of this incident, the number of guests visiting her recently had significantly decreased. Though Sierra did not say much, her maidservants all stood up for her. For Lady Sierra, this was clearly a case of undeserved misfortune. Lady Sierra had never met Dorian. Why should Dorian's sudden visit be blamed on her? This matter obviously pertained to Dorian, so why fault Lady Sierra? When this story spread, Dorian did not provide any explanation, and the Max Mansion did not offer any response. Such a situation indeed left Lady Sierra feeling wronged. But at this point, who would care about the grievances of an actress? For most people, they were more concerned with Dorian than Sierra. To them, Sierra was merely a stepping stone in Dorian's rise to fame. After all, using this opportunity to enhance Dorian's reputation wasn't bad for him. So, these maidservants began theorizing conspiratorially, believing that Dorian intentionally acted this way to exploit their lady. This made them even angrier, unfortunately without any use. They did not dare provoke this currently popular lord or antagonize the Max Mansion. One maidservant pouted and said, "This Lord Dorian is clearly exploiting our lady. No one forced him to come here, or compelled him to write Water Melody Ode. He clearly wanted to enhance his reputation here, using Lady Sierra's name to spread his fame. Now, after causing trouble, all the good reputation is his, while all the bad falls on our lady." Hearing this, another maidservant nodded and added, "Exactly. That guy is clearly taking advantage of our lady. Moreover, after creating issues, he doesn't even come out to explain himself, proving to be ungrateful." Lady Sierra frowned, then sighed helplessly. "Enough. Please don't say more. I believe Lord Dorian did not willingly choose this. After all, consider how Lord Dorian initially did not wish to reveal his identity. He was only forced into it by those royal spies." Despite her frustration, Sierra still tried to defend Dorian. She firmly believed in Dorian's goodness and was convinced he was a decent person. Feeling that Lord Dorian had his own stories, she was certain he wasn't someone bad and therefore wanted to protect him. That's precisely why he cannot come forward now, as it would place him in great danger, possibly even threatening his life. So, please don't speak ill of Lord Dorian. Augustine listening to Lady Sierra's defense of Dorian, the maidservants grew even more displeased. To them, Dorian was a bad person, and Lady Sierra was the innocent victim. This made them want to ridicule Dorian even more. "Lady, what's so good about that guy that you defend him like this? What's the point of defending someone who forgets your kindness? Yeah, an ungrateful person isn't worth your protection." Their comments left Lady Sierra with a helpless expression. She knew they cared for her and had her best interests at heart. But regarding Dorian, she did not want to blame him. "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. At least we're not completely empty-handed, right?" Looking at Water Melody Ode in her hand, Sierra smiled faintly. "I wonder what's so great about Water Melody Ode. It's merely a timeless masterpiece. Although it's impressive, it can't be eaten." Those high-ranking officials are clearly supporting that flirtatious Annika. In this situation, Lady Sierra risks being discarded. If Ep1 Tower abandons us, we'll really have nowhere to go. These words brought a sad look to several maidservants. Indeed, it was a very unfavorable situation for them. Yet, it seemed they couldn't change anything and could only look at Lady Sierra helplessly. Sierra shook her head and reassured them, "Don't worry about this. As long as I have food, you won't starve either. Relax. Besides, Ep1 Tower wouldn't abandon me. In this situation, I still hold some value, so there's no need to worry too much." Smiling, Sierra continued, "Though my reputation has slightly suffered, I am still the Flower Queen. Ep1 Tower wouldn't easily discard me. One thing remains true though. Things aren't as they were before." One maidservant sighed. "Indeed, though the changes wouldn't be drastic, things wouldn't return to their former bustling state. It's fine. The impact isn't too significant. People will soon forget about this. Once they do, we won't need to worry about this influence anymore. Plus, Water Melody Ode was written for me, so we still benefit from it." Sierra smiled, remaining calm about the situation. "Ugh, that Dorian is such a bastard." At that moment, Fanny entered the room, her face full of anger. Chapter 240, The Ungrateful One? Continuously cursing Dorian. It was as if she felt an intense anger towards him. This left Sierra slightly stunned. Although these past few days Fanny hadn't spared a word for Dorian. After all, Fanny used to have a rather good impression of him. Back when Dorian left, Fanny had even told Sierra that Dorian was indeed a good, open-hearted brother without arrogance, which made Sierra smile. This brought great satisfaction to Fanny. She thought her lady's springtime had finally arrived, never expecting it would end like this. He was worse than those deceitful brothers-in-law. Such a person infuriated Fanny beyond limit, and she had already criticized Dorian many times. Although Sierra tried to comfort Fanny countless times, Fanny wouldn't listen. Seeing the situation, Sierra chose not to speak further. She understood that talking about it wouldn't change anything. But now, what got into Fanny? Why was she suddenly so angry? Sierra knew her little attendant very well. Something big must have happened. Thinking this, Sierra asked with a smile, "What happened? Why is our Fanny so upset?" Upon hearing her lady's words, Fanny's expression darkened even more. "Lady, it's not that Dorian couldn't come here. He directly went to Annika, that flirt," Fanny said unhappily, looking at Lady Sierra. Deep inside, she felt indignant on behalf of her lady. If Dorian truly couldn't leave Jethrawagong Manor, Fanny could have understood. But now, Dorian clearly could come out, yet he went to see Lady Annika. This enraged Fanny. Lady Sierra endured gossip and treatment from others all because of him, yet he didn't say a single word in consolation or come to visit Lady Sierra. In reality, Fanny knew that all Lady Sierra needed was for Dorian to assure her that he didn't use her, and she would be content. Fanny wanted to hear such words too, because she was the one who introduced Dorian to Lady Sierra. It turned out her judgment wasn't wrong. Dorian did bring happiness to Lady Sierra. However, she never imagined it would end up like this. It infuriated Fanny, and she wished she could give Dorian a thorough reprimand. Unfortunately, their lady always protected Dorian, and considering he wasn't just anyone, they couldn't do much. Today, Fanny saw something even more infuriating. She saw Dorian go to Lady Annika's place. It was as if lightning struck her. She absolutely couldn't tolerate this. Lady Sierra always said Dorian must be bound by the rules of Jethraguagong Manor, making it impossible for him to leave. Therefore, he couldn't come here, and Fanny found this acceptable. As a son-in-law prince, there were moments he couldn't control his actions, a reason Fanny understood but couldn't accept when Dorian came to Yichenlu and chose Lady Annika over Lady Sierra. Hearing Fanny, Lady Sierra froze. Looking at Fanny beside her, her face grew serious. Did you mistake someone? How could Jaren Dorian go to Lady Annika? Sierra shook her head, disbelieving. In her heart, Dorian would never do such a thing, and he shouldn't even be at a place like this. Seeing her stubborn expression, Fanny sighed bitterly. Lady, I saw it clearly. How could Fanny lie to you about this? You could give me 10,000 chances, and I still wouldn't dare. Knowing you defend Dorian, if I didn't confirm it myself, how could I say this lightly? I checked carefully. It was indeed son-in-law Prince Dorian. Only then did I tell you, lady. Fanny looked earnestly at Lady Sierra. Even now, Lady Sierra guessed what had happened, her complexion turning pale and helpless. Of course, she couldn't accept this. To her, it was an immense blow. Sierra felt dizzy, sitting helplessly on a chair, unsure how to proceed. All her hopes seemed dashed, leaving her feeling lost. Are you okay, lady? Fanny watched anxiously while also filled with righteous indignation. Other maids echoed similar sentiments, regarding Dorian as ungrateful and began criticizing him. Your Highness, Dorian deceived us. That poem was entirely different. A person like this doesn't deserve your treatment. Fanny sincerely pleaded for Lady Sierra to let go of Dorian, believing they could rise again if she did. Why don't we expose his false face at Lady Annika's now? Let everyone see what kind of person he really is, the maid suggested. After some time, Lady Sierra finally responded, shaking her head gently. Let it go. Don't expose him. Pretend this never happened. Even in this moment, she harbored no thoughts of revenge, preferring to silently bear everything. How can you just let him off? Who suffers in the end? It's us, it's you, lady. Fanny protested angrily. Now our reputation is tarnished, yet he's the pride of Jinqing City and Great Xia. How can we swallow this humiliation? Indeed, how can we let this despicable person walk away unscathed? Lady Sierra restrained her pain and urged, do your duties. Don't seek trouble. We cannot afford to offend anyone now. Sierra knew if Dorian truly acted this way, they couldn't provoke son-in-law Prince Dorian. He belonged to Jethraguagong Manor, and people like him were dangerous, even if they clashed. Chapter 241. Conditions for entry into the inner hall. Otherwise, it would be a disadvantage for people like them as well. With this thought, Lady Sierra sighed deeply. Do your own business well, and never provoke them. Pretend that nothing happened. Lady, Ariel was quite anxious. Even if they did not mind, they were still the ones at a disadvantage. Lady Sierra had worked hard to build her reputation, but now all her efforts might go down the drain because of this. Ariel naturally couldn't accept that, and didn't want the matter to end easily. At the very least, she wanted Dorian to pay a price or make some clarification. Though it seemed tough, for the sake of her lady, Ariel was willing to clash with Dorian. She was prepared to bear any cost or face unexpected situations. Thinking about this, Ariel looked at Lady Sierra. Augustinuston to me. Don't you dare defy my words? Lady Sierra suddenly turned stern, looking at Ariel. It wasn't that she had Dorian on her mind, but she didn't want to provoke the Jethraguagong mansion, thus causing trouble for Ariel and the others. Though she felt sad too, in this situation, she could only endure it. Ariel had never seen her lady this way and could only nod, indicating she understood. I won't. Such a person is truly unworthy of such treatment from Lady. Ariel harumphed and said no more. Since Lady had already spoken, she certainly wouldn't do anything further. Seeing Ariel's expression, Lady Sierra breathed a sigh of relief. She knew Ariel wouldn't act rashly anymore, so there was no need to worry about any issues. As for Dorian, she'd just let it be. Sierra didn't want to think about this any further. Meanwhile, Dorian was unaware of these developments. He was watching Lady Annika's performance. Frankly speaking, he wasn't interested. But since no one else was taking action, neither could he. After watching for a while, Dorian noticed something was off. Although most people showed excitement, some wore in different expressions. It seemed their purpose for being here wasn't straightforward. Dorian squinted his eyes and surveyed everyone, then retracted his gaze. These people were all on high alert, glancing over instinctively whenever they sensed his gaze. Among them, Dorian had already spotted many familiar faces, officials he had met before. They were not interested in Lady Annika, which made Dorian realize something was amiss. There are some odd people here, Dorian murmured, looking at Ali. Who? Some of them aren't focused on Lady Annika. What do you think they're doing here? Ali's eyes flashed. Indeed, those who weren't watching Lady Annika probably had ulterior motives, like the two of them. It seems like this place really is lively. After surveying the scene, Ali confirmed there were indeed problems. Not focusing on the courtesan at a brothel means there's an issue. Later, there will be an inner hall event. I think that's where the problem lies. Ali whispered, having already gathered some information. Are there conditions for entering the inner hall? Dorian paused, not sure what to expect. Not clear. They seem to randomly pick people each time, but I feel like these people should have been approached earlier. Otherwise, why would such arrangements be made? Ali shook his head slightly. Though he had some understanding, he wasn't entirely clear, with more questions than answers. Despite days of observation, he couldn't figure out exactly what was happening. The guests entering each time varied. While they were pondering, Lady Annika's coquettish voice rang out again. Honored guests, today's inner hall event will start soon. My maid will invite you shortly. Those invited can enter the inner hall. The invitation is completely random. Everyone has a chance. She gave a teasing glance and left the stage. Completely random? Dorian looked at Ali after hearing this. Seems so. Ali scratched his head. Both of them weren't well versed in these matters, feeling a bit lost. At that moment, a young gentleman at a nearby table looked at them and asked, "Is this your first time here?" They looked at him. He shouldn't have heard their conversation, and they hadn't discussed anything crucial. Thinking this, Dorian nodded. "Yes, heard much about Lady Annika and wanted to see her today, so I don't know the rules here." "I see. Allow me to introduce the procedures then." Ali and Dorian exchanged glances and smiled. "Thank you." They were glad someone was explaining, making things clearer. "You're welcome. We're all here for fun. Mutual help is only natural." Seeing this friendly man, Dorian and Ali smiled. Actually, the rule isn't complicated. The inner hall provides a rare chance to interact closely with Lady Annika. It's her marketing strategy. The inner hall costs more, and only those inside have a chance to be chosen by Lady Annika to visit her room. Dorian and Ali nodded, roughly understanding the situation. Lady Annika was indeed shrewd in business, far surpassing Lady Sierra. No wonder she grew rapidly. "Is the selection completely random?" Dorian asked. They definitely needed to get into the inner hall for their investigation, so finding a way in was crucial. If it was completely random, Dorian had no method to ensure entry. Considering this, Dorian looked at the friendly young man. Certainly not. If it were completely random, it would cause significant issues. For Lady Annika, she needs support from the powerful and wealthy. So, she always observes who comes here behind the scenes. Chapter 242, All-Knowing. To select those she thinks might become her esteemed guests. As he spoke, the young man in yellow pointed to a corner, gesturing for Dorian to look over. Dorian followed his gaze and indeed saw a small, hidden opening. With his sharp vision, Dorian could clearly see Annika Nyangzi's alluring eyes, which startled him. He turned back and sized up the young man in yellow. Who was this person who knew such secrets? These were clearly insider details, not something an ordinary person would know. Moreover, this place was so secluded that even Dorian hadn't noticed it. This person definitely knew more, perhaps even Dorian's identity. Otherwise, showing an ordinary person this spot wouldn't be very revealing. Something was off with this guy. Dorian became serious, recalling their sudden conversation, which felt suspicious. Who could this person be? Dorian pondered, unsure how to handle the situation. The other party seemed harmless, so Dorian didn't plan to expose him. After all, he needed to understand the information provided, and thus saw no need to press further. Ali watched curiously, not able to see the details himself but realizing Dorian had discovered something. Thus, this person wasn't lying. Knowing these specifics made Ali also feel uneasy. The young man in yellow paid no attention to Dorian and Ali's expressions, continuing, "Only by doing this can she find more esteemed guests and maintain her reputation." So, each selection is a process of her own choosing. But her judgment of people is remarkable, rarely making mistakes. Each chosen one has always been an official or noble. Or, he paused, looking at Dorian before continuing, or someone who should be chosen. Dorian's expression tightened as he stared at the young man in yellow. This guy definitely knew something. He understood Dorian and Ali's intentions. Who was he? In the entire empire of Daxia, only a few people knew about their mission, mainly Cody and his associates. So, who was this person? Seeing Dorian's expression, the young man in yellow smiled faintly. This is why Annika, the top courtesan, is so successful. She doesn't act like an ordinary courtesan. Dorian nodded, saying, "She is indeed extraordinary. An ordinary courtesan couldn't do what she does." Ali remained silent, staring at the young man in yellow. Suddenly, he felt this guy looked familiar, possibly someone he knew. This realization made him even more curious, prompting him to think harder. Clearly, this person was problematic, but they couldn't publicize it. They could only observe quietly to understand his true nature. Augustine listening to Dorian. The young man in yellow knew Dorian had figured it out. He then asked, "It seems you don't particularly like Annika Nyangzi. Why come here then?" Taken aback, Dorian quickly replied, "Aren't you the same?" Clearly, this guy didn't respect Annika Nyangzi either, evident from his words. He already disliked Annika girl. Hearing Dorian's counter-question, the young man in yellow smiled. "Looks like Dorian is quite astute. You know my name and our intentions. Who are you? What do you want by telling us all this? It's probably not as simple as it seems." The young man in yellow's expression tightened. Dorian's quick reaction caught him off guard. "Well," he said with a smile, "I do know what you're after, but I can't reveal my identity. It's quite important. Today, if you wish to enter the inner venue, there's only one way, and it depends on your luck. But Annika will likely choose you. After all, you're new faces." "Why do you say that?" Dorian looked surprised. This person seemed confident. Even Dorian wasn't sure, so how could this person be certain? Thinking about it, Dorian carefully observed the young man in yellow. "I do know some things, but this much I can tell you. New faces are important to her. After all, many people have already been fully exploited by her. In this situation, new faces are essential. You both look like wealthy young masters. Even Ali beside you isn't shabby. If she doesn't pay attention to you, it would be unusual." Dorian and Ali looked enlightened. That made sense. However, this guy knew too much. "I see. I'm curious. How do you know all this?" Clearly, these aren't simple matters, nor are they easily known. Staring at the young man in yellow, Dorian realized this person had an extensive intelligence network. Whether it was Annika Nyangzi's affairs or their mission, none of this information was common knowledge. Thus, this person's intelligence network was formidable, a significant asset. Knowing more about this person could lead to uncovering even more information. "You're right, but I won't reveal anything more. Just know I have no ill intentions. All I say is to help you. You can feel that, can't you?" Chapter 243. Adding one to the mysterious organization. Hearing this, Dorian's heart tightened. Indeed, the man did not seem to have any ill intentions toward him, but it was his help that made Dorian worry the most. He and this person were strangers. Why would he offer assistance like this? Something definitely wasn't right. Moreover, he really didn't know who this person was. "Are you confused?" The yellow-robed young master suddenly spoke up, his eyes fixed on Dorian. Yes, your help makes me feel rather apprehensive, Dorian said with a smile, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. It was indeed necessary to investigate this person. It wouldn't be hard to find out more about him. As a member of the Max Mansion, Dorian had the resources to gather information easily. To put your mind at ease is impossible. So, all you need to know is that we are also very curious about this organization. That's why we want to help you. Besides, we mean no harm to Daxia. We are people of Daxia too. How could we do anything detrimental to our own country? Dorian fell silent again. At this point, he truly didn't know what to say. Given the circumstances, there was no reason for this man to deceive him. He wasn't worth such elaborate deceit. There's no need. Dorian shook his head slightly. You're right. What do you know about this organization? Hearing this, the yellow-robed young master smiled. We do have some understanding. Would you like to hear it? I'm all ears. Dorian smiled and looked at the yellow-robed young master. The organization is called Crescent Moon Tower. Crescent Moon Tower? Dorian's face showed surprise. He had heard of this organization before. Joab once mentioned it while chatting, leaving an impression on Dorian. Is it the organization dedicated to serving the common people? That's correct. The yellow-robed young master nodded. The Heavenly Righteousness Society took their purpose very seriously. In this sense, the organization seemed admirable. However, everyone knew that this organization was fundamentally opposed to the imperial family, nobles, and officials. After all, these groups were the ones most likely to oppress the common people. This made them natural adversaries of the society, causing much frustration for people like Cody. Joab was equally helpless when it came to this group. Never would Dorian have expected the hidden organization within Isekai Pavilion to be them. Such a mysterious organization being here caught him off guard. Are you sure? Of course. We've been monitoring their deputy leader for quite some time now. They frequently come and go from here. That's how we learned about them. The yellow-robed young master spoke confidently, looking at Dorian. Good. Do you know anything else? Dorian asked earnestly. Indeed, this person seemed to know quite a bit. There's more. As he spoke, the yellow-robed young master leaned down and whispered something into Dorian's ear. Augustine listening to this, Dorian nodded, falling into deep thought. Soon, Dorian snapped back to reality. The man had already left. Ali was watching him from beside. An Annika selection process had already started. Dorian pondered for a moment, then looked at Ali. After a brief observation, Ali whispered, I think I've seen this man before. He seems to be the son of a royal prince. Really? Dorian raised an eyebrow, turning to look at Ali. Ali hadn't mentioned this earlier, but he must have noticed something. Do you recognize him? This guy should be named Gio, the son of Ishan. I never imagined he would know so much. Ali sighed, surprised by Joe's actions. Even compared to Jalmer, this Gio was outstanding. This individual knowing all this information was indeed special. Thinking further, Ali continued, Ishan is actually one of the more influential princes. He controls many resources and enjoys the emperor's utmost trust. But he has always been stationed at the border and rarely comes back. I never thought this guy would be here. Understanding that Dorian was unfamiliar with the capital's political scene, Ali explained simply. Indeed, it's unusual. Knowing so much, he might be part of a certain organization. After all, everything he talked about revolves around us, the imperial family. Truly, there are no simple characters among us. Dorian's tone was serious. While he began to understand some aspects, Gio certainly warranted his attention. Yes, the imperial family is always full of surprises. Last time, I saw Gio at a banquet. He has a close relationship with the Fletcher. There must be connections between them. And this Gio is likely a martial artist. Martial artist? Dorian was taken aback. He had not sensed any aura from this person and hadn't considered him a martial artist. Thinking about it, Dorian remembered he indeed didn't detect any internal energy fluctuations. Though internal energy could be concealed, if they were on similar levels, he wouldn't miss it. Yes, he's quite formidable. You need to be careful. His appearance here is puzzling, and he wouldn't help us without reason. Ali's expression was solemn. He may not be helping us. Perhaps it's related to the Fletcher. Dorian thought of Jalmer. If Gio and Jalmer were close, could Jalmer have sent someone to assist them? If that were the case, things could get interesting. It made sense for Jalmer to know their plans, as he was the Fletcher. Not knowing would be odd. You're right. The Fletcher likely understands our situation well. Helping us now could be a gesture of goodwill towards you. Ali looked at Dorian, adding that he himself had no intention of aligning with Jalmer or joining his camp. Chapter 244, Sheridan's Invitation. After all, no matter what, he was still part of Sydney's faction and could not join another. Even if Balder tried to pull him in, it would be of little help. This meant nothing for Balder. What he needed were people who could resolve his issues, follow his orders, and do things for him. Support from people like Ali was something Balder already had in abundance. He now needed loyal followers, not fence-sitters. Therefore, the only person Balder would assist or recruit would be Dorian. In Balder's eyes, Dorian was definitely the one with both qualifications and capability to aid him. Dorian understood this clearly. He knew what Balder was thinking. But the appearance of Gio surprised him greatly and made him realize that Balder had been closely monitoring his actions. Regardless, he has indeed provided us with significant help. We need to handle the current situation first. Dorian shook his head slightly. No matter what, the help provided by Balder was considerable and effective. Under such circumstances, he had to earnestly deal with this matter. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible not only to himself but also to the Xia Empire. Such shady dealings of military supplies absolutely could not be tolerated. Suddenly, Dorian thought of something. If His Highness the Fletcher knew about his investigation, might he also know who was behind these secret arms transactions? Given the strength of the prince's intelligence network, it wasn't impossible. If they could find out who these people were, it would certainly benefit them. They wouldn't have to go through so much trouble investigating. However, after considering this, Dorian dismissed the possibility. If the Fletcher knew, he would have informed them already. He wouldn't stand by and do nothing because this matter was crucial. Any issue with military supplies was too important. If the Fletcher ignored it, Dorian would have misjudged him completely. After all, this was a matter concerning the entire Xia Empire and couldn't be taken lightly. This indicated how concealed the matter must be, leaving Balder and others completely in the dark. With this realization, Dorian grew even more serious. Geo probably didn't know their true intentions, thinking they were merely researching the organization. The New Moon Tower incident had become secondary. The real priority now was the illegal trading of military supplies. They must uncover it. In this context, Dorian couldn't help but glance toward the inner courtyard. They had selected several people, but none had come to them yet, causing Dorian some concern. At this moment, a maid approached Dorian and said, "Sir, you've been chosen by Lady Sheridan to enter the inner courtyard. Please follow me." Me? Dorian was taken aback. He hadn't expected to be chosen, but this posed a problem. While he was here to investigate, he was penniless. How could he conduct an investigation? Entering the inner courtyard required a significant amount of money. Going inside under such conditions would not make things easier for him. It would be challenging for them. "Yes, sir," the maid smiled at Dorian, feeling impressed by his handsome appearance, which she found quite attractive. "What about him?" Dorian looked at Ollie questioningly. "Lady did not give any instructions regarding him," the maid replied cheerfully. To her, this was no big deal. It happened often. Hearing this, Ollie discreetly passed Dorian a small cloth bag containing funds allocated for the investigation. For Canon's side, being generous to Ollie was not a problem. Therefore, this had already been arranged for Ollie. Grabbing the bag in his hand, Dorian smiled. "Thank you. Would you please lead the way?" "You're welcome, this way please." The maid felt even more favorably towards Dorian. A handsome and polite young man like him was rare. Since Ollie wasn't invited, Dorian decided it was better to go alone, especially given the danger here. It was safer for Ollie to stay back, allowing Dorian to move more freely. Watching Dorian follow the maid inside, Ollie sighed, knowing he could do no more to help. Everything depended on Dorian now. He felt helpless, realizing that he hadn't left a good impression on Lady Sheridan during his first visit. However, Ollie wasn't bothered by this. Even if invited, he would find a way to decline. The situation inside didn't suit him, making him uncomfortable and likely leading to slips. Such behavior would hinder Dorian's mission. Therefore, Dorian going in alone was better, as he was capable enough to handle things alone. Ollie's presence would only complicate matters. Soon, Dorian followed the maid into the inner courtyard. A few people were seated inside, glancing at Dorian as he entered. He could feel many pairs of eyes scanning him, including several martial artists' subtle energy fluctuations. These individuals were not ordinary. Two of them recognized Dorian and looked surprised. "Isn't this Imperial son-in-law Dorian? Why is he here?" Now Dorian was a familiar figure, especially among the nobility. Recognizing him was normal, but they remained quiet. Normally, Dorian shouldn't be in such a place, indicating he was there secretly. Thus, it was best not to acknowledge him. Indeed, it wasn't uncommon for imperial sons-in-law and princesses' husbands to visit such places incognito. Chapter 245. Exposure? They were all men and could understand the predicament of a son-in-law and an imperial son-in-law. For them, many probably wouldn't want to hold such positions. Therefore, it was somewhat understandable that they would secretly visit places like this. However, they hadn't expected that Dorian would come here too. Though Dorian had visited before, everyone's attention was on Shui Diaogu too, so no one paid much attention to Dorian at that time. The group was also very lenient towards these talented scholars and did not criticize Dorian for visiting a brothel. After all, he went to Odessa's place, and everyone knew that she only sold art, not herself, so they didn't mind too much. Such behavior could be considered typical of literati. Dorian, who wrote such famous works, could certainly be considered a man of letters. Since that was the case, why shouldn't he visit a brothel? There was nothing wrong with it. Now, seeing Dorian reappear at Sheridan's, they speculated that Dorian might have some issues. However, they wouldn't worry about it too much. To them, Dorian wasn't important, and even if he appeared here, Dorian likely wouldn't want them to spread the news. They also didn't want to invite trouble by offending either Dorian or the Jethrawagong manor. Cody wouldn't reprimand Dorian just because he came to a brothel. Therefore, it was best for them not to get involved, as there was no benefit for them in participating in this matter. The others who didn't recognize Dorian didn't pay much attention, but his handsome appearance posed a bit of a threat. Although Sheridan was greedy for profit, she couldn't help but desire a change of taste. A very handsome scholar like Dorian wasn't entirely out of the question. Thinking of this, they felt a bit worried since they were all here for pleasure. Dorian also observed for a while, and showed a disappointed look. These people were not the ones he saw before, and those he sought didn't seem to have entered. The southern barbarians also hadn't shown up, which was normal. The southern barbarians were too conspicuous. Once inside, they would easily be recognized. So, it was normal for them not to enter, but what about the others? Could it be that his guess was wrong? Was this not the place for their transactions? Dorian wore a thoughtful expression. Since he had already entered, he definitely needed to see what was going on inside. Thinking of this, Dorian became more serious. Then, maids led in a few more people, leaving Dorian puzzled. Not a single person he noticed earlier had come in. What was happening? Had he guessed wrong, and this wasn't the key location? But something was definitely off with Sheridan, and previously, Gio mentioned that he intended to investigate the inner court. So under these circumstances, there must be something amiss in the inner court. Now, Dorian fell into deep thought, sensing he had fallen into a misconception. But how to get out of this misconception was crucial. Where exactly did things go wrong? Dorian pondered over this. At this moment, a wave of fragrance wafted over, and everyone looked up to see Sheridan dressed in white approaching. Upon seeing Sheridan, except for Dorian, everyone's eyes lit up. Dorian could easily detect their blood flow accelerating. Clearly, they were all there for her. These weren't the people he was investigating. Dorian's gaze shifted toward Sheridan. He had to maintain a similar expression to avoid exposing himself. At this point, Dorian understood some reasons. His actions had likely been noticed by some, or possibly by Exine Yulu itself. Given that Geo found him, it was plausible Xi and Yulu, being alert, had detected his investigation. After all, a Joy Shear, Jue Su, appearing at a brothel was unusual, especially with his recent fame, making it likely he'd be recognized. Consequently, it was natural for Xi and Yulu to take precautions. Thus, it wasn't that the inner court had no issues, nor that his investigative direction was wrong. Instead, Xi and Yulu was testing him, or they sensed something was off. However, it was still suspicion, not certainty. Next, he needed to demonstrate his acting skills. Regardless of the other party's thoughts, he mustn't show any signs of vulnerability and should resolve this issue quickly. Although they might not act against him here, if they confirmed he was investigating, his future actions would become much more challenging. Each time he visited, they'd be vigilant, making it impossible for him to find clues. Indeed, as Dorian suspected, upon entering, Sheridan glanced at Dorian with a meaningful look. She received instructions from the deputy head of the building. Dorian's arrival. Sheridan was naturally familiar with the name. She liked the poem, Shui Diaogu too, but nearly ruined her plans by reviving Odessa. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly and made adjustments. Moreover, after the author was revealed to be Dorian, Sheridan seized the opportunity to tarnish Odessa's reputation, proving quite effective. This greatly impacted Odessa, whose reputation plummeted despite the incident not being her fault due to Sheridan's manipulation of public opinion. Today, Dorian actually came here, following the deputy head's instruction that Dorian might be here to test them. Hence, all activities for the day were cancelled. Sheridan decided to personally probe Dorian, bringing him inside to ease his guard, ensuring he believed there were no problems here regardless of whether he trusted it or not. Soon, she averted her gaze. After all, Dorian was a martial artist. Noticing her would complicate matters. Gentlemen, let me dance for you. With that, Sheridan began her graceful performance, captivating everyone with her elegance. To them, many would not be willing to take on such identities. Therefore, coming out secretly to this kind of place was somewhat justifiable. However, they did not expect Dorian to come here as well. Although Dorian had been here before, everyone's attention was focused on the water melody prelude, paying no heed to Dorian's presence. And they were very lenient towards this scholar, not saying much about Dorian visiting a pleasure house. After all, he went to Odessa's residence, where everyone knew she sells art but not herself. So, they didn't pay too much attention to it. In such situations, it's considered a quirk of literati. Many of them behave similarly. Given that Dorian could produce such famous works, he indeed could be regarded as a literatus. So what if he went to a brothel? There should be no problem at all. Now, seeing Dorian appear again at Sheridan's place, they speculated that there might be something wrong with Dorian. But to them, of course, they wouldn't fuss over it. In their eyes, Dorian wasn't so important that his presence here mattered much, nor would Dorian want them to spread it. Neither of them planned to bring trouble upon themselves. Offending either Dorian or the Max Mansion wouldn't be wise. Cody wouldn't reprimand Dorian just because he visited a brothel. Therefore, it was best not to get involved. Doing so offered them no benefits. The other few did not recognize Dorian and paid little attention. But Dorian's striking handsomeness posed some threat. Although Sheridan was profit-driven, she inevitably craved variety. A very handsome young man like Dorian was also possible for her fancy. Thinking this, they became worried. They had come here seeking pleasure after all. Dorian also observed and showed a hint of disappointment. These people weren't the ones he had seen before. Those people didn't seem to have entered. Those Nanjiao hadn't appeared either, which made sense since they were too conspicuous and easily identifiable once inside. So, it was normal they didn't enter, but what about the others? Could his guess be wrong? Was this place not their meeting spot? Dorian looked thoughtful. Since he had come in, he must check the situation inside. With this thought, Dorian became more serious. Then, servant girls led in a few more guests, making Dorian puzzled. The guys he noticed earlier hadn't come in at all. What was going on? Could he really be mistaken, and this wasn't the main venue? But there was definitely something off about Sheridan, and as Gio mentioned, he needed to explore the inner area. So, there must be an issue with the inner area. But now, Dorian fell into deep thought, sensing he had fallen into a trap, but getting out of it was crucial. Where exactly did things go wrong? Mulling over it, a fragrance wafted by, causing everyone to look up. They saw Sheridan dressed in white approaching. Seeing Sheridan instantly brightened everyone except Dorian, who noted their accelerated heartbeats. It was clear they came for her. These weren't the people he needed to investigate. A misstep. Dorian kept his gaze on Sheridan, matching their expressions, trying not to give himself away. At this moment, Dorian realized some reasons. Likely, his actions had already been noticed, perhaps even by Xi and Uelo's people. Since Gio could find him, Xi and Uelu, being vigilant, might have sensed he was investigating them. After all, it wasn't normal for a son-in-law living in his wife's family home to visit a brothel. Given his recent fame, it was easy for him to be recognized. Thus, Xi and Uelu taking measures was logical. It wasn't that the inner area had no issues or his investigation was wrong. Xi and Uelu wanted to test him, or they felt something was amiss. But currently, it was suspicion, not certainty. Next, his acting skills would be put to the test. Realizing this, Dorian donned a frivolous expression. Regardless of the other party's thoughts, he couldn't slip up and had to resolve this quickly. Although they might not act against him here, if they confirmed he was investigating them, his future moves would become difficult. Each time he came, they would be on guard, making it impossible for him to find clues. Indeed, just as Dorian guessed, when Sheridan entered, she glanced at him meaningfully. She had received instructions from the deputy manager regarding Dorian. Sheridan was familiar with this name, liking that poem Water Melody Prelude, but it nearly ruined her plans. After all, it almost helped Odessa recover, showing the immense power of a timeless masterpiece. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly and dealt with it. When the author turned out to be Dorian, Sheridan took the opportunity to tarnish Odessa's reputation, proving quite effective. Though this shouldn't blame Odessa, the media campaign ensured her reputation plummeted. Today, Dorian arrived, per the deputy manager's hint, likely here to probe. So all activities were cancelled. Sheridan decided to personally test Dorian, bringing him in to make him believe there was nothing wrong here. Whether Dorian believed it or not, they had to do this. However, she quickly shifted her gaze, as Dorian was a martial artist and noticing her would complicate things. "Dear guests, let me dance for you." Saying this, Sheridan began dancing gracefully, captivating everyone with her elegance. Chapter 246, Boasting. Dorian also revealed an appreciative look, watching intently the whole time. For him, it really held no interest, but he couldn't show any signs of it. Moreover, Dorian could sense that Lady Annika occasionally glanced at him. Though her actions were very covert, Dorian's perception was powerful enough to easily notice her gaze. This made him even more certain that there was something off about this Lady Annika. Therefore, he became much more cautious. If Lady Annika could be here, she was probably not an ordinary person but most likely a warrior. After all, for such significant matters, Crescent Moon Tower wouldn't let an ordinary person take care of things. Without adequate strength, she wouldn't be able to control those people. The thought made Dorian increasingly worried. Matters weren't as simple as they seemed. Dorian also revealed an appreciative expression, staring at Annika as if he were genuinely enjoying the show, but remaining very self-controlled. After the dance, Annika began conversing with everyone. Topics came up quickly, leading soon to discussions on their views regarding the current war. The two officials, knowing Dorian was present, continuously praised him. After all, Joab backed Dorian. If Joab found out these people had spoken inappropriately, the consequences would be worse. However, several other warriors showed outright disdain for Dorian. Just some bumpkin from the countryside. Who knows where he got his luck, and ended up becoming the consort of the Marquis of Jethrog's household. All the power he wields now comes solely from the Marquis of Jethrog's house. A warrior mocked coldly, clearly showing disdain for Dorian. In the eyes of many, Dorian certainly gained attention, but this left many warriors very unsatisfied, believing Dorian merely got lucky. Of course, this sentiment could be summarized as jealousy. They were undoubtedly envious of Dorian. After all, at such a young age, he managed to stand out, excelling in a martial contest, then receiving imperial recognition and bestowed rank. This was what many warriors dreamed of. Not everyone treated positions indifferently. They, being common warriors, trained for so long naturally aimed for success and recognition. Augustinique those hereditary nobles, it was precisely what they desired most. But over the past 2 years, they found it impossible to gain prominence due to Joab and Natalie's rise. Such high-ranking Earth Stage warriors, Cody certainly wouldn't underestimate them and would instead heavily rely on them. Making a Gigi into a general might meet resistance, but Natalie was truly formidable, leaving no room for opposition since she was an Earth Stage warrior. However, now Dorian's emergence greatly displeased them. A man of unknown origins marrying many people's goddess of admiration and gaining prominence in front of Cody, rapidly becoming one of the top favorites, thus arousing envy. Nevertheless, envy remained envy. They could do nothing about it, only feeling envious. In this situation, many opportunities might slip away from them. The two officials hearing this felt unease, thinking this man was courting disaster by speaking thus while Dorian was right there. Hearing these remarks, Dorian would surely get offended. After all, they didn't know Dorian's character, and this guy really was asking for trouble, insulting the consort of the Marquis of Jethrog's family and thinking it wouldn't spread? Even if Dorian wasn't there, these words would eventually reach Joab's ears, bringing trouble to this warrior. Oh? This humble one has heard that consort Dorian defeated an intermediate profound stage warrior at Upper Yellow Stage, which should have been quite difficult, right? Asked Lady Annika curiously, her voice coquettishly sweet, making this warrior feel a smug satisfaction. So what? Just beating a minor character is worth so much praise. Moreover, without the resources of the Marquis of Jethrog's household, how could Dorian become so strong? Anybody else would have done the same. If this guy appeared before me, I could take him down with one punch, the warrior boasted arrogantly, looking down on Dorian. He wouldn't have said such things elsewhere, but being here in front of Lady Annika, he wanted to showcase his prowess to catch her attention. Hence, he started to talk nonstop. Hearing this, Dorian couldn't help but scrutinize him. The warrior was at Upper Profound Stage, pretty decent, but not enough to deal with him. The two officials nearly burst out laughing, curious how Dorian would react, whether he would directly confront this person. However, upon reflection, Dorian wouldn't act. Taking action would make things messy, and spreading the news of his visit to the pleasure quarters wouldn't be good. Surely, Dorian wouldn't want to expose himself. Annika was also curious to see if Dorian would directly confront this individual. Indeed, she was interested in understanding Dorian better. With exceptional martial talent and literary skills to write timeless masterpieces, such a person would be highly valued. A man of both literary and martial prowess, who wouldn't be intrigued? Upon observing him closely, indeed he had his uniqueness. Dorian didn't express anything. He knew better than to expose himself prematurely. Natalie and the others might not mind, but overstepping boundaries would cause trouble. Remembering this, Dorian silently took note of the warrior, wanting to see if he could actually defeat him in one punch. The warrior, unaware of Dorian's presence nearby, wouldn't dare boast so openly if he knew. Seeing Dorian remain unperturbed, Annika admired his composure. But today's main focus was still him. Please note that in translating this chapter, efforts were made to maintain the original tone and style, ensuring the storyline and logic stayed consistent with previous content. Names are transliterated according to pinyin and paragraph structures maintained as requested. Chapter 247, Probing and Confrontation. From the start until now, Dorian hadn't spoken much, not giving any chance for probing. Yet, with everyone present here, Lady Annika couldn't act too obviously either. If Dorian had no ulterior motive and was just visiting, she'd have exposed herself by acting rashly. Therefore, Lady Annika continued to wait patiently. However, Dorian remained even more composed. With no other choice, Lady Annika looked at Dorian with a smile and said, "This young master looks unfamiliar. It seems I haven't seen you before." Listening to Lady Annika's words, Dorian smiled faintly and replied, "I am not from Jingdu City, so naturally, Madam finds me unfamiliar." This is my first visit here, unexpectedly being chosen by Madam, which is indeed an honor for me. All eyes turned to Dorian, surprised that there was such a lucky person here. The two officials remained silent, pretending not to recognize him. They knew Dorian had recognized them, so they dared not show any abnormal behavior, fearing potential trouble. Is that so? May I inquire about your name, young master? Annika glanced at Dorian with evident interest, seemingly intrigued by Dorian being from elsewhere. By Jethro, Dorian casually made up a fake name. In such a situation, neither Dorian nor Akil Eben could be revealed. Hearing this false name, Annika and the two officials understood fully. And with a smiling face, Annika said, I have never left Jingdu City. Can Baiser tell me some interesting stories from outside? Dorian realized that this was where Lady Annika's probe began. If it were about something else, Dorian might struggle to answer. However, in his previous life, he was quite familiar with customs and interesting anecdotes from various places. After a brief pause, Dorian embellished a few small stories and recounted them to Annika. His charming face and witty storytelling style often made Lady Annika laugh heartily. This reaction annoyed and envied others who were also there for Annika, wondering why Dorian could attract her so easily. They didn't reflect on themselves but instead silently blamed Dorian, though they dared not say much in front of Lady Annika, unwilling to leave a bad impression. Knew nothing of their inner turmoil, Dorian felt confident that he hadn't revealed any weaknesses. Indeed, even Lady Annika found Dorian surprising. If he came to spy, wouldn't he seem less knowledgeable? Although Dorian controlled his gaze, the subtle lust wasn't missed by Lady Annika. Thus, Dorian seemed no different from the rest, leaving her somewhat puzzled. Perhaps she and others were overthinking? While pondering, Annika asked aloud, what does Baiser think of the war Great Xia is facing? War should be fought, Dorian replied indifferently. Why? Wars are exhausting and expensive, something no one would like, and Sir doesn't seem to be from the government. Perceiving her doubt, Dorian answered coolly, the Irwin keep invading our borders. Why can't we retaliate? Although costly, if we ask the commoners, how would they choose? These bullies harass our fellow countrymen. Why should we hesitate? Since we're all Great Xia citizens, shouldn't we support our country? Dorian spoke simply yet convincingly, stirring passion among them. They had to agree with Dorian. You're right. Great Xia should fight back to show these barbarians what we're made of. Exactly, we should retaliate, not retreat. The officials immediately echoed in agreement. Regardless of their true feelings, they must appear supportive before Dorian. Augustine listening to the officials, Lady Annika smiled slightly, her eyes reflecting approval. Dorian impressed her greatly, especially as a citizen of Great Xia, whose views she deeply agreed with due to certain circumstances. Feeling more determined, she decided to use stronger means to probe Dorian. Just asking might not expose anything. She suggested, Sir, with your extensive knowledge, why don't you accompany me to my room and tell me more about these things? Everyone's expressions changed abruptly. Going to Annika's room meant she chose Dorian, denying others any chance. The officials were astonished. Lady Annika choosing Dorian? Knowing his identity, she must understand the consequences. Her decision clearly showed genuine fondness for Dorian. Seeing Dorian's appearance and talent, the officials sighed in defeat, realizing they couldn't compete. More importantly, Dorian had caught the eye of two courtesans. While Sierra's choice without knowing Dorian's background was understandable, Annika, knowing Dorian's status, still chose him. Did she not fear external pressure or the Max family? Daring not to ponder further, they realized they must remain tight-lipped. Revealing this would only complicate matters, given Dorian's sensitive position. Besides, those backing Lady Annika wouldn't spare them either, knowing she involved many significant figures in Great Xia. In summary, the scene set up a complex web of intrigue and hidden agendas, where appearances were deceiving and motives unclear. Chapter 248. Quick thinking in a pinch. She is no longer just a renowned courtesan. Rumor has it that many important figures have some unspeakable secrets with Annika. Whether this is true or not, they are uncertain, but one thing is certain. Madame Annika is not an ordinary person. They came here partly to enter her circle and see if they could gain some advantages, and also because they were genuinely intrigued by her. Such a beauty, no man can resist. Now, seeing that Madame Annika chose Dorian, they can only keep their suspicions to themselves. As they were about to leave gracefully, the martial artist who had spoken earlier suddenly stood up and said, Madame Annika, shouldn't you consider more carefully? This guy looks like a silver-tipped spear, a show-off with no substance. Choosing him, you'll definitely regret it. The two officials were taken aback, looking at the man in shock. Had this guy really lost his mind? How dare he speak such words? Wasn't this provoking Madame Annika? Madame Annika wouldn't be merciful. Back when she first became famous, a boastful man had publicly demanded that she replace her chosen partner with him for a night of pleasure. Of course, Madame Annika refused. Unwilling to let it go, he tried to force himself on her. The next day, his family was targeted by powerful people and quickly fell from grace. Ever since then, no one dared to cause trouble around Madame Annika. Clearly, the web of relationships behind her was intricate and formidable. Yet this hot-headed young man still dared to question her decision. But looking into his eyes, everyone understood. Lust had clouded his judgment. There were plenty of people like him, but daring to directly challenge Madame Annika, he was only the second. Dorian didn't care much about the situation, and indeed, he even hoped this man could stop Madame Annika. He was bewildered as well, unsure why she would suddenly choose him. But Dorian immediately realized this couldn't happen. This kind of entanglement would only bring him trouble. Visiting a brothel already put him in a difficult position. Entering Annika's room today would truly be disastrous. He suddenly realized that Madame Annika was testing him. This was a serious predicament, leaving Dorian unsure how to handle it. Just as he was deep in thought, this unexpected interjection occurred. If this man could dissuade her, it would be a good outcome. However, seeing the expressions of the officials made Dorian realize this wouldn't be easy to resolve. Frustrated, Dorian wondered how to handle this situation. He hadn't told Natalie about this outing. Last time, he almost got beaten to a pulp by her. This time, the consequences would be worse. Besides, he cared about his reputation, especially since it represented both Natalie and the Duke of Jethrod's mansion. His mind raced, thinking hard without acknowledging the others. Seeing Dorian's lack of response, the martial artist said again, "Look at him. He's not worth your choice, Madame Annika." Annika shook her head slightly and said, "This is my choice, and no one can interfere. You should leave now. If you persist in hindering me, I won't be polite. From now on, you will be on our blacklist." Hearing this, the martial artist froze, surprised by Annika's bluntness. He felt humiliated, and his desire for her intensified. Annika's face showed disdain. "I don't want to repeat myself. It's best you don't continue." Her tone turned cold, and her expression changed completely. Everyone realized that Madame Annika was genuinely angry. The officials worried the situation might escalate. Dorian regained his composure, looked at the martial artist, raised an eyebrow, and thought of a clever idea. "Madame Annika, what does this man offer you? Just smooth talk? What use is it?" Before he finished, Dorian stood up and struck a quick blow to the martial artist's chest, so fast the man didn't even react. He was instantly knocked to the ground. Seeing this, everyone recalled his earlier words. A single punch was all it took. Annika watched Dorian's swift action with widened eyes. Did he wish to spend the night with her? Why else would he act so suddenly? The officials were thoroughly baffled. What did Dorian intend? If he stayed the night, it would be a severe matter. Was the Duke of Jethrod's mansion truly letting him off the hook? It was unlikely. Joab must know Dorian represented the Duke of Jethrod's mansion and symbolized Natalie. If he stayed here tonight and word spread, it would ruin both the mansion's and Maya's reputations. This was why, last time, few people made a fuss over Dorian's visit. He hadn't stayed overnight. Today, the officials felt overwhelmed. Why did this fall on them? Trash. How dare you doubt this gentleman? Then Dorian glanced at Annika and said calmly, "You've affected my mood. I won't stay tonight. We'll see another time." With that, Dorian turned and left, leaving a confident back view. So arrogant. One official muttered, looking at Dorian's departing figure, not expecting this turn of events. Yet they knew Dorian did this intentionally. Regardless of his reason for coming here today, staying overnight wasn't an option. So he acted this way to politely decline Madame Annika. Daring to outright reject her, he was indeed the first. Dorian was setting an example. Several serving girls watched in amazement and adoration as Dorian walked away. Chapter 249. Infiltration Reconnaissance. This was the first time they had seen such a straightforward man. Every man here was usually captivated by Madame Annika's charm, but this white scholar was so different. How interesting, she mused. Beside her, Madame Annika also displayed a sighing expression. It was her first time encountering someone who outright rejected her. Who could resist her allure? This made Madame Annika even more interested in Dorian. However, she had already confirmed that Dorian had come to investigate their place. Despite his polite demeanor, his direct refusal wasn't just because of the Max Mansion. More importantly, Dorian wasn't that type of person. Therefore, it was clear why he was here. Madame Annika let out a deep and meaningful smile at this thought. But there were other matters to handle now, not the time to focus on Dorian. Throw this fellow out, and add him to the blacklist of our Annika courtyard. Madame Annika said this calmly, glancing at the man lying on the ground. She was clearly very unsatisfied with this kind of person. After all, it wasn't only what he had said, but also that he had disrupted her plans, allowing Dorian an excuse to leave. This was something Madame Annika found unacceptable. Had it not been for the many eyes around, she might have taken his life. However, causing a murder at this critical juncture would be unwise. Two maids nodded. Suddenly, one of them asked, "Madam, how should we announce this to the outside?" Everyone understood that this was an important matter. Announcing a blacklist needed a reason. Even Madame Annika couldn't act so recklessly without one. He disrupted the rules. We don't need people like him in our Annika courtyard. The two maids nodded again. Indeed, Madame Annika wouldn't reveal the true situation. Others understood as well. Announcing this rejection could complicate Madame Annika's position. While it wouldn't cause huge problems, having her rejection used against her would be troublesome. Avoiding unnecessary complications, Madame Annika decided to shift the topic. She then looked at everyone present and smiled. "You all won't leak this information, will you?" Madame Annika feigned a pitiful look, and the others immediately assured her they wouldn't say anything. They didn't think much of it, merely believing she cared about her reputation. It was normal, nothing problematic about it. And with Madame Annika already speaking thus, they certainly would agree, unwilling to upset her. The other two officials naturally wouldn't spread the word either. They knew she withheld information due to Dorian's identity, rather than the incident itself. They left after nodding, deeply impressed by what they had witnessed today. On the other side, Dorian felt a bit relieved upon leaving. He had narrowly avoided creating a major issue. Thinking of this, Dorian glanced into the distance. Now, he had more to consider. Madame Annika had noticed him, making it hard to investigate the organization. He needed to do more. Looking at Annika courtyard, Dorian hesitated, but eventually steeled himself and stepped inside, intending to infiltrate and survey the situation. It was risky, but he had no choice. If it were only about the organization, he might have ignored it. But this involved military supplies. Dorian must take it seriously. He needed to resolve this quickly, given the imminent expedition. If these issues weren't resolved, it would only make things more dangerous for them, jeopardizing their lives and the entire Great Xia dynasty. Dorian had to take this risk. Entering Annika courtyard, Dorian was confident his infiltration would go unnoticed. But just as Dorian entered, the returning Madame Annika smiled, noticing him. This guy is really daring. Does he really not fear my wrath? To her, detecting Dorian was simple. Yet, she did nothing, still pondering another matter. Soon, Dorian reached the depths of Annika courtyard, observing people entering and exiting. An idea struck him. The Erwin hadn't left. They might be somewhere else. The courtyard was vast, and their transactions might occur elsewhere. Previously, Ali saw them in a different area, suggesting there could be other places. With this in mind, Dorian immediately acted, determined not to underestimate the enemy. He had to find where the transaction took place to uncover what he sought. Within an hour, Dorian explored several rooms but found nothing useful. Growing puzzled, he moved towards the last row of houses, the final unexplored area. If they weren't here, finding them would be tough. There might be unknown secret chambers, or they may have left. Regardless, none of these possibilities boded well for Dorian. Secret chambers seemed unlikely in the bustling capital city. Note: the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring fluency and natural English expression. Chapter 250. The Inside Story. Building a secret room here wouldn't be easy. Any noise would easily be heard. The royal spies aren't just sitting around doing nothing. They certainly wouldn't let this happen. Besides, this is Isekai Tower, not Anika's territory. Unless Mr. Virgil, the owner of Isekai Tower, has some connection with Engsub and Yulu, it's impossible for these people to carry out such construction undetected. After all, if Anika Nangzig wants to build a secret room, it would be impossible not to alert the people at Isekai Tower. Therefore, the most likely scenario is that these people have already left. However, she still needed to investigate the back area thoroughly to understand what was happening. Before long, Dorian approached the last room at the edge and suddenly overheard a few voices conversing. Why is this batch of supplies so scarce? Hearing this, Dorian felt a flicker of recognition in her heart. Indeed, they were here. But Dorian didn't make much of a move because these people inside were all strong. If she alerted them prematurely, things could go wrong. However, they naturally dared not reveal any signs of internal strength here. Each of them was quite cautious, knowing that any internal energy fluctuations could be detected and cause trouble. This gave Dorian a perfect opportunity. Under these circumstances, it would be difficult for them to detect her. Speaking of supplies, it must be related to military equipment. These guys were indeed daring enough to engage in such transactions. However, smuggling military supplies wasn't easy, even if done in secrecy. There must be significant issues behind this. Dorian grew more serious. She wanted to know who the other person was. The speaker clearly had a southern barbarian accent, which required extra caution on her part. Soon, Dorian heard another voice. You should know that the Great Xia dynasty is preparing to march soon. How can we easily obtain these military supplies? I'm no high-ranking official, so I have to be cautious. Being able to get you supplies regularly is already quite something. Another middle-aged man's voice responded. Dorian felt a flicker of interest. She badly wanted to see who this person was, but without evidence, rushing in would only alert them. She needed to listen further to see if they revealed any useful information. If they did, it would simplify matters. But you also know that the Great Xia will soon attack us. We desperately need these weapons, the southern barbarian said coldly, adding pressure due to the impending invasion. They urgently needed more weapons to stand a chance. Though the Erwin were fierce, they lacked military supplies, making it hard for them to resist the Great Xia dynasty. Naturally, they were now eager to acquire as many weapons as possible from here. We don't have any solutions either. In this situation, anyone involved faces considerable danger. We cannot risk our lives. As Dorian listened, her expression grew graver. We? Could there be more than one person involved? Indeed, one person couldn't possibly manage such a transaction. These despicable individuals, receiving salaries from the Great Xia while betraying it. She mustn't let them off easily. Thinking this, Dorian became even more determined. She needed to gather intelligence on these people and apprehend them all. While Dorian was contemplating, she heard the southern barbarian say, You should know that if we lose this time, these transactions will cease. Also, we possess evidence of your dealings. Hearing this, Dorian focused even more. The Erwin held evidence, thus, her targets might be among them. She would need to pay closer attention. The official opposite him seemed visibly worried and replied, Doing this benefits no one. Don't push things too far. He knew well how devastating it would be if this matter were exposed. So, he definitely did not want this affair to become public. This threat from the southern barbarian forced him to take it seriously. So, you wouldn't want us to lose to the Great Xia, right? The southern barbarian boasted, showing a bit of intelligence. Dorian mused internally, realizing these individuals came prepared. This was probably not just about military supplies. But we can do nothing. Kale is resolute about this campaign, and everyone supports it. Changing anything is out of the question. The official spoke helplessly. Of course, he didn't wish anything bad to happen to these men, but he couldn't change anything either. Anderson Cody's decisions weren't up to him. Thus, he found himself in a dilemma when the southern barbarian approached him. No way to get more military supplies? The southern barbarian asked reluctantly. The best military supplies were from the Great Xia, and acquiring some had already benefited them greatly. More would benefit them even more. These Erwin weren't stupid. They were strategic. It's impossible. Everyone is monitoring this closely now, and military supplies are being inventoried. Any discrepancies will mean you'll never get anything again. So, don't threaten me. You can't give up either. The official's words made the southern barbarian understand the situation well. He remained silent. Given their mutually exploitative relationship, neither side would want to break it openly. Therefore, his earlier threat was just that, a threat. If this official disappeared, their king wouldn't let it go. Augustinising outside, Dorian gained a general understanding of the situation. Suddenly, Dorian overheard something that changed her expression. If no military supplies, then what about other items? Chapter 251. Disturbance. Philip slowly inquired, his eyes fixed on the official across from him. What? The official clearly didn't understand, looking at him with confusion. What else? What do you want? Information about this expedition. Philip spoke openly, keeping his gaze on the official. Hearing this, the official's face turned pale. Outside, Dorian's expression also tensed. These people from Nan actually thought of such things. This was not good news. Their minds were still sharp. If this official revealed anything, he wouldn't let them off easily today. At least, he couldn't let them leave easily because the information was too critical. He did not want anything to go wrong. The official hesitated, then said helplessly, How could I possibly know those things? I'm just a minor official. If I knew such things, why would I be trading with you? Philip found his reasoning somewhat logical, but was still reluctant. You really know nothing? I only know what everyone will eventually know, that Joab and Natalie, along with his son-in-law Dorian, are leading this expedition. These we already know, Philip said impatiently. This was no secret. The Great Xia Empire had made no effort to hide this information, announcing it loudly without intention to conceal it. After all, there was no need for secrecy regarding this matter. Instead, they wanted more people to know their intentions, aiming to display the spirit of the Great Xia. Thus, there was no reason to keep it under wraps, especially as this marked the beginning of Cody's ambitions and the first step of the Great Xia dynasty's conquest of the continent. They certainly wouldn't keep a low profile. We want to know other things, their routes or military plans. This statement by Philip revealed his ambitions, making Dorian's expression turn grim. If these people got wind of such information, the consequences would be unimaginable. He absolutely could not allow them to learn any more. Thinking this, Dorian became even more serious, preparing for battle even if the person was a ground stage martial artist. He wouldn't let them go easily. At least, their fight would alarm many, and his goal would be achieved. That's truly troublesome. How could I know these things? Only Joab knows them. If you want to know, ask him. The official responded irritably. To him, this felt like a challenge, as he could only know so much. There was no way he could reveal such crucial information, regardless of whether he knew it or not. After all, divulging such secrets could endanger the Great Xia. If the empire fell, it would offer him no benefits. As a citizen of the Great Xia, he knew that even if he possessed wealth, it would be meaningless if the empire crumbled. While trading might not harm the foundation of the Great Xia, directly handing over intelligence to the enemy would put the empire in grave danger. If that's the case, there's no point in continuing this discussion today. Philip stood up, feeling the official wasn't cooperating, deciding not to continue further conversation. These things I cannot provide, but you should quickly retreat and focus on defense to avoid heavy losses. The official still wanted to maintain cooperation, offering some advice. If they withdrew from Dayo and focused on defense, they could still protect themselves. Confronting the Great Xia head-on would be unwise. With this thought, the official prepared to leave. At the door, Dorian immediately sensed something amiss and prepared to rise, but accidentally knocked over a nearby flower pot. Who's there? The sound startled both men inside. Dorian's face froze as he hid behind a wall, appearing uneasy. He had been careless and created this noise, which was now problematic. A burly man from Nan walked out, examining the broken pot and cautiously approaching the wall. The official also stepped out, looking uneasy, knowing the ramifications if someone overheard their conversation. They didn't know how to handle the situation. Killing the eavesdropper here could alert the capital's experts, who were vigilantly watching for such incidents. So, the official's face remained uneasy, hoping this wasn't a major issue. He followed cautiously. Dorian was extremely tense, but held his breath. Fortunately, the man dared not use internal energy to detect, or Dorian would have been discovered instantly. As Philip approached, Dorian suddenly felt someone grab his arm. Looking back, everything went black. Philip, walking around the corner, saw an empty space behind him, puzzled. The official, seeing this, slightly relaxed. Don't worry too much, maybe the pot just fell. He believed the place was secure, impossible for anyone to be there. It shouldn't have fallen. It must be fishy. However, he couldn't confirm this, merely speculating. But there's no one now. Don't scare yourself. Leave quickly. I can't give you the information. Take care of yourselves. The official, having made his decision, began to depart. Threatening Philip might not be wise if it escalated matters. He glanced at Philip. If you could pressure Dezhou or Deqian. Translation note. I've maintained the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring fluency in natural English. Character names have been transcribed using pinyin. Chapter 252. An unexpected person. If they were allowed to operate along the borders of Great Xia, things would certainly not be like this now. The Great Xia side would definitely have to be more restrained. The official slowly spoke, providing a warning. Great Xia was indeed formidable, but it could never confront the several major dynasties just like that. If the Erwin were willing to pay the price, it could also prompt Dezhou and Deqian to take some actions. In such a scenario, the pressure on them would be much less. Under these circumstances, it would be a rather good idea. The Erwin nodded, acknowledging his words. This matter wasn't something he could decide on his own. He would still have to return and ask for the Great King's thoughts. Seeing this scene, the official gradually left as well. The Erwin, glancing back and finding nothing suspicious, also departed. In the adjacent room, Dorian watched the two leave, a contemplative expression spreading across his face. So, it's him. Dorian had taken the opportunity earlier to clearly see this official's appearance, the Benito. During their last competition, he had briefly met this man before. He had been smooth-talking then, greeting Dorian and Joab with ease, displaying his adept social skills. However, Dorian hadn't expected this person to be the one collaborating with foreigners. After all, the man looked righteous. How could he do such things? Indeed, it was beyond Dorian's expectation. But thinking about it, this person was the most likely suspect. Dorian had suspected him before. Being a significant official in the Ministry of War, it made sense why he could pull off such actions. He must have prepared well. Thinking to this point, Dorian couldn't help but shake his head slightly. For him, completing this mission felt within reach. Now, he needed to gather evidence. With sufficient evidence, this matter would be resolved. But how should he start searching for evidence? Dorian turned around to look at the Gigi behind him, her charming and beautiful face, her alluring figure, and her gentle smile. Dorian hadn't anticipated that the person who grabbed him and brought him into this room at breakneck speed would be the very person he wanted to investigate, Sheridan Nangzi. This development truly took Dorian by surprise. He had never imagined this situation. Clearly, this Sheridan Nangzi knew his identity and understood his purpose for coming here, yet she still saved him. Wasn't she worried that he might get others to come after her? Or did she have other intentions? Killing him didn't seem right. As he was also the son-in-law of the Jethro Gwagong mansion, Ali knew his whereabouts. If anything happened to him, Ali would inform Joab, exposing the new moon building. So, Dorian thought, Sheridan Nangzi saving him probably meant she had something important to say. Sheridan Nangzi gazed at Dorian with a gentle smile, slowly speaking, Jaren Bai, we meet again. Or should I say, Prince Eben, Jaren Eben? Hearing Sheridan's words, Dorian knew his identity couldn't be hidden from her. Madam Sheridan, you are indeed formidable. But what is your true identity? Dorian looked at Sheridan Nangzi. It was obvious this person wasn't the real Sheridan Nangzi. The genuine one was likely elsewhere. This individual was disguised, and there were clear signs of makeup on her face. Nonetheless, her natural beauty was evident. However, now wasn't the time for Dorian to ponder such matters. More importantly, he needed to consider how to leave this place. You wouldn't know, would you? Isn't that why you came here to investigate us? Sheridan smiled gently, showing no intention to harm him. She simply observed Dorian with interest. Why save me then? Dorian asked, somewhat puzzled. Why did Sheridan do this when revealing himself offered her no apparent benefit? Allowing him to tangle with the Irwin would clear her suspicions, which seemed advantageous for her. Thus, Dorian found her choice baffling. I saved you because you can't die here. Besides, if you died, how could you expose their transactions? Sheridan spoke calmly, leaving Dorian utterly confused. He didn't understand what she meant. Then suddenly, an idea struck him. Is this deal not orchestrated by you? Sheridan's words led Dorian to consider this possibility. Only this explanation clarified everything. Otherwise, why would she want him to expose this matter? It offered her no advantage. Sheridan Nangzi smiled faintly. It seems you don't fully understand our new moon building. I'm all ears, Dorian replied seriously. Since Sheridan Nangzi appeared non-hostile, Dorian decided to learn about her intentions. Understanding her plans, or what new moon building aimed to do, was crucial. Our new moon building merely aims to eliminate corrupt officials and evil people for the common folk. We have never betrayed Great Xia or acted against it. We only kill those who deserve it, Sheridan said softly. This point Dorian found hard to refute. According to previous investigations, the new moon building indeed focused on justice, not indiscriminate killing. However, killing officials of Great Xia equated to acting against it. While Dorian couldn't easily judge these actions, they were indeed deserving. The government of Great Xia saw them differently. The imperial family's attitude toward these individuals was negative, which explained Zhou's appearance. Yet, Dorian believed the matter wasn't so simple. There was likely more to this story that he hadn't grasped. Dorian narrowed his eyes, saying slowly, I doubt it. How do you explain the Georgiation attempt on me? Dorian hadn't forgotten this incident. Chapter 253 True or False? The Georgiation attempt on him, according to Ali, was carried out by the same organization. Dorian certainly had not forgotten this. He had been investigating them all along due to that event. This kind of grudge, Dorian wouldn't forget. Thinking about this, Dorian looked at Lady Annika, wanting to hear her explanation. Hearing this, Lady Annika rolled her eyes and gave a flirtatious glance at Dorian, saying, How do you know it was our people who tried to whore-hate you? This made Dorian pause. Could it really be otherwise? Because of what Ali said, Dorian had directly believed it. Could there have been a misunderstanding all these years? The one who attempted to whore-hate you is from the Dark Temple, not us. Huh. Dorian looked at Lady Annika. Her expression was very candid, appearing not like she was lying. This left Dorian puzzled. Why? Do you have any evidence? Well, I do have evidence, but telling you won't do any good. You wouldn't believe me anyway, said Lady Annika, looking at Dorian indifferently. Lady Annika, feel free to speak. I will naturally make my own judgment. In fact, Dorian already believed some of it. Based on the materials Ali brought, Crescent Moon Tower indeed did not target ordinary or innocent people. The ones killed were more or less corrupt officials or villains. So, Crescent Moon Tower had no need to take action against him, nor deny anything. After all, for Crescent Moon Tower, such actions weren't major issues. Even if they admitted it, they were still essentially an Jorge-like organization. Fine, let me tell you. It indeed wasn't our Crescent Moon Tower that took action. Buddy met with someone from the Dark Temple here to give an order, which we just happened to overhear, explained Lady Annika calmly, looking at Dorian. Her gaze was serene, appearing not like someone who was lying. Dorian pondered for a moment, then nodded. I understand. You believe me? This time it was Lady Annika's turn to be surprised. She hadn't expected Dorian to actually believe her words. After all, it sounded rather unbelievable. Of course, Lady Annika has no reason to deceive me. Just like these two today, they merely used this place as a trading spot. It seems we misjudged. Trading here doesn't necessarily link to Crescent Moon Tower. Dorian also realized this. Since Lady Annika acted and said it had nothing to do with them, Dorian felt they might have been stuck in a rut. These people might have simply chosen this place for transactions, which was quite normal. In crowded places, transactions are harder to detect. Moreover, royal spies couldn't always monitor the area, as there was too much information to track. Thus, many people chose this place as a trading location, which made perfect sense. At this thought, Dorian suddenly understood some things. You're quite clever. Hearing Dorian's words, Lady Annika became even more certain she hadn't misjudged him. Dorian truly had capabilities. So, what do you plan to do now? Find evidence of their transaction. Though I witnessed it, it's not solid proof. Dorian knew he needed solid evidence. Otherwise, even if Cody believed him, without evidence, dealing with this issue would be difficult. Cody would want to provide a response to those involved, which was natural. Dorian pondered for a moment. His only option was to focus on the barbarian tribes. That deputy minister probably wouldn't leave any trace behind. For him, such evidence wouldn't threaten the barbarians but would only bring endless trouble. If he didn't destroy the evidence, that would be suspicious behavior. Not bad. So how do you plan to find it? Lady Annika showed a curious look. She wanted to hear how this clever young man intended to proceed. First, find where these barbarians are staying. Dorian answered without hesitation. But soon Dorian seemed to realize something and slightly shook his head. Today, I owe gratitude to Lady Annika. From now on, I will not participate in any investigations into Crescent Moon Tower. But for the royal family, you will always be considered enemies. Corrupt officials can be dealt with by law. Dorian was grateful for Lady Annika's life-saving deed. However, regarding the matters between Crescent Moon Tower and the royal family, Dorian couldn't interfere too much and could only refrain from involvement himself. As for other matters, Dorian couldn't guarantee anything to Lady Annika. But if the Great Xia can handle it, Crescent Moon Tower wouldn't exist. Lady Annika looked at Dorian coolly, her gaze firm. They, Crescent Moon Tower, hadn't done anything wrong. If the Great Xia could handle the corrupt officials, Crescent Moon Tower wouldn't exist. Ultimately, it was because the Great Xia couldn't handle these individuals, which led to Crescent Moon Tower's emergence. You make a valid point, but the Great Xia won't agree. Dorian shook his head slightly. Lady Annika was correct. Dealing with corrupt officials wasn't straightforward for the Great Xia. Officials can't help but be greedy. Humans have desires. Everyone values their own desires most. Your killing of corrupt officials, in a sense, is also driven by desire. There will never be an end to corrupt officials. How can anyone act effectively when they can't even feed themselves? Dorian understood this well. Saying this, naturally, was also to soothe Lady Annika. Given the life-saving favor, Dorian wouldn't forget it. You make a fair point, but some people deserve death. If the Great Xia won't act, we will. We have our principles, rest assured. Lady Annika shook her head. Crescent Moon Tower clearly understood that corrupt officials couldn't be completely eradicated. Human desires were infinite. Removing one would only lead to another taking their place. Even upright officials like Sydney sometimes acted against their wills. Thus, Lady Annika understood that eradicating corrupt officials was impossible. Therefore, Crescent Moon Tower operated within limits, targeting only the most despicable figures. If they indiscriminately killed, the entire Great Xia would be drenched in blood. Upon hearing this, Dorian ceased discussing the matter further. Chapter 254. Everything becomes clear. After all, for them, this matter was one that could not be easily resolved no matter what. Each of them had their own viewpoints and made their own choices, ultimately choosing not to interfere with each other. Thus, Dorian decided there was no point in dwelling on it further. What mattered now was the transaction of military supplies. This was the most critical issue he should focus on. After all, while killing corrupt officials was significant, the military supplies were of utmost importance and could not afford any slip-ups. In this situation, Dorian knew what he had to do. He couldn't afford to tangle himself up with Annika any longer. The information you seek, I can tell you, Lady Annika suddenly said, looking at Dorian with a very serious expression. Dorian was taken aback, but quickly understood her words. She knew where these southern tribesmen were based, which piqued his interest. If he could learn their whereabouts, it would greatly benefit him, especially since they were his targets. With that thought, Dorian looked at Lady Annika earnestly and said, I respectfully ask Lady Annika to inform me. This matter is crucial for both the Xia and myself. If you have any requests, please let me know. Dorian was straightforward, knowing Lady Annika wouldn't tell him without a reason. Even if it was a trade, he had no issues with it. Unless her demands were too excessive. Otherwise, he would agree. It's simple. Tell you what you want to know, and in return, you leave the Crescent Moon Manor alone and don't investigate it further, Lady Annika said directly. Her request was simple and straightforward. Dorian fell into deep thought. He had anticipated such a demand. However, agreeing or declining posed some concerns for him. After all, outright agreement seemed inappropriate, given that the organization was also under Ali's investigation. Ignoring it might cause problems for Ali. Though he wouldn't blame Dorian, Ali was stubborn, and continued investigation might complicate matters. Seeing the power of this organization, Dorian realized that if Ali encountered danger, he might need Dorian's help. Whether Dorian should assist him was a major dilemma. However, the intelligence held by Lady Annika was incredibly valuable and couldn't be overlooked. Arriving his priorities, Dorian made a swift decision. Dealing with the military supplies was paramount. Everything else, including Lady Annika's matters, could be set aside for now. While the organization was indeed important, Dorian wouldn't lose sight of what truly mattered. Crescent Moon Manor was indeed dangerous and required investigation, but finding evidence of the military supplies transactions was the immediate priority. Alright, I can agree to your terms, but I can only guarantee that I won't investigate your organization. I cannot control what others do, Dorian said seriously, looking at Lady Annika. Smart choice, Lady Annika clapped her hands and said, as long as you stay away, I can handle those little pests. Your involvement would complicate things for me. Looking at Dorian, Lady Annika shook her head slightly. Dorian's identity posed challenges she didn't wish to confront. He wasn't an easy opponent. Avoiding trouble with him was why she chose to keep him out of the investigation. Discovering too much from Dorian could lead to complications. But Dorian was about to leave Xia soon, so her concerns might be unnecessary. Shaking her head slightly, Lady Annika said calmly, east of the city, there's a guest house of passers-by. Go there, and you'll find what you're looking for. Anything else I can't disclose? Hearing this, Dorian nodded and replied, thank you. I will take my leave then. Aren't you afraid I might deceive you? Annika asked, surprised at Dorian's trust. Do I really believe you? It would merely mean I misjudged you. Dorian smiled faintly, looking at Lady Annika with clear eyes. Quite unique, Lady Annika remarked. I suggest you bring 2 strong allies when you go. Otherwise, dealing with them won't be easy, she warned. The southern tribesmen weren't weak, and handling the transaction people required strength. Thank you for the advice. I will take my leave. With that, Dorian turned and left. He needed to inform Natalie and Joab, as he couldn't decide this alone. The upcoming moves were crucial, and he had to handle it carefully. Fascinating individual, Lady Annika muttered, watching Dorian's departing figure. She was genuinely intrigued by him. Anyone capable of doing so much couldn't be ordinary. Especially since Dorian, though currently weak, would eventually grow stronger. She hoped this connection wouldn't backfire. Regarding the military supplies, Lady Annika had always known about them and despised the whole affair. But eliminating a vice minister of war or a few southern tribesmen wouldn't solve the problem. She waited for someone to investigate and plan to reveal the truth. That was critical. Though part of Crescent Moon Manor, she felt loyalty towards Dessia. Therefore, she chose to help Dessia. She just hadn't found the right person until now. Directly approaching figures like Sydney or Joab might work. Considering their character, they would care about this. Chapter 255, Debate. However, doing so would expose herself. For Annika Nyangzi, this was definitely not an option. If she were to reveal herself, there was no telling how Zwelling Akil and his people would treat her. They had never said that they wouldn't care about her identity or the new moon tower just because she had helped them. These individuals valued such matters greatly. After all, from their perspective, she posed a threat, and in this situation, she couldn't be considered absolutely safe for them. Annika understood this very well, which is why she hadn't told them anything, avoiding unnecessary trouble for herself. Sometimes, maintaining her own status was necessary. Thus, Annika Nyangzi had kept silent about the matter, which was one of her most helpless predicaments. Dorian's appearance now gave her a chance. By telling him, some of the burden on her heart was lifted. A moment later, Annika Nyangzi appeared in a secret chamber, looking at the blue across from her. The green-robed man's gaze also fell upon her. To him, it seemed Annika had not completed what he had instructed her to do. Annika, this time, you have overstepped, the blue coldly said, his eyes fixed on her. He was clearly referring to how Annika had let Dorian go and revealed such important information to him. For them, acquiring this evidence had come at great cost. To hand this over so easily displeases me, the green-robed man added, showing his dissatisfaction. What mistake did I make? Wasn't our original purpose to help the Great Xia dynasty? Isn't it for the betterment of the Great Xia? Why is what I did now wrong? Annika Nyangzi responded earnestly. After all, the New Moon Tower was an organization of the Great Xia, with most of its members being Xia citizens. How could they stand by and watch the Great Xia falter? This crucial matter directly concerns the upcoming war. If we don't inform the Great Xia, how can they know these critical pieces of information? Looking at the green-robed man, Annika Nyangzi remained composed. She saw nothing wrong with her actions. For us, this could have been an exchange of benefits. How can you simply give it away? The green-robed man sounded almost frantic, clearly dissatisfied with Annika Nyangzi's decision. This matter could be used to negotiate many things with the Great Xia, something crucial for the New Moon Tower. At this point, Annika Nyangzi's expression turned mocking. Deputy Leader Fraser, perhaps your true intention isn't for the New Moon Tower or the Great Xia dynasty. Your actions already exceed the principles of the New Moon Tower. Or rather, your personal interests have clouded your judgment. This made Fraser's expression shift, watching Annika Nyangzi with unpredictable eyes. Indeed, this green-robed man was none other than the person Becker had met before, Fraser. Becker hadn't expected that this individual was the deputy leader of the New Moon Tower. Actually, Becker didn't know much about the New Moon Tower, so he was unaware that Fraser belonged to this organization. Had he known, Becker would have surely tried to keep this person around, as the New Moon Tower was indeed worth investigating. Don't say such things. Everything I do is for the New Moon Tower, Fraser quickly retorted, his gaze stern as he looked at Annika. That's only what you say, but who can truly know? Our greater goal has always been for the Great Xia. With the campaign imminent, if we don't address this properly, do you really think the Great Xia can win convincingly? Annika Nyangzi replied seriously, looking at Fraser. For her, protecting the Great Xia had always been their duty. The changes were troubling. While it was normal for people within an organization to have different ideas, Annika Nyangzi felt some dissatisfaction towards Fraser's stance. However, she couldn't change much. Her only option was to do what she could, like informing Dorian about the other's whereabouts, a significant matter. Fraser listened to Annika Nyangzi and realized he couldn't argue further. The New Moon Tower should indeed contribute to the Great Xia, aiming to improve it, not oppose or destroy it. Therefore, Annika's actions were not wrong. Fraser could say no more, only shaking his head slightly. Just be mindful of your actions. In the future, Dorian's attention will bring trouble. Dorian won't come back again, Annika Nyangzi said coolly. Fraser paused, then understood. This must be part of the deal between Dorian and Annika Nyangzi. He wasn't keen on meddling further since it was too late to stop anything now. Do not act rashly in the future. It will disappoint the leader, Fraser warned, his eyes serious as he looked at Annika. Given her high status, which was equal or even superior to his, he had limited leverage. In fact, many influential figures deemed Annika Nyangzi more important, making her a key figure in the New Moon Tower. Sustaining the tower required Annika Nyangzi's role. Considering this, Fraser knew better than to push further. Continuing would only lead to a confrontation, which he couldn't afford. Fraser sighed, then left. Watching his retreating figure, Annika Nyangzi's expression grew contemplative. Instinctively, she sensed that Fraser harbored some hidden agenda or was planning something. While she couldn't pinpoint what it was, caution was necessary. Chapter 256, Delegating Matters. However, Fraser probably wouldn't do anything to harm her. After all, she was now one of the most crucial members of the entire New Moon Manor. Unless Fraser intended to betray the New Moon Manor, he wouldn't turn against her. With this thought in mind, Sheridan Nyangzi wasn't too concerned about it and prepared to handle other matters. On the other side, Dorian returned to the Max residence and immediately found Natalie. At this time, Joab would definitely be resting, so Dorian could only inform Natalie first. Seeing Dorian return, Natalie felt slightly relieved. Dorian's departure that afternoon had surprised her quite a bit since she wondered where Dorian might go during such times. Hearing that Dorian had left with Ali, Natalie felt a bit worried. Although Ali posed no problem, the investigation he was involved in was very dangerous. That organization wasn't easy to investigate. Dorian's return somewhat alleviated her worry. Yet, she still noticed the strong scent of cosmetics on Dorian. Where did you go? Natalie asked lightly, looking at Dorian. Dorian immediately realized something and hurriedly replied, I went to Isekai building to investigate the mysterious organization with Ali. Of course, he couldn't hide this from Natalie, and more importantly, he planned to explain everything. Even if Natalie didn't ask, Dorian would have disclosed everything. After all, regardless of the reason, Dorian should not hide these things. He was well aware of that. At this critical juncture, you shouldn't focus on that mysterious organization. The expedition is imminent, and you should enhance your own strength. Natalie said seriously, gazing at Dorian. She didn't oppose Dorian's investigation strongly, but his priority now should be boosting his strength rather than other matters. The expedition was the most important thing, which was why Natalie dissented. Had it been any other time, Natalie wouldn't have said much. Augustine listening to Natalie's words, Dorian chuckled bitterly and said, if it were just that matter, I wouldn't have gone. I know what's more important and what's less. This time, it was because of another issue. Oh, what issue? Natalie showed curiosity. Since Dorian was so serious, it must be an important matter. After all, Dorian was a measured person, and Natalie knew this well. It's about military supplies. Dorian looked at Natalie with a grave expression. Upon hearing this, Natalie turned stern and said, what's going on? Issues involving military supplies weren't trivial, or Dorian wouldn't have investigated it alone. Besides, the old Dorian wouldn't have known about military supplies, making Natalie alert as she deemed the situation serious. Someone is trading military supplies to the southern savages, and Ali discovered it. He believes it's a significant problem and came specifically to find me to conduct the investigation together. Natalie's expression grew even more serious upon hearing this, gazing at Dorian. Have you uncovered any issues? Natalie understood the gravity of the situation and knew they had to quickly get to the bottom of it and handle it promptly. Trading military supplies wasn't a minor matter. No wonder Dorian went to investigate. Natalie now understood Dorian's decision. Yes, we have leads. Immediately, Dorian told Natalie everything, leaving nothing hidden from her. He also revealed his dealings with Sheridan Nengzi without reservation. After listening, Natalie didn't think much of it. Everything Dorian did seemed quite normal and unproblematic. Now that they had confirmed the location of these southern savages, they should investigate swiftly. I'll go with you tomorrow morning and arrest these guys. Natalie stated straightforwardly. For her, capturing a few southern savages wasn't a big deal. What about the Caden? Dorian looked at Natalie questioningly. Just leave it to father. Inform him in the morning, then we'll proceed. Natalie spoke seriously. Actually, they didn't have a good solution for this matter and could only see what Joab decided. Their role was to apprehend these southern savages. This matter is indeed significant. We owe much to you. Natalie looked at Dorian with gratitude. She understood the importance of the situation. Without Dorian's investigation, they might have faced problems due to this. Furthermore, if these people betrayed major Xia policies or sold out Joab and others, Natalie dared not imagine how terrifying the outcome could be. Thus, Natalie was determined to prevent this and ensure it didn't continue. Had Dorian not investigated, they might not have realized the severity. Natalie sincerely thanked Dorian. It's nothing. It's our duty. It's not a big deal. Dorian shook his head. This was related to them, and naturally, he couldn't remain indifferent. Yes, we need to handle this quickly. Who would have thought there'd be such people within Major Xia? Natalie sighed, showing disdain for these people. She detested them deeply and wouldn't show mercy. But, the attitude of Sheridan is something we should pay attention to. Natalie suddenly remarked, giving Dorian a meaningful look. Dorian was taken aback. What do you mean? Why would she tell you all this if you're not related? Natalie said with a smile. Dorian sensed a hint of danger. Last time when Natalie talked like this, he ended up badly beaten, a memory he wouldn't forget easily. Thinking of this, Dorian quickly responded. According to her, their new moon manor has no ill intentions towards Major Xia. They only target evil individuals and corrupt officials. Dorian confessed honestly, knowing Natalie's power and thus unwilling to keep anything from her. Chapter 257, deliberating countermeasures. So, this matter absolutely has nothing to do with me. After all, he certainly didn't want to be brutally beaten by Natalie again. Is that so? Then why didn't they tell anyone else but you? This must have happened a long time ago, right? Natalie asked with a faint smile. She was also very smart and could easily figure things out. Thus, she directly confronted Dorian. Dorian was utterly bewildered. After all, in his view, Natalie shouldn't have talked about these matters since it wasn't her usual nature. To Natalie, what mattered more were military supplies. Why now? Dorian felt he had miscalculated. But the current situation was problematic. If not handled well, a storm of attacks would likely come his way. Thinking of this, Dorian became serious, looking at Natalie. I'm not sure. Maybe no one had investigated it before, and if they spoke out rashly, no one would believe them. It was indeed a good explanation. Natalie nodded, finding this explanation acceptable. But, women don't always stick to logic. Natalie remarked coolly. If they told the Left Chancellor or my father, there would be no problem. With their influence, this should be no issue. However, they did not do so but instead told you. Don't you think there might be something wrong? Natalie stared at Dorian with a dangerous look. Dorian's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Natalie to say such things, unheard of in his experience. This made Dorian realize he'd have trouble today. However, Dorian remained rational and immediately responded. Maybe they didn't want to expose themselves. After all, what they wanted today was for us not to investigate them. Going directly to the Left Chancellor and father-in-law would expose them too easily. Natalie fell silent, and Dorian breathed a sigh of relief, feeling his explanation was quite successful. Soon, Dorian sensed something amiss. Natalie was gazing intently at him, making him feel somewhat uneasy under her stare. What are you doing? Nothing. You should understand my thoughts. Hearing this, Dorian chuckled bitterly, saying, this time it was indeed an accident. I can assure you that Sheridan and I have nothing to do with each other. Only then did Natalie smile. All she needed was an assurance. Rest now. We'll handle this tomorrow. All right. Dorian breathed a sigh of relief, managing to escape a crisis. But in the future, he needed to be even more cautious. Problems could easily arise. Although Natalie wasn't particularly jealous, she still harbored some jealousy. Dorian had noticed this much. However, it wasn't an issue. At least it made Dorian feel Natalie cared deeply for him, which wasn't bad at all. The next morning, when Joab heard Dorian's words, he slammed the table. These damn bastards were fighting to the death outside, yet they are causing trouble here. Truly damned. Joab trusted Dorian completely, having no doubt in his words. So after listening, Joab realized the severity of the situation. It was a grave matter indeed. Within Dacia, someone was trading military supplies. Joab couldn't tolerate this, nor could anyone else. It was akin to betraying Dacia. In such a situation, Joab had to thoroughly investigate these individuals, as it was a matter of great importance. You've done well. Thanks to you again. Joab looked at Dorian. His satisfaction with Yoel grew by the day because Dorian's performance was impeccable. Without Dorian stepping up, the consequences could have been unimaginable. Thus, Joab felt even more satisfied with Dorian. Having such a son-in-law was enviable indeed. With this thought, Joab smiled. Yet, he knew exactly what he had to do. Go to this inn and arrest those southern barbarians. I will head to the palace to report this to Kale. Joab slowly spoke, looking at both of them. He knew he had to inform Anderson Cody, only through whom they could proceed. These southern barbarians must be captured by them. It wasn't just a good deed but a significant accomplishment best suited for Natalie and Dorian. They shouldn't let others reap the benefits. So, Dorian and Natalie would apprehend the barbarians while Joab reported to the emperor, neither hindering business nor losing credit. They understood Joab's intent and nodded in agreement. Be careful. These southern barbarians aren't weak. They're quite formidable. Joab cautioned without elaborating further. The southern barbarians were strong, but his daughter, Natalie, would take care of it. Joab had full confidence in her. Even if he gave it his all, he might not be able to match Natalie. Currently, at peak Earth stage, Natalie was virtually invincible. Thus, the trio split into two groups. Joab went to the Imperial study where Cody was discussing state affairs with Angel. He couldn't help but admire how much Kale relied on Angel. However, it was understandable. Angel had no choice but to serve within Dacia, so Cody naturally trusted her fully, hence the reliance. Seeing Joab enter, Cody curiously asked, Augustine Minister, shouldn't you be preparing for the expedition? Why do you have time to visit me? According to Cody's orders, Joab didn't need to do anything except prepare for the expedition. Unexpectedly, Joab came to the Imperial study today. Yet, seeing Joab's serious expression, Cody suddenly had an uneasy feeling. Hashtag chapter 258, Ned's Fury. I hope that what Joab brings me is not bad news. Your Majesty, I discovered something extremely urgent, so I rushed here to report it immediately. Hearing these words, Cody's expression darkened. It seemed like Joab never brought good news whenever he came. However, he brushed aside his concerns and immediately urged, speak quickly. Yes, in the Great Xia, someone has been trading military supplies with the Irwin. Joab spoke concisely and directly. Cody slammed his hand on the table, his eyes wide open in shock as he stared at Joab. Clearly, this revelation had a significant impact on him. After all, he never expected Joab to bring him such explosive news, nor did he imagine such a thing could happen in the Great Xia dynasty. For Cody, this was utterly unacceptable, and his face turned grim. Is this true? Of course, Your Majesty. How dare I deceive you? Cody knew Joab would never lie to him, especially not about something so serious. The crime of deceiving the emperor was one Joab would never bear. Still, he found it hard to accept and wanted to confirm it. So, if Joab said this, it meant he must have evidence. Thinking this, Cody burst into fury. For someone to do this, it didn't matter how much they embezzled or accumulated wealth. Cody often turned a blind eye to such matters. After all, he understood that few officials were truly incorruptible. As long as they weren't too extreme, Cody let them be, relying on them for governance. However, trading military supplies was absolutely forbidden, something that couldn't be ignored. With this thought, Cody glared coldly at Joab. Who is it? Have you gathered evidence? It's the Hussein. This bastard. Cody's face stiffened. He already suspected it might involve someone from the War Ministry. How did you find out? Cody looked curiously at Joab. Even if anger couldn't change the situation, since Joab already knew, there was still time to act before it was too late. The supplies were likely unrecoverable, but how Joab discovered this was another matter. Joab had surprised him too many times recently. In response to Your Majesty, it was my son-in-law Dorian who discovered it. Joab said seriously. Beside him, Angel showed an intrigued look. Hearing about the trade involving military supplies, she was also shocked. Someone in the Great Xia dynasty was indeed audacious. Most importantly, this had gone undiscovered, which made it even more alarming. Angel's expression grew grave, realizing how terrifying this situation was. If not for Joab and Dorian, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hearing that Dorian discovered this, Angel became even more interested. She had always held high hopes for Dorian, and since they were allies, she naturally wanted to know what happened. Oh! Cody also appeared surprised, not expecting Dorian again. Indeed, Dorian was truly remarkable. Tell me everything. Yes. Joab nodded and quickly recounted the events. Upon hearing it, Cody sighed in relief. Ali and Dorian are truly blessings to my empire. This matter was too important. If not for them, I wouldn't know how long this deception would continue. Finishing, Cody said coldly, Old Akil, I am here, Your Majesty. Henley appeared beside him, his expression also somber. He felt a great sense of failure because it was his duty to prevent such incidents, yet he had no clue. If not for Dorian, disaster would have struck. This made Henley feel guilty. They had been too careless this time. Joab and Angel were both surprised by Henley's sudden appearance. Angel, naturally curious about this legendary warrior, examined him closely. Yet, for some reason, he felt familiar to her. She must have seen Henley somewhere before. But this was her first meeting with him. Why did she have this feeling? This left her confused. but she didn't voice her thoughts, merely sitting quietly. These matters weren't her place to comment on just yet. Joab, however, was astonished. Henley's concealment skills were astonishing. He hadn't detected him at all. If Henley hadn't stepped forward, Joab wouldn't have noticed anyone else was there. Was this the power of a half-step celestial conroik? Truly extraordinary. With him around, Joab felt safer. Cody's safety was assured. No one could Jorge him through Henley. What have your Imperial spies been doing? No word on this matter. Cody spoke coldly, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. After all, without Ollie and Dorian's discovery, the Imperial spies would never have known. This infuriated Cody. They were useless if they couldn't detect such critical issues. Thinking this, Cody didn't know what to say. This time, Henley and his team had failed badly. Though Cody wasn't going to punish them excessively, a warning was necessary. It is my fault. Please punish me, Your Majesty, Henley admitted calmly. He acknowledged his mistake and took responsibility for it. Punishment is unnecessary, but this should serve as a warning to you. Monitor these matters closely. How did so many people miss this trade? Cody's tone was harsh. To him, the fact that the trades had occurred multiple times undetected was a disgrace. Yes, I understand. Go now and arrest those Irwin. Gather evidence and apprehend that beast, the Hussein, immediately. Cody growled viciously, his face pale with rage. Chapter 259, Since Joab had said so, there would be no problem with him directly apprehending the Irwin. However, regarding this Deputy Benito, evidence was still required. After all, he was an official, and even Cody could not arrest him without cause. Of course, if it were urgent, Cody wouldn't bother with these details. As the Emperor, capturing someone was within his power. With this thought, Cody prepared to make some arrangements. At that moment, Joab spoke slowly, Your Majesty, you need not worry. I have already dispatched Kirsty and Dorian to apprehend those Irwin. It won't take long before they are brought here. Hearing this, Cody smiled, understanding Joab's intentions. This wasn't a big issue. After all the efforts by Dorian and the others, Cody didn't see any problem with giving them credit. He certainly planned to reward Dorian and the others handsomely. But this Ollie truly posed a dilemma for Cody. According to Cody's thoughts, he shouldn't heavily reward Ollie, and he now wasn't particularly keen on rewarding him much either. But Ollie did contribute somewhat to this matter, and not offering a reward would be improper. Despite Ali's indifference, as the Emperor, Cody had to maintain his dignity. Thinking this far, Cody couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Then he said, Thank you, Minister Augustine. Your family is indeed a good omen for me. Assisting Kale is our honor, Joab replied with a serious smile. Very well. Cody felt significantly more cheerful. With people like Joab around, while he couldn't say he could rest easy, he at least had fewer concerns. Meanwhile, outside the Ricardo Inn, Natalie and Dorian exchanged looks filled with contemplation. The Irwin have very distinct features. If they were staying here, the residents of Jingdu City and the inn staff wouldn't miss it, Natalie remarked, looking at Dorian and feeling there was something amiss with this situation. There might be something wrong with this inn. Or they acted stealthily without being detected, Dorian nodded, acknowledging the complexity but not overly concerned. While hiding was possible for martial artists, who could sneak in quietly, especially with insiders helping them set up in this inn, they still needed to be cautious. Entering the inn, Dorian ordered 2 small dishes and started chatting with Natalie. However, Natalie's striking appearance drew many curious gazes, much to Dorian's frustration. Do we just wait here? Why don't we just go in? Natalie frowned, feeling that waiting wasn't effective and disliked being watched. After pondering for a moment, Dorian responded slowly, They're no match for you, but what if they try to escape? Natalie realized why Dorian hadn't acted hastily. He was worried about this possibility, but Natalie smiled faintly and said, Just stay here and prevent anyone from blocking me. Leave the rest to me. Confidently, she stood up. Don't worry, they won't get away. Hearing this, Dorian didn't object further. Natalie was indeed formidable, perhaps even underestimated. Go then. All right. Natalie stretched her limbs and went upstairs. The innkeeper, witnessing this, looked surprised and tried to stop her. Seeing this, Dorian blocked him and asked calmly, Where are you going, innkeeper? The innkeeper's face betrayed his panic, though he quickly hid it. This only made Dorian more certain the innkeeper was involved. It seemed they had struck gold. This man probably knew about the Irwin. Dorian couldn't help but smirk. There were more of these types than he thought. Do I need to explain my movements to you? This is my inn. Why can't I go upstairs? The innkeeper retorted, appearing defiant. If everything is fine, I wouldn't stop you. But right now, you definitely can't go up. Clearly, the innkeeper had ulterior motives. Dorian wouldn't let him go up since Natalie had important tasks upstairs. You're breaking the law. I'll report you to the authorities immediately. The innkeeper grew nervous, suspecting these people were targeting them. Not your concern. But right now, you definitely can't go up. If you insist, I don't mind making you stay down here, Dorian replied coolly. An innkeeper was nothing to fear, and Dorian was determined to stop him. You. The innkeeper's face turned grim, realizing these people had come to trouble them. He waved his hand, and several burly men appeared. Naturally, the inn had guards due to its shady nature, though Dorian noticed they were just ordinary men. Martial artists generally worked as bodyguards for high-ranking officials rather than staying in such places. Augustinetto Conroy, know your place and leave. We, at Ricardo Inn, aren't ones to be bullied easily. We have influential backers, the innkeeper declared confidently, looking at Dorian. Hashtag chapter 260, the Jeremind behind. Someone higher up? Tell me more. Dorian showed a look of curiosity, which was understandable. These people were so arrogant. There had to be someone higher up backing them. However, Dorian wanted to know who it was. If it wasn't the Undersecretary of the War Ministry, then this would be a big catch. After all, only one person from the War Ministry wouldn't be enough to orchestrate something like this. Therefore, Dorian was also very eager to find out who else might be backing these people. The innkeeper wasn't foolish and certainly wouldn't divulge this information easily. He quickly interjected, I won't tell you, but you should leave right now, and we can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, you won't be leaving here unscathed today. The innkeeper directly threatened Dorian. The onlookers watched curiously, wondering what was going on. It looked like a fight might break out. This situation was far from simple. For the common folk, such an event early in the morning was irresistible. They gathered around, finding it quite amusing. Is that so? Then you can try, Dorian said nonchalantly. Since he wasn't willing to talk, it didn't matter. It wouldn't take long for the truth to come out. Looking for death, throw him out. The innkeeper waved his hand, and several burly men rushed over with sinister looks. In the next moment, those men were thrown flying into the walls behind them, groaning in pain. Dorian hadn't used too much force. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left unharmed. After all, they were ordinary people, and Dorian knew his limits. Seeing this, the innkeeper's expression turned very grim. A martial artist? The innkeeper was knowledgeable and immediately recognized that Dorian wasn't an ordinary person. Even if you are a martial artist, causing trouble here will come at a price. The innkeeper coldly warned. What did martial artists matter to them? The powerful figures they were dealing with likely wouldn't fear a martial artist. Bring out your mastermind. You aren't qualified to threaten me. Dorian shook his head and deliberately provoked the innkeeper. He wanted to find out who was behind the scenes. Fine, just wait. Realizing he couldn't handle this, the innkeeper immediately instructed a servant to fetch their backer. Destin, you'll get what's coming to you. The innkeeper threatened viciously. Dorian nodded calmly. He was waiting for that person to appear. A young man nearby spoke up, you should leave now. This Laiwangan has influential backers. Offending them won't benefit you. Though he didn't know why Dorian was here, he offered a kind warning. No need to worry about it. Dorian smiled gently, remaining patient. Seeing Dorian ignore their advice, the others didn't press further. After all, if someone was courting death, it wasn't their place to interfere continuously. Soon, a corpulent middle-aged man walked in arrogantly. Who dares cause trouble here? Have you lost your mind? Hearing this, everyone knew the inn's protector had arrived. Many hid but didn't leave, curious to see how Dorian would handle the situation. Dorian looked at the man with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected to encounter someone he knew. This made things even more interesting. Seeing the man arrive, the innkeeper respectfully said, Your Excellency, it's Destin causing trouble, disrespecting you. Please give him a lesson to remember. Hearing the innkeeper's flattering tone, the corpulent man smiled faintly and said, Of course, I'll teach him a lesson. His gaze turned toward the staircase, and upon seeing Dorian, his expression froze as if he had encountered something terrifying. Why is this person here? Before the corpulent official could think further, the innkeeper promptly interrupted, Destin, our Kermit is here. Why don't you kneel and apologize? Upon hearing this, the Kermit's face changed dramatically as he kicked the innkeeper to the ground. What nonsense are you spouting? Did I ask you to speak? The Kermit was genuinely terrified. He couldn't imagine that the troublemaker was actually this person, the son-in-law of the Duke of Jethrodg from the Great Xia dynasty, currently the Andersons' favorite. Virgilangi Commander, Dorian. Why is he here? The Kermit felt an ominous premonition. Recalling Dorian's background, he suddenly realized that he was in deep trouble. Moreover, he suspected that Dorian's visit wasn't a simple one. Others watched in shock, not understanding what was happening. The innkeeper usually bullied men and women, acting arrogantly due to his connection with the Kermit. This was the first time anyone saw him beaten so badly. Furthermore, the person who beat him was his own patron. Everyone realized something was amiss and started to suspect Dorian's identity. Everyone became excited. This day would indeed be quite dramatic. Excellency, what are you doing? The innkeeper looked puzzled, not knowing why the Kermit acted this way. Even if they were to act, shouldn't it be against Dorian instead of himself? The innkeeper was confused but didn't dare retaliate, only asking pitifully. You've gone blind, offending such a nobleman? The Kermit coldly responded, making the innkeeper realize that Dorian must have a significant status. No wonder he was so confident. This realization left the innkeeper's mind blank, unsure of what to do. The Kermit respectfully bowed to Dorian. This humble official greets Commander Virgilangi. Despite similar ranks, Dorian was part of the Duke of Jethrog's household, different from ordinary officials. Upon hearing this, someone beside Dorian suddenly recalled, Now I remember, isn't this Dorian, the princess's consort? Chapter 261, The Frightened Kermit. Princess's consort Dorian? Everyone was startled, and many recognized Dorian this time. It really is princess's consort Dorian. I can't believe he actually came here. To the people now, the name Dorian was naturally not unfamiliar. After all, this could be considered one of the hottest names recently. Just about everyone in the capital city would have heard of Dorian's name. Even if they had never seen him, they would know his name. It was clear how high Dorian's reputation was among the people. But what is princess's consort Dorian doing here? Someone asked dubiously. From the previous situation, it seemed like Dorian came to cause trouble, but these civilians obviously didn't believe it. If princess's consort Dorian is here, it means there's something wrong with these people or this inn. Otherwise, why would princess's consort Dorian come? That's right, this inn must have a problem. Undoubtedly, Dorian's reputation was very good. These people were willing to protect him, not believing that princess's consort Dorian would come unreasonably. Augustine listening to these voices, the Kermit's expression became worse. It was indeed troublesome. Today's matter would be hard to handle. However, it wasn't the time to worry about that. The innkeeper's eyes darkened as he saw the Kermit paying respect. He realized that this person was not ordinary. Otherwise, the Kermit wouldn't be so respectful. He had offended such a person, and even the Kermit couldn't save him. After Dorian's identity was confirmed, the innkeeper wished he could die. He knew Dorian wouldn't appear here without a reason. Something must be going on. So, he was doomed. How did he manage to offend such a person? Mr. Eben, why are you here? Is something wrong? The Kermit also asked, his face somewhat uneasy. Don't you know, Kermit? Dorian looked at the man and smiled, but his eyes coldly stared at the guy. This subordinate does not know. The Kermit hurriedly shook his head, indicating he knew nothing. Even if he did, he couldn't admit it now. Do you really not know, or are you pretending? Dorian spoke indifferently, looking at the Kermit. Instinctively, he felt this magistrate likely knew something. Otherwise, he wouldn't confront him directly at the inn. Although he caused a scene, Dorian wasn't worried. Not one of them would escape. Cody would understand the importance of this matter. Therefore, no official in the capital city could leave now. After all, they weren't sure if anyone else was involved, so Cody wouldn't let them leave. Moreover, trying to leave now would confirm their guilt. Cody wasn't soft-hearted, and the Imperial spies wouldn't tolerate such behavior. Once targeted by them, leaving would be impossible. Of course, I really don't know. The Kermit broke out in cold sweat, realizing Dorian must have known something. He was certain they were done for. If Dorian knew, Joab knew. If Joab knew, then Cody knew too. In this situation, they had no way out. As an official of the Great Xia dynasty, he knew exactly how this matter would be dealt with. Now, he felt hopeless. But revealing a flaw directly was not acceptable. He needed to find a way to leave. He couldn't be captured easily. Leaving immediately, whether fleeing or informing higher-ups, was necessary. He couldn't wait to be arrested. You'll know soon enough. Once you do, you won't talk to me like this. Dorian spoke calmly, looking at the Kermit. Since the man wasn't willing to say more, Dorian ignored him. Mr. Eben. The Kermit tried to speak, but heard Dorian addressing everyone. I know everyone is curious, but I can't reveal anything yet. Please leave. It's unsafe here. You'll know tomorrow. Hearing Dorian's words, the Kermit paled, unsure what to do. These civilians trusted Dorian's words and immediately left, surprising the Kermit. When had these people become so obedient? However, it made him more terrified. After everyone left, the Kermit said hesitantly, Mr. Eben, this matter, there's no need to tell me. I'm just a simple man. Wait for your audience with Kale. Dorian waved his hand, ignoring the nonsense. This made the Kermit more panicked, confirming Dorian knew something, and those southern barbarians would soon be caught. This was the capital city, and his last thought was to escape. Their crimes were serious enough to involve extermination of clans. Cody wouldn't show mercy. Considering this, the Kermit looked at Dorian and whispered, Mr. Eben, please let me go. In return, I'll give you all my wealth. Desperate to leave, he bribed Dorian. Although Dorian was a consort, he was bound to need money, so this was his best shot. Dorian showed surprise at the quick reaction. Thinking for a moment, letting him leave wouldn't help since he couldn't escape the capital city anyway. It wasn't a significant issue. All right, I can let you go. Hearing this, the Kermit breathed a sigh of relief, pulling out a silver note from his sleeve and handing it to Dorian. Mr. Eben, everything I own is here. Chapter 262, Found. Staring at the silver draft worth 10,000 taels, Dorian was momentarily taken aback. This guy actually carries such a large sum on him. Moreover, 10,000 taels. How incredibly wealthy could this fellow be? He's only a Kermit. A Kermit's salary would never amount to 10,000 taels. At this thought, Dorian's chest heaved repeatedly. He was now certain that this man had gained considerably from some transactions. These scoundrels truly deserve to die. Seeing Dorian's chest rise and fall, the Kermit assumed he felt it wasn't enough and hurriedly spoke up, Young Jaren Eben, this is all I have with me. The rest is at home. If you need more, I can. That won't be necessary. This will suffice. Dorian waved his hand. He knew this guy must have even more money at home, but Dorian had to restrain himself. He couldn't take everything. After all, these items would serve as evidence, and Cody would certainly conduct an investigation. 10,000 taels were enough. For Dorian, taking more might not please Cody. They needed to leave something for the higher-ups, while they just got the leftovers. Dorian was well aware of this principle. You sure are daring, carrying around a 10,000 tael silver draft. Dorian looked at the Kermit, sighing inwardly. Such a person really viewed wealth as life itself. Just being cautious, the Kermit hastily explained, clearly concerned about potential searches by the Imperial spies who were omnipresent. Can I go now? Go ahead. Dorian nodded. The Kermit visibly relaxed and quickly left. He didn't dare linger any longer in this place. What if Dorian changed his mind? He would be doomed. Glancing at the shopkeeper sprawled on the ground, Dorian said nothing and waited quietly. Upstairs, Natalie had already located the 3 Numon individuals. Dorian was right. Indeed, they were 3 Earth-tier martial artists, albeit only lower-class ones. Such opponents weren't worthy of Natalie's concern. However, capturing all 3 at once still posed a challenge for her. Thus, Natalie waited for the right moment, carefully observing from the shadows. Soon, a voice echoed from inside the room. Why hasn't our food arrived yet? We're almost starved. Hearing this, Natalie's expression grew more serious. Martial artists had huge appetites, and during mealtime, missing a meal would undoubtedly agitate them. An excellent opportunity. I'm not sure. Go check, but be careful. Don't let them notice us. Fear what? Even if discovered, we won't face trouble. One of the Numons dismissed the worry, believing no one in the capital could harm them. It's better to be cautious. Our dynasty has its fair share of powerful figures. The other was more alert, wary of potential problems. Don't worry. They wouldn't come here. This place is absolutely safe. As he spoke, the door opened, and a burly Numon stepped out. Seeing him, Natalie narrowed her eyes. Indeed, there were no issues. In the next moment, she appeared behind him, grabbed his arm, covered his mouth, and delivered 3 swift punches. The Numon's eyes widened as he fell unconscious. Natalie smiled. This takedown method was extremely effective, leaving no sound. But it was a sneak attack, and the target hadn't reacted in time. Nor had he used his inner strength. Coupled with her superior power, the capture was seamless. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't have been so easy. This guy had been too careless. Thinking this, Natalie shook her head slightly and listened to the commotion inside. I sense fluctuations in inner strength. Did something happen? It shouldn't. There was no noise. Maybe your senses are off. Another one casually replied, not giving it much thought. Any confrontation with martial artists would naturally cause significant fluctuations in inner strength. No sign meant no trouble. I still feel uneasy. Open the door carefully and check. All right. Reluctantly, the man approached. Meanwhile, Natalie readied herself. She knew she had to resolve this situation without delay. The moment the door opened, Natalie rushed forward, striking the man's chest. Unprepared, he slammed against the wall, barely alive. Her punch held no mercy. Whether he lived or died, Natalie cared little. She couldn't afford any leniency. Capturing just one alive would suffice. Seizing all three alive was too challenging. So, who are you? The last Numun stood up, eyeing Natalie with grave seriousness, sensing her formidable presence. He realized they had been exposed, and the Xia dynasty had moved against them swiftly. Incapable of sensing her approach, he knew it would be difficult to escape now. The Numun gathered his aura, staring intently at Natalie. Xia dynasty, Natalie. Upon hearing her name, the Numun's spirit faltered, his expression turning grim. He never imagined encountering this famed female general of the Xia dynasty. Though they were Numuns, they knew about her. Natalie was not someone they could confront. Indeed, the only formidable female martial artist of the Xia dynasty. He should have anticipated this, and the realization stripped away any resistance. Remaining here with such carelessness shows how little you regard our Xia dynasty. Natalie spoke slowly, looking at the Numun. Their carelessness in the capital city made for a boring enemy. Even if she attacked directly, the three wouldn't stand a chance. Chapter 263, Captured. After all, they had been far too careless, completely lacking any sense of crisis. This was the great Xia dynasty. They were in the heart of enemy territory and yet acted so recklessly. It seemed these people really lacked brains. Natalie couldn't help but shake his head, feeling that he had overestimated them. Hearing Natalie's contemptuous remarks, Akash snorted coldly and said, I admit you're formidable, but it won't be easy to deal with me. I'm not like those two. As he spoke, Akash revealed his aura. He knew what he had to do. He certainly couldn't surrender outright. He had to find a way to break through. However, facing Natalie, he felt a tinge of fear. Even as a peak Earth-Kenroik martial artist of the Great Xia dynasty, he dared not claim a sure victory. With this thought, Akash became even more serious and charged straight at Natalie. Interesting, Natalie sneered and threw a punch. Just one punch was enough to extinguish Akash's will to fight. Natalie was far too strong. He was no match at all. If the battle continued, he would only end up dead. Realizing this, Akash's face turned grim as he pondered how he could survive. However, Natalie wouldn't give him that chance. Since he had taken action personally, letting this man escape would be a humiliation. Natalie swiftly attacked, driving Akash back while keeping him cornered to prevent any attempt at escape. Akash was helpless. Faced with Natalie, he was utterly defenseless. Something terrible was about to happen. If this kept up, there would only be one outcome for him. Sensing the commotion upstairs, Dorian showed a worried expression. Though he knew Natalie was powerful, these three Earth-Kenroik martial artists weren't amateurs. Yet, why were there only ripples from two fighters? Dorian was puzzled. After sensing for a while, it seemed only two people were engaged in combat. This was peculiar indeed. Could it be that the other two had already been dealt with by Natalie? If so, that was truly astonishing. But this also demonstrated Natalie's strength. Soon, the battle upstairs ceased, and Natalie slowly descended. Looking at Dorian, he said, It's done. They've all been knocked unconscious. Good. Dorian nodded and then signaled for several black-armored soldiers to enter. Commander, go upstairs and bring the three Numun back. Yes. Of course, Joab had arranged some men to assist Dorian. Although these soldiers weren't very powerful, they could still take the three men back. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome for Dorian and Natalie to capture them. The rest of you, seal off this place. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Dorian calmly instructed the remaining black-armored soldiers. Yes. The soldiers nodded without a word. They were well-trained and knew their duties. Then Dorian looked at Natalie, marveling at how quickly he had acted. The three Earth-Kenroik martial artists had been subdued in no time, demonstrating Natalie's incredible power. What? Noticing Dorian's gaze, Natalie couldn't help but ask, unsure what Dorian wanted. Nothing, just surprised. You resolved it so quickly. I thought it would take much longer. Dorian looked at Natalie and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He was genuinely astonished by Natalie's strength. Thinking about this, he didn't know what to say. He had underestimated Natalie once again. Though he always knew Natalie was powerful, such strength left him in awe. Don't worry, you'll get there too. Natalie smiled, looking forward to Dorian's growth, knowing his talent and potential were unmatched. Next, Natalie took out some papers and handed them to Dorian. These should be evidence. Dorian opened the papers to see communications with various ministers and transactions with the Vice Minister of War. Glancing through, he remarked, there are quite a few people here. These guys have really lost their minds for profit. Dorian shook his head. At least a dozen officials were listed. It exceeded expectations. One or two would have been significant, but this number suggested deep-rooted corruption within the Great Xia dynasty. Indeed, the main culprits are the Vice Minister of War and the City Gate Commander. The others are less concerning. Natalie nodded. Having reviewed the papers himself, he had a general understanding of the individuals involved. However, this explains how they managed to transport things unnoticed. With the City Gate Commander involved, it's a fatal flaw. Dorian couldn't help but comment, looking toward the city gates. It made perfect sense why nothing had been discovered before. This time, it will likely result in bloodshed. Natalie shook his head, feeling helpless. These traitors would implicate entire families, and the execution grounds would be filled with severed heads. Treason carried the ultimate punishment, leaving no room for mercy. People reap what they sow. Dorian shook his head again. These choices were their own. Great Xia officials weren't overly restricted. Wealth could be attained through legitimate means. To resort to treason was foolishness. No one else could be blamed. Let's go. We should inform Kale, Dorian said, fearing that Cody might be anxious, given the gravity of the matter. Agreed. The two headed toward the palace. As for the captured men, they didn't need to worry. Everything would be handled. The black armor troops were mobilized. No one dared challenge them. Meanwhile, the county magistrate rushed home, preparing to flee the capital. But just as he was about to leave, two people blocked his path. Chapter 264, The Kermit's Fear. Magistrate Da-run, where are you heading? The man in front asked with a chuckle, watching the Kermit intently. The Kermit's face froze. Although these people were dressed casually, the insignia on their chests told everything. They were royal secret agents, a small team closest to Cody, specifically used to monitor the entire capital city. For all officials in the capital, these were the people they feared the most. After all, for them, these people were like a sharp sword hanging over their heads. No one knew what they had in hand or what they might do, and this was the biggest threat to these officials. Seeing these people, the Kermit was already resigned to his fate. Their appearance here already explained everything. What do you want? The Kermit asked, trying to suppress his fear. You tell me, Magistrate Da-run, the royal secret agent responded with a chuckle. They had already made all the preparations. There was no way they would let this guy leave. After all, they had been keeping an eye on Dorian, and they did not really care about his actions because everyone knew Dorian had no intention of letting these people off. So, these royal secret agents followed as well. As for the benefits Dorian received, they were naturally aware, but it did not concern them. Such things were quite common after all. If they dwelled on every detail, they wouldn't be able to keep up. Moreover, Dorian had helped them a lot this time. Without Dorian discovering this, they would have been in deep trouble now. Therefore, such a trivial matter was not worth holding against him, just some silver coins. They both knew they could not let this man leave, reaching the Kermit's doorstep almost immediately. If he left, it would be their responsibility. But didn't Prince Consort Eben promise to let me go? The Kermit stuttered nervously, feeling something terrible was about to happen. Prince Consort Eben promised, but we did not. We never said we'd let you go, the secret agent replied coldly, gazing at the Kermit who looked stunned, suddenly realizing something was amiss. Dorian, you tricked me. The Kermit realized Dorian had deceived him. Thinking about the 100,000 taels of silver wasted, he felt hopeless, knowing he would lose both his wealth and his life. In this situation, anyone would be devastated. He quickly added, Dorian took 100,000 taels from me and promised to let me go. He's an accomplice and should be arrested too. Desperate, he wanted to drag Dorian down with him. Dorian swindled him out of 100,000 taels, and this grudge he couldn't bear. So he wanted Dorian to pay as well. Bribery constituted being an accomplice, which he clearly understood. Augustine listening to this, the two royal secret agents only found it amusing. Few knew about this, and even if they did, so what? With Joab's current standing, would Cody care about mere 100,000 taels? Besides, Dorian was highly favored by Cody. If it weren't for rewards, Dorian would already be a true big shot. Even now, they dared not offend him. Little did the Kermit know that Dorian often had bodyguards around him. Under such circumstances, 100,000 taels of silver wasn't much. Even if Dorian was greedier, Cody would still tolerate it. As a favorite of the Emperor, they absolutely wouldn't provoke him. However, they couldn't say this directly to the Kermit. Is that so? How did we not know about this? Do you have any evidence? The secret agent chuckled. I'm not lying. He definitely took my 100,000 taels. He has my silver draft. A check will confirm it, the Kermit urgently said, unaware that they wouldn't bother investigating Dorian. These matters aren't our jurisdiction. You can sue him, but handle your own problems first. As a mere Kermit, where did you get 100,000 taels? It looks like we need to investigate this, the secret agent remarked seriously, causing the Kermit to stiffen, realizing the issue. Indeed, how could he explain the source of those 100,000 taels? Suing Dorian was impossible. Reporting him would only bring trouble upon himself. The Ministry of Punishments wouldn't be stupid. It mattered more where he got the money from, not whether Dorian took it. Sighing, the Kermit understood he couldn't cause trouble for Dorian, not only because Dorian was highly influential, but also because he had given the silver voluntarily and couldn't demand it back. He had indeed been careless. Now he realized it was a grave mistake. With no hope of turning things around, he looked bitter. Do you have anything else to say? We have plenty of time, the two secret agents said with a laugh, watching him. The Kermit sat on the ground, pale-faced, unsure of what to say. Everything was over. The Kermit's face stiffened. Although these people were dressed casually, the insignia on their chests told everything. They were royal undercover agents, a trusted squad under Cody, specifically established to oversee the entire capital city. For all officials of the capital city, these were the people they feared the most. After all, these agents represented a sharp sword hanging over their heads. No one knew what exactly they had found out or what they would do. This was the greatest threat for these officials. Seeing these people, the Kermit's heart sank. Their appearance here already spoke volumes. What do you want? The Kermit asked, trying to suppress his fear. Isn't it obvious, Kermit Da-run? The royal agent replied with a chuckle. They had, of course, made all preparations and wouldn't let him leave. After all, they had been keeping an eye on Dorian as well. Although his actions weren't particularly noteworthy, everyone knew he wouldn't let these culprits off easily. The agents still followed suit. The royal agents were well aware that Dorian had received a bribe, but that was none of their concern. Such matters were quite common, and if they dwelled on every single one, they would never finish. Moreover, Dorian had helped them significantly this time. If not for his discovery, they would be in much bigger trouble now. Thus, such a minor issue wasn't worth quarreling over with Dorian. It was just a matter of some silver. Both parties knew the stakes and promptly arrived at the Kermit's doorstep, ensuring he wouldn't escape. If he left, it would be their responsibility. Didn't Prince Eben promise to let me go? The Kermit stammered, his face pale. He felt that something was amiss. Prince Eben may have promised, but we didn't. We never said we'd let you off, the agent said calmly, looking straight at the Kermit, who was now visibly stunned, realizing the implications. Dorian, you tricked me. The Kermit suddenly understood. He saw through the scheme. Dorian had deceived him. Thinking about the 100,000 taels he had paid, the Kermit felt utterly hopeless. In this situation, not only did he lose his money, but his life was also in danger. No one could bear such a blow. Realizing this, the Kermit immediately pleaded. Dorian took 100,000 taels from me and promised to let me go. He's an accomplice. You should arrest him too. He was desperate, wanting to drag someone down with him. Dorian had cheated him out of 100,000 taels, and he couldn't swallow this humiliation. He wanted Dorian to pay the price. Accepting bribes could make Dorian an accomplice, something the Kermit knew well from his experience. Hearing this, the two royal agents merely found it amusing. Not only was this incident known to very few, but even if it were publicized, would Anderson Aiden care about 100,000 taels? Furthermore, Dorian was now highly favored by Anderson Aiden. If not for direct rewards, Dorian would already be a significant figure. Even now, they couldn't afford to provoke him. Dorian was often protected by others, and 100,000 taels was insignificant in comparison. Even if Dorian were more greedy, Anderson Aiden would tolerate it. As a favorite in the Emperor's eyes, Dorian was someone they wouldn't dare offend. However, they couldn't say this directly to the Kermit. Is that so? How come we don't know about this? Do you have any evidence? The agent asked, smiling. Of course. I'm not lying. He did take my 100,000 taels. He has my silver draft. Check it, and you'll see, the Kermit urgently explained, unaware that these agents wouldn't pursue Dorian. They were on Dorian's side, which the Kermit failed to realize. Really? That's not under our jurisdiction. Of course, you can report him, but you should focus on your own issues first. As a Kermit, where did you get 100,000 taels? It seems we need to investigate this. The serious look on the agent's face made the Kermit freeze, realizing the gravity of his predicament. Indeed, how could he explain the source of the 100,000 taels? Under these circumstances, accusing Dorian was impossible. His complaint would only cause him trouble. The Ministry of Justice wasn't foolish. What mattered most was where he got the 100,000 taels, not whether Dorian had taken it. Understanding this, the Kermit sighed, realizing he couldn't trouble Dorian now. Besides, Dorian was the openly respected brother-in-law of the Duke of Jethraguo. This posed no threat to him. Moreover, he had willingly given the silver. There was no way to reclaim it. He had been careless this time. In his haste, he didn't know how to proceed. Now he realized it was a grave mistake. With this move, he had no chance of turning things around. Thinking this, the Kermit wore a bitter expression. For him, it was despair. Now, do you have anything else to say? We have plenty of time to talk, the two agents said with a chuckle, looking at the Kermit. Sitting on the ground, pale-faced, the Kermit couldn't think of anything to say. Everything was over. Regarding the benefits Dorian received, they were well aware but thought it was unrelated. Such occurrences were common, and they wouldn't get bogged down by them. Besides, Dorian had helped them considerably this time. Without his findings, they would have faced significant trouble. So, such a minor issue wasn't worth pursuing. It was just a matter of silver coins. Knowing full well, they quickly arrived at the Kermit's doorstep, making sure he didn't leave. If he did, it would be on their watch. Didn't Prince Eben promise to let me go? The Kermit asked frantically, looking uneasy. He sensed that something bad was about to happen. Prince Eben might have promised, but we haven't. We never said we would let you off, the agent responded indifferently, fixing his gaze on the Kermit, who looked stunned, suddenly realizing the issue. Dorian, you tricked me. Realizing the deception, the Kermit felt his world crumbling when he thought of losing 100,000 silver coins for nothing. In such a situation, losing both money and life was unacceptable to anyone. In any case, Dorian took my 100,000 taels and promised to let me go. He's also an accomplice. This is harboring a criminal, and you should arrest him too, the Kermit immediately blurted out, hoping to drag Dorian into the mess. He couldn't bear the fact that Dorian swindled 100,000 taels from him. Even as a county magistrate and a significant official, he was well versed in Disya's laws. Two royal agents found this rather amusing. Ignoring the fact that hardly anyone knew about this deal, even if they did, would Anderson Cody care about 100,000 taels? Moreover, Dorian was now in high favor with the Emperor. If not for direct imperial reward, Dorian would be a truly significant figure. Even now, they couldn't afford to provoke him. Not to mention, Dorian always had protection. Therefore 100,000 taels were no big deal. The Emperor could overlook even greater greed from his favored subordinate. They, however, couldn't directly tell the Kermit this. Is that so? How come we don't know about this? What evidence do you have? The agent asked with a smile. I won't lie to you. He really did take my 100,000 taels. His possession of my silver note can prove it. In his panic, the Kermit failed to realize that they had no intention of troubling Dorian, siding with him instead. Really? That's not our jurisdiction. Of course, you can report him, but you should handle your own issues first. You're merely a county magistrate. Where did you get 100,000 taels? It seems we need to investigate this. The agent gave a serious look, causing the Kermit to pale. He realized the dilemma he was in. Indeed, how could he explain the origin of those 100,000 taels? In this situation, accusing Dorian was out of the question. Filing such a complaint would only bring more trouble upon himself. Ministry of Punishments wouldn't be fools. Whether Dorian took the silver wasn't important. Where he got it from mattered most. The Kermit sighed, understanding now. He couldn't touch Dorian at all, who was openly known as Prince Eben from Jethraguo. Moreover, giving the silver was his own choice. He indeed was careless. In that anxious moment, he didn't know what to do. Now he realized it was the worst decision he could make, leaving him with no way out. With a bitter expression, he felt utterly despairing. Now, do you have anything else to say? We have plenty of time to talk, the two agents chuckled. Sitting on the ground, pale-faced, the Kermit was at a loss for words, knowing everything was over. Chapter 265, Bounty. His family members also looked at the Zaire, unsure of what to say. Although they did not know what the Zaire had done or what was happening now, by his expression, they knew that trouble was brewing. Because they had never seen the Zaire like this before, it was evident that something was about to happen to them. As this thought crossed their minds, they were at a loss for what to do next. After all, the Zaire was their mainstay and their everything. Without any direction from him in such circumstances, they could hardly think of anything on their own. However, soon enough, they began to sob uncontrollably, knowing all too well what awaited them. Hearing their cries, the Zaire impatiently said, "Why are you crying? It's just death. So what if it is? Have I not given you a life of luxury and prosperity? What more do you want?" This made the Zaire extremely irritable. He already knew the outcome and no longer needed to hide anything, revealing his true nature completely. Augustine listening to his words, his wife retorted, "Isn't it all because of you? You insisted on messing with these things, insisting on doing such deeds that led us to this. If not for you, how would we end up like this?" The Zaire's wife coldly remarked, "Even under normal circumstances, our expenses would not be too much. The salary of the Zaire has always been sufficient. Why not do some legitimate work? Why must you engage in activities that will get you beheaded? You are practically courting death." Hearing the Zaire's wife speak, the Zaire's face turned pale, as she indeed pointed out an undeniable truth. To her, the Zaire's salary had always been enough for living, and more than enough to live comfortably. After all, Cody would never allow his ministers to starve. Such a situation would absolutely never occur. Therefore, the entire Great Xia dynasty's official salaries had never been an issue, and there would never be any question of insufficient means to live, especially considering the reasonable cost of living in the capital city. The Zaire silently paused, then coldly said, "Isn't this life what you all wanted? Isn't this luxury what you demanded? Now you blame me? How two-faced can you be?" They started arguing right there, while the two spies watching from the side found it quite amusing. They were not in a hurry to take the Zaire away yet, so they did not mind witnessing this. They still needed to wait a while before they could take him away, so for now, they could only observe. Realizing this, they felt rather helpless. But the argument between the couple was entertaining enough to alleviate their boredom. Meanwhile, Dorian and Natalie had already arrived at the palace. These Erwin were no longer of utmost importance to them. For them, the evidence was the priority. Delivering this evidence to Cody was all that mattered now. Other matters seemed less significant. On the way, Natalie suddenly spoke up. "I suspect these people have a larger purpose in the capital city." Startled by this, Dorian asked, "Why? What have you seen?" He knew Natalie would not make such statements without substantial evidence, piquing Dorian's curiosity. "Look at this." With those words, Natalie handed over a white piece of paper to Dorian. This paper was not among the collected evidence, but was kept separately, indicating its significance. "What is this?" Dorian took it, glanced at it, and immediately became solemn. Why would something like this exist here? Dorian's voice dropped lower, sensing the gravity of the matter. No wonder Natalie was so concerned about it. "I'm not sure. There seems to be a lot of issues here. According to logic, the Erwin shouldn't care about such a bounty order. But clearly it isn't the case," Natalie replied with equal concern. At the scene earlier, it wasn't convenient for her to mention these concerns. After all, several black armored soldiers were present. Though obedient and respectful towards Joab, discretion was necessary. "This matter needs serious attention." Dorian nodded. "Should we inform father-in-law?" "Yes, father needs to be prepared," Natalie responded seriously, finding the whole situation rather troubling. "All right." They both focused on the paper which held a bounty order issued by none other than their father, Josue Joab. Understandably, they were both stunned. This was a bounty on the Josue Joab, and worse yet, the bounty order had reached here, highlighting the severity of the situation. After all, Josue held considerable authority. Anyone daring to issue a bounty on him must be incredibly brazen. Could it be Dark Hall operatives? It's highly likely. Given the massive losses they incurred this time, taking such actions is plausible. Issuing this bounty order is also understandable. Well, it might be too fast, considering they haven't recovered fully from their recent setbacks to issue this bounty so swiftly. Or perhaps it's not them, but someone else. They meticulously analyzed the situation, recognizing the gravity of it. After all, the target was Joab, their father, and deserved thorough attention. Considering this, their expressions grew increasingly grave, realizing the complexity of the matter. No matter what, we need to be cautious. If they have it, others likely do as well. And because of this campaign, many may already harbor reservations about us. Your presence has certainly made these guys wary. Natalie sighed, understanding the underlying fears and caution surrounding them. Many now viewed the Jethrock family as a formidable force, causing widespread unease. Chapter 266, Audience with the Anderson. This was something Natalie also understood clearly, as such occurrences were quite normal. Being from a martial family like theirs would naturally make certain people wary. After all, they were indeed too powerful. Joab alone was already formidable, a peak Earth Stage general and supreme commander of the Imperial Army. A person like him had already reached the pinnacle of power in the Great Xia dynasty. And then there was Natalie, who needed no further introduction. Also a peak Earth Stage powerhouse and exceptionally strong within that rank. Even some seasoned peak Earth Stage warriors couldn't match Natalie. Now, Dorian emerged on the scene. Although Dorian wasn't yet powerful, he showed remarkable talent in literature, capable of composing timeless masterpieces. Such an individual was undoubtedly extraordinary and, once grown, would be a significant threat. Therefore, the rise of the Jethrock manor was becoming uncontrollable for them. So naturally, they would attempt to eliminate potential threats. It wasn't just enemies who wanted to deal with them. Even the entire Great Xia dynasty became wary of them. Under these circumstances, the situation for the Jethrock manor wasn't favorable. While expecting some trouble, they didn't anticipate that Joab would be targeted for bounty. It seemed rather absurd. If Dorian were targeted, it would have been more understandable. After all, Dorian was still young and relatively easier to handle, not possessing enough strength. Dealing with him would be quite normal, but targeting Joab left everyone baffled. Thinking about this, they became more serious. Perhaps some people can't sit idly by anymore. But that's fine. We might find more bad elements. Natalie smiled slightly and looked at Dorian, who immediately understood her thoughts. You mean, baiting them out? Dorian looked at Natalie, his face showing contemplation. Yes, I want to see exactly who wants to target us. If it's someone from the Great Xia dynasty, then it's very simple, Natalie said coldly. According to her reasoning, it was likely done by someone from the Great Xia dynasty. Other dynasties might do such things, but for them, Georgiating Joab would bring no benefit and instead make the Great Xia dynasty more frantic. Assassinating one of the most important figures of a dynasty was absolutely taboo. For many dynasties, doing so was unthinkable due to implicit agreements. All right. As they spoke, they arrived at the palace. After reporting, they entered the study room. Your Majesty, we humbly greet you. The two of you may dispense with formalities. Cody quickly spoke, his gaze fixed on them. He was evidently anxious. The matter was too crucial, and he couldn't wait to know what happened. However, with Natalie and Dorian returning, it likely meant good news. Considering this, Cody calmed down slightly and smiled. At such moments, it was essential to display the demeanor of an emperor without losing composure. How is the situation, my loyal ministers? Cody asked amiably, expressing great trust. Your Majesty, we did not fail our mission. We have captured all the Irwin and handed them over to the Black Armored Army for imprisonment. Good, good, excellent. Haha, well done. You two have never let me down. Cody laughed heartily, thoroughly satisfied with their performance. Only they could resolve the matter so swiftly. Had it been anyone else, it wouldn't have been so easily solved. Thinking of this, Cody couldn't help but smile. He looked at them and asked, did you find evidence? We found it. Here it is. Please review it, Your Majesty. Natalie handed over the documents, and Henley stepped forward to check them carefully. It wasn't that he didn't trust Natalie, but given the sensitivity, caution was necessary. After confirming everything was correct, he passed it to Cody. Cody eagerly reviewed the documents, his expression turning grim. The content enraged him. My empire has seen so many traitors. This is beyond unexpected. Cody's voice turned icy, his expression grim. The situation was severe, and Joab and others remained speechless. Sydney pondered and said, the current troubles are considerable. These villains must be severely punished, or there will be more of them. Sydney and others had already been informed of the matter. Such a significant event couldn't proceed without their presence. Cannon's face darkened. The impact of the situation was enormous. Your Majesty, it is truly troublesome. They've been operating for a long time. Even with evidence now, it's still complicated. Cannon slowly responded, acknowledging the difficulty in handling such matters. Too many people were involved, and if they acted rashly, it would lead to mass executions, an outcome they wished to avoid. Thinking of this, everyone grew serious. Too many deaths wouldn't be beneficial for them. After some thought, Cody said slowly, no, we must execute them. They cannot be allowed to live. The impact is too significant. Proper punishment must be set as an example. We cannot let this incident escalate further. And many might know about this, but chose not to inform me. They will not escape punishment. Cody spoke coldly, his gaze fixed on the sky. Sydney and others nodded, agreeing with him. Just how many should be executed? Sydney asked, looking at Cody. This was a critical question. All of them. Cody answered firmly, his expression unyielding. Wouldn't that have too much of an impact? Sydney asked, voicing a significant concern. Chapter 267, disagreement. Sydney still appeared hesitant, his gaze fixed on Cody. For him, it still felt wrong to carry out such extensive executions. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted, but looking at the substantial evidence, Sydney knew this case involved many people, meaning a lot of blood would be shed. This was not a scenario he wished to see. Sometimes, excessive killing is not beneficial. So, what's Premier's opinion? Cody asked casually, his voice betraying no emotion. I believe we can pardon some and execute others. Of course, these pardons shouldn't come without any consequences. They must still pay a price. Sydney slowly replied, watching Cody. We only need to deal with the main conspirators. The minor followers can be given leniency, which will showcase your Majesty's benevolence. What do you think, ministers? Cody didn't reply directly but turned to Joab, Marcel, and Cannon beside him. He couldn't listen to just one person's opinion. Marcel spoke up, Your Majesty, Premier's has a point. If everyone is punished collectively, it could result in rivers of blood and fear spreading among the people. Some should be lightly disciplined, but the chief culprits must be severely punished. At this moment, Cannon stepped forward, his expression resolute. Your Majesty, there must be no room for misplaced mercy. Indeed, many will be killed, but they chose their fate through their own actions. If we show leniency due to concerns about too many deaths, others might take advantage of our weakness. It won't serve as a strong deterrent. Therefore, all of them should be executed without exception. The others were startled. This was the first time Cannon had opposed Sydney. Previously, Cannon always agreed with Sydney and never voiced differing opinions. Even Cody was surprised that Cannon would choose to oppose him. However, seeing that Sydney's expression remained calm, this seemed reasonable. While Cannon was Sydney's student, he had his own ideas. Sydney never restrained his students from thinking independently, believing the empire needed such individuals more than ever. Cannon's disposition differed from Sydney's, who considered broader impacts and potential negative reactions to widespread killings, especially when many of those involved came from humble backgrounds. Preserving some lives was also normal for Sydney. Excessive bloodshed would not benefit the current Great Xia dynasty, especially with an impending campaign where stability was crucial. For Cannon, whose personality was more rigid and principled, leniency towards traitors would only encourage future conspiracies, which was absolutely unacceptable. Thus, some executions were inevitable to prevent such incidents from recurring. Too much bloodshed would tarnish your Majesty's reputation and destabilize the court, Sydney said, his gaze steady. Allow me to be the executioner, Cannon offered boldly, surprising everyone. Sydney looked at his student, revealing a trace of helplessness. That was his nature. Once he made up his mind, he wouldn't waver. However, having someone challenge the prevailing view was beneficial. If the courtroom was a place where everyone agreed blindly, Sydney would be concerned. Although Cannon's arguments were compelling, their perspectives differed, leading to this disagreement. Immediately, the three began to voice their differing views. Dorian and Natalie shrank back, realizing this was not their place to interject. Despite their ranks, the true power players in the Great Xia were these few ministers. They wisely chose not to get involved. Cody waved his hand, growing impatient with their debate. His eyes turned to Joab, the last remaining minister who hadn't spoken. Minister Augustine, what's your opinion? Joab stepped forward. All three have valid points. Cody chuckled, you're evading, but I want to hear your thoughts, not just a diplomatic statement. Speak up, I know you have an idea. Joab knew Cody wouldn't accept such a non-committal response, but he was prepared. These people need severe punishment, consistent with my view and Minister Fong's. They cannot be easily spared. Sydney and Marcel paused but weren't overly worried. They anticipated more from Joab. Cannon and Cody listened intently. Cody aligned with Cannon's stance, firmly believing in dealing harshly with traitors regardless of the number involved, as they chose their fate themselves. Joab's words pleased Cody, but he knew Joab would offer a comprehensive solution. Excessive killings now could indeed cause unrest, especially with the campaign looming. But we don't lack alternative methods. Intriguing. What's your suggestion, Minister Augustine? Their estates can be seized, and they can be imprisoned until later. Alternatively, we can handle matters discreetly, not necessarily making everything public. Everyone listened intently, curious how Joab intended to proceed. Chapter 268, Uneasy Hearts. Out in the open, we only need to bring out a few main conspirators and their heinous crimes as examples, Joab said slowly. The four people listening all felt enlightened. Indeed, this could work. They had been too rigid in their thinking and never considered such a compromise. Sometimes it takes an outsider to suggest such solutions. No wonder Joab hadn't spoken up earlier. He was clearly considering these matters. This was indeed a good idea. Cody also nodded approvingly. For him, this proposal would satisfy both sides. Moreover, it wouldn't cause any negative impacts. Thinking about it, Cody grew even more pleased with Joab. However, he didn't rush to agree but instead turned his gaze toward Dorian. Those two young ones had kept hiding at the back, and he noticed this very clearly. So, he wanted to hear their thoughts. Kirsty, what do you think should be done? Everyone then realized there were still two others present, and it was fitting to ask for their opinions as well. These two would also be future key figures in the court, so testing them now made sense. Then, all four pairs of eyes turned to Dorian and Natalie, along with Cody's gaze. Dorian and Natalie felt immense pressure. This was indeed a tough question to answer. But Natalie was quick-witted and immediately responded, I agree with father. Though this sounded like a superficial response, it wasn't problematic. Natalie's reply was unlikely to trouble Cody and the others. Subsequently, everyone focused on Dorian, scrutinizing him seriously, eager to see what insights the imperial son-in-law from the Max residence might offer. Dorian paused, then directly said, I agree too. Hearing these simple, plain words, everyone was taken aback. They hadn't expected Dorian to respond this way, which left them quite surprised. Logically speaking, at such a moment, one should elaborate more to secure one's position and earn Cody's approval. It was beneficial to impress them. Yet, Dorian chose not to say anything further, which piqued Cody's interest. He didn't believe that Dorian, given his intelligence, would simply remain silent. Dorian must have already formed his own opinion. Why did you answer that way? Avoiding me isn't a good thing, Cody said. Though it sounded like he was upset, everyone understood he merely wanted to know Dorian's thoughts. Cody certainly wouldn't scold Dorian over such a minor matter. He was not a petty person. Of course, because the Mac is my father-in-law, Princess Kirsty is my wife. They've already spoken, and I must stand firmly by their side. Otherwise, things would be difficult when I return home, Dorian replied. Everyone could tell Dorian was joking, yet it elicited smiles from Cody and the others. Dorian was an interesting person indeed. This interaction enhanced Cody's favorable impression of Dorian. Such young men were rare, lacking neither courage nor flattery. Soon, Dorian explained why he agreed with Joab's idea. With this explanation, Cody nodded approvingly. So let it be as Minister Augustine has suggested. Any objections? We have none. Very well. Cody smiled and said, Next, these people will pay the price. I've treated them generously, yet they dare defy me. Saying this, Cody coldly snorted. He had been kind and generous to his officials, yet they not only lacked gratitude but dared act in such a manner. With that, Cody decided not to be lenient any longer. Yes. Soon, a storm began to brew. The royal secret agents and the imperial guards were mobilized, as the number of people involved was considerable. They couldn't afford to be negligent. If even one person slipped through, it would reflect poorly on Cody, so they were extremely diligent this time. All major figures in the capital received news, though unsure what had happened. Seeing the imperial guards meant something significant was unfolding. Those who knew what was happening were already panicking, yet they realized fleeing was impossible. Numerous imperial guards and secret agents guarded the exits. Escape was absolutely out of the question. Thus, they awaited their fate helplessly. The Caden watched the city erupt in turmoil. Recalling the message about the southern savages being caught, he knew the plot had been exposed. Waiting for him would be the royal secret agents. He couldn't believe the plot had come to light. This was truly. The undersecretary fell silent, suddenly recalling the events of the previous night in the Bright Moon Pavilion. Was it during that time? He realized someone had overheard their conversation last night, indicating their plot had already been exposed long ago. Thinking of this, and knowing Natalie and Dorian were behind today's action, he finally understood. The Max residence, Joab? The undersecretary spat venomously, convinced it was Joab and company. There was no one else. Anger gave way to profound helplessness. He could only wait here for death. What else could he do? There was no room for resistance. This was treason, punishable by death. Even if someone pleaded for mercy, it would make no difference. And who would dare plead on his behalf, challenging Cody? The undersecretary laughed bitterly. Truly, he had hoisted the stone to crush his own foot. He should have ordered a thorough search last night. Soon, a knocking sound came from outside. Taking a deep breath, the undersecretary opened the door to find a squadron of about 100 Imperial guards waiting. Everything around was cleared out, and not far away stood two black-clothed figures watching. What a grand scene. The undersecretary sighed inwardly. Never thought he'd encounter such an occasion. It was truly unbelievable. But this was his final moment. What use was this grandeur? It was ironic how the things he pursued all his life were met under such circumstances. Chapter 269, captured. At this thought, the Hussein revealed a mocking smile. A tinge of regret also emerged in his heart, but unfortunately, blinded by greed, he had completely forgotten certain things. These matters always carry the risk of exposure. If he had acted so rashly, it would only bring him more trouble. Sadly, by the time he realized this, it was too late. There was no turning back. Greed drove him to continue on this path. Having lived for too long in luxury, he no longer wished to return to a simple life. That was why he kept doing what he did. If he wanted to turn back, it wasn't truly impossible. It was merely that he didn't want to. Luxurious living had clouded his judgment. The black armored soldiers watched the somewhat melancholic Hussein without any change in their expressions. To them, this minister held no particular importance. They just needed to focus on their duty. The black armored army was known for its strict discipline and would never overstep boundaries or disobey orders. Thus, they felt nothing as they looked at the grieving vice minister. The two royal spies, however, couldn't help but display a mocking look. Kale has never treated them badly. Their salaries are among the best on the entire continent, yet who would have thought they could do such things? Indeed, they've betrayed Kale's trust. Their duty was to prevent any martial arts experts from attempting to rescue the Hussein. After the last incident, few dared to make a move in the capital city, making their job relatively easier. Moreover, the black armored soldiers were not weaklings. There were even martial artists within their ranks. Even if they weren't martial artists, with good coordination, ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to match them. However, Earthconroic martial artists were another matter altogether. They were formidable opponents, even for the black armored army. Thus, their presence was crucial. If an Earthconroic martial artist appeared, their task was to intercept and eliminate the threat, ensuring the vice minister was not taken away. This was a crucial individual. Should anything happen, the consequences would be disastrous. With this in mind, they became more vigilant. Time was of the essence to handle this matter and bring the Hussein inside. Many people witnessed this scene along the way, expressing surprise. Is that the Hussein? What's going on? Why is he escorted by the black armored soldiers? I'm not sure, but it seems like he might have done something wrong. The crowd speculated, as the capital city hadn't seen such a spectacle in a long time. High-ranking officials hadn't been arrested like this recently. Lately, despite the city's lively atmosphere, no major figures were involved until today, marking the first significant arrest in nearly a year. It left everyone uncertain how to react. No one had heard any rumors before the sudden arrest of the Hussein. What made it even more serious was that the black armored army was deployed, indicating how important this matter was. This suggested that the Hussein had committed grave offenses, otherwise, such measures wouldn't have been taken. Hussein is a good person, so why now? Someone suddenly remarked, looking at the vice minister. Yes, he has always been kind to us, helping and caring for many of us. Why was he arrested? Hearing this, the two royal spies fell silent. Indeed, the Hussein had a positive reputation among the common folk. He genuinely cared for the people, though it remained unclear whether it was an act. Nevertheless, he had harmed too many border civilians by supplying weapons to the southern savages, which contributed significantly to their strength. Without him, the southern savages wouldn't have invaded so frequently, leaving many border inhabitants displaced. Even the recent disastrous defeat of Dachin could be partly attributed to him. Under these circumstances, they needed to handle the matter seriously. With this thought, the two royal spies shook their heads slightly, saying nothing more. One reaps what one sows, murmured the Hussein, feeling desolate. Yes, how did he become like this? This wasn't who he used to be. Thinking of this, the Hussein sighed softly, his figure gradually fading into the distance. Moments later, dressed in prisoner garb, the Hussein arrived at the imperial study. Looking up at Anderson Cody and those around him, including Joab, he wore a bitter expression. Your humble servant kneels before your majesty. Himph, you dare to stand before me? Cody coldly snorted, then asked, Sawyer, have I ever treated you unfairly? Your majesty has never mistreated your humble servant. Sawyer laughed bitterly, knowing well that Cody would be furious. But what else could he do except face it candidly? Why did you do such things? Was the salary we provided each year insufficient? Weren't you conducting business on the side without any interference from me? Cody spoke angrily, staring at Sawyer, bewildered by his actions. After all, he had done everything possible to treat them fairly. There was no place on the continent better than their great Xia. Reflecting on this, Cody's anger intensified. Tell me, why did you do this? What were you aiming for? Cody fixed his gaze on the Hussein. Sawyer, your majesty has never mistreated your humble servant. It was my own delusion and grave sins that led to this. I dare not ask for forgiveness, but I beg your majesty, considering my past services, to spare my family. Sawyer knelt, trembling. He could die, but he couldn't bear to see his family suffer. Now, this was his only hope, although he knew it was unlikely. Treason deserved the extermination of 9 generations, and he understood this fully as a civil official. Chapter 270, Imprisonment. He still made a plea to Cody, knowing that the emperor was prone to being moved easily. Hearing Sawyer's words, Cody flew into a rage. Now you think of your family? Did you consider other people's families before? Did you think about gratis families who fight on the front lines? Did you think about the commoners at the border? Now you beg for mercy from the Anderson, but how can I explain this to them? Cody roared, making everyone too afraid to breathe loudly. This was their first time seeing him like this. Usually, he maintained strict self-control. But this time, Cody couldn't contain his anger. It was truly unbearable. There was no way this matter could be overlooked. Thinking of Gratis and civilians who had died as a result, Cody found it impossible to remain calm or forgive Sawyer. Everyone remained silent, fully aware that forgiveness was out of the question. His family would share the same fate. If the main perpetrator wasn't punished severely, not only would they disagree, but even other officials wouldn't accept it. This was undoubtedly one of the most severe punishments in the Great Xia dynasty, something Cody dreaded. He could tolerate other things, but not this. He had to give an account to Gratis and civilians. Therefore, Cody's resolve was firm, which was why he disagreed with Sydney's suggestion earlier. This Sawyer absolutely could not be spared. Sawyer turned pale, finding it hard to argue since Cody's every word was reasonable and not influenced by personal emotions. Cody was considering the well-being of the entire Great Xia, a true emperor indeed. Sydney and others looked at Cody with respect. They had chosen the right ruler. Cody was indeed a wise and benevolent emperor, genuinely concerned for his people. And judging by Cody's expression now, they were certain this was sincere, not staged. Such an emperor was what the Great Xia needed. Dorian observed Cody with a complex look, feeling sorry for the fate of Sawyer's clan, but also understanding that this was inevitable in these times. Yet looking at Cody, Dorian realized that many things in this era were far more complicated than he had imagined and required careful consideration. Cody's grief-stricken face was clearly genuine, evoking empathy. Indeed, while Sawyer considered his family, did he ever think of others? Objectively speaking, Cody had treated him fairly. It was Sawyer's own faults. I confess my crimes, Sawyer sighed, realizing he had no right to beg for mercy anymore. Thinking this, he continued, Your Majesty, the sinner is willing to reveal certain matters, to give you and the Great Xia dynasty an explanation. Speak, Cody gestured. He knew Sawyer might have some important information. If so, Cody might spare some of his family members, at least not involve all 9 clans. However, rules were rules. He couldn't break them just because he felt sympathy. Afterwards, Dorian gained a deeper understanding of this world. Natalie noticed Dorian's odd expression and asked, What's wrong? Nothing, just feeling a bit melancholic, Dorian replied softly, exchanging a few words due to their secluded location but avoiding further discussion to avoid displeasing Cody. Soon, Sawyer confessed everything. Despite his other misdeeds, he had done relatively well in other areas, truly a pity. Such a person should have been a decent official, caring for the people, yet his greed led to disaster. No matter what, Cody could not pardon him. Reflecting on this, Cody slowly said, Take him away. The verdict will be decided tomorrow. Thank you, Your Majesty, Sawyer bowed respectfully before leaving the imperial study with difficulty. Watching his hunched figure, Cody fell silent, remembering the previous Sawyer. Premier Zwa, am I failing somewhere? Cody asked, surprising Sydney, who didn't know why the emperor posed such a question. If I did better, wouldn't such incidents not occur? Wouldn't someone like Sawyer not exist? Wouldn't everyone live in peace? Cody blamed himself, believing he was responsible somehow. If he could make the Great Xia more prosperous, wouldn't these problems disappear? Thinking this, Cody became uncertain for the first time. Augustine listening to this, the others fell into contemplation, reflecting on their own shortcomings. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Your Majesty, greed drives people to extremes. This truth remains constant. Desires are insatiable. In my view, this is Sawyer's personal greed and ambition. This cannot be blamed on anyone but himself for failing to uphold his principles. All eyes turned towards Dorian, who had spoken. Chapter 271. Announcement of Reward. So, Your Majesty, this matter is not your fault. Everyone can see that your intentions are for the welfare of the country and its people. Everyone understands this clearly. Dorian spoke earnestly. He hadn't expected that these few individuals would fall into deep contemplation over this matter, so he immediately interjected, not wanting them to be troubled by it. In his view, these people were being overly critical. Though self-reflection is a good thing, one must not doubt oneself to such an extent. That would indeed be troublesome. Therefore, Dorian quickly spoke up to awaken them. After regaining their composure, they immediately realized that this incident should not be blamed on them. If someone chose to act in a certain way, it was their own decision. It had nothing to do with them. Understanding this, they felt a sense of liberation and looked at Dorian with admiration. They were surprised that it was Dorian who ultimately awakened them. Cody also regained his clarity, sweeping away the gloom from his chest. He looked at Dorian and smiled. You're right. It seems we old fellows aren't as quick as the younger generation to actually doubt ourselves over this. If it weren't for Dorian, we would all have been stuck in self-reproach. Cody sighed in genuine appreciation of Dorian's wisdom. Commander Ep1 is truly an outstanding talent. It's a pity you don't enter politics to govern a region. Sydney praised, feeling nothing but admiration for Dorian. This young man had accomplished many things others could not. Even in his prime, Sydney wasn't as capable as Dorian. Joab looked at Dorian, revealing a faint smile. His son-in-law was indeed extraordinary. All right, return to handling your affairs. We will discuss this matter further at tomorrow's court session. Dorian. Your servant is present, Dorian replied respectfully, looking at Cody. You have done very well in this matter. Whether finding evidence or capturing the Irwin, you have played a crucial role. Tomorrow, I will reward you. Think about what you want. I will allow you to ask for anything within reason. Regardless of your request, as long as it doesn't cross fundamental boundaries, I can grant it. Cody said seriously, looking at Dorian. The crowd was startled, never expecting Cody to make such a statement. This was not just any promise. It was practically giving Dorian a get-out-of-jail-free card. Whatever Dorian asked for, Cody would give him. Though they knew Cody valued Dorian, to offer such rewards directly over this matter seemed unusual. Several of them felt there was nothing wrong, but Cody's character usually wasn't this dramatic. Offering such rewards seemed shocking. They began to suspect if there was something troubling Cody. Dorian also looked stunned at Cody, never expecting the Emperor to let him choose his reward. He fell into thought, unsure how to respond. While the offer seemed generous, an improper response could cause trouble. Was this Cody's test of his desires? Considering this, Dorian felt somewhat helpless. But after some deliberation, he spoke slowly. Your Majesty, if possible, I'd like a long spear. Dorian's words were simple, and upon hearing them, Cody was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Dorian's request was indeed simple, but asking for a spear symbolized readiness for battle, loyalty to the great Xia. Dorian was certainly interesting. Natalie and the others understood Dorian's intention and smiled. Dorian was indeed clever. The request was neither excessive nor displeasing to Cody, making it a fine choice. Even if they put themselves in Dorian's place, they wouldn't have thought of this. Fine, I agree. I will provide you with the finest spear in all of Great Xia. No, the entire world. Cody declared directly. He was genuinely pleased. Dorian did not disappoint him. Thus, future matters would be simple. Thank you, Your Majesty. Dorian appeared pleasantly surprised, looking at Cody. He didn't expect such a promise from Cody. For Cody, this promise was already considerable. All right, all of you may go now. Yes. After everyone left, Henley remarked beside Cody, this little Conroy is indeed very clever. Watching Dorian leave, Henley felt a bit impressed. Dorian exceeded his expectations. He is indeed a remarkable young man, and wise enough not to create difficulties for me, Cody responded casually. He admired Dorian's intelligence since only smart people could live longer and assist him effectively. I heard he accepted 10,000 silver taels from the county lieutenant of the capital magistrate's office. Henley suddenly mentioned, looking at Cody. Royal spies would naturally report such matters to him. Though not significant, it was worth mentioning. Upon hearing this, Cody was initially surprised but soon smiled. This is a good thing. If he asked for nothing, I would be more concerned. Now, it shows he has unique qualities. Such a young man is rare. Cody laughed heartily, not minding this behavior. On the contrary, he found it excellent because a person with no desires was the most frightening. With Dorian showing desire, Cody knew how to deal with him and what rewards to give. In such a situation, Cody felt more confident in trusting Dorian. A meritorious subject who refused wealth, fame, or power would worry Cody. Their motives would be too obscure. Henley nodded, understanding Cody's thoughts and agreeing with his assessment of Dorian. Go do something for me. Chapter 272. A stunned Joab. Your Majesty, please instruct. Henley respectfully replied, looking at his emperor. Go and find me a long spear, just as I said. You must hurry, understand? Cody spoke calmly. Since he had promised Dorian, he had to fulfill it. As an emperor, his word was law. There was no room for backtracking, that wasn't his style. Moreover, Dorian deserved this gesture. After all, he still worked diligently for Cody and the dynasty of Xia. Such contributions certainly merited recognition. Cody naturally wouldn't neglect his loyal subjects. His idea was simple, a spear as encouragement and acknowledgement. This would likely foster greater loyalty from Dorian. At this thought, a faint smile appeared on Cody's lips. If he was going to do it, he'd make sure it was the best, not just any ordinary spear. That's right. Henley understood Cody's thoughts, but also pondered where to look. Finding such an exceptional spear was no easy task. Even Henley felt somewhat lost about how to proceed. However, since Cody had already spoken, he had to try his best to locate one. I know it won't be easy to find, so you can mobilize all our secret agents. Cody said this casually, surprising Henley. The level of commitment had escalated. Now he could use all available resources. The difference in meaning was significant. The Imperial secret agents were just one branch of the secret network. The true extent of the spies spread throughout the entire empire of Xia and even across the continent, representing the true power behind the throne. Only the current emperor and the person managing them, Henley, knew about these forces. Mobilizing them indicated a national crisis. Yet, Cody was willing to do this for Dorian. How could Henley not be stunned? Pausing, Henley asked, Your Majesty, wouldn't this seem too much? Could it lead to some negative consequences? Henley was fully aware of the risks if even a few of these spies were exposed. It could be disastrous. Using only the internal resources should suffice. Cody waved his hand dismissively. Do as I say. These concerns are trivial. Dorian rarely makes requests like this. If I cannot meet his needs, how can I face him? Besides, with the spear, he'll continue serving us. This request must be met. Though Cody knew this would entail significant effort, he was very willing to go through with it. Dorian's loyalty demanded such acknowledgement. Moreover, he had made a promise, and failing to meet it would undermine his authority. Additionally, Cody trusted Dorian completely, believing he would become an excellent minister and general. Such people must be earnestly courted. Reflecting on this, Cody smiled faintly. Compared to this, a talented general or marshal is far more important. These resources are expendable, aren't they? Hearing this, Henley couldn't argue further. He simply followed Cody's orders. The servant understands, Henley nodded and immediately began arranging matters. Handling it properly was crucial, given Cody's explicit instructions. Meanwhile, outside the palace, Dorian and the others received continuous praise from Joab. Dorian's performance greatly pleased him. If not for Dorian's excellence, handling the situation might have been difficult. Dorian's recent accomplishments significantly boosted his standing with Cody, solidifying his position without issues. Cody's willingness to reward him signified his true recognition as a trusted advisor rather than just a son-in-law. This brought great satisfaction to Joab. Dorian showed potential to handle heavy responsibilities. Thinking of this, Joab slowly said, You've done well this time, and Kale is satisfied. Thus, this matter can be considered resolved. Indeed, this incident with the deputy minister's betrayal was unexpected. Had they not found him promptly, the consequences would have been dire. Sir Augustine, you overpraise us. These were necessary tasks. However, there's something you need to see. Dorian glanced at Natalie, who then handed the bounty notice to Joab. Seeing the notice, Joab was taken aback. What is this? Joab looked at the two, unsure where the bounty notice came from. Didn't they go to deal with those Irwin? Why did a bounty appear? We found this among the Irwin. It seems they accepted this bounty, Natalie explained. Hearing this, Joab sighed helplessly. I never imagined that the first bounty would be on me. Joab didn't know what to say. They expected bounties on their family, but never thought he would be the first targeted. After a moment, Joab murmured, it must be someone from within the empire of Xia. No one else cares enough to put a bounty on me. Note: in this translation, character names have been converted to Pinyin, Dorian, Joab, Cody, ensuring proper English representation. The narrative tone and structure are maintained as per the original text. Chapter 273, Puzzles. Joab was fully aware that only the people from Dacia would do such things now. Since they were from Dacia, he had to be even more cautious. After all, this wasn't a trivial matter anymore. It seems like we should be careful for some time. Yeah, once these people target us, they won't let up easily. But after this incident, they might behave themselves slightly, Natalie said slowly. This incident would also serve as a warning to them. Although this would make many dissatisfied with Dorian and his team, after all, the Hussein wasn't an independent official. He belonged to a faction. While it was entirely because of the vice minister's actions, this development was still bad news for them. The position of Hussein wasn't insignificant, and losing it like this was indeed distressing. So, some people would still be unhappy about this. Besides, it happened too suddenly, catching them off guard. After the vice minister's downfall, attention would naturally shift to the interests tied to this position. Although this situation angered many, officials would prioritize considering their own benefits. As cold-hearted as it sounded, that was how things worked. Brief anger followed by considerations of benefits. This point was very clear to Joab and his group. Those who didn't benefit would blame Joab and company. However, taking on Joab wouldn't be easy. Especially now, with the impending campaign, any action against him would be seen as provocation to Anderson Cody. Anderson Xia wouldn't tolerate that. With these thoughts in mind, they would likely keep a low profile, knowing that stirring up trouble would definitely upset Cody. But we must pay special attention to this bounty notice. We need to find out who issued this bounty notice. We can't let them get away with it so easily, Natalie said seriously, looking at Joab. After a moment's contemplation, Joab understood her meaning and replied, I'll be on it. Back at the residence of Josue, Dorian suddenly fell into deep thought. He couldn't pinpoint why, but something felt off. He knew there were issues he hadn't quite grasped yet. This made Dorian fall into deeper contemplation. There were still some questionable points about this whole matter. Before, he had been too eager to resolve the issue without giving much thought. But now, it seemed far from what he initially imagined. There were just too many suspicious elements. Seeing Dorian's expression, Natalie asked curiously, what's wrong? Any problems? Kirsty, something feels amiss about this whole thing, Dorian said. Hearing this, Natalie wasn't concerned about his informal address. She focused intently on Dorian's serious face. What did you discover? Natalie now trusted Dorian's judgment completely. If Dorian felt something was wrong, then it truly was. He had already proven his ability to identify issues accurately. Now, would Dorian have uncovered something new? Natalie was eagerly anticipating it. Perhaps they could find more inconsistencies. Is everything going too smoothly? Dorian gazed earnestly at Natalie, his expression solemn. Upon reflection, his intuition told him that something was off. Everything had gone too smoothly, unnaturally so. While each event seemed unproblematic on its own, connecting them gave him chills. It felt like an invisible hand was guiding events. This realization left Dorian feeling uneasy and lost in thought. Augustine listening to Dorian, Natalie knew he wasn't just speaking casually. You're saying someone is pushing this forward or orchestrating everything deliberately? Natalie caught on quickly. Yes, Dorian nodded. That was exactly his line of thinking. There's a possibility, but it seems unlikely. Given the complexity, even Kale might not control everything so easily. Natalie shook her head. She wasn't doubting Dorian's judgment but found it hard to believe. After all, orchestrating this scenario was no less difficult than leading a campaign against the Irwin. If true, the mastermind behind it must be terrifying. Dorian nodded. That was the crux of the issue. He explained his suspicions to Natalie, who immediately fell silent. Even if she didn't want to believe it, things were indeed too smooth. You're right, there probably is an issue. Do you want to investigate? Looking at Dorian, Natalie's instincts warned her that investigating could be thorny and dangerous. Whoever controlled these events probably had power rivaling the Xia family of Dacia dynasty. Investigating under these circumstances would be extremely perilous. Considering the upcoming campaign, it might be better to let this matter rest to avoid further complications. After all, things were already complicated enough. Dorian pondered Natalie's words. He was torn, unsure of how to proceed. On one hand, he wanted to investigate thoroughly. Once he figured things out, he'd understand many of his concerns. On the other hand, with the campaign imminent, investigating now seemed... He was stuck, a decision crucial to him. However, being involved in this mysterious affair without clarity wasn't Dorian's style. Seeing Dorian deep in thought, Natalie considered the options. Finally, with a determined look, she turned to Dorian and said, if you really want to investigate, go ahead. I support you in uncovering the truth. Dorian was taken aback for a moment, looking at Natalie. Chapter 274, The Two People Investigating. Dorian could fully understand and appreciate Natalie's restraint. He did not have any complaints because he knew the matter had indeed become somewhat difficult to handle. If the other party had no ill intentions by doing so, there was no need for him to continuously pry into things. Such an approach might be counterproductive. If his investigation caused trouble, or something unexpected happened to the Marquis of Jethrog's residence, it would be very bad. If he delayed the military campaign, he would be a sinner. Neither Joab nor anyone else could protect him, and Cody would certainly blame him. Although Cody valued him, Dorian knew that royal family members were capricious and easily turned against someone. He doubted that if he delayed Cody's major plans, Cody would really overlook this matter. With this thought, Dorian felt conflicted but was genuinely surprised by Natalie's support. Kirsty, Dorian started to speak, but was interrupted by Natalie. I know what you want to say. Since you've already made up your mind, then go ahead and try. It's always worth a shot. I know this problem has been bothering you. Investigating a bit won't hurt. This is the capital city. They wouldn't dare do anything rash here. Moreover, Kale would also support you. After all, having a mysterious force in the capital city would surely pique Kale's curiosity too. Natalie smiled warmly at Dorian, understanding his hesitation. Therefore, she decided to support Dorian's decision to investigate. Stopping him might lead to lingering doubts. Becker's experience and insights on breakthroughs had already been shared with Joab and Natalie. Thus, Natalie couldn't let Dorian develop lingering doubts. Seeing Natalie's gaze, Dorian showed a look of gratitude. He knew his request wasn't entirely reasonable, and he shouldn't act this way. However, her support moved him